Konoha, Uchiha clan territory. Uncle Hanburn, here is the money I owed you from last month. A boy, around 8 or 9 years old, donned in the distinctive attire of the Uchiha clan. His jet black hair curled slightly at the ends, cascading in soft arcs across his forehead, and a pure smile graced his delicate features. Uchiha K raised his hand, offering the silver coins to Uncle Hanburn. As Uncle Hanburn accepted the coins, he intended to ruffle the boy's hair, but hesitated midway, retracting his hand. Haha, little K, you are truly remarkable. At only 8, you've already joined the police force. I can't just pat your head anymore, it wouldn't be appropriate. You are aware that patting heads is impolite, aren't you? Uchiha K silently rolled his eyes, settling down at the stall, awaiting his special meal. Little K, I've noticed an increase in patrols from the police force lately. Has something happened in the village? Click. Uchiha K snapped his chopsticks apart and casually replied, Apologies, uncle, but my lips are sealed. It's a matter of confidentiality, and I can't disclose it. Ding simultaneously, a clear sound resonated in Uchiha K's mind. Repay Uchiha Hanburn 3,700 Ryo as scheduled, reputation points 2. Uchiha K is a transmigrator. Not a temporary user, he arrived in this world while still in the womb. However, not long after, his parents perished during a mission, thereby receiving the typical fate of protagonists with orphan backgrounds. Fortunately, he bears the Uchiha surname, so even without parents, he would not face the indignity of eating expired instant noodles, nor would he be subjected to scorn on the streets. The Uchiha clan supports the orphans within its ranks, providing stipends to merchants each month to ensure the children's basic needs are met. When the children grow up, they can repay the support, but repayment is not enforced. Uchiha K has always been the most trustworthy, taking odd jobs to repay debts since he was 4 merchants couldn't refuse him. His often repeated mantra is that a person without trust cannot stand, and one should repay their debts to facilitate future borrowing. Thus, within the clan, he earned the nickname Little Contract Keeper. Is it due to Uchiha K's noble character that he refuses to accept handouts? No, not at all. It is because of his unique ability. The multiversal lending platform. This is the golden finger Uchiha K has possessed since he can remember, akin to a lending app residing within his mind. As long as he has sufficient reputation points, he can borrow powers from realms beyond his own. Since it is a loan, repayment is required that if you utilize this power to accomplish a task, you must also return the favor when summoned for assistance. Defaulting on this agreement will result in a deduction of reputation points based on the severity of the breach. Uchiha K is unaware of the consequences of exhausting his reputation points, but he is certain it would not be pleasant. To date, Uchiha K has accumulated 653 reputation points. 500 points would suffice for him to borrow formidable strength from the outside world. He has refrained from borrowing until now, saving for this moment. To be precise, it is for tomorrow. As the sun sets, the moon begins to reveal its contours on the horizon. Tomorrow is the full moon, which signifies the night of the 9 tails. Following this event, the Uchiha clan relocated from the heart of Konoha. In a few years, it will be the night of annihilation. Indeed, any rational individual could discern that the village is scheming to take action against the Uchiha clan. First, to sever ties, and then to obliterate. Even the most basic of instincts recognize that marginalizing a faction is the initial step towards its eradication. Uchiha Sora does not perceive the higher-ups of the village as being in the wrong that on the night of the 9 tails assault. Those crimson Sharingan eyes glaring from the beast's eye socket left no doubt in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind regarding the Uchiha clan's involvement. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage's lineage has long harbored deep-seated prejudices against the Uchihas. Their restraint in waiting 6 years before taking action stemmed from the turmoil within the ninja world. They feared that annihilating the Uchiha clan would result in significant losses in strength, rendering them vulnerable to invasions from other villages. Had it not been for that individual's appearance, perhaps the Uchiha clan could have inflicted a grievous wound upon Konoha before their own demise. Who could have anticipated the existence of someone like Uchiha Itachi? He murdered his parents, annihilated his kin, and facilitated the village's painless excision of the Uchiha clan. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Sora tapped the table lightly with his chopsticks, lost in contemplation. Had Minato Namikaze survived the night of the 9 tails, the Uchiha clan might not have faced such a fate. Patriarch Fugaku placed all his bets on the 4th Hokage with his demise. Any possibility of reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village was utterly extinguished. Would it be of any use to inform the fourth Hokage that Obito would launch an attack? Uchiha Sora pondered. Even if the fourth were to believe him, it would be futile. The most critical factor leading to this calamity was Obito's exploitation of Kushina's vulnerable state during childbirth to forcibly summon the Nine Tails. Could the village have prevented Obito from utilizing his phasing technique, or have disallowed Kushina from giving birth? They could not. The impending childbirth of the Jinchuriki had already placed the village on the highest state of alert. The fourth Hokage was present throughout, the third was on standby, and the third's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, personally assisted in the delivery. Yet, despite these precautions, tragedy unfolded as it was destined to. Once Kushina commenced labor, the seal weakened, and Obito would inevitably summon the Nine Tails. Her death was a certainty. And, had the fourth's demise been averted, he would have realized that the puppeteer behind the scenes was an Uchiha. With a kaleidoscope of eyes, would he then not direct his wrath towards the Uchiha clan? Regardless, one must not place the hopes of an entire clan upon a single individual. Unless that individual is me. Uchiha Sora's gaze darkened with resolve. He could not afford to remain passive while the Uchiha clan was expelled from the village's core. It would be too late then. Rather than allow such a fate, it would be better to perish together in flames. Here it is. Sora, your exclusive set meal. His friend brought forth a large bowl of teriyaki ramen, an enormous cup of strawberry milk, and 10 skewers of caramelized dumplings. Sitting beside him, his friend chuckled. Aren't you going to tire of eating like this? It's too sweet. Uchiha Sora took a generous gulp of strawberry milk, licking the remnants from his lips. Uncle, savory food merely sustains life. It is sweet treats that embody everything. Haha, love for sweets could lead to cavities. You little rascal. They'll prepare that chocolate cake you always talk about for you another day. It's a deal. Uchiha Sora paused his meal and raised his gaze to Uchiha Shiaki. Uncle Shiaki, do you believe in me? Shiaki was taken aback for a moment, resting his chin on one hand. He chuckled. You are Uchiha Shoyua. Who would not believe in you? No matter what happens, you will believe in me, right? This time, Shiaki did not hesitate, nodding affirmatively. Of course, I have watched you grow up. I will certainly believe in you. Is that so? Then that is enough? Uchiha Sora's downcast eyes were profound, a hint of crimson flickering within. Then let us take the plunge. As night descended, the full moon waxed brighter. Wearing a mask, known as Madara, Obito stood atop the fourth Hokage, Yin, gazing at the twinkling lights of Konoha village. A creature resembling 2 large aloe leaves emerged from the depths of the earth. Madara, the location has been confirmed 20 miles southeast of the Forest of Death. There has been a significant flow of ninjas recently, and a tight barrier has been established. After a moment of silence, Obito spoke slowly. It should be within the next day or two. Prepare yourselves, and we shall commence our actions. Understood. Obito gazed at the Uchiha clan's territory for a long while. Suddenly, he turned, his form vanishing into the swirling void. Chapter 2. The Choice. The Uchiha clan assembly. With the ascendance of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has significantly softened, leading to a more equitable treatment across various aspects. Minato is a man of remarkable charm, possessing the strength that earns the respect of the Uchiha. Given time, should he fully seize power, the Uchiha would seamlessly integrate into the village, rendering Konoha even more formidable than it was during the prime of the third Hokage. This notion resonates deeply within the Uchiha clan. Obito's decision to launch an attack at this juncture may well have stemmed from such considerations. He knows his mentor too well. If he were to disrupt the village during the Jinchuriki's childbirth, a resurgent Konoha would stand as the greatest obstacle to his Moon Eye plan. Seated at the forefront, Fugaka's expression was as stoic as death, yet it had improved compared to before. Mikoto and Kushina enjoyed a close relationship, and their diplomatic efforts bore fruit. Furthermore, Fugaku relinquished his pursuit of retrieving Kakashi's Sharingan, choosing instead to name his son Sasuke, thereby signaling reconciliation with the village. The name Sasuke, which belonged to the father of Hiruzen Sarutobi, is traditionally bestowed upon offspring to honor and commemorate ancestors. Fugaku's action was, in essence, a pledge of loyalty. After Minato's rise to power, he had conferred with Fugaku about recruiting exceptional Uchiha youths into the Umbu, or even the Hokage's guard. The underlying message was clear. The Uchiha clan also had a chance to compete for the position of the next Hokage. It is somewhat lamentable that one of the founding clans now must vie for such a privilege. Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Ko and Uchiha Sure, seated at the back. And after signaling for silence among the clan members, he spoke softly. Sure, Ko, I intend to recommend you both to the 4th Hokage for the Umbu. What are your thoughts? In comparison to the already illustrious Uchiha Sure, who had begun to shine on the battlefield, Uchiha Ko had only undertaken minor tasks. Yet, at merely 2 years younger than Sure, he had awakened his Sharingan and demonstrated the potential to join the Konoha police force, earning him considerable respect within the clan. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Unit, is a military force directly under the Hokage's command, essentially serving as the Hokage's elite. The clan members present displayed expressions of delight, realizing the implications of Fugaku's words. Clan leader, is this the Hokage's directive? Fugaku managed a strained smile and nodded. Indeed. The Hokage has requested that I select a few outstanding clan members to join the Umbu. Shursue's strength is well known. He is the strongest of the younger generation. Ko is also a prodigy, capable of thriving in the Umbu. This distinction sets the Uchiha apart from the Hyuga clan. While Itachi Uchiha had begun to reveal his talents, Fugaku would not reserve this advancement opportunity solely for his son, but rather choose the most suitable individuals for the present moment. Within the clan, it was not merely the leader's decree. The clan members enjoyed a status of relative equality. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara would not force his clan members to abandon the village. Of course, every system has its merits and drawbacks. Fugaku's character, during times of peace, indeed served as a bridge for communication with the village, facilitating the Uchiha's integration. However, following the Night of the Nine Tails, he was no longer suited to serve as the clan leader. As the leader of a clan, lacking the decisiveness to make resolute judgments and wavering between two factions, ultimately succumbing to the one that holds greater power, Shursue's face flushed slightly. Bashfully, he touched Tuanzi's nose and mused, with such formidable talents, they will undoubtedly surpass me. I shall heed the clan leader's directives. What say you, Sora? Typically, a Uchiha would stand tall and proud upon being called the strongest, affirming the statement. However, Shursui was an anomaly among the Uchiha, embodying a peculiar saintly disposition. Uchiha Sora surveyed the gazes of his many clansmen, his eyes reflecting a hopeful vision for the future. It seemed that as long as the Uchiha joined the Umbu, they could become the elite guard, and then there would be a chance to vie for the position of Hokage, heralding the emergence of an Uchiha Hokage. Such naivety. From the day Uchiha Madara failed to ascend to Hokage, the Uchiha clan had been forever estranged from that position. Madara had long perceived that the families within the village, along with the common ninja, did not recognize the Uchiha. Even if they reached the point of contending for Hokage, they would likely fail to secure the trust of the higher-ups. It was of little consequence. The Uchiha had never required the validation of others. Facing the gazes of his kin, Uchiha Sora pushed himself up from his knees and spoke calmly. All present are my esteemed elders. I shall speak candidly. Our current amicable relationship with the village is founded upon our closeness to the 4th Hokage. As he has just assumed office, he requires our strength and support, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, have you considered what might transpire if his position stabilizes and his views shift, becoming akin to Danzo and his ilk, perceiving us as uncontrollable and retracting those favorable policies? What then? Fugaku furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, Sora, you are overthinking this. Minato is not that kind of person. Most of the clan members concurred with Fugaku, having executed missions alongside Namikaze Minato. Indeed, he was a man worthy of trust, unlikely to change his stance on a whim. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Let us not dwell on whether he might change. What if he were to perish? Preposterous. Fugaku's frown deepened as he rebuked. The 4th is a warrior of unparalleled renown, celebrated as the Yellow Flash. How could he possibly die? Such thoughts should remain unspoken. Uchiha Sora gazed at Fugaku with a hint of disappointment. In his view, a clan leader bearing the weight of their lineage should contemplate all eventualities and, at the very least, possess the confidence to navigate any challenges independently, rather than placing all hope in an outsider. Death can come for anyone. Sora spoke slowly. Even someone as formidable as Lord Madara met his end at the Valley of the End. The 4th is not without his vulnerabilities. Fugaku was about to retort when an elder among the clan interjected, Sora, you have always been reticent during clan meetings. What do you wish to convey by mentioning him? This elder was Uchiha Shinran, a former clan leader and a cousin of Sora's grandfather. Being of the same lineage, there was always some connection to be drawn. If Sora's comments were made at a Konoha Jonin meeting, even the fourth Hokage would be unable to shield him, and he would find himself incarcerated in Konoha's prison for a time. In such familial gatherings, no one would dare to inform on others. The one who would do so has yet to arrive. Shursui, influenced by his ancestor Uchiha Kagami, feels a close affinity for the village. Yet his love for his clan is undeniable, and he would never stoke the flames of discord. Uchiha K shakes his head. There is no point in discussing matters further. The appropriate moment will arise when tomorrow's events unfold. For now, they merely plant a seed of uncertainty. Casting a glance at those present, Uchiha K turns to leave, then glances back at Uchiha Fugaku. I hope you make the right choice. Chapter 3. Before doubting oneself, one must first question the world. K. What did you truly mean by your words last night? In the early morning, by the lakeside of the clan's territory, Shursui inquired with a troubled expression. He had the greatest desire to see the relationship between the clan and the village improve. However, K's words during the clan meeting instilled in him a sense of foreboding, leading to a restless night. With a splash, Uchiha K cast ripples on the water, responding coolly, I have made my stance quite clear. I do not hold optimism for the unfolding situation. Shursui furrowed his brow. What have you discovered? Uchiha K refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. Shursui, if the village were to engage in conflict with our clan, what choice would you make? Shursui's pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily shook his head. That is impossible. The village has accepted us. Accepted? Uchiha K echoed with a sardonic smile. It seems you are aware that they do not regard us as part of the village. Are the Uchiha merely outsiders who join midway? Why should we seek their acceptance? Looking up at the Hokage rock, Uchiha K's gaze darkened. But Shursui still wished to speak. Enough, Uchiha K interrupted, locking eyes with Shursui. We are not the same. You are a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who was influenced by the teachings of the second Hokage, and his ideals shape your thoughts. I grew up in the commercial district of our clan, and I understand the ordinary Uchiha villagers. Uncle Handburn, Aunt Grain, Brother Medicine, they harbor no grand ambitions. They simply wish to live in peace. As their proximity closed, this was the first time Shursui witnessed his normally gentle companion regard him with such an imposing gaze. It is the last day. Uchiha K resolved to shed the facade of a congenial gentleman, revealing his true character. Arrogant, obstinate, proud, and deeply loving. Unlike you, who must consider the relationship between the village and the Uchiha, my only concern is for my clan. I too wish for my kin to enjoy a tranquil and peaceful life. With a finger, Uchiha K pointed at Shursui's brow. The gesture seemed superfluous, for the imagery was transmitted through their ocular prowess. Unaware of the impending threat from his own kin, Shursui fell prey to Uchiha K's genjutsu. As he attempted to break free, the first image he encountered halted his movements. A flash, a gleaming blade severed a young girl's head. Shursui recognized her. She was the daughter of the tailor from the commercial district. Then, a shadowy figure kicked open doors, dragging out children, women, and the elderly, mercilessly slaughtering them. Blood stained the commercial street, and the full moon above seemed to blush crimson. The scene shifted. The police force lay amidst a sea of corpses. In the end, the shadow raised a long blade and severed the heads of the clan leaders. Emerging from the illusion, Shizuku was drenched in sweat, cold beads trickling from his forehead, his breath coming in rapid gasps. What on earth was that? Was it the technique of Naruto's vision? Indeed, it invoked my deepest fears. As a master of illusions, Shizuku understood that Naruto's technique could not conjure such intricate environments and characters. It was merely an illusion meant to instill terror. This illusion resembled a form of image transmission. He forced a smile. Your new technique is commendable, but do not use me as a test subject next time. It is rather distasteful. That was a glimpse of what was to come. Uchiha Sora interrupted him once more, along with the fantasy. I have seen the future. The village will ultimately strike against the Uchiha clan, leading to its complete annihilation. The Uchiha clan, which has endured for millennia, will be declared extinct in a few years. Shizuku instinctively shook his head. How could this be? Things were clearly progressing positively, and the notion of seeing the future was simply hard to believe. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the last shard of stone aside. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Sora remarked, whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. You shall know the truth tonight. Shizuku, While your power is significant, it is not yet indispensable. Gazing at Sora's retreating figure, Shizuku hesitated for a moment. Unable to restrain himself from calling out, "Sora, who intends to strike against the Uchiha? What are your true intentions? You will find out tonight. I will take on the legacy of the Uchiha clan. I shall accomplish what Uchiha Madara could not." Uchiha Sora did not look back, gradually distancing himself. Shizuku stood by the lakeside, his mind replaying images of bloodied faces and the shadowy figure wielding a butcher's knife. Who could it be? Who seeks to kill our kin? They must be slain. In the tumult of emotions, 3 black tomo slowly emerged in Shizuku's crimson eyes. In the clan's training grounds, Uchiha Sora manifested 2 tomo in his eyes, surveying the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. He bit his fingertip, swiftly forming hand seals, and struck the ground. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, the white smoke dissipated to reveal a bipedal blue ninja cat, adorned with a row of throwing knives at its waist. The blue cat stood at about Sora's chest height, one eye covered by an eye patch, reminiscent of a pirate captain. "Ah, Sora, Lord Garo has arrived. Today ISNTA payment day, is it? Summoning me at this hour." The blue cat named Garo pulled a cigar from seemingly nowhere and lit it. Speaking in a low tone, "Speak, who do you wish to eliminate?" With a thud, Sora landed a punch atop Garo's head, causing the cigar to fall and the eye patch to be knocked askew. He crouched down and whispered, "Let the old cat lady know. The time for our agreement has come." Garo picked up the eye patch, adjusting it to the other side. "Sora, are you truly planning to defect?" Uchiha Sora shook his head, replying with a faint smile, "Mind your wording. I will not flee like a certain snake with its tail between its legs. I am bringing you along simply because it is cumbersome to have too many people, and I will need your assistance in carrying luggage." Garo, the spiritual beast of Uchiha Sora, has been a companion since childhood, a true ally with vast knowledge. "Are you certain anyone will follow you? I heard from Granny Cat that back then, no one chose to follow Uchiha Madara. Times have changed. At that time, peace had just been restored, and it was natural for people to hesitate to follow Uchiha Madara. Tonight, I shall rend the fabric of reality and lay it bare before them, compelling them to make a choice." Garo picked up a cigar and took a puff, shaking his head. "You remain as troublesome as ever, Sora. Deciding the fate of an entire clan based solely on your own whims. Are you truly convinced your choice is infallible?" Uchiha Sora smirked slightly, a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. "Ah, of course. I never doubt my choices. If things go awry, it is merely a matter of ill fortune on my part." Uchiha Sora embodies the quintessential Uchiha. To him, the only error lies with the world, not himself. Time slipped quietly away. As night fell, in the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was assisting Minato Namikaze with various affairs, turned his gaze toward the full moon outside. For some inexplicable reason, an unbidden tremor coursed through his heart. Chapter 4. The blood moon revealed, the rending of the sky. Within the barrier, the cries of a child echoed. As the diligent Pai-Pa who carried the infant passed, Minato instinctively reached out to take the child. Naruto. This name had been decided long ago. Derived from the protagonist of Jiraiya's first novel, a figure of great strength, and Minato cherished it dearly. Pai-Pa who evaded his grasp with a sidelong glance. "Do not be hasty. He must first meet his mother." Minato, feeling awkward, lowered his hand with a sheepish smile. "You are right, Lady Pai-Pa who." He trailed closely behind, his gaze fixed on Naruto. "This is my child with Kushina." Due to the strain of childbirth, the seal on the 9 tails weakened, and a dark curse mark spread across Kushina, inducing excruciating pain. Yet, upon seeing the child, that pain began to ease. "Naruto, Kushina, you have endured much, thank you." With both mother and child safe, Minato breathed a sigh of relief, placing his hand upon Kushina's abdomen. "Next, I must ensure the 9 tails complies completely." Chakra gathered in his palm as he prepared to reinforce the seal. "Ah!" A scream pierced the air, followed by the thud of a body collapsing to the ground. Minato whirled around, exclaiming, "Lady Pai-Pa who?" "Tonlu." The 2 who were assisting with the delivery lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Turning back, he realized the child, who should have been by Kushina's side, had vanished. The 4th Hokage had left the vicinity of the Jinchuriki. A chilling voice rang out as a mysterious figure donned in a black cloak and mask seized Naruto, pressing a palm against the infant's forehead. Simultaneously, the 9 tails rampage forced Kushina to cry out in pain. Torn between his child and his wife, Minato faced a dilemma more harrowing than any he had encountered on the battlefield. Boom! The mysterious figure hurled the infant high into the air, compelling Minato to make a choice. With a swift motion, Minato teleported to catch Naruto, barely glancing back. As the explosive tag affixed to the swaddling cloth began to hiss ominously, "Minato, save Naruto!" Suppressing her agony, Kushina let out a piercing scream, ripping away the swaddling cloth. Minato swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the delivery room. A resounding explosion echoed as he beheld the wooden structure reduced to rubble. Realizing that the enigmatic figure had abducted Kushina, as the Hokage, he quickly regained his composure to strategize. Was it a diversion? The enemy's target was not Kushina, but the Ninetales. In a flash, Minato returned home, placing Naruto onto the meticulously prepared crib, casting a profound gaze upon the child. He then turned and donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe. Meanwhile, in the streets of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha K urged the clan members in the commercial district to seek refuge in the shelters. Although the clan members were perplexed by his insistence, they chose to trust Uchiha K, just as Uchiha SH had advised. He gazed up at the full moon, accompanied by several members of the police force, including Shursui. What might transpire tonight? Why must the clan seek refuge? Is there an imminent attack on the village? Shursui repeatedly inquired, his persistent curiosity evident. It was understandable. Being informed that one's entire clan was in peril without knowledge of the time or the assailant was enough to incite anxiety. Uchiha K opened his mouth, feeling exasperated by Shusui's incessant questioning. Just as he was about to clarify, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. A terrifying, crimson chakra surged through the air. Beneath the full moon, the colossal Ninetales materialized at the village's center. Its massive tail swayed, causing the very earth to tremble. In an instant, the entire Hidden Leaf village was enveloped in a blood-red glow. The chakra unleashed by the Ninetales swept through like a tempest, toppling numerous structures, reducing them to mere dust. The moment the Ninetales appeared, it resulted in the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands. Irika's parents, both ninjas, rushed toward the Ninetales to buy time for the evacuation of civilians. Many ninjas, aware of their inevitable defeat, bravely launched themselves in suicidal assaults. Their sacrifices merely delayed the Ninetales' actions by mere fractions of a second. The streets overflowed with villagers, the elderly were trampled, and infants cried in their mother's arms. A father perished beneath the weight of a collapsing beam while trying to shield his child. In mere seconds, a tranquil night transformed into a hellish tapestry beneath the crimson shroud. At the onset of the calamity, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Mito and Akimichi Choza, arrived on the battlefield. The Ninetales reared back, its gaping maw gathering an immense amount of chakra. It was evident to all that should such an attack be unleashed upon the village, the consequences would be catastrophic. How could this be? The birth of a Jinchuriki indeed weakens the seal, yet the fourth Hokage was renowned for his mastery of sealing techniques. This should have been manageable. What had transpired? At that moment, someone noticed the three pure black tomo within the Ninetales' eyes. Those were Sharingan. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, his hands swiftly forming seals. No matter the circumstances, the priority was to expel the Ninetales from the village and prevent it from wreaking havoc. Summoning technique. King of the Monkey. Hurry, save the village. Under the command of Fugaku, the guard troops swiftly assembled and rushed toward the direction of the Ninetales, eager to engage in battle. A group of individuals adorned with peculiar masks, reminiscent of the Umbu, obstructed the path of the Uchiha clan members. With urgency, Fugaku called out, "Step aside." Emerging from the crowd was a man with one side of his face wrapped in bandages, his expression grim and deeply furrowed, Shinobi Danzo, the leader of Root, an advisor to the Hokage, and the most adamant adversary of the Uchiha within the higher echelons of Konoha. Fugaku's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Lord Danzo, must you still monitor us at this critical moment? The village requires our strength." He had long sensed Root's covert surveillance of the Uchiha, but had refrained from addressing it for the sake of village harmony. "The Hokage will manage the situation regarding the Ninetales," he added. Danzo's voice was hoarse, his cold gaze sweeping over the Uchiha. "By order of the third Hokage, no Uchiha is permitted to engage in battle. Remain here and do nothing. Any defiance will be regarded as treason against the village." "What did you say? Nonsense. Can't you see our fallen comrades? You want to lift a finger, yet you seek to stop us. Have you lost your mind?" The Uchiha were incensed, but Danzo remained unmoved, fixating his gaze on Fugaku. "Captain Fugaku, take your men and retreat." Amid the commotion, Uchiha Sora turned to Shursui beside him and spoke softly. Do you see it, Shursui? The Sharingan within the Ninetales' eyes. You must understand what this signifies. The village suspects the Uchiha clan orchestrated this incident, and now they send someone to prevent us from joining the battle, fearing we might manipulate the Ninetales amidst the chaos. Shursui clenched his jaw, cold sweat trickling down. Sora continued, the Ninetales fox alone cannot bring about the village's downfall. Think carefully. If we refrain from fighting, we will still be suspected of orchestrating this incident. What kind of treatment do you think we will receive afterward? Through gritted teeth, Shursui managed to utter, why didn't you inform the village sooner? Do you know how many lives have been lost? Sora shook his head. I have said it before, my only concern is for our clan. Their fate is separate from mine. With a firm grip on his blade, Shursui replied, I will not allow such a future to unfold. I must join the battle and clear the Uchiha's name. Such naivety, Shursui, Sora remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, trust is rendered obsolete. Shursui turned to glare at him, 3 tomo manifesting in his eyes as he hissed. So you propose we do nothing? Sora, answer me. What do you intend to do? He cast his gaze toward the Ninetales, forcefully expelled from the village by the 3rd Hokage. Then shifted his attention to Danzo at the forefront of the crowd, his smile widening, appearing somewhat deranged beneath the blood-red moonlight. The understanding you yearn for has never existed. Once the bonds fracture, they cannot be reconnected. If there is suspicion, then let actions speak for themselves. A terrifying aura emanated from Uchiha Sora, rippling outward in waves that even Shursui struggled to withstand. The turbulent energy drew the attention of all present, causing an inexplicable tremor within their hearts. Sora slowly raised his hand, palm facing the heavens, as a cacophony of data echoed within his mind. Received a loan application, based on the user's request for inquiry. Considering this is the user's first time utilizing this platform, a special double credit point experience is offered. This loan will freeze 500 credit points, allowing for a service of 1,000 credit points, with a term of 6 years. Do you accept? Matching successful. Please confirm to receive the power of alternate dimensions. A final reminder, exercise caution when using this platform. Refrain from borrowing unless absolutely necessary, and may you have a brighter future. The information within his mind flashed in an instant. Uchiha Sora raised his hand high, and with a sudden motion, it descended, summoning thunderous sounds. Come forth. Let your brilliance illuminate the night sky. The high and mighty ruler of dragons, like a meteor streaking across the heavens, descends with a thunderous roar. Chapter 5. Fragments. Who grants you the permission to raise your head? Truly worthy of being the 4th Hokage, you have found me. In a corner of the Death Forest, Minato Namikaze engages in fierce battle with a cloaked figure. Kushina has been rescued, yet the prolonged separation from the Ninetales has effectively sealed her fate. For the sake of the village, Minato cannot afford to grieve. He must suppress his sorrow and confront the enemy. Only one person possesses the ability to disregard the village's barriers, slay the 3rd Hokage Zambu, and summon the Ninetales. Are you Uchiha Madara? No, he has long since perished. As the words escaped his lips, Minato dismissed that possibility. The mysterious figure lowered his hood, casually remarking, who knows? He might still be alive, given the circumstances. Regardless of your identity, why engage in such actions? If I must articulate it, one could claim it is a spontaneous impulse, yet it is also premeditated. It is both for war and for peace. What a twisted ideology. Minato, gripping his kunai, abandoned dialogue. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the rampaging Ninetales. The matters of the village must be entrusted to the 3rd. I must contain this dangerous individual here. Futile. The Ninetales have been unleashed. You possess no hope. The mysterious figure strolled leisurely, then suddenly accelerated, colliding with Minato's form. The kunai pierced through the figure's body, while chains ensnared Minato. In a moment of peril, Minato evaded using the Flying Thunder God technique. During the brief interlude of battle, he rapidly contemplated. As before, physical attacks proved ineffective. The figure's body only materialized upon impact. In other words, victory must be claimed through speed in the fleeting moments of confrontation. It seemed he possessed an ability that could incapacitate opponents upon contact. This must be noted. Victory hinges on the fleeting instant. Whosoever possesses the swifter attack speed shall claim triumph. With a swift motion, Minato turned and hurled a kunai, his right hand gathering a blue Rasengan. The kunai once again pierced the mysterious figure's head, and just as the figure's hand seemed poised to touch Minato, he declared, "I have won." Suddenly, the space erupted with a piercing sound. In the moment of imminent contact, Minato appeared behind the mysterious figure, thrusting the Rasengan forcefully against him. Boom! The ground shattered, and the mysterious figure was forcefully embedded into the earth. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, second stage. As he launched his attack, Minato Namikaze inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark behind the mysterious figure, instantly closing the distance and extending his palm to unveil the intricate patterns of the seal. Contract seal release. This is the contract seal. Thus, the Nine Tails shall no longer be your possession. The outcome is determined. Regrettably, even though the Nine Tails is no longer under control, its rampage against Konoha continues, even escalating in ferocity. Decades of confinement are unleashed at this moment. With a thunderous roar, the rapidly extending Rui Jingu Bang sends the Nine Tails soaring from the village. Everyone follows suit. Before the fourth arrives, restrain the Nine Tails. At this instant, a colossal beam of light pierces the night sky. Within the radiance, the sleek, serpentine form of Rayquaza is enveloped in a brilliant golden energy halo. Tearing through the clouds like a meteor, its dazzling tail flame shimmering. Its majestic demeanor embodies order itself. Such beauty. A deafening roar erupts, heralding its arrival. What is that? The terrifying energy radiates not just from the Nine Tails, but what creature is this? In terms of size, this Rayquaza is dwarfed by even a single tail of the Nine Tails. Yet it exudes an equal sense of oppression. This is the feeling of humanity confronted by an irresistible natural disaster. Rayquaza thrashes about, seemingly accumulating some mysterious power. People notice a diminutive figure standing atop the head of this serpentine summon. The fierce wind billows his garments, revealing the Uchiha clan emblem etched upon his attire. Another Uchiha, such a formidable summon. The strength of Rayquaza is blatantly apparent, even without the need for sensory ninjutsu. Fugaka mutters to himself, when did he acquire this power? What have you done, Uchiha Sora? Uchiha Sora is equally astonished. Upon learning that the platform would lend him Rayquaza, he anticipated it to be the deity known for ending the disputes between land and sea. However, after carefully reviewing the terms, he realized that this was not the Rayquaza of divine status. It is understandable, even with the new user's double experience. A mere 1,000 points of reputation could not possibly secure such a level of power. Nevertheless, it is more than sufficient. The astonished crowd regains their composure and voices their concerns. Uchiha Sora, what do you intend to do? I command you to release the summoning immediately. This is a serious warning. Disobedience will be treated as treason, and you will be executed on the spot. Think of your kin. Do you truly wish to drag the Uchiha clan into an abyss of no return? Not only the route, led by Danzo, but the Umbu personnel responsible for rescue are also drawn to the commotion, converging towards the scene. Shursui, with a complex expression, raises his voice. Sora, you will assist the village, won't you? You must. 3 hours. In 3 hours, this Rayquaza, completely obedient to Uchiha Sora, will return to its original timeline. Or, like other summons, should it sense impending death, it will also terminate the contract. After all, it is merely a loan. It will not stake its life. The problem must be resolved within this time frame. Uchiha Sora bows low, placing his hand atop Rayquaza's head, conveying commands through their mental link. Under the leadership of Shimura Danzo, the root organization unleashed the dragon's wave. With a resounding roar, the Rayquaza emanated an emerald glow, its scales shimmering with energy that surged like liquid auroras. In an instant, a cerulean beam, entwined with a dragon-shaped phantom, shot forth, the air piercingly shrieking under the weight of overwhelming energy. Protect Lord Danzo. They have truly made their move. The Uchiha rebellion is now a reality. Calm. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? To attack the Hokage's aid so brazenly. Not only are the Uchiha already looked down upon, but even the Hokage's son would be deemed a rogue ninja for such actions. Boom! The beam descended with a cataclysmic roar. A powerful shockwave radiating from the point of impact, stirring clouds of dust into the air. The ground cracked beneath, and energy ripples distorted the atmosphere itself. Rayquaza hovered majestically in midair, its long tail swaying gently with the residual waves, its gaze filled with an air of dominance. Through the thoughts transmitted back, Uchiha Kong sensed its exhilaration for destruction. Clearly, this Rayquaza possessed a rather irritable temperament. possibly the troublemaker of its kind. As the dust settled, Shimura Danzo stood amidst the ruins, raising his gaze towards Uchiha Kong, a faint, cold smirk gracing his lips. Have you finally lost your composure? Is this your so-called secret weapon? Who permitted you to lift your head, you insignificant wretch? At that moment, Uchiha Kong and Rayquaza were one, feeling the surging power within. He shed his disguise, his disdain for Shimura Danzo unmistakable. Chapter 6. Fugaku, the clan leader, quickly utilize your invincible Mangeki Sharingan. Danzo was certainly not the type to be provoked by a mere insult from an impulsive youth, especially given Uchiha Kong's current display of confidence. He turned his attention to the sensory ninja, awaiting the intelligence he would provide. The chakra within that creature is distinctly different, somewhat akin to the natural energy recorded in our archives. Its power level remains uncertain, but it is undeniably formidable. What difference does that make? The intensity of that last attack already rivals the combined ninjutsu of several jonin. Do you think I am unaware of its strength? Suppressing his anger, Shimura Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Is this the will of the clan, or merely the actions of that boy? In truth, he had no intention of uttering such words, preferring instead to command the root to commence their extermination of the Uchiha. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Kong's actions, Fugaku appeared equally astonished, as if he had never anticipated Kong would do such a thing, and he had even managed to restrain several impulsive clansmen. This presented an opportunity for division. Let them quarrel amongst themselves for a time, and then the root would step in to eliminate them entirely. After all, it was the Uchiha who initiated the conflict. Even if Hiruzen were present, he would not spare the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intensely on Uchiha Kong. Give me a reason. Uchiha Kong crossed his arms, responding indifferently. I have already provided my reasoning. Do you not understand what the sealing of the nine tails signifies? Fugaku lowered his gaze, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. He lacks the decisiveness required to confront monumental decisions. Yet, as the clan leader, he comprehends the impending events more swiftly than one might expect. The separation of the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki can only culminate in one outcome. Kushina's demise is inevitable. He had not anticipated the possibility of the fourth Hokage's death, like everyone else in the village. He believed that the appearance of the fourth would suffice to reseal the nine tails. However, all had witnessed the emergence of the Tomo within the nine tails' eyes, a clear indication that the puppeteer behind this chaos was likely from the Uchiha clan. Previously, the fourth had demonstrated a willingness to accept the Uchiha. But what could transpire after such an event? Could he maintain his composure in the face of the clan that had orchestrated the death of his beloved wife? Let us consider a different perspective. If Fugaku were to learn that a particular shinobi clan was responsible for Mikoto's death, he would find it utterly impossible to forgive. Yet, stop, Kei, he implored. I will explain everything to the fourth. Even with this formidable summoning beast at your disposal, your strength pales in comparison to that of the village. Even combined with mine, it is insufficient. With a deep sigh, Fugaku resignedly declared, as clan leader, I solemnly vow to protect you. The bewildered members of the police force exchanged glances. They were far more inclined to trust their leader than the recently joined Uchiha Kei. A faint smile graced Uchiha Kei's lips. He had anticipated this response. Everyone present heard my words, he shouted. Leader, did we not agree that I would hold them at bay with my air-splitting technique, while you would employ your invincible Mangeki Sharingan to eliminate that old dog Shimura? Shimura Danzo's pupils dilated in alarm as he took a step back, his single eye fixated intently on Uchiha Fugaku, his grip tightening around his kunai. The Mangeki Sharingan was far more terrifying than any unknown summoning beast. The clan members gaped in astonishment at Fugaku. That was the realm beyond the three Tomo, the legendary eyes of their esteemed ancestor. With a grim expression, Fugaku's hand rested upon the hilt of his blade, his countenance resembling that of a specter. He made no attempt to defend himself. The seed of doubt, once sown, required no elaboration from Uchiha Kei. Should the village discover his concealment of the awakening of the Mangeki, the severity of the matter would be akin to a feudal lord's retainers secretly amassing troops, essentially. An act of treason. Exhaling deeply, Fugaku raised his gaze towards Uchiha Kei. How you came to know is of no consequence. You will lead the Uchiha clan into perdition. Uchiha Kei responded with an air of indifference. The Uchiha shall neither descend into hell nor ascend to paradise. He spread his arms wide and spoke slowly. Leader Fugaku, do not forget, we are the mightiest Uchiha clan. You can endure our establishment of the village, yet deny us a place within it? Choose. Will you surrender and await judgment, or will you fight with all your might? Silence enveloped the gathering, as if all awaited Fugaku's decision. With a swift motion, Fugaku unsheathed his sword and coldly proclaimed, "No one has yet been able to judge the Uchiha." Shimura Danzo, feigning the Hokage's order, sought to thwart the police force's support for the fourth, commanding their demise. 3 dark tomo fused within his eyes, forming a bizarre and resplendent pattern. The Mangeki Sharingan. The terrifying ocular power surged forth like a liberated beast, roaring and rampaging. Driven by the exigencies of the times and the weight of deep-seated grievances, after eliminating Shimura Danzo, he would surely heed my explanations. The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable juncture. Uchiha Sora shook his head. Indeed, while the landscape may change, the essence of one's nature remains steadfast. Even at this stage, he still clings to the pretense of purging the tyrant. It matters little now. As long as he dares to take action, that is sufficient. The rift seat possesses a temporal limit, and Uchiha Sora will not squander it. While engaged in dialogue, the rift seat continuously employed the dance of the dragon to amplify both attack power and speed, and the stacking is still in progress. Moreover, Uchiha Sora discovered that, due to some unknown influence, the energy from the rift seat was rapidly converting into chakra that he could wield. In his current state, he felt akin to the Jinchuriki of the rift seat, capable of harnessing its power to execute ninjutsu. While Naruto relies on rental income, I depend on loans. We are not so different. Power, after all, is only valuable if it can be utilized. With a resounding clap of his hands, a vast amount of chakra gathered, forming a visible pale blue aura around him. This intoxicating sensation of boundless strength is truly captivating. As the accumulation reached a critical level, Uchiha Sora swiftly formed hand seals, Z, Cho, Su, Wu, Shun, Hai, concluding with In. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. From atop the rift seat, a surging sea of flames cascaded down like a tidal wave, overwhelming all in its path. How could such a magnitude of fire style be possible? Do not be astonished. Quickly employ water style. Water style, water barrier. Boom. Multiple water barriers surged forth, colliding with the fiery deluge and instantaneously erupting into a vast cloud of steam. Shirzue observed his kin entangled in battle with the root, then turned his gaze towards the distant ravaged village. Why, when the villagers are suffering such immense hardship, must we, as ninjas, engage in combat here? Regardless of the circumstances, we should prioritize rescuing our comrades. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. The speaker was none other than Shimura Danzo. The evidence lay in his eyes. That Sharingan must belong to Uchiha Kagami. The words came from a blue-furred ninja cat, who held a cigar in his mouth and wielded 3 shurikens in his paws. Sora asked me to relay this to you, though I am uncertain of its meaning. Garo, glancing at Uchiha Sora atop the rift seat, spat in disdain. How could you possess such a magnificent steed and not invite Lord Garo to partake in the fun? That is simply uncouth. Shirzue's pupils quivered violently. He comprehended precisely what Sora referred to. The massacre of the entire Uchiha clan was orchestrated by Shimura Danzo. What does it signify that the eyes of our ancestors are involved? Could it be that Kagami's ancestor was also slain by him? The ever-kind Shirzue now brimmed with murderous intent, icy determination coursing through his gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, once the facade is torn away, the truth shall be revealed. Chapter 7. The Destructive Ray of Death. In the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, the formidable ninja known as Uchiha Shirzue made his mark with his swift body flicker technique. He has made his move. The imperceptible shadow clones traversed through the throng. Shirzue deftly incapacitated the root ninja with the hilt of his blade. Even though he resolved to take action, he found it impossible to slay the ninjas of the village. Fugaku turned to witness this scene unfold. Even you, Shirzue, cannot resist? Then let us conclude this swiftly. The formidable confrontation against Uchiha K, marked by an overwhelming display of ninjutsu, had already caused considerable distress among the root ninjas. Now, with the Uchiha police force launching their full-scale assault, signs of imminent defeat quickly emerged. The disparity in strength between the two factions was glaringly apparent. The village's shinobi were largely preoccupied with repelling the Nine Tails, and at the onset, Danzo was able to impede the Uchiha solely due to his position as the Hokage's advisor. Of course, had Uchiha K not summoned the powerful creature, the Kairi, and had Fugaku not revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, Danzo would indeed have possessed the strength to suppress the Uchiha. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Shimura Danzo and Uchiha K appeared remarkably composed. After unleashing an enormous conflagration, Danzo seemed to enter a period of cool-down, gazing down from the head of the dragon at Shimura Danzo. However, Danzo's focus remained fixed on Fugaku. In the hierarchy of threats within his mind, the Manjiki Sharingan held an unequivocal supremacy. Until he fully comprehended Fugaku's Manjiki capabilities, he could not afford to act recklessly. He had even contemplated that should Fugaku draw too near, he would unhesitatingly abandon the root ninjas and flee for his own safety. As for Uchiha K, he was merely a fortunate child who had contracted a powerful summoning beast, posing little concern. Observing the monstrous serpent, one could not help but wonder if it bore the colossal life energy characteristic of the great serpent of the Richi cave. Perhaps he should inquire with Orochimaru later. Is it ready? Uchiha K murmured. The Kairi responded with a resonant roar. Unleash your full power. I will guide the direction. Although their encounter had lasted a mere 10 minutes, under the sacred bond of their contract, they had achieved a profound synchrony. The Kairi slightly arched its massive form backward, its markings radiating an intense luminescence. It opened its enormous maw, gathering a dazzling sphere of bright yellow energy. The sphere spun and compressed, warping the surrounding air due to the concentration of energy. No sensory abilities were required. Anyone with sight could discern the terrifying magnitude of this attack. Just moments ago, another colossal entity had demonstrated such a display. How could it possibly be a tailed beast bomb? Absolutely impossible. It was not a tailed beast. Yet, the overwhelming pressure allowed Fugaku, with the keenest vision among them, to swiftly assess the technique's potency. Everyone disperse. He shouted, exasperated. That previous fire technique was one thing. But can't you see our clansmen are present? How could you use such a technique? Uchiha K slowly raised his hand, aiming it like a pistol at Shimura Danzo. Danzo furrowed his brow. As a ninja, he was no stranger to a sense of impending doom. Do not worry, Uchiha K replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It is not something as trivial as a tailed beast bomb. Suddenly, the Kairi violently swallowed the energy sphere, and the unleashed torrent of energy surged towards Uchiha K. The searing flow of energy tore through his veins, revealing fine cracks in Uchiha K's body, from which a deep crimson glow seeped, accompanied by steam. The intense pain stimulated his mind, and Uchiha K felt an exhilarating rush. With his fingertips directed at Shimura Danzo, he mused that the fragments rooted in darkness must be dazzlingly bright. Destructive death ray, he declared. A pure white beam enveloped an azure thunder descended with cataclysmic force, reducing everything in its path, be it rock or edifice, to mere dust. The earthbound ninja's desperate attempt to conjure an earthen barrier was rendered futile, akin to a bullet piercing through a sheet of white paper. Danzo took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. Wind release, vacuum wave. The invisible wind blades slashed towards the beam, their piercing shrieks tormenting the eardrums. Bang! Without a hint of suspense, the light column shattered the wind blades. Wind release, vacuum continuous wave. A relentless barrage of wind blades savagely tore apart the outer layer of the beam, scattering fragments of starlight. Uchiha Sora raised his hand to channel energy. With a mighty surge, the beam resembled a searing great blade cleaving through ice, distorting the transparent contours of the wind blades which, amidst a cacophony of explosions, were utterly obliterated. It was only at this moment that Shimura Danzo grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, it was far too late. Whoosh! The beam pierced through Danzo's chest, leaving a burn wound the size of a fist. In an instant, the residual energy in the air and the turbulent winds post-explosion confirmed that this was no mere illusion, heralding the crushing might of absolute power. Thud! Danzo's body fell backward limply, crashing to the ground. Lord Assistant! The few arriving Umbu ninjas shouted in disbelief, having previously been the ones to declare their intentions. The root ninjas, save for one censor ninja, remained silent, trained to maintain composure regardless of circumstances. They were taken aback by the reality of Danzo's demise. Had they truly killed Shimura Danzo? The man known as the Shadow of the Ninja had met his end just like that. Above the void seat, Uchiha Sora let out a long sigh, just lowering his hand. Did you think it was over, kid? A chilling voice echoed behind him, accompanied by a razor-sharp vacuum blade. Whoosh! A kunai infused with wind-release chakra pierced Uchiha Sora's heart. Sora turned, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Did the second Hokage not teach you that shadow clones are used for reconnaissance? To treat Izanagi as a mere resurrection token is rather extravagant. Danzo's singular eye widened in shock, more astonished than when he learned of Fugaku's Sharingan. Boom. The pierced Uchiha Sora erupted into a cloud of smoke. It was entirely reasonable that Danzo failed to see through the shadow clone, as this technique was developed by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, imperceptible even to the Sharingan. What left Danzo pale was the realization that Sora knew of Izanagi. No, it was not surprising that he was aware of Izanagi. The real question was how he knew that I had utilized it. Boom. Behind Danzo, Uchiha Sora leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful kick to his face, sending him crashing down. In midair, Danzo adjusted his position, preparing to launch his counterattack upon landing. In Sora's eyes, a murderous intent gleamed. He failed to notice the kunai shooting towards him from his blind spot. The kunai sliced through the air with a brilliant gleam, breaking apart the bandages that obscured half of Shimura Danzo's face, although he instinctively raised his hand to cover it. That fleeting moment allowed even the most ordinary of ninjas to catch a glimpse of the crimson hue, let alone the Uchiha clan. Within Danzo's eye socket appeared something that ought not to have been there, the Sharingan. Shursui gritted his teeth, his youthful face nearly contorted in anguish, as the three tomo within his eyes spun rapidly. What have you done to Grandpa Kage? Chapter 8. The outcome is decided. Now that his secret was exposed, Danzo was not the type to bury his head in the sand. He willingly let his hand fall. The Sharingan, radiating an eerie red light, materialized before everyone, undeniably real. He seemed to reminisce, speaking softly. This is the eye that Kage entrusted to me before his death. Nonsense, Shursui shouted, gripping his short blade tightly. My father told me that Ancestor Kage was laid to rest with both eyes. How dare you desecrate his remains? Danzo regarded Shursui with indifference, his expression unreadable. You have never met Kage. Even your father remembers him only from his childhood. Kage and I were comrades bound by life and death. Is it so incomprehensible that he entrusted his eyes to me? It was not entirely implausible. After all, Uchiha Kage was one of the closest allies of the village's higher-ups, having risked his life multiple times to save Danzo and others. Moreover, a similar incident had recently occurred. The fallen Uchiha Obito had given his Sharingan to Hatake Kakashi. The reasoning behind Danzo's concealment was easily explained. He simply did not wish to exacerbate the conflict between the village and the Uchiha. Such a narrative would hold even in the times of the third and fourth Hokage. Why should Kakashi be allowed to keep his dear friend's eyes while I, the diligent and accomplished assistant to the Hokage, be deemed unworthy? Just as Danzo attempted to explain, a beam of light pierced through space-time, penetrating his skull. On the void seat, Uchiha Sora raised his arm in a shooting posture, his fingers emitting wisps of green smoke. Danzo, I believe in you. But how will you account for the other Sharingan? How many more times can you employ Izanagi? Izanagi, one of the ultimate ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan, allows the user to turn an unfavorable event that occurred within a certain time frame into something that never happened, transforming only beneficial outcomes into reality. During the activation of this technique, even a fatal conclusion can be rewritten. However, as a price, the user must sacrifice one eye to blindness, regardless of whether the technique succeeded or not. Danzo's body collapsed to the ground without exploding into a cloud of smoke. Rather, it vanished mysteriously. Amidst the nearby ruins, Danzo's figure reappeared, looking up with an air of detachment. This is a secret technique I developed. I do not understand what you are saying. Uchiha Sora grinned. If you hadn't said the latter part, your credibility would have been higher. As a subordinate of the second Hokage, claiming ignorance of the Uchiha's ocular techniques is a blatant lie. According to Sora's assessment, Danzo's arm transplant must have been completed before Orochimaru's defection. However, at this time, the Uchiha clan had not yet been annihilated, and Danzo's reservoir of Sharingan was undoubtedly limited. This also fueled Uchiha Sora's profound disdain for Uchiha Itachi. Having committed the atrocity of annihilating their clan, he had the audacity to further tarnish the eyes of his kin. The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Most clan members were oblivious to the existence of the forbidden technique, Izanagi, which had been sealed away. However, the clan leader was certainly aware. Moreover, Fayake knew that the secret chamber containing the sealed Izanagi had been breached years ago, leaving their clan devoid of any scrolls for its practice. The only individual capable of entering the Uchiha secret chamber undetected, possessing both the means and the motive, appeared to be none other than the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. As thoughts raced through his mind, Fyake's kaleidoscope eyes slowly began to rotate, their extraordinary ocular power enveloping Danzo's form. He sensed the subtle fluctuations emanating from Danzo's arm. That was the power of the Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, Fyake endeavored to quell his fury, yet found it impossible. If he feigned ignorance at this moment, he would not only forfeit his position as the Uchiha clan leader, but would also lose his right to be considered a member of the Uchiha. Uchiha Sora appeared to offer him a choice. In truth, however, he had no choice left. Shimura Danzo. Instantly, the contrasting hues of black and white enveloped the moonlight, and the surging ocular power cascaded toward Shimura Danzo like a torrent of murky water. The kaleidoscope ocular technique, Hretsu no Jutsu. What is the foremost principle when confronting the Sharingan? Avoid direct eye contact. Throughout, the majority of Danzo's focus was on guarding against Fyake. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily dispatched by Uchiha Sora on 2 occasions. Realizing the invisible torrent of ocular power, Danzo understood. Was it an illusory kaleidoscope technique? That would simplify matters. Forming a single-handed seal, dark curse markings enveloped Danzo's body, mysterious and arcane. The self-curse binding technique. In the future, Shimura Danzo would employ this technique to control the kaleidoscope-wielding Uchiha Sasuke, were it not for Uchiha Obito standing guard. And the principle that villains often perish due to excessive dialogue, he could have swiftly dispatched Uchiha Sasuke with a single strike. This technique not only served to control opponents, but also allowed him to shroud himself in a layer of chaotic chakra. By perpetually disrupting his own chakra, he could render himself immune to illusions. This technique was developed by the Uchiha's countermaster, the venerable Senju. Danzo, lacking any innate talent for developing ninjutsu, had no need to. The voluminous sealing book in Konoha was simply too extensive to master. Upon completing the technique, Danzo quickly formed another seal, placing his hands upon the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A colossal dream eater, the giant tapir, descended onto the battlefield, its mouth agape, unleashing a tremendous suction that whipped up a whirlwind across the arena. Just as Danzo intended to combine forces with the Dream Eater to unleash an overwhelming wind technique, a torrent of flames, propelled by the debris and rubble, was drawn into the creature's gaping maw. Great Fireball Technique. The accuracy of the fire release. Great Fireball was often humorously dubbed as the kindest of fire techniques. Yet, that was merely jest. As the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, its might remained formidable. Boom. Bang. Although the voracious suction was abruptly halted, the great fireball still reached the Dream Eater's mouth and detonated with a thunderous explosion. In less than 3 seconds since its appearance, the Dream Beast let out a pained cry before retreating from the battlefield. The essence of a ninja's combat lies in the battle of intelligence, without considering extraordinary power. The side with superior information is nearly assured of victory. Given the vast disparity in intelligence, even a lowly ninja could triumph over a high-ranking one. Uchiha Sora possessed a profound understanding of Shimura Danzo, and at this moment, bolstered by the presence of the sky-rending beast, there was no discernible gap in their levels. In fact, in terms of energy levels, he even surpassed Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo spat disdainfully, furrowing his brow as he regarded Uchiha Sora. With a slight smirk, Uchiha Sora remarked, "You fear the Mangeki of Clan Fugaku, yet dare to meet my gaze?" Shimura Danzo could not help but scoff. "What are you? Merely a Tsutomu. Fortunate enough to have contracted a powerful beast, yet you presume to compare with the Mangeki. Contract? Do not underestimate the bond one share with the sky-rending beast. I have warned you before, do not look up at me." The sky-rending beast ceased its dragon dance, its body seemingly ignited by emerald flames, resembling ethereal wings. Uchiha Sora formed a hand seal with one hand. The Tsutomu in his eyes began to spin rapidly, emitting faint green waves that radiated an aura of mysterious and formidable power. The illusionary Sharingan added the finishing touch, unleashing an invisible wave. In Shimura Danzo's line of sight, the sky was ablaze with deep green flames, as the immense form of the sky-rending beast gracefully undulated amidst the inferno. Suddenly, the emerald dragon spread its fiery wings and launched itself forward, quickly, beyond all imagination. By the time he perceived the imminent attack, Shimura Danzo's eyes could only register a brilliant streak of light. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated through the heavens and the earth. The blazing sky-rending beast engulfed Shimura Danzo whole. He distinctly felt his consciousness sinking into a vast ocean of flames, gradually succumbing to despair. The curse seal was ineffective. What of Izanagi? Why can I not rewrite this reality? Clatter! The kunai that Shimura Danzo had clutched fell from his hand, hitting the ground. Contrary to his own perception, those around him observed that after Uchiha Sora's words, Shimura Danzo simply stood there, entranced. With a swift dive, the sky-rending beast extended its claws, capturing Shimura Danzo within its grasp. Roar! It let out a triumphant cry, proclaiming absolute victory. Chapter 9. Born of Malevolence. Boom! Gamabunta descended from the skies, landing upon the nine-tailed fox. The enigmatic Minato Namikaze arrived on the battlefield. Fourth Hokage. Lord Hokage. Minato, you finally made it. The third Hokage's group, who had been struggling against the Nine Tails, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Minato's brow furrowed deeply, not only because he had a clear view of the Nine Tails beneath Gamabunta, but also because he spotted the sky-rending beast holding Shimura Danzo. What on earth is happening? Roar! Just as he pondered, the Nine Tails suddenly unleashed its power, throwing Gamabunta aside with a thunderous roar. Terrifying chakra gathered in its mouth. Minato swiftly made a decision. Third Hokage, there's a situation at the Uchiha compound. Please take care of it. I will handle the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan's territory, perceiving a formidable surge of life energy beneath the calm. Did Danzo disregard my orders and engage in conflict with the Uchiha? Indeed, Shimura Danzo had not falsely conveyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. He had been dispatched by the third Hokage to oversee the police force. However, he had been sternly instructed not to engage the Uchiha until after the Nine Tails had been subdued. Understanding this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and, before turning away, inquired one last time. Minato, what about Lake Biwa? Kushina's lips pursed slightly as Minato shook his head. Is that so? Gripping his Rui Jingu Bang tightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly took his leave, urging, Minato, do not take unnecessary risks. I will handle the situation there and join you immediately. It was not that Sarutobi Hiruzen was irresponsible, abandoning the Nine Tails to Minato without any backup from the Umbu. Rather, they understood Minato's combat style well. Leaving ordinary J-Nin here would only hinder him and serve little purpose. In their eyes, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Minato could remain undefeated even in the face of the Nine Tails. His prowess surpassed that of Tobarama Senju. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Kwong flung a short blade, severing Shimura Danzo's arm. The dismembered limb fell to the ground, two Sharingans still eerily spinning within it. Alongside several scars reminiscent of stitched wounds, those were Sharingan that had already been utilized. Indeed, Izanagi was an almost insurmountable ocular technique. Yet, Shimura Danzo was not of the Uchiha bloodline. His invincibility was fleeting, as the time limit of Izanagi could only be measured in minutes. When he was struck down for the second time, Uchiha Kwong seized the moment while Danzo was distracted by Fugaku's ocular technique, employing a genjutsu that led Danzo to believe he had activated Izanagi. Before he could comprehend the ruse, Uchiha Kwong harnessed the power of the void and executed a genjutsu version of the finishing touch. This finishing touch possessed the trait of certainty, rendering Danzo's defensive seals ineffective. By the time Danzo reacted and attempted to use Izanagi again, it was far too late. This demonstrated the disparity in ocular prowess. Shimura Danzo was a master of wind release, and had he initially maintained his distance to summon the Dream Taper and unleashed a wide-scale wind release, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. His arrogance in abandoning his greatest advantage to compete with the Uchiha and Genjutsu was the root of his downfall. Root ninjas surged forward toward the void, striving to rescue their commander. Uchiha Kwong, however, was not as gentle as Shursui. The destructive light emitted from his fingertips obliterated the root ninjas entirely. Once tranquility returned, sweat soaked Uchiha Kwong's dark hair, a few curled strands falling over his forehead. Lowering his hand, his fingers were charred black. His actions involved transforming an immense destructive light into multiple precise attacks through his own body. Ninjas are notorious for their high offensive capabilities and low defenses. Attacks akin to tailed beast bombs were sheer overflow of firepower. The borrowed strength required meticulous utilization on Uchiha Kwang's part, and sustaining injuries in the process was of no consequence. As the water's edge flicked away the blood from the blade, upon witnessing the Sharingan in Shimura Danzo's eyes, the enraged Uchiha Sora ultimately directed his blade towards the root ninja. Let me bear the sin of slaying Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Sora raised his gaze to the approaching third Hokage and his company, a faint smirk gracing his lips. All this effort to capture him alive was not merely for your satisfaction. I intend to use him as a bargaining chip. Shirsue's expression darkened at this juncture. Do you truly believe the village will opt for reconciliation simply because you spared Danzo? Given Danzo's nature, allowing him to live poses the greatest threat to our clan. Sora, do not play with fire. You chose to oppose the village and have already slain numerous Umbu ninja. We should eliminate Danzo immediately and defect from the village. Unbeknownst to Shirsue, those he referred to were Danzo's direct root subordinates, mistakenly believing them to be Umbu. In that moment, he had become the radical, rebuking Sora's cautiousness. Uchiha Sora shook his head. Killing him is far too simple. It is nowhere near sufficient. In his eyes lay a profound malice, whispering like a demon. I want him to live, to witness the destruction of everything he holds dear. To kill him now would grant him the honor of entering the memorial stone, which simply cannot be allowed. I wish for him to comprehend that the sound of precious things shattering is not merely the soft thud of a head hitting the ground, but the thunderous explosion within the heart. There was one thing Uchiha Sora did not articulate. According to his subsequent plans, Danzo's existence was essential. What could be more effective in weakening Konoha than keeping Shimura Danzo alive? Uchiha Obito had meticulously calculated the chaos of the Nine Tails. Yet the damage inflicted on Konoha paled in comparison to the havoc that Danzo could wreak in a moment. Nagato serves as a prime example. Ultimately, Danzo bears a portion of the blame. However, before Shirsue could say anything further, Sora interjected, "Silence. My intellect surpasses yours. Simply listen." Oh. Fugaku had also noticed the nearing presence of the third Hokage and others. Today his deep breaths far exceeded those of an entire year. Approaching Uchiha Sora, he conceded, "I can only place my trust in you. The forthcoming negotiations are yours to handle. Whatever decision you make, we shall follow you." Despite lacking the boldness to make choices, Fugaku possessed the courage to tread a path to its bitter end. If death awaits, so be it. Let us gamble that the village dares not clash with us at this moment. But what shall we do afterward, Minato? I am sorry for betraying your trust. Swish, swish. Swish. Danzo. Upon witnessing the captured Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Kamachi exclaimed in shock, "Damn you, Uchiha. You have indeed betrayed us. You were behind the Nine Tails, weren't you? All this time, the fourth Hokage insisted that you were our allies, born of evil." Kamachi, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his staff to restrain Tsurugi Kamachi. Casting a somber glance at the few surviving Umbu personnel at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze darkened as it shifted towards Fugaku and the others, ultimately resting upon Uchiha Sora. "Since you chose not to act immediately, there is room for negotiation. Allow me some time to comprehend the situation." Uchiha Sora offered a faint smile, sitting cross-legged atop the dragon's head, and gestured, "Please." Chapter 10. The reason after listening to the Umbu ninja's account of the events. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively yearned for a puff from his old pipe, yet regrettably, he had left it behind when he departed. Shimura Danzo had clandestinely concealed the Sharingan, while Uchiha Sora had triumphed over him. Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, and the situation here was far more intricate than that concerning the Nine Tails. At least in the face of the Nine Tails, one only had to contemplate life and death. Should the circumstances here remain unstable, the Uchiha clan might revolt entirely by nightfall. Sarutobi Hiruzen could already foresee the devastation that would befall Konoha and the impending incursions from other ninja villages. It is imperative to remember that the Third Shinobi World War had not truly concluded, with Kumogakure lurking at the borders of the Land of Fire, ready to reignite conflict at any moment. Suppressing the anger within, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke somberly. "The Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo, has falsely claimed the Hokage's authority. He shall be dismissed and detained. I will provide an explanation regarding the Sharingan he possesses." He commanded all members of the police force to return, assuring them of leniency towards those who acted. "The utmost priority now is to support Minato. Fugaku, you shall accompany me." Although the actions of the Uchiha clan were undeniably tantamount to treachery, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not resort to violence against them as Danzo had. Restrain yourself. You must endure. These grievances can be addressed after the sealing of the 9 tails. As for Danzo, let it be. Taking Fugaku away would leave the Uchiha clan without a leader, preventing them from taking any rash actions. Like Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not regard Uchiha Sora with much concern. Clearly, Fugaku posed the greatest threat with his Manjiki. However, upon his utterance, Fugaku remained still, instead directing his gaze towards Uchiha Sora. Lord Third, Uchiha Sora spoke coolly. You seem to be misunderstanding the situation. Our demands are for negotiation, not to heed your commands. Impudent. Midogate and exclaimed furiously. Do you truly believe that your clan's strength can oppose the village? Silence. Hiruzen felt an immense weariness. He had consistently avoided categorizing the Uchiha clan in such terms, opting instead for the police force, as he did not wish to sever the ties between the Uchiha and the village. While casual remarks could be overlooked, did Koharu and In not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Must they insist on excluding the Uchiha from the village? It could still be considered an internal faction struggle, but to deny the Uchiha status as villagers would signify a fracture. Uchiha Sora, is it? I am aware of your reputation. The villagers speak of you as a trustworthy youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned that Fugaku awaited Sora's stance, inwardly scornful of the Uchiha clan leader for deferring to the opinions of a mere child. He continued, his tone growing grave. You uncovered Danzo's treachery. Indeed a testament to the brilliance of the new generation. Yet, your methods are excessively harsh. He gestured toward the inferno consuming the village, stating sternly, our village is currently facing a grave crisis. Regardless of your demands, resorting to violence at this juncture is inexcusable. While others may be somewhat understandable, you alone bear no justification. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not disguise his fury. Why did you slay a comrade of the village? That alone is utterly unforgivable. Uchiha Sora offered a faint smile, a single utterance dismantling Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least I have taken lives in battle. They charged forth to meet their demise. Orochimaru, however, is known to strike even at innocent civilians. Third Hokage, I implore you to respond. How is it that the mere Orochimaru managed to escape the village in your presence, and that of the fourth Hokage? A shadow passed over Hiruzen's countenance. His lips parted to speak, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Hiruzen, do not hesitate. Minato awaits your return. A single eye manifested upon the Vajra-Rui staff, and the voice of the king of Saru echoed. Young one, should you wish to emulate that serpent, you may flee. Your timing is fortuitous. At least for the moment, we lack the time to pursue you. Uchiha Sora shook his head. Not sufficient. Let me be frank. I demand the entire Uchiha clan to depart. Impossible. Before Hiruzen could voice a retort, a man clad in an Umbu mask interjected. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be of a high rank within the Umbu. Uchiha Sora, your arrogance knows no bounds. By what right do you presume to make decisions for your clan? No one desires to live the life of a traitor. They wish to thrive within the village, as integral members of it. Upon hearing Sora's words, even Shursui, who was aware of the massacre, displayed a flicker of doubt on his face, let alone the other clansmen. In their minds, waging war against the village could only lead to death, but the blame would not fall upon their families. The fourth Hokage, in his magnanimity, would not pursue their kin. Yet, the notion of the entire clan departing from the village was utterly implausible. Even those devoid of political acumen understood that such an event would not be tolerated, plunging them into a genuine crisis of extinction. The proud Uchiha clan did not believe their strength could contend against the mightiest of Konoha. Is that you, Mr. Sarutobi Shino? Uchiha Sora's expression darkened slightly, his gaze lowered. If the truth were as you claim, then you would not be speaking before me now. With a crack, the man removed his mask, revealing a face reminiscent of Sarutobi Hiruzen, for he was indeed Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shino. What do you mean by that? Do you know me? After a brief pause, Uchiha Sora raised his charred hand, raising 2 fingers. When I was 2 years old, my mother passed away. The ongoing wars in the ninja world had claimed many lives. It seemed unremarkable. He pointed towards Shino, speaking calmly. That day in the hospital, I remember vividly. I waited for the medical ninja to treat my mother for what felt like an eternity. When I sought them out, they were busy attending to you. Though it was a mission that had left you injured, my mother had arrived first, and her wounds were far more grave. A member of the village? Perhaps that was your perception, but others do not share your sentiment. Uchiha Sora recounted calmly. This is not an isolated incident. For years, our clan has invariably been the last to receive aid. Shusui's renown on the battlefield may have caused you to overlook a crucial point. It is exceedingly unreasonable to pit ordinary Uchiha, who excel in fire techniques, against Mist Nin who specialize in water techniques. I understand that powerful ninjas are more deserving of resources. Seeking equality in the ninja world is a foolish endeavor. But why must we endure such unfair treatment? We are not the weak. The words left unspoken by the consultant reveal the underlying reasons. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly, stating, "We are a clan inherently malevolent. Is this not what you all think?" Chapter 11. This land is ailing. Silence ensued, an inability to respond. To deny the prejudice against the Uchiha? No one is foolish. It is only because of the fourth Hokage's ascendancy that the Uchiha have experienced a modicum of betterment, merely a sliver. Other ninja clans do not have legions of root ninjas surveilling them, guarding against them as one would against thieves. Other clans do not consider entry into the Umbu as a privilege. There is no need to mention the issues surrounding the guard forces. To assign such seemingly significant yet inherently offensive tasks to a single clan, what benefit is there in that? It only serves to instill greater fear of the Uchiha among other clans and the common folk, isolating the Uchiha from the masses. The Uchiha gathered silently around Sora, reflecting on their own experiences. As Sora articulated, the treatment he received was not an isolated incident. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Shino who shattered the silence. With a swift motion, he drew his blade, and Sarutobi Hizashi, attempting to intervene, found the blade's edge directed at his own heart. I am aware that the village has its faults. I do not seek your forgiveness. Lord Third Hokage, I beseech you not to hold the Uchiha accountable and to ensure they are no longer targeted. Drip, drop, blood fell steadily to the ground as Sarutobi Shino gazed at Uchiha Sora, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. I will restore your mother's life. I implore you. Cease this. There is still time to mend the rift before it deepens. Shino. Sarutobi Hizashi gripped the blade tightly, his voice choked with emotion. He had already lost his wife this evening and could not bear the sorrow of losing a child as well. A faint smile graced Shino's lips. Father, the current predicament is the result of our past transgressions. If my demise can bring peace to the village, it would be a worthy sacrifice. Uchiha Sora regarded him intently. The resolve in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. He truly wished for death. Shino, you have inherited the original will of fire, Uchiha Sora replied solemnly, shaking his head. You aspire to be the first Hokage, yet I am not Uchiha Madara. I shall not tread the same erroneous path again. Suddenly, the long-silent Kiryoku surged forth, its claws gripping the head of Shimura Danzo, lifting it high. Uchiha Sora spoke coldly. I will return Danzo to you as a condition. As I mentioned earlier, allow the entire Uchiha clan to depart from Konoha. Should you refuse, let us engage in battle here. Even in death, I shall never flee alone. Your resolve is genuine. I, too, am prepared to embrace death. Let us fight with all we have. If we fail, we perish. Beneath the blood moon, pairs of Sharingan awakened, flickering with an eerie crimson glow in the night. Crack! Sarutobi Hizashi shattered Shino's ninja blade, blood seeping through his palm. His eyes were bloodshot, every syllable escaping his throat with great difficulty. It is insufficient. The Manjiki Sharingan exerts a suppressive effect on the Nine Tails. I request Fugaku's assistance in sealing the beast. You may depart first, retaining Danzo, and we shall exchange hostages at the appropriate time. Recognizing the harsh reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer regards the Uchiha clan as comrades to negotiate with, but rather as parties to engage in formal discussions. Initially, he remained wary of the Uchiha, but now he has come to realize the extent to which the Sharingan can suppress the Nine Tails. Uchiha Sora cast a glance at Fugaku, who nodded gently in agreement. Setting aside other considerations, Fugaku's true intention was to assist Minato. He would take action against Shimura Danzo, not only due to Sora's coercion, but also because Danzo obstructed his efforts to rescue Minato. Then it shall be so, Fugaku declared. I will remain here, Shursui, Itachi. You are to inform the clan members at the shelter. Understood. The group, led by Itachi, responded as if they were subordinates obeying orders. Sora's ultimatum was not born of mere impulse. Over the past 2 years, he had discreetly contacted various young radicals and formed a clan evacuation initiative under his leadership. He had contemplated numerous factors, even taking advantage of the village's preoccupation with the birth of the Jinchuriki to clandestinely exhume the remains of Uchiha clan members from the cemetery. Regardless of whether they were alive or deceased, he intended to take them all. Simultaneously, he had reached an agreement with the wise elder of the cat country, who had long recognized the Uchiha's precarious situation in Konoha to assist in the clan's exodus. While a mass defection might not guarantee a better fate, it certainly could not result in a worse one. The combined strength of the Uchiha and the cat country would far surpass that of several smaller nations. Observing this, Shursui reluctantly nodded but still addressed Danzo, stating, "You may live, but that I must be returned to me." Uchiha Sora nodded, turning his gaze toward Danzo's severed arm. Danzo would return it, though he could not take the Sharingan with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, embodying an air of decline. "Understood, you may leave." With a roar, the creature known as the Searing Sky carried Uchiha Sora to the shelter, and apart from Fugaku who remained behind, everyone else followed suit. Tsunade expressed her anger, exclaiming, "How could you fail to notice the immense power that Fugaku's little brat has accumulated right under your nose?" She had already discerned that the mastermind behind these events was Uchiha Sora. Casting a glance at her, Fugaku retorted defiantly, "Isn't this thanks to you, Advisor Tsunade? Otherwise, how could he have amassed such followers, dragging me along with him? You. Enough. At this point, what significance does this discussion hold?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, wrapping a cloth around his wound, appeared aged beyond his years. "Fugaku, let us go. The fourth needs us. It is indeed the third Hokage." Fugaku's admiration for the third was genuine. He had lived his entire life during the third's tenure and had witnessed Konoha flourish under his leadership. Yet, Fugaku felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was missing something now. 10 years prior, he would have never dared to follow Uchiha Sora in opposing the village. At the clan's shelter, when Shursui conveyed the order for a full evacuation, many clan members were reluctant. Not everyone lived in dire straits. Abruptly leaving the land that had nurtured them was no simple matter. As Uchiha Sora approached the crowd, the ordinary clan members were far more familiar with him and rushed forward with inquiries. "Little Sora, what has transpired outside? The commotion is tremendous. Is it an invasion by other ninja villages? Are you all okay?" These individuals entered the refuge long before the Ninetales was unsealed, and they remained unaware of the situation outside. A small girl squeezed through the gaps between the adults and clutched Uchiha Sora's leg. "Brother Sora, why are they holding knives? It's so frightening. What happened to your hand? Does it hurt?" Uchiha Sora crouched down, gently brushing the girl's hair with his uninjured hand. Her name was Uchiha Haim, the daughter of the dumpling shop owner in the commercial street, and she was the first victim mercilessly slain by the shadow in the illusion witnessed by Shursui. Unlike the stern expressions he wore in front of the village elders, Uchiha Sora's demeanor was now gentle, his smile genuine. "It doesn't hurt. Nothing has happened. Do not be afraid." He lifted Haim into his arms and turned to his clansmen, speaking earnestly. "This land is afflicted. We need to leave for a while. I promise we will return, and I will heal its wounds. Trust me." He bowed deeply, shedding any semblance of arrogance. Chapter 12. Let us wreak havoc. "Sora, I wish to assist the fourth Hokage," Shursui cautiously remarked, having just secured the eyes he extracted from Danzo's sockets. Despite having reached this point of betrayal, Shursui still harbored concerns for that blonde. What could he do? That blonde was irresistibly charming, a man who could even captivate the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sora shook his head. "The fourth can handle the Ninetales without your assistance. Even Fugaku's presence would be futile. Our foremost priority is to ensure the safe evacuation of our clan. They need us here." As he spoke, Uchiha Sora suddenly addressed the empty space ahead. "Come out. I have sensed your presence." Shursui tensed, his body coiled like a spring, ready to strike. After a few seconds, nothing happened. "What is this?" Uchiha Sora did not respond, merely stating, "Always remain vigilant." Who is responsible for the Ninetales incident? Uchiha Obito. What is his objective? Firstly, to eliminate the fourth Hokage. The space-time ninjutsu user, Minato Namikaze, poses a significant obstacle for Uchiha Obito. Secondly, to seize the Ninetales and lay a solid foundation for the Eye of the Moon plan. Thirdly, to frame the Uchiha clan for the Ninetales incident. Sow discord between the village and the Uchiha, thereby facilitating the village's purge of them. As the wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Obito is acutely aware of the sinister capabilities of such eyes. The ability of Kamui is exceedingly difficult to counter. Perhaps only space-time ninjutsu and the Manjiki Sharingan can match it. His intention is to accomplish 3 objectives with 1 stone, preemptively eliminating those who might obstruct the Eye of the Moon plan. So far, he has not achieved a single goal. The 4th has not perished, and he has not acquired the 9 tails. Considering from Obito's perspective, Uchiha Sora believes he would not want to see the Uchiha clan leave Konoha. In the village, he can continuously monitor the Uchiha clan, preemptively removing or courting those who might awaken the Mangeki. Once the Uchiha are scattered across the ninja world, who knows when a Mangeki might suddenly emerge and cast a Jinjutsu upon him. That would be disastrous. If I were Uchiha Obito, even after enduring severe injuries from my battle with the 4th Hokage, I would seize the opportunity to strike against the Uchiha clan while Fugaku is absent. Fugaku's desire to leave is one matter. It is also Uchiha K's deliberate maneuver to create an opening for me to act. Uchiha K possesses a profound understanding of the mindset of those wielding the Mangeki Sharingan. Apart from fellow practitioners of the Mangeki, what significance do others hold? Did you not witness how, with barely a grasp of his abilities, Obito dared to confront Minato Namikaze? It embodies the essence of a fearless warrior. Of course, it is also plausible that after receiving a thrashing, Obito would learn his lesson, return home, and diligently study the remnants left by Madara. However, Uchiha K is unwilling to gamble on such a possibility. Witnessing Minato's demise pales in comparison to safeguarding his clan. Minato's death is inevitable, not due to external factors, but because Kushina is destined to perish. The 2 legendary practitioners of the Flying Thunder God technique will sacrifice themselves for those they hold dear. Uchiha K and Shursui lead the charge, assisting the relocating ninja cats and ordinary clan members towards safety, while other members of the police force take up the rear. At this moment, they are no longer police officers, but merely the awakened ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Every few minutes, Uchiha K pauses to utter phrases like, "I see you." Shursui, unable to comprehend, refrains from questioning him after experiencing prior reprimands. "I sense your presence. Do not hide." 2 seconds later, as Shursui prepares to advance, a figure gradually emerges from the branches of a tree ahead. Clad in a black robe and wearing a spiral mask, the visible single eye reveals a crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan. An eerie and chilling aura envelopes the night. Is it due to that peculiar summoning beast? A rather intriguing pet, Uchiha K cannot help but smile. "Obito, you still remain as foolish as ever." The enigmatic Obito responds with a cold smile. "I intentionally allowed you to sense me. Little brat, I wish to converse with you." "Who are you?" Uchiha K feigns ignorance, knowing full well. "I am no one and seek not to become anyone. If pressed, I am merely the spirit of an Uchiha." With a swift motion, Shursui draws his blade, exclaiming, "You are the one who controlled the 9 tails." Ignoring Shursui, Obito turns his gaze to Uchiha K, saying, "You are a perceptive child, recognizing the harsh reality of the village. After many years, you have finally realized that our clan has no future in Konoha." Shursui's pupils dilate sharply, cold sweat soaking his back. The mysterious figure's words are acutely pointed. The only one known to speak thus, according to Shursui, is none other than the legendary Uchiha Madara. "You are Uchiha Madara." Shursui cannot help but exclaim, his hands trembling around his blade. The weight of that name is immense. Even the renowned Shunshin Shursui feels a chill of fear. Uchiha K raises his hand and speaks calmly, "Do not shout so loudly." Glancing back at the clan members, still several hundred meters away. "Very well, I too wish to converse with you. If you truly are the legendary figure, then follow me." Obito's form transforms into a vortex, reappearing several dozen meters away, repeating the motion. In this enigmatic and treacherous realm of space-time ninjutsu, Shursui pondered whether this individual could indeed be that person, shrouded in mystery. Uchiha K, having cast aside the sealed Shimura Danzo, piloted the rift space and pursued. When they were several thousand meters away from the main force, Uchiha Obito halted, turning to address the young ones. "You may seek refuge." Before them lay an endless sea of emerald flames, a mythical dragon descending from the heavens. The illusion of the Sharingan painted the scene with vivid clarity. "What?" The Tomo in Uchiha Obito's eyes swiftly intertwined, transforming into a tri-bladed shuriken, his form melding into the swirling vortex of space. Yet, the verdant flames, like maggots clinging to bone, followed him into the twisted dimensions. These were not corporeal flames, but an illusion. Startled, Obito acted without hesitation, utilizing Izanagi. After all, He was a legitimate Uchiha, and as one who had awakened the Uchiha Sharingan, his Izanagi functioned with greater efficiency than that of Shimura Danzo. Success was attained. The unfavorable reality was rewritten. Uchiha Obito found himself perched atop a branch, his heart still racing. Had he not suffered setbacks in his battle against the fourth Hokage, he would have been eliminated in this instant. Even if he survived, he would have lost his sole Uchiha Sharingan. What could rival the depth of a Uchiha-level illusion? Before he could articulate his thoughts, a brilliant beam of light surged forth. The beam pierced through Obito's form and struck the colossal tree behind him. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending wood splintering in all directions. Without granting Obito a moment's respite, Uchiha K pressed his hands upon the rift space, engaging in mental communion. Unleash chaos, rift space. In Konoha, Uchiha K had to be mindful of his clan members. Aside from the initial dragon wave, all other attacks were orchestrated by him. Now, such concerns were cast aside. Roar. The rift space unleashed a thunderous roar, a colossal sphere of energy launching skyward. Boom. The orb exploded in midair like a firework, countless beams raining down upon Uchiha Obito's position. Boom, boom, boom. The skies trembled. The earth lamented. The rift space soared high, its azure-green scales crackling with arcs of electricity. Its elongated form dancing, each swish of its tail tearing through the air in fiery trails. After the deluge of light, a cerulean energy coalesced before the rift space, forming a distorted vortex. The gigantic beam surged forth, vaporizing the storm clouds in its wake and revealing a menacing crimson sky. The destructive light annihilated everything it touched. Mountains crumbled, and the surface was scorched into abyssal black holes, terrifying shockwaves uprooting towering trees. The forest was transformed into an inferno. The rift space roared as it dove downward, its dragon claws unleashing a tempest that hurled debris into the air, energy rings spinning at breakneck speed. In the next moment, torrents of destructive light fell like a deluge, carving the earth into a labyrinth of chasms, magma and debris soaring into the heavens, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The eyes of the Rayquaza blazed with a fervent crimson light, filled with exhilarating excitement. In its dwelling, there existed no opportunity for such wanton destruction. Within its kin, this Rayquaza was merely a youth, brimming with unexpressed energy. Thus, it answered the call of the unknown, transcending time and space to arrive here. It was quite pleased with its chosen counterpart. Unlike the youths of its own realm, this human was a madman perfectly attuned to its destructive desires. At this very moment, the Rayquaza revealed the might befitting a sovereign of the skies. Its ferocious assault raged on for several minutes, leaving the Uchiha clan members in a state of stunned disbelief. This terrifying spectacle was so formidable that even the Leaf Village ninjas, far in the distance, bore witness to it. Was this not akin to the rampage of the Nine Tails? When the land was reduced to scorched earth, devoid of life, the Rayquaza exhaled a plume of white mist and ceased its onslaught. It resembled a youth who had entered a sage mode, wearing an expression of profound satisfaction. Uchiha Sora cast his gaze around, failing to detect any trace of Uchiha Obito. Had he perished? It should not be so simple. Perhaps he had fled. After this encounter, he would likely think twice before provoking me again. Uchiha Sora understood that he must maximize the Rayquaza's presence while it lingered, in simpler terms, wielding the majesty of a tiger to intimidate others. He was aware that the Rayquaza was borrowed, yet others would perceive it as his summoned beast. According to ancient survival principles, the weak must masquerade as the strong to foster growth, while the strong must disguise themselves as the weak to approach and devour the weak. With this battle concluded, Uchiha Sora would require considerable time to accumulate credibility points before facing the next crisis. Until then, he was merely a moderately powerful wielder of the two-tomo Sharingan, unable to contend with sure sway. He needed others to overestimate his strength, allowing him the time to develop. As torrents of vapor were evaporated, they coalesced into colossal cumulonimbus clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour that extinguished the raging forest fire. The form of Rayquaza gradually faded, transforming into luminous specks. Before departing, the Rayquaza placed its claw upon Uchiha Sora's head, leaving behind a vibrant green mark. This was a contract. Per their agreement, Uchiha Sora was obliged to repay the Rayquaza. Should the Rayquaza not require his repayment, he could sell this contract to a platform. This cause and effect, Uchiha Sora must repay to others. In essence, what is borrowed must be returned. Beneath the deluge, Uchiha Sora shook his head with a bitter smile. Having maintained the persona of a trustworthy individual for so long, he now bore a great debt. Raising his gaze to the approaching clan members, each familiar face a living testament. Ah, this was worthwhile. In his eyes, the third Tomo gradually manifested. In his past life, Uchiha Sora was devoid of kin and shelter. It was here that the void in his heart was filled with the love of parents and kin. Being deemed a madman by the world mattered not. This was his sanctuary. Outside the barrier of the Leaf Village, the third Hokage and others could only watch helplessly as the fourth sacrificed himself to seal away the Nine Tails with the dead demon consuming seal. A profound sorrow envelopes the heart as the barrier shatters. The voice of Minato Namikaze, choked with emotion, reveals the toll of the night, his hair now streaked with white. Like many others, he believed that Minato was the prophesied child Jiraiya had sought, the savior of the shinobi world. Yet, here stood Minato, drenched in blood, cradling his lifeless wife in his arms. He forced a smile, filled with regret and longing, gazing down at his newborn son, Naruto. Third Hokage, I entrust Naruto to you. What is happening back in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen cradled Naruto and looked towards Fugaku. Ultimately, Fugaku chose not to deceive the fourth Hokage. The Uchiha clan has decided to leave Konoha. Is that so? Minato replied with a bitter smile, addressing Hiruzen. The true mastermind behind this incident is not among the current Uchiha. I suspect it to be Uchiha Obito. He is not dead. His words grew more labored. His breath shallow. Life was fading slowly. Turning his gaze toward Fugaku, Minato smiled softly, saying, Regardless, Fugaku, we are comrades of Konoha. I am sorry that I could not bridge the divide between the Uchiha and the village. I ask you, at the very least, to confront that enemy, the Uchiha clan, to aid the village. Fugaku nodded solemnly. I promise you, Minato. Third Hokage, this is my final command as Hokage, Minato declared, his gaze intense, as if reliving a moment of brilliance. The Uchiha clan must not be treated as traitors. They are not deserters. Farewell, everyone. With those words, his noble head finally bowed, resting upon the shoulder of his beloved. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, met his demise. The cries of a child echoed loudly in the stillness. The rain fell from afar, washing away the blood and tears of the night from the village. Chapter 14. The Facade of Marriage. A month following the Nine Tails tumult, the task of reconstruction proved far more arduous than that of destruction. It took an entire month merely to clear the ruins and account for the casualties. With the fourth Hokage deceased, Konoha urgently required a new leader to restore order. The most qualified among the legendary three, Orochimaru, had defected. Tsunade was unreachable. And while Jiraiya had been contacted and was on his way back, he explicitly declined the position of Hokage. Thus, the resigned Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to accept this grave responsibility, holding together the fragile remnants of Konoha. In the Hokage building's conference room, a fierce sound echoed as Shimura Danzo slammed his one-armed hand against the table, exclaiming, What nonsense is this? The entire Uchiha clan has betrayed us, and you dare not send anyone to pursue them. Nara Shikaku, the current leader of the J-Nin, looked at Danzo with mild discontent. Lord Danzo, you have just returned and are still unfamiliar with the situation. This is why I was called back. Danzo could hardly contain his anger. Is that little brat using me as leverage? Are you all fools? If I have been captured, it signifies the end of a shinobi's life. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. Exterminate the Uchiha clan. Though this notion of mutual destruction with the Uchiha diverged greatly from his inner ambitions, Danzo considered it a fair trade. This is the fourth's dying wish. With a detached tone, Hiruzen spoke from above. The fourth Hokage was utterly unaware of the true nature of the Uchiha clan. How could he not know? And do you all remain in ignorance as well? No, Danzo. Your matter is far from resolved, so cease your incessant shouting. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice grew colder, his gaze towards Danzo revealing a fierce intensity. He had repeatedly cautioned against any conflict with the Uchiha during the Night of the Nine Tails, insisting that as long as they kept their distance from the beast, all would be well. Yet what did Danzo do? Irrespective of who initiated the confrontation, did you not think to report to me, Shimura Danzo? It is one thing to engage in battle, but to be bested so utterly, captured and exposed for concealing the Sharingan, a blunder that has irrevocably altered the course of events. Utterly foolish. Danzo, of course, was not inclined to accept this, preparing to retort, When Narashikaku hastily intervened, "Danzo, hold your tongue. The situation is more intricate than you perceive." Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards a direction beyond the window, speaking gravely. "Danzo, you must have seen the desolation beyond the village upon your return. Based on your experience, what kind of power could have wrought such devastation?" After a moment of contemplation, Danzo replied, "Was it the fourth who utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the Ninetales-tailed beast bomb?" Hiruzen shook his head. "I dispatched individuals to follow the departing Uchiha. It was the summoned beast of Uchiha Ku that caused this. You must comprehend what this signifies. The Uchiha clan possesses power on par with that of tailed beasts. And so what? Should we not eliminate that Uchiha brat now and deprive him of any chance to mature?" 3721, Hiruzen stated, revealing a somber figure. "This is the number of sacrifices made by our village, predominantly shinobi, including many elite J-nin. Even the fourth and his wife perished. Do we still have the strength to pursue the Uchiha clan? Of course we do. A dying camel is larger than a horse. With the existing combat strength of Konoha, obliterating the Uchiha clan would not be a formidable challenge. But what comes after? We would be left with only a handful of powerful ninjas, barely able to defend the Land of Fire, the most prosperous territory." Danzo, not one to be easily fooled, soon grasped the underlying implications. The fourth's dying wish was merely a facade. Sarutobi's wife had also fallen to the Uchiha. He was a man, too, who undoubtedly harbored desires for vengeance against the Uchiha. But he could not act on those impulses. He bore the hopes of countless individuals, many of whom relied on his protection, and he could not afford to be driven by emotion. Danzo's expression darkened as a scheme began to form in his mind. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their precious bloodline limit, would undoubtedly attract considerable interest. If we simply inform the village hidden in the clouds— "Danzo, calm yourself," Narashikaku interjected, unable to restrain himself. "Do you suppose that when the village hidden in the clouds learns of the Uchiha clan's defection, they will pursue the Uchiha first or strike at Konoha? Once we guide the village hidden in the clouds to target the Uchiha clan, given Uchiha Ku's temperament, he would not hesitate to ally with them and launch an assault on Konoha. Would they rather pay a steep price for a handful of Sharingan, or seize the entire Uchiha clan and consume the rich territory of Konoha? Reikage is no fool. He knows how to choose wisely. Danzo, you appear weary. It would be prudent for you to rest for a while." Under normal circumstances, Narashikaku would never have dared to speak to Danzo in such a manner. However, Danzo's actions have truly incensed him. The arm containing several Sharingan has not gone unnoticed. The news has long since spread. While the defection of the Uchiha clan is indeed a grave error, does it not also bear the weight of your responsibility, Shimura Danzo? Why must you press them so relentlessly? Danzo's gaze shifted, noticing the unkind looks cast upon him by the gathered shinobi. Even his old friends, Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka, wore expressions that urged him to seek peace. He refrained from further comment, realizing that the current situation was not conducive to further discourse. Indeed, the old man was weary. It was time to lie low and replenish the strength of his roots in order to reclaim his voice. "Then it would be best for you to stay home and refrain from venturing out," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, delivering his verdict to Shimura Danzo. In the end, Danzo cast a deep glance at Hiruzen, words left unspoken. "Hiruzen, you must wait until Danzo departs." Narashikaku then presented a document. "The Uchiha clan has established a presence at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, and from their demeanor, it appears they intend to settle there." The Land of Whirlpools? It is a coastal nation, once home to the Uzumaki clan. This location serves as a bastion facing the Land of Water, having endured the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. And to this day, none dare to reside there. "This is a letter from Uchiha Sora. Please review it." Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the envelope, opening it to scrutinize its contents. The letter primarily conveyed a singular message. Should Hiruzen choose, he could publicly declare that the Uchiha clan remains an ally of Konoha. However, there exists internal discord, prompting their migration to the Land of Whirlpools to aid Konoha in guarding against the Land of Water, much like the former Uzumaki clan. Of course, the true nature of their alliance was well understood by both parties. Should Hiruzen refuse, Uchiha Sora would lead his entire clan to join the village hidden in the clouds. Uchiha Sora was acutely aware that, despite the Uchiha clan being considered the strongest in the shinobi world, they could not rival the might of a great nation. To secure time for development, They had no choice but to endure humiliation by aligning themselves under Konoha's banner. Konoha, too, was in a precarious position. They dared not disclose the Uchiha clan's defection. The Uchiha clan constituted at least 1/5 of Konoha's strength, and that proportion may now be even greater. The severance of such power, if revealed to other great nations, would be catastrophic. The two sides now resembled a divorced couple, concealing the reality of their separation to ward off external threats. The Uchiha had options. At worst, they could relinquish their sovereignty and join another great nation. No great power would refuse such strength. Except for the land of water. The land of earth would also be a challenge, as that old man harbors a phobia of Sharingan. As for Konoha, there were no choices left. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, his eyes darkened with contemplation. Compared to the strength exhibited by Uchiha Sora, this precise understanding of the situation instilled a greater sense of wariness in him. Reflecting on it, it seemed there could not have been a more opportune moment for defection than the night of the Nine Tails. In the preceding years, the village had exerted absolute pressure on the Uchiha. In a few more years, the village would regain its footing. By that time, dealing with the Uchiha, even with losses, would not shake the foundation. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen realized this only in hindsight. This little imp, did he truly consider everything at the moment of the incident? With only a few encounters, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of being led by the nose. Despite his understanding, he found himself powerless to change the course of events. So be it. They would proceed to discuss the plans for the village's reconstruction. Chapter 15. Borrowing and repaying in a desolate and dilapidated corridor. The dimly lit passage was flanked by cat-like creatures grooming their fur. Upon hearing footsteps, they glanced up briefly, offered a casual greeting, and returned to their preening. Uchiha Sora and Shursui traversed the passageway and entered a spacious inner chamber. This was the domain of the ninja cats. The realm of the ninja cats was not a rural village in the wilderness, but rather a territory within the ruins, unclaimed by any nation or village. Due to Granny Cat's expertise in crafting tools for ninja cats, many had entered into contracts with her, forming a community that coalesced around her. Simultaneously, it served as a vital source of intelligence and weaponry for the Uchiha clan, creating deep entanglements. Numerous Uchiha clan members chose to contract ninja cats as their summoning beasts, and Sora was among them. Shursui, lacking a ninja cat contract, relied on a family heirloom of crows for summoning. And it was his first visit to the realm of the ninja cats, his eyes brimming with curiosity. As he reached out to the prowling ninja cat stationed at the entrance, he was cautioned, be mindful of Jirai, as his temperament is rather irritable. The gatekeeper, Jirai, yawned and stretched. Sora, have you brought something? Jirai was rather mercenary. Even though he was well acquainted with Uchiha Sora, he would still be displeased if Sora came empty-handed. Extracting 2 bottles of Amaterasu dew from his sleeve, Sora handed one to the gatekeeper Jirai and the other to Tenkai, the cat. Go fetch Granny Cat. Shortly after they sat down, an elderly woman entered, cradling a cat in her arms. She was dressed in orange attire and wore dark gray cat ear adornments. Puffing on a pipe, seating herself across from them, Granny Cat first regarded Shursui. Shursui is it? This is our first meeting. I have heard that you are the most talented among the new generation of Uchiha. Shursui respectfully saluted. You jest. Compared to Sora, I hardly consider myself a genius. Although Sora's prowess in battle was primarily attributed to his ability to wield the Void Seat, many in the shinobi world viewed summoning beasts as an integral part of one's strength. Sora, uninterested in mutual flattery, cut straight to the chase. Granny Cat, I wish to inquire about the location of the Kazekage clan. The Kazekage clan, Granny Cat pondered for a moment. If I recall correctly, this family had collaborated with your Uchiha during the Warring States period. The Kazekage clan is adept at crafting weapons. Granny Cat's eyes narrowed slightly. Sora, you wouldn't be heartlessly seeking to abandon me in pursuit of a new weapons dealer, would you? The realm of ninja cats is an important ally to the Uchiha. We do not abandon our friends. Sora shook his head. The situation has changed. The weapons you previously supplied are sufficient for the Uchiha. We can settle accounts with Konoha. However, we must now manage our own resources prudently. The various undertakings are just beginning, and the expenses of reconstructing a village are substantial. After lamenting the economic difficulties for a while, Sora got straight to the point. I intend to assimilate the Kazekage clan. If I am not mistaken, your next step is to establish a shinobi village? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Indeed, this is the village of ninjas belonging to the Uchiha. Don't take offense, Sora. Even if your circumstances are strained, the intelligence fees must be paid in full, she continued. Uchiha Sora nodded in agreement. That is only natural. However, I understand your reluctance to incur debt. It is not the first time, and perhaps next time will suffice. Not only the old cat lady, but nearly every ninja cat had lent money to Uchiha Sora. Although the purpose of these loans remained a mystery, he promptly repaid both principal and interest on time the following month. The ninja cats regarded lending to Uchiha Sora as a stable investment. Particularly, the blue cat, Garo, had entrusted all its funds to him, viewing it as a long-term investment with monthly repayments. Only a trustworthy individual like Uchiha Sora could maintain such a reputation. Otherwise, even if Fugaku himself were to intervene, debts with the cat lady would remain uncollectible. The cat lady took a deep drag from her cigarette, appearing to contemplate deeply. As an intelligence merchant of the Uchiha, her capabilities were formidable. She lacked a dedicated intelligence room. Instead, countless pieces of information were stored in her mind through secret techniques. In the underground black market, the bounty on her knowledge had soared to 80 million ryo. Fortunately, she was also a formidable warrior in her own right, bound by contracts with numerous ninja cats, and, most importantly, an ally of the Uchiha, making her a target few would dare to pursue. However, a certain green-eyed individual persistently sought to create trouble for her. The cat lady was aware of his troublesome nature and had learned to avoid him through prior intelligence. After a while, she retrieved a map and pointed to a specific location. Here, the land of rice. After Orochimaru's defection, he joined the Akatsuki and established the Sound Ninja village afterward. Uchiha Sora pulled out a bundle of silver coins from his robe. This is the agreed payment for the ninja cat's assistance in relocation. The reconstruction efforts will require their help, with wages to be settled next time. Ding. Agreement with the cat lady completed. Reputation point 16. Uchiha Sora had spent several years accumulating over 600 reputation points through his clan and the Land of Cats, which enabled him to secure a significant loan. The Rift seat was valued at 1,000 points, but as a new user, it only consumed 500 points of his reputation. Currently, Uchiha Sora had 500 points in a frozen state. Prior to repaying the Rift seat, he had only a little over 100 points available for use. Borrowing money today with no plan for tomorrow was futile. The transaction needed to be reasonable, lasting over a month, and the borrower must stand to gain. The regulations were intricate, leaving little room for exploitation. Another crucial rule that significantly impacted reputation points was that the stronger the lender, the more challenging the agreement, and consequently, the greater the reputation value earned. In Uchiha Sora's view, this reputation value resembled collateral on a platform, with the frozen 500 points serving as a guarantee for the power of the Rift seat. The borrowing relationship was not merely a transient transaction. It encompassed much more than simply summoning the Rift seat for a brief respite. Under the Universal Lending Platform, following Uchiha Sora's initial borrowing, a branch information database emerged. The current lending project, the Sky Beast, is known as Latios. The project is classified as gold. Relevant information. The user currently possesses 20 Latios experience cards, which instinctively channel energy, randomly mutating into a control of 50 chakra. Bond enhancement. The user shares similar traits with the lender, resulting in a random ability boost of 60. Repayment terms. Users are prohibited from making early repayments, as the flow of time varies across different dimensions, meaning that your 10 years may not equate to the lender's 10 years. This constitutes a lending risk borne by the user. Should the repayment exceed the allotted time, a pursuit will be triggered, deducting 10 from all attributes per minute until repayment is made. Users may opt to pawn abstract concepts such as memory fragments, emotional colors, or knowledge of abilities to obtain a grace period. A gentle reminder, significant breaches of contract will invoke a chain of misfortune. It is as if one possesses a fragment of Latios within, enhancing various abilities, most notably the control over chakra. Indeed, this surge in chakra manipulation enabled Uchiha Sora to achieve the 3-Tomo Sharingan following the battle. Feeling the power contained within his eyes, Uchiha Sora momentarily set aside thoughts of acquiring reputation points. The foremost priority was to assimilate this newfound ability into himself. Chapter 16. Jiraiya. The ruins of the former Whirlpool village lay before them. During these days, the Uchiha clan members had cleared the debris and erected makeshift wooden shelters. In the open space, enormous ninja cats were assisting in transporting timber. The blue cat, Garo, had a bandage wrapped around its forehead. With a paintbrush dangling from its cat ears, occasionally glancing at the blueprint while calling out, "Orange big cat, it's to the right. You've got it wrong. If you can't distinguish north from south, can you at least tell left from right?" The orange cat, carrying a hefty log, momentarily released its grip upon hearing this. Placing its paws before itself, eating dried fish is with the right paw, drinking juice is with the left paw. Boom. The massive log toppled the orange cat, leaving Garo shaking his head in resignation. Working alongside these foolish cats was truly exhausting. "Thank you for your hard work, Garo-kun." Fugaku approached with his family. His wife Mikoto bearing an unshakable sorrow on her face, while Itachi cradled his younger brother Sasuke, who was curiously gazing about. "As for earning money, it's not about hardship," Garo remarked while sketching on the blueprint. "Fugaku, do you know where Sora has gone?" After the Uchiha clan had settled here, Fugaku had a proper discussion with Uchiha Sora. Fugaku felt that Uchiha Sora was more suited to lead the Uchiha clan, despite his youth. After all, the Uchiha valued strength above all, and leadership did not require lengthy qualifications. Uchiha Sora had no desire to usurp power from Fugaku, at least not for now. As the clan leader, Fugaku may not have a clear vision of the broader picture, but he was still capable of managing daily affairs and held considerable respect among the clan members. According to Uchiha Sora's thoughts, he would assume the role of Uchiha clan leader only after he truly awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. As for whether he would awaken the Manjiki, Uchiha Sora never doubted his own abilities. For now, allowing Fugaku to manage internal affairs while he ventured outward was a sensible arrangement. Just as Garo's inquiry fell silent, Itachi also began to speak. "Father, is Shursui with K?" Shursui often guides Itachi, and it has been a long time since he last saw him. Surrounded by close companions, Fugaku reveals without hesitation they are venturing to establish trade routes and consolidate some minor clans. A smile graces his face as he continues, "According to K, we are not here to endure hardship. We aim to create a village of our own, the Uchiha village. There's no need to engage in the intrigues of the village's upper echelons." Recently, Fugaku's condition has improved. At least the mental pressure has lessened. Yet, there is Mikoto, who shares a close bond with Kushina and has yet to emerge from her sorrow, constantly worrying about Kushina's child. In the hidden village, Kei's eyes sparkled. "Have you decided on a name for the village? How about Cat Ninja Village?" Fugaku, rarely displaying such joy, replied, "That's a delightful idea. But we have already settled on a name. Once we accumulate sufficient strength, we will declare ourselves as the Hidden Flame Village to the shinobi world." Nothing burns brighter than the name Hidden Flame Village. Itachi furrowed his brow. Although merely 6 years old, his thoughts were mature, having been taken to the battlefield by the irresponsible Fugaku at the tender age of 4. "Father, is it truly wise for us to establish our own shinobi village? After all, we are not in the Warring States period. Our strength occupies a rather awkward position. We surpass many weaker small nations. Yet we lack the power to instill fear in larger nations." Fugaku shook his head, calmly stating, "You are mistaken, Itachi. We possess the strength to command the respect of larger nations." He crossed his arms, his voice deep and confident. "I wield the Manjiki Sharingan, and K possesses a summoning beast comparable to a tailed beast. Even if we were to confront them directly, we would not fear the larger nations. By the time you and Sasuke mature, we may very well become the 6th great nation of the shinobi world." As these thoughts took flight, the world seemed to expand. With Fugaku no longer fixated on the position of Hokage, greater ambitions began to stir within him. Perhaps he could achieve what even Uchiha Madara could not: establish a great nation for the Uchiha clan. Itachi fell silent, having never seen his father so spirited. He lowered his head and smiled faintly. This may indeed be Shursui's ideal as well. "Father, Shursui," he gazed at Sasuke in his arms, resolutely vowing, "No matter what, I will ensure your safety, Sasuke." Nightfall. By the river in the forest, Uchiha Kei and Shursui lit a campfire, roasting the large fish they had caught. 2 boys around the age of 10 would ordinarily hesitate to do such a thing in the wild, as it might attract bandits and thieves. However, they were Uchiha. Awakened with the Sharingan, should any prying eyes approach, they would merely be inviting trouble. Though bandits did not arrive, a tall, white-haired man did. The sound of wooden clogs echoed, followed by hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, what delicious roasted fish. Would you share some with me?" Clang. Shursui gripped his knife, rising with a flash of crimson in his eyes as he activated his Sharingan. The presence was so close, yet he had failed to notice the newcomer. This was a formidable opponent. Extremely powerful. Uchiha also activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spiraling within his gaze. The power of the Sharingan is indeed a form of chakra, and he possesses a commendable mastery over it. With the recent augmentation, he swiftly adapted to the abilities of the three tomo Sharingan. His first awakening occurred on the day of his mother's demise, when he was merely 2 years old, perhaps linked to his innate mental fortitude. As time progressed, he naturally awakened the double tomo and subsequently advanced further after a great battle. In his perspective, an early awakening of the Sharingan is not necessarily advantageous. The reincarnations of Indra, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Madara both experienced a delayed awakening of the three tomo and even the Manjiki. This may serve as a protective mechanism, allowing the body to reach a certain threshold before the ocular power follows suit. In contrast, individuals like Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, who awakened too early, suffered significant physical drawbacks. Itachi, for instance, fell victim to a bloodline disease, while Shursui's early demise spared him from exhibiting any long-term repercussions. However, a similar case exists, Kisame. His excessively potent bloodline abilities led to severe illness. In essence, the Sharingan resembles intricately crafted software that consumes excessive memory, making it arduous for the physical body to operate such a demanding program. Yet, in the presence of the individual before him, Uchiha could hardly concern himself with the toll it might take. Upon recognizing the visitor, Shursui could no longer restrain his anxiety, while Uchiha remained composed, albeit prepared for an exhausting endeavor. "It has been quite a while. This should be our first encounter, Lord Jiraiya," he remarked. The legendary Sannin and teacher of the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya. The imposing figure of Jiraiya settled beside the fire, an intangible pressure radiating from him. With a smile, he stated, "Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of engaging in a fight with you. The commotion would be too great. Uchiha, I merely wish to inquire about a certain piece of information. Please tell me, who is the mysterious individual responsible for the demise of the fourth Hokage?" Chapter 17, The End of Words. Regarding that enigmatic figure, those who had interacted with him in Konoha have perished. According to the intel from the Umbu, after the fourth Hokage repelled that individual, he subsequently approached Uchiha. The battlefield of their fierce confrontation remains a desolate wasteland. Jiraiya desires to uncover the identity of that person, and Uchiha is his sole option. Uchiha offered a faint smile. Information is the lifeblood of a ninja. Surely, Lord Jiraiya, you do not naively expect to receive answers simply by asking. Shursui's expression grew increasingly tense. If a conflict were to erupt, the era of Shimura Danzo's prominence feels like a distant memory, but Jiraiya is different. The ninjas of Shursui's generation grew up hearing tales of the Sannin. A prodigy like Kakashi, who became an Umbu captain at a young age, lacked the courage to confront Orochimaru. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya smiled faintly. "What do you desire?" Uchiha extended his palm. 50 million ryo. "This information is undoubtedly worth that price." "No problem," Jiraiya replied without a hint of negotiation, producing a bankbook from his robe. "This contains 37 million ryo. The remainder I shall send to the Uchiha compound." How does that sound? For Jiraiya, Minato was not merely a disciple but akin to a son upon whom he had high hopes. The circumstances of his death remain shrouded in mystery, and he is fervently eager to uncover the truth. Mere money holds no significance. Uchiha Sora accepted the passbook without scrutiny, tucking it into his bosom. He has always exhibited a sense of nonchalance towards Naruto, never resorting to petty tricks at such a critical moment. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sora remained vigilant. He would never entrust his safety to another's character. Uchiha Madara. As the name was uttered, Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. Just as Shursui grew up hearing the legends of the three Sannin, Jiraiya's generation was steeped in the tales of the two legendary heroes of the ninja world. The sudden mention of this name prompted Jiraiya's immediate instinct to deny its validity. "Impossible. That man perished many years ago. I too find it implausible, yet he claims otherwise." Uchiha Sora continued. "He wishes to recruit us under the guise of Uchiha Madara." Jiraiya shook his head. While Uchiha Sora's assertion may seem somewhat impolite, the fact that you managed to repel him does not align with my recollections of Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya had perused the detailed reports from the Umbu. Indeed, the Hollow Void was formidable, yet its limits would not surpass the Nine Tails. Who was Uchiha Madara? a figure capable of commanding the Nine Tails at will. How could he be thwarted by Hollow Void? Uchiha Sora shook his head. I cannot say. I have heard the legends of the Valley of the End. Perhaps Uchiha Madara sustained severe injuries in that battle and has yet to recover. Furthermore, before confronting me, he had already battled the fourth Hokage. He added, moreover, he has indeed controlled the Nine Tails, has he not? The only others capable of such a feat, aside from him, would be clan head Fugaku. But he possesses an irrefutable alibi. You may inquire with Shimura Danzo if you doubt it. No, there is another possibility. Jiraiya's gaze deepened, fixating intently on Uchiha Sora. You seem to have overlooked someone who possesses the ability to wield such calamity. Sora-kun, you too could achieve it. Uchiha Sora replied with a faint smile. I too have an alibi. When the fourth was battling that individual, I was engaged in a vigorous confrontation with Danzo. Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence, eventually shaking his head in resignation. Based on my conjecture, that individual should not be Uchiha Madara. It is far more likely to be Madara's successor. Sora-kun, have there been any unaccounted missing persons from the Uchiha clan in recent years? Uchiha Sora's pupils narrowed slightly. Such seasoned ninjas, indeed, can draw closer to the truth with even the slightest hint of information. For this matter, you will need to consult Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Sora began to deflect. The likelihood of our clan's missing individuals falling into that person's hands is considerably higher. Jiraiya was aware of the events transpiring in the village and felt a twinge of embarrassment at this moment. I apologize for the actions of my old friend's associates. Their methods are indeed unscrupulous. Sora-kun, regardless of the conflicts between the Uchiha and the village, that person is an adversary to both of us. You do not dispute this, do you? Uchiha Sora nodded. Uchiha Obito has lost his sanity. He no longer perceives the Uchiha as allies. In his eyes, everyone is an enemy. Contemplating, he resolved to cause some trouble for Uchiha Obito, lest he find the opportunity to wreak havoc upon the Uchiha clan. He spoke, stating that he would take them to the land of water, which might be his stronghold. I have divulged all that I know, in accordance with the price you have paid. Jiraiya squinted, taking a deep breath. Indeed, it was valuable information. Observing the two, Jiraiya pondered for a moment before saying, before his departure, Minato still believed the Uchiha were allies. If I were to inherit the position of Hokage and grant the Uchiha their deserved status, would you be willing to return? This was not mere boasting from Jiraiya. Given his standing, becoming Hokage was certainly within his reach. Uchiha Sora exchanged glances with him and replied with a smile, what the Uchiha desire, they shall seize for themselves. There is no need for your charity. Jiraiya sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. This is not charity. What a bother. He stood up, supporting himself with his hands on his knees, and spoke slowly. Well, Sora, his aura began to radiate, resembling a fierce beast in the night, causing even flames to retreat. Let bygones be bygones. But if you dare to lay a hand on the village, I shall ensure your demise. The intent to kill was not overwhelming, yet it was utterly pure. Uchiha Sora remained unfazed, responding calmly. Understand this clearly. It is the village that has betrayed us. Do not speak such trivialities from your lofty perch. He rose, his Sharingan swirling, a hint of madness gracing his smile. His piercing gaze intensified, flames surging even higher. Speak further, and I shall leave you here, Jiraiya. After a while, Jiraiya sighed, dissipating his aura. My apologies, I have lost my composure. I still hope for reconciliation. For the establishment of the village was no easy feat. He turned away, slightly despondent. I will go to the land of water. Should I acquire anything of value, I shall share the information with you. Watching his retreating figure, Uchiha Sora could not restrain himself from speaking. Jiraiya, you have missed the point. Uchiha Sora was aware that his forthcoming words could jeopardize the greater scheme. Yet, he was not devoid of emotion. The fourth Hokage and his wife were among the few who treated the Uchiha kindly, and Sora had received their kindness as well. For the sake of his clan, Uchiha Sora chose not to assist the fourth, but he did not wish for their child to repeat the same fate. He hoped the child would not endure the torment he had faced in his past life. He understood all too well the bitterness of such an experience. Compared to the deceased fourth, Orochimaru's defection was more grievous. If you truly care, you should protect the fourth's child better. Jiraiya paused. Thank you for the reminder. The old man will take good care of Naruto. I will also visit often. Watching Jiraiya walk away, Uchiha Sora felt a surge of disdain. This is where my words end. If Naruto were to face such tribulations, Do not blame me for guiding him onto the right path. Chapter 18. The Land of Soup. Swish, swish, clang. In the forest path, several kunai collided midair, piercing through a massive tree with an uncanny trajectory. The sound of tearing filled Shizun's ears. He swiftly dodged, and a kunai narrowly severed a strand of his hair, crashing violently into another great tree. The pupils constricted, and Shizue noticed the detonation tag affixed to the handle of the shuriken. Boom! The explosion echoed dramatically. In an instant, Shizue appeared in the distance, a bead of cold sweat trickling down. "Hey, it's just a spar. There's no need to use a detonation tag," he exclaimed. "With that kind of force, if I couldn't evade in time, it would surely pierce my skull. Do you wish to kill me, Kei?" Perched atop another tree, Uchiha Kei nonchalantly held several shuriken between his fingers, stating, "You are stronger than I. Naturally, I must exert my utmost effort. You are the Shunshin Shizue. Such a level of attack will not be fatal for you." Nevertheless, Shizue felt a twinge of astonishment at Kei's progress during this period. Throughout their journey to the Land of Rice, Kei had consistently sought Shizue for practice whenever he had the chance. Shizue, a seasoned warrior and a prodigy of the Uchiha clan with all his attributes maximized, possessed much for Kei to learn. Over these past few days, he had mastered Shizue's shuriken throwing technique, which demanded not only acute insight from the Sharingan, but also exceptional reflexes and trajectory calculations. Typically, a ninja engages in combat using tools and body techniques, gathering sufficient intelligence before executing a decisive ninjutsu at the opportune moment. No one would commence with their strongest technique from the outset. K's exposed arms revealed well-defined muscle fibers, and torn fabric displayed numerous wounds. Some barely visible, while others appeared fresh with scabs. It seemed evident that these injuries were inflicted by sharp shuriken-like blades. Shizue's expression grew solemn as he murmured, "Kei, you must have endured many hardships." It was rare for Shizue to witness Kei training in the clan's training grounds, for he had embarked on his journey to the Land of Cats since the age of 3. He lacked a renowned mentor, and his parents left behind no advanced ninjutsu. The most precious scroll he possessed was a summoning contract with a ninja cat from the Land of Cats, a legacy from his father who perished alongside the feline in battle. Gaara was the offspring of his father's ninja cat. The journey they had traversed, a lone boy and his cat, was a testament to their relentless efforts and the pain they endured. Kei never regarded himself as pitiable. Compared to his previous life, this existence was already a gift, and he sincerely thanked the unseen forces that granted him a second chance. No matter what trials lay ahead or what sacrifices he would have to make, he remained indifferent. As long as he could live freely and vibrantly, that was sufficient. Kei flashed a grin. "Hey, I don't need sympathy. The tangible feeling of strength increasing is truly a joyous experience." Shizue raised his blade before him, speaking earnestly. "Kei, in terms of strength, you surpass me. However, in speed and ninjutsu, I hold the advantage." Shizue then grew serious. Multiple images of Shizue materialized, appearing both real and illusory. It was through this technique that he earned the name Shunshin Shizue, renowned for his phantom-like Shunshin technique on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist. Shunshin is a broad classification of ninjutsu, essentially referring to techniques that enable instantaneous movement. The fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique is, strictly speaking, a form of Shunshin as well. Yet, Shizue's Shunshin technique intertwines illusion techniques, crafting an extraordinarily intricate composite form of instantaneous movement. Unlike the shadow clone technique, his phantom clones do not dissipate upon sustaining an attack. They appear to fade when struck, only materializing when they engage an opponent. Even with the Sharingan activated, Uchiha Kei cannot discern which is Shisue's true self and which is a phantom clone, leaving him utterly unable to find any flaws. In terms of Jinjutsu talent, even Uchiha Itachi admits to being inferior, which speaks volumes about the intricacy of his illusions. Jinjutsu relies heavily on innate ability. Uchiha Kei is not a genius in this domain. His triumph over Danzo was not due to superior talent, but rather the immense power of the Rifting Void technique. Categorically speaking, he resembles Uchiha Madara and Sasuke, leaning more towards ninjutsu and taijutsu rather than jinjutsu. Realizing he could not see through the illusion, Uchiha Kei quickly closed his eyes and formed hand seals, unleashing a surge of high-temperature flames and scorching dust. Fire release, dust concealment technique. Boom. The flames ignited the dust, erupting in a deafening explosion that obscured all vision. Approximately half an hour later, panting heavily, Shursui scanned his surroundings but could not locate Uchiha K. A crisp crack echoed as the ground beneath him shattered, and a fist erupted from the earth, aiming directly at his face. With a swift flick of his wrist, Shursui pointed his blade downwards, the tip poised at Uchiha K's forehead, mere inches from contact. With a casual shake, Uchiha K brushed off the dirt and stones clinging to him, calmly stating, "You have won." Shursui took a deep breath and sheathed his sword, remarking, "The intensity of the training was too high. I prefer sparring with Itachi, it's much more relaxed." "Is that so?" Uchiha K replied with an enigmatic smile. "Then let's bring Itachi along next time we venture out." Shursui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sounds great." After preparing, the duo continued their journey. The most direct route from the land of whirlpools to the land of rice would traverse through the land of fire. However, they opted to travel along the borders of the land of fire, taking routes through various smaller nations. Capturing the Wind Demon clan was merely one objective. The primary goal was to establish trade routes. The Uchiha clan lacks any notable specialties, save for their formidable individual prowess. Uchiha K intended to emulate Orochimaru's establishment of the Sound Village by first gaining the support of the small nation lords. Yet, acquiring support could be approached similarly to Obito's tactics in the Land of Water. Negotiation, intimidation, brainwashing, elucidating pros and cons. Such complexities are unnecessary. Only those lacking innate talent resort to such measures. With the Sharingan at our disposal, a single Genjutsu can render you under our control. Manipulating the shadows of great nations is a daunting task, currently unrealistic. However, subduing the lords of smaller nations is exceedingly simple for someone of Shursui's caliber. Uchiha K has always been perplexed by the Uchiha clan's inherent ability to manipulate the hearts of others through Genjutsu. During the Warring States period, how did they ever aspire to be mere pawns of those foolish nobles? In modern society, this is undeniably a ruler's skill. This can likely be attributed to a lack of cultural education, compounded by the overly optimistic mental state of the Uchiha clan. As they traversed the forest, the number of people on the pathways began to increase. Those passing by took note of the duo's ninja attire, deliberately keeping their distance. In comparison to the vast number of ordinary people, ninjas are a rare breed. One can infer the scarcity of ninjas when considering that tens of thousands could serve as the defensive force of a great nation. The first small nation that the two arrived at was the land of hot water. The country's name is derived from its abundance of hot springs, which are plentiful due to its rich geothermal resources, leading to a thriving hot spring industry that attracts numerous tourists. Among them is Jiraiya, a character with less than pure intentions. It seems that the so-called prototype of the Paradise of Love is located in the land of hot water. The land is governed by a feudal lord, and its military strength is relatively weak. Situated between the land of fire and the land of lightning, the nobility of the land of hot water often entrusts tasks to these two great nations, rendering the existence of the hidden hot water village somewhat superfluous. Gazing at the numerous hot spring resorts nestled within the valleys and the bustling trade caravans, Uchiha Sora envisioned a future benefactor, or rather, a piece of succulent meat. Chapter 19. The art of following one's heart in the land of hot water. The feudal lord's residence was flanked by guards who ignored the two entering figures entirely. It was only upon reaching the lord's abode that a few sentinels sensed something amiss and instinctively placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. The last thing they beheld was a pair of resplendent crimson eyes. Sora's approach towards the feudal lord contradicted the terms of the ninja treaty, did it not? Casting a sidelong glance at Shursui, Uchiha Sora remarked nonchalantly, "You, who repeatedly profess your intent to eliminate the Hokage's aid, speak to me of a ninja treaty?" Without hesitation, Sora stepped into the residence, continuing, "You should take action next. I am not particularly adept at maintaining control over someone for an extended period." Shursui appeared puzzled. "How did you know my Genjutsu could achieve that? I haven't spoken of it to anyone." The Meijiki Sharingan is a reflection of one's psyche. According to Sora's conjecture, the awakening and activation of the Meijiki Sharingan are closely tied to one's thoughts at that moment. In the original timeline, several years hence, Shursui aimed to alter the village and family's mindset to ease tensions and was granted the power of Koto Amatsukami to change wills. Itachi, driven to despair by Shursui's death, awakened Amaterasu. Obito witnessed his dear friend slay his beloved, seeking to escape reality, thus awakening Kamui. The thoughts at the moment of awakening are significant. Yet the innate talent of the Meijiki's bearer holds equal weight. An Uchiha like Sasuke, who lacks Jinjutsu prowess, cannot awaken the most formidable of illusions, no matter how fanciful his thoughts. Before Obito awakened Kimui, he displayed some spatial attributes even with his two-tomo Sharingan. The elderly Uchiha himself mentioned that at that time, half of Obito's body was not crushed by the boulder. It was as though he had passed through the rock, and his rescue was nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps his ability to become intangible was an exclusive talent, and it was only upon awakening the Manjiki that he could fully harness this ability within Kimui's realm. Jinjutsu inherently manipulates the five senses, and Shursui is still regarded as the Uchiha with the finest Jinjutsu talent. Based on this information, Uchiha Sora deduced that even if Shursui lacked Kodoame Tsukumi, he must possess similar techniques. I have foreseen the future, Sora mused, gazing at Shursui with a playful smile. You, my friend, possess a strong desire for control. Stop making nonsensical claims. Shursui's face flushed slightly. I merely wish for others to acknowledge me. Well, to exert control can be seen as a form of acknowledgement, forced love, if you will. I understand, Sora teased. What are you talking about? I completely do not comprehend. In the midst of laughter, the esteemed lord's personal guards had already surrounded the two individuals. Just as the feudal lord of the Land of Fire is protected by loyal shinobi, other feudal lords possessed similar guardians. Among them were three ninjas hailing from the hidden hot water village, their chakra levels comparable to that of a Nin from Konoha. In this domain, they were considered formidable adversaries. Both Uchiha Sora and Shursui bore the clan's fan emblem on their attire, an insignia familiar to most ninjas. The leader among the ninjas exhibited a slightly greater chakra reserve, likely indicating his role as the chief. Faced with the two youths, he dared not underestimate them. Upon catching sight of the three-tomo Sharingan in Shursui's eyes, a shiver ran down his spine, and fear took root in his heart. During the Warring States period, there was no distinction between lower, middle, and upper ninjas. The title of the first Hokage, who was it derived from? Uchiha Madara. His mastery of fire techniques led to the village leader being designated as Hokage. Thus, could the ranks beneath Hokage also be delineated according to the number of tomo in the Sharingan? One tomo would likely signify a genin, two tomo a nin. And universally acknowledged, the three tomo of the Uchiha clan signifies undeniable jonin combat prowess. It is rather intriguing to speculate whether Hashirama, perhaps in a moment of apathy regarding power classification, simply adopted the standard based on the number of tomo in the Uchiha Sharingan. Other ninjas might conceal their true strength. But once the Uchiha reveal their Sharingan, it becomes readily apparent what caliber of opponent they face. Shursui's distinctive features were also quite apparent, and the sight of such a young three-tomo was striking. The leading ninja trembled and exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the instantaneous Shursui?" Uchiha Sora raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It seems that the reputation of the instantaneous Shursui has traveled quite far. Shursui rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Please, do not speak of it so. In stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the two, the hot water ninja, having confirmed Shursui's identity, grew increasingly anxious. Why have you invaded the Lord's estate? Are you not aware of the agreement among the 5 great nations that prohibits harm to feudal lords? Unfortunately, we are not ninjas from the 5 great nations, Sora replied, causing the hot water ninja to momentarily lapse in thought. What? Do you think I am a fool? The only clan in the ninja world that rivals your Uchiha in distinctiveness is likely the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan. You have unveiled your Sharingan and still wish to masquerade as wandering ninjas? Perhaps you should first conceal your clan emblem. Scoundrel, has this news not reached here? Never mind. Uchiha Sora offered a faint smile. I have no inclination to take lives. You have 5 seconds to vacate the premises. He had not activated his Sharingan, and thus his intimidation factor paled in comparison to Shursui's. The hot water ninja retorted furiously, "What nonsense is this? Even if it were the instantaneous Shursui, we 3 could handle such deceit." Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. 5 seconds is insufficient. How about 10? We promise to remove ourselves from your sight. Is that acceptable? What? What are you saying? Water style? We are. The leader of the hot water ninjas swiftly struck the speaker, hastily pulling another female ninja along, and they hurriedly retreated. The land of hot water had not witnessed war for many years, and the hidden hot water village was a village that revered pacifism. In brief, they were weak yet resolute in their ideals. He was acutely aware of his own strength. With the combined efforts of the 3, They might be able to delay Shursui for a brief moment. However, the impudent boy beside him conversing so casually with Shursui clearly indicated they were equals. Since they had already made their stand and were not retreating, why not let me pass? Is it truly worth risking one's life for a mere reputation? The one who had been struck watched his companion flee hastily and turned to glance at the two, asking, "Can we hold them off for 5 seconds?" Uchiha Sora was nearly amused by these fellows and waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry up and leave. You might still make it in time for a late-night snack." Shursui shook his head with a hint of resignation. "While I harbor no desire to kill, abandoning the mission so easily is not an option. What do you propose? Charge in valiantly only to be slain by us. He has a family too." Uchiha Sora replied with a smile. "One does not need to embrace certain death to confront a formidable foe to be deemed courageous. The ability to discern the disparity in strength between adversaries and decisively choose to retreat is also an art that aligns with one's inner self." With a thud, Uchiha Sora kicked aside the screen, revealing the cowering lord of the land of soup, his smile gradually fading. "Do you comprehend this art?" The response was incorrect. "Shursui, take action." Chapter 20. When did you develop the illusion of being immune to Jinjutsu? 7 days later, in the land of soup, Uchiha Sora summoned several clansmen with the 3-tomo Sharingan to oversee the protection of the lord of the land of soup, while simultaneously monitoring him. The manipulated lord signed a series of tribute agreements to the land of Whirlpool, with the first shipment already en route. Having completed their tasks, the two set their sights on the land of iron. At the border of the land of soup, 2 kunai shot forth, aimed directly at the faces of Uchiha Sora and Shursui. After narrowly dodging, they beheld a squad of ninjas ahead. The leader, clad in a hood, had his left eye obscured by a black eye patch, his face stern and resolute. Upon recognizing the headband of Kumogakure, Shursui suddenly recalled and whispered, "It's the Tsukadai." A close aide to the 2 previous Raikages, this bloodline ninja capable of lava release held a status comparable to that of a department head in Konoha. Why would such a person be here? The land of soup is adjacent to the land of lightning. Uchiha Sora's incursion was hardly a secret, and it would have been strange to remain undetected. Tsukadai stepped forward with authority, stating, "Konoha ninjas, your reach has grown too long. There exists an unspoken agreement among the great nations. The territories of the 5 great nations do not directly border one another, deliberately leaving small countries as strategic buffers. The land of rain and the land of grass are similar to the land of soup. The reason the great nations refrain from invading these lands is to have a place to unleash their full might during conflicts." Uchiha Sora tilted his head with a smile. "But we aren't wearing Konoha headbands, are we? It seems you are jumping to conclusions, Mr. Tsukadai." Tsukadai snorted. "Do you believe that the Yuyue clan is not part of Kumogakure? The Yuyue clan is a significant family within Kumogakure. Its status roughly equivalent to that of the Hyuga clan in Konoha, perhaps even slightly higher. Enough with the pleasantries. Withdraw from the land of soup, or it will be regarded as Konoha declaring war on Kumogakure." Uchiha Sora's smile faded as he slowly shook his head. "Are you lacking in judgment? Konoha and Kumogakure have yet to sign a ceasefire agreement, have they? Moreover, I have previously stated that we are not the ninjas of Konoha." With a swift motion, the blade gleamed as Uchiha Sora took the initiative. Sidestepping the swiftly launched short blade, Tsukadai turned back to behold a colossal fireball. Melt release, protective barrier. Tsukadai expelled a mass of rubber-like substance from his mouth, forming a protective membrane. Boom! The great fireball collided with the membrane, erupting with a thunderous blast. The membrane was breached, and Uchiha Sora swiftly approached, drawing a kunai from his waist pouch, aiming directly for Tsukadai's face. The kunai pierced through his head, causing Tsukadai to dissolve like fluid. Melt release, cloning technique. Earth release, decapitation technique. A hand burst forth from the ground, grasping Uchiha Sora's ankle, dragging him into the earth, leaving only his head visible. "You are too hasty, boy." Tsukadai, expressionless, thrust forward with his dagger. "It is you who are too hasty." Daring to meet the eyes of an Uchiha, a flash of crimson revealed the 3-tomo. Tsukadai hesitated momentarily, quickly channeling chakra within. "No. The secret technique sealed in my left eye was designed to counter Jinjutsu. Thus, I fear not gazing into the eyes of an Uchiha. I am not ensnared in a Jinjutsu." It was this pause that allowed Uchiha Sora to erupt from the earth, hand reaching for Tsukadai's eye mask. Just at that critical moment, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Tsukadai narrowly evaded, only to have a sliver of flesh at the corner of his eye grazed by Sora's fingertip. Stepping back in fury, Sukadai shouted, "Nonsense! You deceived me." Ah, language can indeed be a form of Jinjutsu. The objective was achieved, was it not? Uchiha Sora, wiping the blood from his fingertip, replied coolly, "Let us cease pleasantries here. Due to certain historical grievances, our clan has severed ties with Konoha. The Land of Water has chosen to employ us as guardians. A reasonable and lawful action. Your interference is unwarranted." Sukadai's pupils constricted sharply. Compared to Uchiha Sora's revelations, the affairs of the Land of Water paled in significance. The Uchiha had detached from Konoha. The ninja world harbors a stereotype of the Uchiha as an extremely arrogant clan, generally incapable of deceit. Moreover, this matter concerns the reputation of the entire clan. Sukadai did not know Uchiha Sora, but he was familiar with Shursui. If even Shursui did not refute this claim. "Now that you have entered the territory of the Land of Water, according to the authority granted to me by the daimyo, I possess the right to expel you." Uchiha Sora stepped forward, with Shursui following closely behind. A new battle seemed imminent. "Wait." Sukadai raised his hand, exclaiming urgently, "Is what you say true?" In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through his mind. The Cloud Village is largely composed of brutes, but Sukadai was a figure of intellect. The fourth Hokage would never permit the Uchiha to defect from Konoha. Sukadai had heard the Raikage commend that man more than once. In terms of both strength and character, he was nearly perfect. With such a Hokage, how could the Uchiha betray? Had something happened to the fourth Hokage? Or was Konoha orchestrating a grand scheme? Perhaps feigning the Uchiha's defection to annex small nations, preparing for the expansion of the Fire Country? That is a matter I cannot disclose. You must seek the answers for yourselves. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora drew Shursui's short blade, advancing slowly. Stepping back a few paces, Sukadai spoke in a low voice. "Very well, we shall withdraw from the Land of Soup. My apologies." He was eager to report this situation to Raikage and investigate the incident, wishing to avoid further conflict with the two. Just as he made the gesture to retreat, Uchiha Sora interjected, "Hey, do you think merely saying sorry will allow you to leave? That would be a disservice to the substantial commission bestowed upon us by the daimyo." Sukadai felt a sense of foreboding, but was too late to react. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora's fingers ignited with flames as he forcefully pressed them against the ground. The amassed chakra surged forth, summoning the inferno of the earth. With a roar, walls of fire sprang up, enveloping the members of the Cloud Village. Uchiha Fire Formation. Attack. Swiftly, Shursui unleashed a barrage of shuriken, striking the vital points of the Cloud Ninjas with precision, leaving them to cry out in agony before succumbing to death. Shursui's clones multiplied, inducing a palpable sense of dread. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora lunged at Sukadai with his blade, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Sukadai raised his arm to block, shouting furiously, "You fool! We are retreating, and yet you dare to attack us. Are you mad? Killing my subordinates is unforgivable." Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Shursui mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Cloud Ninjas, causing Sukadai's rage to escalate. "Stop joking around, old man," Uchiha Sora retorted, his eyes glowing crimson. "If they were ordinary ninjas, your shuriken would have already slain us. I am merely responding to your murderous intent. Is that so difficult for you to accept?" Sukadai was taken aback, fiercely locking eyes with Uchiha Sora. "You have truly provoked my wrath." Uchiha Sora smiled indifferently. "You are gazing into my eyes once more. Do you wish to employ the same trick a second time? I will not fall prey to your Jinjutsu. The power residing in my left eye is sufficient to contend with the Sharingan." Sukadai bellowed, preparing to force Uchiha Sora back. Yet his arm did not exhibit the strength he anticipated. With a swift motion, the blade engulfed in crimson flames severed his arm, cauterizing the wound blackened. "When did you develop the illusion that you were immune to Jinjutsu?" Chapter 21. Secret Techniques in Comparison to the Exceptionally Talented Shursui and Others. Uchiha Sora held no advantages in any aspect. However, there was one notable exception: his perceptiveness, or more precisely, his comprehension of the essence of power. He was able to quickly adapt to the power of the rifts in space, fusing it with his own abilities to develop targeted offensive techniques. Particularly, with the amplification from the shards of the rifts, his understanding of chakra reached new heights. While he could not master Shursui's shadow clone technique, and even if he could, he lacked Shursui's meticulous control, ultimately resulting in mere imitation. Instead, He understood the principles behind it and developed techniques suited for his own use. Akin to paper ninjutsu or serpent-style ninjutsu, which bore the unique hallmark of Uchiha Sora. Following the conclusion of the Nine-Tails Night, Uchiha Sora immersed himself in the development of these techniques. Tsukadai, nursing his severed arm, gazed at Uchiha Sora, who wielded the fiery blade, drenched in cold sweat. No, this sensation is too strange. Despite the certainty of not being ensnared by an illusion, why does one find oneself involuntarily in a daze? Clearly, with such an intensity of assault, it is illogical to evade it. The flames along the blade seemed to possess a life of their own, coiling around Uchiha Sora's palm like serpents of fire, yet they did not scorch his skin. Uchiha Sora harbored no detrimental habits of revealing his strategies. His form was ensconced in irregular flames, lifting the tips of his hair as if caressed by the wind. He inhaled deeply. The rhythm of his breath appeared to synchronize with the flickering flames, the tip of the blade poised horizontally with the rising sun over distant mountains. The air around him warped from the searing heat, a faint halo resembling the sun's corona materializing behind him. His blade-wielding posture exuded an elegance laced with an indescribable charm. To others, he appeared regal and divine, yet to the Uchiha, he felt only the chill of a sun that offered no warmth. With a swift stroke, the blade unleashed a torrential torrent of flame, a ferocious inferno roaring like a dragon, distorting the atmosphere. This was the great fire dragon technique. How could he perform ninjutsu without hand seals? No, he had completed the hand seals through the motion of his blade. Lava release, rock shield. The earth trembled as viscous fluid enveloped the soil, forming dense protective barriers before the Uchiha. What constitutes a bloodline limit? It refers to the transformation of organs or the mixed utilization of chakra attributes resulting in a qualitative change. This is distinct from conventional elemental ninjutsu, capable of being encoded in a ninja's genetics, passed down through lineage to the next generation. Hand seals are inherently a means to assist chakra flow. Those who integrate their techniques into their bloodline can simplify this process to a certain extent. This explains why the Uchiha, despite having lost an arm, could still utilize lava release ninjutsu. The fire dragon roared with might, shattering layer upon layer of protective membranes. The Uchiha acutely sensed the searing impact, feeling parched as if he were engulfed in a volcano. Yet something felt amiss. Given the small amount of chakra that boy possessed, such a level of fire release should have depleted him after a single use. Could he truly be so irrational? In dire circumstances, the Uchiha hesitated no longer and lifted his eye mask. There lay a peculiar eye, its pupil black and the sclera of vivid crimson, the center forming a distinctive horizontal line. With the aid of this extraordinary eye, the Uchiha finally discerned the source of the anomaly. Uchiha Sora's fire release was far less formidable than he had previously perceived. It was merely of ordinary strength, long since mitigated by his protective barriers. Gradually, the truth dawned upon him. It was an illusion. Uchiha Sora had infused the flames with Jinjutsu, not directly imposing it upon the target through the Sharingan, but rather causing those who beheld the flames to misjudge their potency. Just as before, he had never believed that one slash could breach his forearm. The flames dancing at the blade's tip appeared as feeble as flickering embers. Yet, the result was a severed hand. It was a cunning technique that led the adversary to underestimate the attack and neglect proper defense, compelling them to squander vast amounts of chakra on protection. Truly, what a devious art. Alas, your ruse has been unveiled. The Uchiha flickered into position beside Uchiha Sora, wielding his blade with a single arm in a decisive strike. The clash of blades resonated as Uchiha Sora parried the attack, his gaze fixating on the peculiar eyes embedded within the sockets of Tsukadai. During his moments of training, Uchiha Sora had perused the clan's ancient texts, gaining knowledge of this eye, the Blood Dragon Eye. This ocular ability belonged to the Bloodpool clan, a lineage intertwined with the Uchiha's history, dating back to an era even before the legendary Hashirama and Madara. The daughter of the Bloodpool clan was married off as a concubine to the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning. Her gentle demeanor and striking beauty endeared her to the lord, inciting jealousy from the legitimate wife. Following the lord's demise, accusations arose linking the girl to his death. The entire Bloodpool clan was implicated, resulting in the slaughter of most of its members, while the survivors were banished to treacherous lands. The Uchiha were tasked with overseeing the remnants of the Bloodpool clan, a supervision that persisted until the establishment of the ninja villages. Noticing the shift in Uchiha Sora's expression, Sukadai sneered. Have you recognized it? This is the hypnotic eye that stands alongside the Sharingan, the Blood Dragon Eye. Boy, do not presume you can deceive me with your cunning tricks. Uchiha Sora retorted with a cold chuckle. It seems even the most wretched dare to challenge me. The Bloodpool clan is nothing more than a vanquished foe. What pride do you hold, wielding an eye that was forcibly taken? With a fierce swing of his blade, Uchiha Sora pushed Sukadai back. Their figures danced amidst the flames, the sound of clashing weapons echoing around them. Sukadai, a close aide to the Raikage, was undoubtedly an elite Genin, possessing the Kekkei Genkai of Lava Release and the formidable Blood Dragon Eye, endowing him with superior strength over Uchiha Sora, at least before the loss of his arm. Losing a limb was a grave handicap for a ninja, and soon Sukadai found himself at a disadvantage in their physical confrontation. Moreover, the Blood Dragon Eye in his left socket began to throb painfully. After all, it was not his own eye. Utilizing it to dispel the effects of illusions had drained much of Sukadai's energy. Among known ocular techniques, only the Byakugan could seamlessly adapt to any ninja, allowing its wielder to choose whether to employ its powers. For others, mastering an eye not inherently theirs proved to be an arduous task. Even a genius like Kakashi found the burden of the Sharingan to be overwhelming. The fact that the Blood Dragon Eye was often compared to the Sharingan indicated its inherent similarities. Sukadai could not simply deactivate the Blood Dragon Eye. He relied on a seal over his eye patch to suppress its influence. Blood tears streamed from his left eye socket, a testament to its overload. Must I even learn this? Sukadai thought, revolted. In his eyes, Uchiha Sora's movements resumed their earlier peculiar rhythm. Each swing of the blade, each strike, carried a certain cadence, akin to a melodic composition that ensnared him in its alluring yet perilous grasp. In the span of a mere minute, the hidden cloud ninja he had summoned were nearly vanquished, with the last standing one unlikely to endure much longer under Shirsue's hand. This was the brutal reality of true ninja combat. Victories and defeats were often determined in fleeting moments, and only a select few could endure prolonged confrontations through sheer force. In the instant Sukadai's focus wavered, a fiery arc surged forth, aimed directly at his eyes. Once again, it was his battle experience that saved him from peril. Leaning back slightly, the searing flames merely grazed his nose and cheeks. There was no splatter of blood. In the instant the blade struck, it evaporated the blood, and even the wound was mercifully carbonized to staunch the bleeding. Observing Uchiha Sora, enveloped in swirling flames, Sukadai experienced a profound sense of deja vu. This form, where elemental chakra enveloped the entire body, bore an uncanny resemblance to the lightning release chakra mode. As Sukadai continued to watch, the similarities became increasingly apparent. He had witnessed the fourth Raikage mastering the lightning release chakra mode, and the current Uchiha Sora resembled an early stage of that transformation. His flames did not envelop his entire being. Reflecting on it now, the young boy's power and speed were indeed extraordinary, suggesting he had received an enhancement. Sukadai's apprehension deepened. Such a comprehensive enhancement technique was as challenging to master as a bloodline limit. What was even more frightening was Sukadai's certainty that Konoha had no similar technique prior. This technique had been developed by the boy himself. Suppressing his rage over the death of his subordinates, Sukadai launched himself at Uchiha Sora, forcing him to collide with the wall of flames. He had to relay information about this boy to the Raikage. With a grunt of determination, Sukadai hurled himself against the wall of fire, ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder as he tried to extricate his entire body. Surprisingly, it was easier than anticipated. Perhaps the technique required an excessive amount of chakra, thus limiting the chakra invested in the barrier technique. As if penetrating Sukadai's thoughts, Uchiha Sora's voice echoed. The Uchiha Flame Barrier is an amplified hellfire barrier utilizing the earth as a catalyst, requiring minimal chakra to maintain. Sukadai paid no heed, managing to extricate half of his body. The demonic voice resounded once more. Were it not for the presence of numerous collectibles, the moment you touched the flame wall, the hellfire would have consumed you entirely. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora raised his hand and brought it down. Just as Sukadai conceived an escape, a sharp pain surged through his waist. The searing hellfire transformed into an invisible guillotine, cleaving him in two. The intense heat vaporized flesh in an instant, filling the air with the nauseating scent of charred remains. Sukadai's lower half was immediately enveloped by the hellfire, its blackened remnants cascading with sparks. While his upper half fell to the ground, the rising wall of flames dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Uchiha Sora approached Tokudai with measured steps. A cough escaped Tokudai's lips. The bisected form had not claimed his life. Spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Uchiha Sora. "So this has been your killing move from the start." As he spoke, his hand moved behind him, seemingly inscribing something. Uchiha Sora shook his head, responding nonchalantly. "There is no so-called killing move. I am merely testing my ninjutsu. In terms of overall strength, you are indeed superior to me. The reason for your defeat is simple. You forgot that against the Uchiha, in a one-on-one encounter, there is no chance of victory. Everything you possess is rendered ineffective before these eyes." With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora extracted Tokudai's blood dragon eye, cradling it in his palm. The earth, bereft of its eyes, did not wail in agony. Instead, it bore a faint smile. Much was said in vain. Has the news spread? The smile upon the earth's visage remained frozen. Uchiha Sora grasped the bloodied eyeball, bending down with a devilish grin. "You have suffered long enough. I shall now end your torment." With a swift stroke, the blade glided through, and the head of the earth fell, the gaze within swiftly losing focus. The position of the body concealed the dissipating smoke of summoning. With his final chakra, he transmitted the message to the hidden cloud village. Shizumi stepped forward, gazing at the lifeless form of the earth. "I still fail to comprehend. Won't the Raikage take action upon learning that we have severed ties with Konoha, especially after we have slain the earth?" Uchiha Sora retrieved a handkerchief to encase the blood dragon eye, tucking it away. He was quite intrigued by the eye's ability to manipulate blood. The Raikage may seem a brute, yet if he were truly the kind to be blinded by rage, he would have long since engaged in a conflict with the hidden cloud and hidden stone. Konoha has concealed the news of the fourth Hokage's demise. Until that matter is clarified, he will not make any significant moves. Shizumi furrowed his brow. Such news cannot be hidden by Konoha for long. What if the Raikage seizes the opportunity to strike? He held deep affection for Konoha and wished to shield it from peril. Most importantly, should he grasp the full circumstances, would he not be inclined to act against us? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "Then let them come. Do you truly believe that Konoha has refrained from acting against us for the sake of benevolence? The current strength of the Uchiha is indeed insufficient to confront a major nation. However, any great power daring to assail us must prepare for utter disarray." Uchiha Sora returned the short sword to Shizumi and casually picked up a ninja blade from the hidden cloud. "Shizumi, you tend to overthink. All distress stems from one's own inadequacies. Rather than fretting over this and that, it is paramount to focus on self-improvement." Shizumi pondered these words, eventually coming to a realization. "Sora, you have yet to explain why you allowed him to disseminate the information. Did I not mention it? Oh, I presumed you would grasp it. I overestimated you." Uchiha Sora chuckled lightly. "It is, of course, to stir the waters a bit. The Third Shinobi World War is nearing its conclusion. It cannot end so swiftly. The dynamics among the 5 great nations have persisted for years, with multiple wars ignited, and yet each time they would halt just as the conflict reached its peak, maintaining their overwhelming strength over the smaller nations. War is a means, not an end. To put it bluntly, warfare serves to deplete the ever-growing number of ninjas. After all, the task volume is finite, meaning the more ninjas there are, the fewer can be allocated. Among them, Konoha is rather unique. Not a single shinobi world war was instigated by Konoha. Was it out of a love for peace? No, it is because the Land of Fire is the most prosperous region, with the highest volume of tasks. Furthermore, Konoha is home to the most secret techniques and an abundance of prodigies. The 4 great nations keep their eyes on Konoha, for if they allow Konoha time to develop, it could easily subdue the other nations, being the singular village with the potential to unify the shinobi world. Uchiha Sora did not ponder excessively. Had the Earth platform not emerged, he would not have taken the initiative to relay intelligence to the hidden cloud. It was merely a fleeting whim. Following the events of the Nine-Tails Night, Uchiha Sora had come to grasp a singular truth. Daily training resembled the preparatory work for a fireworks festival, while life-or-death battles served as the fuse igniting the celebration. According to the original timeline, the subsequent decade and more would witness a relatively peaceful state within the ninja world. Devoid of opportunities for combat, a prospect exceedingly dull. Whether it stemmed from Uchiha Sora's true nature or was influenced by his lineage, he yearned for conflict and reveled in the thrill of battle. He understood that this exhilaration was the key to unlocking his Sharingan, rather than any notion of suffering. After properly hanging the acquired ninja blade, Uchiha Sora intended to utter something further, but suddenly halted, his expression shifting. Ding. This was the first time he had heard the notification sound before completing his repayment task. Immediately thereafter, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. User meets the criteria for lending. Would you like to register as a lender? A lender, akin to a Pokemon like Latios, capable of responding to other summons for borrowed power? A delightful surprise. Uchiha Sora hesitated not a moment and chose to accept. After a brief pause, the mechanical voice resumed. Registration complete, conducting assessment. Based on user capability, classified as Black Iron level. There are existing lending requests that meet your criteria. Completion will yield 95 credibility points. Appendix. The platform charges a 5% traversal fee. Uchiha Sora calculated in his mind. Thus, my 1,000 credibility points would translate to 950 points on the Latios side. As a new user, I enjoy double benefits. But who compensates for this gap of 450 points? Ultimately, what do these credibility points signify? And what is the platform's purpose in collecting them? Before he could arrive at a conclusion, the voice continued without interruption. Please decide promptly whether to lend. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture. Appendix. During traversal, time flow will not interfere. Upon return, you will remain at the same point in time. Appendix 2. This platform guarantees the safety of the lender's life. In the event of uncontrollable life-threatening incidents, lending will be forcibly halted, and you will return in the instant before your demise. Appendix 3. Acceptance of lending requires full compliance with the borrower's demands. Failure to complete, barring life-threatening circumstances, will result in no credibility point gains. Appendix 4. A lengthy list of regulations flashed through Uchiha Sora's mind. He was not one to possess the patience to read them thoroughly. After skimming through, he opted to confirm the lending. What is the harm? Let us experience it first. In an instant, his surroundings morphed dramatically. Chapter 23. The ancestor of demons. Once you perish, all demons shall likewise cease to exist, correct? The night breeze caressed the strands of the original demon. A millennium had passed since the Heian period, when Kibutsuji Musen, with his own blood, transformed humans into immortal demons, igniting a protracted war between humans and demons. This night marked the inaugural meeting between the leaders of both factions. In a quaint Japanese flat, Musen, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, finally confronted the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yoya Kanroji, who had consistently thwarted his ambitions. A demon of striking appearance and tall stature, Musen stood in stark contrast to Yoya, whose human form bore the unsightly scars of bandages and whose eyes lacked luster. Beneath the facade of flawless beauty lay a decayed heart, while beneath the rotting flesh resided a resilient and noble spirit. This was not a classic confrontation of titans. The disparity in their powers was as evident as that between a Tyrannosaurus and a fledgling chick. The man reclining upon the bed spoke softly, his voice calm and soothing, capable of instilling tranquility. A breeze has begun. I was right, wasn't I? Silence. Musen interjected, his tone chillingly devoid of warmth, a voice that felt utterly inhuman. Allow me one final remark. Although I previously claimed that my existence holds little significance, my demise would not be without consequence. I have been fortunate enough to earn the admiration of those children, which means that if I were to perish, the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps would soar to unprecedented heights. Have you finished? Musen extended his palm, an eerie crimson energy surging beneath the skin, his fingers gleaming like drawn blades. Indeed, I have concluded. I did not anticipate you would permit me to speak at such length. Thank you, Musen. Content. Yoya leaned against his wife, while their daughters, playing outside, paused their game to quietly observe the scene within. Just before Musen could strike, Yoya tugged at the fuse of the explosives. Flames surged beneath the floorboards, the imminent explosion set to erupt. This was a trap, deliberately exposing the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to lure Musen. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had chosen to leave his wife and daughters behind to accompany him to his fate. This sacrifice was merely a gamble to enhance the odds of annihilating Musen. Was such an extraordinary sacrifice worth it? Absolutely. Demons survive by consuming human lives. Musen's existence posed a grave threat to humanity, having orchestrated countless tragedies over millennia. Musen originated from the Kanroji clan, which, due to the curse of fate, suffered afflictions, with clan members rarely surviving past the age of 30. For 1,000 years. The current head of the clan is the 96th generation. Yoya, a man of kindness and righteousness, would pursue the slaying of Musen, the architect of innumerable sorrows. At any cost, no matter the sacrifice. Yet, in the final moments of life, Yoya felt the warmth of his wife and heard the breaths of his daughters outside. I am sorry, the millennia-old aspirations of the Kanroji clan demand your sacrifice. Divine beings, if you truly exist, I earnestly hope you can protect them. I wish we could remain together. Boom. The explosion shattered the stillness of the night, a brilliant blaze consuming all in its path. Amidst the flames, a youthful figure emerged. Muttering to himself, I can't make sense of this. Isn't this supposed to be a mission briefing? Who am I meant to save? Never mind, I'll save everyone. With a resounding clap of his hands, the youth summoned a fierce gale that dispersed the encroaching flames of the explosion, creating a void amidst the inferno. The wind release, gale palm. The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated in his ears, blinding Yaozai to the scene before him. What was happening? Whose voice was that? After the cacophony of the blast, the sound of footsteps upon wooden planks echoed near Yaozai. This is quite alarming. I fear you might perish before settling your debts. Who were you attempting to save? It was hard to hear amidst the chaos of your first task. As he traversed this alternate realm, Uchiha Kong kept his Sharingan closed the entire time. He was utterly bewildered by the manner of his passage, feeling as though he were being reversed through a spiritual connection, albeit with a distinct difference. The Sharingan possesses the ability to perceive the flow of chakra, and with formidable insight, it can replicate body techniques and non-bloodline jutsu. Chakra, a unique energy formed from the combination of mental and physical energies, was visible to him, leaving no doubt that even lower-tier energies were easily discernible. Uchiha Kong did not recognize the individuals present, but he could ascertain that Yaozai was indeed the borrower. Among the attendees, apart from the pale-faced man in a suit, whose energy level was relatively high, the others were nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Particularly, the borrower appeared on the brink of death. Are you a deity? After a brief moment of shock, Yaozai replied. Only a god could hear the final whispers of one's heart, he mused. Uchiha Kong soon realized that this individual did not share his connection to a lending platform within his mind. Am I special? He pondered. Well, of course. I cannot be deemed a god. I am merely here to lend. Uchiha Kong locked eyes with the man possessing the pallid gaze. A question and answer format is rather cumbersome. Pardon me. I have something I wish to confirm. Yaozai's body stiffened as he felt an intrusion into his mind, rifling through his memories. He found himself powerless to resist. Typically, even a ninja of equal rank would require eye contact for hypnosis, but for a frail, ordinary person, the process was direct. Before long, Uchiha Kong sifted through some critical information. He turned to scrutinize Kibutsuji Musen, as if he were observing a rare specimen. You, of all beings, have survived for a millennium? With energy levels barely at the special Jonin tier, how have you managed to endure for so long? Musen snapped out of his confusion, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he replied, I overestimated you, Yaozai. I thought you possessed the resolve to sacrifice your wife and child to oppose me. Yet here you are, faltering at the critical moment. Is this the pillar you secretly nurtured? That trick earlier was quite amusing, but to refer to this child as a god is utterly laughable. Suddenly, Yaozai realized that not only was he in peril, but Musen appeared unscathed as well. Ignoring his frail condition, he shouted desperately, Run. He is the progenitor of demons. Uchiha Kong turned around, at merely 8 years of age. Even with the accelerated growth of children in the ninja world, he stood at just about 1 meter and 50 centimeters. He approached Musen, closing the distance to less than half a meter, and looked up at him. What is so amusing? Wherein lies the entertainment? As Musen's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of familiarity surged into his consciousness. The wounds inflicted by that man suddenly throbbed painfully. Uchiha K's lips curled slightly, his tone brimming with unwavering arrogance. To a wretched creature like you, I am no different than a deity. Bang! With a resounding crack, his fist collided forcefully with Musen's jaw. The sound of splintering bone mingled with muffled groans. Before Musen could react, the fist that shattered his chin transformed into an open palm, engulfed in swirling flames, and struck out fiercely. The back of his hand sliced through the air with a fierce wind, delivering a heavy slap to Musen's cheek. Under the immense force, Musen's entire form was sent flying like a ragged cloth, his head spinning 17 or 18 times, ultimately separating from his body mid-flight. Thud! His body crashed into the smoldering ruins of the wooden house, twitching a few times. Chapter 24, The Power of Credibility Points. Decayed wood level, what on earth is that thing? A power that absolutely does not belong to humanity. How can a mere human demon possess such terrifying speed and strength? What manner of flame is this? How could a human possibly manipulate fire in such a way? And those eyes, under their gaze. It feels as though nothing can escape scrutiny. Amidst the flames, Muzin swiftly regenerated his head. It was not fatigue that plagued him, but rather the rapid heartbeat that caused his breath to quicken. He had managed to survive for a millennium, with his demonic form being paramount, complemented by his cautious nature. Without attempting to comprehend Uchiha K's true nature, he hurriedly contacted Tamayo, urging her to teleport him back to Infinity Castle. Only within that otherworldly fortress could his terrified heart find solace. In truth, the moment he heard that phrase, he had already contemplated fleeing, though he could not fathom why his feet felt rooted to the ground. Just as he was about to turn and escape, numerous seeds composed of flesh and blood began to hover around him. This is blood demon art. Swish. The blood-soaked seeds erupted into countless thorns, pinning Muzin in place. Immediately after, swish. A slender arm pierced into his abdomen. Muzin looked down to see someone who should not be there. Tamayo, why are you here? Muzin's voice trembled. A mixture of fear and excitement. You just absorbed my punch, didn't you? Do you know what was in it? That was the potion that transforms demons back into humans. Such a thing could not possibly be created. Muzin bellowed in rage, reaching out to plunge his hand into Tamayo's skull, his thumb pressing deeply into her eye socket. It has been created. Tamayo, also a demon, was not mortally wounded by such a degree of injury. How ungrateful. The one who killed your husband and child is not me, who bestowed this upon you. No, it matters not. There is no time to entangle with this individual. The priority now is to escape. Muzin desperately attempted to shake Tamayo off when suddenly, a towering monk wielding a flail approached at an alarming speed, chanting Namu Amida Butsu. As his weapon surged forward, in no time, the Hashira-level members of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived at the battlefield. As he gazed upon the inferno that engulfed the Lord's residence, the indomitable Fukazawa Shimiya let out a furious roar. It was you, wasn't it? What have you done to our leader? I did nothing. He detonated himself without a word, came the reply. Then, out of nowhere, a little demon appeared and delivered a brutal blow, sending my head flying. All I desire now is to escape. Oh, how I long to flee. Amidst the fiery chaos, the only intact refuge lay in the firm grip of her husband's sleeve, as Tianin's strikingly violet eyes, reminiscent of the reincarnation eye, brimmed with astonishment. What had she witnessed? The progenitor of demons, the terrifying entity of the Shanfuyu clan, which had resisted for millennia, was effortlessly cast aside. The one responsible for this was merely a youth who appeared little older than Nichika. Although invisible to Yaozai, his acceptance of the unfolding events surpassed Tianin's comprehension. Struggling to rise, he bowed towards the direction of Uchiha Sora. We have prayed for 1,000 years, yet no gods or Buddhas have responded. We sincerely thank you for your arrival. For the sake of humanity, please slay Muzin. Take whatever you desire. What I wish for has already been obtained. A notification echoed in his mind. Username, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, black iron. Accumulated credibility points, 837, 700 points frozen, 137 points available. By completing the loan project of the Withered Wood level and the rescue mission for Shanfu Yaozai's wife and daughter, you have acquired 95 credibility points. According to Yaozai's plea, he yearned for the survival of his family. The platform had determined that Uchiha Sora had fulfilled the contract. After all, even if Muzin were emboldened, he would not dare to attack the Shanfuyu family now. Given his nature, he might linger in Infinity City for several hundred years before acting. The 95 credibility points had been credited, and the transition would occur in 3 minutes. I am not a savior. I have glimpsed your inner thoughts. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. To confront that individual, you have done your utmost. You will succeed without my interference. He had just explored Yaozai's memories, filled predominantly with information about Muzin, devoid of any traces of the platform's existence. This confirmed Uchiha Sora's earlier conjecture. He was indeed distinct. The accrued credibility points could be utilized for loans, to be repaid within 6 years to the rifting seat. The specific repayment process would only be revealed upon completion. Before him stood an individual as if having issued a task, utilizing their credibility points as currency to hire others. Or perhaps it resembled an act of devotion and supplication. The ancient practice of praying to deities had transformed into a form of borrowing. Considering his situation of acquiring credibility points through fulfilling agreements, could it be construed as such? The so-called credibility points were a condensation of sentient thought. Was it not this abstract essence, akin to emotion or thought, that the platform sought? He did not dwell on it. Uchiha Sora's curiosity about the truth was minimal. As his strength grew, he would inevitably uncover what was necessary. He was indifferent to the possibility of hidden forces at play. The worst outcome was mere death, and every moment of survival was a gain. I also believe the children will triumph, yet I sincerely hope for fewer sacrifices. Yaozai lay prostrate, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was on the brink of death. What more could I offer? Even if it were merely to lessen the sacrifice of another. Nothing remained. Uchiha Sora inquired of the platform. Yaozai had already exhausted himself, unable to yield anything further. Time was fleeting. Farewell. This task posed no challenge. For Muzan, who had lived for a millennium, it merely felt somewhat peculiar. Yet, after 1,000 years, this was the extent of it, utterly diminishing the gravitas of being an ancient entity. I can sense your mercy. Since I have lost my value, what of the demons? Yaozai was astute. Each generation of the Uchiha family head was sufficiently clever to amass immense wealth to sustain the demon slayer core. With nothing left to entice this figure. What about the demons? To eradicate Muzan, he would sacrifice the lives of his wife and family. He was capable of extreme measures. The identity of the youth before him was of little consequence. What mattered was that Yaozai could perceive this youth possessed the strength to vanquish Muzan. Uchiha Sora shook his head. I have no interest in that crude form of immortality that cannot bask in the sun. Yaozai breathed heavily, for mental exertion was taxing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The infinite castle. Did you see the infinite castle in my memories? It is a fortress from an unknown dimension, and Muzan's subordinate, Neikime, can manipulate the spatial transitions and terrain of the infinite castle. Uchiha Sora's arrival seemed to involve spatial elements. Thus, the infinite castle, related to space, might be the only offering capable of piquing Uchiha Sora's interest. Even if nothing else were to be done, if he could seize the infinite castle, it would be a tremendous blow to the demons. The sensation of an inexplicable force flooding his mind resurfaced, and Yaozai did not resist. Striving to recall everything about the infinite castle, coordinating with Uchiha Sora's browsing platform, can you transport items from this world? Any object or life form may be traversed. The cost of traversal depends on the mass of the entity. In the current world, there are no products exceeding the user's credit limit. Appendix. Traversal costs are permanently deducted from credit points. Users are advised to exercise caution. You should have mentioned this sooner. Boom. Uchiha Sora vanished in an instant. His movement producing a sonic boom. Such a space, akin to Kimui, capable of gathering a multitude of living beings, was being treated as a mere dwelling by these feeble demons. Truly a squandering of nature's gifts. At that moment, the Demon Slayer Corps converged, blades raised against Muzan. A figure surged forward, propelled by fierce winds. Move aside. Uchiha Sora's eyes gleamed crimson, fixated on the trembling form of Muzan. Hand over the infinite castle. Scum. An aura of flames enveloped Uchiha Sora, akin to a blazing sun rising in the night, searing Muzan's body and soul. Chapter 25. If I cannot take it away, then I shall preserve it for now. Aside from demons capable of using blood demon arts, the breathing techniques employed by humans bore no overt characteristics, commonly referred to as lacking special effects. Suddenly, a figure engulfed in flames emerged, and his disrespectful address towards Muzan could hardly belong to a demon. At this moment, the flames receded slightly, revealing the family of the production and application house. Unaware and silent, tears cascaded down. My lord, it is truly wonderful that you are still alive. Wise Eye of the production and application house miscalculated slightly. Although his demise would bolster the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps, the power ignited to protect him was equally formidable. In the instant he locked eyes with Uchiha Sora, 3 Tomo emerged in Muzan's already crimson orbs. Within the spirit realm woven from flesh and blood, a radiant sun ascended. Muzan had not witnessed the sun in a millennium. The psychological defenses were instantly breached, his bare form dragged by flames into the blinding light. This individual possessed little resistance to illusions, even weaker than an ordinary person with a resolute will. Uchiha Sora swiftly rummaged through Muzan's memories. However, he was not adept at illusions and could not, like Shursui, quickly pinpoint useful recollections. Otherwise, he would not have previously overlooked such crucial intelligence regarding Infinity Castle. Time was running short. To the outside observer, merely Uchiha Sora's approach rendered Muzan dazed and immobile. When that person placed a hand upon Muzan's head, he exhibited no reaction. This was a power beyond their comprehension. The severance of consciousness left Naruto unable to ascertain Muzan's location. At this moment, under a certain chain reaction, nearly all the demons stood frozen, unable to act. In Uchiha Sora's probing, the most deeply ingrained memory of Muzan was undoubtedly that of the man, Kabutsuji Yurichi, the most formidable force in this world, without question, who had nearly obliterated Muzan centuries ago, leaving him with a permanent scar. The ability of the transparent world, a weakened version of the Byakugan, was indeed impressive. The breathing technique bore semblance to physical arts. Had this individual been born in the world of shinobi, he would undoubtedly have emerged as a powerful being. Uchiha Sora hastily perused through Muzan's memories but discovered that his mind was consumed with thoughts of Kabutsuji Yurichi. Was it not an immense psychological shadow? After considerable effort to navigate through this shadow, he encountered Muzan's aspiration to find the blue and overcome sunlight to become the ultimate being. Enough already. The last ultimate being who overcame sunlight is now suspended in space, ceasing to think. The chaos was overwhelming. Muzan's millennia of memories were too disordered, rendering it impossible to find a method to seize Infinity Castle. Damn it, how crucial was his own home. He should care a little more. Ding, 30 seconds remaining. The end will commence the traversal. Please prepare, user. Such a nuisance. Had I known, I would not have released those individuals from danger. This contract mandated completion of the task before a forced end, unlike Uchiha Sora's time-based borrowing of the Rift Seat. It likely also pertained to the ownership of the platform. TSK, it's all your fault. I did not exert myself. So why have you lost the will to kill them? The ancient being I know possesses far more courage and perseverance than you. There is no time left. Even if I discover a way to seize Infinity Castle, Uchiha Sora lacks the time to act. Bringing Muzan away? That seems unfeasible. If his removal leads to the demise of that demon named Naruto, the connection to Infinity Castle would sever. Then, let us store him for now. Uchiha Sora emerged from the realm of spirits, his gaze fixated upon Shai, who was entwined with Muzan. Without waiting for her to utter a word, he forcefully cast her aside. With hands swiftly forming seals, he proclaimed, "Gather the wooden planks to construct a barrel. I must seal Muzan. Heed my command." Wise Eye, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, urgently shouted in response. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps shifted their roles, transforming into carpenters. In mere seconds, a rudimentary wooden barrel was hastily assembled. Ensnare him. The towering IWE and No H Ka brandished the barrel, encircling Muzan, and thoughtfully brought over a relatively intact floorboard to serve as a lid. Uchiha Sora pressed his hands against the barrel, dark seals spreading forth, sweat beading on his brow. As the black patterns enveloped the barrel, he retrieved 5 talismans from his ninja tool pouch and affixed them atop the structure. Following a resonant hum, the black markings and talismans vanished, leaving an imperceptible barrier enveloping the barrel. Ninjutsu, 3 sealing barriers. The talismans, connected to Uchiha Sora's chakra, were affixed in 3 distinct areas, transforming the space within into a barrier realm. To dismantle this barrier, the 3 talismans must be torn away. Prior to that, physical attacks would be rendered ineffective against it. The principle mirrored that of Pain's 5 sealing barriers, albeit with considerably diminished strength. Sufficient to confine Muzan, it was imperative to prevent him from perishing under the sun. This entity must not die. In less than 10 seconds, Uchiha Sora was poised to conclude this interdimensional journey. With a sudden clarity, he discerned how to etch a mark akin to that of the distortion seat. This mark served as a connection between 2 worlds. To simplify, it resembled a business card from a temporal lending institution. Should one accumulate enough credibility points, they could submit a loan application through the mark, or exchange strength for credibility points, a more fitting expression. After all, individuals without a platform would find their credibility points exhausted when seeking loans. Wise-Eye had likely held the highest credibility points here. He must have wished for Muzan's demise, yet the platform had not responded. In other words, his credibility points were insufficient to eliminate Muzan. It seemed that for him to descend once more, they must refrain from insatiable demands, wishing instead for peace in the world. He first glanced at Wise-Eye of the Shinjitsu house. No, this fellow was on the brink of death. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted an individual with a white serpent coiled around his neck and bandages adorning his face. A myriad of elements converged. He bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru, a clear indication of longevity. The snake pillar, Iguro Abanai, had yet to grasp the situation when Uchiha Sora instantaneously appeared before him. So swift, his movements were entirely imperceptible. A finger pressed against the snake pillar's brow, and a black and red tomo mark materialized. Time was of the essence. Uchiha Sora spoke urgently. My power can sustain this seal for a maximum of 100 days. During this period, you must forge as many connections as possible, fulfill others' wishes, or borrow and repay. His form began to fade gradually, his words flowing incessantly. Recognize my business card, pray for my assistance daily. However, it cannot pertain to the elimination of Muzan. You cannot afford the cost. It could be something as simple as saving a cat. In any case, inquire with your master, for he should comprehend the situation. Do not disrupt my infinite city. When I arrive to take charge, I shall effortlessly resolve the matter with Muzan. Lastly, take a lesson from your predecessors in the other world. Cherish life, and strive to avoid death. With a deep sigh, this marked the first instance where he spoke so much in a brief span. As his words faded, Uchiha Sora's presence vanished entirely from this realm, leaving only the sealed wooden barrel containing Muzan as a reminder to all that this was no mere dream. The serpent pillar, brushing his fingers over the faint mark upon his brow, found himself at a loss. Chapter 26. Uzumaki Naruto. Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha Sora immediately turned his gaze towards the deceased from the Cloud Village. The area stained by blood remained unchanged, and he felt the chakra within him as consistent as ever. It was as though his state prior to traversing had been locked in place. Regardless of the toll taken within the mission world, it was not counted against him. Uchiha Sora swiftly contemplated other applications of his traversal ability. The mental time room. If one were to find themselves at a disadvantage during a fierce battle, could they opt to undertake a lone task to venture into another world, strategize there, and then return? That could be considered a form of time suspension. However, he pondered whether the growth acquired in the alternate realm would return with him. Theoretically, it should be possible. After all, anything for which one expends credibility points could be reclaimed, presumably including personal strength. Unfortunately, this time was too brief, and Uchiha Sora did not perceive any increase in his experience points. The Infinite City could almost be regarded as a portable space, invaluable for both combat and the protection of others. That individual, bearing a striking resemblance to Orochimaru, ought to hastily accumulate credibility points and contact me. Sora, shall we proceed to the Land of Iron as initially planned? Even with Shirsue's perceptive eyes, he was oblivious to the fact that the person beside him had merely taken a brief tour of the alternate world. Uchiha Sora nodded. Indeed, that region is rich in iron ore. Now that we have established our own faction, we must secure our own sources for weapon materials and engage in discussions with them. Shall we charge directly into the Lord's estate? Uchiha Sora regarded Shirsue with an expression of disbelief. Did you not study the geography of the ninja world? Why do you say that? Before you speak next time, engage your mind. The Land of Iron does not have a lord. Their leaders are generals who serve as samurai chieftains. Do you presume they are akin to the likes of the hidden Hot Springs village? The General Mitsuba is a formidable warrior capable of going toe-to-toe with Hans, and there are countless powerful samurais among them. Their neutrality is not maintained due to any ancient covenant, but rather because they possess the strength to protect themselves. Despite Shirsue being 2 years older than Uchiha Sora, he now appeared like a junior receiving instruction. With thoughts centered around controlling others, he realized that being a ninja is not merely about violence, but also about navigating the intricacies of human relationships. As they conversed, Uchiha Sora sensed something amiss. It seemed that the General Mitsuba had indeed been controlled by Shirsue's eyes in the original timeline. Ultimately, the tactics employed must be dictated by the comparative strengths of both parties. This time, they were genuinely set to negotiate a partnership. Oh, I understand now. I shall heed your advice, Shirsue replied, nodding obediently, content to play the role of a humble follower. Land of Lightning, Cloud Village. The hidden village is established atop towering peaks, shrouded in mist, occasionally resonating with the deafening roar of thunder. Concealed within the clouds, it commands the thunder. Throughout the ages, the leaders known as Reikage have been referred to as AI, signifying the strongest in the tradition of the Land of Lightning. Within the Reikage building, in his office, the furious fourth Reikage smashed a fist into the desk, causing it to splinter his mustache trembling with rage. What do you mean? T-Dai is dead. How could that be? He was sent to the land of soup. Who could possibly kill him? T-Dai was a loyal subordinate, a trusted confidant left to him by his father. He could never have imagined that a simple reconnaissance mission to investigate why the land of soup had failed to pay its protection fee could result in T-Dai's demise. Lord Rakage, this is the last message T-Dai relayed to the intelligence department, said the secretary, a middle-aged man with dark skin, who handed over the intelligence with a somber expression. He was a close friend of T-Dai and mourned his loss deeply. The majority of the villagers of Kumogakure were warm-hearted. The village was united and harmonious, and the death of any comrade would sadden them. However, they were known to be ruthless towards those from other ninja villages. The Rakage, suppressing his grief, gazed at the line in the report. Konoha is in turmoil. Uchiha in the land of soup. From this brief message, it was evident how dire the situation was. The Rakage's teeth ground audibly as he shouted, I demand that the Uchiha clan pay for T-Dai's funeral. The secretary interjected, Lord Rakage, I share your sorrow for T-Dai's death. But I believe the first 4 words are crucial. What exactly has transpired in Konoha is of utmost importance to us. For T-Dai to have had no chance to flee, at least 5 Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan would have needed to be present. Such a force appearing in the land of soup is unreasonable. We know that Konoha has always been wary of the Uchiha and would not allow such a significant number of Uchiha J-Nin to leave the village collectively. We surmise that a monumental upheaval has occurred in Konoha, and a faction of the Uchiha may have defected. The secretary spoke earnestly, we must avenge T-Dai's death. But we are currently in conflict with Konoha, and this intelligence is far too critical. Our previous operatives in Konoha have gone dark. It is imperative that we send someone to investigate the situation in Konoha. This may present us with an opportunity to strike a significant blow against them. Please decide. Whatever course of action you choose, we shall follow. After taking several deep breaths, the Rakage pondered for a while. Send someone to infiltrate Konoha, he finally commanded. His voice turned cold. Also, dispatch a team to the land of soup for reconnaissance. Do not act recklessly. Once we ascertain who is responsible for T-Dai's death, I will personally exact vengeance. Understood, came the response. On the coast of the mist-laden island, a green-skinned frog leaped from the sea, shaking its head. Upon realizing there were no signs of human presence nearby, a hand emerged from the frog's mouth, and a tall, white-haired man extricated himself from the small creature, creating a scene that was utterly bizarre. So, this is the main island of the hidden mist village? The defenses seem somewhat lax, Jiraiya mused, as he placed his fingertips on the ground, expanding his chakra sensory range. With such a lengthy coastline, it is astonishing that there are no ninja patrolling. Jiraiya's nostrils flared as a faint scent of blood permeated the mist. In the village of Konoha, it was already deep into the night, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was still tirelessly managing paperwork. The reorganization of the village had been finalized, resulting in the division of the Uchiha clan's territory among the major ninja villages. Remarkably, the Uchiha lands had largely escaped devastation during the Night of the Nine Tails. They could have been swiftly prepared for occupancy. Regrettably, however, during the clan's evacuation, all structures were demolished, including the illustrious home of Fugaku, which was obliterated by a powerful fireball. The underlying sentiment was clear. If I cannot have it, I shall leave nothing behind. The Uchiha Shrine was stripped of every brick and tile, as if they were determined to excavate the very soil itself. Due to the magnitude of this undertaking, Uchiha K had no choice but to employ a multitude of ninja cats, expending a considerable sum from the clan's treasury. The mass migration of the clan was indeed a reluctant choice. The Uchiha River had been the ancestral home of the Uchiha for a millennium, and the shrine's existence predated the clan's entire history. Given a choice, none would wish to leave their homeland. Reflecting on Uchiha K's final gaze, Sarutobi instinctively understood that this young man would undoubtedly return with a vengeance. He might prove to be even more perilous than Uchiha Madara. This youth possessed a unique talent capable of uniting the clan, even earning the endorsement of Fugaku himself. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Sarutobi turned his attention to the hidden ninja. What is the status of Naruto? His vital signs are stable, the seal remains intact, and there are no signs of him going berserk. Let us keep his lineage as the 4th Hokage's son a secret. He shall be known as Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 27. The Land of Iron. The Land of Iron, a neutral nation within the ninja world, is nestled among snow-capped mountains and frigid plains. Its distinctive geographical position somewhat isolates it from the rest of the ninja realm, fostering a unique culture and system of power. The inhabitants do not practice ninjutsu. Rather, they excel at channeling chakra into their blades during combat, referring to themselves as warriors. The Land of Iron stands as the largest weapons exporter in the ninja world, supplying Konoha with kunai and shuriken, and also providing armaments to the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. It is somewhat ironic that the greatest neutral nation also serves as the foremost weapons supplier. Shirzue, clad in a thick coat, gazed at the still short-clad Uchiha K. "Are you not cold?" K raised his hand to catch the falling snowflakes, only for them to melt before reaching him due to the intense heat radiating from his body. As droplets fell onto his palm, they hissed and transformed into a wisp of smoke. Turning to Shirzue, he quipped, "Do you think I fear the cold?" Shirzue silently shook his head, clicking his tongue in exasperation. "Even while on the road, you continue to train, you rascal. By the way, what is the name of that fiery technique of yours?" I attempted to replicate it using my Sharingan, but it proved too complex for me to succeed. Not wishing to dwell on Shirzue's intentions of imitation, Kei recognized that it was typical of the Uchiha to experiment with new techniques in hopes of replication. I haven't settled on a name yet. I initially considered calling it Fire Release, Chakra Mode, but it felt too commonplace and failed to encapsulate the essence of the technique. I'll ponder it later. After all, the technique has yet to be fully developed. Shirzue stroked his chin, musing aloud. That flame of yours must have been inspired by the Arima clan's ability to materialize illusions, or perhaps my own phantom body technique. Not solely relying on sight, but also incorporating the element of touch, this technique leads opponents to misjudge the intensity of the flames, delivering a dual assault on both the mind and body. He meticulously analyzed numerous factors before offering his insights. However, I found it somewhat disorganized. The strength of Fire Release lies in its formidable offensive capabilities, while you, K, possess superior physical attributes and a greater chakra reserve than I do. I developed the Shadow Clone technique due to my insufficient chakra to utilize the multi-Shadow Clone technique. He extended 2 fingers and continued. I believe there is no need to amalgamate too many elements within a single jutsu. The advantage of Fire Release is its overwhelming attack power. Separate them. You might cultivate a technique that purely enhances speed and destructive power, akin to the Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The notion of combining illusion with Fire Release is also commendable. After a moment's hesitation, Shirzue's eyes brightened with inspiration. Why not attempt to merge In Release with Fire Release to create your own illusory flames? This could compensate for your shortcomings in Jinjutsu. Shortcomings. Uchiha K's proficiency in Jinjutsu already reached the average level of a 3-tomo Sharingan, owing to his strong spirit. His ocular power significantly exceeds the norm, allowing him to invest chakra liberally in illusions. Thus, even without a natural talent for Jinjutsu, he could prevail through sheer volume. Nevertheless, Shirzue perceived K's Jinjutsu skills as a genuine weak point when compared to Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. Uchiha K was not of the argumentative disposition, one who felt compelled to retort at every comment. He never regarded himself as particularly clever. Rather, he possessed a slight prophetic advantage coupled with a willingness to learn. In contrast to Shirzue, he was acutely aware of his limitations. After contemplating Shirzue's suggestion, Uchiha K nodded in agreement. That is indeed a splendid idea. For now, let us designate that jutsu as Fire Release Chakra Mode. I shall refrain from integrating illusions and focus on enhancing its destructive capacity. You will be responsible for merging Fire Release with In Release. If successful, it could potentially yield a new bloodline limit. As per Uchiha K's knowledge, in the future, Uchiha Sasuke's Fire Release might very well be a bloodline limit formed from the fusion of In and Fire Release. However, it was not guaranteed that this combination would necessarily result in Fire Release. It would ultimately depend on the chakra ratios employed by the developer. Shirzue nodded affirmatively, agreed. If we succeed, we shall exchange our teachings. Uchiha K regarded him thoughtfully, reflecting inwardly. Perhaps Shirzue had long harbored such ambitions, aspiring to cultivate a new bloodline limit. For he possessed the requisite talent. Yet, the burdens of his original village and clan hindered his focus on developing ninjutsu, awakening instead the twisted thoughts of the Kodo Amatsukami kaleidoscope Jinjutsu. Kodo Amatsukami is immensely powerful and applicable in myriad situations, if wielded judiciously. It could serve as a monumental asset in unifying the ninja world. Danzo shared this sentiment, and upon learning of Shirzue's abilities, he could not resist taking immediate action. However, Uchiha K wished for Shursui to refrain from awakening this ocular technique. If everything were to remain unchanged, what significance would my presence hold? What would be the purpose of my arduous efforts to alter fate? The kaleidoscope does not necessitate the experience of sorrow for its power to awaken. The stereotype suggesting otherwise stems merely from the fact that existing kaleidoscope bearers have all awakened their eyes after the loss of significant individuals. This notion is flawed. It is not hatred. The root of sorrow lies not in grief itself, but in the remorse of being unable to protect those who hold great significance. If I possessed greater strength, perhaps he would not have had to endure such tribulations, nor would he have perished. The kaleidoscope of emotions awakened under such sentiments. From Indra to the subsequent generations of Sarana, this holds true without exception. The Uchiha clan embodies love, albeit a love so profound and subtle that it may appear extreme to some. Uchiha Sora has grasped this notion. Thus, bypassing all intermediate steps, he fervently pursues formidable power, believing that through this journey, he can obliterate all tragedies. I shall no longer lament my inadequacies. I would rather perish in battle than remain in this state. After traversing the rugged mountain paths for several days, the two finally beheld their destination. From a distance, the three adjoining mountains resembled the heads of three wolves, defiantly howling at the heavens amidst the wind and snow. This was the Three-Wolf City, the original stronghold of the Iron Country and its largest metropolis. Though still quite far away, the fierce winds carried the sounds of clashing iron. Thick plumes of smoke ascended, merging with the dense clouds above. Before long, they passed a hillside where several warriors, clad in silver-layered armor with blades at their waists and gas masks adorning their faces, stood guard. Their voices, muffled by the masks, resonated with a low timbre. "Hey there, have you lost your family from the merchant convoy?" The Iron Country seldom entertained tourists, save for those involved in iron trade. While the warrior's words implied they were merely lost members of a merchant convoy, his hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready for battle. This leading warrior had been covertly following them for some time, ascertaining they were ninjas. It was one thing for Shursui to blend in, but Sora, with his concealed cloud-hidden ninja blade, was a different matter entirely. The escorting ninjas of the merchant convoys were all registered, and the absence of these two from the records raised suspicions. Should they confess to being lost, they would undoubtedly be deemed rogue ninjas infiltrating with ill intent, necessitating immediate action. Uchiha Sora raised his gaze and smiled. His handsome visage bore a deceptive charm. Just as the warrior relaxed slightly, Sora's next words brought tension back into the air. "Take us to meet General Mifune. We have matters to discuss with him." Chapter 28. The Uchiha approached with a swift motion. The warrior unsheathed his sword, coldly demanding, "State your names. Which country's ninjas do you belong to?" "I am Uchiha Sora, and beside me is Uchiha Shursui." The warrior pondered for a moment before responding. "We have not engaged in trade with Konoha this year, and the previous arrivals were all from the Nara clan. There has never been an Uchiha among them. Please accompany me for a moment. I will inform the captain before proceeding. Best not to resist, little ones. I would prefer not to harm you." Uchiha Sora smiled faintly and turned to Shursui, whispering, "According to protocol, our news should reach Mifune in a few days, and after waiting a few more for his availability, he might consider meeting us. I taught you to be adaptable. To save time, we could strike them first, ensuring our message reaches Mifune immediately. Isn't that a bit excessive? Just avoid killing them, and we can later claim they were impolite, providing Mifune with a lesson." As Uchiha Sora spoke, he turned towards the samurai, and his smile faded, his tone rising. "I have courteously introduced myself and expressed my demands. Not only did you refuse, but you also referred to me as a brat, claiming that you did not wish to harm me. It is time for you to understand the style of the Uchiha clan." 2 minutes later, 5 samurai lay sprawled on the ground in varying postures, groaning in agony. "I am merely adhering to the protocol. You Uchihas are utterly unreasonable." Uchiha Sora crouched down to look at the captain of the samurai, smiling lightly. "If you had encountered other Uchihas, you would know that I am relatively reasonable. I merely came to extend a greeting. Now you can go and inform Mitsubian, right? You wait for me." The captain of the samurai staggered to his feet, anxiously glancing at his comrades. "Rest assured, I will not harm those incapable of resisting." Although the credibility of that statement is rather low, the captain knew that the urgent matter at hand was to report to the commander and have him contact General Mitsubian. These two Uchiha brats. Even the commander would find it challenging to defeat us so easily, Their strength is formidable. Mitsubian of the Land of Iron, I have the honor of meeting you. How shall I address you? As Uchiha Sora anticipated, within half an hour, the captain returned with Mitsubian. He had a long beard, his head wrapped in bandages, and donned the traditional attire of a samurai, appearing to be around 50 years of age. This attire, combined with his resolute expression, gave an impression of stubbornness. Your subordinates are not only impolite, but also remarkably forgetful. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Uchiha Sora. I am Uchiha Shursui. Shursui hurriedly interjected, unwilling to have even the opportunity for self-introduction stripped away, as that would render him utterly insignificant. Upon hearing Shursui's name, Mitsubian's pupils constricted, and his expression grew slightly serious. Is that so? The Shunshin Shursui, what business do you have with me? See, my reputation seems to be more prominent. Shursui raised an eyebrow. Humph, Uchiha Sora scoffed disdainfully. Once the events from that night in Konoha are revealed, you will understand who truly has the greater renown. I am indeed the man who commands the void seat. Nevertheless, it is wise not to place too much weight on borrowed power. Uchiha Sora stepped forward, establishing his position as the primary diplomat. General Mitsubian, we wish to discuss a collaboration with you. This venue is rather unsuitable. Please, to the council chamber. Acquisition of mineral resources. Lord Sora, just half a month ago, Mr. Nara had significantly increased his procurement of weapons. Furthermore, Konoha lacks a weapon forging factory and has always required finished products. What need do you have for raw materials now? Lightly tapping the table, Uchiha Sora smiled and said, I neglected to mention that I do not represent Konoha. I come on behalf of the Uchiha clan. As for the reasons, I advise you, General Mitsubian, not to pry. A neutral nation should simply fulfill its neutral duties. Mitsubian's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a deep voice. Is the Uchiha clan planning to rebel? Swoosh. The samurai are renowned for their swordsmanship, yet among those present, only Mitsubian noticed when Shursui drew his blade. Swish, swish, swish. The samurai behind Mitsubian swiftly unsheathed their swords, poised for action. The blade pointed directly at Mitsuhashi. While Shizumi's usually calm demeanor turned frosty, I address you as Lord Mitsuhashi out of respect. Otherwise, you are merely an old relic. I have warned you before. Speak recklessly again, and I shall sever your head. Do not say I did not forewarn you. The latter half of his statement faltered slightly, clearly indicating the weight of the words upon Shizumi. Uchiha Sora's expression darkened as he rose to restrain Shizumi. Hey, Shizumi, do not act so impulsively. Lower your blade. Shizumi gradually lowered his hand, the crimson of his Sharingan casting a disquieting gaze around the room. Humph. If we are to play a role, let us do it fully. Shizumi scoffed, continuing, the clan sent Sora because they were unwilling to send someone else. He is far too gentle. In my opinion, we ought to, Shizumi, be silent. Uchiha Sora forcefully pressed Shizumi down, chastising him with a raised voice. Understand who is leading this mission. Behind Mitsuhashi, the earlier samurai captain felt a surge of anxiety. Goodness, this fellow truly seems to value reason. Is that gaze truly the legendary Sharingan? Such a formidable pressure. Mitsuhashi's expression grew serious as he raised a hand, signaling the samurai behind him to lower their weapons. I have overstepped my bounds. However, it is unfortunate that you have come. Our mineral resources are all committed to long-term clients, and we have no shares available for sale in recent years. If Lord Sora is interested, I could recommend a few merchant associations from which you might procure minerals. Uchiha Sora shook his head, smiling gently. If it were merely ordinary materials, we would not have traveled such a distance. We require refined steel, but more importantly, chakra metal. Chakra metal, formerly known as highly efficient chakra-conducting mineral, is utilized in items such as White Fang's short blade, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, and even the 7 ninja swords of the mist, all having incorporated a certain amount of chakra metal. This rare metal commands a price far exceeding that of gold on the black market. A suitable weapon forged from chakra metal can significantly enhance a ninja's prowess. The Land of Iron is renowned for producing the most chakra metal. Mitsuhashi did not hesitate, decisively shaking his head. I apologize, but chakra metal is already scarce. The annual yield has been pre-ordered, and no shares are available for sale. Sensing his swift refusal might be somewhat impolite, Mitsuhashi added, as a gesture of goodwill for your long journey, I am willing to gift you both blades containing over 7% chakra metal. Beyond that, I cannot make any promises. Uchiha Sora remained composed, resting his chin on his hands as he replied languidly, I certainly would not place Lord Mitsuhashi in a difficult position. How about this? Please inform me who has ordered the chakra metal. It would save us the expense. We could simply eliminate the middlemen and seize the goods directly. Mitsuhashi's brows furrowed tightly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Is it true that even the sane ones of the Uchiha clan have succumbed to madness? Perhaps we should discuss this further. Chapter 29, just this level. The infamous reputation of the Uchiha carries some weight. Mitsuhashi relented. Had a mere Akimichi child come to negotiate, no matter how many threats were uttered, he would have dismissed them as jest. But two young men afflicted with the red-eyed curse were an entirely different matter. The technique of instantaneous movement and the mastery of stillness need no elaboration. According to Mitsuba's experience, that young boy named Uchiha Sora, based on his demeanor and the nuances of his muscle movements, is undoubtedly a skilled practitioner of swordsmanship. They appear to be merely around 10 years of age. Yet Mitsuba perceives that their strength has already reached the caliber of a formidable warrior. This level of warrior is akin to that of a high-ranking ninja. This assessment does not even take into account their possession of the Sharingan. In a real confrontation, Mitsuba harbors doubts about whether the Land of Iron could truly prevail against them. Even if victory were possible, Mitsuba would hesitate to engage. The Hyuga clan requires the protection of their Byakugan, but why does the Uchiha clan lack such a curse mark? There are numerous factors at play. On one hand, the Byakugan awakens with relative ease and demonstrates a high adaptability among ordinary ninjas, proving more advantageous in large-scale battles compared to the Sharingan. However, the most significant factor is the infamous reputation of the Uchiha clan. During the Warring States period, any ninja clan that dared to provoke a member of the Uchiha would find themselves facing utter annihilation. According to uncertain legends, the conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju clans originated from the Uchiha's intent to exterminate a certain ninja clan, which then sought refuge with the Senju. Despite suffering tremendous losses, the Uchiha clan succeeded in obliterating that clan. For millennia, the Uchiha have been perceived in the shinobi world as relentless warriors. Once provoked, they pursue vengeance without respite. Only in recent decades has the Uchiha's influence waned somewhat. Nevertheless, various nations have instituted regulations prohibiting one-on-one confrontations with the Uchiha. Uchiha Sora has no desire to antagonize the Land of Iron, as it does not align with his interests. The Land of Iron, in turn, dares not provoke the Uchiha. As a general of the Land of Iron, Mitsuba understands the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. After hours of negotiation, both parties reached an accord. Mitsuba agreed to transfer the shares initially allocated to the smaller nations, such as the Land of Snow and the Land of Demons, to Uchiha Sora. In return, should these smaller nations seek trouble with the Land of Iron, Mitsuba would shift the blame onto the Uchiha. With the involvement of the Cloud-Hidden Village, the Uchiha would hardly be concerned with a few additional nuisances. As the negotiations concluded, Mitsuba sighed in resignation, gazing intently at Uchiha Sora. This young boy displayed no political acumen, merely employing the tactic of playing the roles of the good cop and the bad cop. Yet, this strategy proved effective against him. If Mitsuba's proposals failed to meet their desires, Shursui would loudly threaten to obliterate the Land of Iron. Should both of them raise such a clamor, Mitsuba's samurai pride might just compel him to retaliate in anger. Fortunately, Uchiha Sora played the peacemaker. This dynamic struck Mitsuba as akin to a mischievous child from a relative's household demanding a red envelope. If denied or insufficiently satisfied, they would create a ruckus, leaving no room for negotiation. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora produced a box from a storage scroll, unveiling it to reveal a treasure trove of silver. On this expedition, Fugaku had entrusted him with half of the clan's liquid assets. Should a certain green-eyed individual become aware of this sum, a relentless pursuit would surely ensue. I trust in your integrity, Lord Mitsuba. The payment for this shipment will be settled directly with you. Furthermore, I implore you to trust in the Uchiha. None are more reliable partners than we. I am still young, and you are in your prime. Our days of collaboration stretch long ahead. The implication is that your potential for growth remains vast, while I have grown old and should act more judiciously. Mitsuhana nodded solemnly, stating, I will prepare the ore. Will you be waiting to take it away, or will someone come for it later? Someone will come to receive it later. We shall not wait, was the reply. The day is waning, and I have arranged a banquet. I kindly invite you both to the dining hall. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Dinner is certainly a necessity. Before we proceed, Lord Mitsuhana, you are renowned as the legendary Aido master. one of the few capable of surviving under the formidable Hans. I wish to seek your guidance. May I? This was not a jest. In the common understanding within the ninja world, surviving Hans's prowess is indeed a testament to strength. After all, the famed battle of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha was predicated on this very principle. Uchiha Sora genuinely sought to learn the art of swordsmanship. He lacked a true mentor, having honed his physical skills through brawls in the land of cats. His technique, while pragmatic, lacked the unique elegance of the Uchiha clan. To Mitsuhana, however, Sora's words bore a different connotation. He perceived this negotiation as a reluctant obligation, his mood already soured. It seemed to him that Uchiha Sora merely wished to test his mettle, a display of the arrogance typical of a fledgling. Very well, I too shall impart a lesson. As a recompense for your education of my subordinate. Mitsuhana rose. The training grounds are just outside. Please, lead the way. Within the expansive circular arena, the snow lay thick. The twilight filtering through the mist cast shimmering specks upon the snowflakes, creating a mesmerizing beauty. Keikai, lend him your sword, commanded one tall warrior, who then removed his katana from his waist and approached Uchiha Sora, presenting it with both hands. This blade is called Ryuzetsu. Treat it with care. It has been infused with 30% chakra metal, and remember to channel chakra into it before striking, or its hardness will not rival that of high-grade steel. There is a cautionary tale from Konoha. It is said that the son of the Hitaki family misused Lord Whitefang's treasured blade, which shares the same lineage as my Ryuzetsu. Uchiha Sora regarded him with an odd expression. Are you introducing your wife to me? I have heard that first-rate swordsmen treat their blades as cherished companions, but is this a serious claim? With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora seized the sword and turned to Mitsuhana. Enough, I will take heed. With that, he drew the long blade, discarding the scabbard into the snow. The blade, approximately 3 feet long and entirely white, displayed subtle patterns reminiscent of snowflakes and moonlight upon closer inspection. Ah, he exclaimed. In the snowy expanse, Uchiha Sora approached Mitsuhana step by step, regulating his breath and exhaling clouds of vapor. In his eyes, 3 tomo gradually emerged, their crimson hue vivid. Yet another young Uchiha with a 3 tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan truly is remarkable. Mitsuhana slightly bent forward, resting his hand upon the hilt. Excellent. Regulate your breath. Concentrate fully. You seem well aware that I am not someone you can treat lightly. I hope your blade is less verbose than you. Uchiha Sora gripped the sword with both hands, flames spreading from his palms to the blade, causing the moonlit steel to burst forth in a dazzling display of sparks. Feeling the efficiency of chakra conduction, indeed, this remarkable tool is an entirely different concept compared to ordinary ninja tools. Here it comes. If the eyes cannot see clearly, then sense with the energy. Mitsubune's voice echoed as he instinctively regarded Uchiha Kuu as a subordinate in their usual training. Swiftly, the figure moved like a startled swan. The blade gleamed like a dragon breaking through the abyss, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as it was drawn. With a surge, the sword was unsheathed and struck. These 3 actions were executed in a heartbeat. The metallic clash resonated throughout the training ground. The 2 blades met in a fierce contest. Uchiha Kuu held his sword with both hands, firmly parrying the drawn katana's strike. Within his eyes, the tomo spun as he softly remarked, such a level. How could my eyes possibly fail to see it? Do not underestimate the Uchiha, old man. Chapter 30. The Predecessor's Precedence, Divine Weaver of Flames. After a brief stalemate, Uchiha Kuu compressed his body, allowing Mitsubune's sword to assume dominance. Utilizing the momentum transmitted through the blade, he stepped forward with his left foot, bringing his weapon close to the spine of the katana and launching a fierce slash toward Mitsubune's waist. Mitsubune pressed down on the hilt, countering Uchiha Kuu's advance. The clash resounded with a sharp metallic ring. In an instant, the 2 figures intertwined like phantoms. The cold gleam of the blades and the fiery sparks wove a tapestry in the snow and twilight, the sound of clashing steel echoing continuously. Before the sparks could settle, the 2 had exchanged 7 offensive and defensive maneuvers. Mitsubune, gripping his sword with one hand and applying pressure with 2 fingers on the blade's back, declared, I underestimated you. So be wary. I shall now employ my swordsmanship. Implicitly, he suggested that his previous exchanges had not utilized true sword techniques, merely basic slashing. The external world viewed Mitsubune as a formidable warrior against whom ninjutsu proved ineffective. His unparalleled swordsmanship rendered the ninja incapable of forming hand seals in time. With a sharp sound, a white light erupted from the blade's edge, tearing through Uchiha Ku's vision. The Void Cleave, concentrating chakra upon the sword's edge and unleashing it. This technique created an effect akin to a wind-style slash. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Mitsubian employed this sword technique to sever a portion of the God Tree's branches, a testament to its lethal sharpness. Nevertheless, Mitsubian was aware that he was not exerting his full strength. A warrior may lack ninjutsu, but it does not imply an absence of chakra. The Sage of Six Paths disseminated chakra with the intention of fostering communication between hearts. Thus, an exceptional ninja can perceive the intentions of their opponent during combat, and some can even penetrate the depths of their soul. Just as Hanzo once recognized Mitsubian's conviction and chose to provide him with an antidote. At this moment, Mitsubian sensed Uchiha Ku's heart's intent. It was profoundly pure, not for testing or flaunting strength, but, as he stated, simply a desire to learn swordsmanship. Mitsubian perceived within this youth a fervent pursuit of power. That was loyalty, not loyalty to others, but loyalty to oneself. Young man, is your pursuit of strength truly such a source of joy? Mitsubian was not as inflexible as he appeared. During Naruto's tenure as Hokage, he became acutely aware of the systemic issues within the Land of Iron. In a bid to instigate change, he dispatched his disciples to the Hidden Leaf Village for enlightenment. Recognizing Uchiha Sora's earnest demeanor, and realizing he could not oppose the Uchiha's dealings, he swiftly adapted his mindset, seeking to forge a positive rapport with the Uchiha clan. After executing a powerful strike, sending Uchiha Sora soaring, he pursued him, articulating his thoughts as he swung his blade. In a duel between swordsmen, one must not merely observe the opponent's weapon, but rather focus on their shoulders and feet, seeking vulnerabilities through their breath. While you may perceive my sword's intent, your body fails to keep pace with your insight. When faced with an adversary possessing superior speed, one must attain the realm of preemptive awareness, wherein one recognizes an opponent's attack before it is launched and strikes first in retaliation. This requires years of rigorous training and exceptional reflexes. I, myself, have yet to reach such a level. Among those I know, only Hanzo has achieved it. Uchiha Sora contemplated this notion. The concept of preemptive awareness resembles that of anticipation, yet the two diverge significantly. Preemptive awareness emphasizes the active creation of conditions, influencing the course of development through one's own initiative, whereas anticipation relies more on passive responses, adjusting based on existing information. A prime example of this distinction lies in the clash between Minato Namikaze and Obito. Victory was contingent upon Minato's proactive orchestration, leading Obito to fall victim to his rhythm and ultimately suffer defeat. With Mitsuba's guidance, Uchiha Sora focused intently on Mitsuba's movements, striving to predict his subsequent actions through the subtle cues of his muscular contractions. Anticipation was already within his grasp, a testament to the formidable insight afforded by the Sharingan. The battle persisted, and Mitsuba, sensing the shift in Uchiha Sora's demeanor, could not help but marvel at the innate prowess of the Sharingan, which enabled one to attain a level of mastery that ordinary warriors toil tirelessly to achieve. To him, it seemed that for Uchiha Sora, reaching preemptive awareness might be considerably easier. As Mitsuba accelerated, his form appeared like a tempest amidst the snow, confronted with a barrage of strikes from all directions. Uchiha Sora found himself struggling to defend, his garments already marred by numerous gashes. In this moment, he felt akin to a participant in the Chunin exams, akin to Sasuke facing Lee, able to see but unable to keep up. Had this been a life-and-death struggle against an opponent like Mitsuba, Uchiha Sora would have retreated a considerable distance, employing ninjutsu to bombard his adversary. Yet, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for mutual growth, he discerned that Mitsuba was imparting wisdom, and thus refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics. Though engaged in combat with Mitsuba, Uchiha Sora's mind was preoccupied with the Raikage. One must always be prepared to face the consequences of one's actions. In the act of striking, one must be ready to endure strikes in return. Uchiha Sora had explained extensively to Shursui, yet deep down, he understood the truth. The Raikage would inevitably seek him out. It was merely a matter of time. His decision to engage with Mitsuba was also a strategic measure to acclimate himself to the combat style of formidable close-range fighters. Considering the Raikage's previous maneuvers, it was evident that Minato's speed surpassed his, and Tsunade's strength eclipsed his own. In other words, both his speed and strength had reached an extraordinarily high level. second only to the strongest in the ninja world. The encounter with Uchiha Madara holds no significant value for reference. Those two formidable beings do not partake in everyday comparisons. Attempting to match the physical prowess of the Raikage in a short span is rather unrealistic, for he is a genius who has honed his skills through decades of arduous training. The concept of preemptive strikes is indeed practical, warranting further exploration when time permits. However, I am not a true swordsman. Thus, there is no urgency in my pursuit. It is essential to leverage my own strengths to address the current challenges. With a swift motion, a blade of energy sliced through Uchiha Sora's forehead, blood streaming down into his eye sockets. Yet he did not flinch, rapidly wielding his long knife to counter the strike. The blade, Ryumen, glowed incandescently, its previously subtle patterns now blossoming like exquisite flowers, a sight to behold. The tangible flames enveloped an ever-increasing area, melting the snow across the training ground, while puddles reflected the fiery youth within. A colossal arc of the blade surged towards Uchiha Sora, its formidable presence undeniable. With a decisive click, Mitsubian sheathed his blade. This would suffice. After enduring this strike, the boy Sora should be rendered incapable of further combat. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora, who had raised his sword, let his hand drop. Mitsubian's pupils constricted in alarm as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Lift your sword." The onlookers, including Shizuka, felt a surge of tension, their hands resting on their sword hilts, ready to intervene. In the face of the impending strike, a smile crept across Uchiha Sora's lips as he reversed the blade, assuming the posture of a Iajutsu cut. Flames erupted instantaneously, forming a spiraling pillar of fire, the sudden surge of heat evaporating the moisture in the air. Uchiha Sora swung his sword, invoking the fire release, chakra mode, god-searing fire weave. The crimson Ryumen descended. Boom, boom, boom. The inferno erupted, the expanding web of flames engulfing a vast area, the air crackling like shattered glass in its wake. The fiery blades danced like a multitude of frenzied serpents, consuming the entire training ground in a tumultuous sea of flames. The colossal blade arc was shattered by the fire, yet its might remained undiminished, the scorching winds whipping Mitsubian's hair into a frenzy. Truly, a talent akin to that of a monster. Mitsubian bent low, drawing his sword, the clear blade of his Iajutsu slicing through the surging flames. As tranquility returned, he sheathed his sword, and upon closer inspection, wisps of smoke curled from the tips of his beard, and his brow bore the marks of scorching. This is sufficient. Any further would transcend mere sparring. Let us dine. A gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the last flicker of flame upon Uchiha Sora. He grinned, saying, "As for dessert after the meal, I hope for Snow Mountain applesauce sorbet. I have learned that this is your finest delicacy." Chapter 31, Conspiracy. Orochimaru Uchiha Sora wiped his long knife with the hem of his garment and handed it to C.H. Kai. "Here, it's clean now, take it back." C.H. Kai hesitated. His expression conflicted as he looked at Uchiha Sora, reluctant to extend his hand. "What's wrong? I merely used it, it's not damaged." C.H. Kai sighed deeply. "Ryumen is an exceptional blade, truly magnificent. After handling it personally, you must have felt its quality." Uchiha Sora nodded. "Indeed, it is remarkable. Without it, I doubt I could have performed that technique just now. It would have required some time to accumulate." According to his assessment, this blade has augmented his fire release potency by at least 20%, and its capacity to harbor fire chakra is remarkably commendable. "Fear not. I do not covet your treasured sword. I shall forge my own when the time comes." Chongjia shook his head and reminisced. That year, the White Fang's blade and the Luiyue were unparalleled. The former was well suited for lightning chakra, while the latter excelled with fire chakra. Originally, it belonged to my brother, who entrusted it to me upon his demise. For all these years, I have been unable to unleash her full potential, which fills me with profound shame. Uchiha Sora regarded him with an increasingly peculiar gaze. "A mere sword, and yet you weave a tale of familial drama around it?" Chongjia forced a smile, as though he had reached a resolution. "Lord Sora, do you know? In your hands, I have heard the joyous hum of Luiyue. She is exceedingly fond of you. Such delight I have never heard even from my brother. A sword, only when paired with its most fitting companion, can truly resonate." As he spoke, tears began to well in Chongjia's eyes. "Please, cherish Luiyue. You are her most suitable match." Uchiha Sora, usually never at a loss for words, found himself speechless. Regardless of the reasoning, he could always banter back. Yet, He truly did not know how to engage with this individual. Was it merely a gift of a sword? I have watched enough martial arts dramas to recognize this as a common affair. Why does this situation reek so heavily of a morning idol drama? He turned to Mikasa. I will accept it, consider it my purchase, and you may deduct it from the materials. Mikasa shook his head, although Chongjie's display was somewhat exaggerated. His family is indeed the finest swordsmith lineage in the Land of Iron. Perhaps they can indeed perceive different sounds. This act of gifting is a personal gesture and unrelated to our agreement. By the way, regarding the promise to present you with something, since you have received it, Lord Shirzue may choose an item after the banquet. Shirzue raised his hand to politely decline. Glancing at the short blade behind him, he smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I shall make do with the sword left by my grandfather. His blade, bequeathed by Uchiha Kagami, is itself a rare and excellent weapon, sufficient for his needs. Chongjie handed over the clean scabbard to Uchiha Sora, entrusting it as one would a marrying daughter. Liyue must be maintained with high-quality blade oil every month. I shall prepare it for you. She despises damp environments. If you have the time, do attend to her weekly. Uchiha Sora hastily accepted the scabbard and beckoned Mikasa. Let us eat quickly. Once I am satiated, I shall take my leave. Initially intending to stay the night, he feared this individual might orchestrate a 10-mile farewell come morning. Were it not for the tantalizing sweet delicacies of the Land of Iron, Uchiha Sora would have wished to depart at this very moment. As night fell, Shirzue tightened his robes against the cold wind. Why the haste? Is there not time for another night's rest? We have camped for so long, it is a rare opportunity. I fear I might lose control and slay that fellow. Uchiha Sora wore a grim expression. That person, Chongjie, had vexed him even while he indulged in dessert. The deliciousness of the snow apple jam sorbet had diminished somewhat. Witnessing Uchiha Sora's discomfort for the first time, Shirzue teased. After all, he did bestow upon you such a precious gift, worth countless riches. What harm is there in saying a few words? Sora shot Shirzue a glare. He is still alive. That is the greatest concession I have made. Well. The magnanimous Lord Kuro. Next time such a situation arises, you may assume the role of the villain, for I find myself quite ill-suited to it. It feels rather peculiar. I lack the talent for acting. I am truly malevolent. Uchiha Kuro spoke in a subdued tone. If I utter harsh words, my body shall follow suit. And that would lead to genuine conflict. Very well, let us create a snow cave. Tomorrow we shall quicken our pace and make our way to the land of rice. Now that we have the materials, it is time to arrange for the laborers. Konoha, the Shimura residence. Shimura Danzo appeared as an ancient monk in deep meditation. Kneeling within the inner chamber, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his face. Drip, a viscous liquid fell from above. There coiled a white snake upon the beam, from which emerged a pallid man adorned with purple eyeshadow. He was none other than the notorious rogue ninja, Orochimaru, who was wanted by Konoha. What a repulsive greeting, Orochimaru. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the tip of the sword before him. Orochimaru wore a wicked smile, his voice raspy. I have heard that you were publicly defeated by a mere Uchiha brat, and even your hidden eyes were plucked away. You have been confined by the old man. What qualifications do you possess now to collaborate with me? Qualifications? Danzo scoffed, replying, I have merely been dismissed. I am not dead. You have spent time in the roots, so you should be aware of the extent of my power. The previous casualties among the roots were hardly significant. Without my support, and while facing the relentless pursuit of Konoha's Umbu, your situation must be dire. Indeed, it is somewhat troubling. Those insects are incessantly buzzing about, disrupting my experimental focus. Orochimaru continued to point his sword at Danzo. Yet I have recently joined an organization that provides ample funding. Danzo smiled ominously. There is no need for us to test each other. Your presence signifies an intent to collaborate. I can provide you with information regarding the Umbu ninjas pursuing you and continue to fund your research. After a pause, Orochimaru spoke indifferently. It is insufficient. I require the roots to assist me in gathering ample experimental materials. This time, I do not wish for ordinary specimens. Agreed. Orochimaru lowered the Kusanagi sword, revealing a chilling smile. So, Lord Danzo, what do you wish me to assist you with? Uchiha Kuro. Despite Danzo's efforts to maintain composure while uttering this name, Orochimaru could discern the concealed, serpent-like malice lurking within. I desire his eyes to fill the void within me. You seem to be in a state of confusion, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his smile fading. That individual, Is a Uchiha powerhouse capable of defeating you? Surely. He is beyond my reach. Moreover, your offer is inadequate. That fellow merely relies on summoning beasts, as long as he is denied time to summon them. He is not, but a mere Tsutomu brat. I can also provide you with intelligence. The fourth Hokage is deceased. The one currently revealing himself is an impostor. Orochimaru's pupils dilated, shock rippling through his dark golden irises. How is that even possible? He was indeed dissatisfied with Minato Namake's ascension to Hokage. Yet his discontent stemmed more from being overlooked by his mentor than from believing Minato was unworthy of the position. Like Jiraiya, he too regarded Minato as the most talented ninja after the first Hokage, a true genius capable of transcending the formidable barrier of bloodline limits. How could someone of such caliber not? Orochimaru's eyes darkened. Death is a possibility for anyone. The brevity and unpredictability of human life compel me to seize control over everything, to attain eternal life and witness the ultimate truths. Danzo sneered. The person you fear most is no longer here, and I know you have an interest in the Sharingan. According to my intelligence, Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Shrine are heading towards the land of Earth, having distanced themselves from their clan. It is an opportune moment to act. I will dispatch members from the route. No need, Orochimaru interjected, slowly retreating into the shadows, morphing into a white serpent that dissolved into darkness. I shall investigate. It sounds like a child even more intriguing than Uchiha Itachi. Until he sensed the absence of Orochimaru within the barrier, Danzo's expression darkened. Orochimaru was merely a cornered dog. Once I become Hokage. Chapter 32, Unwavering. When the Wind Demon clan is mentioned, those familiar with it often recall a once prosperous ninja clan now in decline, adept in the use of large ninja tools. If they are considered fallen, it stands to reason that their ancestors must have experienced a time of glory. During the Warring States period, they were regarded as a mid-tier ninja clan, collaborating with the Uchiha clan to oppose the Senju clan. To put it plainly, the Warring States of the Land of Fire were characterized by battles led by the Senju and Uchiha clans, each commanding a host of followers. Consequently, upon their alliance, numerous notable ninja clans joined Konoha. The Wind Demon clan, however, was rather unfortunate, being eliminated during the competition phase and thus failing to qualify for inclusion in Konoha. Senju Hashirama was a paragon of virtue, but Tobirama, who managed affairs, sought those clans possessing secret techniques or blank slates of commoners. He would not entertain families with little strength yet a strong sense of clan pride. As a result, even to this day, the Wind Demon clan is less renowned than the shuriken favored by the Uchiha clan, the land of rice. In contrast to the renowned hot spring tourism of the land of hot water and the iron-rich land of iron, the land of rice epitomizes the reality of most small nations in the ninja world. With inconvenient transportation, low economic levels, and nearly non-existent military power, it holds little status in the ninja realm. Ironically, it was only after Orochimaru established the village of Sound here that the stature of this small nation began to rise. Upon setting foot on this land, Uchiha Sora realized he had misjudged the situation. There was little of value for Orochimaru to extract from the land of rice. In the future, it would likely require Orochimaru's financial support to develop infrastructure for the nation. This small country could be bundled and sold off, worth less than a single town in the land of fire. This brings to mind the claims of Scorpion and Chio, who could single-handedly annihilate small nations. Such statements seem little more than mere bravado. Observing a woman on the street selling her child for mere sustenance, Shirsue's expression revealed his compassion. Sora, do you have any food left in your bag? Uchiha Sora also witnessed the dire circumstances and replied flatly, you will only bring her harm, Shirsue. In this place, giving her food will not ensure her survival. With a furrowed brow, Shirsue contemplated the situation. How could one not guard against it? Why not simply consume it? Have you observed the throng in the alley? They have already set their sights on you. They may hesitate to act against us. Clad as we are in the attire of ninjas, yet should you offer anything to that woman, they will pounce. You think consuming it will secure safety? You underestimate them gravely. They would not hesitate to disembowel her for sustenance, simultaneously reaping a meal. Uchiha K, his expression impassive, continued, though I harbor no fondness for Konoha, which conceals profound darkness, I have grown up in the land of cats and understand one truth. Compared to the outside world, Konoha resembles a paradise. No orphan there would perish from hunger, for orphanages exist to care for them. Even the worst fate is merely to be cast to the roots for training. Even the children used by Orochimaru for experiments are only taken beyond the borders of Konoha. You have also slain several root ninjas. Why do they risk their lives for a man like Danzo? Because, to them, Danzo represents a savior, rescuing them from the depths of hell. Uchiha K gazed at the soulless figures on the street and spoke softly. In times of extreme hunger, one can cast aside all notions of emotional ethics. I recall Orochimaru once stating that he had encountered many orphans, and compared to their fate, death might indeed be considered a fortunate outcome. Uchiha K harbored a deep disdain for Itachi's actions during the clan's massacre, yet he did not deem it entirely irrational. He had witnessed war and understood the beauty of Konoha, willing to protect it at all costs, wishing for Sasuke to thrive within its embrace. However, his own limitations led to a situation where Sasuke prioritized himself over the village and his kin, resulting in such choices. Shirzue's steps grew heavy. He was no naive nobleman. Prompted by Kei's insights, he swiftly grasped the root of the matter. Kei, why is true peace unattainable in the ninja world? Can war never cease? Uchiha Kei offered a faint smile. Do not dwell on such questions. They are inherently unresolvable. Our task is simply to emerge victorious in each conflict. Shirzue regarded Uchiha Kei's retreating figure. After a considerable moment, he regained his senses and followed. The presence of Uchiha Nin in the land of rice felt akin to celestial beings descending among the common folk. Uchiha Kei promptly sought out the steward of the daimyo's residence, instructing him to summon the members of the Fma clan, then expelled the daimyo from his estate. Settling in with Shirzue, though termed the residence of the daimyo of the land of rice, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Shirzue's ancestral home. The following day, a group of modestly clad ninjas gathered before the daimyo's estate, the Fma clan. Only two entered to pay their respects to their former lord, the current leader of the Fma clan, a stooped and unattractive middle-aged man, accompanied by an exquisitely beautiful young girl with azure hair. Greetings to Lord Uchiha. I am Fma Kage, and this is my daughter, Fma Kaguya. The girl, with her gray-blue eyes reflecting a semblance of innocence, gazed at the youthful figure seated before her. He appeared slightly younger than herself, yet accepted her father's bow with remarkable composure. Kaguya, do not raise your head. The reprimand from his father brought Inya back to reality, prompting him to hastily bow down as his father had done. Uchiha Kong discerned the intentions of Fengma Inglu with a mere glance. The survival strategy of the small clan hinged upon offering tribute to the larger clans in hopes of securing their protection. The Fengma clan had little of value to present, save for the most beautiful maiden of their lineage, in the hope of garnering the mercy of those in power. Inglu, the leader of your clan, I have traveled a great distance to seek you. I trust you can surmise the reason, he stated. Inglu was momentarily taken aback and quickly bowed again. The Fengma clan is willing to serve your command, undeterred by the prospect of death, regardless of their thoughts. The Fengma clan lacked the qualification to provoke the might of the Uchiha. Thus, they had no option but to seek an alliance. The zenith of the Fengma clan's glory was during the Warring States period when they served as vassals to the Uchiha. Each generation of Fengma clan leaders harbored the aspiration to revitalize their family. This was a golden opportunity, even if the next command required Inglu to sacrifice himself. He would execute it without hesitation. Uchiha Kong nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. To be frank, the Uchiha clan has already severed ties with Konoha. I intend to recruit some shinobi to establish a ninja village of our own. Thus, if your intent is to join Konoha, you shall be disappointed. After a brief pause, Inglu bowed and replied, This is even better. Our ancestors have always told us that the Uchiha clan is the strongest in the ninja world. The Senju merely momentarily surpassed the Uchiha through the might of the god of shinobi, lacking the ambition to govern a nation. I firmly believe that under Uchiha leadership, we shall establish a ninja village that rivals the 5 great nations. Uchiha Kong smiled faintly. There is no need for embellishment. Our recorded history indicates that the Uchiha and Senju have contested for a millennium, and at their peak, it was merely a stalemate. I do not indulge in grandiose visions. By following us, you may attain wealth, fame, and power. However, you must also be aware of the accompanying dangers. Should your clan perish because of me, I will bear no guilt. Have you made your decision? Without hesitation, Fengma Inglu bowed deeply. I shall unwaveringly pursue your vision. Chapter 33. The Winds of Calamity. The Fengma clan, including Inglu, consisted of merely 2 Nin. Moreover, this title should be taken with a grain of salt. For in a real confrontation, they might not stand a chance against Konoha's elite J-Nin. Additionally, there were 7 or 8 Ch-Nin and dozens of Genin. Such strength was considered commendable in the land of rice, which explained why Orochimaru would make a trip to deceive them. Ninjas of comparable rank from the 5 great nations generally surpassed those from smaller countries, and their credibility was assured, which hindered the development of small nation ninjas, rendering them unable to secure missions. Training a ninja is an expensive endeavor, and ninjutsu is far from commonplace. After declaring loyalty, Uchiha Kong presented Lu with a scroll containing the Phoenix Fire technique. A technique accessible even to young Uchiha, it was regarded as a treasure by him, further affirming his loyalty. During the Warring States period, the ninja arts of various clans were closely guarded secrets, never taught to outsiders. Even the most rudimentary techniques, like the body flicker technique, were withheld. It was Senju Tobarama who first pioneered the master-apprentice model. Once the Uchiha established a foothold in the land of whirlpools and gathered sufficient shinobi and civilians, Uchiha Kong also intended to establish a ninja academy. Disliking a person and learning from them is not inherently contradictory. The 4 great nations harbor a deep disdain for the treacherous Senju Tobarama, yet they assimilate his proposed systems with remarkable swiftness. After assigning the Wind Demon clan to the land of whirlpools, Uchiha Sora and Shursui embarked on their journey once more. Shall we not return? Our mission has been accomplished, Shursui pondered, resting his head in his hands. I find myself missing Itachi. I wonder how that young lad is faring in his new environment. Uchiha Sora felt a twinge of conflict regarding the treatment of Itachi. As brothers in arms with Shursui, and with the rightful choice of Fugaku at stake, it would be unjust to condemn Itachi for crimes he had yet to commit. To judge him for transgressions that had not yet occurred seemed rather inappropriate. Nonetheless, the impending tragedy of the massacre night remained a persistent thorn in Uchiha Sora's heart, one he would not easily dismiss. He was not a magnanimous individual. To put it kindly, he held grudges with an intensity that could be deemed excessive. In any event, if you relish orchestrating your younger brother's life, perhaps it is time for you to experience the sensation of being manipulated yourself. One can only hope you make the right choices, much like Fugaku did. Perhaps next time, I shall include him. However, the Wind Demon clan does not warrant my special attention just yet. The time is nigh. In a hushed tone, he declared, "We must journey to the land of wind to capture a tailed beast." Shursui's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "With just the 2 of us? How is that possible? Your Rick Zie indeed possesses the strength to contend with the 9 tails, but combating and capturing are 2 entirely different matters. Moreover, how do we intend to seal such a catastrophic creature? Capturing a tailed beast surely requires the presence of the clan leader," he insisted, recalling the harrowing experience of the 9 tails attack, a force that transcended the common knowledge of shinobi. Do not presume that all tailed beasts are as formidable as the 9 tails. Uchiha Sora cast a sidelong glance at him, replying coolly, "Aside from the 9 tails and 8 tails, if we collaborate, capturing a tailed beast is not beyond the realm of possibility. As for the containers, I believe they are already prepared." The Wind Demon clan was merely a convenient detour. Uchiha Sora's true objective lay with Gaara. Tailed beasts are critical strategic assets, and Konoha, due to the Uchiha clan's possession of a summoning beast comparable to a tailed beast, is acutely aware of this reality. As the saying goes, if your enemies believe you possess weapons of mass destruction, it is prudent to ensure that you indeed do. The most accessible target would naturally be the 7 tails of Takigakure, though Uchiha Sora remained uncertain of its current state. If it had not yet been sealed within a Jinchuriki, a flying-tailed beast could prove quite troublesome. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning were not viable options, as their Jinchuriki already possessed considerable combat capabilities. The waters of the Land of Water run deep. Uchiha Sora wished to avoid an encounter with Obito, whose Kamui was far too formidable. After careful consideration, the Wind Country's Shikaku emerged as the most suitable option. The strength of Gaara's Shikaku is regarded as above average among tailed beasts. In the desert, even the 8 tails may find it difficult to best him. Gaara is a competent Jinchuriki, and such a rudimentary seal can ensure that Shikaku does not run amok. Were it not for the unpredictable nature of the psychopath, Raza, a reconciliation with the tailed beast might have been achieved much earlier. Compared to that wretched family, little Gaara would undoubtedly prefer the loving Uchiha clan. Uchiha, without a trace of shame, had no qualms about enticing the child. In a few years, Individuals like Kimimaro could also be sought after. After all, one must have faith in Lord Orochimaru's standards for talent selection. Shursui, after a moment of contemplation, chose to trust Uchiha S. If he said it would be fine, it surely would be. Days passed, and as the verdant hues of the forest faded, the two found themselves traversing a stretch of arid sands. The land of wind is the largest among the 5 great nations, yet its usable land is the least. The journey from the border to Sunagakure still lay far ahead. As they advanced, they exchanged insights on ninjutsu, and with the enhancement provided by Rigetsu, Uchiha S had begun to preliminarily develop the fire release chakra mode. This mode significantly amplifies the potency of fire release techniques, enhancing both power and speed to a certain degree. However, a notable drawback is the loss of stealth, should one embark on a covert mission. The sudden appearance of a massive fireball would undoubtedly draw attention. Nevertheless, eliminating all witnesses could still be considered a form of perfect infiltration. Thus it is not a grave flaw. The technique, Shinkaretsukaji, was conceived in the heat of battle. At that moment, faced with an onslaught from Mitsuba, he recalled the Hyuga's Kaiten. The principle involves releasing a substantial amount of chakra from the body's chakra points and spinning rapidly like a top to create an all-encompassing defense. The fire release chakra mode inherently covers the surface of the body with chakra, and indeed, spinning could achieve a similar effect. However, the aesthetic was far from appealing. It squandered vast amounts of chakra merely to form a crude protective shell. Such a notion was utterly incongruent with Uchiha S's artistic sensibilities regarding ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, in essence, should be an art suffused with the aesthetics of violent beauty. Shinkaretsukaji unleashes a tremendous burst of fire release chakra centered around oneself through the rotational inertia of both the body and the blade, manifesting as an exceptionally destructive fire technique. Upon his first use of this technique, Uchiha S felt every pore scorched by the flame's rapid passage. To succeed, one must maintain composure amidst the agony and regulate the frequency of chakra output. In truth, merely sustaining the fire release chakra mode subjects one to the torment of burning flames. Though these flames do not harm the physical body, it does not imply that the body is oblivious to their heat. Pain cannot be entirely severed, for it plays a significant role in combat. After hearing Uchiha S's explanation, Shursui shook his head. This is far too difficult. I am quite averse to pain. Is there no simpler method? Uchiha S stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I shall ponder a less painful, simplified version later. How is your development of the Een fire progressing? Shursui shot him a glance. It's only been a few days. I am not a monster like you. I haven't even conceptualized a prototype yet. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, I absolutely refuse to call it Een fire. It sounds dreadful. After walking a distance, abruptly, both men came to a halt. Amidst the scorching winds and sands, a chill seemed to permeate the air. A slender figure clad in a black robe emerged from the swirling dust, dispelling the ominous aura of despair. As he beheld the two magnificent Sharingan, the pallid-faced man offered a faint smile. Before those eyes, lurking holds no significance. Allow me to introduce myself. Kun. I am Orochimaru. Chapter 34, Akainu. Long time no see, Shursui-kun. With a swift motion, Shursui unsheathed his short blade, cold sweat trickling down his cheek, a prickling sensation creeping along the nape of his neck. Even the formidable Shursui found his hand trembling around the hilt. The name of a person resonates with the shadow of a tree. Initially, the title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha carried a hint of shame, but as they each distinguished themselves on the battlefield, it gradually transformed into a moniker for the powerful. To this day, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are undoubtedly revered figures of legendary status in the ninja world. For Shursui, Orochimaru held a deeper significance. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru served as the commanding officer across multiple battlefronts, including the one where Shursui fought in the Land of Mist. He had witnessed the cold-blooded ruthlessness of this commander firsthand, often waking in the dead of night, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, intertwined with his fear of Orochimaru was a complex emotion, admiration. For Shursui understood, rationally, that Orochimaru's brutal commands were indeed justified and represented the most suitable decisions of that time. On the battlefield, he operated like an emotionless machine. Even the swiftest of ninjas, Minato Namikaze, could not save everyone. Orochimaru's merciless decisions were the means by which to preserve the greatest amount of combat strength. Were it not for the rapport between the clan leader and the fourth Hokage, Shursui was uncertain how he would have voted in a trust ballot. The fourth was commendable, yet he believed Orochimaru would not fare poorly as Hokage either. However, time has altered their paths. Upon meeting again, neither of them remained a ninja of Konoha. As Uchiha K formed hand seals, chakra rapidly coalescing, Orochimaru smiled faintly. K. Kuin, I would advise against your futile efforts. I shall not grant you the opportunity to summon. I have already visited the desolate realm created by that monster. Uchiha K grinned. Let us change the address. I am quite averse to being called K. Kuin. What should I call you then? Uchiha K? Or perhaps Lord K? Orochimaru chuckled, not out of rage, but rather amusement. From the very first glance at Uchiha K, he recognized a shared trait within the youth's eyes. It was a fervent obsession, a willingness to sacrifice everything for one's goals. Orochimaru found such gaze immensely appealing. He slowly extended his hand, a pale finger adorned with a ring of emptiness. I am a member of the organization known as K. You too share the name K. It seems we are bound by a peculiar fate. A line of flirtation long outdated by centuries. Uchiha K accelerated the refinement of his chakra, prepared for a swift escape. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a shadow-level powerhouse. Even with Shursui's assistance, their chances of victory were slim, and he sensed Shursui's unusual emotional turbulence. Should a confrontation arise, he could not guarantee optimal performance. His objective was to protect the crane. Engaging Orochimaru offered no advantage, and fleeing would bear no shame. Uchiha K was resolute, but not a reckless hound that would bite indiscriminately. Orochimaru lowered his hand, smiling. Are you not intrigued by the organization I have joined? It is quite suitable for rogue ninjas like us, abandoned by our villages. In reference to the previous dialogue, Orochimaru indicated that he had indeed visited Konohagakure and was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha's departure. Uchiha Sora smirked. Do not misconstrue our actions. We are not defectors. We merely find that decrepit village intolerably foul, and I will inevitably return to cleanse it. Orochimaru's smile broadened, as if he had encountered a rare confidant. Oh, Sora-kun of the Uchiha, you possess the insight to discern the truth. We could forge an alliance to dismantle that decaying village. I apologize, but your credibility is currently lacking. Uchiha Sora replied, placing his hand on the hilt of his Ryametsu sword. Mr. Orochimaru, should you choose to withdraw now, I will treat this encounter as if it never occurred. Orochimaru spread his arms, resembling a poised serpent ready to strike. Oh, are you suggesting that you could inflict harm upon me at your whim? With a metallic sound, the gleaming blade of the sword was drawn slightly, a faint flame igniting. Let us see, shall we? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Shursui steadied his trembling hand. Even in the presence of a former superior, now a notorious rogue ninja, Shursui would heed Sora's command to act if necessary. When confronting a figure like Orochimaru, even the reluctance to engage must not betray weakness. This venomous serpent awaited the opportune moment to strike. The wind stirred once more, and a massive, low-slung figure approached like a serpentine tortoise. Both Sora and Shursui were so fixated on Orochimaru that they only now noticed him. A chilling voice pierced the air. Just two youngsters. Orochimaru, what are you hesitating for? How long must I wait? I despise waiting. Upon recognizing that familiar silhouette, Uchiha Sora wasted no time and bellowed, attack. Boom. A searing fire dragon erupted forth, courtesy of Shursui's great fireball technique. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora began to leverage the over 200 credibility points he had accumulated. The platform assessed his standing at 100. 200 credibility points should equate to strength on par with a Kaga-level ninja. Facing Orochimaru alone, he could engage and retreat as needed. However, with the addition of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, there would be no escape. Should they sense defeat, these two would undoubtedly seize the rare Uchiha experimental subject. So, let us fight. Receiving user loan application. This loan will freeze 230 credibility points, with a repayment period of 5 years. Do you accept? Match successful. Please confirm to receive the power from another dimension. Appendix. This loan pertains to a humanoid life form. Users are advised against actions that grossly contravene its principles. The platform bears no responsibility for issues arising from such loans. Friendly reminder, even a momentary indulgence, based on the principles of fate, comes with a predetermined cost. Please use this platform judiciously. Enough with the trivialities. I understand the repayment. Just lend me the resources. Boom. Under the searing heat of the flame dragon, The surface of the sand began to vitrify. Orochimaru and the scorpion of the red sand evaded the attack, exchanging glances. Do you harbor a grudge against that individual? Orochimaru inquired, puzzled. He sensed Uchiha Sora's reluctance to engage, and he too contemplated whether to act. Why did Sora choose to strike as soon as the scorpion of the red sand appeared? In his view, the potential collaboration with the beleaguered Danzo was far less valuable than aligning with the Uchiha clan. If he were to collaborate with the Uchiha to establish a ninja village, it would surely constitute a formidable force of supernova caliber within the ninja world. And aspiring to the status of a great nation would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Although the Akatsuki organization possesses considerable strength, its numbers are insufficient, with each member harboring their own ulterior motives, relying solely on the absolute might of their leader, which does little to aid their cause. The scorpion of the red sand, concealed within the crimson stream, coldly remarked, "Who knows, perhaps it is merely a response to imminent death. Hurry up and deal with it. Each body is accounted for." Orochimaru's expression turned frigid. Do not presume too much. His life holds far greater value than his death, while you may not desire to kill him. The murderous intent in his eyes is unmistakable. Faced with someone who wishes to end your life, yet remains indecisive, this is not characteristic of you, Orochimaru. With a crackle, the tail of the crimson stream stiffened, poised to unleash a barrage of poison needles. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, as a black-red light approached at breakneck speed, resembling a blazing meteor. As the light drew nearer, the outline of a figure became discernible. Boom! A towering silhouette descended with a resounding crash, standing an impressive 3 meters tall, emanating the searing heat of molten lava. He bore a colossal sword upon his back, his visage resolute and square, with eyes radiating determination and coldness. More than a mere human, he resembled the fabled god of fire. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Uchiha Sora could not help but smile. With the fragmented characteristics of the loan agreement left behind, this individual's abilities were perfectly suited. "Greetings, Admiral Akainu," the newcomer said, raising a hand to rest upon the sword's hilt, his voice deep and measured. "Not yet. You should address me as Vice Admiral Akainu." Sensing the malevolent aura emanating from these two, he added, "If it comes to dealing with them, I can lend my assistance." "Ah, I appreciate it." Chapter 35. We are similar types of ability users. Uchiha Sora was unfamiliar with the progenitor of demons, Muzan, but was well acquainted with the 3 admirals of the Navy. The Void Seat was also a familiar concept, one he had known even before entering the ninja world. This led him to ponder a new possibility regarding the platform. If I initiate alone, will it only summon those I am aware of? The title of Admiral, so distinctive, immediately connected Orochimaru to the emerging giant and the Iron Country. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Uchiha Sora and his companion had indeed visited the Iron Country not long ago. Impossible. I have been to the Iron Country, even with 3 ships. This self-proclaimed vice admiral cannot surpass that. The heat emanating from him was akin to lava, and his expression was grave. Sakazuki, codename Akainu. Just by his stance, one can tell he is extraordinarily powerful. Unlike the sinister demeanor of most ninjas, this man exuded the aura of a wrathful volcano. Is there truly such a person in the Iron Country? The Scorpion was unaware of that enigmatic neutral nation, but like Orochimaru, he immediately thought of the Iron Country. Orochimaru began forming hand seals, speaking gravely. It should not be. In any case, he summoned assistance. I have long since established a barrier to negate summoning. His method of summoning is not through traditional techniques. If that is the case, it implies he is capable of summoning that green dragon beast. Orochimaru had resolutely decided to flee the moment the rift appeared, regarding his companion, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, as little more than a pawn to be sacrificed. This individual seemed quite formidable. He would claim him while leaving the 2 Uchiha to his ally. Regardless of his insatiable greed, Orochimaru held a certain disdain for Scorpion, and mutual contempt lingered between them. However, bearing the illustrious title of one of the legendary 3 ninjas, he was not one to retreat without engaging in battle. Here they come. Boom. Akainu drew his massive sword, swinging it casually as a colossal crescent of searing flames surged forth, a display of immense power. This was not merely a straightforward aerial slash. It also harnessed the might of the magma fruit. At this juncture, Akainu had not fully realized the potential of his fruit, preferring to blend his martial prowess with its abilities. His swordsmanship was renowned to the extent that it would be mentioned in discussions of the world's greatest swordsman. Bang! Orochimaru slammed his palms onto the sandy ground, summoning forth several imposing earthen barriers. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery slash obliterated the earthen walls with ease. Through the haze of charred remains, Akainu regarded Orochimaru, his brow furrowing. Is he a natural user of earth and rock abilities? The realm of ninjas operates on distinct power systems. Even with his heightened perception, he could not ascertain how Orochimaru altered the terrain. It seemed too uncharacteristic of a fruit user. It appeared as though he manipulated energy within himself to achieve an effect akin to that of a superhuman. Uchiha Sora approached him, appearing diminutive next to his towering stature. It would be difficult to explain in such a brief span. But one with an elemental body like yours should be impervious to snake venom. I entrust that individual to you while we contend with the puppet master. Observing the flames igniting on Sora's form, Akainu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you and I share a similar type of power. Before Akainu could utter another word, Uchiha Sora called out to Shursui and charged towards the scorpion of the red sand. This young boy possesses extraordinary strength. This world should not be underestimated. Akainu intently focused on Orochimaru, his perception fully activated. Orochimaru sensed the unusual gaze enveloping him, recognizing it as a highly advanced sensory technique. He spread his arms and spoke softly. What may I call you, dear friend? Surely, we have no compelling reason to engage in combat. Akainu snorted derisively, stepping forward and appearing before Orochimaru in an instant, his massive sword cleaving through Orochimaru's torso. I have long sensed the malevolence within you. As a Marine, I bear the weight of justice for the world. Now is the time to execute that duty. The furious eruption of volcanic magma engulfed Orochimaru's bisected form entirely. Why does that person evoke a sense of familiarity with the grown-up version of you? Do not be absurd. I am of the charming and handsome variety. I shall not resemble that style. That is not what I meant, Shursui remarked in astonishment, asking, who is he? Is he a summoned beast of yours? A more humanoid one, perhaps? Why are you so full of questions? Uchiha Sora casually gestured with his eyes, for the questions you cannot comprehend. Consider them a manifestation of my Sharingan abilities. Is that so? Shursui readily accepted this premise. As the conversation unfolded, the two individuals approached the red sand scorpion. Leaping forth with blades drawn, the scorpion let out a cold chuckle, unperturbed. Ignorant fools, instead of fleeing, you dare to attack me? The true essence of Shui lay concealed beneath this puppet. Beneath the puppet was yet another puppet. He had transformed himself into a human puppet, and the task was to locate and destroy his core. But do not grant him the time to unravel the scroll. He possesses a magnetic escape ninja puppet, and should he be allowed to unleash it, be cautious not to employ iron. Always maintain a chakra shield over your ninja blades. Understood. Your Sharingan is truly formidable. It must be the empty eye, revealing insights from the future. Remarkable. Perhaps you are the rightful owner of the true Sharingan. Uchiha Sora proclaimed loudly, catching the attention of Scorpion. Am I mad? As if I am unaware of the workings of the Sharingan. What pretense of foresight and probing into hearts is this? Damn it. Who leaked my information? Orochimaru. No, he is oblivious to the third Kazekage. Only two know of my puppet, Konan and the leader. Eliminating all impossibilities. Scorpion was reluctant to accept that the organization had betrayed him. Was this a trap laid specifically for me? A few words had unsettled Scorpion's heart. The core is also the heart. Clang. The iron tail of the scarlet flow blocked Shui's blade. As Scorpion coldly inquired, was it Konan who informed you? What promise did she make? That by killing me, you could join the Akatsuki? Uchiha Sora grinned widely. Now that you've deduced it, why not obediently accept your fate and spare Konan the trouble of intervening? In the distance, Orochimaru, escaping from the lava, shouted, Are you an idiot? He is deceiving you. Do not carelessly divulge the organization's secrets. He seemed poised to say more, but a great hand seized his head. Shui noted Orochimaru's condition, pondering, Truly, Lord Orochimaru, even in pieces, you remain spirited. Scorpion's heart was tumultuous. He was unsure whom to trust. However, one thing was certain. The two young fools before him must be eliminated. Swish, 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 swish. Countless poisoned sunbon erupted from the iron tail, resembling a rain of arrows. Shui swiftly retreated, and as he brushed past Uchiha Sora, a wave of fiery energy surged forth. Fire release, chakra mode, flowing blade flame slash. The essence of borrowing is to draw power, not merely to summon someone for assistance. Though he and Akainu were not in proximity, the contract's power connected them. Much like the energy shared with the rifts in the sky, Uchiha Sora too could sense Akainu's energy flow. He simply chose not to harness Akainu's power for his own use. Thus, Akainu, we are of the same ilk. You are the most fitting individual. A flurry of thoughts erupted in Uchiha Sora's mind, the flames enveloping him deepening in hue, the temperature escalating. Roar! The slash descended like a burning crescent moon, engulfing the red sand scorpion. Boom. Chapter 36. The combat style of ninjas. The fragments of the puppet crackled and were consumed by flames. Suspended above the sea of fire was the once familiar figure of the scorpion of the red sand, commanding the third Kazekage puppet. In another inferno, Orochimaru discerned the form of the puppet and sneered with cold disdain. So, you are the one who instigated the third great ninja war. Following the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Tsunagakure invaded Konoha in search of him, which ignited the conflict. While it may be an exaggeration to label you the culprit, it is fair to call you the spark that ignited the flames. Where are you looking? The figure of Akainu, wielding a massive sword, resembled a judge of hellfire. Orochimaru's expression turned icy as he unleashed the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Do not presume I fear you. I am certain that you are no hidden powerhouse. You were summoned by that boy from another dimension. Allow me to show you the way of the ninja. The blade extended for several meters as Orochimaru swung his head and struck fiercely. The clash of swords erupted, sending shockwaves across the molten landscape. Observing the serpentine figure, whose neck spanned several meters, Akainu furrowed his brow. His observation haki sensed the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits within this bizarre body. How profoundly evil. Upon the third Kazekage puppet stood a striking young boy with red hair. Unlike any human, his abdomen was modified with venomous steel cables, and his back was equipped with a spiral blade. In the position of his heart was a black cylindrical object. The inscription of Scorpion marked his regeneration core. Destroying that would suffice. Shirzue took note of the core. Having spent considerable time with Uchiha Sora, he had acquired a knack for sarcasm. Is it to ensure that the enemy is aware of the weakness? It is rather conspicuous. Uchiha Sora chuckled, coming to Scorpion's defense. It isn't exactly exposed. He usually resides within a shell. Upon reflection, Scorpion realized something was amiss. He had indeed utilized the third Kazekage puppet in his confrontation with Konan, but at that time, he had not completed the modifications to his own puppet. The matter of the core was unknown even to Konan. Yet, this Uchiha brat before him had discerned it before the crimson flow of the Otsutsuki was damaged. Narrowing his eyes, Scorpion scrutinized Uchiha Sora's gaze. Could it be? If it were true, I must not damage those eyes. This boy could rival the brilliance of the third Kazekage. Raising his hand, Scorpion spoke indifferently. You possess rather impressive eyes. But can you perceive my attack? Countless tiny black iron sands spread from the sleeves of the third Kazekage, resembling a dark cloud looming over a city. Magnet release secret technique, iron sand rain. The descending black rain heralded the opening of a deadly gate. These iron sands were infused not only with the magnet release chakra of the third Kazekage, but also with Scorpion's lethal poison. He was the sole puppet master capable of crafting human puppets, preserving all the jutsu and bloodline limits of their creators. Graduating as a nin at the age of 8 and completing 10 S-rank missions in his teens, he was destined to be the strongest of the new generation to lead Tsunagakure to greatness. Alas, the negligence regarding the psychological issues of left-behind children by the third Kazekage led to a harrowing price. Shirzue, with a gentle call, the two individuals simultaneously completed their hand seals, as if they were attuned to each other's thoughts. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Two roaring fire dragons entwined, their shared essence producing a synergy greater than the sum of their parts, instantly transforming a vast area into a sea of flames. The sand and iron emitted a noxious vapor, scorched to a deep crimson by the blaze. Confronted by the approaching fire dragons, Scorpion, his human puppet's face devoid of expression, merely extended his hands, revealing two protruding nozzles in his palms. Inferno embrace. With a mighty surge, an orange-red stream of flame erupted from the conduits, piercing through the fire dragons, carrying the searing red sand and iron towards the two below. I'll go first. Shimizu leaped into the air, and as he did, phantoms emerged from his form, braving the fiery onslaught to close in on the Crimson Sand Scorpion. The instantaneous Shimizu, huh? The battlefield is the easiest place to gain renown. Even Scorpion, far away in the land of wind, has heard of Shimizu's name. I find it unimpressive because I earned my title at a similar age. And now I am nearly 20. We are both prodigies, but I have a year of experience over you. What do you possess to contend with me? Most importantly, the Sharingan Jinjutsu, the hallmark of the Uchiha clan, proves ineffective against me, a mere puppet. Choosing me as your adversary is the most foolish decision you could make. Shimizu's phantoms, at their essence, are merely visual illusions, not true manifestations of his being. The reason the enemy perceives each phantom as genuine is that Shimizu employs his rapid instantaneous technique to launch attacks, substituting the illusions with his actual self. Scorpion does not rely on sight to discern truth from deception, but rather on the sensitivity of his chakra threads. Unless it is a technique of multiple shadow clones, such tactics cannot deceive Scorpion. He has already pinpointed Shimizu's true form, akin to a spider awaiting its prey, deliberately allowing Shimizu to approach. In that fleeting moment of proximity, I shall strike him down. Below, Uchiha Sora unleashed dozens of kunai enveloped in fire-release chakra, providing cover for Shimizu's advance. As Shimizu soared above the third Kazekage, a chilling smile seemed to flicker across Scorpion's cold visage. You've fallen for it, kid. With a swift motion, Scorpion disregarded the other phantoms. The steel cables from his abdomen shot forth like venomous serpents, piercing through Shimizu's heart. The sensation of impact confirmed it. This was the real body. Immediately thereafter, two dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously. The struck Shimizu dissolved into a cloud of smoke, while one of the kunai shot by Uchiha Sora transformed into Shimizu amidst the haze. Shimizu's short blade was enveloped in flames, his eyes gleaming of vibrant crimson. While he had yet to master the fire-release chakra mode, he had learned to imbue his weapon with chakra over the past few days. This is bad. Scorpion retracted the cables, turning to protect his core. In a swift motion, the head of a human puppet soared high into the air, but it was not Scorpion's. Instead, it was the third Kazekage beneath him. The Uchiha clan possesses a unique means of communication. Through the connection of their ocular prowess, they can convey vast amounts of information. In the original timeline, Itachi frequently shared images with his younger brother Sasuke, and Fugaku had also demonstrated his abilities to Itachi. Uchiha Sora need not articulate his intentions to engage in dialogue with Shursui. A mere exchange of glances suffices. The deliberate utterance of words serves merely to convey a fade to Sasori, creating the illusion that their focus lies upon him as a pivotal target, compelling him to concentrate on the protection of his core. Indeed, an assault on the core could inflict grievous wounds, yet Uchiha Sora does not underestimate Sasori. This adversary could not be vanquished so easily. With the decision to strike resolved, Uchiha Sora aspires to eradicate the root of the problem entirely. It seems improbable to eliminate the slippery snake, but he intends to ascertain whether he can ensnare the red sand Sasori. Thus, he must not afford him the opportunity to flee. Only a scant few ninjas in the shinobi world possess the ability to fly, and the third Kazekage is among them. Sasori's core is transferable. Even if he gains the upper hand, Sasori can relocate his core to the third Kazekage, leveraging his aerial capabilities to escape. The initial step of the battle plan is to obliterate the third Kazekage. As the head soars into the air, a cacophony ensues. Countless fire serpents rise from the earth, thrashing about in a wild dance, their roars echoing. An impenetrable lattice of fiery serpents launches attacks from all directions, scorching the atmosphere into charred ravines, suffusing the air with a pungent, burnt aroma. Divine flame weaving. Sasori barely manages to sever a fragment with steel cables before he is compelled to leap away to evade the onslaught, helplessly witnessing his masterpiece engulfed in flames. Uchiha Sora. Even as a mere puppet, he can still sense the gnashing of teeth, the tumult of emotions. At last, he speaks my name, rather than referring to me as a mere child. Uchiha Sora's lips curl into a smirk as he wields his blade. Now, escape is no longer an option, Sasori. Chapter 37. Dance of the Fire Whirlwind. Is this fellow a monster? Orochimaru grows increasingly alarmed as the battle progresses. It is well known that in the realm of ninjas, the outcome often hinges on a fleeting moment. Engaging in a skirmish for half an hour is already regarded as a rare prolonged confrontation. The prolonged battles seen in the Valley of the End are not typical of the shinobi world. Generally, One spends mere minutes gathering intelligence on their opponent, formulating strategies to swiftly conclude the fight. Orochimaru's combat experience speaks for itself. Throughout the clash, he has gleaned substantial information regarding Akatsuki. Firstly, there is the inhuman strength. This man possesses greater might than Tsunade. Furthermore, there is an extraordinarily keen sense of perception. Battling him feels akin to facing a ninja with the ocular bloodline limit. One's subsequent movements and positions seem to be foreseen. Most critically, despite painstakingly crafting opportunities and severing his arm with the sky blade, Orochimaru discovers that this adversary can transform his body into magma, rendering physical assaults utterly ineffective. Everything thus far is tolerable. Yet why, after such a lengthy confrontation, does your stamina remain as robust as it was at the onset of battle? In Orochimaru's perception, Akatsuki's life force depletes at a rate slower than his own recovery. This monstrous entity possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Greed and apprehension glint in Orochimaru's eyes. He yearns to study this otherworldly life form. Yet he comprehends that capturing this being is beyond his reach. He cannot even glimpse a chance of victory. Let us give it a try. Find a way to seize a portion of this fellow's bodily tissue, and then promptly summon the great serpent from the dragon cave to transport me. Akainu felt a tinge of irritation. The abilities of Orochimaru were more intricate than any he had encountered, seemingly capable of wielding various elemental powers. After being struck down once, another would emerge from the corpse. Even if reduced to ashes, one could never know when a serpent might spring forth from nearby. Through a mental connection, the red-eyed spirit that summoned him was equally perplexed about how to eliminate this snake, only aware that sealing techniques and the kaleidoscope illusionary arts could restrain it. Akainu had never even heard of such techniques. His gaze shifted toward the battle unfolding nearby. The chakra threads extending from Sasori's chest manipulated hundreds of puppet soldiers, inciting a deep-seated frustration within Akainu. That individual was truly unfathomably malevolent. The spirit that summoned me clearly deemed me more suited to confront that puppet master. Why then was I here? Akainu recognized that Uchiha Sora and Shursui were not paragons of virtue either. Their youthful countenance belied the fact that they had undoubtedly taken many lives. Yet, compared to Orochimaru and Sasori, these two red-eyed apparitions were somewhat more tolerable. Peering through the confines of his perspective, Akainu surmised that this world might be overwhelmingly dominated by twisted malevolence. Aside from himself, there was not a single normal individual present. Among the 5 present, each harbored similar thoughts. The third Kazekage was a significant component of Sasori's battle prowess, yet he was not the finest. The greatest puppet was, in fact, himself. Engaged in combat against the 100 machine manipulation, Uchiha Sora confirmed one point. During the battle that led to Sasori's demise in the original timeline, he had undoubtedly gone easy on him. The ability to control hundreds of puppets at once made Sasori the pinnacle of puppet mastery throughout history. Even if Chiyo's puppets were of superior quality, it was impossible for her and Sakura to triumph over him. Just the power he exhibited in the present surpassed what Uchiha Sora had known. You, young man, only find solace in the embrace of your parents, do you not? Uchiha Sora was well aware of Sasori's tragic past. Like himself, he had lost his parents to war. Understanding, a shared sense of suffering? He felt no such emotion. One cannot even empathize with the self from 3 minutes prior. How could he possibly empathize with an adversary? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless poison projectiles fell like a torrential downpour. Although Uchiha Sora possessed no antidote, he could effortlessly evade such attacks with the insight granted by his Sharingan. This was also one of the reasons he aimed to destroy the third Kazekage's puppets first. Once ensnared by the iron sand technique, evading the toxins would become exceedingly difficult. With the projectiles rendered ineffective, Sasori commanded his puppets to engage in close combat against the two. Shursui was a traditional representative of Uchiha swordsmanship, renowned for his flamboyant movements. Now accustomed to infusing his blade with fire-release chakra, and combined with his exquisite body flicker technique, he flitted through the puppets like a butterfly among flowers, each strike claiming a puppet. In contrast to Shursui, Uchiha Sora embodied pragmatism. Every slash, horizontal cut, and thrust was devoid of superfluous motion, clean and decisive. The strength of the puppets remains insufficient. If they continue to fall one after another, they will inevitably be obliterated. Scorpion deftly manipulates the strings, drawing 10 puppets before him. And after a series of mechanical clicks, they coalesce into 3 larger puppets. These three giant puppets form a triangular formation, their mechanisms springing to life. With a surge of Scorpion-S chakra, a fierce tornado erupts at the center of the triangle, exerting a powerful suction on Uchiha Sora, who is first engulfed by the shattered remnants of nearby puppets, which are mercilessly crushed. The puppet technique, three treasures engulf. Scorpion's mastery of puppetry is a legacy of Chio. He is regarded as the most ingenious puppeteer in history. However, Chio's Scorpion is known for one thing, his forbidden technique, the rebirth of the living. This jutsu was developed by Chio to resurrect Scorpion's parents, bestowing life upon puppets and even reviving the deceased. Regrettably, Scorpion fled before this technique could be completed. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora thrusts Ryumen into the glass-like layer of sand, resisting the force of the suction. The furious winds tear away the bindings of his hair, leaving his disheveled black locks to whirl chaotically in the tempest, brushing against his sharply defined cheekbones. As he gazes at the rapidly swirling band, a cold glint flashes in Uchiha Sora's eyes. He relinquishes his resistance and leaps forward to grasp the blood-stained band tightly. Noticing Uchiha Sora's irrational action, Scorpion senses something amiss. Is that a remnant of someone important to you? Sora, Shimizu exclaims, watching as Uchiha Sora is on the verge of being drawn into the heart of the triangular formation. He rushes forward with urgency. With a decisive increase of chakra, Scorpion amplifies the suction. Your obsession with such trivial matters is your downfall, Uchiha Sora. Just as he is about to be consumed by the three treasures engulfing array, Uchiha Sora extends Ryumen forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. His body spirals faster and faster within the tornado. A blazing torn erupts from him, surging into the howling winds, swiftly morphing into a colossal inferno. The flames whirl at an astonishing speed, as if intent on engulfing all creation in their terrifying embrace. A shadowy, serpentine dragon roars amidst the fiery tempest. Godly fire weaving, dance of the flame cyclone. Boom, boom, boom. The array, which was meant to absorb and crush all matter, is pierced and shattered by a colossal pillar of orange-red fire. The residual power of the fire dragon, undiminished, crashes through the three giant puppets and hurtles toward Scorpion. Swish, swish, swish. The spiral blades on Scorpion's lower back spin rapidly, slicing through the fire dragon layer by layer. Yet he is too late. Boom. He is violently propelled backward, a steel wire shooting forth to catch him against a puppet, finally halting his momentum. With a deep gaze, he looks up at the boy atop the sand dune. Uchiha Sora, half of his clothing burned away by the flames, reveals a body marred with countless scars. He inhales deeply, steadying his rapid breaths, and rebinds his disheveled black hair with the band, casting his gaze down upon Scorpion. With a smile, he remarks, "Wind release enhances the power of fire release remarkably. We have quite the synergy, don't we? The combined might of our techniques is impressive, isn't it?" Crack. Scorpion glances at his shattered chest armor, speaking with indifference. Ah, how fortunate. With a swift motion, the steel wire shoots forth, glinting ominously in the light. Uchiha Sora charged forward with a blade in hand, his gaze as piercing as a tempered edge, his garments billowing fiercely, exuding an air of ferocity. Chapter 38. The Scorpion of the Red Sand. The capture is complete. The Scorpion of the Red Sand is undeniably a genius. Yet, before Uchiha, any prodigy appears merely as a mortal. While ordinary individuals measure their strength by the passage of years, the most exceptional geniuses can astound in mere days. Those present witnessed Uchiha Sora in battle, evolving at a breathtaking pace, measured in mere moments. His chakra diminished with the passage of time. Yet the speed and force of his strikes increased exponentially. The flames encircling him deepened in hue, reminiscent of infernal fire. His crimson gaze, splattered with blood, and the increasingly pronounced curve of his lips painted a picture of madness. In the midst of combat, the fire release chakra mode was perfected. As Uchiha Sora continued to unveil his prowess, Shursui finally grasped the essence of it. Both fire release and lightning release focus on offensive chakra. The principle behind lightning release chakra is the enhancement of physical vitality, while fire release embodies combustion. Fire release is the most unstable chakra attribute, with its techniques emphasizing instantaneous explosive power. If the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode is likened to a battery that steadily discharges stable currents, then fire release chakra resembles a piece of kindling. It is well known that kindling, upon ignition, does not burn at a high temperature, and the flames are initially feeble. However, as it continues to burn, the fire grows ever fiercer, reaching its zenith. Whether it was the chill within or the external heat, beads of sweat soaked Shirsue's garments. What manner of lunatic could develop such a jutsu? Indeed, when kindling reaches its peak, it is at its most fervent. But what follows? It burns out, leaving only ashes. The fire release chakra mode is a technique that, if utilized continuously, leads to death. Undoubtedly, this is a forbidden art that ought to be sealed away. Sora, what thoughts compel you to pursue such a path, to achieve such feats? Feeling the temperature of his blood rising within, a trickle of vitality seeped from his pores, transforming into wisps of crimson mist as the flames vaporized it. In that moment, Uchiha Sora was a veritable embodiment of youthful fervor. Shirsue found it impossible to believe. The underlying principle was, in fact, quite simple. Each individual possesses the 8 gates that suppress their own chakra. With sufficient training to endure the burden of opening the 8 gates, anyone can unlock them. The state of fully open gates is referred to as the 8 gates released formation, unleashing one's inherent power by several magnitudes. In simpler terms, it is the removal of the body's limitations. Uchiha Sora had unlocked his Sharingan at an early age, and in his thirst for power, he was immediately drawn to the 8 gates released formation. He imagined that mastering this secret technique would grant him immense strength in an instant. He did not need to befriend Might Guy. By observing his training through the Sharingan, he could discern the chakra flow patterns and covertly learn the 8 gates released formation. Eventually, he realized that Might Guy was the true powerhouse, not the 8 gates released formation itself. The technique is far more straightforward and brutal than one might imagine, relying fundamentally on extraordinary, overburdening extreme training. Each individual possesses a unique approach to exercise. However, the specialized physical training of Might Guy does not align with my own. Yet, his attitude towards self-discipline is commendable. Following a breakthrough of his limits, his physical strength surpassed that of his peers. Nevertheless, this was insufficient to unlock the 8 gates of death, allowing only the opening of the first gate and the rest gate located in the head. Yet, that suffices. The first gate liberates the constraints of the mind, while the rest gate alleviates the limitations of physical fatigue. With this prerequisite in place, one can contravene their self-protective mechanisms, igniting their chakra and continuously enhancing their capabilities across various domains. This also necessitates profound insight into one's chakra, with the 3-tomo Sharingan being a prerequisite. This encapsulates the essence of fire release chakra. As Jishue perceives, it is akin to a self-destructive, forbidden technique. The closer one approaches their peak state, the nearer they draw to death. With a swift gesture, Scorpion extended his 10 fingers, ensnaring Uchiha Sora's form with chakra threads. In such close proximity, even without the Sharingan, Scorpion discerned something amiss. How long can you maintain this state, little one? Uchiha Sora, unfazed by the bindings, smiled lightly and replied, long enough to kill you, I believe. With a fierce blaze, he severed the chakra threads, bringing his blade down. Scorpion, seemingly caught off guard by the turn of events, bore a dull expression and did not resist as he was cleaved in two by the fiery blade. Uchiha Sora cast his gaze upon the shattered chest of Scorpion's remains, discovering, indeed, that the core was absent. He understood that Scorpion could transfer his core to other puppets and had likely incinerated any nearby during the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Sora shouted, Jishue. If it was not by his side, then it must be with Jishue. Jishue abruptly turned his head, the gleaming blade narrowly grazing his face, slicing through several strands of hair. As if prepared for this, he pivoted and seized the arm of the puppet wielding the knife. With his other hand, he thrust a short blade directly at the black core. Crack! The puppet severed its own arm in a desperate attempt to escape, retreating with its cloak billowing, revealing the visage of the Scorpion of the red sand. Scorpion hastily retrieved a puppet's arm and reattached it. The puppet's face revealed no emotion, but his tone suggested that his mood was rather foul. I am certain the core was transferred beyond your sight. What are you? And why do you know me so well? Uchiha Sora refrained from a direct response, allowing the flames enveloping him to gradually subside, calming the tumultuous blood within. He approached Jishue, standing in confrontation with Scorpion. Scorpion observed the two relax, as if the battle had concluded, and was instantly filled with ire. Are you underestimating me? Even if you know I can transfer my core, what of it? There are still hundreds of puppets here, The battle is far from over. No, it has already ended. Ji Shui interjected. The term Jinjutsu refers to the ninjutsu that disrupts an opponent's five senses through chakra interference. Indeed, your unique physique grants immunity to most Jinjutsu, particularly the visual illusions cast by the Sharingan. Yet, no matter how extraordinary you may be, the essence of chakra creation inevitably retains its corporeal form. The illusion of immunity to Jinjutsu that you perceive is merely a consequence of your previous encounters with me. Ji Shui emanates an air of aloofness, distinct from his usual demeanor. As a member of the Uchiha clan, even someone of his benevolent disposition cannot refrain from mockery in the aftermath of battle. During your confrontation with Kong, did you truly believe I was merely a passive observer? Ji Shui retrieved a glass vial containing countless fine needles from his sleeve and spoke slowly. I have interfered with your perception, and while you were unaware, I inserted poison needles into the hollow chambers of each puppet. Scorpion felt the core's location. Indeed, a minuscule needle had penetrated it. Why had I not sensed it earlier? Soon, Scorpion's external awareness began to diminish, as if all sensory nerves were being drawn back to the core. No, my art is flawless. It cannot possibly conclude for such a ludicrous reason. This chakra toxin acts within 3 seconds, sealing your 5 senses. If you doubt it, you may test it. Scorpion of the Red Sand, do you understand now? This is the Uchiha way. Enough with the post-battle analysis. You must prepare for your exams. Uchiha Kong interrupted Ji Shui's words and stepped forward. Scorpion struggled to manipulate the puppet for an attack, yet it merely emitted creaking sounds, unable to move an inch. With a flick, as Uchiha Kong extracted the core, the puppet's eyes dimmed completely. Scorpion of the Red Sand, capture complete. Chapter 39. Reconstructing the World. Not a moment was spent mourning Scorpion of the Red Sand's defeat. Summoning technique. Bang! Amidst the massive cloud of dust, a deep purple serpent adorned with black stripes materialized. The serpent's head bore a pair of small horns, as if shedding its serpentine form to transform into a dragon. It was none other than the great serpent of the Holy Land, Manda. To guard against Uchiha Kong's green serpent summoning, Orochimaru refrained from summoning Manda for assistance in battle. To his surprise, the infamous Scorpion of the Red Sand was suddenly eliminated. Orochimaru had previously fought against the third Kazekage, a man truly deserving of the title of the strongest Kazekage. How could you, who defeated the third Kazekage, succumb so easily? Were Scorpion aware of his thoughts, he would likely retort, if you think you can do better, then step up. Orochimaru had no idea how excruciatingly difficult the battle was for Scorpion. Intelligence significantly impacts combat. This was not an equitable fight. Scorpion felt as though every step he took was meticulously calculated, gradually leading him into a deadlock. Uchiha Kong sealed Scorpion's core within a scroll and gazed up at the colossal Manda. In truth, he had the opportunity to shatter the core while Scorpion was relocating it. However, capturing Scorpion was undoubtedly more valuable than simply eliminating him. One must also consider whether Nagato would seek him out as a result. Probably not. The current Akatsuki is hardly a close-knit family. They remain oblivious to the fact that the regeneration core is Scorpion's true essence. From their perspective, Scorpion has been defeated, posing no risk of intelligence leakage. Nagato would not expose his strength prematurely for the sake of revenge. At this moment, he had likely just slain Hanzo and was in the process of reorganizing Amigakure. As his thoughts shifted, Uchiha Sora addressed Orochimaru, stating, Orochimaru, I reiterate my proposition. If you withdraw now, I shall consider nothing has transpired. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, seemingly in contemplation. The current situation was undeniably unfavorable for him. Yet Uchiha Sora's condition appeared dire. Perhaps allowing the myriad serpents to restrain that individual could present an opportunity to seize this young prodigy. The innate talent of Uchiha Itachi was indeed tantalizing, yet he remained in his formative years, while before him stood a monstrous embodiment of that talent. At that moment, the countless serpents beneath him spoke, Hey, Orochimaru, regardless of your willingness to engage, you have summoned me, and not a single one of the 100 living sacrifices can be absent. Just as Orochimaru intended to dismiss the serpents, the earth trembled violently, causing him to halt. Hellhound. Accompanied by the ominous flow of crimson magma and explosive sounds, it was as if a beast from the depths of hell roared forth. A dog-like entity of molten rock traced a searing path through the air, scorching and distorting the atmosphere, emitting a piercing shriek. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous explosions reverberated across the surroundings, revealing a horrifying molten cavity on the massive serpent's body, through which one could glimpse its charred insides. Even the reflexes of the serpent could not evade this terrifying strike. What a terrifying velocity! What astonishing destructive power! The only sound in the vicinity was the rustle of the cloak of justice. Akainu raised his head, his gaze fixated on the serpent, emanating a searing power cloaked in an icy intent to kill. Surely there should be a limit to underestimating justice. Inferno Hound of Red Lotus. Boom, boom. The magma surged like a tempestuous sea, coalescing into an even larger molten hound that erupted forth with Akainu's arm. If the serpent did not evade this attack, it would indeed meet its end. Without hesitation, the serpent dispelled its summoning, and its anguished roar echoed. Damn you, Orochimaru. 200, no 300. Boom, boom. The molten hound's head missed its target, soaring high into the sky before exploding. The falling molten debris rained down upon the desert, igniting the very sand itself. Akainu's brow furrowed as he turned to Uchiha Sora. Do you possess a means to allow me to pursue him? I must eliminate him. How dare he speak of living sacrifices in the presence of a Marine Corps Vice Admiral? If he were not eradicated completely, how could they uphold the weight of justice they bore? This is rather troublesome. Perhaps I should consult this individual, Uchiha Sora remarked, casting an insidious glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, expressionless, suddenly prostrated himself upon the ground, his mouth agape like that of a serpent. Ninjutsu, serpent's array of infinite snakes. An endless wave of serpents surged forth, blotting out the sky and descending upon the group. Fire release. Countless molten fists erupted like a volcanic explosion, incinerating the vast serpent horde in an instant. Yet, in the brief moment of obscured vision, the presence of Orochimaru had vanished. Uchiha Sora surveyed the area and declared, he has escaped. Defeating Orochimaru and killing him were entirely different concepts. Itachi Uchiha could easily defeat Orochimaru with a mere glance. Yet despite his meticulous calculations and even utilizing the divine 10,000 sword, he could not truly slay Orochimaru, even with the formidable power of Akainu. Uchiha Sora never entertained the thought of vanquishing Orochimaru. Akainu furrowed his brow even deeper. Tracking was not his forte, and among pirates, there were few with such enigmatic abilities. Is it truly impossible to locate him, young one? In his view, Orochimaru's aura had already reached the level of the most nefarious pirates, and encountering him without delivering death was exceedingly distressing. Uchiha Sora shook his head and offered a metaphor he believed Akainu could comprehend. The difficulty of killing him is akin to compelling Borsalino to display diligence. Is that so? Akainu pondered for a moment. To think that the likes of you, still in your youth, are tasked with confronting such a being. What on earth is the world government doing? Upon hearing this, Shursui appeared taken aback. In his mind, there was nothing odd about children entering the battlefield. What does the world government have to do with the daimyos? Uchiha Sora smiled and replied, here, we have no unified regime. He gazed at the flickering sparks in the desert and spoke softly. I shall be the one to establish order. I will reshape this world. His tone was not lofty, as if proclaiming a dream, but rather as if articulating a fact. Akainu withdrew a cigar from his sleeve and ignited it with his fingertips. Heh, it is only natural for one of my kind to harbor such ambitions. It was rare for Akainu to jest. The significant height difference necessitated that Akainu crouch to meet Uchiha Sora at eye level. He raised his hand and pressed it against Sora's forehead, leaving a mark reminiscent of a crimson lotus. Along with the mark, Akainu infused Sora with life energy, swiftly replenishing the void he previously suffered. Grow and strive. You owe me a debt. I will come to collect. Of course, Uchiha Sora replied with a light chuckle. The still glowing crimson lotus mark shimmering faintly. Akainu stood, turned, adjusted his hat, and his figure gradually faded. With his back to the two, he casually waved his hand, as if bidding farewell. Chapter 40. The Scorpion. The Uchiha clan leader current lending project. Vice Admiral Akainu Sakazuki project level. Silver-related information Akainu experience card. The user currently possesses a 30 understanding of the magma fruit, randomly mutated to a 70 understanding of fire release chakra. Bond amplification. The user shares highly similar traits with the lender, randomly gaining a 200 amplification of abilities. Such high compatibility. However, I certainly shall not grow to resemble that. It is far too masculine. Repayment treaty. Should the time limit be exceeded, a bounty will be triggered. deducting 10 from all attributes per minute until repayment is made. The options to pawn include memory fragments and emotional colors, silver. Previously, the platform assessed my status as black iron. Could this be an evaluation of energy levels? I am black iron. Akainu is silver. And the void is gold. There should be no other tiers in between, right? As Uchiha Sora collected the remnants of puppets on the battlefield, thoughts surged through his mind. Shursui spoke up beside him. Sora, are you planning to use these puppet remnants to lure out the ninja from Sunagakure, facilitating our infiltration? Uchiha K, with deft hands, stored the puppets into a scroll. You are not as foolish as you seem, he remarked. Shursui offered a wry smile. Surely you underestimate me. I've held the rank of captain on the battlefield. K merely engaged in light banter. Had he truly doubted Shursui, he would not have chosen to partner with him. As a comrade, Shursui's abilities were nothing short of exemplary, most notably his obedience. Had he ventured out with Fugaku, conflict would have arisen in the Land of Water. Deeply entrenched in the oppressive system of the ninja world, Fugaku would undoubtedly view the feudal lords as sacred bloodlines, untouchable and beyond reproach. Uchiha Itachi had been significantly influenced by Fugaku's misguided teachings, ultimately leading him down a path of despair following Shursui's demise. Reflecting on this, Kei resolved to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke upon his return. The mental state of the Fugaku family was concerning, and he believed that he alone could nurture the rare gem that was Uchiha's promising child. Perhaps this would also provide Gaara with a companion. His foresight was almost saintly. Sorting through some discarded puppets to use as bait, Shursui hesitated before inquiring, do you intend to control the scorpion of the red sand for your purposes? To be honest, I can disrupt his senses for a brief period, but maintaining that for long is beyond my reach. Or do you plan for clan leader Fugaku to take charge of him? Kei shook his head. Our clan leader lacks the requisite fortitude. Merely preserving the status quo is commendable in his case. I will wait for you to awaken your Manjiki Sharingan before attempting to unseal the scorpion. Before their departure, Fugaku had specifically sought out Shursui to discuss the awakening of the Manjiki. To achieve this, one must endure profound sorrow, triggering the brain to secrete a unique chakra. Fugaku had also conveyed the risks associated with utilizing the Manjiki. He earnestly cautioned Shursui against inciting Kei's emotions. Kei's spirit was already too fervent. He was still young and gifted, and stimulating the awakening of the Manjiki at such a tender age would be ill-advised. You are the future of the Uchiha. In a few years, the position of clan leader will surely be entrusted to you. Ensuring your stable growth is paramount. Noticing Shursui's unusual expression, Kei surmised the truth. Fugaku has informed you on how to awaken the Manjiki, hasn't he? After a brief silence, Shursui nodded. The clan leader mentioned that he refrained from discussing it with you due to your youth. Pursuing the power of the Manjiki too early could inflict severe harm on your body. Despite Fugaku's numerous warnings to dissuade Shursui from igniting Kei's interest in the Manjiki, the moment Kei inquired, Shursui divulged the information. He's not wrong, Kei acknowledged, continuing, the ideal age for awakening the Manjiki should be around 15 or 16. Awakening it too early poses the risk of ocular disease. You have conducted research on the Manjiki? Shursui recalled that it had been years since anyone in the clan had awakened it, pondering the source of Kei's intelligence. Realizing the implication, he attributed it to Kei's eyes, which could foresee the future. Fugaku must have mentioned that a significant stimulus is necessary for awakening, correct? Kei smiled faintly and shook his head. Why should I heed the words of someone who only awakened his Manjiki in his 30s? In the realm of water, we are geniuses. Unlocking the kaleidoscope is not as daunting as one might imagine. For us, there is but one crucial point to heed: to enhance our training and bolster our physical endurance. Upon returning, you must augment the original training regimen by performing an additional 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 squats, and 100 kilometers of long-distance running each day, without exception. Through these minute accumulations, we shall transcend the limits of our bodies. Kong, I am acquainted with Meitei Kai. Jishui chuckled wryly, scratching his head. Do not burden me. I cannot endure such exhaustion. Uchiha Kong continued to rummage through debris, casually remarking, it matters not. When our clan faces calamity, do not regret your insufficient efforts. The vision that Uchiha Kong had once shown Jishui resurfaced in his mind. Very well, I shall comply. In the land of rain, amidst the curtain of rain, Orochimaru approached a towering edifice with a grim expression. He paused momentarily, lifting his gaze. Upon the platform extending from the tower stood a figure, back turned to the dim light, rendering his visage indistinct. Yet the glowing, deep purple of his Sharingan emanated a formidable presence. Beside him, the angelic Konan, akin to a divine attendant, unfurled her wings. "Where's the leader, Sasori?" Pain's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, reminiscent of a cold corpse. "Dead. By whose hand?" "The Uchiha clan." Orochimaru replied with a grin. "We encountered the defected Uchiha from Konoha. Sasori was slain, and I managed to escape." After a brief silence, Pain spoke again. "Even with your and Sasori's strengths, could you not annihilate them? Or at the very least, extricate yourselves?" Orochimaru tugged at his collar, revealing a horrific wound on his shoulder. The scapula charred beyond recognition. "I learned from a Konoha informant that Uchiha Fugaku possesses those legendary eyes known as the Mangeki Sharingan. Furthermore, within their clan resides a beast of immense power, comparable to a tailed beast. A visit to the borders of Konoha would confirm this." "Huh. My escape was facilitated by a peculiar secret technique. Sasori was not so fortunate." For reasons unknown, Orochimaru spoke not a single truth to Pain. To be precise, each statement was a truth, albeit cloaked in deception. Two Uchiha youngsters, they can indeed be considered part of the Uchiha clan. "Pain, do you seek reprisal?" Sasori was particularly favored by Konan, more so than the other members. Since he is deceased, there is no need to expose information for his sake. "Orochimaru, does the Uchiha clan leader know of your affiliation with Akatsuki?" Orochimaru shook his head. "No, I witnessed Sasori's demise firsthand. I can assure you there has been no information leak. The Uchiha leader is indeed unaware." "Very well, you should rest for now. I shall assign your tasks to others. I require some rare medicinal herbs, which entail a considerable expenditure. Konan, provide him with what he needs." As Orochimaru adjusted his collar and departed, the charred scabs beneath his dark cloak began to shed, giving way to burgeoning flesh. Pain furrowed his brow. Only in the solitude with Konan did he exhibit any discernible expressions. Madara orchestrated the Nine Tails turmoil. The Uchiha clan has defected. Why does he not recruit this clan? The ability to slay scorpions and compel Orochimaru to flee in panic reveals that this clan possesses strength beyond expectation. As they remain a solitary tribe, one wonders why Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, refrains from taking action. After a brief silence, Konan spoke. "Pain, there are too many uncertainties surrounding that individual. He may not truly be the legendary Uchiha Madara." "Very well, Konan. The capacity to control the Nine Tails surely cannot fail to substantiate his identity. Please reach out to him and confirm the situation of the Uchiha clan." "Understood." Chapter 41 Orochimaru. "Chio, let us meet at the Tenchi Bridge in 10 days. It is imperative that we do not miss this opportunity." Sunagakure. The harsh environment, rife with swirling sand, serves as an excellent breeding ground for nurturing ninja, with each Sunagakure ninja being an elite among elites. However, that is merely a polished description. The stark reality reveals a geographically disadvantaged location, scarce resources, and a reluctant daimyo of the Land of Wind, leading Sunagakure to limit the number of ninjas it trains, selecting only those with talent while discarding the untalented. Access to Sunagakure is restricted to a narrow crevice between two cliffs, making it easily defendable yet difficult to attack. As night falls and the bright moon hangs high, patrolling Sunagakure ninjas discover several damaged puppets accompanied by a considerable amount of blood. I have never seen such puppets in use before. Who fought here? And who was the enemy? Puppet masters are already a rare profession, with each puppet reflecting the unique and intense personal style of its creator. This Sunagakure ninja is certain that no puppets in the village resemble these. Moreover, these puppets evoke a disconcerting sensation. If he possessed the relevant knowledge, he would recognize this phenomenon as the uncanny valley effect. These puppets bear an unsettling resemblance to humans. I must report this to the captain. Yes, you go ahead. I will remain here on guard. On a distant sand dune, Uchiha Sora and Shursui stood together. A raven perched upon Shursui's shoulder, chattering in his ear. After listening to the raven's words, Shursui turned to Uchiha Sora and said, "They mention that they can carry you along, but you must refrain from employing fire release chakra during the process. They cannot endure it. You can understand the cawing of ravens? Is this akin to the natural communication ability of Jago? Isn't it common knowledge to converse with contracted summoning beasts? You cannot comprehend the words of ninja cats?" Uchiha Sora's expression darkened. "Ninja cats can speak human language. You, who are oblivious to human suffering, are merely a second-generation ninja. Shursui forced an awkward smile. Most Uchiha choose ninja cats as their summoning beasts, save for those like him who possess a family heirloom beast. By the way, the raven flock has welcomed a new batch of hatchlings. Are you interested in becoming a contractor? Uchiha Sora pondered thoughtfully before shaking his head, lacking Shursui's talent for illusion. He believed that if he desired the ability to fly, a giant eagle like Sasuke's would be a superior choice. No, the best option, of course, is the Kairi Zai. 6 years, I should be nearing the ability to tame a Kairi Zai. I hope it does not sell my IOU. As he contemplated, he spotted a familiar face approaching their bait from afar. Maki, the Sunagakure Nin who, in another timeline, had met his demise at the hands of the Wind Blade. A technique wielded by Tsukuyami Hate. With a white cloth wrapped around his head and half of his face concealed, he appeared much as he would years later. Kara lifted a puppet's head closer for inspection, his furrowed brow deepening with each glance. Like the previous team members, he confirmed that this was not the creation of any puppeteer from the village. However, unlike the others, he discerned that this was a puppet crafted by human hands. The intricate mechanisms within the head evoked a sense of familiarity. It was the crow. He and the scorpion of the red sand were contemporaries. Yet at the tender age of 8, he had been swiftly defeated by the scorpion during the Nin exams. The puppet used back then was none other than the crow, identical in its mechanical design to this one. Kara's expression shifted as he solemnly declared, "Call for reinforcements. I must report to Lord Kazekage." The true circumstances behind the disappearance of the third Kazekage remained shrouded in mystery. But the scorpion of the red sand had ruthlessly slaughtered numerous villages in the land of wind over the years, having long since become a notorious traitor of Sunagakure. This was a matter of utmost importance, and he needed to inform the Kazekage at once. Upon Kara's swift return, he found only 4 Sunagakure shinobi anxiously guarding a heap of debris. One of the team members had just launched a signal flare. Whoosh! A kunai struck him squarely in the forehead. An enemy attack. Hardly had the words left his mouth when whoosh! Another kunai pierced his throat. The other 2, just about to take their stances, found their vision beginning to tilt. Thud! 2 kunai connected by a wire severed their heads. From the shadows emerged a man draped in a black robe with a crimson cloud pattern, his complexion as pale as death. It was none other than Orochimaru. He stepped forward to reclaim the wire, shaking off several snake corpses from his sleeve. After waiting a moment, a squad of Sunagakure shinobi arrived at a rapid pace. "You are Orochimaru," the team leader exclaimed, slamming on the brakes, his face filled with terror. No Sunagakure shinobi would be unfamiliar with the legendary Sannin. The fearsome reputation of the trio was largely built upon the corpses of Sunagakure shinobi. Orochimaru flashed his signature wicked smile, lifting the head of a red-haired youth. Recognizing the boy, the shinobi realized it was their once promising puppeteer, the scorpion of the red sand. "Heh, after a long pursuit, I finally found him. You should thank me for dealing with this traitor. Tell Chiyo, in 10 days, I will be at the Heavenly Bridge. I have a proposition for her." "Scoundrel!" a Sunagakure shinobi roared, struggling to suppress his fear. "How dare you kill in Sunagakure? This is outrageous." With a swift motion, Orochimaru ignored him and vanished, reappearing hundreds of meters away. "Let us wait for Captain Kara and the Kazekage before we decide what to do." Ultimately, he lacked the courage to pursue Orochimaru. On the backside of a sand dune, Orochimaru transformed back into the guise of Uchiha K. With a single stomp, the scorpion's head was crushed, its fragments sinking into the quicksand. Let us proceed to the other side and prepare for the Kazekage's emergence. Before long, Kazekage Raza and Elder Chiyo arrived at the scene. Chiyo knelt to examine the remnants of the puppet, a look of sorrow creeping onto her aged face. "Scorpion, have you truly reached this point?" The Sunagakure shinobi relayed Orochimaru's parting words to Chiyo, deepening the furrows of concern on her brow. 10 days hence. What kind of transaction can Orochimaru and I possibly engage in? Does Chiyo truly believe that Orochimaru has slain Sasori of the Red Sand? Especially considering the evidence that suggests he deliberately awaited the Sand Ninja's transmission of information? His true aim, it seems, is merely to target me. Chiyo, being well acquainted with the legendary Sannin, is aware that if I possess something that Orochimaru covets, such as the rebirth technique, he must have someone he wishes to resurrect. How could he have knowledge of such a technique? There are far too many perplexing aspects. Even a seasoned veteran like Chiyo struggles to unravel the truth from this chaotic information. "Chiyo Elder, what do you think?" Kazekage Raza inquired solemnly. Chiyo shook her head, then nodded. Indeed, it is the work of my disobedient grandson, yet I cannot fathom why Orochimaru would appear. She suspects a possible alliance between him and Sasori, intending to lure her into a trap. Raza's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing with thoughts. The village suffered significant losses during the Third Shinobi World War, and in this time of rebuilding, many critical matters still require Chiyo's leadership. He wished to dissuade her from falling into a trap, but regarding Sasori, he was at a loss for words. Chiyo smiled faintly. Fear not, I shall not fall for such a simple ruse. Just then, a piercing alarm echoed through the night sky. Chiyo sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "This is bad." Shikaku, in Sunagakure, within a humble abode. Yashimaru cradled Gaara in one arm, while gripping a kunai in the other, his gaze fixed intently on the window. The shrill alarm, a result of the barrier being breached, mingled with the cawing of crows. The window faced the full moon. The silhouette of the youth stood against the moonlight, his crimson eyes reflecting the lunar glow. Yashimaru, hand him over to me. Chapter 42. At this moment, with millions at stake, wake up. Yashimaru. In a pool of blood, Yashimaru stirred from his stupor. The first thing he did was glance at the child in his arms. Moments ago, it was the child of his beloved sister, still there. Who is it? Raza's expression darkened. If it were merely his son that had been kidnapped, he would not show such displeasure to a trusted confidant. However, Gaara was not just his son. He was also the vessel for Shikaku, Sunagakure's most vital weapon. Chiyo's expression soured as she spoke gravely. At the first sound of the alarm, the Umbu activated the barrier. The absence of a response indicates that the thief remains within Sunagakure. Kazekage, we must reclaim Shikaku at all costs. The sensory barrier encompassing the entire village could only be sustained by the wealthiest of the 5 great nations. Only Konoha could afford such round-the-clock vigilance. For Sunagakure to maintain sensory barriers at several key locations is a noteworthy feat upon their arrival. The ninjas tasked with guarding this area and the barrier unit had all been slain. Judging by the wounds, it appeared as though a highly skilled ninja had struck from behind with lethal precision. At that moment, Yashimaru regained his composure, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, unnoticed by others. Iwagakure. It was a ninja from Iwagakure who used a secret technique of camouflage to approach and incapacitate me, seizing Gaara. If they could render you unconscious, why were you not killed? Having recently experienced a diversionary tactic, Raza was particularly sensitive to illogical occurrences. Although Yashimaru was gravely injured, his survival was quite extraordinary. Uncertain of how to respond, he helplessly raised his kunai. I apologize for failing to protect Gaara. I shall atone with my life. With unwavering resolve, he lunged the kunai towards his heart, only to be thwarted by a chakra thread that sent it flying away. Calm down, Kazekage, Chiyo urged, her brow furrowed. This is not the time for inquiries. Quickly gather the sensory unit for a search. Must I instruct you on this as well? Understood, Elder Chiyo, Raza replied, stepping outside. Chiyo approached Yashimaru and extended her hand. Do not resist. Her intention was not to save Yashimaru out of kindness, but to ascertain whether he had been influenced by Jinjutsu. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, confirming that there were no signs of Jinjutsu affecting him. In the absence of resistance from Yashimaru, Chiyo witnessed the final scene before his unconsciousness. A masked Iwagakure ninja, shifting shapes like a chameleon, had stabbed him and stolen the one-tail host. It was inevitable. How could one, lacking the Byakugan, discern the traces of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu? Uchiha Sora, though inferior to the likes of Shirzue in Jinjutsu, was undoubtedly a master compared to others. Take him away. We shall discuss matters further once this is resolved. Do not take your own life. Do you understand? In contrast to Raza, who had recently assumed his position, Chiyo exhibited a greater capacity for managing crises, her authority surpassing that of the Kazekage. As she pondered the sequence of events and the roles played by Orochimaru and Sasori in this incident, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout Sunagakure, flames leaping into the sky. Chiyo hastily teleported to the rooftop, witnessing multiple explosions and the anguished cries of countless villagers below. Are they attempting to create chaos to escape? She commanded, raising her hand. Do not concern yourselves with the explosion sites. Everyone to the village barrier's edge, on high alert. Previously, it was Iwagakure's secret technique. Now, was it the explosive release unit? Wind, fire, earth. The 3 neighboring nations were old adversaries, and Chiyo was well aware of their tactics. Yet, It was also possible that explosive tags could yield such effects. Who was attempting to seize Shikaku? Minutes later, a signal indicating an encounter with enemies emerged from one direction. The Kazekage glanced back at the chaos-ridden village and swiftly soared away on a layer of sand gold. On the city wall, the scattered bodies of over a dozen Sunin ninjas lay strewn about. Shirzue cradled the peacefully sleeping Gaara, wiping the blood from his short blade before sheathing it. Just as they exited the barrier's range, Shikaku, sensing an opportunity, attempted to rampage. However, as soon as he released a hint of chakra, Shirzue's ocular prowess activated the ceiling space, delivering a punishing blow. Gaara had never slept so soundly since his birth. Even as Shirzue engaged in combat, he remained blissfully unaware. Thumb in mouth, drifting through dreams, feeling as safe as if in his mother's embrace. Their appearance at that moment was rather peculiar. Shirzue sported an explosive wig, his face obscured by a wooden mask, while Uchiha Sora donned a golden ponytail, the upper half of his face wrapped in thick bandages. Their transformation technique had been revealed upon activation. Thus, the simplest disguise proved to be the most effective at that moment. The gap in the bandage did not impede his vision. Observing the approaching Rasha, Uchiha Sora formed hand seals, the surging chakra manifesting as tangible energy. Following the predetermined path, I trailed behind without a moment's hesitation. With a swift embrace of the child, Shizuku vanished in an instant. Rasha's speed was formidable, and he soon laid eyes on the two. In a flash, a massive golden spear of sand surged towards Shizuku, heedless of the potential harm to his own son. To Rasha, the demise of Gaara held little significance. In a few years, Shikaku would be reborn in the desert. He possessed the power to suppress Shikaku within the sands, and could easily seek out a new Jinchuriki when the time came. However, he could not allow anyone to take Shikaku away. Such a loss would be unbearable for Sunagakure. With a thunderous crash, a colossal fireball shattered the golden spear. Soaring into the heavens, Uchiha Sora, lowering his tone, sneered, "Kazekage, if you are so disinclined to keep your son, why not allow us to take him?" Rasha, having no interest in engaging in dialogue, steered the sand to pursue Shizuku, conjuring a barrage of golden spears to pierce through. Boom, boom, boom. As enormous fireballs obliterated the golden spears, they also obstructed Rasha's path. Realizing he must first eliminate this hindrance, Rasha raised his hand in a sweeping motion, causing the sand below the city walls to surge like a waterfall against Uchiha Sora. Yet, Uchiha Sora seemed oblivious to the encroaching sand, continuing to unleash fireballs into the sky. As the fireballs ascended, they billowed thick smoke, forming a dense black cloud above Sunagakure. It was only when the sand crept up to his ankles that Uchiha Sora ceased his barrage, shaking off the sand and leaping to the opposite side. The sand's movement was swift, coalescing into a massive hand reaching for Uchiha Sora. With such chaos in the village, "Kazekage, are you not going to intervene?" Rasha manipulated the sand, sneering, "We will deal with you first, then attend to the village." "Is that so?" Just as he was about to seize Uchiha Sora, Rasha halted abruptly, sensing something amiss, and looked up at the sky. With a heavy thud, the sky above Sunagakure rippled, as if an unseen hand had torn through the clouds. Then, the dark night was illuminated by countless blazing fireballs. Massive fireballs, akin to meteors, cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by dense smoke, resembling a cataclysmic volcanic eruption. The Uchiha clan was inherently gifted with fire-style chakra. With fragments of the red dog and the shattering sky within him, Uchiha Sora's comprehension of fire techniques neared legendary status. With all his might, he executed what seemed to be a natural disaster. Rasha's pupils contracted sharply, and his body trembled. "What is this?" At that moment, the infernal voice echoed once more. "Meteor volcano, a technique taught to me by a friend. Choose wisely. Will you protect the village or pursue us? This is a choice only you can make." Taking a deep breath, Rasha turned to glare fiercely at Uchiha Sora. "Despicable fiend, do not presume to threaten me, you scoundrel." With a swift motion, the golden hand brushed past, and Uchiha Sora replied calmly, "This is not a threat. I genuinely hope you choose to save your people. After all, I have no desire to become a murderer responsible for the deaths of thousands." So he spoke, yet the sinister smile gracing the lower half of his face betrayed his words. Chapter 43. Which is the reality? Bastard. Luosha hardly had time to ponder. Indeed, with the speed at which that fireball descended, a ninja could effortlessly evade it. But what about the ordinary villagers? Those were the relatives of the ninja. No shadow would ever neglect the duty to protect their village. The willingness to sacrifice one's life for the village is a prerequisite for becoming a shadow. To speak more realistically, if the ordinary villagers perished, what would it matter even if the wind shadow survived? They would be engulfed in the wrath of the ninjas, paying with their lives for their failure. Boom! Luo Sha raised his hands high, veins bulging, and shouted in fury. Deep beneath the sands of Sunagakure, the gold sand surged upward, enveloping countless grains to gradually form umbrella-like shields. Even the massive hand of gold sand that had pursued Uchiha Sora joined the defense, signifying that Luo Sha had exhausted all means to confront him. Uchiha Sora cast a glance at Luo Sha and abandoned the thought of killing him. Even if Luo Sha were to lift the entirety of Sunagakure, it would not be a swift endeavor to end his life. If he did not flee now, being caught by Chiyo and the others would render escape impossible. Watching Uchiha Sora's retreating figure, Luo Sha roared in frustration. "Who are you?" Uchiha Sora paused, and as he turned, his golden ponytail swayed. "Remember me." Explosion released Deidara, a name that will soon echo throughout the ninja world. Boom, 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 boom. Countless fireballs collided with the sandy surface, erupting in a tremendous roar. The sparks and flames seemed to present a grand display of fireworks for the departing figure. Luo Sha gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with boundless rage. "Deidara, I will surely kill you." After a full night of relentless pursuit, Uchiha Sora and Shursui met in a concealed cave in the land of birds. "How is it?" Shursui gently shook the waking Gaara, concern etched on his face. Uchiha Sora steadied his breath, leaning on his knees. "We should have evaded them. I used shadow clones to create several false trails. For safety's sake, let us rest a bit before heading back." Shursui nodded, then looked at Gaara with a troubled expression. "That Sora seems hungry." Since earlier, Gaara's stomach had been growling. Yet he did not cry. Instead, he gazed at Shursui with curious eyes. Glancing at Uchiha Sora when he appeared, he seemed puzzled as to why the pain in his head had subsided with someone new holding him. Whether he had been weaned or not was uncertain. Nonetheless, a bit of soldier pill dissolved in water would suffice for now, as it was all nourishment. And it wouldn't harm him. Shursui chuckled wryly, shaking his head. What were they thinking in Sunagakure, sealing a tailed beast within an infant's body? Uchiha Sora grinned. "Don't forget, brother, back when we were still leaf ninjas, the fourth Hokage did the same." "What do you mean by that?" Shursui frowned. Despite no longer being leaf ninjas, he still held a favorable opinion of the fourth Hokage. "We can discuss it later. For now, let us just hope his life doesn't become too difficult." Had Naruto been allowed to flourish in Konoha, Uchiha Sora would have refrained from interfering, even taking the time to remind Jiraiya. This was a gesture of gratitude for the past kindness shown to him by Namikaze Minato. Naturally, had Naruto been destined to encounter such tribulations, Uchiha Sora would have devised a means to whisk him away as a form of repayment to the fourth Hokage. Gaara's constitution proved resilient. After consuming the soldier pills, he exhibited no adverse reactions. Once they had recuperated, the two swiftly advanced towards the land of whirlpools. Along the way, the ever-restless Shursui broke the silence. "Sora, it has taken me considerable reflection to grasp the entirety of your elaborate strategy." "Strategy?" Sora inquired, as Shursui continued with growing enthusiasm. "First, you instigated Lord Jiraiya to venture into the land of water, fostering discord between Konoha and the Mist Village. Subsequently, you deliberately allowed Utsutsuki to relay information that would draw the attention of the Cloud Village to Konoha's movements." And then, his excitement crescendoed as he exclaimed, "Upon encountering Chiyo's son, you devised a plan to leverage him to lure out the Kazekage, decisively opting for action. The most brilliant aspect is that we masqueraded as Iwagakure ninjas, directing suspicion regarding Shikaku's disappearance towards the land of Earth. With the previous veil cast by Orochimaru, they will undoubtedly harbor no doubts regarding this matter." Shursui gazed at Uchiha Sora, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Now that the 5 great nations are in turmoil, we have secured the time to amass our strength. You are truly brilliant, Sora." "Indeed, that was my intention," Sora replied. "It seems you have made significant progress in your understanding, Shursui." Uchiha Sora, of course, would not confess that the masquerade as Iwa ninjas stemmed from his own mischievous inclinations. When he had engaged with Chiyo's son, he had not contemplated such far-reaching implications. However, since Shursui perceived it that way, so be it. Reflecting on Shursui's observations, Uchiha Sora belatedly recognized that his foray had inadvertently stirred the 5 great nations. Well then, I shall return and lay low for a while, awaiting that youthful incarnation of Orochimaru to seek me out. In the land of whirlpools, the remnants of ruin had vanished, replaced by a smooth thoroughfare leading to a newly established village. Carriages traversed the main road, laden with iron, ore, and essential supplies. The wooden structures flanking the main avenue were arranged in harmonious disarray, with intricately carved windows emanating a warm glow. Clearly, these were the storefronts of merchants, adorned not only with their names, but also bearing the Uchiha clan's emblem. A group of children frolicked, chasing after a rolling ball through the alley. Bang! Ouch! The fastest girl, glancing back at her companions, failed to notice the person ahead and collided with them, tumbling to the ground. No. She cradled her head and looked up. Recognizing a familiar face she had long searched for, her expression instantly brightening with joy. Brother Sora, you're back. Uchiha Sora bent down, placing a hand on the girl's forehead, and coldly remarked, apologize properly. What were you thinking, running around without looking? It's dangerous, you know. The girl was Uchiha Tsubaki, the daughter of the dumpling shop owner. Sticking out her tongue, she sprang up and embraced Uchiha Sora. I want tea. You promised to visit me often, and yet you've been gone for so long. You're the one who should apologize. Straightening up, Uchiha Sora reciprocated the embrace. Has the dumpling shop opened yet? Mother opened it ages ago. She said the clan leader provided her with a spacious shop. I always ask her where you've gone, and she never tells me. As Uchiha Sora's cold facade dissipated, he gently brushed the red mark on the girl's arm from her recent fall. It's best for children to refrain from meddling in adult affairs. The butterfly danced joyfully in his embrace, unperturbed by the prospect of tumbling down. I'm not a child. I've asked my mother, and you're only 5 years older than me, so I can marry you. Let us discuss that once you become a formidable and captivating kunoichi. Uchiha Sora surveyed the group of children, a smile gracing his lips. Come, today I shall treat you all to some dango. Hooray! I want an enormous serving. I want the special edition from Sora and II, the sweetest and most delicious. My mom never buys it for me. I want some too. Jishui observed Sora surrounded by the children and found himself momentarily bewildered. Which was the true essence of him? The villain who had held thousands in the land of sand at ransom, or the radiant boy before him? Perhaps both were equally valid. Jishui smiled softly, lowering his gaze, and decided to join them for a meal. Chapter 44. Let the Akatsuki investigate upon returning to the land of whirlpools. Uchiha Sora found himself with some leisure time. Meanwhile, other regions were bustling with activity. The land of birds, situated between the land of wind and the land of earth, served as a buffer state amidst the ongoing conflict. Today, the shinobi of Sunagakure disregarded the tacit understanding between the two major nations and attacked several strongholds of Iwagakure, with reports even reaching the front lines that the Kazekage and Chiyo had personally arrived. Having just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War, both nations should have been recuperating. Yet Inoki could not fathom what madness had possessed Sunagakure, behaving like a rabid dog attacking indiscriminately. Despite our differences, we are all impoverished. If you have the strength, why not turn your sights on Konoha instead of bothering me? As the conflict threatened to encroach upon the borders of the land of earth, Inoki had no choice but to investigate the situation. At the border of the land of birds and the land of earth, as a leader, he should not confront others like a street thug. Inoki took to the skies with his guards, aligning himself with the figures of Raza and Chiyo seated on the sand. Chiyo, what business do you have bringing this young Kazekage here? True to his seasoned nature, his opening remark aimed to sow discord between the two leaders of Sunagakure. Placing Chiyo before Raza, Raza's expression darkened, clearly perturbed. Chiyo, however, was not easily swayed and replied softly, Kazekage, once this situation is resolved, I shall retreat into seclusion. After all these years, I am somewhat weary. Raza, who despised the feeling of lacking complete control over power, was acutely aware of Chiyo's significance to the village, and quickly shook his head. Both the Wagakure and I require your wisdom. I implore you to bear the burden for a few more years. As he spoke, he turned to Inoki, his voice icy. You old fool, you know well what your people in Iwagakure have done. If you do not hand over those responsible, prepare for a full-scale assault from Sunagakure. Sunagakure, a full-scale assault? Inoki chuckled, stroking his beard. Last time it was the disappearance of the third Kazekage. This time, who has gone missing on your end? You let anyone come and go. Why not rename Sunagakure to Desert Toilet? Boom. Suddenly, A tempest of sand erupted within the mountain forest. Simultaneously, the esteemed elder guarding the Uchiha, Aji, unleashed his formidable aura. The scorching lava released chakra, warping the very air around them. Raza glared fixedly at Aji, gritting his teeth in frustration. He was aware that the individual in question could not possibly be Old Purple. Yet the similarity in their chakra was so striking that it transcended the ordinary intensity of fire techniques. There must be a connection between the two. Lo Sha had considered the possibility of someone framing a Wagakure, but apart from the explosion-type ninja, he could hardly conceive of anyone else capable of such an act. Furthermore, given a Wagakure's camouflage and invisibility techniques, each ninja village possessed its own unique ninja arts, akin to the distinctive styles of every major sect, making imitation exceedingly difficult. If one were to witness an individual employing the Konoha whirlwind to defeat a comrade, would one suspect them to be a pretender from another village? It was precisely for this reason that Kakashi, who could wield techniques from various villages, earned the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi. Surely, it could not have been the Uchiha who set off the fireworks that night. Tensions were palpable, as if a single word could ignite conflict. At that moment, Chio spoke up. Anoki, a fortnight ago, a squad of ninjas attacked Sunagakure. Among them, an explosion-type ninja caused considerable destruction, including the statue of the second Kazekage. After deliberation, Sunagakure decided to conceal the news of Shikaku's disappearance. If it were not the doing of a Wagakure, revealing the theft of a vital weapon would only invite trouble. Moreover, this approach would allow us to gauge Anoki's reaction to determine their culpability. As for why it was 2 weeks ago, it is because 5 days prior, I indeed met with Orochimaru at the Tenchi Bridge, seeking intelligence from him. On that day, nearly the entire force of Sunagakure was mobilized. Even the Kazekage concealed himself among the ordinary Umbu, attempting to subdue Orochimaru the moment he appeared. Yet, the people of Sunagakure waited in vain in the rain for an entire day, ultimately realizing they had been deceived, unleashing their fury upon the Iwagakure stronghold. Hand him over, and we shall ascertain his identity. Once we confirm it is a misunderstanding, we will retreat immediately. The thief's name is Deidara. Upon uttering this name, Chio keenly noticed a contraction in Anoki's pupils, indicating he was not merely reacting to an unfamiliar name. Chio's expression darkened. Anoki, it seems you have heard this name before. Anoki, both amused and infuriated, pointed a trembling finger at Chio's head and retorted, "You old hag, I certainly know that name. Not long ago, I adopted him. But he is only 3 years old. If you are going to fabricate a story, at least make it somewhat credible. I do not believe you." Lo Sha spoke in a deep tone. "If this person truly exists, let him come forth, and I shall discern the truth myself." His resentment towards Deidara had reached the point where he dreamt of torturing that individual every night. Taking a deep breath, Anoki glared menacingly at Lo Sha. "Very well. Send your daughter and son over. I shall grant you the opportunity to meet." Anoki had precisely struck at Lo Sha's vulnerable point, and unable to restrain his fury any longer, a torrent of sand and gold surged toward Anoki and his companions. Such intensity did not necessitate Anoki's personal intervention. Lava release, flowing lava technique. Old Purple expelled a colossal sphere of magma, suppressing the advancing wave of sand and gold. With a cold snort, he remarked, "You cannot bear to part with your own children, yet you wish to see Deidara? To confront us, one must first summon the Shikaku." This is a phrase he often utters, reminiscent of his words regarding the Watergate incident when he suggested calling upon the Nine Tails. This reveals his arrogance, as he believes that only the tailed beasts can stand against him. However, to Rasha and Chio, this sentiment takes on a different meaning. They are almost convinced that it was Iwagakure behind the recent events, which explains their audacious demeanor. They seem to regard Sunagakure as weak and beneath contempt. Given that both of them are stable Jinchuriki, it is indeed plausible that they are scheming for a third-tailed beast. Rasha was about to express his indignation, but Chio placed her hand firmly on his shoulder, subtly shaking her head. Now is not the time to sever ties with a Wagakure. After casting a deep glance at Noki, Chio spoke solemnly, "We shall settle this score in due time." Noki scoffed disdainfully. "This is absurd. It's merely the statue of the Sand Sennin that was destroyed. What a trivial matter. Should you provoke me further, I would unleash my dust release and obliterate the statue of the first Hokage, along with your head, fourth Kazekage. You." Chio forcefully pulled Rasha back, with the certainty that a Wagakure was responsible. Their focus should not be on open warfare, but rather on dispatching spies into the land of Earth to seek an opportunity to reclaim Shikaku. After dismissing Chiyo and Rasha, Noki's expression darkened. He found it hard to believe that Tsunegakure would mobilize for a mere statue, and was puzzled about how they had come to learn of Deidara. That child was a war orphan, having forgotten his name due to trauma. In fact, the name he bore was one he had chosen himself during his recent adoption. Logically, only a few close individuals should be aware of Deidara's existence. The Wagakure had suffered significant losses during the Third Shinobi World War, and Noki had no desire for continued conflict. Contemplating this, he turned to the man beside him, Kei-ri, and remarked, "The Akatsuki missions have been executed well thus far. You should delegate an investigation into the situation at Tsunegakure." Chapter 45, Kakashi, the Root in the Land of Water. Zetsu conveyed Konan's request for a meeting. "That little girl still harbors concerns about you." In the dimly lit chamber, Zetsu's voice rasped as he continued, "She wishes to know why you did not attempt to reclaim the Uchiha clan." Tobi's expression darkened beneath his mask. "Did I not go? That brat didn't even let me finish my words before attacking. If I hadn't been cautious, I might have fallen into his trap." He had since covertly observed the Uchiha compound, but with Fugaku guarding it, Tobi dared not act without knowledge of his Manjiki Sharingan abilities. Should he employ a Jinjutsu upon their meeting, it would spell disaster. Additionally, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Land of Water, thus putting the Uchiha situation on hold. After all, they were now gathered in the Land of Whirlpool, making them easier to monitor than during their time in Konoha. Speaking with Zetsu, who knew his true identity, Tobi felt less restrained. Now is not the time for confrontation. We must ascertain Fugaku's Manjiki abilities first. With a click, he removed his mask, revealing a face marred by twisted scars, gritting his teeth as he declared, "The pressing issue is Jiraiya. Why has that bastard come to the Land of Water?" Originally, he had been effectively implementing the blood mist policies in Kirigakure, but now, Jiraiya had unexpectedly emerged and joined the ranks of the bloodline resistance. Is it not absurd to so casually interfere in the affairs of other nations? Yet, when I consider that Jiraiya managed to remain in the Land of Rain for several years during the war, I find myself pondering, cannot you, in the name of the fourth Mizukage, expel him? Obito shook his head, responding somberly, "After battling the fourth and that detestable little brat, my ocular strength has been significantly depleted and has yet to recover. At present, I can barely maintain control over Yakura should a conflict arise. He may very well break free from my grasp. However, I have already exerted pressure on the Daime and Konoha. If Jiraiya does not depart soon, I shall declare war upon Konoha." After a moment of silence, Zetsu spoke, "If it comes to that, eliminating Yakura and retreating from the Land of Water would not be a great loss. After all, Nagato has not yet fully developed his Rinnegan. The plan has not yet reached its execution phase. That cannot be." A profound hatred glimmered in Obito's crimson eyes. "I shall ensure that Kirigakure pays dearly for such an act." "Very well, do take care not to sustain further injuries. I had advised you against seeking out the yellow flash. Enough of this. Inform Konan that I have my own plans, and they should concern themselves with their own affairs." Obito scoffed, "Mere puppets at my disposal. Do they truly believe they can command me?" Zetsu's form slowly sank, ultimately stating, "Very well. After all, you are now Madara." Before the spirit memorial in Konoha, Kakashi replaced the withered stems with fresh flowers. This time, he had not only his dear friend to honor, but also his mentor. He had long been haunted by the deaths of Rin and Obito. To alleviate his burden, the fourth Hokage had appointed him as Kushina's guardian. Yet, that fateful night also claimed the lives of the fourth and Kushina. This only intensified his sense of being an undeserving existence. Believing that his life merely spread misfortune to others, how should a ninja meet their end? Why was it not me who perished that day? Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw a one-armed elder with half of his face bandaged. As the elder approached directly, Kakashi furrowed his brow. "Lord Danzo, you should not be here at this time." He had participated in the Jonin meeting and was well aware of Danzo's circumstances. Why was he here when he ought to be under house arrest? Surely it was because Hiruzen was preoccupied with the chaos, dealing with the incessant information-gathering attempts from the Cloud Village ninjas, and the old man had slipped away. Did he expect me to abide by his orders? How often have I disregarded his commands? Shimura Danzo chuckled coldly. "That is of little consequence. I am here to invite you to join Root." Kakashi lifted the bucket of water he had been using to tend to the grave and moved aside. "I am sorry. but the Hokage has granted me a leave of absence, and I wish to take some time to rest. Once Kakashi had walked a distance away, Danzo spoke leisurely. Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind the deaths of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, as well as that of the fourth Hokage? Kakashi halted in his tracks. He could not remain indifferent to such a statement. What do you mean by the truth? Danzo's single eye narrowed, and he spoke slowly. As Obito's closest friend, do you know what sets him apart from the other Uchiha? After a moment of silence, Kakashi replied. He was more passionate, more foolish, and cherished his comrades far more. No, it was he who became the disciple of the fourth. Shimura Danzo continued. From the current circumstances, it is evident that the Uchiha clan harbors ambitions of treachery, having long been prepared for a complete defection. The position of Hokage has always been a legacy passed down between master and apprentice. Minato Namikaze has forged a formidable reputation on the battlefield and is likely to ascend to the role of the fourth. Given the proximity of such an Uchiha to the Hokage, what do you think their actions will be? Danzo intentionally left his statement ambiguous, allowing Kakashi to speculate. However, Kakashi seized upon an opportunity to counter Danzo's remarks, exclaiming with fury, "You are the one who forced the Uchiha clan to sever ties with the village. Fugaku, the clan leader, had a close relationship with my teacher and even defied tradition by permitting me to retain Obito's eye. This is merely a ruse to deceive the fourth." Danzo scoffed derisively. Did Hiruzen not inform you? That fateful night, it was the Sharingan that controlled the Nine Tails. Although Kakashi had already attained the rank of Jonin, he had been coerced to take refuge with his peers during the attack of the Nine Tails and was unaware of this truth. No one understands the Uchiha better than I do. They are a clan twisted by profound madness, destined to inflict grave harm upon those around them due to their uniquely malevolent bloodline. Uchiha Madara was such a case. The first Hokage trusted him deeply and invited him to join Konoha, only for him to betray the village. The current Uchiha are no different, a group of untamable monsters. Am I the one who forced this? No, I have merely inherited the legacy of the second Hokage to guard against the Uchiha. Kakashi lowered his head, taking a long time to respond. That is not true. Obito was not like that. And thus he perished, did he not? Danzo perceived the darkness rising within Kakashi and stoked the flames. The Sharingan possesses a suppressive power over tailed beasts. Does this incident with the Nine Tails not remind you of something? They once sought to use the Three Tails against Konoha. Now they have gathered in the land of Whirlpool, the location closest to the land of water. Kakashi trembled, glancing down at his hands, as though stained anew with Rin's blood. Kakashi, the root of all your suffering lies with that clan. They will undoubtedly seek you out to reclaim the eye left to you by your dearest friend. Join Root, and together we shall resist them. Chapter 46. Taking on disciples in the land of Whirlpool, the Uchiha encampment. Fugaku's residence was of a similar scale to that of the clan's three-tomo emblem, slightly superior to that of ordinary clan members. He was not one to pursue material indulgence. The grand estate was an inheritance from his ancestors. Uchiha Kaku would not demand equality among all clan members. Treating those of greater strength the same as ordinary members would only breed discord. In the courtyard, Fugaku, Kaku, and Shursui were seated around a tea table. Not far off, Itachi was tending to two children, while Makoto prepared dinner. Shursui and Kaku were the last of their families, lacking the means to adopt children, and had entrusted Gaara to Fugaku's home. He could undoubtedly sense the child's peculiarities. Initially, Fugaku was taken aback. He was entirely unaware that Uchiha Kaku and Shursui were there to seize the tailed beast. Was it not merely about opening trade routes? How had they brought a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure into the fold? However, he swiftly came to terms with reality. No matter how absurd the situation, it seemed quite reasonable when it involved that fellow. Yet, Sasuke appeared to harbor a disdain for this companion, as the child would invariably cry out for Kei whenever Itachi held him. Now that the village's situation had generally stabilized, not only the Wind Demon clan, but also a number of wandering ninjas from the land of Rice had joined our ranks. In comparison to some smaller ninja villages, our strength and numbers were commendable, and it was time to contemplate the formal establishment of a ninja village. Uchiha Kei took a sip of juice. He had no desire to drink that bitter tea, for he was not an old man. It was conveyed to those wandering ninjas that their inclusion necessitated their subservience to the Uchiha clan, with no notion of equality. Fujitaka nodded. They were willing to accept this. Compared to a life of wandering, joining a formidable organization was indeed appealing to them. Furthermore, it would be prudent to recruit some rogue ninjas from various villages. There should be some capable individuals among them. Fujitaka frowned slightly, hesitatingly asking, what if spies from other villages infiltrate us? Uchiha K shot a bemused glance at Fujitaka. Esteemed clan leader, has the recent tranquility caused you to forget our original purpose? Previously, the spies in Konoha did not rely on the Sharingan for surveillance. Did they depend on the Byakugan's transparency instead? Never mind. You need only focus on maintaining the village's stability. I shall handle the rest. Fujitaka, feeling no offense, managed an awkward smile. I was merely being cautious. By the way, is it still the same as before? I have a few new ideas. Please share your thoughts. I will see if there is anything to critique. Fujitaka took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. I have contemplated this. Once, due to the first Hokage's mastery of wood release, the village was named Konoha. The one skilled in fire release became known as the Hokage. As you lead our clan into a new era, I considered naming our new village after you, calling it K Ninja Village. However, the Second Great Ninja War saw a K Ninja Village obliterated by Konoha, so that name is not ideal. He crossed his arms, turning his gaze towards the distant horizon, suddenly infused with a sense of grand ambition. The Uchiha clan shall undoubtedly reclaim the glory of the Warring States period. Standing beneath the heavens, let us name it Tank Village. What do you think? It's apparent you have been rather idle lately. There are so many flaws that I find myself disinclined to critique further. Uchiha K shook his head in resignation. As I mentioned before, let us stick with Enin Village. Do not embellish unnecessarily. Very well, then, shall we designate our leader's title as NEI? Casting a glance at the eager Fujitaka, Uchiha K replied matter-of-factly, presently. Enin Village does not possess the qualifications to claim the title of Shadow. Our population and economy are lacking. Moreover, why do you believe that the title of Shadow carries more weight than that of the Uchiha clan leader? Fujitaka was momentarily at a loss for words. Isn't it obvious? The title of Shadow certainly sounds more illustrious than that of Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha K smiled lightly. Clan leader Fujitaka, your perspective is ultimately limited. My aspirations extend far beyond the mere title of Shadow. You may retain your position as leader for now. When I desire it, you may pass it to me. Beneath the heavens, I shall ensure that the name of Uchiha resonates throughout the skies, echoing across infinite dimensions. Fugaku and Shursui initially believed that Uchiha Sora's dissatisfaction with the words of the heavenly ninja village stemmed from an excessive ambition. Yet, it turned out to be disdain. Although Fugaku's mindset leaned towards conservatism, the fact that the future of the Uchiha clan could be guided by such an ambitious individual was not necessarily a negative development. He was acutely aware of his own position. From that fateful evening onward, he became a mere placeholder until Uchiha Sora matured. Sipping his tea lightly, Fugaku smiled gently and remarked, Sora, I await the day you awaken your Manjiki Sharingan and lead our clan. With your capabilities, you might truly reach that esteemed level. Uchiha Sora shook his head with a light chuckle and turned to Itachi, who was feeding food to Gaara. How old is Itachi? Mentioning his eldest son, Fugaku could hardly contain his pride. Just turned 6 a few days ago. He is a prodigy, already proficient in several ninjutsu techniques. Is that so? Uchiha Sora's lips curled into a smile. I wish to take him as my disciple. What do you think? Though they were only 2 or 3 years apart, it was certainly inappropriate by age. However, in terms of strength and status, it was more than acceptable. Of course, Fugaku did not hesitate at all. Itachi was his most esteemed son, and Sora was his chosen successor as the next Uchiha leader. To him, this was a signal from Uchiha Sora, a commendation for his perceptive actions. Perhaps the next clan leader would be Itachi. Uchiha Sora raised his hand, saying, let me be frank. Being my disciple is fraught with danger. My training is exceedingly rigorous, and you cannot question my directives regarding what I require of him. Discuss it among yourselves before giving me a response. Fugaku shook his head. No need for discussion. I can decide for Itachi. Itachi, my child, set Gaara down and come here. Was he so eager to push his son into the fire? The young Uchiha Itachi bore faint traces of tears, but his large, innocent eyes were most prominent. Father, Shursui, brother Sora. After a polite bow, Itachi stood at attention, awaiting instructions. Fugaku rarely displayed a smile, but he did so now, stating, from this day forth, Sora will be your teacher. You must obey whatever he asks of you, understood? Itachi nodded and looked towards Uchiha Sora. He was more mature than the average child in the ninja world. In his eyes, Uchiha Sora seemed even more seasoned. Beneath this youthful exterior lay a profound wisdom capable of glimpsing the future. Even Shursui praised him, and Itachi felt fortunate to be his disciple. Perhaps his uncertainties would find resolution. He bowed respectfully to Uchiha Sora, saying, "Hello, teacher." Chapter 47. Our journey is the stars and the sea on the coast. Upon the rocky outcrop, Uchiha Itachi continuously hurled shuriken at Sora. The numerous shuriken collided midair, striking at peculiar angles. Simultaneously, his hands moved swiftly to form seals, and a series of small fireballs erupted from his mouth. Fire release, wind-style fire technique. The barrage was relentless. Even a typical nin would find themselves flustered in the face of such an onslaught. Yet, Uchiha Sora remained unmoved. Just as the attack was about to graze his clothing, a deep crimson ripple of chakra surged around him, akin to the waves spreading across a lake, radiating an overwhelming heat capable of obliterating all in its path. The shuriken and fireball disintegrated under the impact of chakra, transforming into scattered fragments. Uchiha Itachi had never anticipated that his assault could inflict harm upon his mentor, yet the manner in which it was thwarted left him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora vanished from his line of sight, only to be replaced by a searing pain surging through his back. A crack echoed, the sound of splintering bones. Coughing, Uchiha Itachi expelled a mouthful of dark blood, his torso feeling as though it were being crushed beneath a colossal mountain, rendering him immobile. The terrifying chakra washed over his psyche like a relentless tide. For the first time, he felt himself perilously close to death. Uchiha Sora's foot pressed down on his back as he looked down, speaking in a measured tone. "You must understand one thing. Jujutsu, ninjutsu, and techniques are merely tools for the weak to triumph over the strong. When the disparity in strength becomes insurmountable, such measures are rendered futile. Itachi, I am not the mentor you envision. I will not indulge you in trivial games like Shursui. When I declare the match to commence, your course of action should be to flee, not to launch an attack against me." Itachi gritted his teeth, stifling his cries of pain. After what felt like an eternity, just as he sensed himself on the brink of unconsciousness, the oppressive chakra receded like a receding tide. At last, he regained control over his limbs. Wiping away the blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his gaze still haunted by shock. His mentor had genuinely harbored murderous intent. He had once sought to comprehend the meaning of life through a fall from a cliff, unafraid of death, or so he had thought. Yet, he could not accept the notion of dying so casually in the midst of a match. Are you pondering the meaning of life? What constitutes a worthy demise? Uchiha Itachi mustered the strength to lift his head, glimpsing Sora's garments fluttering in the wind. The injuries to his bones prevented him from meeting that piercing gaze directly. "You are not qualified to ponder such matters, nor am I. The shinobi world, Konoha, even your father, Shursui, have perpetually urged you to contemplate and comprehend the mechanisms of this world." Uchiha Sora crouched beside him, grasping Itachi's chin with a steady hand, his eyes calm like still water. "From this moment on, forget such trivialities. Remember only the agony of your body." A surge of crimson chakra flooded into Uchiha Itachi, forcibly realigning his bones, accompanied by an overwhelming agony that felt like being engulfed in flames. "Aya!" Uchiha Itachi could no longer contain himself, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "Does it hurt?" Uchiha Sora's burning palm caressed his face as he continued. "But I assure you, compared to the anguish of losing someone dear, this pain is but a gentle caress. Someone must bear the burden of suffering. If you cannot, then it falls upon Sasuke to endure it." In that instant, Itachi's eyes sharpened with clarity as he resolutely gritted his teeth, whispering to himself, "No, I can endure this. I can." Time slipped away unmeasured, and Uchiha Itachi touched his face, now marked by several severe burns, the heat finally subsiding. His immediate concern was not his disfigurement, but rather whether his current appearance would frighten Sasuke. Uchiha Sora stood upright, gazing down at the breathless Itachi, stating firmly, "Let me make it clear. I do not regard you as a successor. You are merely a tool for me to safeguard the Uchiha clan and protect Sasuke. I require you to undertake a task. Should you find this fate unacceptable, I shall assist in healing your facial wounds, and you may return to your tranquil life. I assure you that I will treat you and the other clan members equally. I do not mind the burden of protecting one additional individual." As Itachi calmed his breath and raised his gaze to meet Sora's, he inquired, "Is this task one only I can accomplish? You are the most suitable, but not the only one." After a prolonged silence, Itachi asked, To conceal one's true identity requires a lengthy period of infiltration, does it not? I may be separated from Sasuke for a considerable time. A mysterious smile graced Uchiha Sora's lips as he revealed, "In the future I foresee, if you do not act, it will be Sasuke who endures the consequences." "Master, I am willing." "Very well, look into my eyes." Grasping Itachi's hair, Uchiha Sora's crimson gaze flashed, channeling a formidable power into Itachi's mind. The overwhelming sensation left Itachi disoriented for some time. "I have implanted a transcription seal within your mind to aid your initial reconnaissance. When the conditions are met, you will naturally comprehend the information contained within the seal. I will arrange for your transport to Konoha. Your mission is to infiltrate the orphanage there and seek an opportunity to join Root. How you proceed is entirely at your discretion. Be wary of a man named Kabuto. Do your utmost to avoid killing him." "Is your target Danzo Shimura?" Itachi queried. Uchiha Sora shook his head. "His fate has long been sealed. Keeping him alive serves merely as a means of exploitation. When you encounter him, the information within the seal will guide your actions. This is the trial I bestow upon you, Itachi. Return home. If you perish, this shall be our final meeting." "I understand." With a swish, Shursui appeared beside Uchiha Sora. Watching Itachi limp toward his home, his eyes filled with concern. "Sora, you truly ought to let me deal with that serpent. He is the most suitable candidate, and they would coexist harmoniously." Uchiha Sora interrupted Shursui, saying, "Do not assume you can rest easy. What we must undertake is far more perilous. Indeed, yet also infinitely more intriguing." Uchiha Sora had previously inquired with the platform regarding the possibility of bringing others along during the borrowing process. The platform's response was affirmative. However, any borrowing beyond the stipulated limits would be regarded as the personal actions of the borrower, and such transactions would not be protected by the platform. Lack of platform protection implies that if an individual from the world of spirits were to borrow Uchiha Sora's power, their relationship would indeed be safeguarded by the platform. Uchiha Sora could not harm that individual without justification. Should he face an insurmountable natural disaster, he could withdraw unscathed and terminate the transaction unilaterally. However, if Uchiha Sora were to take Shursui along, Shursui would not enjoy the same protections. All expenses for his travels would fall upon Uchiha Sora. The so-called platform resembles a construct of rules, adhering to certain established principles. Without considering other factors, Uchiha Sora prioritized its ability to communicate across different dimensions. If one could elevate oneself from the current user status to a subsidiary-like entity, autonomously issuing and accepting lending tasks, then the developmental trajectory of the Uchiha clan need not be confined to the shinobi world, nor restricted by the vast universe dominated by the Otsutsuki. Chapter 48. Muzan, is this never-ending? In another world, at the Tsushi family estate, there had been no incidents of demons harming humans for the past 2 months. With the Demon King sealed away, it seemed as though all demons had succumbed to a profound silence. During this period, the Demon Slayer Corps had not been idle. In fact, they were busier than ever, diligently assisting Iguro Abanai in accumulating merit. Yes, that is how Wise Tsushi referred to such matters. All members, upon witnessing the suffering of the populace, suppressed their instinct to provide immediate aid and urgently contacted Abanai to address the situation. Simultaneously, the vast industrial chain of the Tsushi family was entirely entrusted to Abanai, who managed all transactional affairs. Over these days, Abanai found himself with merely half an hour for prayer and 3 hours for sleep. Even his meals were consumed while on the move. Yet, he felt it insufficient, insisting that if he were to sleep for an hour, he ought to be awakened promptly. Muzan would break the seal in 100 days. They could not allow that being to descend once more before then. Now, if it were solely up to me, even death would be inconsequential. Yet, it was the master who offered him solace. That being had spoken many words, but I believe the most critical was the final one. Abanai, your existence is paramount. Even if we do not succeed this time, as long as you remain alive, we shall have another chance. It is solely you who must persevere. On a particular day, after returning from a day of arduous duties to the headquarters, all members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered at the newly established headquarters. Surrounding the wooden tub that sealed Muzan, they prepared for 2 contingencies, should that being be unable to arrive. They would engage in a decisive battle when Muzan broke the seal. Adjusting his breath, Abanai entered the shrine room with utmost reverence. "Tamayo, I apologize." He removed the white serpent coiled around his neck and placed it before the shrine, using a small knife to cut through the serpent's scales. It bore numerous wounds. Yet it did not complain. Instead, it flicked its tongue in comfort to Abanai. Initially, it was Wise-Eye's desire to protect his wife and child that evoked a response from that esteemed being. Considering that those close to him would likely enhance the efficacy of his prayers, Abanai had no choice but to inflict pain upon Tamayo, who had grown up alongside him. With a resounding clap of his hands, he silently prayed, "Divine Spirit, I beseech you to heal Tamayo." In the quiet of the night, with his eyes tightly shut, he did not notice the mark upon his forehead gradually manifesting. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps awaited at the door. Observing Abanai's unchanged demeanor, his friend, the hot-tempered Mitsuri Kanroji, murmured, "Why must we wait for that person? We could simply split the tub open during the day while Muzan is sealed." Silence. One must not show disrespect to the divine. The stone Hashira quickly interjected. Coughing, Wise-Eye, supported by his wife, entered with great difficulty. Several captains hurriedly surrounded him, unwilling to let the evening breeze disturb their master. "Master, you require rest. You should not. I have tried." His voice was low, devoid of any anger, yet still imbued with a gentle warmth. "If it were to slay Muzan, I would defy even the will of the divine. However, that wooden barrel, no amount of gunpowder could shatter it. The seal not only confines Muzan, but also safeguards him. I had not disclosed this before, but I am nearing my limit. Perhaps by tomorrow." "No, my lord, please do not say that." Yaozai raised his hand, signaling for everyone to continue listening. "That deity did not come to save us. For him, this is merely a transaction. Regrettably, even after I offered everything, it was insufficient to compel him to eradicate Muzan. It seems that for the infinite city, the value of demons outweighs our own. Yet, I can sense that he is benevolent. Remember, after my demise, should he arrive, it is to beseech him to eliminate Muzan, not to demand it. For him, exterminating Muzan does not fall within the tenets he must adhere to." "Indeed, you speak true." A voice appeared without warning. The anxious members of the Demon Slayer Corps instantly drew their swords, and in the next moment, an overwhelming presence compelled them to gaze towards the eaves. The three-tomo Sharingan glimmered with an otherworldly radiance. The temperature in the air plummeted. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps emitted suppressed whimpers, as if an invisible giant hand clasped their throats, cold sweat saturating their backs. These seasoned elites trembled even in their grip on their blades, their thoughts sluggish. Merely a few months apart, even they could acutely sense that this figure was far stronger than the last time he appeared. Uchiha Sora held the quivering Tsuruhiko in his hand, a black hole materializing behind him. It was a perfectly circular void, as though the colors within had been stripped away, rendering it utterly empty. An embodiment of stark minimalism. For traversing time and space, it was exceedingly ordinary, yet it exuded an indescribable peculiarity. Shirzue emerged from within, his Sharingan surveying the surroundings before settling steadily beside Uchiha Sora. Having received prior warnings, despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Shirzue dared not voice them. Mimicking Fugaku's lifeless demeanor, he remained expressionless, resembling a faithful sentinel. "Two deities have arrived." Tossing the white serpent to Shirzue, Uchiha Sora remarked coolly, "Make the incision a bit larger, just this small amount, in case it heals itself before we're done." With a swift motion, Shirzue unsheathed a short blade and widened the barely half-centimeter wound, eliciting a pang of sympathy from the petite Bane below. Without any pleasantries exchanged, Uchiha Sora instantaneously moved to the wooden barrel he had left behind. At that moment, Shirzue could no longer contain himself and quietly inquired, "Sora, where have you brought us? Is this still the land of whirlpools?" "The land of whirlpools? This is not even part of the ninja world anymore, let alone the land of whirlpools." Casting a glance at Shirzue, he replied nonchalantly, "In a moment, you will delve into that fellow's memories, and you shall understand. He is a creature who has lived for over 1,000 years. Though feeble, his mind is a repository of chaotic information. The key terms are Naruto and Infinite City." Shirzue nodded in confusion, a tinge of apprehension creeping in upon hearing that Uchiha Sora referred to him as a 1,000-year-old monster. Uchiha Sora placed his hand upon the barrel, revealing the previously hidden runes. Sealing techniques can be regarded as a variant of ocular jutsu, and before us lies the authentic art of sealing. Sealing techniques have always been a challenging category of ninjutsu. After the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, there have been few individuals in the ninja world who could truly be called masters of sealing. Shizuka had once attempted to learn the sealing arts, yet he lacked the requisite talent. His thoughts drifted to Uchiha Sora's age when a voice interrupted his contemplation. Uchiha Sora's voice commanded attention as he observed the ceiling symbols on the wooden barrel being torn away, the obscure curse mark gradually fading. Suddenly, with the absence of the curse mark maintaining its form, the wooden board exploded, shattering into countless fragments. Muzan, bare from the waist up, felt the moonlight for the first time, and his mind began to race. Before he could flee, the moonlight transformed into thunder, and darkness contorted into flames. Muzan was pinned atop the mountain, gazing up at the eyes that filled the spiritual sky. The psychological shadow cast by those eyes on him rivaled that of Kibutsuji Muzan. Not again. Chapter 49. Rapid access to Infinite City. The location of Infinite City has been discovered. It exists in a dimension separate from this world and the void. It is the ability of Naruto that connects us to that dimensional fortress, now known as Sien, where advanced demon entities reside. Sora cannot eliminate this creature. For doing so would also spell doom for Naruto. Shizuka acted swiftly, not only comprehending that this was not part of the ninja realm, but also gleaning from Muzan's memories the details of Sora's last arrival. Despite his desire to eradicate this malevolent demon responsible for countless tragedies, he understood that Sora desired Infinite City, having clarified this in advance. Understood. First, we must subdue him and allow Naruto to open Infinite City for verification. Uchiha Sora cast a glance back at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and spoke indifferently. Do not engage in unnecessary actions. Simply observe from there. A resonant sound of the biwa strings reverberated, and a hollow square manifested beneath Uchiha Sora and Shizuka. Grasping Muzan by the hair, the trio plummeted downward. Oh, there are plenty of those beings. Let us commence recruitment, starting with the weaker ones. Long before in the ninja world, Uchiha Sora had conceived various methods for utilizing the demons within Infinite City. He intended to take all demons, including Muzan, along with him. This was not to expect assistance from these demons. Rather, compared to the ocular prowess of himself and Shizuka, Muzan exhibited no resistance, though he could still be considered a special jonin. Moreover, there were those demons reminiscent of the mid-shunin level, akin to those with string-like characteristics. The indestructible demons would serve perfectly for training the Uchiha offspring, setting up challenges for them to gain experience. Once they reached a certain level, they could undertake missions, akin to a novice training camp. Infinite City would also serve as a safeguard for all Uchiha clan members, unless faced with instant death. Taking refuge in Infinite City would ensure their survival, essentially providing a universally accessible reverse summoning technique. Stronger Uchiha members could even learn Izanagi, achieving multiple layers of life assurance. Uchiha Sora's philosophy was to protect those clan members who wished to avoid combat, while enabling those willing to fight, striving to prevent their untimely demise in battle. Inada Kayuki, the newly appointed Upper Moon 6, was once a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who, in a fateful encounter with Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, transformed into a demon to survive. His malevolence was not born of a mere instinct for survival. From a tender age, he extinguished the incense burner that could disrupt the spirits, leading to the demise of his companions. The primal instincts of a demon informed him that the wretched figure being dragged like a dead dog was the very source of all demons, the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji. Without the slightest hesitation, he discarded his sword and knelt in supplication. Please, esteemed ones, I am. In an instant, a searing blade cleaved him in two, reducing him to mere ash. This won't do. He is far too weak, Uchiha Sora remarked indifferently. While this lower-ranking demon was slightly stronger than an ordinary one, it fell short of the necessary caliber. Following this, there was no need for an interview for the next candidate, as she was already a predetermined recruit. Uchiha Sora had only ventured here due to her envy. Through Muzan's transformation device, Shirzue commanded the third Upper Moon, Neikime, to be transported here. Just like the previous demon, Akaza immediately laid eyes upon Muzan. Overwhelmed by a tremendous shock, he did not display the same disgraceful demeanor as the last. Is that so? Wonderful. Just by looking, I can sense your formidable strength. To be slain by you would indeed be a fitting conclusion. Uchiha Sora slowly raised his hand. Apologies, but I cannot fulfill your wish. I have arranged for you a year-round, unceasing occupation. Boom. The tangible pressure of chakra bore down upon Akaza, forcing him to the ground. The chakra's oppressive force. After experimenting with this method of chakra usage on Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sora had grown fond of this sensation. Shirzue cast a sidelong glance at him. internally astonished. Clearly, utilizing ninjutsu would conserve chakra more effectively, such wastefulness, yet it is undeniably impressive. How fortunate to possess an abundance of chakra. I too must intensify my training. Next, Tamayo, the second upper moon. With a prismatic iris and hair as pure as white oak, he appeared remarkably resplendent and beautiful. He lacked the typical emotions of humanity, exhibiting neither joy nor sorrow, nor fear. Even upon witnessing Musen's tragic state, he merely smiled behind his fan. Ho ho ho! Have you, an unprecedented powerhouse, vanquished the formidable Musen-sama? He glanced at Akaza, who was subdued by chakra, his smile broadening. What a rare display of awareness, Akaza-sama. Turning to Uchiha Sora, Tamayo chuckled lightly. I too can submit, it matters not what I do, for you are simply exquisite. Like the alluring red spider lily blooming upon a volcanic landscape, that beguiling beauty tempting one towards death. I am truly moved to continue collaborating with Akaza-sama. His voice abruptly ceased. Tamayo observed the flames igniting upon his body. Slightly perplexed, he inquired, why is this? I should be stronger than Akaza-sama, no? Oh. It is merely a distaste for your manner of speech. Let it be so. Your understanding is unnecessary. With a single hand, Uchiha Sora formed a seal, and the blazing flames consumed Tamayo entirely, leaving only ash in their wake. Akaza, who had been desperately resisting, relaxed slightly. Next, the first upper moon, Kokushibo. Originally named Tsujikuni Yorichi, he was the elder brother of Tsujikuni Michikatsu, who had dealt a grievous blow to Musen. Consumed by jealousy of his brother's talent and haunted by the curse of the Hashira dying at the age of 25, he chose to align himself with the demons. Musen holds immense value in his subordinates, treating them not merely as pawns to command, but rather as partners in collaboration. His power can be likened to the cumulative strength of the remaining upper moons. With a clang, being captured does not diminish Musen's fighting spirit. Upon seeing Uchiha Sora and his companion, he instantly drew his blade. Are you unable to discern the disparity in strength? Uchiha Sora remarked nonchalantly. Kokushibo, gripping his sword with both hands, spoke in a deep, calm voice. In the presence of such a formidable adversary, it would be an affront not to draw my weapon. Uchiha Sora's eyes sparkled. He unsheathed Ryumen, the blade adorned with deep crimson patterns, radiating magnificence. Kokushibo's 6 eyes quivered simultaneously. After Uchiha Sora drew his sword, he distinctly perceived the silhouette of that man, intensely radiant like the sun, an existence forever beyond his reach. The trajectory of the blade was unmistakable. Even the sensation of being struck registered in his mind only after a few seconds. Clang! Uchiha Sora sheathed his sword and addressed Kokushibo softly from behind. Compared to that inept Musen, at least you possess ambition. I shall lead you to a new realm. If you can achieve it, perhaps you can attain a higher state of being. With a sharp sound, blood spurted forth as the blade made of Kokushibo's flesh fell half buried in the pool of blood. From this day forth, I am your master. Chapter 50. Departure. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Demon Slayer Corps observed Uchiha Sora and Shursui re-emerging, holding an intricately patterned wooden box. Instinct told them that it contained the Infinite Castle, home to countless demons. At that moment, Uchiha Sora's gaze fell upon Nezuko among the crowd. She was the sole demon who had triumphed over sunlight, the only one to have transformed back into a human. As his stare intensified, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, Tanjiro stepped in front of Nezuko, his hoarse cry exploding in the silence. Please, hear me out. Nezuko is no longer a demon. She will never revert to one. Even if she were to transform, she instinctively refrains from consuming human blood. She is a good child, absolutely. She will never lose control. I implore you, grant her a chance. Do not be so anxious. I am not here to exterminate demons. Uchiha Sora waved his hand dismissively and said, I would appreciate a sample of your blood or a potion containing blue spider lilies. I shall return to have it concocted. Having fully mastered the Infinite Castle, Uchiha Sora uncovered a flaw. As the administrator of the Infinite Castle, the lady of the castle could not utilize her blood demon arts during the day. To amend this, she would need assistance in overcoming her fear of sunlight. A girl adorned with a butterfly hairpin approached, producing a vial of potion. With her beautiful purple eyes, she mustered the courage to ask after handing the potion to Uchiha Sora, My lord, what do you intend to do with Musen? Uchiha Sora weighed the wooden box and replied coolly, I shall keep him. But they are creatures that require human blood. She exclaimed. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Even that young girl can suppress her bloodlust through instinct. Their failure to do so is merely a consequence of insufficient discipline and lack of proper upbringing. He believed that those fellows could overcome the challenges. After all, who would think that blood could nourish other blood, yet fail to sustain itself? Ultimately, it was merely a matter of not inflicting enough pain. Shui returned the neatly bandaged shuriken to Shirbane, smiling as he said, "I appreciate your efforts. You are truly gentle." Shirbane replied. Known for his sharp tongue and lack of emotional expression, those words were entirely uncharacteristic of him. Shui smiled softly. "Although my understanding is limited, I commend your perseverance in such a world." This mission offered only 20 points of credibility, which was all that Shirbane could afford. Uchiha Sora essentially gained nothing from this endeavor. He and Shui had permanently deducted 10 points from their credibility for traversing, leaving them with merely 10 points in their account. After all, they were not here for the credibility points, but rather to familiarize themselves with the platform's operational methods, along with the Infinite City. User application received. Assessing the value of carried items. The organism lacks the capacity to resist. Charges will be at the minimum standard. User has designated the Infinite City Space node. Traversal fee of 30 credibility points will be permanently deducted. Do you accept? User's ability to traverse has seen a slight increase. Maintaining the current capability upon return incurs an additional cost of 0.3 credibility points, which is non-refundable. There was an abundance of information. Firstly, capturing individuals from other worlds was indeed feasible, provided they lacked the ability to resist, which required minimal credibility points. Could he possibly take them along during their resistance? Would such an endeavor incur significant costs? Secondly, the power he gained in the alternate world could be brought back, and the non-refundability indicated that the platform did not possess the capability to strip him of his growth. Previously, Uchiha Sora had speculated that what existed here was not his true self, but rather a projection created by the platform. After all, in his view, it would be far more energy efficient to create a doppelganger of equal ability rather than allowing a person to traverse time and space. Yet, the platform seemed to operate differently. It directly transmitted the real him. It was akin to two aquariums, where a fish is scooped from one and cast into another. As he pondered this, the platform's notification chimed once more. User has completed 2 lending relationships with this dimension. Do you wish to mark this dimension? What does marking entail? Wasn't my previous imprint already a form of marking? Upon marking the dimension, all tasks within it will be assigned to the user. No other specialists will engage in tasks here until your demise. Other specialists? Am I able to contact other users? The platform manages this. You currently lack the necessary permissions. Please accumulate credibility points to upgrade your permissions. The truth you seek will not be concealed by the platform. Uchiha Sora rephrased his inquiry. Would there be apparitions in this world? According to the platform's calculations, the probability of extraordinary beings reappearing in this dimension is less than 0.000012. Is there a limit to marking dimensions? At the user's current black iron level, one secondary dimension may be marked. What possessed me to mark this one? Per the user's previous lending request, relevant explanations are succinct. Traversal will commence in 10 seconds. Uchiha Sora had previously inquired about establishing a subsidiary. Receiving the same response as before, restricted vocabulary, insufficient permissions. Turning his gaze towards the one who initially called for him, the radiant Akatsuki Zai. Uchiha Sora offered a gentle smile. Muzan no longer exists in this world. The curse upon your family shall be lifted. Rest in peace, Zai. This phrase is rather unpleasant, akin to a curse. The breath that sustained the Fuku family has dissipated. He lacked even the strength to bid farewell. Madame Amano cradled her husband's gradually cooling corpse, devoid of tears. She understood that witnessing the dissolution of the family curse in this generation brought Zai a peace surpassing that of any previous family head in death. He must have departed with a heart full of joy, ready to convey this good news to the ancestors. As she lifted her gaze again, the figure of the boy who offered salvation gradually faded away. Username, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, black iron. Accumulated reputation value, 912, 700 frozen, 212 available. Completed loan project, Zai Fuku's wife and daughter's rescue mission. Completed loan project, Ihei Kobane's companion beast, Damaru's healing mission. In progress, current loan project, Sky God Beast. Rayquaza. Project level, gold. Current loan project, Marine Vice Admiral, a Kainu Sakazuki. Project level, Silver. Rayquaza experience card. The user currently holds 20 Rayquaza energy operation instincts. Randomly mutated to 50 chakra control. Affinity enhancement, a Kainu experience card. User holds. Uchiha Sora carefully reviewed the information, which spread out like branches, sensing the imminent traversal. He turned to the others and smiled slightly, saying, "It is best not to meet again. Live well." His figure vanished completely, as though he had never existed. Chapter 51. A Crueler Truth in the Ninja World. Uchiha Sora's eyes were tightly shut, bearing the information transmitted from the shadow clones in Infinite City. Within the platform's information, he noted an intriguing point. In its nomenclature, Infinite City was referred to as a spatial node, while it termed the world in dimensions. The so-called traversal likely refers to the transfer between dimensions. Thus, if one were situated within a spatial node, could they not perceive the process of traversal? The utility of shadow clones is boundless. Naruto can even use them to transmit natural energy, maintaining Sage Mode. In the final battle, even Kaguya Otsutsuki could not see through the shadow clones, which defy conventional ninjutsu wisdom. One must admit, the old specter, Senju Tobarama, possesses some remarkable insights. Contemplating this, he decided to leave a shadow clone in Infinite City. Uchiha Sora seldom employed shadow clones, using them primarily to briefly confuse opponents and gather intelligence. His mind is exceedingly imaginative, and in no time, he would accumulate a plethora of thoughts, causing significant cognitive dissonance upon returning to his original self. The technique of multiple shadow clones is classified as forbidden for good reason. It is only Naruto, with his thick-skinned nerves, who can wield it as a conventional skill. Uchiha Sora instructed the shadow clone to utilize its ocular power to the fullest during the traversal, attempting to discern any clues. If he could decode this technique, it would surpass even the spatial time capabilities of Yomi and Hirayasaka. After some time, Uchiha Sora slowly opened his eyes, his expression somber. It cannot be said that there was no effect at all. He himself was completely unaware of the process of traversal, yet within the consciousness of his shadow clone, there existed a blank segment. It resembled an electrocardiogram, a brief interval devoid of any data, which only resumed upon reaching the ninja realm. This implies that the traversal indeed entails a process, albeit one that has been obscured. Is it a matter of insufficient authority? No. It is a deficiency in my own abilities. Uchiha K momentarily set aside his thoughts and turned to his companion, Shursui, who shared the same room. You now have 10 minutes to pose your inquiries. Shursui, having contemplated for a considerable time, immediately inquired, K, does your Sharingan ability allow you to traverse other worlds? When you speak of seeing the future, does it imply that you have visited a world akin to the ninja realm, witnessing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Have you prepared your excuses well? It would be a waste of my prior misinformation otherwise. Uchiha K nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I refer to such realms as parallel worlds. In that parallel ninja realm, the Uchiha clan has ceased to exist. Shursui took a deep breath, calming the tumult of his emotions. Then will everything change? The more powerful individuals are, the more they can sense the weight of destiny. Shursui had witnessed many occurrences that seemed bound by fate. Some events, the more one strives to alter them, the more they hurtle towards the predetermined future. Uchiha K smiled slightly. A foolish question. It has long been altered. From the very moment of my birth. Just as Uchiha K was about to articulate further, he sensed an approach and glanced towards the door. After a brief pause, the voice of Uchiha Inaho filtered through the door. Lord K, traces of Konoha ninjas have been discovered outside the village. Uchiha K furrowed his brow. Isn't it sufficient to eliminate the spies? Must we even discuss such matters? He quickly realized, is it the person I mentioned? Indeed. It is Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha K's brow relaxed, and he smiled at Shursui. The delivery from Shimura Danzo has arrived. Hatake Kakashi is, aside from Uchiha Obito, the only remaining wielder of the Sharingan. Moreover, his eye possesses the formidable Kimui, a treasure of immense value. Uchiha K recalled that during this period, he had been tempted by Danzo to assassinate the third Hokage, yet Danzo's brainwashing abilities were evidently inferior to those of the third, easily leading Kakashi astray. Danzo's intent in recruiting Kakashi was to eliminate the third and assume the role of Hokage. However, following the events of the Ninetales attack, with Danzo scheming to acquire the Sharingan and driving the Uchiha from the village, his aspirations of becoming Hokage were surely dashed. Who did he detest the most? Uchiha K could easily surmise that Danzo would likely shift his focus towards himself. Initially, Uchiha K had presumed that Yamato or Yakushi Kabuto would come, but unexpectedly, Kakashi presented himself at his doorstep. Kakashi gazed at the distant smoke curling upwards, a scene of vibrancy and prosperity in the village, reminiscing about the early days of Konoha as depicted in his textbooks. As for the assassination task assigned to him by Danzo, to eliminate Uchiha K, he had not accepted it. Yet, he indeed sought to locate the Uchiha clan. Utilizing Danzo's influence, he secured the opportunity to leave the village. He felt deep down that only here could he uncover the truth of what befell Obito and his teacher. In a state of unease, he remained oblivious to the fact that his whereabouts had already been discovered by patrolling members of the Uchiha clan. Perched upon a branch, he felt a tremor in his ears and heard the swift sound of wind slicing through the air behind him. Suddenly, a blade glinted in the light, striking his form, which erupted into a cloud of smoke, the tip of the sword embedding itself into a wooden post. Was this a substitution technique? Shursui swiftly extricated himself from the post and turned to gaze at Kakashi, who was darting away through the branches not far off. His quick reflexes were impressive, though luck seemed to be rather unkind. Kakashi had barely glimpsed the assailant before he chose to flee the moment he realized he had been compromised. As he escaped, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a young boy standing in the middle of the forest path. Though he had never encountered Uchiha Sora, the ninja dossier concerning him had been distributed to every Leaf Ninja after that fateful night. The accompanying warnings declared him to be extremely dangerous, possessing the terrifying capability to single-handedly annihilate small nations. Upon confrontation, retreating from the mission was permitted. Upon laying eyes on him, Kakashi found himself unable to divert his gaze, his heart racing furiously, and he could even sense the tremors within each of his cells. This sensation of facing an immensely terrifying being was reminiscent of his pursuit of Orochimaru. Had Danzo not claimed that Uchiha Sora relied solely on summoning beasts, and that his personal strength was at most that of a special jonin? Had that scoundrel truly encountered this individual? Indeed, it seemed prudent to heed the village's assessments. Danzo could not compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen, not even in terms of perception. Hiruzen had long recognized the extent of Sora's terror. "Greetings, Kakashi-senpai," Uchiha Sora said with a hint of a smile, his voice smooth. "In such a hurry to leave, have we not extended sufficient hospitality? At least indulge in a drink to celebrate your dear friend's new abode among our clan." With a flourish, Sora raised his hand, and an inferno of flames erupted behind him, effectively blocking Kakashi's escape route. The moisture in the air evaporated instantaneously, making it difficult to breathe. Beneath his mask, Kakashi swallowed hard. The ferocity of the fire technique was formidable. However, ensconced within the forest, this colossal wall of fire had not ignited even a single leaf. What mastery of chakra control was this? "I possess a more harrowing truth," Sora continued, his tone almost sinister. "Kakashi, are you truly prepared to learn it?" Chapter 52. The noble posture transcending suffering. The truth, as conveyed by the village, was that the death of the fourth Hokage resulted from the Nine-Tails rampage. Danzo had asserted that the root of all calamity lay within the Uchiha clan. Now, the very culprit that Danzo spoke of was poised to reveal the truth to him. "Hush," Sora said, as the flames melted away like falling snowflakes. Leaning against a tree trunk, he smiled faintly. "If you wish not to hear it, that is of no consequence. Just leave your Sharingan behind, and I shall allow you to depart." With a swift motion, Kakashi leaped down from the branch and approached Sora deliberately. "I will listen, but this I was gifted to me by Obito. If you desire it, you must first eliminate the one responsible for the fourth's demise, Uchiha Obito." As Kakashi's foot hovered in midair, he found himself suspended in a moment of time, as if the very fabric of reality had halted. What jest is this? Fury temporarily eclipsed the primal instinct of fear. After a brief pause, Kakashi swiftly drew his kunai and charged towards Uchiha K. The clash was swift and chaotic. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha K seized the kunai, piercing Kakashi's hand and pinning him to the ground. The exchange of words is too slow. Observe for yourself. He yanked Kakashi by the hair, their eyes locking. A torrent of ocular power surged into Kakashi's mind like a ferocious beast, weaving a tapestry of images. The familiar scene unfolded in the Konoha cemetery, before the tombstones of Rin and Obito. As was customary, Kakashi replaced the flowers and tidied the grave. He lingered there for a considerable time, murmuring softly, "Your wife is expecting, sensei." Witnessing the emergence of a new life is indeed a unique experience. That child, too, will surely possess your courage, Obito. The next image revealed a cloaked figure at that very spot, casting the offering flowers aside. Upon seeing this silhouette, Kakashi's spirit surged in fierce rebellion, compelling Uchiha K to amplify his ocular output. Subsequently, the scene shifted to the cloaked figure infiltrating Konoha, taking Naruto hostage and eliminating Minato. He unleashed the Nine Tails. Amidst the cataclysmic chaos wrought by the colossal beast, countless villagers perished and ninjas fell one after another. The next vision depicted the cloaked figure confronting the fleeing Uchiha clan. Here, Uchiha K made his first appearance, wielding the ability of the Rinnegan, engaging in a ferocious battle with the cloaked figure. The surrounding forests obliterating under the force of their clash. A brilliant beam of light shattered the mysterious figure's mask. Beneath it lay a face that Kakashi could never forget, Obito. An overwhelming surge of emotion forced him to break free from the illusion. His voice a desperate scream. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Obito is dead. This is a lie. All of it is a deception. You madman. Do not attempt to trick me. He shook his head, retreating heedlessly, his hand bleeding from the kunai's cut. A primal roar escaped him, intertwining despair and chaos. Bent over uncontrollably, he stared at his blood-soaked hands, as if about to expel his very soul. Why? Why deceive me? Rather than a question, it was a plea. Uchiha K regarded Kakashi, who resembled a wounded beast, with indifference. If you believe it to be false, then why does it hurt so profoundly? Do you understand, Kakashi? I detest that notion of I kept the truth from you for your own good. A lie is a lie, even when cloaked in the guise of benevolence. Its essence remains deception. Obito did not perish. He inherited the legacy of Uchiha Madara. When he arrived on the battlefield to see you, he witnessed that scene and awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. As for evidence, your very existence is proof. Kakashi growled in a low voice, pressing firmly against his concealed Sharingan. As if images flickered within, each frame pierced his mind like bloodied steel needles, inflicting torment. It hurt so much. The Nine Tails rampage was incited by your words. Kakashi stared intently at Uchiha Sora, his Sharingan bleeding tears as the three tomos spun wildly, as if something was about to awaken. Uchiha Sora did not acquiesce to his wishes. Much like his treatment of Shursui, he would lay bare the harsh realities. Did Shursui not suffer in the face of choice? Indeed, he did. His love for the village was no less than that for his clan. Heaven knows how he restrained his sorrow to make his decision. Kakashi, possessing remarkable talent, was a person worth recruiting. Yet, Uchiha Sora scorned the notion of deceiving him with falsehoods. If one could endure, they qualified to stand alongside him. If one were to go mad, then they might as well perish. In the entire ninja realm, there was but one soul. No, it should be said, only Garo, the ninja cat who had grown up with him, who truly understood the essence of Uchiha Sora. Two words could encapsulate it: malevolent. Kakashi, the creator of your name, had a wicked sense of humor. From the very beginning, it symbolized the lonely scarecrow. Do you believe that you are the cause of it all? You are mistaken. The root cause of everything lies within this distorted world. Uchiha Sora spread his arms wide, as if conversing with the world. Obito discerned this truth before you did. I concur with his perspective, but I disdain his methods. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Regarding Uchiha Sora as one would a madman, what manner of monster are you? If you are indeed like him, then you are both insane. Uchiha Sora lowered his hands and smiled at Kakashi. Madness and reason are mere fallacies, in my view. Those of you who are immersed in a false sense of peace are the truly deranged. Kakashi, you must grasp one fundamental truth. What is it you fight for? Ultimately, you yearn for a life of peace and tranquility with family and friends by your side. Do you not? Sarutobi Hiruzen taught you to sacrifice for the village, just as Rin did. Do you not see how this is a reversal of priorities? A village established to protect comrades now demands the sacrifice of those very comrades. Was it not this very principle that led to your father's demise? The old, unhealed scars within Kakashi's heart were ruthlessly torn open by Uchiha Sora, exposed to the glaring light of day. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, his gaze unfocused. What is truly real? Then tell me, what is real? Everything is real, yet everything is false. Uchiha Sora extended his hand. The greatness of humanity lies in its ability to transcend suffering and ascend to greater heights. Come with me, Kakashi. Chapter 53. 3 years, 3 years. The most significant recent event in the ninja world was the peace negotiations between Konoha and Kumogakure. Although Sunagakure had numerous frictions with Iwagakure, both parties maintained restraint, avoiding even localized warfare. Only frequent espionage activities persisted between the two nations. The signing of the ceasefire agreement between Konoha and Kumogakure signified the end of the Third Great Ninja War. In the Village of the Flame, at Uchiha Sora's residence, Shursui, now taller and with more defined musculature, walked into the courtyard. Upon observing Uchiha Sora reclining on the sofa, adorned with an eye mask, indulging in an afternoon slumber, 3 children were engaged in the practice of climbing trees upon the grand oak in the courtyard. This endeavor involved harnessing chakra through their feet, enabling them to traverse the tree's surface while honing their mastery over chakra control. Among them, 2 appeared to be around 3 or 4 years of age, one with crimson hair and the other with ebony locks, namely Gaara and Sasuke. The third was an older girl, her lustrous black hair shimmering like silk, her petite, straight nose adorned with faint, elusive freckles, now glistening with perspiration. Although she appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, her control over chakra was lacking compared to the younger boys. It was clear that CH was ill-suited for the path of a ninja, a fact Uchiha Sora had previously conveyed to her. The Uchiha clan placed great importance on the innate talent of ninjas. Had she exhibited such prowess, she would not have remained a mere civilian in her original timeline, but rather become one of the casualties under Uchiha Itachi's blade. The assertion here lacks precision. Even among Uchiha ninjas, one might still fall victim to Itachi's sword. Uchiha Sora, somewhat exasperated by the persistent inquiries, had reluctantly agreed to let her train alongside Sasuke and the others. As Shursui approached, he spoke without hesitation. According to intelligence, Konoha has delivered the Byakugan to the Sunagakure and has concluded a peace treaty with Kumogakure. His brow furrowed slightly, his voice lowering. Konoha's strength pales in comparison to Kumogakure, and some clauses in the treaty are exceedingly harsh, including one that stipulates if Kumogakure were to initiate military action against us, Konoha must not intervene. Uchiha Sora lifted a corner of his eye mask, remarking, "Only those fools in Kumogakure remain oblivious to the nuances of our relationship with Konoha. Were it not for Konoha's current state of disarray, I suspect Sarutobi Hiruzen would be eager to ally with Kumogakure against us." Shursui's expression darkened, a glint of resolve in his eyes as he suggested, "Why not take the initiative? We could strike Kumogakure first, then return to deal with Konoha." Over the past few years, many clan members had matured, eager to make their mark. "You are somewhat hasty, Shursui," replied Uchiha Sora, stretching and rising, his tall figure becoming evident. Shursui, naturally of a larger build, had grown significantly over the past 3 years of relentless training, augmented by nourishing herbs, now nearing 6 feet. Yet, he still stood half a head shorter than the 2-year younger Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora chuckled softly. "I did not anticipate Raikage would refrain from making a move for so long. We shall proceed step by step." He stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Kumogakure indeed possessed reasons to act against them, especially since the Utsutsuki had perished at their hands. He pondered the justification for an offensive against Kumogakure. A legitimate pretext for war is paramount. Though the powerful may wage conflict for personal gain or vendetta, they must fabricate a justifiable reason to present their actions as righteous. This is not merely a case of self-deception. It is about instilling a sense of moral confidence and determination in the lower ranks, fortifying them in the face of adversity. Uchiha Sora could certainly command the Uchiha clan to engage in warfare. However, what he sought was not a legion of thoughtless puppets. Not everyone shares his inclination to revel in the chaos of battle. While many clan members exhibited a touch of volatility, they still maintained a semblance of normalcy in their worldview. Initially, I intended to craft a casual narrative about the Uchiha clan suffering oppression a century ago, staging a drama to seek retribution for our ancestors. However, upon reflection, it becomes apparent that during that epoch, it was indeed our forebears who were the tormentors. A thought strikes me. Uchiha had inquired, "By the way, what is the current condition of the mother and daughter duo from the Uzumaki clan that we retrieved earlier?" A year prior, a significant event transpired in the land of whirlpools. The rightful heir of this realm returned. This individual, the feudal lord of the land of whirlpools, had fled to the land of fire's feudal lord's estate before the Uzumaki clan's demise. In recent years, the Hidden Flame village has successfully established a trade route directly connecting the land of whirlpools to the land of rain, flourishing beyond the previous hidden whirlpool village. Before the Lord even entered the village, he dispatched emissaries to proclaim his edict, acknowledging the establishment of the Uchiha clan's hidden flame village, appointing Uchiha Fugaku as the leader of the shinobi village, and permitting Fugaku to select several Uchiha clansmen as his bodyguards, preferably female ninjas. However, before he could disembark, he was brutally dispatched and cast into the sea to feed the fish. Has he grown so oblivious as to forget the laws of human existence? Who does he think he is? When has the Uchiha clan ever required his acknowledgement? While other shinobi villages may hesitate to confront a feudal lord, do you presume we share that same trepidation? This incident stirred a considerable uproar, provoking a vehement response from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, who demanded that Konoha impose sanctions on the hidden flame village. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a special trip to dissuade the feudal lord of the Land of Fire from such thoughts, while simultaneously securing a military stipend. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was a matter of enduring a little longer. In a few years, everything would be resolved. Uchiha K, indifferent to the feudal lord's status, nonetheless found this event to be a poignant reminder. This land was originally part of the hidden whirlpool village. He was certainly not so obtuse as to forget this fact. Rather, he had simply not given it much thought. His choice was primarily influenced by the picturesque scenery, with little regard for its former ownership. Following this incident, he instructed the clansmen to disseminate information through various channels, assuring the scattered Uzumaki clansmen in the shinobi world that they would be welcomed back home, as the Uchiha clan was willing to provide protection. After all, if one were to trace back a millennium, we were all part of the same family. The word should have reached them, yet no one seemed willing to return. Perhaps, in their eyes, it mattered little that the Uchiha clan had detached from Konoha. After all, they had not come to our aid then, so why would they now entice us back only to slay us? After an extensive wait, it was not until recently that a mother and daughter finally arrived. On that day, a young girl with red hair, barefoot and in tattered clothing, dashed into the village, crying out, "Help my mother, she is dying. Please, I beg you, save my mother." The alarmed clansmen sprang into action and located the woman just before her last breath, discovering not only wounds inflicted by wild beasts, but also countless human bite marks upon her body. The sight was so harrowing that even Fugaku, a man seasoned by the battlefield, could scarcely bear to look. The woman received treatment personally from Mikoto and is now recuperating at the hospital in the Hidden Flame Village. Prior to giving birth to Uchiha Itachi, she had served as the head of a department at the Konoha Hospital, renowned for her exceptional medical ninjutsu within the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Uchiha K's inquiry, Shursui hesitated momentarily before responding, "I am uncertain. Should I inquire with Lady Mikoto?" Uchiha K shook his head. "No need. Let us go see for ourselves." He waved his hand, saying, "It's time for a break. Come, I'll take you to the hospital for some fun." Ji Shui chuckled wryly. "You coddle them too much. Sasuke and Gaara should accompany me for training. To attain power, one must push their limits to the extreme." Casting a glance at him, Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "It will happen, just not now." Chapter 54, Eradication, Leaving No One Behind. Bang, bang, bang. The three little ones landed, and Uchiha Dai sprinted directly to the coffee table, grabbing 3 candied apples, one for herself and one for each of the 2 little ones. "Thank you, Sister Dai." Gaara politely accepted his apple, while Sasuke was markedly more casual. He bit into his candied apple and nudged Gaara with his shoulder. "You can't climb trees faster than I can." "Oh." Little Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, hastily devouring his apple while still chewing. "You're not eating faster than I am." "Oh, stop with the O's." Uchiha Dai playfully shook Sasuke. "See, I told you to eat slowly. Now you're choking. Don't mention me. I could have just swallowed a few times." Sasuke's face turned crimson, uncertain whether it was from discomfort or embarrassment. Gaara gazed at Sasuke with clear concern. "Are you all right?" He offered his candied apple with a smile. "If you like it, you can have mine." Upon being set down, Sasuke placed his hands on his hips and snorted, "Humph. I don't even like it." With a mischievous bite, Dai exclaimed in front of Sasuke, "Wow, so sweet, absolutely delicious." Having eaten too quickly, Sasuke Henti truly savored it. "Let us share, half for each." "Oh, stop with the O already." "Fine." For 3 years, aside from daily endeavors to gain reputation points, Uchiha Sora devoted himself entirely to training and refrained from causing any trouble. Username, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, Black Iron. Accumulated reputation points, 1375, 700 frozen. 675 available for use. The mirror fragments provided by the platform do not directly augment your attributes. Rather, they present food that must be consumed and digested to be counted as one's own. The gains from the previous 2 loans had been nearly assimilated. The mirror fragments of Akainu not only pertain to the development of the magma fruit's abilities, but that is merely the core. Additionally, there are the 6 styles of the Navy. It seems that martial arts training across various worlds emphasizes a singular notion: to transcend the human limit through rigorous training. Uchiha Sora endeavored to merge the power systems of the 2 worlds, with his sole direction being the pursuit of unparalleled destructive force. Gradually, he discovered that his body could not endure such a level of technique. Fire release chakra already pushes the human body to its limits. Adding the magma attribute and the 6 styles is beyond human capacity. To address this, he instructed Kakashi to steal the technique from Konoha. Finally, not long ago, he accomplished what could be deemed a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques. In truth, a better choice at this juncture would be to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and utilize Susanoo to wield that power. However, the constant drain on visual power from the Manjiki remains a significant drawback. He is not inclined to accept such a flawed form of strength. Uchiha Sora harbors even more audacious thoughts, awaiting an opportunity that may allow him to harness a unique trait, thereby achieving an inexhaustible ocular power. Lord Sora, Lord Shursui. In front of the flame-hidden hospital, the guarding ninjas parted to clear a path. A group traversed the pristine white corridor, arriving at the ward at the end. With a click, Uchiha Makoto heard the commotion and opened the door, greeting the visitors with a smile. Sora, Shursui, have you come to see Chi? Sasuke is here too. Sasuke's face flushed as he turned his head away. Mother. Makoto stepped out, gently ruffling the heads of Sasuke and Gaara, smiling tenderly. They are recovering well. They should be discharged in a few days. I'll go prepare the afternoon medication. Uchiha Sora nodded and entered the ward. The woman who had been sitting by the window turned her head. She was frail, her loose garments revealing sharp shoulder bones, and faint bite marks adorned her slender neck. Her dark red hair hung like withered flames, the tips having faded to a grayish hue, reminiscent of frostbitten branches. Her pale face, tinged with a sickly flush, accentuated the hollowness of her sunken eyes. Yet, amidst the dimness of her gaze, there flickered a glimmer of light. A small girl was sleeping beside the bed, and the woman tenderly stroked the child's vibrant red hair. She struggled to muster a smile. Hello, are you from the Uchiha clan? Habitually, she sought to discern whether the newcomers bore ill intentions. Kagura's hard eye, akin to the resilient vitality of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a technique that could unveil the true nature of others and gaze into the distance. A remarkable sensory ninjutsu. It was this ability that had allowed her to survive until now. Having found herself in the grass ninja village, she had hoped for a semblance of stability. However, another unique ability had subjected her to unimaginable torment. Initially, she had resigned herself to the situation, believing that as long as Karen could survive, she would be powerless to resist. By chance, she learned that her once destroyed homeland had begun to flourish anew, and the Uchiha clan that occupied this land had even extended an invitation to the scattered Uzumaki survivors, offering them refuge. This could very well be another abyss. Even if she went, the outcome might not be any better than her current existence in the grass ninja village. Yet, even if there existed the slightest possibility, she longed for her daughter to lead a normal life, unlike her own. It was difficult to fathom how a woman, frilier than the average person, could traverse great distances with a child in tow to reach the land of whirlpools. She held her breath, her chakra perception unfurling like ripples within her consciousness. As the ripples brushed against Uchiha Sora's heart, they met with an explosive roar. A boiling crimson vortex surged forth, akin to molten lava, instantly shredding the probing chakra. Within the sea of magma, an indescribable monstrous entity roared, its fangs glistening with a black liquid brimming with hatred and frenzy, surging towards Chi through the perception net. Just as the dark red wool was about to retaliate against Chi, it abruptly halted. Chi's eyes flew open, cold sweat drenching her body. The slight improvement in her complexion vanishing entirely, leaving her as fragile as a leaf that could be blown away by a mere breeze. What was that creature? Even the calamities and tailed beasts spoken of by the elders in childhood would not harbor such terrifying malice. Uchiha Sora lowered his finger, revealing a gentle smile. Do you believe me when I say I harbor no ill will towards you? Chihiro swallowed hard, looking at Uchiha Sora with a pitiful gaze. I believe you. That is not malice directed at a specific individual. Such a degree of emotion is unwarranted. Do not casually pry into the hearts of others. The lesson that human hearts cannot be directly scrutinized need not be imparted by me. Uchiha Sora walked to the bedside, observing the slumbering little girl. Her name is Karen. Is it not? It is evident that you have done your utmost to protect her. Chihiro gently tightened her grip on her daughter's fingers, striving to calm her nerves. Whatever you require of me, I shall comply, but please, with a child present, refrain from making ambiguous remarks. Uchiha Sora withdrew his gaze, addressing Chihiro with a measured tone. Do you recall who invaded the Whirlpool Hidden Village? Chihiro's pupils constricted sharply, her body trembling as the recollection brought her great anguish. It was a long time ago. All the great powers were involved, including the seemingly indifferent Konoha. Uchiha Tsubaki approached silently, gently stroking Chihiro's back. She did not weep. Her eyes, bloodshot and dry, bore witness to her suffering. Very well. Let us make a pact. A gust of wind blew in from the window, and only then did Chihiro dare to meet Uchiha Sora's gaze. Contrary to the terrifying nature within, this youth possessed striking features, his lips perpetually adorned with a subtle smile. Merely gazing upon his visage instilled a sense of tranquility within one's heart, leading one to instinctively trust him. I will eradicate everything that binds you here, leaving not a trace. Chapter 55. A hand to subdue the dual Manjikyu. Drawing from past experiences, Uchiha Sora speculated that upon fulfilling the pact with Chihiro, he might acquire the largest amount of credibility points in his life. Two key factors influenced the acquisition of credibility points: the strength of the lender and the difficulty of fulfilling the agreement. Uchiha Sora had speculated about the fall of the Whirlpool Hidden Village, initially believing that at least two great nations would need to participate to achieve such devastation in a short time. The reality was far more brutal than he had imagined. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha clans were undeniably the strongest, while the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans were considered part of the first tier beneath them. Uchiha Sora felt that the destruction of the Whirlpool Hidden Village was significantly tied to the Senju clan, not merely in terms of their lack of support for the village, but due to Hashirama Senju capturing the tailed beasts and distributing them among various villages, while Uzumaki Mido validated the feasibility of Jinchuriki. Historically, tailed beasts have been regarded as calamities by ninjas. Now that there exists a method to weaponize them, how could they remain indifferent? Yet, they lacked the crucial element: sealing techniques. It is well known that the Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques, capable even of subduing the Nine Tails. How long would it take to independently research sealing techniques to combat tailed beasts? Hashirama's actions in distributing the tailed beasts were akin to providing each village with a beast that required considerable manpower and resources to suppress, yet proved ineffective in battle. He believed himself to be well-intentioned, striving to balance the combat prowess of various villages for the sake of peace. However, from the perspective of others, this was far from the truth. It was merely Senju Hashirama wielding his unrivaled strength to engage in coercive dealings. The world had long suffered under Hashirama's reign, and thus, upon his demise, the First Shinobi War erupted instantaneously. The origins of this conflict are now obscure. Yet one undeniable factor was the struggle for control over the tailed beasts. Some had been itching for an opportunity to strike at the Uzumaki clan, but Senju Tobarama was formidable as well. Konoha stood its ground against four opponents, compelling the Cloud Village to seek peace. Ultimately, Senju Tobarama too met his end. The Second Shinobi War can be seen as a continuation of the first, or rather, every war is merely an extension of the last. With the Senju brothers gone and Uzumaki Mido aging, the great nations finally began to act against the Uzumaki clan. The timing was uncanny. Ever since the fall of the Uzumaki, the progress of Jinchuriki research among the ninja villages surged dramatically. The likes of CHJR, F, and Han emerged. Sealing techniques are among the most challenging forms of ninjutsu, making it implausible for all nations to achieve breakthroughs simultaneously. The only reasonable conjecture is that they acquired substantial advancements in sealing techniques through some channels. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan can be considered a collective assault by the entire shinobi world, yet the original fate of the Uchiha was grotesquely tragic. Once a dominant force during the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan met a demise so laughable. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Sora felt no moral burden regarding Itachi's arrangements. Let it be a form of atonement for the parallel self of his existence. Uchiha Sora instructed Sasuke and the others to remain in the infirmary while he sought out Fugaku. In the small courtyard, Fugaku's household lacked servants. And with his wife in the hospital, he personally brewed tea. Was he preparing for action? Once inclined towards peace, Fugaku's words now suggested a yearning for conflict, indicating that the Uchiha could no longer suppress their desires. Since departing from Konoha, no matter how eloquently expressed, the Uchiha clan appeared to some as mere strays, easily dealt with should they choose to act, much like the Uzumaki clan that once resided here. The Land of Water had now become a vassal state of the Hidden Flame Village, and recently, ninjas from the Hidden Cloud had begun infiltrating. Uchiha Sora took a sip of tea and calmly stated, "When the time comes to act, I will announce that I am the clan leader of the Uchiha." He continued, "Your responsibilities will remain the same as before. Do you have any objections?" His tone was so nonchalant, as if discussing what to have for dinner rather than the weighty matter of clan leadership transition. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, "Of course. Your strength and wisdom surpass my own. Even Shursui has awakened that legendary pair of eyes." Fugaku's words carried a hint of lament, reminiscent of a man in his prime crushed by the tides of fate. "I find it peculiar that you possess such power, yet have not activated the Manjiki Sharingan." Approximately 6 months prior, during training, Shursui had naturally awakened his Manjiki, which struck Fugaku profoundly. He promptly proposed a spar, and through sheer combat experience, managed to best Shursui without the use of Susanoo. The concept of the kaleidoscope occupied Fugaku's mind. He had initially believed that Uchiha Sora would be the next clan member. However, if Uchiha Sora were to delay the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, then Shursui would be a more suitable choice. During this training session, Uchiha Sora was present and noticed the subtle shift in Fugaku's thoughts. The Uchiha clan held power above all else. Coincidentally, Sora had developed a technique that was taking shape, prompting him to invite Fugaku and Shursui to engage in a battle at sea. With the power of the Manjiki, Shursui was eager to confront Uchiha Sora. He recognized that not only he was progressing, but Sora was also maturing. A one-on-one encounter would likely be unfavorable. However, alongside the clan members, they could certainly challenge Sora effectively. That afternoon, an unexpected tempest arose along the once serene coastline. The waves at the vacation beach of the Hidden Flame Village surged ominously, forcing an early closure. One of the staff mentioned that day, he witnessed Fugaku and Shursui walking shoulder to shoulder, supporting each other as they emerged from the tumultuous waters. Uncertain of their endeavors and seeing their weary and disheveled appearances, he dared not inquire further. It was only later that Lord Sora appeared, a look of satisfaction on his face, compensating for the losses incurred by the beach's closure. "I do not wish to awaken my powers casually like Shursui. I shall attain the ultimate strength of the Uchiha amidst a grand spectacle," Uchiha Sora proclaimed, a smirk gracing his lips. "And do not propagate that theory of suffering. The Manjiki is not a curse that arises solely from pain." Shursui awakened his powers in the brief moment he took a sip of water, which speaks volumes. "Hey, don't trivialize the awakening of the Manjiki," Shursui retorted indignantly. "I, too, awakened in a state of extreme physical strain. It was far from easy. Does training in taijutsu facilitate the awakening of the Manjiki?" Fugaku pondered this quietly, planning to share the insights with his elder son upon his return from his mission. After all, he believed that Shursui's approach seemed considerably gentler compared to his own awakening experience. With this in mind, he couldn't help but ask, "When will Itachi return?" "It has already been 3 years." Uchiha Sora fell silent for a moment. 3 more years. In 3 years, all will be well. Rest assured, he will return triumphantly. Fugaku sighed in resignation, glancing at the desolate house. "Sasuke and Gaara have both been taken by you. Mikoto sometimes doesn't return until late at night. It is quite lonely here." Having cared for Gaara since he was 2, he had grown to regard him as his own child. With Itachi's departure and the absence of the 2 little ones, he truly felt isolated. "Sora, they are still young, perhaps," Fugaku began. But Uchiha Sora raised a hand to halt him. He was deeply concerned about the mental state of Fugaku and his wife during this crucial formative period and would not allow them prolonged exposure to such solitude. "If you genuinely feel lonely, why not have another child with Lady Mikoto?" Fugaku's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly replied, "What are you saying? We are no longer young. If Itachi were to return and discover he had a younger brother or sister, he would surely be delighted, wouldn't he? He seems quite fond of children." It is certain that Itachi, unable to witness Sasuke's growth, must feel profound sorrow. For Itachi, Chapter 56, When will the war end? I hold the answer. Please cease your fantasies. Uchiha Sora's voice snapped Fugaku back to reality. What fantasies? I was not thinking of anything. Fugaku replied with a stern countenance, embodying a resolute and upright demeanor. However, under the scrutinizing gazes of Shursui and Sora, Fugaku ultimately faltered. Ahem, let us discuss serious matters. Among the Uchiha, one can find individuals who are insane, perverse, or neurotic, but it is unlikely to encounter someone truly indifferent. Although Fugaku may appear cold and unfeeling, his inner world is more tumultuous than anyone else's, filled with the most thoughts. Otherwise, how could he have awakened such ocular techniques? After receiving a blow, Uchiha Sora's perspective on Fugaku underwent a profound transformation. The revelation that Huang Quan was such an illusionist made him understand why Fugaku had concealed his awakening of the Meijiki. Who do you intend to target, Konoha? Fugaku rested his chin on his hands and stated solemnly, with the strength of the three of us. Eliminating those old fogies would be no challenge. However, we must remain vigilant of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Although they have not been in Konoha for years, should disaster befall the village, they would undoubtedly return. Uchiha Sora shook his head. For now, let us not disturb Konoha. I require those individuals to help a child recognize reality. Ever since learning that Jiraiya was still pursuing the so-called child of prophecy, Uchiha Sora had resolved to bring Naruto into the fold. The opportunity has been granted to you, yet you did not cherish it. Uchiha Itachi, with his remarkable talents, has already joined the route. From the intelligence he relayed, Danzo has begun disseminating news of Naruto's transformation into the Nine Tails. The optimal moment would be before Naruto enters the Ninja Academy. In Uchiha Sora's eyes, once Naruto enters the academy, his self-awareness will have been obliterated. To put it simply, he will have become what is known as a people-pleaser. Under the silent violence of the villagers, he will have killed his true self, leaving behind merely a hollow shell yearning for validation, devoid of independent thought. Later, when he reconciles with the Nine Tails, the dark side of Naruto, extinguished on Turtle Island, will serve as the final lament of his original consciousness. After all, can one truly be called human if they can forgive the one who caused their parents' death and all their tragic experiences, including having just slain a friend? Naruto is a kind-hearted child, yet he is by no means the naive fool that some might think. He is also a victim twisted by the world. First, we strike at the Cloud Village, then seize the Mist Village. Uchiha Sora calmly articulated the strategic plan, commencing with two major nations. He retrieved a map of the ninja world from his sleeve and remarked coolly, "My choice of this location was made with such considerations in mind. The land of whirlpools lies at the eastern center of the ninja continent. We have previously established trade routes extending to the land of rain. And aside from the land of iron, the rest can be deemed our territory. Once we conquer the land of lightning and the land of water, we will have completed the encirclement of the eastern fire country, at which point we can choose to engage whenever we please." With a faint smile, he continued, "Do they wish to conclude the Third Shinobi World War? Such favorable circumstances are rare. They wish to fight when they please and to end it whenever they desire. The decision of when to end the war rests solely in my hands." As the conversation unfolded, a ninja adorned with the flame-hidden forehead protector appeared in the courtyard. The design of the flame-hidden forehead protector was derived from the Uchiha clan symbol, with the upper half of the fan rotated 90 degrees, resembling the shape of a crescent moon. Due to the moon emblem on the protector, the flame-hidden ninja was also referred to as the ninja of the flame moon. This particular individual was a personal guard of Fugaku, hesitating at the sight of the three individuals in the courtyard, uncertain whether to report to Fugaku. Fugaku furrowed his brow. "I have warned you that no intelligence warrants evading Lord Sora and Shursui." He gestured for the guard to proceed. The guard knelt on one knee, contemplating silently. He understood that relaying such news might be disrespectful to Lord Sora. Under Fugaku's intense gaze, he produced a scroll. Within 3 days, the perpetrator responsible for the assassination of the Utsutsuki must be delivered to the Cloud Hidden village. Otherwise, the Cloud Hidden would declare war on the Flame Hidden. This was a letter delivered by the Raikage envoy. At his rank, the guard was aware that the one who killed the Utsutsuki was none other than Uchiha Sora. A fact Sora had never concealed. "That fellow believes we are as feeble as the Leaf Village's weaklings." He carelessly remarked that we should surrender a comrade. Even in a shift of allegiance, Fugaku could still make such evaluations about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shui chuckled derisively. Let the messenger return and inform him that if he wishes to fight, we shall oblige, but we do not have any hostages. Calm down, Uchiha Sora said coolly, directing his gaze toward the messenger. Who sent you from the cloud? Reporting to you, my lord, it was the Cloud-S Jonin, Cardia. I have not heard of him. After a brief pause, Uchiha Sora turned to Shui. Go and restrain him for a moment, allowing him to return and inform the Raikage. The Flame Hidden seeks vengeance for the Whirlpool Hidden Village. If he can exhume the remains of the third Hokage and present them to me, I shall overlook his insolence. Indeed, it must be the dismembered remains of the third from the land of Earth. Any random corpse will not suffice. Word for word, exactly as stated. Shui shook his head in disbelief and gestured for the guard to lead the way out. Sora, that fellow, truly knows how to provoke. I suspect that if I compel him to utter such words, his days in the cloud will be far from pleasant. Perhaps I should simply ensure he takes his own life after delivering his message. Once Shui exited, Fugaku, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what does this have to do with the Whirlpool Hidden Village? Uchiha Sora shook his head. Nothing significant, merely a means to gain the moral high ground. Tomorrow, instruct the men that there is no need to head to Infinite City. The game is over, and they must prepare for genuine warfare. I understand. Sora, may I have my chance to participate this time? My Sharingan has lain dormant for far too long. Fugaku exclaimed eagerly, the warrior spirit within him igniting. Wasn't it just recently that I bested you? How has it gone dormant? I jest with you. Do not take offense. Uchiha Sora chuckled softly, gazing into the distance. This time, we shall strike with full force, allowing the ninja world to witness the might of the Uchiha. At the Uchiha Shrine, the stronghold of the Uchiha clan, lay a realm inaccessible to ordinary ninjas of the flame-hidden village. It is said that within this sacred ground exists a wondrous ninja tool, a labyrinthine space filled with countless malevolent spirits. Any clan member who awakens their Sharingan is granted the privilege to enter and undergo training, enhancing their abilities far more rapidly than through ordinary practice. This sacred ground of cultivation attracts many clansmen yearning for power, with some even awakening their Sharingan due to their fervent desire to enter. The Infinite City's wooden box rests within the shrine's side hall, guarded by a formidable presence who has repelled countless curious intruders, including Uchiha Sasuke. Beneath the moonlight, a figure leans against the wooden box, puffing on a cigar, the faint sparks flickering. Hearing footsteps, he does not turn, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. The Infinite City is closed today. Did you not receive the notice? After another puff, he adds, however, if you are willing to pay me double, I could allow you a brief indulgence. As the footsteps draw nearer, he turns his head. Ah, Keizai, long time no see. Garo sets down the cigar, scratching his head and offering a sheepish smile. The one tasked with guarding the Infinite City is none other than Uchiha K. Chapter 57. All forces assemble, sitting down beside Garo. Uchiha K speaks with irritation. I don't care about your fees, but could you please be mindful of your manner of speaking? We are no longer mere street cats. Your words could corrupt the youth. Garo cannot contain his laughter, snorting derisively. Have some shame. Keizai, do you care to guess whom I learned my speech from? Uchiha K falls silent for a moment, then replies gently. Garo, you are no longer keeping pace with me. A fleeting shadow of despondency crosses Garo's feline face as he dismissively waves a paw. It matters not. I am living well now. If you find me weak and useless, you may dissolve our contract whenever you wish. His words are interrupted by a pair of encircling arms. Uchiha K gently lifts Garo, resting his chin atop Garo's head. The scent of his wild, grass-like fur brings back memories of their childhood battles against ferocious beasts, back to back. Garo, I have a way to help you break through your physical limitations, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Only Garo could elicit such rare expressions of inner conflict from Uchiha K. Suspended in K's embrace, Garo's feet leave the ground, his tail drooping. Tell me more. I wish to make you a Jinchuriki. That little dark-eyed brat. Indeed, your body is insufficient to contain the power of the tailed beast. I will first have Muzan transform you, then attempt to seal the two tails within you. I have calculated a 60% probability of your death during the transformation process. Even if successful, the likelihood of death during the sealing process is, what are you calculating, Keizai? Garo interrupts, biting off the end of the cigar to reveal his sharp fangs. As long as the probability is not zero, I will surely succeed. Isn't that what you always say? Uchiha K sets Garo down, a faint smile appearing. You are right. This is how we have survived. But as the words leave his lips, the smile vanishes. Uchiha K kicks Garo away. We will discuss your bribery later. Prepare for death, you foul cat. He strides forward and opens the wooden box, his figure disappearing within. Garo brushes off the dust from his fur and retrieves the cigar from the ground. He gazes at the box, his deep blue pupils darkening. I will survive, K. I wish to follow you to the Infinite City. In the tatami room, Muzan and the others, having concluded a long day's toil, gnaw on beef bones to satisfy their appetites. He has transcended the sun, becoming the ultimate being he has always yearned to be, no longer requiring the consumption of human blood to sustain his existence. As he now serves as a training partner for the Uchiha clan, he feels no sense of indignation. What does it matter? At worst, he can simply wait until this clan faces extinction. Even if that time frame extends over millennia, Muzan remains unfazed. Having endured for over 1,000 years, a few years more are trivial in comparison. With a sharp crack, Muzan's incisive fangs severed a piece of cow bone, and he remarked with irritation, I believe the current workload is excessively demanding. We should unite and request at least one day of respite each month from Uchiha Sora. It would be splendid to venture out and experience the so-called new world they speak of. Akaza savored his drink. Since becoming a demon, he has been unable to fully appreciate the flavor of alcohol. Although his sense of taste remains significantly impaired, he can discern some semblance of flavor. He spoke solemnly. Lord Muzan, I am quite content with my present circumstances. The incessant battles keep my mind occupied, allowing me to sidestep thoughts that might provoke that esteemed individual. Kabutsuji Muzan spat in disdain and glanced at the people playing Nakeim. Nakeim, that fellow holds you in high regard. If you were to voice a request, he would undoubtedly consider it. Nakeim, her complexion pale and her long black hair obscuring her eyes, resembled the spectral figures of urban legends. Indeed, she was a ghost. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Lord Muzan, my master has arrived. You may speak with him directly. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Muzan abruptly turned, only to find Uchiha Sora silently positioned behind him, retreating hastily. It has been quite a while, Lord Sora. Uchiha Sora, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, crouched down to meet Muzan's gaze. I initially intended to grant you some freedom. However, due to your unreasonable behavior, I shall not include you this time. Muzan awkwardly chuckled. I sincerely apologize. The bad habits developed over millennia have proven difficult to amend. I voluntarily remain in the Infinite Castle. I implore you to be lenient in your punishment. Uchiha Sora showed little interest in engaging in banter with Muzan, stating flatly, give me a sample of your blood, and obediently spend some time in the small black room. You think you can stay in the Infinite Castle? Such good fortune is not for you. Muzan's expression darkened, yet he possessed the audacity to confront this man. Far more terrifying than the likes of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. In recent years, due to his inability to maintain proper restraint, he had excessively harmed several trial participants and had been punished with confinement in the small black room the most. This so-called small black room refers to a ceiling barrier. Accepting the packaged blood of the Demon King from Muzan, Uchiha Sora turned to face Kabutsuji and the others. I intend to wage war against another major power. This is your opportunity to prove yourselves. Should you perform admirably, you may be promoted from labor reform inmates to wardens, enjoying a day of normalcy each month. Akaza and Kabutsuji knelt on one knee in unison, proclaiming, we shall obey your command. As for Nakeim, she was already part of the official establishment, enjoying 2 days off each month. The wooden eaves of the kata room creaked as they descended, revealing countless flickering lights throughout the Infinite City. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these were not mere lights, but the myriad eyes of sinister beings. Standing alone amidst this chaos was Uchiha K, resembling the lord of 100 demons. In the land of lightning, within the thunderous hidden village of Kumogakure, a group of high-ranking officials convened in a meeting room. Presided over by the fourth Raikage, known for his unparalleled speed in the ninja world, A. As the door swung open, the assembly turned to behold the messenger returning from the hidden flame village. The Raikage rested one hand on the table, seated in a commanding posture, and remarked, Cardia? What news from those little rascals in Flame Village? Huh. If they send a scapegoat like Konoha did, it would be utterly disappointing. A voice from the side sneered. The Uchiha clan lacks the caged bird curse mark. Even if they find a scapegoat, they could still utilize the Sharingan. He continued, moreover, we must demand the return of the blood dragon eye from Utsutsuki. If they cannot provide it, they must compensate us with 3 pairs of Sharingan. As the dialogue continued, Cardia, with an expression of muted detachment, interjected coldly, "Raikage, the Hidden Flame Village seeks vengeance for the Uzumaki clan. If you deliver the body of the 3rd Hokage to us, we are willing to overlook your insolence." Upon finishing his statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The only sounds were the Raikage's increasingly heavy breaths and the grinding of his teeth. Glancing at Cardia, whose eyes were devoid of emotion, the Raikage struggled to contain his fury. "Have you not noticed he is under a genjutsu? Release him." Before any Kyumo ninja could react, Cardia suddenly raised his hand, revealing a concealed weapon that swiftly slashed across his throat, blood splattering onto the Raikage's face. "You insolent fool." Despite the earlier insults, the Raikage had managed to suppress his rage. However, witnessing the murder of a comrade before his very eyes was something he could not tolerate. "All forces, assemble. Advance on the Hidden Flame Village and annihilate the Uchiha clan." His voice thundered, overpowering the sound of the storm, resonating throughout Kumogakure. Chapter 58, The Horn of Heaven. In the vast ocean, on the deck of a colossal ship, the Raikage stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distance. This posture accentuated his robust physique. Clad in a wide belt and sturdy armor, with the striking deep green shuriken tattoos adorning his shoulders. The military route from Kumogakure to the Land of Whirlpools traversed through the Land of Water and along the borders of the Land of Fire. According to the agreement between Kumogakure and Konoha, there was a provision to traverse through their territory to attack the Hidden Flame Village. Yet, the Raikage had resolved to forsake the land route in favor of the swifter maritime path. This choice bore a significant risk should they face defeat. Retreating would prove exceedingly difficult, as not every ninja possessed the chakra to traverse the vast ocean. With nearly all elite forces deployed from Kumogakure, the Raikage felt no sense of impending failure. Moreover, even in the event of unforeseen complications, they had arranged for the massive Turtle Island to provide support from the rear. Just as in years past, Kumogakure aimed to obliterate the Uchiha clan that had long claimed dominion over the Land of Whirlpools. How foolish it was to choose the former Uzumaki graveyard and audaciously speak of vengeance. The sound of footsteps echoed on the deck, prompting the Raikage to turn. A ninja adorned with a fox mask knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Raikage-sama, I have brought you the items you requested." A flicker of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Raikage as he gestured for his guards to present the intelligence. The documents contained information on the ninjas of the Hidden Flame Village, with most data dating back 3 years, though a few individuals were notably highlighted. Uchiha Fugaku, the wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan, possessed ocular techniques of the illusionary nature. It was imperative to avoid direct eye contact with him or to interfere with one's own chakra through binding jutsu, thereby mitigating the effects of his genjutsu. Uchiha Sora's last recorded engagement was 3 years prior during a spar with the general of the Land of Iron, with his abilities assessed to be roughly on par with the Special J-Nin. A significant point of caution was his formidable flying summoning beast, comparable to a tailed beast. Measures should be taken to prevent any summoning opportunities, potentially utilizing a summoning prohibition barrier. As Uchiha Shursui perused the documents, the Raikage cast a derisive glance at the individual who was clearly not a cloud ninja, scoffing, "Regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha clan was once your ally. You seem all too practiced in the art of betrayal." The masked ninja lowered his head, stating, "The Uchiha clan has never been allies. Lord Third had intended to march alongside you, but alas, enough, speak plainly. What do you desire?" Uchiha Sora's eyes revealed an additional 5 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Raikage's brow furrowed, his voice low and grave. "According to your intelligence, he is merely an ordinary 3 Tomo. Why the special emphasis? This is a personal grudge between the Third Lord and him." A sardonic laugh escaped the Raikage. Hiruzen Sarutobi is truly regressing, quarreling with a mere child. Had this arrogant group not slaughtered the Tsuchikage and sincerely sought to ally with the Hidden Cloud, I might have regarded them with more neutrality. The ninja fell silent for a moment before saying, "What if I told you that the one who killed Lord Tsuchikage all those years ago could very well be him?" "What did you say?" A tempest of chakra erupted, fracturing the sturdy deck beneath his feet. Based on traces of ninjutsu and their movements, it is speculated that shortly before the incident, Jiraiya-sama encountered him near the scene alongside Uchiha Shursui. The specifics, however, require your esteemed judgment, Raikage-sama. The Raikage's expression darkened. his fists crackling ominously as he declared, "The eyes are of little consequence. I will take that boy's head as an offering for the Utsutsuki. As you wish. We shall assist you." Behind him, a dozen masked ninjas materialized, ready to act. To be fair, the Raikage did not believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi would orchestrate such an act or actively seek his assistance in annihilating the Uchiha clan. It seemed more akin to the machinations of that shadowy figure. Yet, there was no need for such clear distinctions. That individual was no different from Hiruzen Sarutobi, as both represented the stance of Konoha. With their village in such disarray, they still delight in stirring trouble. Once I conquer the land of whirlpools, you shall be next. The colossal ship surged through the waves, and in the distance, the coastline emerged from the thick fog. At the flame-hidden hospital, from the window ledge, the vast expanse of the sea was visible. This broad vista was conducive to healing both body and soul. Chihiro cradled Rin in her arms, gazing at the throng of people converging towards the shore, biting her lip anxiously. The girl, keenly attuned to her mother's unusual emotions, looked up and asked, "Mom, what are they planning to do?" After a moment of silence, Chihiro gently caressed her daughter's crimson hair and softly replied, "Xianglin, if we were to perish here, would you blame your mother?" Xianglin shook her head, her innocent smile radiating warmth. "No, I wouldn't. Compared to those times, I am so happy these days. I have met Sasuke-kun and Gaara-kun." She nestled tightly against her mother, whispering, "As long as I am with you, I will not fear anything that may come our way." On the shore, members of the Uchiha clan continued to arrive, gathering with familiar faces, their gazes fixed on the three figures ahead as they awaited orders in silence. Uchiha Sora surveyed the crowd. The majority were clan members, with only a few outsiders meeting the criteria to participate in battle. In the eyes of every Uchiha, an uncontrollable fervor for combat flickered. They could hardly contain their eagerness to showcase their prowess to the world. I had specifically instructed others to disseminate information about the atrocities committed by the Uzumaki clan, attempting to justify our actions. This is precisely why I cherish such a family. It is somewhat redundant, however. Uchiha Sora sat upon a rock, shaking his head with a faint smile. There is no need for a pre-battle rally. Just remember one thing. He turned his gaze towards the massive ships emerging from the distant sea. Annihilate them. Crack. Suddenly, the air behind Uchiha Sora shimmered with patterns resembling shattered glass. A sharp hum tearing through the silence. Boom. A dark crimson mist oozed from the fractures, staining the surroundings with a viscous scarlet hue. A colossal demonic claw clung to the edge of the rift, revealing a grotesque and terrifying form. Countless apparitions surged forth, trampling upon its immense skeleton, their roars and wails intertwining into a chilling symphony of sound. The broken spatial fissure continuously spewed forth terrifying entities from an alternate dimension. The onlookers were not taken aback by the emergence of these apparitions. Many were familiar faces. Within the blood mist, distinct from the previous cacophony, pairs of crimson eyes opened, exuding a chilling aura that surpassed that of the myriad demons. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. Uchiha Sora clasped his hands together, the swirling chakra dispersing the blood mist, and fragmented stones floated in midair, as if time itself had been suspended. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing three pitch-black tomos swirling within. From thousands of meters away, his gaze pierced through the haze, striking the Raikage like a cold blade. Instinctively, the Raikage entered the lightning release chakra mode. Although he could not see through the mist, the sensation of being scrutinized by an ancient beast sent a shiver down his spine. "Who is it?" he exclaimed, attempting to alert his subordinates to their presence. Yet, everyone aboard the gigantic ship, including him, involuntarily lifted their heads to gaze skyward. The heavens had split apart. The clouds were violently ruptured by the searing heat of molten lava, and amidst the crimson rift in the sky, a colossal sword, measuring 100 meters, emerged. Enveloped in extreme temperatures, the crimson molten flow surged through the chasms, as if the very core of a volcano had been forged into a weapon. "What is this?" The flames illuminated the astonished faces of the Yunin, and before the divine spectacle, they momentarily forgot to resist. Ninjutsu, the horn of heaven. The blazing sun shattered the mist, clearing the skies above. As the great sword descended, the ship crumbled like fragile paper, severed in two. Chapter 59. The End of the Malevolent Beast, Sora. The tumultuous waves billowed with white mist. As the seawater met the molten magma, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, releasing a multitude of toxic fumes that turned the entire expanse of ocean into a suffocating shade of deep crimson. The hulls of ships shattered, with countless ninjas succumbing to the devastating onslaught, their numbers beyond reckoning. Above the surface, a grim tableau unfolded, with charred ninja corpses and the wreckage of vessels floating amidst the chaos. Malevolent apparitions surged through the darkened waters, resembling a tide of deep shadows. One after another, the Uchiha advanced, their Sharingan eyes aflame with a scarlet hue, blades gleaming with lethal intent. The thunderous roars of explosions and the palpable aura of impending death bore down upon the Cloud Village ninjas, even causing the elite Jonin to waver in their resolve. Were these the monsters unleashed from the depths of the underworld? Is this what it means to be Uchiha? Madness indeed. Why did they not engage in diplomacy, but instead launch an immediate assault upon us? The customary pre-battle dialogues were conspicuously absent, omitting any tedious formalities. With a swift motion, the head of a falling ninja was severed, signaling the commencement of slaughter. Boom! A thunderous crack resonated, obliterating the apparitions that stood in its path. The thunderbolt surged forth, spanning miles in an instant. The sound of its descent arrived belatedly. "Die, you scoundrel!" exclaimed Shursui, who stood nearby, as emerald-hued tangible chakra coalesced into a colossal hand. "Be cautious." In the next moment, Uchiha K raised his hand to intercept the Raikage's vengeful strike. Observing the nonchalant manner in which K deflected his formidable blow, an ominous thought flickered in the Raikage's mind. Uchiha K retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at the Raikage's face. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the Raikage felt as though a mountain had collided with him, an unimaginable force propelling him away at breakneck speed. He crashed amidst the remnants of the massive ship, sending up a cloud of filthy spray. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Among the Cloud Village, the strongest ninja had long been revered as the Raikage, whose powerful charisma commanded the village. The Cloud Ninjas could scarcely fathom that anyone could surpass the Raikage in strength. Even the legendary Yellow Flash would surely falter. Yet, the unfolding scene compelled them to reconsider. Who was this? Were there even more terrifying monsters lurking nearby? Ding! A long blade's tip rested upon the forehead protector of a Cloud Ninja, as Kokoshibo stated coldly. During a duel, do not allow your focus to waver. The Cloud Jonin raised his hand to block the long blade with a kunai, glaring at the six-eyed Kokoshibo, and shouted furiously, "Monster! What on earth are you?" "A demon, an immortal being, and also a vassal of that great one," came the reply. Shursui gazed at the emerging black-red scales on Uchiha K's arm, exhaling a sigh of relief as he dispelled the Susanu's skeletal hand. "Have you forgotten this one's power? What are you worried about?" Fugaku remarked, casting a casual glance, his voice steady. "Even the Raikage, when compared to the Uchiha, is but a mere mortal. We are a clan endowed with divine power." No sooner had Fugaku's words left his lips than a distant light ignited upon the horizon of the sea. A terrifying chakra surged like smoke from a wildfire, reaching towards the heavens. Despite the considerable distance, all could sense the overwhelming chakra waves that blotted out the sun. Boom, 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 boom. A tremendous roar reverberated across the battlefield as a colossal sphere of energy surged forth, cleaving the atmosphere and obliterating everything in its path. The cloud-hidden ninja, momentarily lost in confusion, regained their resolve upon witnessing this spectacle. The tailed beast bomb. "It is Lord Killer Bee. The Jinchuriki has made his move. Damn fiends, your doom is imminent." The overwhelming pressure caused the expression of Kokoshibo to grow serious. Is this the power of the new world? Emotions do not vanish, they merely shift. In stark contrast, the cloud-hidden Jonin grinned widely, proclaiming, "Monster, do you see? This is the might of our village. Against such natural calamity, your deceitful tricks stand no chance. That individual you mentioned has provoked Lord Killer Bee. He is doomed." As Kokoshibo gazed at the approaching tailed beast bomb, he grasped his blade, contemplating an interception. This terrifying assault was directed straight towards the coast, and he was uncertain whether Uchiha Sora could withstand such an onslaught. He himself was certain he could not, but he could offer a modicum of assistance, fulfilling his duty as a vassal. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens whistled through the air. Seeking to escape, "Are you, monster?" Kokoshibo was compelled to turn and sever the shurikens, but for a fleeting moment, he could only watch as the tailed beast bomb thundered past. Boom. The proximity of the explosion sent shockwaves that rocked his body. Such close engagement clarified one thing. Even if he reached it, he could not hope to thwart such an assault in the slightest. On the coastline, Uchiha Sora and his companions remained steadfast. Fugaku turned to Uchiha Sora. "Allow me. Words alone do not necessitate your power." As the tailed beast bomb drew nearer, a faint smile graced Uchiha Sora's lips as he shook his head. "It is not a matter of need. I too wish to stretch my legs. The rakeage is yours. I shall go have some fun with him." He shed his outer garments, revealing a torso marred with scars. The sound of blood pumping was audible even from outside. Beneath his skin, it felt as though magma surged, radiating an intense heat that compelled Fugaku and Shursui to retreat. His Sharingan, with its tomo spinning rapidly, emanated a chilling aura, heat and cold intertwined. As if composing a sinister symphony, the terrifying presence nearly suffocating. Delicate black and crimson scales began to manifest upon his surface, gradually creeping towards the corners of Uchiha Sora's mouth. This rendered his smile both eerie and maniacal. Fugaku swallowed hard, having activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, fixated on Uchiha Sora's transformation. This was the entity capable of suppressing two Susanoo. Once again, it was about to emerge. He even began to suspect that Uchiha Sora was not a pure-blooded Uchiha, but rather an ancient malevolent being inhabiting a human vessel. As the tailed beast bomb was poised to descend, perhaps in the next instant, it would unleash its unparalleled destructive force. With a deep breath, Uchiha Sora exhaled, and the airflow stirred the molten substance seeping from his body. Suddenly, a fiery tornado erupted skyward, tearing everything apart. Boom, 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 boom. The searing pillars of fire, distorting the very fabric of space, engulfed the tailed beast's jewel, erupting in midair with a brilliance akin to a supernova explosion. Dark purple thunderclouds churn above, intertwined with eerie black and red arcs of electricity. These black-red arcs drip like liquid upon the sea's surface, rising in a steamy haze, within which faintly emerges a pair of immense, sharp angles, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Thud, thud, thud. Each step resonates as though it were treading upon the hearts of all present. A terrifying entity, wholly incongruous with this world, suddenly comes into view. The colossal beast's head is adorned with a pair of horns, composed of countless razor-sharp blades, through which remnants of fallen stars flicker. Its expansive fleshly wings are marked by a crimson, web-like pattern reminiscent of some ancient curse. What is most suffocating are those eyes, crimson orbs in which pure black, swirling tomos dance, akin to the remnants of dying stars. Each soul that gazes upon it hears a low-frequency rumble echoing in their minds, as if heralding the prelude to annihilation, infiltrating their very nerves. Its existence is a blatant denial of the continuity of all life. The ninja clans refer to the tailed beasts as calamities of nature. However, in the presence of this dreadful dragon, even the once feared tailed beast seems almost endearing. In a complete manifestation of fire release chakra, the beast unleashes its catastrophic wrath. Roaring, the magma-black dragon spreads its wings, its roar shattering countless eardrums, trailing hundreds of meters of black-red flames across the battlefield. Simultaneously, from a distant vantage, the gargantuan eight tails, resembling a mountain, bellows defiantly, ready to engage in battle. Chapter 60. Humanity has its limits. The foundation of power within the ninja world is chakra. Chakra is the energy formed from the fusion of mental and physical strength, with the balance between the two being pivotal in determining one's upper limits. The Uchiha clan possesses a physical resilience far superior to that of ordinary ninjas, enabling them to harness the tremendous expenditure of mental energy required for their ocular prowess. Yet, when compared to the extraordinary beings of other realms, their physicality falls significantly short. Even against Kibutsuji Musen, many in the ninja world could vanquish him. Yet, in terms of physical strength, he surpasses the majority. Not to mention creatures like Akainu and Voidwalker. Uchiha Sora's will may accommodate fragments of their powers, but his body is failing him. To illustrate with a more relatable metaphor, it is akin to a bottle of water placed in a freezer. As the liquid freezes and expands, the bottle may crack and shatter. Solely relying on training for enhancement, his body can no longer keep pace. Should he fail to devise a solution, Uchiha Sora risks meeting a fate akin to that of Kinshiki, succumbing to the overwhelming power he cannot physically withstand. All that fate bestows comes with a label. It is not so complex. It is merely the interest accrued before settling a debt. The experience cards of Voidwalker and Akainu are imposed upon him, augmenting Uchiha Sora's power while simultaneously serving as a reminder. If he cannot grow to a sufficient level to repay the debt within the stipulated time, these forces will shatter his body. The platform continuously warns, borrowing entails risk. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from such actions. If one cannot meet the interest, it is likely to lead to a parting of ways, much like in relationships. The same holds true for the body and the mind. Uchiha Sora has come to comprehend why, after the death of the Sage of Six Paths, he is able to observe the ninja world in a state that is neither life nor death, and why the reanimated corpses summoned from the Pure Land possess an infinite supply of chakra. They have relinquished their physical forms, existing solely as spiritual entities, thus negating the need to balance both aspects. It may indeed seem that abandoning the corporeal body is the essence of true cultivation. However, this is undoubtedly a misguided path. A life form that relies on a singular source of energy can never augment its strength. Its power is eternally fixed at the moment of death. Uchiha Sora would certainly not forsake his physical body in pursuit of immortality. Should he transform into a creature like Musen to enhance his physical energy? No. Such a modest increase would merely quench a fleeting thirst. The most significant drawback is that, even with the optimized form of a demon, the experience of taste remains bland. While one might tolerate changes in appearance, if one cannot savor even the sweetness of desserts, it would be preferable to embrace death. In truth, as a member of the Uchiha clan, the optimal choice has long been evident: the cells of Hashirama Senju. For ordinary ninjas, and even members of the Senju clan, these cells are akin to a lethal poison, yet for the Uchiha, they represent a crucial means of enhancement. Two prominent examples illustrate this point. Uchiha Obito, through the transplantation of White Zetsu, which possesses Hashirama's cells, mitigated the deterioration of his Manjiki Sharingan and experienced a significant boost in vitality, subsequently acquiring wood-release abilities. As for Uchiha Madara, aside from the Thousand Hands Buddha visage, he could wield nearly all forms of wood release. There are also two more subtle instances. Danzo utilized Hashirama's cells to stabilize his Sharingan, and during the final battle, Kabuto employed his extensive research on these cells to sustain Sasuke's life. The compatibility between Hashirama's cells and the Uchiha clan is absolute. It is difficult to fathom what terrifying bloodline might have emerged had Hashirama wed a woman from the Uchiha clan instead of Mito. 3 years prior, Uchiha Sora made a pact with Kakashi. He would assist Sora in his endeavors, and when the time was ripe, Sora would resurrect Rin. When the Uchiha clan withdrew from Konoha, they not only exhumed the remains of their ancestors, but also, when excavating Obito's grave, Sora specifically instructed his subordinates to retrieve a rib from Rin's remains. Initially, he intended to employ Orochimaru to use the impure world reincarnation to resurrect Rin, setting a trap for Obito in the process. However, should Kakashi perform admirably, Sora would also seek a means to bring her back. Keeping promises has always been his most renowned trait. The deaths of individuals in the ninja world do not signify true dissolution. All souls dwell in the Pure Land, and there are multiple known methods of resurrection, rendering it not an insurmountable task. Gaara, who will one day experience the cycle of death and rebirth, currently resides within Uchiha Sora's household. Kakashi, whose worldview has been profoundly altered, agreed to the transaction. As Sarutobi Hiruzen would say, he has indeed ventured down a dark path. He pilfered Hashirama's cells for Uchiha Sora, along with a trove of Orochimaru's former research notes. It was only during the transplantation of Hashirama's cells that Uchiha Sora realized this endeavor was not without its inherent risks. How to describe that sensation? It felt akin to being submerged in molten lava, with roots growing wildly along every nerve, inducing an excruciating agony from within. Even Uchiha Sora required a muffled groan to regain his composure. Ordinary members of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be unable to endure such strain. Hence, he abandoned the immediate thought of injecting Fugaku and Shursui with Hashirama's cells, for the consequences of inadvertently causing their demise would be dire. In Konoha, Hashirama's cells remained in their primal form, while the more refined variant belonged to White Zetsu. He could always procure them later, as they currently did not suffer from a deficiency of ocular power. Not everyone possesses the capability of that particular Haruno, who could blind themselves in mere moments with the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, The strength of his body was barely sufficient to contain the wildly surging mental energy. Yet the essence of Hashirama's cells lay in vitality, not mere strength. If one were to liken mental energy to magma, the integration of Hashirama's cells into his body would yield a constant regeneration of physical form, preventing his mind from unraveling. This realization instilled a sense of caution in Uchiha Sora. The fire-style chakra he had painstakingly developed now lay dormant. Should he unleash it, he risked losing control, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for his body. In this contemplative state, he noticed the notes left by Orochimaru. In the entire shinobi world, no one believed in Orochimaru's abilities more than Uchiha Sora. Just as Orochimaru perceived Uchiha Sora as a kindred spirit, so too did Sora share this sentiment. Both were individuals willing to sacrifice everything for a singular pursuit. Though their paths diverged, their ultimate goals converged. The question returned to its origin: to bear inhuman power and to possess the eternal life unattainable by humanity. This was the first step to transcend the limits of mankind. Uchiha Sora never considered himself particularly clever. There was no shame in learning from the thoughts of those who came before him. Thus, he tasked Kakashi with a second endeavor, to steal the eight-headed serpent technique. This forbidden jutsu, originating from the Warring States period, was inspired by a malevolent entity that wreaked havoc upon the shinobi world. The essence of this technique was the transformation of one's obsessions into an embodiment of evil. Orochimaru, even without a physical form, manifested as the infinitely regenerating Yamada no Orochi through sheer willpower. The original version of the eight-headed serpent technique was certainly inferior to Orochimaru's refined variant. It was rather crude and inflicted tremendous damage upon the soul. Uchiha Sora speculated that Orochimaru had combined the eight-headed serpent technique with the impure world reincarnation to develop the technique of living corpses. Mastering this jutsu was not particularly difficult. It was classified as forbidden due to the fact that ordinary individuals could not control the evil manifested from their obsessions, leading to their souls being utterly devoured. Oh, then there should be no issues. Uchiha Sora, the sole being in the shinobi world who surpassed all, was destined to traverse time and space. Enveloped by the fabric of obsession, boom, the surface of the sea erupted violently. The two colossal beasts clashed in a thunderous collision, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. In an instant, the confrontation sent tidal waves soaring into the air, resembling an apocalyptic scene. In terms of size, the eight-tails Jiwai Ki was nearly double the size of Uchiha Sora's transformed black-red dragon, its massive hands gripping the dragon's wings to prevent the sharp horns from puncturing its chest. 8 colossal octopus tails whipped up a monstrous wave, crashing down with tremendous force. The black-red dragon violently thrashed, breaking free from Jiwai Ki's grasp. It opened its gaping maw and fiercely clamped down on the octopus tentacles, with molten rock dripping from its fangs, releasing wisps of green smoke. The aroma is delightful. Wait, what am I thinking? Yet, it truly is exquisite. Uchiha Sora bites into a substantial piece of octopus, breathing forth flames to char its tentacles before consumption. I have never encountered a creature like you before. The bull demon retreats a short distance, and from the sound, it appears to be the bull demon speaking. After all, there is no rapping involved. In the recesses of the bull demon's memory, there seems to be something reminiscent of the entity before it. Uchiha's little specter. Have you embraced the power of the Wraith? You are no longer human. Only a conglomeration of malevolent thoughts, suppressed in the land of marsh, could harbor such malice. Gulp. Uchiha Sora swallows the octopus tentacle, an indifferent voice emanating from his fearsome maw. What are you babbling about? Surely, with a modicum of thought, you could comprehend. I am the quintessential user of fire, a true human. Fire release. Dragon Flame Bomb. A thunderous roar erupts from the throat of the ferocious dragon, as if an ancient volcano were on the brink of eruption. In an instant, a terrifying pillar of fire rends the heavens, interspersed with obsidian fragments of molten rock, distorting the air into a vortex, while the unfallen sea waves boil and evaporate. The bull demon spat, hastily utilizing the tail beast bomb to counter. Above the ocean, the blazing sun of noon ascends. Chapter 61. This is the power of the Uchiha. The ninja world lacks a definitive ranking system for shadow-level combat prowess. According to the calculation that 3 tomo of the Sharingan correspond to the 3 stages of a ninja, those capable of fully wielding the Manjiki Sharingan undoubtedly possess shadow-level strength. With formidable insight, Even when faced with the current swiftest ninja, Shursui and Fugaku can anticipate his maneuvers, dexterously evading in coordination. The battle involving the three of them generally excludes even elite J-nin from participation. Shursui relies on his exceptional body flicker technique, entangled with the rakeage, while Fugaku timely provides fire release assistance. He and the rakeage likely represent the two fastest users of body flicker technique in the current ninja world. In the flickering light and shadow, they have clashed hundreds of times. Noticing the colossal battle group in the distance, the rakeage's eyes reflect a glimmer of anger and concern. Following his father's demise, he insisted on having Killer Bee undergo remote training with the tailed beast bomb in the Cloud Lightning Gorge. To confront the enemy, it suffices to obliterate them from afar with the tailed beast bomb, vowing to prevent any contact with them. Yet, this vow was so easily shattered. With a flash, the lightning surged, and the rakeage further amplified the output of his lightning release chakra mode, his hair standing on end, enhancing both speed and power. He instantly appeared before Shursui, hand poised in a knife hand strike. Get lost. Lightning devastation, Chio dance. The slashing strike, as sharp as a flash of light, was unavoidable. Faced with the imminent attack, Uchiha Shursui maintained a stoic expression, his fingers deftly summoning a kunai, spinning it like a pinwheel. Simultaneously, the four-bladed Manjiki in his eyes rotated slowly. The abilities of the Manjiki are significantly tied to the mindset at the moment of awakening, aptly described as the eye that reflects the soul. In his original timeline, Shursui found himself caught between his clan and the village, awakening the Kodo Amatsukami in a state of helpless confusion, hoping to quell the conflict between the two. At present, he harbors no concerns in this regard, and during the awakening of the kaleidoscope, he possesses no extreme obsessions. Thus, he has awakened a power that aligns perfectly with his innate talents. Unlike other celestial beings, he is not so extreme, and his ocular technique enhances his combat prowess. The ocular technique of his left eye is the heavenly god reversal, producing invisible ripples that emanate outward, forming a circular barrier centered on still water, one that is exceedingly difficult for any perceptive ninjutsu to detect. Should one possess the vision of the kaleidoscope, they would behold the lotus-patterned platform unfurling beneath him. In an instant, a hand strike aimed at the surface of still water veered abruptly, as if the rakeage, unwilling to harm Shursui, soared past his head with a fierce rush. Subsequently, each of the rakeage's attacks deliberately avoided Shursui, yet the residual force inadvertently injured a nearby cloud ninja attempting to provide support. What on earth is happening? A cloud ninja clutched his arm, struck by the shrapnel, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the rakeage. To him, the rakeage appeared as if manipulated by an unseen string of chakra, each movement exuding an unsettling sense of control. Recalling the alias of the Sharingan's hypnotic eye, it seemed impossible. Even the kaleidoscopic Jinjutsu could not induce hypnosis on the rakeage while he was in the lightning release chakra mode, especially since the rakeage had never directly gazed into Shursui's eyes. The essence of Jinjutsu lies in disrupting perception through chakra, with ocular techniques being the most challenging to resist. As visual perception constitutes the majority of human sensory input, Shursui's Jinjutsu has always exhibited a particular trait. Its method of release does not rely on direct visual contact. Merely perceiving reality is sufficient to forcibly impose the illusion. As noted by Uchiha K, this reflects an intense desire for control. Shursui's true nature is not as benign as he appears. Even in his original timeline, he belonged to the more extreme faction of the Uchiha. Unwilling to provoke conflict among his village and clan, he chose the path of self-sacrifice, entrusting everything to Itachi Uchiha. It must be noted that Itachi's actions were, to some extent, influenced by Shursui. The more powerful the Uchiha, the more they share a common trait, a steadfast belief in the correctness of their judgments, compelling others to acknowledge their views through force or other means. At the level of the three-tomo Sharingan, Shursui could only interfere with an elite ninja like Sasori if someone stood in front of him. However, with the power of the kaleidoscope, the Uchiha's growth does not follow the conventional patterns of ordinary ninjas. The ascension of the Uchiha manifests as explosive leaps with the enhancement of ocular power. A prominent example is Obito Uchiha, who transitioned from the two-tomo to the kaleidoscope in a mere span of 1 or 2 years. Returning to the battlefield, the rakeage sensed his own anomaly. Yet, amidst the tumultuous surge of lightning release chakra, he was certain he had not succumbed to Jinjutsu. But why, no matter what? Could he not strike this young boy? At that moment, Shirsue's voice resonated. Heavenly God reversal. This is my ocular technique. You are correct in your assumption. You have not fallen victim to Genjutsu. His voice resonated from all directions, and Reikage launched an assault from every angle, unleashing a magnificent burst of lightning in an instant. This indiscriminate, all-encompassing attack was sufficient to obliterate all enemies in proximity. However, the Cloud Ninja's pupils constricted sharply, plunging him into deeper confusion. In his eyes, Reikage's assault seemed to strike nothing but empty space, as if the enemy before him was invisible. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Reikage, the enemy is at 3 o'clock." Crackling sounds filled the air. Reikage heard his voice, yet it reached his ears as an incomprehensible cacophony. The sound of still water echoed once more. It was not an attack initiated through eye contact, nor was the target you. After employing this ocular technique, everything you see, hear, and perceive within a certain radius around me has undergone a reversal. Up, down, left, right, forward, backward. Indeed, even sound and temperature are distorted in your cognition. You should be grateful that you are not among my subordinates. Otherwise, your hands would be stained with the blood of your comrades by now. I am merciful. Am I not? This bizarre illusion, this little demon, was the one who manipulated Cartier into self-destruction, wasn't he it? Reikage displayed no signs of panic, instead posing a calm inquiry. Stillwater nodded slightly and replied, "I glimpsed into his heart. A ninja like him, even if you were to forgive him, would never forgive himself for uttering such words. Compared to succumbing to the torment of his inner turmoil, I offered him a better form of liberation." With a crack, Reikage nearly ground his teeth, a suppressed voice escaping his throat. "It is truly unfathomable evil. Do you truly possess a heart?" Stillwater paused for a few seconds, and then remarked coolly, "Reikage, you, who recklessly plunder small nations and massacre ninja clans to seize secret techniques, truly have the right to question me? Just as Kuhu said, do you only realize the pain when the knife is plunged into your own flesh? You are a product of the outdated system, one that must be eradicated. Rest assured and embrace death." He slowly thrust a dagger towards Reikage's heart, yet Reikage remained oblivious, feeling no pain as the blade pierced his flesh. In his perception, Stillwater still stood nearby, speaking eloquently. Sizzle. It was not until the blade penetrated 2 inches, grazing the heart, that, bang, a strong, resilient hand firmly grasped the hilt of the knife. Reikage looked down, meeting Stillwater's gaze, and grinned. "I've got you. Did you think I did nothing? As long as my left leg thinks of kicking back, my right hand can execute the grasp. Once I seize you, the so-called distorted perception ceases to exist. What does it matter if I feel no pain? This is precisely why you fail to comprehend the power of the hidden cloud. Even if you can alter my cognition, there is one thing you can never change: my resolve for vengeance for my comrades." The lightning release chakra mode grants a substantial increase in power and speed, and the prerequisite for utilizing this technique is an extraordinarily resilient physique. How could a mere blade so easily penetrate this body, tempered through countless trials? Reikage deliberately placed himself in a perilous situation to instinctively perceive Stillwater's corporeal position. As if the scene were replaying, Reikage's hand blade once more sliced towards Stillwater's neck. To ensure this strike could eliminate Shirzue, Reikage fixed his gaze upon him. The previous battle had convinced him that direct eye contact did not hinder this young demon's illusion techniques. Thus he felt no need to deliberately avert his eyes. This little demon's ocular prowess was insufficient to ensnare me in an illusion. Indeed, Shirzue's ocular abilities leaned towards practical combat, minimizing chakra consumption and lacking the prolonged cooldown typical of other divine techniques. The consequence was a deficiency in delivering a decisive blow. However, Shirzue had never fought alone. As Reikage's blade was about to sever Shirzue's head, that youthful visage morphed into Fugaku amidst the swirling smoke. A ninja would never recklessly divulge their intelligence. When battling a ninja, should they wax lyrical about the effects of their jutsu, only 2 possibilities exist. Either they possess overwhelming strength and relish in the sport, or they intend to manipulate their opponent into acting based on the information provided. Words themselves can serve as a form of deceptive illusion, often ranking among the most sophisticated of genjutsu. In an instant of eye contact, the black and white hues surged like tumultuous currents, engulfing Reikage's consciousness. Kaleidoscope ocular technique. HZ, this is the power of Uchiha. Blood tears streamed from Fugaku's eyes as he murmured gravely. Chapter 62. Ascendance. Your brother is in trouble. The voice of GY resonated, as it was Killer Bee who maneuvered their body in battle, while GY stood guard against illusions and maintained vigilance. His perceptive range was vast, and he had already noted the situation concerning Reikage. Uchiha Fugaku had successfully ensnared Reikage in an illusion. It seemed the two were locked in a mental confrontation, motionless in the physical realm. All the Cloud Ninjas abandoned their adversaries, fervently rushing towards Reikage, resulting in a staggering number of casualties. Yet, even with so many elite ninjas attacking, Shirzue found himself outmatched. As explosive kunai bound with detonating tags rained down upon Fugaku, Shirzue leapt forward, accelerating the spiral of his right eye's kaleidoscope. He initially intended to employ the ocular technique of his other eye, but after calculating the chakra expenditure, he manifested a vibrant green chakra skeleton, with ribs interlaced and a spine resembling a colossal pillar supporting a translucent thoracic cavity. The head remained unformed, revealing only a hollow outline reminiscent of a human face, with eye sockets pulsating with eerie green flames. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, and as the dust settled, Shirzue stood before the half-formed Susanoo, unperturbed by the throngs of Cloud Ninjas approaching. The substantial, materialized chakra skeletal frame emanated an overwhelming pressure that instilled dread in those who beheld it. Once again, are all Uchiha monsters? What is this? Experienced Cloud Ninjas recognized what it was, murmuring in disbelief. Susanoo, the legendary power of the Uchiha, said to be the ancient war god that guarantees death to those who witness it. Uchiha Shirzue possesses the kaleidoscope. They had not previously engaged Shirzue in combat, nor did they dare to gaze directly into his eyes. Even if they had caught a glimpse of the distinct patterns, they could not conceive of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now, there was nothing that could better serve as proof than Susanoo. A series of relentless blows has plunged certain wavering ninjas of the Cloud Village into despair. First, there was the divine punishment in the form of the Sword of Heaven, followed by the ominous spectacle of the night parade of 100 demons. Fortunately, the fearsome beast has ventured to engage in combat with the bull demon. Had it remained on the battlefield, it would have been presumed as the ultimate trump card of the Uchiha clan, a power said to rival that of the tailed beasts. Presently, the mightiest Reikage has been subdued, and another possesses the Susanoo of the Manjiki Sharingan, yet this alone is merely the beginning of their woes. Among the hundreds of Uchiha, at least 40 wield the Three-Tomo Sharingan. It is well known that the Three-Tomo Sharingan poses a formidable challenge even to individual jonin. Excluding the temporary promotions that arise from the chaos of war, the number of jonin in a major ninja village typically hovers around 60 or 70. In this instance, the elite of the Cloud Village has been deployed, yet they number only 70 jonin, of whom over 10 have already perished in earlier skirmishes. The initial 2 waves of assaults from the CHNIN have inflicted devastating losses, rendering their numbers difficult to tally. Wasn't this merely a small ninja nation? The once mighty Uzumaki clan was never this formidable. No, it seems that the Uchiha have always overshadowed the Uzumaki. Even in confronting the Uzumaki, it required a coalition of great nations to achieve their annihilation. To contend with the Uchiha clan is beyond the capability of a single ninja village. Amidst the waning tide of battle, a select few ninjas began to question the soundness of the Reikage's decisions. Nevertheless, a greater number of ninjas remained undeterred, fearlessly launching themselves against the Susanoo in hopes of liberating the Reikage. At this juncture, the Reikage stands at the boundary of Yomi, a mythical realm that symbolizes the threshold between life and death. When Uchiha Fugaku first unleashed this power, it was met with resistance from the prepared Danzo. This cannot be attributed to the weakness of the Yomi technique, but rather to Danzo's cunning and treachery. Uchiha Sora had previously clashed with Fugaku and Shirzue. Even he could only narrowly evade the grasp of the illusion. Once ensnared, the consequences would be dire. In terms of initial lethality, Uchiha Sora regarded this technique as comparable to Tsukuyami. However, its activation conditions are rather stringent, requiring a mere second of eye contact. For someone of the shadow level, a second is an eternity. No fool would permit themselves to gaze into the eyes of a Manjiki for that long. Had it not been for the opportunity crafted by Shirzue, the Reikage would never have fallen victim to this technique. Yomi is not merely an illusion, akin to Tsukuyami. It possesses spatial attributes. Fugaku can draw the opponent's soul with his ocular power, weaving a net that devours life itself within the realms of illusion and reality. He activated the Manjiki upon witnessing the demise of his dearest friend, yet the friend's final words remained unspoken. His fervent desire is to hear those unfinished words. A wish both beautiful and poignant, devoid of the tragic sorrow that accompanied Itachi's awakening of Tsukuyami. Within the realm of the mind, the Reikage finds himself amidst mountains reminiscent of the Cloud Village. He is training atop a peak beset by thunder and lightning, his form darting through the tempest. His robust and solemn father bellows, "Faster! You are to inherit the name of A, and this level of speed is insufficient." The Reikage nods, resolutely continuing to hone his swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a palace adorned with piles of gold, where crystal chandeliers refracted a spectrum of colors. The dining table was laden with sizzling roasted meats and translucent desserts, exuding an irresistible aroma. The Reikage devoured the roasted meat with great enthusiasm, admonishing his companion, B, who was fidgeting at the table, "Keep still while eating. Oh, brother. As you indulge in roasted meat, the eight-tails tail appears slender," B retorted. "Silence and eat." "All right then." As the scene shifted, the Reikage gazed down at the blonde youth sprawled before him, panting, "From this day forth, I shall be the swiftest in the ninja world." The river of Yomi, signifying the complete desires of the living, leads one to the land of the dead. Souls perishing by this technique do not ascend to a pure land, but instead descend into an eternal illusion. Uchiha Sora, engaged in battle with the Ox Demon, also took notice of the unfolding events. How long can you endure? To Sora, the characteristics of Fugaka's technique bore a striking resemblance to the Ten-Fist Sword. This ethereal spiritual weapon could seal its target within a dreamlike illusion, later manifesting in Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Such similar traits led Sora to ponder whether this divine artifact existed within the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. In the case of Itachi, he was the most fitting master of the Ten-Fist Sword, allowing its true form to emerge. Within Susanoo, divine artifacts seemed to be exclusive to Itachi and Shursui, with Shursui wielding the Yasukigami, while Itachi possessed 3 divine artifacts, achieving a complete configuration. The Susanoo weapons of Uchiha Sasuke and Madara lacked the characteristics of divine artifacts. Could it be that only those Uchiha adept in illusion possessed the ability to inherit spiritual artifacts? Get lost, you scoundrel. Witnessing his brother in peril, Killer Bee suddenly unleashed tremendous strength. A tentacle enveloped in ink lashed out like a colossal whip towards the dragon wing, the spurting ink infused with a strange sealing power. Roar! The black dragon unleashed a fearsome roar, its scales rising like blades, flames erupting from the gaps, incinerating the ink. With a swift movement, the dragon's sharp claws tore open the ox demon's maw, directing its mouth to unleash a molten fireball. Boom! The massive form of the ox demon emitted a muffled sound, its eyes glazing over. Uchiha Sora pressed the attack, his body spinning as he collided with the abdomen of the ox demon, the sharp scales and flames intertwining like a meat grinder, severing several of the demon's tentacles and piercing through its chest. With a thunderous crash, the ox demon, now with a gaping void in its chest, plummeted into the sea, its ink and blood swirling into a grotesque vortex. The prior battle had utterly devastated the local ecosystem, with the lava-boiled seawater continuously evaporating, creating a dense toxic mist. Uchiha Sora took flight, shedding the remnants of flesh clinging to him, droplets of lava falling from his scales as he lowered his dragon head to gaze upon the sea. His solitary figure seemed to erect a monument to this devastating war. "Come on, you can't possibly be dead yet." Through the water, Uchiha Sora observed the ox demon's body sinking deeper, its severed limbs still twitching. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Sora's expression shifted as he recalled something. He lifted his gaze towards the distant figure racing through the water. The octopus foot clone technique, a sophisticated form of duplication, is so advanced that even the kaleidoscope cannot discern the genuine from the false. Uchiha Sora himself is uncertain as to when it was employed. With a thunderous roar, Uchiha Sora adjusted his posture, his colossal wings flaring as a searing flame erupted from his tail, streaking through the sky like a meteor in pursuit of Killer Bee. The battle between the Cloud Hidden and the Uchiha clan momentarily faltered, as all eyes turned towards the pitch-black falling star, their hearts trembling with trepidation. Don't come any closer. Chapter 63, Natural Disaster. Not only did the Cloud Hidden ninja witness Uchiha Sora in his dragon form panic, but the Uchiha clan and numerous apparitions were equally afraid. No matter how powerful Shursui's Susanoo was, it at least retained a human form, confirming that it was a human technique. Despite their peculiarities, The apparitions still possessed limbs and were predominantly frail. However, that creature bore no trace of humanity whatsoever. The sheer oppressive force it emitted was akin to that of a rampaging tailed beast. Uchiha Sora skimmed just above the ocean's surface, the tips of his wings slicing through the water, evaporating it instantly, as sparks erupted from his scales due to the rapid friction. His eyes narrowed slightly, the dragon-like pupils flickering with 3 deep black tomo, locking onto Killer Bee's position. Killer Bee had already emerged from beneath the waves, extending a tentacle towards Reikage. Beside him were Fugaku and Shursui, making it ill-suited for large-scale attacks. Uchiha Sora slightly parted his lips, coalescing a dark red chakra sphere. Is Lord Sora really going to use a tailed beast ball technique? Surely not. In any case, we should withdraw to avoid disrupting the esteemed lords. Crack! The dark red chakra sphere split open, unleashing a scarlet ray of light. Fire release, destructive death beam. The crimson beam shot forth with astonishing swiftness, precisely severing the tentacle that extended beneath the ocean's surface. Hot! Killer Bee instinctively retracted his hand, yet sensing the fading life force of his elder brother. He disregarded the sweeping light and continued to reach out. This won't do. At this rate, before you can rescue him, the Reikage will perish. I attempted to invade his mental space to help him break free from the illusion, but I failed. He and that Uchiha seemed to exist in an entirely different realm. Utterly unreachable. What then? In such an urgent situation, Killer Bee found no time for his usual rap. Since Uchiha Sora's appearance, he hadn't felt like rapping at all. The chakra emanating from that guy felt far more sinister and volatile than the Nine Tails in the perception of the Bull Demon. The Bull Demon paused momentarily, then spoke rapidly. The Reikage's body is strong, do not worry. Use a wide-range ninjutsu. We must terminate that man's illusion, otherwise, he will surely die. Understood. The dark red chakra enveloped his body as Killer Bee fully transformed into his tailed beast form once more. Everyone clear out. The Bull Demon bellowed, wrapping his 8 tentacles around himself as he began to spin. Power technique, 8 whirls. The cloud-hidden ninja, still engaged in battle to rescue the Reikage, immediately withdrew upon hearing the command. The Uchiha clan, entangled with them, did not obstruct their retreat. They too had to flee. Sensing the rapidly rising chakra below, Shursui's heart trembled. A terrifying presence approaches as I raise my gaze towards Fugaku and Reikage. In truth, the illusion cast by Reikage has endured for less than a minute. One of the constraints of Fugaku's Jinjutsu is that the time required to eliminate an opponent is contingent upon the strength of their soul. For some, it may only take a few seconds, while for others, it could extend to several minutes. During this period, neither party is able to move. This is precisely why Uchiha Sora assigned Shursui to accompany Fugaku. Under normal circumstances, Shursui would be more than capable of safeguarding them during this interval. However, the unexpected arrival of Killer Bee, disregarding his own exhaustion, complicates matters. Uchiha Sora is aware of his unique shadow clone technique. Yet even the Akatsuki only discerned its nature after depleting their chakra, having been deceived by the Rinnegan as well. The only solution that springs to mind is the 4 red suns formation, a feat beyond Uchiha Sora's capabilities. Beneath the surface of the sea, the massive sphere formed by the 8 tails spins with increasing velocity, creating a colossal whirlpool. As the 8 tails continues to unleash its power, the storm generated by the spinning Gyuki begins to rise towards the heavens, a towering column of black clouds interspersed with lightning and fierce winds. The confluence of the cloud column and the whirlpool creates a terrifying spectacle that pierces the sky and sea, enveloping the entire maritime expanse in Gyuki's chakra. Even with Shursui's Susanoo providing protection, he struggles to maintain his footing. The 8 tails, a beast of the water, wields even greater might in the ocean than on land. This is a genuine calamity of nature. Shursui, launch Reikage away and take Fugaku with you. Given the circumstances, it is imperative to temporarily abandon the pursuit of Reikage and focus on eliminating Killer Bee. Uchiha Sora does not feel remorse. In fact, this situation presents a significant advantage. The 8 tails ranks just below the 9 tails, with both possessing power that far exceeds that of the other 7-tailed beasts, the 9 tails being particularly exceptional. Killer Bee is the first Jinchuriki to achieve reconciliation with Gyuki, fully harnessing the power of the 8 tails. The synergy of their strengths yields effects that transcend mere arithmetic. Even though Uchiha Sora has made considerable advancements over the past 3 years, he stands no chance of defeating Killer Bee in the water. Though he may appear to hold the upper hand, Should Killer Bee choose to flee, Uchiha Sora has no means to detain him. Yet now, not only has Killer Bee expended considerable chakra on an advanced clone technique, but he has also unleashed this extraordinary maneuver. With a swift motion, Shirsui's Susanu's breastplate opens, unleashing a barrage of emerald green chakra arrows that strike Raikage, propelling him far away. Susanoo 99. The colossal hand of Susanoo seizes Fugaku, retreating rapidly across the water's surface. Shirsui, what are you doing? I could have killed him immediately. Fugaku exclaims in frustration, realizing they were mere moments away from ensnaring Raikage in the enchanting realm of Jinjutsu, at which point his soul would swiftly wither. Just as the ethereal maiden began to shed her garments, Shirsui abruptly interrupted the illusion. This is Sora's command. You may verify it yourself. The transfer of power was completed in the small courtyard, and now Fugaku and Shirsui stand on equal footing. Under normal circumstances, Shirsui would show deference. Yet in this critical moment, such formalities are set aside. Fugaku turns to witness the chaotic, tumultuous sea. Is the Eight Tails truly this formidable? He once harbored aspirations of controlling the Nine Tails, but now, witnessing the might of the Eight Tails, he feels rather naive. A brief pause ensues. As the Eight Tails gradually ceased its rotation, the whirlpool and tempest did not immediately abate. Even the ocean floor bore the scars of its influence, manifesting great chasms and fissures, while underwater volcanoes erupted, further unsettling the waters. Its colossal form emerged above the surface, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished. Observing this, Shizuma and Fugaku hastily retreated, forming a triangular encirclement around the Eight Tails alongside Uchiha Sora in the sky. With a crackling sound, Fugaku's eyes bled tears of crimson, and deep purple chakra surged through his skeletal structure. The sky turned a menacing black. Two Susanoo, alongside a fearsome dragon, resembled hunters poised to ensnare a savage beast. Are you prepared to pay the price to save him? Fugaku's expression darkened. He had nearly achieved the feat of slaying the shadow of a great nation, only to have it interrupted by this creature, leaving him decidedly irked. Roar! The bellow of the bull-headed demon reverberated through the heavens, disregarding Fugaku's words. 8 tentacles intertwined like spears piercing the sky, viciously lunging towards Uchiha Sora. With a flick of his dragon head, Uchiha Sora's crescent-shaped horns glimmered with molten crimson light. Fiery flames ignited instantaneously, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he shot downward like a black-red meteor, akin to a divine sword hurled from the heavens. Piercing horn of heaven, the earth-shattering impact unleashed shockwaves that rent the storm asunder, creating a vast vacuum. Chapter 64. The Death of Killer Bee, Shikaku. The wind stilled and the rain ceased. The surface of the ocean crackled with lingering arcs of electricity, rippling outward in concentric circles. Uchiha Sora, bare-chested, bore numerous bloodied punctures akin to those from a swarm of hornets. His disheveled black hair hung loosely, and the rehuman fire seal in his grasp gradually faded. With a splash, Killer Bee's final sword fell from his hand, plunging into the sea. He gasped for breath. Merely maintaining his chakra to stand atop the water had drained him of his strength. Fugaku and Shizuma bore varying degrees of wounds. This guy Fugaku gazed at Killer Bee's retreating figure, unable to suppress his admiration. He is formidable. It is astonishing how difficult it has been for us to subdue him together. Shizuma stepped forward. Sora, shall we attempt to control him? Uchiha Sora shook his head, observing the seemingly unconscious Killer Bee. He pondered how Uchiha Obito had managed to control the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Kurama. It seemed unreasonable that he could command the Nine Tails as well. Attributing it instead to the remnants of Uchiha Madara's legacy, Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki. Even if Shizuma could restrain him, he would be incapable of any further actions. Swapping Shizuma for a potentially rampaging Jinchuriki was hardly a worthwhile exchange. Perhaps they could imprison Killer Bee within the infinite Tsukuyomi. But Uchiha Sora had never intended to capture the Eight Tails from the outset. Such a tailed beast, already bonded with humanity, was more of a liability than an asset, except perhaps as fodder for the creation of the 10 Tails. Most importantly, Uchiha Sora had discerned Killer Bee's resolve to die. He would not afford Shizuma the opportunity to control him. With measured steps, Uchiha Sora approached Killer Bee, softly speaking. Are you saving your last ounce of strength to sting me when I draw near? Killer Bee slowly lifted his head, a piece of his beloved sunglasses shattered. The final dance, resplendent and glorious, unfolds as the two confront the formidable Lord of the Three Books with words that resonate in rhyme. Within him resides a tailed beast, a perfect vessel of sacrificial power. In the realm of mental space, the entity, Nyo-Gue, remains silent, desperately extracting chakra. Just a little more. A fraction away from utilizing that technique to escape. Xiaoba, it is a pleasure to meet you. When you are revived, inform my elder brother that the weakness of Uchiha Sora's technique is unnecessary revenge. Such a notion lacks elegance. He is acutely aware that choosing to save his elder brother led to the present predicament. Regret does not cloud his thoughts. He is certain that his brother would have made the same choice. Yet, he feels a tinge of sorrow for not being able to execute the final, ultimate technique. The Thunder Plowblade, alongside his brother. What are you saying, you fool? Do not give up. Hold on a little longer. Nyo-Gue's voice falters as he senses that Karabi has drawn upon the last remnants of chakra. Is that so? Karabi lifts his hand, striking a pose of rap, a grin spreading across his face. How about my ultimate move? Uchiha Sora's lips curve slightly upward. The rhythm is splendid, and the lyrics are commendable. His words are sincere, reflecting his true sentiments. Farewell, Karabi and Nyo-Gue. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora raises his blade to strike, while Karabi charges through the water. The last vestige of his strength was intended for self-sacrifice, resolute in preventing Xiao Ba from falling into Uchiha hands. Uchiha Sora, a discerning young man. It is a pity we could not meet under better circumstances. Their forms intertwine. Clang. Uchiha Sora sheaths his sword and turns to Karabi. A crimson line of blood arcs from his left shoulder to his right ribcage, glistening under the sun. Suddenly, flames erupt from the wound, consuming his body that remains poised for the charge. Amidst the flames, Karabi raises his fist high as if to punch someone in return. Karabi. Death. Beat. Within the thunderous roar, a heart-wrenching cry emerges from the man. The Raikage, disregarding the cloud shinobi in his path, barrels through all obstacles toward the burning remains. Regrettably, as he approaches, he can only witness Karabi turning to ash within the flames. Crack. Thunder surges. Blue arcs of electricity dance around him with ferocity, erupting in sound. His towering physique trembles violently, veins bulging on his forehead, threatening to burst. Nails dig deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, oblivious to the pain. With a hoarse voice, Uchiha's sorrow and rage resonate, causing the very air to shudder. I will kill you. His roar pierces the heavens as he leaps, his form a flash of lightning, leaving scorched traces in his wake. In this moment, the Raikage resembles a furious beast of the wild, with flames of wrath surging from his crimson eyes. One thought consumes him: to obliterate the murderer of Karabi. Clang. Uchiha Sora raises his blade to block the electric punch, the gale from the impact tousling his dark hair. What a disappointment. Do you harbor hatred for me? You were the one who declared war on the land of whirlpools. It is undeniably your downfall that compelled Killer Bee to confront us. I am not condemning your decisions. Bang, bang, bang. The Raikage, deaf to reason, was consumed by rage, unleashing a barrage of punches. His anger bestowed him with strength, yet simultaneously diminished his speed, having already endured the toll of prior battles and just awakened to rush forth. His current assault was far from its peak prowess. Uchiha Sora parried with his blade, the clash of steel and fists igniting sparks. Raikage, I merely lament for Killer Bee. You have squandered his sacrifice. This statement stirred a fragment of reason within the Raikage, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed the scattered cloud shinobi across the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, the Hidden Flame Village's ninjas had retreated, leaving only Uchiha Sora and two others, alongside some phantoms entangled with the cloud shinobi. Given this predicament, they would resort to employing large-scale weaponry. Everyone retreat. I shall hold off the enemy. The Raikage bellowed, making a decision akin to that of his father. It was too late. Raikage. On the coastline, dozens of Uchiha surrounded two children. It was Gaara and Sasuke. Sasuke insisted on coming along to witness the spectacle, as the son of the former clan leader and the disciple of the current leader. The others found it difficult to send him away. Regrettably, aside from those three, the only one capable of restraining him, Mei-chin, was preoccupied in the hospital. Young Master Gaara, I am currently communicating with the Shikaku within you. Uchiha Ina stepped forward, placing a hand on Gaara, slowly unsealing the seal. He spoke solemnly. Lord Sora permits your brief respite, but should you dare to act recklessly. Shikaku was somewhat speechless. Over the past 3 years, he had been schooled by Shisui more than once, and after Shursui awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, he had been confined to a small dark room for an entire month. Now, he understood why the Nine Tails held such disdain for the Uchiha. These individuals were utterly deranged, control freaks. Although the three most terrifying figures were absent at present, dozens of Sharingan gazed upon him. Enough talk. I know what to do. Crimson chakra surged from Gaara, as if some fearsome entity was awakening. A sudden sharp voice startled Sasuke. An Uchiha pulled Sasuke aside, whispering, "That is the tailed beast within Gaara. Sasuke, you must assist him in taming it." Shursui had approached Gaara before. He knew what needed to be done. Despite the discomfort of being occupied by that entity, for the sake of protecting the village, it was a minor inconvenience. Gaara formed hand seals, closing his eyes tightly. A false sleep technique. Boom. Amid the massive cloud of dust, the formidable form of Shikaku emerged, creating a powerful gust that compelled everyone to shield themselves. Shikaku glanced back at the hidden flame village. If only. A pair of crimson eyes abruptly opened deep within consciousness, causing Shikaku to abandon that perilous notion. It turned to face the sea, resting a hand on its round belly, inhaling deeply as its abdomen swelled larger and larger. What a rare opportunity it would be to eliminate you all at once. Witness the full extent of my might. Shikaku's surrounding airflow began to twist violently, and the sand particles levitated under an unseen force. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Roaring fiercely, Shoha suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of immense pale blue wind blasts, akin to an all-encompassing barrage that engulfed the entire sea area within its assault range. Chapter 65. The Vermilion Bird and the Scarecrow. Damn beasts. The Raikage's eyes bulged with rage as he observed the Cloud Ninjas bursting under the onslaught of the Void technique. A group of dim-witted spirits clung desperately to the Cloud Ninjas, embodying a mutual destruction. Fayake and Shursui stood in the retreat path of the Cloud Ninjas, their half-formed Susanoo resembling insurmountable mountains, instilling despair. One Cloud Ninja, unable to endure any longer, dropped his weapon, seeking to surrender. In a swift motion, the wandering Kokushim brandished his long blade, severing the man's head. Surrender was not an option. Total annihilation was Uchiha K's decree. Hatred perpetuates, and the conclusion of war often culminates in the obliteration of one side. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the downfall of the Uzumaki clan, and the death of Danzo all exemplify this truth. Uchiha Obito perceived the world as an illusion, yearning for authenticity within a realm of fantasy. In contrast, Uchiha K aspired to mold the real world into his ideal vision. Thus, all those profoundly influenced by the ninja system, including the Raikage, Killer Bee, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Noki, found themselves on his purge list. The sea was awash with blood and flesh. The Cloud Ninjas, engaged in a prolonged battle, lacked the strength to resist Shoha's onslaught. The relentless Void technique seemed endless. This exemplifies the proper utilization of tailed beasts, not as mere exchanges, but as a sweeping force against the remnants of a shattered battlefield. The reason tailed beasts were chosen by Senju Hashirama as a balancing weapon among the villages lay in their overwhelming lethality against ordinary ninjas. Even without the ocular powers of the Uchiha that controlled the tailed beasts, confronting them posed significant challenges, even for elite shinobi. The third Raikage, formidable as he was, sacrificed numerous elite Genin while sealing the Eight Tails. The Leaf Village paid dearly to seal the Nine Tails. Deploying tailed beasts on the battlefield was akin to introducing modern weaponry to a melee combat scenario. War had escalated. Azure arcs of electricity coiled around the Raikage's arm like thorns. Each strike delivered with utmost fervor. He needed to defeat Uchiha K swiftly and compel him to cease hostilities against the hidden flame village. Uchiha K stood ablaze with crimson flames, confronting the Raikage clad in lightning armor, reminiscent of a clash between the god of fire and the god of thunder. Their figures intermingled at blinding speed, leaving afterimages in their wake. Though it was a one-on-one duel, it resembled a chaotic brawl involving dozens, with sonic booms echoing relentlessly. Suddenly, the Raikage hesitated, an unnameable fire igniting within him. A sentiment known as regret silently spread, giving rise to a tumult of thoughts. "What have you done, you scoundrel?" Uchiha K smirked, his eyes shimmering with eerie purple flames. "Raikage, can't you come up with some new insults? You sound rather childish." "Damn it." The Raikage suppressed his chaotic thoughts and launched a fierce punch. He now regretted not bringing the Two Tails along, even without a Jinchuriki. Deploying it in the hidden flame village would have sufficed to give them a run for their money. Ultimately, from the very beginning, the Raikage never regarded the hidden flame as an equal adversary, nor did he devise a meticulous invasion strategy, dismissing the warnings from the Leaf Ninjas with little regard. Oh, what of those Leaf Ninjas? The Raikage recalled a crucial detail he had overlooked. When was the last time he had seen those Leaf Ninjas? Within the hidden flame village, a cadre of masked ninjas stealthily infiltrated the area. The leader, clad in a black cloak and donning dark sunglasses, bore a purple mark on his right cheek. For reasons unknown, despite not wearing a mask, he emanated an eerie aura that compelled one to subconsciously overlook his presence. As his fingers pressed against the ground, black parasitic insects crawled forth from his fingertips, spreading in all directions. Yamanaka Ryoma, an elite root ninja and the right-hand man of Shimura Danzo, had once served as a bodyguard alongside Orochimaru. His greatest strength lay in his ability to infiltrate unnoticed, leading a team of ninjas into the hidden flame village without drawing attention. At the behest of his superior, if Kumogakure could not secure an advantage, they would proceed to the next stage of their operation. Yamanaka Ryoma grasped the short blade concealed in his sleeve and murmured, "Eliminate the ordinary Uchiha clansman, but ensure to leave traces of the mist ninja's involvement. That part is up to you." Beside him stood a silver-haired ninja. "I understand," he whispered as the dozen root ninjas dispersed. "Captain Ryoma, there is another order from that esteemed individual." Ryoma furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. Unlike the ordinary root ninjas who had been brainwashed from a young age, he had joined the root after reaching adulthood. His loyalty to Danzo was beyond question. Yet he retained a sense of self-awareness. Kakashi's identity was complex. He was a spy for Danzo within the Umbu, occasionally participating in root missions and earning Danzo's favor. To Ryoma, it appeared that Danzo was intentionally grooming Kakashi as his right-hand man. Such a person had received orders unbeknownst to Ryoma. Did Danzo doubt my capabilities? Or was this merely a reprimand? Had I recently committed any acts contrary to the will of my superior? What could it be? Suddenly, before Ryoma could voice his thoughts, a flash of lightning obscured his vision, rendering him momentarily dazed. With a swift motion, a finger, distinct in its joints, penetrated Ryoma's heart, pulsating with arcs of electricity. The eyes behind the mask were cold and devoid of emotion as a voice murmured, "That esteemed individual does not wish for you to live." With a cough of blood, Ryoma slowly bowed his head, his sunglasses concealing his gaze. The parasitic insects within him were paralyzed by the lightning chakra, leaving him devoid of any means of resistance. Was my death truly what Danzo desired? Ryoma could not comprehend, but if that was the will of that esteemed individual, if my demise was necessary. Kakashi remained silent, withdrawing his bloodied hand while his other hand swung the blade to sever Ryoma's throat. Rising to his feet, he gazed toward a thicket and intoned, "Suzaku, I am the Scarecrow." A diminutive figure emerged from the underbrush, wearing a cat-faced mask with a crisp voice. I never anticipated that Senior Kakashi was another. My teacher never mentioned this to me. Do not use such a title. It is too prone to divulging information. Address that esteemed individual instead. I have been enlightened. My apologies. The diminutive figure removed the mask, revealing a youthful face marred by burned scars, with eyes reflecting an unsettling maturity and indifference for one so young. Those individuals have already fallen victim to my illusion. Shall we eliminate them all? Kakashi shook his head. Let a few remain alive to take back. With only the two of us, our target would be far too conspicuous. Should we arrange for some other setup? Blame it on the hidden cloud, perhaps? No need. Being defeated by the Sharingan is quite a normal occurrence. Danzo has no reason to instigate trouble. Uchiha Itachi, codenamed Suzaku, with his Tomo-imbued eyes, smiled faintly. Kakashi-senpai, you embody the essence of Uchiha even more than I do. Kakashi remained silent for a moment, then coldly stated, "You have 3 minutes of freedom to visit your family. Exercise caution. Should you be discovered, I will take your life." Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback, fastened his mask, and without a moment's pause, vanished in an instant. Chapter 66. Thunderfall. The roar was unending. The lives of the hidden cloud ninjas were withering away. Cries for help intertwined with the howling winds, occasionally punctuated by the gasps of the grievously wounded. Floating wooden planks, severed limbs, and the scent of blood drew circling seabirds, while sunlight refracted through the mist, creating a resplendent rainbow, a realm half of inferno, half of tragic beauty. Crack! Lightning flashed, moving at a speed beyond the grasp of even the Sharingan. Yet some things do not necessitate the naked eye for perception. With ample experience of impact, the body instinctively issues commands more swiftly than the mind can comprehend. Dodging the Raikage's swift strike, Uchiha Sora countered with a blade strike against the Raikage's wrist, swiftly followed by a horizontal slash that tore through the chest. The flame-imbued blade cleaved through what should have been impenetrable lightning armor, leaving a distinct scar. Ah! Following a series of incoherent screams, the Raikage's hair stood on end, and his diminishing lightning armor shimmered once more, flaring back to life. A struggle of a cornered beast, perhaps? Uchiha Sora moved, his eyes alight with purple flames, his form elusive. Thud! A heavy blow struck the back of the Raikage's head, causing him to stumble, only to realize that Uchiha Sora had already positioned himself behind him. With a swift thrust, the blade, Luiwe, plunged deeply into the Raikage's back. You shall perish. The Raikage spun around, seizing Uchiha Sora's wrist, yanking him forth. Lightning release. Exploding thunder. Uchiha Sora's limbs were captured and lifted high. The Raikage's knee rose, as if intending to cleave him in two. An exquisite combination of taijutsu and the overwhelming power of lightning. Thus far, no one had survived this strike unscathed. The caveat being, it must indeed be the true body that is captured. Boom. Amidst the thunderous explosion, Uchiha Sora's form erupted into a mass of violet flames. The Raikage did not hesitate for a moment, leaping high to locate Uchiha Sora's whereabouts. Righteous Thunder, Furious Thunder Axe, commonly known as the Upward Leap and Split Strike. With Luiwe still embedded in the Raikage, Uchiha Sora raised his hand, and fine scales emerged upon his skin. Bang! The sound detonated as he parried with his hand against the leg, forcefully blocking the attack. From the shadows of his arm, Uchiha Sora coldly spoke. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. Did you not realize that from the very beginning? Is it not preferable for me to vanquish you effortlessly rather than face a dismal defeat in my area of expertise? Boom. Uchiha Sora unleashed a fierce assault on Raikage, landing a devastating blow to his cheek that contorted his features. Bang, 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 bang. A relentless barrage of fists rained down upon Raikage, each strike imbued with the force capable of shattering mountains. In my quest to confront you, I have relentlessly pushed myself to improve, perceiving you as my mortal enemy. When I eliminated Uchiha, I anticipated your imminent arrival, fully prepared for a desperate battle. Yet, you did not come. Upon defeating Killer Bee, I surmised that you would not appear. After all, if you retreated to regroup in Kumogakure, we would inevitably face another grueling conflict. After all, Killer Bee had painstakingly uncovered my weakness, likely to inform you through the resurrected Eight Tails. Truly, you failed to show when it mattered, yet arrived when you were least expected. Every word from Uchiha Sora struck Raikage's heart like a heavy fist. Your current worth has dwindled to merely serving as a test subject for my new techniques. Suddenly, Shursui appeared nearby. With Fugaku already present, he came to support Uchiha Sora. Hearing Uchiha Sora's words, he expressed his dissatisfaction. It is clearly my technique. Do not concern yourself. It is all the same. 3 years prior, both parties agreed to develop their own techniques while sharing knowledge. Uchiha Sora's fire release chakra mode had been perfected, yet Shursui dismissed it after a mere glance. He found even the rudimentary version excessively intense. The complete form was simply not meant for human cultivation. He often entertained the notion of dissecting Uchiha Sora to discover the monstrosity concealed beneath his skin. Shursui focused on the amalgamation of Een Release and Fire Release. Rejecting Uchiha Sora's proposed name of Een Fire, he designated it as Purple Fire. This was not a new bloodline limit. Rather, it was strictly a variant of Fire Release, akin to Kumo's Black Lightning, a profound mastery over the transformation of Fire Release Chakra's nature. Een Release embodies spiritual energy, governing the power of imagination, creating form from nothingness. Shursui is a genius, and when Uchiha Sora witnessed this technique, he truly believed that this honest fellow was capable of conjuring something dark. The sheer ability to conceive such a sinister technique is rather perverse. The so-called heart fire is an intangible flame ignited within one's heart. It amplifies the emotions of the recipient, particularly feelings of remorse. Thoughts such as, if I had acted differently at that moment, I could have prevented all of this, may overwhelm the mind of the afflicted. As time progresses, the heart fire expands, transforming regret into a torturous self-doubt. Willpower has always been a significant determinant of combat efficacy. In a confrontation of equal strength, the agitated party will inevitably suffer. Overanalyzing one's decisions can lead to increased vulnerabilities, potentially resulting in temporary paralysis, especially when paired with Shusui's disorienting perception techniques. Uchiha Sora genuinely believes that among his clan, he is the most forthright, while Fugaku and Shusui, with their illusionary arts, employ increasingly unscrupulous methods. Every technique possesses its weaknesses. Should the target exhibit emotional detachment or lack self-affirmation, the effectiveness of heart fire diminishes considerably. Just as Shusui had once employed against Uchiha Sora, it proved utterly ineffective. Uchiha Sora never doubted his decisions. At that moment, he believed Shusui's new technique was futile and thus exposed a flaw, leading to his capture and subsequent beating. In the earlier battle that culminated in the demise of Karabi, due to the collective assault of 3 righteous warriors, Uchiha Sora emerged relatively unscathed apart from some superficial injuries and chakra depletion. The Reikage, having endured a powerful Tsukuyomi from Fugaku, was sent flying by Shusui's Susanoo and hurriedly returned, his strength diminished to less than half of his prime. Defeating him was not a daunting task. The outcome was predetermined the moment the Reikage revealed himself. Let him expend his final vestiges of power as a test subject for this new technique, while simultaneously practicing verbal manipulation. Under ordinary circumstances, the Reikage would have been impervious to such mental games. Yet, with the death of his beloved brother and the demise of his subordinates, coupled with Uchiha Sora's verbal interference, the seeds of despair had already taken root, silently spreading. That towering man, once resolute, now faltered in his resistance. Tears streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth. Order them to retreat. I willingly face death for my foolishness. The Reikage harbored an intense hatred for the man before him, yet for the sake of his remaining comrades, he was ready to relinquish his dignity, forsake his hatred, and surrender his life. Do you believe you still possess any bargaining chips? Uchiha Sora, upon uttering these words, sensed a discordance. Such a phrase felt overly villainous. The tumult of the Reikage's breathing stilled abruptly, his breaths gradually elongating into a calm rhythm. When he lifted his downcast eyes again, the fervent flames had turned to ash, leaving behind a chilling silence devoid of warmth. It appeared he had reached a resolution that brought him tranquility. Your life. Within the scope of the Sharingan, the Reikage chakra rapidly converged upon his heart. In the name of the Reikage, I swear that if you allow them to escape, I shall willingly offer my neck for slaughter. Otherwise, before I perish, I will ensure that we perish together. Uchiha Sora gazed intently at the Reikage, his eyes deep and haunting, like flickering will-o'-the-wisps. A faint smile graced his lips, and within his crimson pupils surged an arrogance on the brink of emergence. As an oath, it was abominably lacking. As a final statement, it was equally unimpressive. Receiving a response, the Reikage inhaled deeply, channeling all his chakra toward his heart. The final strike was imminent. Raijin's fall. I have had my fill. Eliminate him, Ryujetsu. With a swift motion, the Reikage's momentum was interrupted, as the amassed lightning chakra erupted violently, akin to countless silver serpents in tumult. A dazzling, cold gleam suddenly materialized before him, the blade reflecting the Reikage's horrified gaze. It was the long sword that had previously pierced his abdomen, now extending like a venomous serpent, penetrating his heart. The exquisite blade, now stained with blood, trembled as the silver bell at its hilt resonated, marking the fleeting echoes of life ebbing away. Thus, the Raijin fell. Chapter 67. Ryujetsu. In the ninja world, there exists a category of ninja tools known as the Kusanagi swords. These refer to blades that have reached the pinnacle of excellence in certain aspects, such as Orochimaru's Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Itachi Uchiha's sacred weapon Shikisaiken, and Sasuke's straight sword, all of which are Kusanagi swords. In recent years, Uchiha Sora has completed the enhancement of his abilities, and he would naturally not overlook the upgrading of his equipment. Luiwe is a treasured blade from the same batch as the white-toothed short knife. For a typical Jonin, its strength is already sufficient. However, as Uchiha Sora's power escalates, so too do the formidable adversaries he encounters, casting doubt on Luiwe's adequacy. According to intelligence he has gathered, the renowned Kusanagi swords in the ninja world, aside from those passed down from ancient times, are all crafted by the Snow Moon family of the Land of Iron, the finest swordsmiths in existence. Previously, Mitsuba had mentioned that the creator of Luiwe, Ch. Kai, hails from the Snow Moon lineage. Sora approached Ch Kai with the intention of returning Liyue, requesting the forging of a weapon worthy of the Kusanagi sword, thereby initiating an exchange. Ch Kai was quite displeased, and a heated argument ensued between him and Uchiha Sora, who vehemently criticized Sora's perceived abandonment. Annoyed, Uchiha Sora infused chakra into Liyue right before Ch Kai's eyes, the intense heat nearly melting the blade. "It cannot withstand my power, do you understand?" After a moment of contemplation, Ch Kai asked Sora to wait while he consulted with the elders regarding the matter. "We can reforge Liyue using the rarest chakra-infused metal. No one is more suited to wield her than you. Grant me time, and I shall ensure she is worthy of you." Whether to reforge Liyue or create a new blade mattered little to Uchiha Sora, as long as it proved functional. However, he did articulate specific requirements. It should meet the standards of the Otsutsuki sword, with sharpness and hardness as foundational qualities, alongside the capability for variable length. Additionally, the characteristic of enhanced power through fire release chakra must be amplified. In short, he insisted, "I am aware that the two Kusanagi swords crafted by Orochimaru are your creations. I desire the same attributes for my blade." Such unreasonable demands rendered the Snow Moon family's smith silent. While recreating an Otsutsuki sword was feasible, the prospect of enduring the extreme temperatures required for such a feat posed a challenge. After several days of deliberation in the Land of Iron, they finally devised a plan. Uchiha Sora would partake in the forging process, utilizing his fire release as the furnace. Consequently, the smiths of the Snow Moon family gained invaluable experience crafting a blade with the breath of a dragon's flame. After 7 arduous days, during which even Uchiha Sora teetered on the brink of exhaustion, the reformation of the blade was accomplished. Although the original Liyue contained little material, to spare Ch Kai's feelings, mainly to avoid further annoyance, Uchiha Sora opted not to rename the blade. The newly forged Liyue was undoubtedly a Kusanagi sword. It possessed the same capabilities as the Otsutsuki sword, allowing for seamless extension and retraction, with its limits dictated by the wielder's chakra. Due to Sora's involvement in the forging, a unique bond was forged between him and the blade, enabling him to control it even when it was not in his possession. Most crucially, it became the hottest blade in the ninja world, intolerable for anyone but Uchiha Sora to withstand its searing flames. With a flick of his fingertip, Uchiha Sora set Liyue into motion. As he did so, the blade quivered and cracked spiderwebbed from its tip. A fierce crimson light erupted from the fissures, morphing into a fiery serpent that coiled around the blade, emitting a piercing shriek akin to warped metal. The visage of Raikage distorted in the glow of the flames, his form carbonizing into a colossal void. Liyue whirled gracefully in midair, returning to Uchiha Sora's side, dancing elegantly like a dragon or serpent soaring through the sky. This was the first time Shursui witnessed Uchiha Sora wielding the newly forged Liyue. The fluidity of its control resembled the effortless mastery of the Kusanagi sword by Orochimaru on the battlefield, where it appeared to engage in combat autonomously. However, Shursui understood that aside from its formidable hardness and extendable length, the sword possessed no other abilities. In truth, it was Orochimaru's secret technique, the Blade of the Sky, that facilitated such manipulation. "Such an impressive technique, and you kept it hidden from me," Shursui remarked. Uchiha Sora, fully aware of Shursui's thoughts, met his gaze and replied, "This is not Orochimaru's technique. It is merely a wondrous connection forged through my involvement in its creation. If you desire it, perhaps you could burn your sword with fire jutsu for 7 days and see if you can achieve something similar." Shursui cast a fleeting glance at the short blade behind him, dismissing the idea. "Forget it. It wouldn't withstand the strain for 7 days. This is a treasured heirloom from my ancestors, and I cannot treat it recklessly." The lifeless Raikage gradually sank into the depths of the sea. The remnants of the Cloud Village, who had previously shown fierce resistance, witnessed this scene, and their resolve crumbled entirely. They no longer had the courage to seek vengeance against the monster that had slain Killer Bee and the Raikage. Instead, they stood in a daze, allowing the oncoming wind blasts to shred their bodies. Shursui silently approached them, observing the dwindling number of cloud ninjas and the despair reflected in their eyes. Feeling a pang of pity, "Why is this happening?" Uchiha Sora observed the unfolding tragedy with a detached demeanor and remarked, "The wars within the ninja world have persisted for over 1,000 years. It was only during the lifetime of Senju Hashirama that a fleeting peace was attained. I understand that you yearn for peace, But such a notion is unrealistic. Born into a world so twisted, nearly every strong individual harbors the desire for a tranquil existence. Yet their methods of achieving it differ. I do not expect war to cease permanently. That is simply unattainable. Shursui, human beings will never fully comprehend one another. One side will triumph, while the other will inevitably succumb. What you witness is the fate of the vanquished. The once mighty Uzumaki clan and the recently fallen Hinata Hayashi bore similar expressions not long ago. Uchiha Sora's gaze fell, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. This chaotic world offers no compassion. The defeated lose everything. Remember this scene, and strive to ensure it never befalls our clan. With a soft sigh, Shursui drew his short blade once more, ready to return to the battlefield. I cannot do much. I can only endeavor to alleviate your suffering. As dusk descended, a day felt both fleeting and interminable in the midst of war. Uchiha Sora strolled toward the shoreline, donning the garments handed to him. The conflict was far from over. 3 days later, the complete destruction of the Cloud Village would ensue. Chapter 68. Time stands in our favor in the dead of night. Seabirds and sharks drawn by the scent of blood converged upon the battlefield, partaking in this gruesome feast. Amidst a distortion of space, a masked figure cloaked in black emerged. It was Uchiha Obito. Beside him, the duality of Zetsu rose from the depths. The Uchiha clan had become terrifyingly powerful. Zetsu spoke in a low tone. Even the meticulously crafted Akatsuki would likely pay a heavy price if they sought to confront the collective forces of the Cloud Village, including the formidable group known as the Alliance. While it is referred to as the Hidden Flame Village, the reality is that aside from the spectral entities involved, very few outsiders participated in the conflict. It can be stated that the Uchiha clan, with their singular might, annihilated the main forces of the great ninja villages. What instilled dread in Ju was not merely the strength of the Uchiha clan, but rather their astonishing rate of growth. 3 years prior, the Uchiha were nowhere near their current prowess. Otherwise, they would not have needed to defect from Konoha and could have easily usurped power directly. Obito remained silent. He had restored the ocular power lost in the previous battle and had learned many of the jutsu left behind by Uchiha Madara, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Initially planning to reclaim his honor at the Uchiha stronghold, he was somewhat pleased to encounter the Cloud's invasion. It presented an opportune moment to intervene while the Uchiha clan was in disarray, allowing him to collect Sharingan while consolidating a faction of Uchiha followers. Although he harbored intentions to instigate the Nine-Tails incident and exacerbate the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha, he had not yet descended into madness with thoughts of annihilating the clan. What he desired was a manageable, controllable number of Uchihas. However, reality exceeded his expectations. Not only had Fugaku awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, but Shursui had also activated his. Uchiha K was about 7 years younger than Obito, not considered a peer, and in contrast, he was much more familiar with Shursui, who had been a prodigy of the Uchiha clan since childhood. Although Obito was not weak among his contemporaries, he was often regarded as the Uchiha's underachiever, largely due to Shursui's brilliance. Shursui's promotion to CH Nin was partly due to wartime exigencies. Yet he became a CH Nin even earlier than Obito, who was several years his senior. Obito was indeed confident in his ocular techniques, especially with the enhancement from the white Zetsu cells, which mitigated the typical flaws of a standard Manjiki. However, he felt uncertain about facing Shursui, who had awakened his Manjiki. It was obvious that this individual had likely awakened a Jinjutsu-based ocular technique. He dared not approach the battlefield, fearing that Shursui would sense his presence and unleash a devastating Jinjutsu upon him, just as Uchiha K had previously done. What troubled him further was the young boy named K. Previously, he could attribute K's capabilities to his summoning of the Green Dragon. Yet now that dark beast emanated an unsettling aura of malevolence, reminiscent of impending doom and catastrophe, evoking thoughts of the Outer Path's golem. What had that boy experienced? Had he truly awakened his Manjiki but chosen not to use it? If it were the case that he was not hiding but genuinely lacked a Manjiki, the implications were even more terrifying. To possess such power with merely 3 tomo, who could fathom how formidable he would become upon awakening his Manjiki? Obito's brow furrowed beneath his mask. The predicament facing the Uchiha clan was exceedingly dire. He found himself regretting his haste in instigating the Nine-Tails incident, which had afforded the Uchiha an opportunity to leave Konoha. Had he foreseen such developments, he would have infiltrated the Uchiha under the guise of Madara, seeking to sway Shursui and Uchiha K in secret. He should not have approached Uchiha K during a moment of weakness, only to retreat in disarray. Fear stemmed from the unknown. He was acutely aware that approaching them under the name of Uchiha Madara would serve no purpose other than to invite a severe beating and hasten the depletion of Madara's residual reputation. Struggling to formulate a worthwhile thought, Obito pondered another matter. The entity capable of unleashing colossal winds must be Shikaku from Sunagakure. What could possibly bring it here? Ju shook his head, who knows? Nevertheless, this revelation sheds light on the unresolved case from 3 years ago. On behalf of Noki, Nagato had been tasked with investigating what Sunagakure was seeking. Aside from discovering that Sunagakure seemed to have lost something of great importance and had been assaulted by an unknown enemy, no further detailed intelligence was available. Through these musings regarding Shikaku, a realization dawned upon him. Rewinding 3 years, Orochimaru and Sasori had encountered an attack from the Uchiha clan. Sasori's demise was likely a consequence of that very incident during which the Uchiha had absconded with Shikaku, unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. We must relay this information to Sunagakure, Obito declared gravely. Ju fell silent for a moment before responding with resignation. Madara. It would be prudent not to harbor overly high expectations regarding Sunagakure's capabilities. The fact that they have yet to publicly acknowledge the theft of Shikaku indicates their inability to maintain their status should this information be exposed. Even if they were aware of it, any leader within Sunagakure would likely eliminate the informant rather than confront the Uchiha directly. The repercussions of the deaths of Raikage and the Eight Tails are too significant. They have no intention of concealing the battlefield, and this news will soon permeate the shinobi world. With formidable figures such as Fugaku and Shursui, along with the seemingly superior Uchiha K, they were firmly established as possessors of Shikaku, complemented by a summoning beast whose destructive power rivaled that of the Nine Tails. Their strength was not solely at the pinnacle. Compared to our Akatsuki organization, they boasted a substantial core of mid-tier power as well. These statements emanated from Ju on the side of the black. After all, he was a creature that had thrived in the shadows for a millennium, possessing a broader perspective. Currently, the Hidden Stone Village undoubtedly wielded the might of a great nation, especially considering their occupation of merely a small portion of the land of whirlpools, with the precedent set by Kumogakure. Alongside the losses endured by various villages during the Third Great Ninja War, even Konoha would not entertain the thought of engaging the Uchiha at this juncture. Shall we then remain idle? Obito expressed his discontent with the sense of losing control over the situation, which left him feeling vulnerable. There is no need for haste. Once Nagato masters the powers of the Rinnegan, we will be able to contend with all of this, Ju reassured him, unperturbed. Even if this iteration of the Moon Eye Plan's candidates were to fail, he remained unfazed. After all, millennia had passed. The emergence of the Rinnegan was of utmost importance, and collecting the nine-tailed beasts could occur at any time. His mother was in eternal existence. Waiting a few more years was of no consequence. However, Obito's thoughts diverged significantly. He not only desired to enact the Moon Eye Plan himself, but also harbored no intention of resurrecting Uchiha Madara. Obito was no fool, or rather, he had once been somewhat naive, but after enduring such monumental changes, he had become more astute. He had already discerned the curse mark left on his heart by Uchiha Madara. That man was far from the benevolent figure he professed to be, entrusting everything to him. He had an inkling that, much like Nagato, he had been orchestrated in a grand design. However, it matters not. As long as we swiftly dismantle this illusory world and embrace a splendid and perfect realm, it shall suffice. Lin, Kakashi, and Teacher Minato, a new world awaits your presence. Noticing a hint of reluctance in Obito, Black Zetsu reassured him. Fear not, for you possess the flawless Mangeki Sharingan. Their reckless usage of their ocular powers will soon lead them to blindness. It is but a fleeting brilliance. We shall merely observe its extinguishment. Time stands in our favor. Madara. Chapter 69. The etiquette of the lower tier as anticipated. A raven alighted upon Shursui's shoulder, its eyes bearing the markings of the Sharingan. Shursui's expression darkened. That person is the one who called himself Uchiha Madara, the instigator of the Nine Tails incident, is he not? Uchiha K stood opposite, tending to the wounds sustained during the day, some of which had already scabbed over. There's no need for such formalities. He is Uchiha Obito. After a brief pause, Shursui finally comprehended whom K was referring to and exclaimed, but he is supposed to be dead. Uchiha K smiled faintly. Did you witness his corpse with your own eyes? Before Shursui could respond, he continued, "Sometimes, even first-hand accounts can be misleading, especially considering he possesses the rare ability to manipulate time and space. He inherited not only Uchiha Madara's spatial time jutsu, but also many secret techniques from the Uchiha clan that Madara took with him when he left. If you encounter him alone, hesitate not. Utilize the ocular technique of your right eye without delay." Reflecting on Shursui's abilities, Uchiha K chuckled softly. "It would be a challenge for me to confront him, but your technique would counter him perfectly. Shouldn't earth overcome water? You seem to have the roles reversed." Not paying heed to the wordplay employed by Uchiha K, Shursui found his explanations increasingly perplexing. How could Uchiha Madara, who was presumed dead, still be connected to Obito? In essence, Uchiha Madara survived through Izanagi and only met his demise in recent years. Observing Shursui's grave expression, Uchiha K shook his head and remarked, "We must remain vigilant, but need not succumb to fear. They are merely two individuals from different eras who ought to have perished. In a few days, I will journey to the land of lightning. You and Fugaku shall remain in the village. I will provide you with Kakashi's contact information so he may prepare. Danzo has become devoid of value, and once I am free, I shall aid Konoha in restoring its roots." Shursui fell into contemplation and inquired, "Did you not previously state that we should first address the land of lightning and the land of water? Considering the land of fire, would we not be overextending ourselves? To govern such vast territories, our numbers are still too few. Who said anything about ruling them?" Uchiha K countered, "It is not yet time to build a new shinobi world. We must first thoroughly dismantle the existing one before any reconstruction can commence. In any case, these matters are not for you to ponder. If that task can be accomplished." Uchiha K tended to his wounds and donned his clothing. "It has grown late. You should return and rest." Shursui rose, supporting himself on his knees, pausing in the corridor. He turned, his gaze imbued with unspoken meaning. "Lead us correctly onward." Esteemed clan leader. Completion of the agreement with Uzumaki Chi, 19100. Credibility points 356 username. Uchiha Sora energy level. Silver cumulative credibility value. 1801, 700 points frozen, 901 points available. The means of acquiring credibility points are correlated with the difficulty of tasks. Uchiha Sora voluntarily undertook the revenge mission of the Uzumaki clan. Yet he has only managed to eliminate a portion of the Cloud Village's main forces, achieving less than 1/5 of the required completion. To fully accomplish the mission, he would need to engage in combat across all 5 great nations. Upon completing the End of Days Beast technique, the platform elevated his rating to the Byakugan stage. In comparison, the silver energy level corresponds to a formidable strength, akin to that of a mid-tier shadow-level warrior. Uchiha Sora utilized the platform's energy level metrics to assess the strength of his own faction. Fugaku and Shursui did not receive a silver classification, likely possessing an energy level around that of top-tier Black Iron. Aside from him, only SHT was classified as silver. This indicates that the platform's evaluation focuses solely on energy levels, disregarding combat prowess. What Fugaku and Shursui lack may be physical resilience and overall chakra volume. The energy level of the Rifting Void is classified as gold, based on its destructive capacity and energy intensity. Uchiha Sora believes it to be slightly inferior to the complete Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, undoubtedly of a gold energy level, could potentially be manipulated by Obito, who at that time might have been at a top-tier Black Iron level, showcasing a significant imbalance. It must be noted that the classification of energy levels into wood, iron, silver, and gold seems rather mundane. If it were up to Uchiha Sora, he would undoubtedly prefer a designation akin to the Northern Dipper, perhaps a celestial title such as Tianxiao or Tianxian. He inquired whether the platform could provide more intriguing tier names, as it would be somewhat impressive to introduce oneself as a silver tier when interacting with other users. The platform's response was, regarding the classification of energy levels. This platform has taken considerable care. The official titles are divided numerically or alphabetically, and users may refer to themselves as Stage 2 or level. Ultimately, he conceded that silver is quite satisfactory. As night descended, Uchiha Sora lightly tapped the table in contemplation. During his duel with Killer Bee, he noted that the Cloud Village had embarked on an expedition alongside Turtle Island. Yet the aftermath of the clash between the two titans was so immense that Turtle Island fled. In Uchiha Sora's mind, there were several items from the Cloud Village that he aimed to acquire, recalling the reincarnated gold and silver horns. who possessed 4 of the 6 paths ninja tools: the banana fan, the red gourd, the lantern gold rope, and the 7-star sword. The amber purification bottle, being notably large, served as the core asset for ceiling-tailed beasts and should still reside within the Cloud Village. Based on intel gleaned from the minds of Cloud Ninja, the wooden man did not become a Jinchuriki. Rather, he was an emerging talent with some notoriety. The 2 tails, Matatabi, is likely still contained within the amber purification bottle. This tailed beast is particularly suited for Karasuma, as both are felines and should share common interests. Uchiha Sora holds a nostalgic affection for Karasuma, viewing her as a special presence, having endured the most challenging times together. He possesses the means to forcibly implant the 2 tails into Karasuma, yet to masterfully control the tailed beast, her own agency is essential. The unique ecology of Turtle Island is conducive to such training, which will undoubtedly benefit Gaara and Naruto in the future. Moreover, Uchiha Sora found himself somewhat intrigued as he contemplated whether the true essence of himself would manifest in the face of the authentic waterfall atop Turtle Island. Lost in thought, Uchiha Sora directed his gaze towards the dim corner of the room. A pale serpent slithered forth, and a ghostly hand emerged from its gaping maw. A raspy voice echoed, "You have truly accomplished it. Haven to you, Sora-kun? Ah, but I recall that you despise this address. Shall I then refer to you as Soradano?" Orochimaru remarked with a hint of jest, stepping into the moonlight. He lowered his gaze to the seated Uchiha Sora, their eyes locking in a profound exchange. Suddenly, in Orochimaru's perception, the very heavens seemed to turn upside down, a crimson tide enveloping the entire sky. Beneath the scarlet dome, Uchiha Sora sat regally upon an ancient stone seat, his exquisite Sharingan casting a formidable gaze upon him. Merely the intensity of that gaze sent tremors through Orochimaru's very soul. Has Sarutobi-sensei not imparted the etiquette required for lesser beings to present themselves? Chapter 70. Murder and the Heart's Judgment Amidst the Sea of Blood. Orochimaru gazed upward at Uchiha Sora. On the visage of this youth, he discerned something both familiar and foreign. It was spirit, a fierce determination, that absolute self-assurance. The belief in one's singularity radiated in arrogance. Every individual experiences such a phase. Yet, the harsh realities of the shinobi world can unveil the truth. Significant setbacks may forcibly dismantle that spirit. Some may shatter beyond recovery, while others, upon recognizing reality, transform that spirit into a deep-seated obsession. Orochimaru belonged to the latter category, while the woman he was well acquainted with represented the former. Uchiha Sora's aura was unlike either. He initially believed that Uchiha Sora and he were kindred spirits, both monsters who disregarded everything for their own obsessions. However, in subtle distinctions, there lay a divergence. Uchiha Sora was not an arrogant fool oblivious to worldly matters. Rather, he maintained his belief in his unparalleled nature even after discerning reality. It was a form of pride that would not dissipate no matter the oppression faced. Thus, Orochimaru understood. It was precisely this temperament that allowed this boy, whom he had scarcely regarded 3 years prior, to grow to such an extent in a mere span of time. He had fully realized his innate talent. Orochimaru extended his arms and grinned widely. Indeed, the old man did not teach me the relevant etiquette. Do you wish for me to bow to you like a vassal of a great lord? If you deem it necessary, I shall learn. Just call me Uchiha Sora. He added. As the blood-red sky gradually faded, Uchiha Sora discerned that Orochimaru was not his true form, rendering the oppressive gaze ineffective. Orochimaru, unperturbed, took a seat in the position previously occupied by Shursui. I truly did not anticipate that Kakashi would be one of yours. How unfortunate for Danzo, who had intended to cultivate him as my replacement, Orochimaru mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he poured himself a cup of tea. Uchiha Sora, since you are aware of my capabilities, do you wish for me to resurrect someone of great importance to you? Upon his defection, Orochimaru had absconded from Konoha with numerous forbidden techniques, among them the reanimation jutsu. Kakashi, dispatched by the third Hokage to pursue him, had been spared intentionally. For Orochimaru had no desire to slay the son of his esteemed predecessor, SH-10. Orochimaru and Danzo are collaborating, aware that Kakashi is a close confidant of Danzo. Consequently, the latter inadvertently revealed that Uchiha Sora has a transaction with him. This piqued Orochimaru's interest, and upon witnessing the defeat of the Cloud-Hidden forces, he resolved to confront Uchiha Sora. He had meticulously researched Sora's background. His father perished shortly after his birth, and his mother was lost when he was merely 2 years old, leaving him to wander the land of cats. Before that fateful night, he was merely an above-average Uchiha, a model of one who gained fame through battle. What remains unknown to the world is that he possesses the ability to summon formidable beings from alternate dimensions. Not only is his strength noteworthy, but the fact that he could subvert a core member of the Hokage faction like Kakashi intrigues Orochimaru. He is eager to learn whom such a cunning individual wishes to resurrect, for this presents an opportunity for coercion. What Orochimaru desires most is the flesh and blood of that monstrous entity, brimming with life energy, which had once appeared before him. He has encountered the cells of the first Hokage. They are extraordinarily inhuman. The physical prowess of a Kainu has given him the notion that it could be replicated. Orochimaru muses that the truly significant individuals, having passed on, ought not to be disturbed. Uchiha Sora calmly remarked, "I am aware of your ulterior motives. To prevent any future misunderstandings, allow me to issue a warning." He spoke without even raising an eyelash, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. "Should you dare to target my mother, no matter how many times you are reincarnated, it would be futile. I will ensure your demise, even at the cost of obliterating this planet." In contrast to the previous pressure exerted by his ocular powers, Uchiha Sora's tranquil words struck Orochimaru with greater force. This individual is serious. He knows everything about me. He truly can kill me. Orochimaru's lips twitched, unable to muster a smile. "You misunderstand. How could I harbor such despicable thoughts? The deceased cannot be reclaimed. We ought to uphold their will and cherish the present." Orochimaru's will to survive reacted, leading him to expound on lofty ideals. He even feigned empathy, stating, "I too abhor the impious technique of Edo Tensei that desecrates the dead. I long for my parents and my disciple, Shinshu, but I would never employ such a technique to profane their memory." Digressing, Uchiha Sora offered a faint smile, steering the conversation back on course. "I had Kakashi convey a message to you, naturally seeking to leverage your intellect. Have you mastered Edo Tensei, and to what extent?" Orochimaru paused before responding. "I primarily use it as a reference. My actual applications are limited. Edo Tensei is somewhat impractical, as the resurrected individuals often possess lesser strength than the sacrifices. The second Hokage developed this technique merely to complement another ninjutsu. Disregarding strength, could you resurrect the Senju brothers? You mean the first and second Hokages?" Orochimaru's brow furrowed as he replied solemnly, "I have attempted this before. The souls of that caliber require sacrifices of at least special Jonin level, even disregarding their combat prowess. Currently, I can only resurrect Jonin, and their strength is merely on par with that of a Chunin." After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Sora declared, "In 3 days, I will launch an assault on the hidden cloud. You may scavenge for experimental subjects. Familiarize yourself with that technique as soon as possible, at the very least. You must be able to resurrect Tobirama Senju." Orochimaru furrowed his brows, his thoughts swirling. "I do not comprehend your intention, Uchiha Sora. Are you seeking to resurrect the second Hokage to demonstrate that his animosity towards the Uchiha clan was misguided? What purpose does this serve?" To Orochimaru, such an approach seemed trivial and beneath the gravitas he attributed to Uchiha Sora. "Purpose?" Uchiha Sora grinned faintly, responding nonchalantly, "Orochimaru, consistently making the right decisions is exhausting. One must occasionally indulge in personal desires. I harbor a deep-seated disdain for Danzo, and I have had numerous opportunities to eliminate him, yet I have restrained myself. I wish to annihilate everything he cherishes, both physically and emotionally, in front of those who revere him. I want him to continue living." Uchiha Sora drew closer to Orochimaru, his eyes devoid of any distraction, filled solely with malice. "Killing is merely a form of vengeance. I desire him to yearn for death. Consider it a small amusement for myself, Mr. Orochimaru. You can understand, can't you?" Orochimaru had long dismissed the elder's prejudice against the Uchiha. However, he now found himself understanding. To some extent, the inherent, profound malevolence embedded within the Uchiha was not merely a baseless assertion. Even a villain like Orochimaru would typically seek to eliminate a foe rather than torture their spirit. So long as one is unafraid of unforeseen consequences, one is free to act. Orochimaru shook his head, regaining his composure. "If this is a transaction, what do I stand to gain? Merely some experimental subjects from the hidden cloud is insufficient." Uchiha Sora lightly tapped the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Orochimaru, what is it that you desire?" Orochimaru momentarily faltered, about to request the cells of a kainu, when Uchiha Sora's next statement quelled that notion. It was a temptation he could not refuse, far surpassing the allure of a kainu's flesh. The Rinnegan, do you wish for it? Chapter 71. One is enough. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils constricted sharply, a serpentine hiss escaping his throat. Uchiha Sora, you know everything. Your ocular prowess is truly daunting. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. You remain here to seize the Rinnegan, do you not? I will assist you, and should we succeed, one for each of us. What say you? Orochimaru shook his head, gazing at Uchiha Sora with deep contemplation. Indeed. You are formidable now, but you have yet to confront the leader. That individual defeated Hanzo, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Let us be candid. I do not believe that even with your strength included, we possess the power to claim his eyes. Uchiha Sora nodded, acknowledging Orochimaru's assessment. We are indeed insufficient. But what if we added a force equivalent to the Nine Tails? You are aware of my capabilities. Should it be necessary, I can summon powerful entities from alternate dimensions. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, contemplating the feasibility of the plan. This could indeed work. Members of the Akatsuki organization possessed little loyalty, particularly Orochimaru himself. His involvement was chiefly motivated by the desire for the leader's eyes and Conan's funding. He had scarcely contributed to the organization, merely coasting along. Orochimaru, being astute, discerned Uchiha Sora's intentions through his gaze. So now it seems my bargaining chips are insufficient. What further actions must I undertake? Orochimaru, your presence here indicates that. Beyond merely assessing my capabilities, you have ulterior motives, do you not? Orochimaru smiled enigmatically, remaining silent, for he was a seasoned veteran and not one to divulge information easily. What purpose could I possibly have? I am here solely for you. Uchiha Sora, however, did not indulge in riddles. He spoke plainly. I am aware of your interest in bloodline limit ninjas. You are also informed about the happenings in the Land of Water, I presume. I require your assistance in locating two individuals. At that moment, Orochimaru found himself genuinely questioning whether Uchiha Sora possessed some extraordinary ability. How could he possibly know my intentions? Upon hearing about the persecution of the bloodline clans by the Mist Village, Orochimaru had contemplated acquiring some resources to further his reincarnation technique. His gaze deepened, filled with trepidation. Given their earlier conversation, it seemed Uchiha Sora might even be aware of the techniques I have developed. Could his eyes truly penetrate the depths of one's heart? Disregarding Orochimaru's shifting expression, Uchiha Sora continued. One is Kagaya Kimimaro of the Shikatsumiaka clan, and the other is a human weapon imprisoned by the Kagaya clan. The latter is more elusive. The lead involves ice release, and he is a young boy named Haku. He may have been adopted by a rogue ninja named Zabuza. If you find him, bring both him and Zabuza to me. Furthermore, you are forbidden from any verbal interaction with them. If I discover any trace of you having left a mark on them, the deal is nullified. Orochimaru's expression soured. While he was unfamiliar with the boy named Haku, he was well acquainted with Kagaya Kimimaro, a vessel he greatly coveted. If you possess such knowledge, why not seek them out yourself? If Uchiha Sora were to find them before me, it would be one matter, but asking me to retrieve them and present them is utterly unacceptable. My ambitions are too vast. If I were to go, certain individuals would become quite irate. His countenance darkened further. Do you believe I am at such a disadvantage compared to you, Uchiha Sora? Uchiha Sora shook his head. Do not misunderstand. I have never underestimated you. It is simply that you possess a greater convenience in action than I do. With a slight smirk, he regarded Orochimaru. In truth, you are indeed at a considerable disadvantage compared to me. Not only you, even Uchiha Madara pales in comparison in my eyes. What audacity! One could only imagine the repercussions if he were to voice such sentiments in front of Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, having been acquainted with the cells of Hashirama, understood that the first Hokage was an unparalleled existence among ninjas. No leader, even one wielding the Rinnegan, could surpass Hashirama's strength. The prowess of Uchiha Madara, appear to Hashirama, was unmistakable. Choosing not to engage in a debate with Uchiha Sora, Orochimaru solemnly remarked, "Then will you confront Danzo first? Or shall you assist me in acquiring the Rinnegan? Let us address Danzo first. Once that is accomplished, I shall aid you," Sora replied. "You must have conducted your research on me. While I cannot guarantee everything, at least you should trust that I will uphold my end of the bargain." After a moment of silence, Orochimaru nodded. He had indeed heard of the reputation of the one who keeps promises. "When do you plan to attack the hidden cloud?" 3 days hence. Perhaps not wishing to solidify a pact that could lead to unforeseen complications, Orochimaru kindly cautioned. While many of the strong from the hidden cloud have indeed perished, it remains the second most formidable of the 5 great shinobi villages, with a profound legacy. If your ranks are insufficient and you require my assistance, I can rally my subordinates to take action. Uchiha Sora shook his head. There is no need. I am sufficient on my own. Should I commend your bravery or mock your arrogance? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Either is acceptable. Lord Orochimaru, I am a rather mundane person, yearning for a resounding title, yet lacking the audacity to bestow one upon myself. A title, after all, holds significance only when conferred by an adversary. On the night of the 9 tails, they all believed I relied on the rending sky seat, and indeed, that was the case. After today's battle, with all foes vanquished, no one remains to grant me a title. The youth's eyes shimmered with fierce ambition. In 3 days, I shall engage in a battle that will etch my name into history. I have no desire for anyone to overshadow my glory. Orochimaru grinned widely. Then I wish you great success in your endeavors, that your name may resonate throughout the ninja world. He gradually rose, his figure merging with the shadows. As dawn broke, in the land of thunder, within the hidden village of Kumogakure, a group of elderly men sat in a somber assembly, their expressions gravely clouded. Silence enveloping the atmosphere. Kumogakure possesses a secret technique known as the Heaven's Dispatch Technique. This ability can transmit matter at the speed of light, primarily used for relaying information. Historically, only the third Raikage's physical form could withstand this technique without being torn apart by its extreme velocity. In the past, the method used by Otsutsuki for disseminating information was a simplified version of this technique. The defeat of Kumogakure is a stark reality, but it did not occur instantaneously. There was ample time to relay the news. They are already aware. The 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, along with numerous elite ninjas from Kumogakure, have all perished in battle. No matter how reluctant they are to accept it, this is the truth. What shall we do now? A voice shattered the silence. What else can we do but gather all ninjas and engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Wagakure? I would rather die in battle than be a coward. Yes, we shall fight until the last drop of blood from Kumogakure. We shall never compromise. Whoever suggests peace, I shall be the first to tear them apart. The crowd was incensed, their sentiments relatively unified, essentially calling for one more battle. Silence fell. The first elder to speak was a seasoned ninja from the era of the 2nd Raikage, a close aide to the Raikage. Having retired years ago, he was compelled to emerge and oversee matters following such a significant incident in Kumogakure. The once chaotic conference room fell silent. Yagami Kuro, who had once been the teacher of the 3rd Raikage, commanded great respect. Tapping his cane, he spoke gravely. We must indeed engage in combat. At this juncture, Kumogakure cannot afford to appear as cowards seeking peace. I do not wish to cast blame upon the Raikage, yet we cannot recklessly charge forth without a plan. Samudia, a robust, middle-aged man, rose. He was one of the few remaining young leaders tasked with safeguarding the village. You must immediately travel to the land of Earth and summon Noki. Lord Kuro, that scoundrel Noki, is the enemy responsible for the death of the 3rd Raikage. Yagami Kuro cast a cold glance at the speaker and responded sternly. If you are dissatisfied with my decision, then by all means, issue the orders yourself. I would not dare. Surveying the room, the aged visage of Yagami Kuro bore an undeniable authority. This is not merely a defeat in battle. It is a pivotal moment that determines the fate of the Hidden Cloud Village. I, as the acting Raikage, issue commands that are absolute. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. Yayue Shao let out a deep sigh, casting a glance at a lovely girl with chestnut hair beside him, his eyes filled with compassion. Yumu, prepare for the Hidden Cloud. We require a new Jinchuriki. Chapter 72. Uchiha K, here to pay a visit. Hidden Cloud Village, a place perpetually shrouded in mist and resonating with thunder, reveals from above a throng of people resembling ants, converging towards the village. The cold wind lashes against the iron-cast artillery at the village's perimeter, producing a rustling sound. At regular intervals, a fully armed Hidden Cloud ninja stands guard, vigilant and poised for any eventuality. The once bustling marketplace is devoid of life, enveloped by an eerie silence. Even the ordinary citizens of Hidden Cloud, oblivious to the intricacies of the conflict, sense that something grave has transpired. Such a state of martial law has only occurred once in the annals of Hidden Cloud's history, following the assassination of the second Raikage by the Golden and Silver brothers. On a summer afternoon, the distant sky appears to be painted with layers of deep ink, heralding an impending storm, the atmosphere thick and stifling. In the low-hanging clouds, occasional flashes of peculiar lightning illuminate the jagged contours of the hidden cloud peaks. A group of individuals traverses the dark clouds, heading directly toward the Raikage building. The guarding ninjas, already informed of the situation, do not impede their passage but nonetheless shift some artillery to aim toward the Raikage building. Tap, tap, tap. Upon the platform of the building, Yuki descends with Old Purple and K2, guided by hidden cloud ninjas into the interior. Who would have thought there would come a day when we would be invited into the Raikage building? Truly, living long enough brings forth unexpected events. Old Purple, ever restless, surveys the surroundings with the demeanor of an unruly monkey. Be quiet. Yuki sternly rebukes, his demeanor far more solemn than that of the carefree Old Purple. Indeed, he harbors a deep-seated grudge against the fourth Raikage. The latter's demise would seem beneficial to him. If only the Raikage were the sole casualty, that would indeed be fortuitous. Yuki and Sarutobi Hiruzen have held the title of the 5 great nations leaders the longest, unlike the fourth Raikage, who harbors ambitions of conquest. They understand what is truly paramount: balance. With merely 50 years since the Warring States period, the current configuration of the 5 great nations in the shinobi world is satisfactory to all daimyos, even those of smaller nations. After all, during times of turmoil, many daimyos of smaller nations have met untimely ends. Such occurrences are rare in the era of shinobi, where the nobility holds supremacy over the ninjas. The first Great Ninja War, where the 4 nations besieged Konoha, was instigated by Konoha's overwhelming strength, disrupting the established order. Senju Tobarama, unlike his peace-loving brother Hashirama, harbored aspirations to dominate the shinobi world. While the details of the past are somewhat hazy for Yuki, he distinctly remembers one fact: the assault on the Land of Fire was an agreement even the daimyo of the Land of Fire consented to. The individual seated upon the daimyo's throne may be a fool, but not all his ministers could be so naive. Once Konoha amasses sufficient strength to truly embark on the path of dominion over the shinobi world, how shall the daimyos of the other great nations position themselves? If Senju Tobarama truly achieves unification, how should the daimyo of the Fire Nation position himself? A governing body for a unified ninja world cannot permit the existence of 2 sovereigns. In such a scenario, the most favorable outcome for the daimyo of the Fire Nation would be to become a compliant puppet, devoid of any real power. The daimyos of the 5 great nations are interconnected, not adversaries. Having grown accustomed to their high positions for over a millennium, they will not allow themselves to be at risk of replacement. Thus, balancing the strength of each ninja village becomes their imperative. From their standpoint, their primary allegiance is to their status as daimyo, with their own village being a secondary concern. In light of the heavy losses incurred by the Cloud Village, Yueshao not only reported to the daimyo of the Lightning Country, urgently requesting funds for military supplies, but also notified the daimyo of the Earth Country. While Noki hesitated, it was the decree from the Earth daimyo that compelled him to come to the Cloud Village. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the Cloud Village's senior officials, with the frail Yueshao seated in the foremost position. Noki, stroking his beard, turned to Yueshao and remarked, "You old codger, you still seem quite sprightly." In fact, Yueshao was of an older generation than Noki, nearing 80 years of age, an extraordinary lifespan among ninjas. Yueshao responded with a faint smile, speaking gently, "You are not as young as you once were, Noki. It seems that Awagakure faces a severe succession crisis, given that you have yet to appoint a 4th Hokage." Noki took a seat at the lower end, scoffing. Konoha has a 4th Hokage, yet he has perished. The news of Minato Namikaze's death could not be concealed for long. All villages were aware of the events unfolding in Konoha. However, by that time, Konoha had already established preliminary defenses, eliminating opportunities for opportunistic incursions. "You scoundrel! What did you say?" A cloud ninja sprang to his feet, angrily pointing at Noki. "How dare you insult Lord Raikage? Even if you are the Tsuchikage, this is unforgivable." With a thunderous step, the imposing figure of Noki shook the conference room. "I would advise you to remain composed, or I shall not hesitate to raise this place." Noki intoned, a menacing chakra emanating from him, as substantial as the earth itself. Noki paid no heed to the accusing cloud ninja, his gaze fixed solely on Yueshao. "Is this your approach when seeking assistance?" Yu Xiao smiled, maintaining his calm demeanor. Indeed, I wish to collaborate with you, but this is not a mere request. We have compiled all the intelligence from previous battles, along with the recent history of the Flame Village, and have discovered something intriguing. Do you not find it odd that they brazenly annex small nations along the borders of the Fire Nation, yet Konoha has never intervened? The exodus of an entire clan would be considered a genuine act of treason in any ninja village. Has Konoha issued a bounty for the Uchiha? As Yu Xiao elaborated. Naka's brow furrowed slightly. Moreover, according to the information I have received, the daimyo of the Whirlpool country attempted to reclaim his territory and was, astonishingly, slain by the Uchiha. This incident was downplayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who persuaded the daimyo of the Fire Nation not to pursue the matter. Yu Xiao lightly tapped the table, the sound echoing through the conference room. The intelligence relayed indicates that a Konoha ninja proactively approached the Reikage, proposing cooperation against the Uchiha. As the battle ensued, the formidable Umbu of Konoha vanished without a trace. With such a plethora of information, Uchiha, you should be able to deduce something, right? Inoki's brow furrowed deeper as he solemnly remarked, "Are you suggesting that the defection of the Uchiha clan is a ruse, and that it is, in fact, a strategic maneuver by Konoha? AFA of open pathways, while secretly maneuvering in the shadows?" Yu Xiao nodded, though lacking concrete evidence. "I surmise that this is indeed the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach is remarkably astute. During Konoha's time of great turmoil, he strategically severed ties with the Uchiha clan. The location of the Land of Whirlpools is equally fortuitous. Had we launched an assault on Konoha without understanding the situation, the Uchiha could have mounted a surprise counterattack from the rear, creating a coordinated assault from both within and without. Even if Konoha were to face defeat, the Uchiha could emerge as survivors, inheriting Konoha's will. After all, Konoha was originally founded through the alliance of the Senju and Uchiha clans, thus legitimizing their claim. In retrospect, his ability to sign a peace treaty that denied assistance to the Uchiha clan is inherently irrational. Even the rumors of discord between the Uchiha and Konoha in previous years were mere fabrications. This individual has indeed matured to the level of Senju Tobarama. With thoughts as intricate as a spider's web, a tremor coursed through Inoki's heart. Was Sarutobi Hiruzen truly so cunning? At the foot of the hidden cloud village, even here, numerous ninjas patrolled the area. Suddenly, a patrolling ninja noticed a figure approaching in the distance. Observing the absence of a hidden cloud forehead protector, he called out, "Recently, entry and exit are prohibited for anyone other than our own ninjas. You should leave at once." The newcomer was a tall youth, strikingly handsome, with a pale complexion. His flowing black robe billowed gently with each step, and at his waist hung a long sword in a cerulean sheath, his black hair casually tied at the back. Such an attire bore no resemblance to that of a ninja or a merchant. He resembled more a wandering swordsman. Appearing oblivious to the ninja's warning, he continued to approach slowly. Clang! The ninjas of the hidden cloud gripped their weapons, issuing a second warning. "If you advance any further, we will be forced to attack." Swish, swish, swish. Receiving no response, they unleashed their assault without hesitation, sending dozens of shurikens whistling through the air towards him. In a mere flicker, he seemed to tremble slightly before vanishing from sight, like a wraith. In the next heartbeat, he appeared behind the group, the sound of his blade slicing through the air resonating ominously. Thud, thud. Before they could even utter a cry, lifeless bodies fell into pools of blood. Uchiha Sora regarded the encroaching ninjas with an expression devoid of emotion. The bloodstains on the blade of his Ryujutsu sword dissipated into a wisp of murky smoke. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every grim visage present. "I am Uchiha Sora, a current member of the Uchiha clan, here to pay my respects." Chapter 73. Flames that can consume even molten lava. How could the Uchiha dare to invade the hidden cloud village? The distinction between passive defense and active invasion is stark. The defeat of the hidden cloud is indeed astonishing, yet as a ninja of one of the 5 great nations, there exists a subconscious belief that no minor nation would dare to provoke the 5 great nations. Years ago, Hans, renowned as a demigod, roared defiantly against the 3 great nations, but what was the outcome? He had not even ventured beyond the borders of the Land of Rain, while his homeland had become a battleground for the nations of fire, earth, and wind. All his efforts had merely succeeded in driving away the ninjas of the 3 great nations. Since the inception of the shinobi villages, the 5 major villages had remained exalted. And even the Night Moon Phantom did not attribute the defeat of the Raikage and others solely to Uchiha Iri. There must certainly have been the influence of Konoha behind it. With a measured pace, Uchiha Kong treaded among the fallen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Gripping the hilt of his weapon, the blade of the Ryujutsu extended 3 meters outward. With a swift motion, the searing energy of the blade surged forth, its edge adorned with crimson patterns reminiscent of raging flames. The Cloud Ninjas ahead raised their weapons in a futile attempt to intercept. In a mere instant, the path of the blade rendered steel as fragile as thin bamboo, tearing through flesh and bone, transforming them into a crimson mist. The severed limbs smoldered, as if scorched by the relentless sun. The onslaught continued. The technique employed by Uchiha Kong was not even worthy of being called Uchiha swordsmanship. It resembled more the carefree destruction of wild grass and branches found on a leisurely stroll with a sturdy stick. Crimson arcs of the blade danced freely, obliterating dozens of ninjas along with the very ground beneath them, exposing the charred stone layers below. The smile that played upon his lips was unmistakable in its expression of delight and relaxation. Suddenly, a formidable figure surged towards Uchiha Kong from behind, bellowing with fury. "You seem to be enjoying yourself. Allow me to elevate your merriment." The dual blades of the newcomer whirled with his movement, crackling with lightning, their sharpness palpable even to the eye. Samudia, an elite jonin of the cloud, renowned for his dual lightning-infused blades, had arrived to serve as the captain of the defense team after the call for aid from Noki. Uchiha Kong halted, his strikes pausing as he turned to face this worthy opponent. At last, a character deserving of his serious attention had arrived. A faint smirk appeared as he firmly grasped the hilt of his weapon. With a swift motion, he propelled the long blade towards the approaching figure. The thunderous clash of the dual blades rent the air, emitting a piercing shriek as Samudia, filled with resolute intent, poured forth all his strength without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding Cloud Ninjas barely comprehended the unfolding events. The next moment, Samudia found himself suspended in midair. The edge of Uchiha Kong's blade pressed firmly against his forehead. The flames of the blazing sun did not ignite nor explode. Instead, an invisible, searing heat emanated from the blade, erasing Samudia from existence as if he had been wiped clean with an eraser. With a flick of his wrist, Uchiha Kong dismissed the Ryujutsu, gazing at the spot where Samudia had vanished, shaking his head. "You have not brought me the joy I sought." Sensing something, Uchiha Kong turned his gaze towards the towering peaks above. A fiery, radiant mass approached rapidly, akin to a falling star. As the figure came into focus, a flicker of confusion crossed Uchiha Kong's eyes. Why is this individual here? Has the cloud sought aid from the rock? It seems there are indeed wise minds among them, not merely brutes. Might he also be present? An uncontrollable grin spread across his face. Excellent. Truly splendid. If it were merely a group of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled from the Cloud Village, it would indeed be dreadfully mundane. Suddenly, the formidable Four Tails, the Old Purple, descended from the heavens. With surging flames cascading like a tidal wave, dark red lava patterns enveloped his entire being. The air around him warped and distorted, resembling a blazing meteor, leaving behind a trail of golden-red flames that cast a crimson hue upon the somber sky. "Arrogant little demon, do you dare to come alone?" Uchiha Sora was not attempting a stealthy assassination. The individuals within the Raikage building sensed his presence the moment he made his move. Yet, no one believed he was truly alone. A large force must surely be lurking nearby. Until now, the sensing ninjas had confirmed countless times that he had indeed come alone. What an audacious madman! "You little demons from the Cloud Village, retreat at once." Roar! The thunderous shout resonated like rolling thunder as the Old Purple knelt to gather strength, his arms thrusting forward with ferocity. A torrent of molten chakra erupted from his palms, the scalding lava surging forth like a flood breaking its dam, rushing towards Uchiha Sora. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Boom, 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 boom. The sea of magma erupted like a volcanic explosion, the terrifying heat sweeping through, melting stubborn rocks into crystalline glass. A multitude of surrounding walls was obliterated, and the caught-off-guard Cloud Ninjas sustained significant injuries. This was not the Rock Village. There was ample justification for decimating a rival's village. And without hesitation, the Old Purple unleashed his full might. A devastating heat blanketed the arena. As the explosion subsided, in the center of the molten battlefield. Uchiha Sora was surrounded by deep crimson flames, completely unscathed. Boom! The old purple appeared before Uchiha Sora in an instant, delivering a fierce punch. Undersea Needle. The wave of heat unleashed by the fist stirred up a fierce wind. Uchiha Sora raised his palm to grasp the fist. The old purple stood merely at 5 feet tall, and his hand could easily encompass the fist. Boom! Lava and scorching flames collided with a thunderous roar. The violent energy explosion creating a terrifying mushroom cloud, evaporating the rain that had just begun to fall. Steam and smoke obscured the entire sky, while the ground was struck, forming a massive crater, the edges of which melted into searing glass. Fire Release Chakra Mode. You do possess some talent, but compared to my Lava Release, which integrates Earth Release, you fall significantly short. I am capable of incinerating even fire itself with my magma. The old purple swung his fist with ferocity, and Uchiha Sora lightly tapped the ground with his toes, skillfully evading each strike. Are you afraid now, little demon? The old purple roared, as lava surged around him like serpents poised to strike. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow in mockery. I feel compelled to enlighten you. The maximum temperature achievable by magma hovers around 1,300 degrees Celsius. Even considering extraordinary factors, your magma temperature barely reaches 2,000. Uchiha Sora, unfazed, deftly dodged, forming a hand seal with one hand, shattering the lava serpents with a flow of flame. Theoretically, the temperature of fire knows no bounds. Uchiha Sora positioned the blade of Luyu diagonally between the old purple's fists, turning the tides and causing the old purple to lose his balance and topple. Before he could hit the ground, Uchiha Sora stomped his foot, gathering deep crimson flames, as vivid as blood, at his feet. Fire flow, without a clear thought. Let us just call it a football kick. In the melting chakra mode, the old man Z Purple instinctively sensed the unbearable high temperature. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his arms to shield himself. Boom! The explosive roar was mingled with the brittle sound of shattered bones. The old man's armor, along with his forearms, twisted and deformed under the terrifying kinetic energy, his entire body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Bang, 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 bang. The tumbling figure crashed through countless houses of the hidden cloud village, finally coming to a halt at the corner of a mountain peak, erupting in a surging column of flames. Silence reigned. Uchiha Sora stood amidst the lava, looking up as sparks danced in his tousled black hair. He gazed at Noki and others on the stone steps of the mountain peak, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Everyone, let us join forces. As my debut battle, you have all qualified. Chapter 74. It's my turn. Naki's eyes lowered. Despite his elevated stance, he did not perceive any gaze of admiration in Uchiha Sora's eyes. The enchanting red glow of the Sharingan, the ink-black hair, and the figure of that terrifying man overlapped in his retina. Involuntarily swallowing, Noki could feel the faint tremor of his heart. This was an instinctual shudder rooted deep within. Nearly 50 years had passed, yet Noki could not forget the devastating defeat he suffered at the hands of Uchiha Madara that fateful night. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. This young lad is not Uchiha Madara. No one can compare to Madara. Moreover, now, you are the latecomer. A cold smirk emerged from the corners of Naki's wrinkled mouth. You've gone a bit too far, young one. Although we bear no grievances, should you come to me, it will be farewell. Noki extended his hands forward. Irregular streams of light materializing, gradually taking shape. Dust release, original world separation technique. Boom. The scorched lava beneath Uchiha Sora erupted violently. As the square dust release barrier unfolded at an incredible speed, the distorted space resembling a canvas being carelessly torn apart. A product of the fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra natures, it transcended the limits of bloodline abilities. Dust release, the only bloodline elimination technique in the ninja world, possessing destructive power at the atomic level. The seemingly illusory barrier greedily consumed all material it touched, with nothing able to withstand the decomposition of dust release. As it appeared, dust release would engulf Uchiha Sora's form. Unless he was a mere clone, there was no chance of survival, save for space-time ninjutsu or the power of the Rinnegan. Noki's gaze relaxed slightly. An inexperienced young fool, facing dust release without retreating. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a pipa string resonated. Click. A wooden door unfolded beneath Uchiha Sora's feet, and his body vanished within. Boom. The door closed, the external explosion becoming irrelevant. He possessed the ability of space. Having utilized the infinite castle as his refuge, Uchiha Sora had scoffed at Muzan more than once in his heart. With a treasure capable of spatial teleportation, he could not fathom how Muzan could still contend with those Demon Slayer Corps. With a mere advanced setup, the moment he encounters the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, one could teleport Naruto and the others to Infinity City, and all would be resolved. Yet, you possess great gifts that you fail to utilize. How disappointing. Uchiha Sora connected his vision to Naruto's, and with a swift motion, the wooden door behind Inoki swung open. Before Inoki could turn around, a searing blade struck forth. Clang. The blade collided with the solid rock fist, sending sparks flying. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly and remarked, "Remarkable hardness. You possess great strength." "Ah, my only advantage lies solely in the toughness of my fists," came the reply. Boom. The earth surged as Inoki unleashed a powerful punch. Uchiha Sora pivoted his blade, deflecting the force and soaring backward, landing gracefully near a rocky outcrop. Inoki furrowed his brow. For a ninja of his caliber, he could easily discern the sound of the string signaling the activation of Infinity City. Even without the earth, he would not be harmed by such a level of ambush. However, a fleeting glance caught the hollow created by the dust release below. He was certain it was not a mere substitution technique or a high-speed movement. The essence of Uchiha Sora had instantaneously shifted from there to his rear. Such methods had precedence within the ninja world. The Flying Thunder God technique, perhaps? Uchiha Sora shook his head, responding earnestly, "No, it's merely a space transfer technique akin to summoning. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of wielding this ability, as it diminishes the thrill of battle. Rest assured, I shall not employ this technique to flee until you humbly kneel and address me as Lord Sora." Inoki narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming. "At least in terms of arrogance, you bear a resemblance to that individual. Quite fitting for the old man's rhetoric." Uchiha Sora tilted his head with a smile. "You mean Madara, don't you? You lack even the courage to speak his name directly. Inoki, have we Uchiha instilled such fear in you?" Crack. Inoki's teeth ground together, veins surfacing on his forehead. In the presence of a younger generation, he wished to maintain the dignity of the Utsutsuki, yet at this moment, all he desired was to shatter that insolent mouth. This sharp-tongued brat, merely evading a single dust release, has led you to such unrestrained arrogance? Hiss. Inoki formed seals with his left hand, while his right hand became enveloped in thick rock, launching a fierce strike. Simultaneously, sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground beneath Uchiha Sora. With a swift twist of his blade, he shattered the spikes and leaned backward to evade the rock fist. Witnessing his attack evade, Inoki did not alter his offensive. The rock fist crashed heavily upon the boulder, sending debris flying, all imbued with chakra, raining down like a torrential storm. Uchiha Sora formed seals with one hand, his fingertips poised before him. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. With a rapid exhalation, countless flames cascaded forth like meteors, forming an impenetrable web of fire. Not only did it shatter the boulder, but the remaining flames, like butterflies flitting through flowers, seemed to possess life as they drifted toward Inoki. Ignoring the swirling sparks, Inoki leapt into the air, intent on pursuing. Boom, 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 boom. As the first spark detonated beside Inoki, a chain reaction ensued, with all sparks exploding simultaneously. The roaring flames engulfed Inoki's slight frame. "Father!" In a moment of alarm, Huang Tu yearned to rush into the inferno. "Calm yourself," Night Moon Xiao remarked, leaning on his cane with an air of nonchalance. That individual is none other than the renowned Utsutsuki, who ushered in the golden era of Awagakure. Such an attack cannot harm him. As Night Moon Xiao had predicted, a rocky arm lifted Inoki, extracting him from the flames. Just as the stone palm began to part, a beam of dust escape surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Distant peaks were pierced, sunlight bending into a distorted halo by the all-consuming force. The power had been amassed for too long. With a swift motion, the fingers of the rocky hand were severed. Like a deity of fire, Uchiha came materialized before Inoki, his crimson Sharingan glinting with a hint of purple. Grasping the hilt of his blade, black-red scales shimmered across the back of his hand. A scarlet blade of heat advanced, enveloping Inoki, his face flushed, several strands of hair curling under the intense heat. Fire flow, blazing sun. The strike descended with a thunderous roar. unleashing an invisible wave of searing heat that instantly erased everything in sight, including Enoki. Between the mountains, a bottomless chasm unfolded, the edges of the earth charred. Exhaling waves of distorted air. Uchiha K frowned slightly. No sensation of attacking a living entity. Is this a mere shadow clone technique? The old man appeared somewhat disheveled as Enoki rushed forth, his emotional turmoil manifesting in an increasingly potent-tailed beast chakra, his visage nearly contorted. Just as Uchiha K turned to glance, several black iron chains shot forth from behind Night Moon Shao, ensnaring Uchiha K. The dark chains coiled like serpents, their metallic coldness accompanied by an aura of sealing power. These were precisely the ironclad seals employed by Kumogakure to bind the eight tails. Amid his frantic rush, Enoki's voice echoed in his ears. Aren't you always opposing me? You'd be saddened to witness my demise, wouldn't you? It was a rock clone. Enoki hovered above the head of the old man, extending his hands toward Uchiha K. Rest assured, I won't perish so easily. Uchiha K gazed down at the chains, his efforts to break free absorbed by the seals above, transforming into binding force. A commendable sealing technique. If allowed to flourish, it would ensnare me as well. However, it pales in comparison to the diamond lock. Not far away, Enoki was gathering strength for dust release, while Uchiha K still found time to evaluate the potency of the sealing technique. A crisp sound resonated, not the cracking of bones from tightening chains, but rather the noise of black-red magma dripping, severing the chains. Scales erupted from beneath the skin like molten iron, obsidian horns piercing the heavens. Something was about to emerge. Roar! A deafening roar drowned out the thunder, echoing through the skies. Dark wings unfurled, shattering the entangled chains. The dragon's form expanded, the air thick with the oppressive scent of sulfur and electricity, heralding the arrival of the final beast. The overwhelming aura of life crushed the breath of the gathered Kumogakure shinobi. Is that the infamous monstrous beast spoken of in the intelligence reports? This aura is more ferocious than a rampaging bull demon. The creature. Naki's gaze was profound as he thrust his palm forward. Dust release, separation technique. A conical dust barrier surged forth, akin to a divine warrior casting a heavy lance. The black dragon spiraled, and this time, it chose not to evade the impending dust beam. Engulfed in blazing flames, its claw descended with tremendous force, targeting the apex of the cone. Boom. Contrary to expectations, there was no instantaneous disintegration. The collision of flesh and energy erupted with a deafening roar as the dust light propelled the colossal dragon, shattering mountain peaks in its wake. Bang, bang, bang. The body of Uchiha Sora trembled violently under the dust impact, every cell drained of energy. His scarlet eyes burned with an indomitable ferocity. And though the dust had rendered his claws to visible bone, he remained steadfast, like an unyielding shield, firmly bracing against the piercing light. He could have evaded it. Uchiha Sora possessed numerous methods to elude the dust, yet he refrained from doing so. There was no special reason. He merely sought to experience the essence of this unparalleled dust release, to ascertain whether it could withstand his might. Boom, boom, boom. Continuously pushed back for over 1,000 meters, the dust technique lost Naki's chakra and erupted explosively. Noki exhaled deeply, a scornful smile curling his lips. Even Uchiha Madara could not forcibly withstand the dust release. You foolish boy. It's fortunate you are a madman. When that terrifying dragon beast made its appearance, he truly felt as though he were facing Susanoo. As the explosion's sound subsided, dense smoke ascended into the heavens. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone. The inability to halt the dust was a well-known principle in the ninja world. Certain death. Such was the weight of the bloodline elimination. Thud. Heavy footsteps. The previously relaxed nerves of the crowd suddenly tensed. A colossal form pushed through the dust, its black-red scales shimmering like a molten star in the dark night. Crack. A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking the beast's formidable horns. The lightning was torn asunder. Thud. The final monstrous being revealed itself once more. Its descending claws bore grievous wounds, and the gaping chest wound exposed stark white bones, still emitting wisps of smoke. It was injured. Why was it merely injured? How could it possibly be just wounded? The black dragon gaped its enormous mouth, the twisted corners of its lips curling into a maniacal arc, jagged teeth dripping with deep, red magma. Delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Now it's my turn. Roar. An endless inferno surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, heralding the arrival of hell itself. Chapter 75. From the very beginning, the heavy clouds above the hidden cloud village were rent asunder by pillars of fire. What fell from the sky was not rain, but scalding magma. The fiery tongues licked the towering structures of the hidden cloud, igniting peaks like torches rising from the earth. The descending spheres of magma carried thunder, boiling the lake water, while the cherry blossom trees by the lakeside were instantly reduced to charred remnants. The ninjas screamed in terror as they fled, the unfortunate ones ignited by sparks, succumbing to excruciating agony. The once thriving village of Kumo was engulfed by flames, and a terrifying figure flickered ominously amidst the murky chaos, exuding a chilling aura of dominance. This place was indeed a purgatory. A single tear of murky sorrow trickled down from the corner of Yuexiao's eye, evaporating upon contact with the searing stone floor. Old Z, Huangtu, prepared to retreat, Daimyo declared, inhaling deeply as he turned to Yuexiao. Take the ninja tools that seal the two-tailed beast from Kumo and run. Kumo is beyond salvation. As the longest-serving Uchiha, he swiftly assessed the situation. If they united their strengths, defeating Uchiha Sora was not an impossibility. However, continuing the battle would lead to the utter annihilation of Kumo, with the risk of their own demise looming large. Understanding the principle of mutual survival, Daimyo was willing to assist Kumo to a degree, but would never risk his own safety. Just days prior, Reikage had faced a similar ordeal. Should he fall victim to fate, the destruction witnessed would likely resurface in Awagakure. Daimyo's sole desire was to return to his village and protect it. Yuexiao clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into flesh. I will not flee. If anyone must leave, let it be you. Even with survival appearing almost impossible, Yuexiao chose to share the fate of Kumo. Don't be foolish, old man. Daimyo pulled at Yuexiao's collar, his voice icy. If we scatter all the ninjas now, that monster will chase after you instead, sparing Kumo from further ruin. For Kumo's sake, run. Awakened from his stupor by the devastation of his homeland, Yuexiao quickly regained his composure and signaled, everyone, retreat. Chakra cannon cover. Is that it? I was merely caught off guard. I have not yet lost. Old Z protested, believing that he too could wreak havoc on the scale of Uchiha Sora's destruction. Finding no merit in the latter's prowess, Daimyo grasped Old Z and Huangtu, soaring into the air as he solemnly remarked, Are you a child? What does victory or defeat matter? Only those who survive are the true victors. But if my father allows Konoha to conquer Kumo, won't that pose an even greater threat to us? In their discourse, they had never considered the separation of Uchiha from Konoha, naively believing the two to be one and the same. Daimyo's brow furrowed deeper as he sighed in resignation. Then what do you propose? That guy can withstand dust release. This was the pivotal reason Daimyo resolved to retreat. While there were those in the ninja world who could evade dust release, few could endure it unscathed. Let's not dwell on it. At worst, we can ally with Sunagakure and the Land of Rain. Chio and Hans are not fools. They know what must be done. Kumo had lost its value, and who could have anticipated that Uchiha would dare to strike first, single-handedly reducing Kumo to such a state? That boy truly aimed for notoriety. A cacophony of chakra beams bombarded Uchiha Sora, exploding in a brilliant shower of sparks. Kumo had long been engaged in the development of powerful ninja tools, with the chakra cannon being one of its fruits. Years later, during the war between Earth and Moon, a fully realized chakra cannon would even shatter meteors from beyond the stars. At present, the power is not formidable, while it poses a lethal threat to ordinary ninjas. Against Uchiha Sora's armor, it is akin to mere tickling. The wound on his chest rapidly heals, and the hollow palms are weaving flesh and blood. Strictly speaking, he did not withstand the disintegration power of dust release. The chakra quality of the bloodstained chakra exceeds his own. He relies on the strength of the eight-headed serpent technique and the formidable vitality gained from absorbing Hashirama's cells, effectively counterbalancing the disintegration speed of dust release with his regenerative pace. Had Inoki employed a more enduring technique of boundary stripping, he would undoubtedly have succumbed and would not have withstood the onslaught. Of course, this assumption does not hold. Inoki shone brightly during his battle in the original timeline against Uchiha Madara because he had rediscovered the will of stone, supported by Tsunade's nurturing chakra. Ninjas possess a chakra meter, and after casting 3 dust releases, Inoki has already suffered significant chakra depletion. It must be said that at that moment, the 5 Kage configuration was most suitable for team battles, with healers, crowd control, and damage dealers all present. Unfortunately, they faced Uchiha Madara, and the efforts of the 5 Kage were merely a desperate struggle. Observing the scattered and fleeing crowd, Uchiha Sora raised his gaze towards Inoki and his companions. The fact that the Cloud Village did not dispatch the Two Tails in such circumstances clearly indicated that it remained sealed, so there was no urgency to retrieve it. How could I allow you to come and go as you please? With a fierce flap of his wings, Uchiha Sora unleashed a violent gust of wind, dispersing the chakra beams and pursuing Inoki and his group. The tremendous noise was quickly detected by Inoki and the others, who turned to watch the approaching black-red dragon with vigilant eyes. Uchiha Sora opened his cavernous maw, his ivory fangs glimmering ominously, as he gathered a crimson energy sphere within, emanating a destructive aura that sent shivers down the spine even from a distance. Old Z, no need to say it. Old Z, grasped by the collar, felt the tail beast chakra erupting, burning Inoki's arm. The immense pressure of the tailed beast ball caused the atmosphere to tremble. With a deafening clash, the tailed beast ball collided with the crimson energy sphere, tearing the heavens apart like two opposing meteors. In an instant, it seemed as though time itself had been paused, and a blinding white light erupted where the energies intertwined. The shockwave transformed into visible circular ripples, extending to the ground and detonating into a foreboding two-colored mushroom cloud. Uchiha Sora dashed through the mushroom cloud, exhaling torrents of flame. Inoki's expression turned grave. His wrinkled face bore an air of grim determination as he temporarily released the two individuals and swiftly formed hand signs. Earth release, earthquake core. In an instant, the entire mountain trembled violently, and enormous square masses of earth surged upwards, cleaving through the inferno. He continued to form hand signs without pause. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Thick layers of earthen walls erupted from the ground, obstructing Uchiha Sora's pursuit. Breathing heavily while clutching Old Z again, Inoki's forehead glistened with sweat. When you return, you too must diligently practice the super lightweight and heavy rock technique. If you can't even fly, what qualifications do you have to be my successors? Old Z, not forgetting his character, retorted, why run? We can just turn around and have a fight with him. Chased relentlessly by a mere child. How embarrassing for the Tsuchikage. Inoki, filled with indignation, exclaimed, you fool. If it weren't for your reckless injury, I wouldn't be in such a dire predicament. Old Z fell silent. His arm, shattered by a kick from Uchiha Sora, had yet to heal. Although the use of his bloodline limit did not require hand seals, the inability to utilize both hands severely diminished a ninja's strength. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal tail swung with force, effortlessly shattering the sturdy earthen wall like mere paper. Noticing the changing terrain, Uchiha Sora understood the urgency. If he failed to eliminate an opponent, he must conserve his strength to seek the Two Tails. His massive form began to retract, morphing the fearsome dragon head into a humanoid shape. The apocalyptic beast in its black dragon form possessed unparalleled physical strength and destructive power, truly a calamity of a monster. According to the law of energy conservation, such a form would undoubtedly consume an immense amount of chakra, necessitating careful consideration of its use. Uchiha Sora's greatest gift lay in his ability to summarize and understand the essence of energy during battle. He discovered a new method of application. The destructive capacity of the apocalyptic beast had slightly exceeded expectations. Perhaps he could sacrifice a portion of its power to enhance his speed. As flames engulfed his being, blazing fiercely, Inoki furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it time for a transformation? Indeed, a ninja could not maintain such a colossal form indefinitely. Returning to eliminate him was a viable option. However, after a moment's hesitation, Inoki dismissed the thought. This could very well be a trap set by that child. The priority was to return to Iwagakure. If the child dared to pursue, he could deal with him then. Suddenly, a piercing shriek filled the air, causing the three to turn in alarm. Before they could discern what was happening, a crimson chain, extending hundreds of meters, lunged towards Inoki's head. In a split second, the earth yanked Inoki downward, sparing him from a fatal strike, yet the blade pierced through his shoulder blade. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Sora had reverted to his humanoid form, yet retained an otherworldly presence. Two enormous, curved horns emerged from his head, deep crimson curse seals swirled across his skin, and a pair of massive, flaming wings sprouted from his back. In his hand, he wielded an elongated blade, extending hundreds of meters. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down, sending the earth crashing beneath him. Loam. Inoki intended to rescue Loam alongside Old Z, when suddenly, roar. In Old Z's eyes, 3 Tomo of the Sharingan manifested, and the chakra of the tailed beast surged uncontrollably. The 4 tails had gone berserk. When did this happen? From the very first glance, he had been watching me. Uchiha Sora answered the unasked question lingering in Inoki's mind. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he posed a question. Whom will you choose, Uchiha? Chapter 76. The experience of suffering. On one side stood the rampaging 4 tails Jinchuriki, while on the other was his son, wounded while shielding him from harm. Inoki would not entertain such a dilemma. He sought to extinguish the life of the one who forced his hand. His slender form hung suspended in midair, murky pupils reflecting the figure of Uchiha Sora. Drawing a deep breath, his palms gradually rose. With a thunderous rumble, the very earth began to tremble violently, as countless massive stones erupted from the ground, coalescing into a colossal stone giant. The earth release, rock golem technique. Boom! The stone giant extended its palm, forcefully grasping the half-tailed beast form of Old Purple, suppressing the tumultuous chakra of the 4 tails. Inoki stood atop the giant's head, directing the stone behemoth straight towards Uchiha Sora. You little brat, you truly do not know your place, he uttered calmly, yet anyone could discern the palpable intent to kill in his voice. Confronted by the incoming fist of the stone giant, Uchiha Sora inhaled deeply, his chakra surging dramatically as it concentrated in his left arm. Enveloped in dark red chakra, his left hand transformed into a massive dragon-like arm, its claws coalescing into a clenched fist. Dragon flames flickered at the edge of his fist, emitting a low, resonant growl. Earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique. Fire dragon fist. Boom! The colossal fists collided, shattering the atmosphere like a mirror, while the violent energy shockwave uprooted the gigantic trees below and stripped layers of earth away. Inoki coughed up blood, a sudden, excruciating pain radiating from his waist. Yet he stubbornly refused to retreat even a single step. Bolstered by the ultra-heavy rock, the stone giant's punch bore down like the weight of Mount Tai. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Uchiha Sora's mouth as he resisted the immense force, advancing step by step. Inoki pressed his palms together, pouring his chakra into the stone giant without regard for his own well-being. However, as he had to allocate some energy to restrain the 4 tails, he gradually began to show signs of fatigue in the struggle. Uchiha Sora, as a being of your caliber, can you truly acquiesce to serve under Sarutobi Hiruzen? As the tide of battle appeared to turn against him, Inoki hastily resorted to verbal persuasion. Uchiha Sora's eyes flashed with confusion. What are you talking about? When did I ever submit to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Back in Konoha, I didn't even have the right to meet the 3rd Hokage, let alone after that night. Is my enmity with Konoha not glaringly evident? Inoki, keenly sensing that the situation was not as he had presumed, spoke urgently. Is it not true that your relations with Konoha are merely superficial, while you secretly communicate? Uchiha Sora scoffed derisively. Those decrepit elders have no standing to engage in clandestine dealings with me. Is that so? If such is the case, Naka's thoughts shifted, and he proclaimed loudly, I am willing to support Uchiha in seizing control of Kyomogakure, establishing it as one of the new 5 great shinobi villages. Uchiha Sora, if your grievances with Konoha are genuine, I too can ally with you to confront Konoha. Between us, there is no insurmountable enmity that necessitates a fight to the death. You seek to negotiate cooperation over something that rightfully belongs to me? Inoki, do not overestimate your significance. Conflict is not something you can initiate or cease at your whim. Without truly experiencing pain, how could you ever comprehend your own mistakes? Roaring, the fist, enveloped in the illusion of a fire dragon, erupted with blinding lightning, unleashing a resounding roar as it shattered the massive stone giant into countless fragments. The stone giant erupted with a thunderous explosion, leaving only a hand still grasping the Old Purple figure, while the tailed beast chakra suppressed some of its power, rendering its form partially visible. Inoki's white beard danced wildly in the tempest as he exchanged glances with Uchiha Sora across a sky filled with debris. Though it was termed a glance, he deliberately averted his gaze from Sora's eyes, focusing instead on the flaring nostrils. Sensing the dwindling chakra within him, Inoki spoke solemnly, You cannot detain me. I shall say this once more. Let us depart. If you insist on pursuing us, I shall abandon them and head directly to the Uchiha stronghold. Can you withstand the dust release? Can they? Uchiha Sora was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a swift gesture, he proclaimed loudly, Then go ahead. You slay your Uchihas, and I shall obliterate a Wagakure. The depths of malice in his eyes were unmistakable. I assure you, before you eradicate them, I will erase a Wagakure from existence. This declaration solidified the atmosphere between the two parties, plunging it into an icy stillness. He would not accept any threats, even if they involved the lives of his kin. The path to becoming a formidable warrior is fraught with sacrifices, and he had long since reconciled himself to the potential loss of those dear to him. He was willing to pave the way for his clan, to fight tirelessly for their strength, but should they lag behind and become a liability, then their abandonment would not be of great concern. Alone, he could still make the name Uchiha resonate throughout the world. Onoki sighed upon hearing this. His expression was a complex tapestry of resignation, guilt, hatred, and resolve. After a moment, he opened his mouth, his demeanor calming. I have noted your name. He seized the old purple figure and turned to soar into the skies, unwilling to glance back. Just as Uchiha Sora was about to pursue, darkness suddenly enveloped him, a massive shadow obscuring his vision. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Two enormous half-mountain formations thundered together. Below, the bloodied earthen figure poured every ounce of strength into the technique, the violent chakra causing blood to froth at his mouth and eyes. With an iron grip over the land's power, the earthen figure's vision blurred, yet a smile graced his lips. He understood that he had been forsaken by his father, needing to preserve the more valuable foretales. Yet, he bore no resentment. To die for his father would be a noble end. It was merely unfortunate that the toy promised to Akatsuchi could not be returned. Boom! A sharp blade pierced through the colossal mountain, driving straight into the heart of the earthen figure, embedding itself deep within the earth. The flames raging along the blade surged into the wound, severing the earthen figure's vitality in an instant. With the contraction of the blade, Uchiha Sora swept through the dust, arriving before the earthen figure. With this brief moment of interruption, Onoki's figure had vanished from sight. A doll styled in the manner of the hidden cloud dropped, gathering dust. Uchiha Sora stepped forward slowly, picking up the fallen doll. Gazing at the still form of the earthen figure, even in death, he murmured, as if to himself, I shall sever this millennia's cycle of causality. Their generation shall live in a normal world. The sage of six paths error will be rectified by me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yakumo, accompanied by the remaining elite of the hidden cloud, raced swiftly through the forest. A group of individuals exhibited a striking disparity in age. Half were elderly ninjas in their 40s and 50s, while the other half comprised youths around the age of 10. Their march was impeded by the presence of these young ones, and an unsettling anxiety began to weigh heavily upon Yue Shao, who eventually halted his steps. Lord Shao? He took a deep breath, casting his gaze upon the youths in the formation, and spoke solemnly. Samui, Yomurin, you are to separate and lead the young ones away. That individual will not pursue Daimyo for much longer. At this pace, he will inevitably catch up to us. Lord Shao, Yomurin stepped forward, resolutely declaring. Then let us confront him. I am prepared to become a Jinchuriki. Let us commence this now. Yue Shao shook his head, without a period of adaptation. Even if you become a Jinchuriki, your abilities will be rendered ineffective. We must scatter. Whoever survives shall rebuild Yunin. Shao, silence. Move. Once the youths had distanced themselves, the gathering of elderly ninjas shared a tacit understanding and paused in place. It was inconceivable to scatter. Sacrificing the new generation was the fate of the older ninjas. Chapter 77. 2 billion footsteps echoed through the forest, and a slender figure approached slowly. The wind ceased, and with an eerie stillness, the withered leaves hung suspended in the air. Uchiha Kong raised his gaze, the crimson glow seeping through his disheveled hair. Upon spotting Yue Zhao's orange jar, he sensed the terrifying chakra sealed within. Is that the amber purification vessel? You are quite perceptive, elder. How should I address you? Uchiha Kong noticed a small group of Yunin ninjas had fled, and the fact that this leader did not allow them to take the amber purification vessel spoke volumes. To him, the younger generation in the village outweighed the significance of the two tales, signifying a decision contrary to that of Daimyo. This was not to imply that Daimyo was more despicable or disregarded kinship. The choices made by both were fundamentally aligned, each stemming from the pursuit of the village's welfare. In times of crisis, safeguarding the village's vital forces took precedence, while the preservation of its will was prioritized when faced with potential annihilation. Call me Shao, that suffices. Yue Shao lifted his staff, chuckling lightly. At this juncture, further discourse is futile. I can only place my hopes in the two tails to hinder your advance." With a resounding bang, the staff struck the wooden lid of the amber purification vessel, causing the sealing runes upon its surface to dissolve rapidly, akin to snow melting under boiling water. A surge of blue-purple flames erupted skyward, followed by the thunderous roar of the two tails, unleashing years of pent-up fury. The colossal form of the two tails poured forth from the vessel, a magnificent feline demon engulfed in blazing blue flames, now visible to all. Each step it took left behind massive craters in the ground, the deep blue flames spreading wildly and igniting the forest. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, as if the specter of death had descended upon the scene. Ignoring the raging claws of the two tails, Uchiha Kong chuckled softly. "Lord Shao, I fear you may find yourself disappointed." Three tomos spun within the crimson depths of his eyes, the surging power intertwining and piercing deep into the frenzied consciousness of the two tails. The claws froze mid-air, and the beast's heterochromatic eyes rippled with a sanguine hue. As the shape of the Sharingan emerged within its eye sockets, it lowered its proud head, becoming a mere puppet of its wielder. The strength of the two-tailed beast was already among the weakest of its kind, and without a Jinchuriki, it was utterly powerless against the ocular prowess of Uchiha Sora. This further exemplifies the extreme dominance of the Sharingan over tailed beasts. It is known that there are three optimal methods to suppress tailed beasts: wood release, Sharingan, and sealing techniques. Notably, wood release and Sharingan exist as antitheses to one another, devoid of rationale. It is imperative to specify that this refers to the wood release of Senju Hashirama, not that of Yamato. Perhaps the emergence of these two powers is indeed related to the divine tree. After all, Kaguya Otsutsuki awakened her three-tomo Sharingan only after consuming the chakra fruit. Tailed beasts originated from the primordial form of the ten tails. Thus it is reasonable for them to fear powers associated with the divine tree. A more cynical notion suggests that Sage of Six Paths designed a backdoor within his creations, allowing them to be subdued by his own progeny. Uchiha Sora suspects that the sage is indeed capable of such favoritism. After all, Indra surpassed Ashura in every aspect, even conceptualizing ninjutsu. Yet Ashura was entrusted with the legacy of the ninja, under the pretext of lacking love. Who could accept such reasoning? This gave rise to a millennium of bloodshed in the ninja world. Uchiha Sora reached out to touch the flames licking at the chin of the beast, then turned to the astonished Yayue Shao. Tailed beasts are merely pets of the Uchiha clan. Can one truly expect them to bare their fangs at their master? Struggling to recover from his shock, Yayue Shao managed a bitter smile. Just now, I truly believed I had witnessed Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sora replied with a faint smile. I often hear such remarks. It seems I resemble him quite a bit. With a swift motion, Yayue Shao drew a slender sword from his cane. Uchiha, you truly will incite a storm of bloodshed. He hailed from an era before the shinobi villages. Having witnessed the bloodbath unleashed by the Uchiha and Senju that swept across the ninja world, is such chaos about to begin anew? Yayue Shao collapsed in a pool of blood, laboriously extending his hand towards the departing Uchiha Sora. No, please. Uchiha Sora did not turn back, calmly stating, rest assured, I am not so bored as to pursue worthless children. If there ever comes a day when they successfully retaliate against me, then I, in my complacency, truly deserve death. Yayue Zhao's struggling hand fell, seemingly relieved. History provides numerous examples underscoring the importance of eradicating threats entirely. Indeed, among the young Cloud Village ninjas, there may arise fortunate individuals like Nagato who obtain immense power. But what of it? If one cannot even possess the confidence to surpass them, a Uchiha Sora with such fragile will should not continue to exist. The same applies to the Uchiha clan. Without any external pressure, they would inevitably regress to a state akin to that of their original timeline, easily annihilated by a handful of individuals. Uchiha Sora understands clearly that peace can only be obtained through struggle. If one truly desires the well-being of their clan, they cannot keep them caged. Arriving as one, he departs from the village of clouds as one. Far behind Uchiha Sora, a white serpent faithfully witnessed the entirety of the events unfold. According to the agreement, the corpses of the cloud-hidden ninjas slain by Uchiha K, or those captured by him, would be utilized for research purposes. In the serpent's vertical pupil, where Orochimaru's consciousness resided, an unusual light flickered. The leader's Rinnegan, revered as the Supreme Eye, was said to belong to the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, as Orochimaru gazed upon the ruins of the cloud-hidden village, he pondered whether the leader could truly accomplish such feats. The combined strength of the clans overcoming the advanced forces of Cloud Hidden was within the realm of understanding. However, to obliterate Cloud Hidden in a mere half-day, to pursue Noki to the point of forcing him to abandon his son, to return from battle, subdue the two tails, and effortlessly slay numerous elite Cloud Hidden ninjas, Orochimaru recalled Night Moon's lament before taking action. K. What kind of wind will you bring to the ninja world, rebirth or destruction? How intriguing. Information within the ninja world traveled in a polarized manner. While the lower echelons still relied on horse-drawn messages, the elite had already employed space-time techniques. If significant intelligence was not deliberately concealed, it could almost circulate throughout the ninja world within days. Moreover, concerning Uchiha Noki had mobilized nearly the entire village to disseminate the news, even placing the highest bounty since the era of ninja villages on the black market, 2 billion ryo. Heaven knows how he convinced the daimyo of the land of Earth. The brilliance of this enormous sum blinded many a greedy bounty hunter, leading them to disregard subsequent warnings of extreme danger. What kind of title is Dragon of Calamity? Dragons are mere myths. Uchiha In a dim corner beside the underground bounty office, Kaku, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, gazed at the bounty notice, his green bean-like eyes shifting downward. Upon seeing a series of zeros, his hollow heart trembled with unexpected intensity. Goodness, even Senju Hashirama wasn't he worth this much back in the day? Has inflation in the ninja world escalated to this extent? Kakuzu was no mediocre bounty hunter. His sole focus was the reward. He struggled to shift his gaze further down. Reikage, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Zuki, Night Moon, Dekaru, Troy. Wait, isn't there a name from a Wagakure mixed in with the Cloud Hidden census? Hold on, this is a hit list. Kakuzu gasped in shock. No wonder the bounty is so high. This individual has annihilated one of the 5 great ninja villages. Suppressing the immediate urge to act, Kakuzu realized this matter required careful deliberation. He could not tackle it alone and needed to remain patient. His green bean eyes turned to his teammate, a rogue from the land of the forest with a bounty of 3 million. Why are you looking at me like that? Kakuzu's tentacles stirred within his sleeve. It's nothing, just thinking of collecting a mere 20 billion in interest. With a swift motion, his hand pierced through his teammate's chest, extracting a still-beating heart. Chapter 78. The 3-year term has expired. Danzo emerges from seclusion. The turmoil initiated by the battle with Cloud Hidden was merely beginning. Like a colossal boulder striking a tranquil lake, it stirred up tremendous waves. As the details of that battle were revealed by Iwagakure, Sunagakure learned who the perpetrator of the robbery 3 years prior truly was. The incident involving Shikaku on the shores of the Land of Whirlpools returned to Cloud Hidden, and Night Moon conveyed the information to Noki. Yet, what purpose does it serve to know the identity of the perpetrator? In comparison to the news of the demise of the Cloud Village, the theft of Shikaku pales in significance. In the Sand Village, within the towering edifice of the Wind Shadow, the esteemed figures such as Rasha, Chio, and Eyes gathered. Although Chio and her brother had long since retired, the gravity of the situation compelled Rasha to summon them. According to Inoki's description, the individual who once posed a formidable threat with his vast fire techniques must be this boy named Uchiha Sora. Chio set down the intelligence report, her weathered face contorting with disbelief. What nonsense is this? He is merely 11 years old. Just 3 years ago, he was only 8. How could this be? The words lingered on her lips, unuttered. An 11-year-old capable of decimating the Cloud Village and an 8-year-old intimidating the Wind Shadow. Such feats seemed increasingly plausible. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara? Chio glanced at her brother, scoffing lightly. If Uchiha Madara possessed such power at 11, the Uchiha clan would never have succumbed to the Senju. Not only he, but Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui had also awakened their Manjiki Sharingan. Chio inhaled deeply, exhaling a heavy sigh. The current Uchiha clan is even mightier than during the era of Madara and Izuna. In her youth, during the Warring States period, she often heard elders speak of the Senju and Uchiha, marveling at the strength of these two clans. She understood well that had Senju Hashirama not voluntarily ceased his expansion, Konoha, with its unrivaled duo, would undoubtedly have dominated the ninja world. Why? Why did the peace-loving Senju vanish instead of those lunatics? No, both clans ought to vanish. Rasha's fingers nervously tapped the table as he spoke solemnly. Regardless of the circumstances, Shikaku is a treasure inherited through generations of my sand village. Not something to be distributed by Senju Hashirama. Is there a possibility for us to formally acquire it from the Uchiha? He was not foolish enough to suggest a forceful reclamation. However, this remark left Chiyo somewhat disheartened. In terms of strength, Rasha was deserving of the title of Wind Shadow. Yet his political acumen was lacking, rendering him blind to the larger picture. Chiyo sighed and continued. Inoki shared the news of Shikaku with us. Do you believe it was out of goodwill? Lord Wind Shadow, the Uchiha are currently in their prime. And the greatest threat they pose is to the other 3 great ninja villages. Not to mention, the Uchiha have yet to complete their takeover of the Cloud Village. Even if they succeed, it is the Earth and Fire nations that should be wary. Uchiha Sora is indeed powerful, possibly even surpassing Hans. Yet he has not reached the level of Uchiha Madara. Both Konoha and Inoki will not allow him to grow unchecked. They will soon be compelled to act. What the Sand Village must do now is to remain in the shadows, refraining from participating in their disputes. If fortune smiles upon us, once they have exhausted themselves in battle, that will be our moment to strike. Rasha's expression turned grave as he nodded. Then, should we issue a symbolic letter of condemnation in response to the daimyo's request regarding Uchiha's actions? Chiyo remained silent for a considerable time. A flicker of unusual light crossed her murky eyes. No. If my assumptions are correct, Uchiha Sora may soon undertake actions that defy the natural order. Whether the daimyo can maintain his elevated position remains uncertain. The Uchiha clan has a history of assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Waves, and now, without declaration of war, they have obliterated the village hidden in the clouds. This series of actions clearly indicates a blatant disregard for the daimyo's authority. Following the conflict, a confrontation between the Uchiha and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is inevitable, and Chiyo's favored choice is unmistakably the Uchiha. After a moment of contemplation, Chiyo's expression hardened with resolve. Wind Shadow, discreetly send agents to encircle the daimyo's estate in the Land of Wind. If that incident had not occurred, we shall claim it is due to turmoil in the ninja world, expressing our concern for the daimyo's safety. However, Chiyo's gaze intensified, if necessary. We shall seize the daimyo's estate, placing the governance of the Land of Wind under the control of the Sand Village. With such a financially burdened daimyo, how can the Sand Village ever thrive? Sister, what are you saying? That is the daimyo. Eyes exclaimed, nearly jumping in shock. Raza, equally astonished, spoke in a hushed tone. Elder Chiyo, are you serious? Chiyo shook her head. Do not question me. If Lord Wind Shadow trusts me, we shall proceed as discussed. If not, I shall return to my fishing. With the matter laid bare, Raza, though perplexed, could only suppress his confusion. Very well, I will arrange things as you suggest. Finally, Raza, filled with uncertainty, inquired, Elder Chiyo, do you think we can place our bets on the Uchiha and forge an alliance with them? Chiyo's glance at Raza revealed a hint of satisfaction, yet she still shook her head and replied, not at this moment. In 3 months. If the Uchiha have not been besieged or swiftly vanquished, we shall reach out to them. During this interval, do not refuse any proposals from Naki's alliance. Remember, Wind Shadow, there are no true alliances between nations. What matters most is interest and survival. Lacking strength, it is no disgrace to be a weather vane for survival. Pausing for a moment, Chiyo added, should the Uchiha truly establish themselves in the Land of Lightning, we must be the first to ally with them. We may lack the ability to provide timely aid, but we still possess the strength to enhance their position. I understand, Raza replied. In the late hours of night, within the village hidden in the leaves, the Hokage Tower was ablaze with light. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 2 advisors bowed their heads over a thick dossier of information, remaining silent for an extended period. What should Hiruzen do? Tsunade had persistently urged Hiruzen to take action against the Uchiha clan, yet now, at this critical juncture, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Though she held a bias against the Uchiha, considering them a destabilizing factor for Konoha, the current Uchiha had evolved from a mere instability to a lethal threat capable of annihilating Konoha. All 3 understood that following the Night of the Nine Tails, Konoha's overall strength might now be inferior to that of the village hidden in the clouds. Otherwise, they would not have endured such humiliation, offering the body of Hiruzen's predecessor merely to expedite the signing of a peace treaty. Initially, they had hoped to leverage the strength of the village hidden in the clouds to eradicate the Uchiha, contemplating whether to strike from behind once the Uchiha were weakened, thus balancing the power between both factions and prolonging the peace. Now, They were no longer naive enough to believe that the current predicament stemmed from the weakness of the village hidden in the clouds. It was the Uchiha's overwhelming strength that posed a significant challenge. 3 years prior, he had merely been a minor player in the eyes of the great nations, someone who could be eliminated, albeit at a cost to oneself. Thus he was reluctant to take matters into his own hands. At long last, the entanglement with the hidden cloud has come to an end, and I intend to take action against the Uchiha clan. Unbeknownst to many, that clan has evolved into a formidable force, while the 5 great nations have been reduced to mere packs of wolves. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, merely puffing away at his pipe, polluting the office air with smoke. After a lengthy pause, he suggests sending Kakashi and Akimichi Torafu on a mission. Ultimately, we have never labeled the Uchiha as traitors. They have merely chosen to forge their own path. If they are willing to assume the position held by the hidden cloud, it would not be an unfavorable outcome for us. The selection of these 2 individuals is quite deliberate. Kakashi, as the only other wielder of the Sharingan apart from the Uchiha, possesses a unique status. Uchiha K had reclaimed Danzo's Sharingan, but has never inquired about Kakashi's. Clearly, Kakashi's possession of the Sharingan is acknowledged by the Uchiha. Akimichi Torafu, on the other hand, is a comrade of Uchiha Kagami, establishing a bond akin to that of the original 3 Sannin. Shursui, one of the Uchiha's 3 great powers, was a dear friend of Torafu's grandfather, ensuring that the Uchiha clan would show some degree of respect. Do you wish to seek peace, Hiruzen? Mito Kazan inquires, a furrow of concern etched upon his brow. Is it not too early? The remnants of the hidden stone and the hidden cloud will undoubtedly seek revenge, and the daimyo of the land of lightning will not let this transgression go unpunished. It is rumored that not only has the hidden stone placed a bounty of 2 billion, but the daimyo of the land of lightning has also issued a 1 billion rhyme bounty for K's actions, which have severely offended him. The power of the underground black market is formidable as well. Under a multifaceted alliance, the relatively fragile Uchiha may not withstand the pressure. Should we side with the Uchiha, it may embolden some to act against them, leading to a catastrophic misstep. Mito Kazan articulates his perspective. Embodying his role as an advisor to the Hokage, now is the opportune moment to unite with the hidden stone and obliterate the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow knits tightly. He recognizes that Kazan's suggestion aligns with the current circumstances. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingers within him. Is it a sense of nostalgia for former comrades, or a simple fear of the power exhibited by K? He cannot discern the source of his trepidation. As he contemplates this, the sound of a door being pushed open reverberates through the room. A figure, who should have still been confined, boldly appears in the Hokage's office. Danzo. Chapter 79. Life's norm is the absence of preparation in the forest after delivering righteous judgment upon the hidden cloud. Uchiha K chose not to return to the land of waves. He gazes at the colossal creature before him, lost in thought. Originally, Gar was a typical blue nin cat standing upright, skilled in kunai throwing and taijutsu, but devoid of talent for ninjutsu. Uchiha K first released 20 liters of blood from Muzan, allowing it to be refined and purified, and then facilitated Gar's transformation into a demon while minimizing any alteration to its taste. At that moment, Gar's appearance underwent little change. Only its ears elongated slightly, while its physical capabilities surged remarkably. This preparation was essential for it to endure the initial stages of becoming the Two Tails. In truth, a beast like Bai, endowed with fire-style chakra, resonates with the desires of many within the Uchiha clan. In his youth, Uchiha K had dreamt of summoning Bai as a spirit beast. However, their encounter came too late. Now, what K truly seeks is the ability to summon the void. For the strength of the Two Tails as a spirit beast remains uncertain in terms of who would protect whom. Thus, he contemplated utilizing the Two Tails as a material for enhancing Garo, hoping to fortify his old companion. The outcome has indeed been successful. However, Uchiha Sora, stroking his chin, lamented, "Garo, in your current state, I am rather hesitant to take you out, as it severely undermines my aloof persona." Opposite him stood an imposing blue feline, towering over 3 meters, yet the height was not the focal point, its breadth was. With a width of 3 meters, it loomed before Uchiha Sora like a plush hillock. Its rotund body, adorned with the black markings of the Two Tails on its originally azure fur, exuded warmth. The head was equally round, with sharp, antenna-like ears, and its short, sturdy limbs supported a belly where the fur lightened to a bluish-white, due to its increased girth. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the character of Totoro from a film that lingered in Uchiha Sora's memory, adorably clumsy and devoid of any menacing aura. Garo's small claws delved into its fur, retrieving a cigar from an unknown source, which it ignited with a spark. Drawing in a breath, it exhaled a plume of smoke, leaving Garo with only the cigar and a piercing gaze as remnants of its former self. For the first time, it looked down at Uchiha Sora, and this sensation was novel. It's merely temporary. Though I've diligently controlled my chakra, my body still cannot endure. Little Y? You refer to her as the Two Tails. She has informed me that her name is YRY. We have engaged in pleasant conversation. She prefers residing within me rather than being confined in a jar. Uchiha Sora's forehead bore a large question mark. If my memory serves me correctly, I sealed her within just half an hour ago, did I not? Garo responded with a look of confusion, tinged with disdain. Is half an hour insufficient to form a bond? Is it truly so cumbersome for you humans to make friends? Uchiha Sora formed hand seals. This is a consequence of chakra leakage. Allow me to perform another sealing technique, akin to what I did for Gaara, which will prevent any influence on you. Garo, I suspect you have been beguiled by him. Garo's feline visage twisted into a human-like smirk. It is entirely understandable that someone your age, still without a partner, fails to comprehend my allure. Now then, are you still not at ease with me? Who does not recognize me as the most handsome Mikonin in the land of cats? Even if I am a tailed beast, I am still a cat, after all. Uchiha Sora remained unconvinced and delved into the mental realm. The azure sky and crystal-clear waters of this mental space took Uchiha Sora by surprise. In his mind, Garo, much like himself, was rather untidy, with a mind steeped in darkness. Logically, the mental realm should not be immaculate. Shifting his gaze, he spotted Ri curled into a ball on the verdant grass by the lakeside. Her nose twitched, catching an unfamiliar scent, and she immediately rose, baring her teeth at Uchiha Sora, her burning flames resembling frizzed fur. Her voice resonated with the timbre of a mature woman, the final notes quivering with an icy edge. What do you intend to do now? Do not even think about imprisoning me in that bottle again. Uchiha Sora, his expression stoic, replied coldly. Two Tails, refrain from any antics. Comply and provide chakra for Garo, and when your services are no longer required, I shall grant you your freedom. Freedom? You, traveler, shook your head, expressing reluctance to venture outside. The last encounter had been with a wood-style practitioner who had captured him, and it was rumored that a ninja could even control the Nine Tails. With eyes like yours, it was maddening to think that such a bloodline could endure for millennia. The outside world is fraught with peril. The old man spoke of an individual who would soon appear, and only when that person makes the outside safer will I consider venturing forth. There was a subtle hint of shyness in Traveler's words. The host you seek is rather agreeable, and I find myself quite fond of this place. Uchiha Sora found himself at a loss for words, staring at Traveler for a considerable time. You had best cooperate. Garo is an important ally of mine. Should you harm him, I will not let you off lightly. Exiting the mental space, Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow. This was not how he had envisioned the scenario unfolding. Shouldn't Traveler be resisting fiercely, just as he had dealt with Shikaku, subjecting Traveler to several black room treatments to compel compliance? This inexplicable sensation was truly unsettling. Observing Garo, who wore a confident expression, Uchiha Sora sighed. Garo, my assistance to you ends here. In the next world, I shall take you along. Whether you can keep pace with me is entirely up to you. I understand. Garo grinned widely, revealing a set of sharp teeth. An odd blend of ferocity and innocence manifesting on the same face. I am not your pet. We are partners. I owe you one now, and based on your principles, I shall certainly repay you. With that, Uchiha Sora's thoughts shifted to the platform, where unfinished tasks awaited. Project name, Agreement with Uzumaki Chihiro, complete the Uzumaki clan's revenge. Project progress, 32, 100, credibility points, 244. Username, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, silver. Cumulative credibility value, 2058, 700 frozen, 1358 available. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the hidden cloud was the main force in the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, as resolving the hidden cloud issue had yielded nearly one-third of the progress. Was this assessment based on the damage inflicted upon the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Sora gazed at the available 1358 points, feeling a stir of ambition. With just 1,000 points, he could summon a force akin to the caliber of the Void Deity. What might he be able to call forth with these? Regardless, it should suffice to contend with Nagato. However, borrowing again before settling the previous debts seemed rather precarious. Most importantly, Uchiha Sora had never engaged in repayment before and was unfamiliar with the procedures involved. The platform provided no standard process, claiming merely to guarantee and connect. The specifics of repayment depended on the lender's discretion. Lost in thought, a notification chimed. Request for early repayment from Vice Admiral Sakazuki, ID 951236. Based on the user's current dimensional calculations, there are still 2 years until the final repayment period. The user may refuse this request. Had it truly been 3 years since the Vice Admiral had ascended to his current rank? No, Uchiha Sora noted the platform's wording. Based on the user's current dimensional calculations, did different worlds possess varying rates of temporal flow? The initial lending agreement includes a reminder for users, and subsequently, based on user feedback, the display of repetitive agreements is minimized. But why does the world of Muzan have an identical flow rate? Uchiha Sora certainly noticed this clause. Upon his second visit to Muzan's world, he acquired the memories of the Demon Slayer core, comparing the flow rates of both realms. Not only the days, but even the hours are the same. To be precise, the flow rate of dimension number 8276389 is 18 seconds faster per year than the dimension where the user resides. Users are reminded that in the absence of illuminated secondary dimensions, no 2 worlds can have identical flow rates. Uchiha Sora's thoughts swirled, and in an instant, many ideas crossed his mind. Indeed, if this is the case, then my thoughts are feasible. Please confirm whether the user accepts the request. If no response is given within 10 seconds, it will be deemed a rejection. Is it possible to know how much time has passed over there? User has not descended into world number 951236. Accurate data cannot be provided. 6 seconds remaining. Never mind that. Let's go for now. Uchiha Sora stepped forward and grasped Garo's claw, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Let us venture into the new world. Garo appeared bewildered. Huh? Is it so sudden? At least give me a moment to prepare. Who knows? Sudden circumstances are the norm of life. Chapter 80. Admiral Akainu, you have grown weak. Not only have you trained this group of young ones to kill since childhood, but are they also going hungry? World number 951236, the realm of Akainu. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. The then Admiral Sakazuki gazed at the table where a person and a gigantic cat devoured their meal voraciously. Time had not etched many marks on his face. It only enhanced his authority, devoid of his large sword. The rose boutonniere on his chest was the only distinctive color of this volcanic man. It had been 20 years since he last saw this young boy. According to Akainu's calculations, this should be the peak period for Uchiha Sora. Yet why does he still appear so small? Moreover, he immediately asks for food upon their meeting, resembling a starving ghost who has never tasted good fare. Is life over there truly so miserable? Perhaps he should allow this young boy to stay. His talent is commendable, and with proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly become an excellent successor. Garo feasted ravenously on the colossal meat of the Sea Kings, and within him, the other travelers savored the exquisite flavors of this otherworldly cuisine. While the presence of the Sage of Six Paths in the ninja world provides an overwhelming advantage in terms of top-tier combat strength, there is one aspect in which the ninja world cannot compete with this realm: food. In the ninja world, Ichiraku ramen is considered a delicacy, and grilled meat is regarded as a feast. Uchiha Sora harbors an obsession with food, as becoming a demon alters one's sense of taste, which he has entirely excluded from his path to strength. As the admiral of the headquarters, Akainu naturally served only the finest ingredients. And it was not merely about exquisite taste. Uchiha Sora could even feel a slight enhancement in his skeletal strength. Even the fruits here are dozens of times sweeter than those in the ninja world. Not sweet to the point of cloying, but purely aromatic and sweet. It is utterly astonishing that Uchiha K would contemplate acquiring fruit trees with his precious reputation points. As he indulged, he even resorted to utilizing chakra, just barely managing to consume an enormous quantity of food. Garo, patting his considerably larger belly, gazed at Uchiha K with a look of utter satisfaction. K, if this is the nature of the trials, I would follow you endlessly, even if it meant calling you boss. Throughout his life, Garo had never submitted to Uchiha K. Even when equipped with the two tails, he refused to acknowledge himself as a subordinate. The fact that he uttered such words speaks volumes about the extent of his satisfaction from this meal. Uchiha K took a napkin to wipe his mouth, offering a sincere smile to Akainu. Thank you for the hospitality. I am not so pitiable. In fact, my status is akin to that of a king in your small nation, though the ingredients here are undeniably superior. Observing him closely, Akainu discerned an oddity. Initially, he presumed Uchiha K appeared so slight due to insufficient nourishment, but upon closer inspection, he noted the growth of his teeth and bones. Young man, do we experience the flow of time differently on our respective sides? How many years have passed for you? 3 years. Our temporal disparity is approximately 1 to 7. Uchiha K explained. Upon entering this world, the platform had provided data, leading him to conclude that approximately 20 years had elapsed here. Furthermore, given that Akainu was stationed at Navy headquarters at this juncture, Uchiha K surmised the reason behind his summons. The Battle of Marineford, the greatest war in the world of the seas. Merely contemplating it sent waves of excitement coursing through Uchiha K, a fervent warrior at heart. Akainu rapped his knuckles on the table, speaking in a grave tone. Is that so? Then you shall accompany the family vessel. For the sake of his mission, Akainu was willing to take orders and commit acts of violence against the innocent, but he would not allow a mere child to partake in warfare. Had Uchiha K been in his 20s, Akainu might have considered utilizing the impending conflict as an opportunity for training. Hey, Akainu-sama, are you underestimating me? Uchiha K rose to his feet, locking eyes with the seated Akainu. A resounding thud reverberated through the air, as though a palpable pressure of chakra surged forth, saturating the entire hall, rendering the atmosphere heavy. More alarmingly, this overwhelming force appeared to leak not a trace. The station navy outside remained oblivious to its presence. The crimson intensity of his gaze coalesced into a fearsome beast, poised to pounce upon Akainu, as if to devour him whole. Garo, positioned behind Uchiha K, ignited a faint blue chakra to withstand the pressure, yet Akainu, who bore the brunt of it, exhibited no reaction. A subtle smile flickered across his serious countenance beneath the brim of his hat. Your strength is commendable, but I must forewarn you. The ferocity of this battle is beyond my anticipation. Do you truly wish to participate? Uchiha K grinned widely. In a battle destined for victory, I see no reason to abstain. Akainu's expression shifted slightly. Then you shall call me Admiral. It is as though you have glimpsed the future. Do you foresee the outcome of this war? Will it be the Navy or that white-beard fellow? Even a man like Akainu, resolute in his convictions, could not help but entertain doubts at the prospect of confronting the world's strongest. The terrifying pressure of chakra receded like a tide, and Uchiha K resumed his seat. There is no need for elaboration. It is evident that justice has triumphed. This response, rather than a detailed explanation, pleases Akainu immensely. As the two converse, a Navy officer announces at the door, Admiral Akainu, the Shichibukai have arrived for the meeting. Would you like to go and see? Akainu, with an impassive expression, waves his hand dismissively. Let them be. They are merely a collection of filthy pirates. He trails off mid-sentence, his thoughts left unspoken. Uchiha Sora keenly perceives the shift in his demeanor. Compared to 20 years ago, Akainu is indeed more formidable, yet something appears to be amiss. Perhaps a burden of knowledge that has cast a shadow upon his brow. Reflecting on how Garp refused promotion to Admiral to avoid being under the Celestial Dragon's control, Uchiha Sora muses, Mr. Akainu, you are aware of their foulness yet feel powerless, do you not? Rising from his seat, he smiles lightly. I am quite interested in meeting new acquaintances. May I join you? By the way, Admiral Akainu, could you arrange an identity for me? Being a ghost everywhere is rather inconvenient. With a swift motion, Akainu tosses a document toward Uchiha Sora. Your identity is that of an undercover agent I have placed within the pirate ranks of the New World. You are to return now that your mission is complete, and you will be promoted from a branch captain to a headquarters captain to partake in this war. Uchiha Sora receives the file and opens it to find a photograph resembling a younger version of himself, a cold visage, tall stature, akin to a balance between himself and Akainu. Is this what you envisioned for me at 28, Mr. Akainu? Honestly, I had mentioned that I would follow a handsome path. I would not end up looking like this. There is little worth in associating with that lot. If you wish to meet someone, I can introduce you to Burgess. Akainu remarks, his mood seemingly lifted by Uchiha Sora's presence, even jesting. Did you manage to eliminate that snake? If not, perhaps you should first attempt to alter his lethargic attitude. Who knows what might happen upon your return? He recalls how Uchiha Sora previously likened the difficulty of killing Orochimaru to motivating Kizuru to be diligent. Uchiha Sora shrugs, I still find value in Orochimaru. If you mean that man-eating serpent, I shall eventually deal with him. Akainu, with a tone reminiscent of an elder, cautions, do not become too entangled with evil. You are the man who vowed to change the world's system. As Uchiha Sora passes by, he smiles. One must be more wicked than evil itself to truly enact my justice. Admiral Akainu, sometimes it's best not to be so obedient. You have grown weaker than before. It is not until Uchiha Sora follows the Navy officer away that Akainu bows his head slightly, a fleeting, inexplicable emotion flickering in his eyes. Chapter 81. He is trash. And so are you, the Shichibukai, an organization established by the world government to balance maritime powers, grants 7 notorious pirates special rights and status, rendering them immune to Navy pursuit and bestowing upon them legal plundering privileges. The Shichibukai is not a cohesive organization, but rather a collection of individual factions. In light of the impending war with the Whitebeard pirates, the world government urgently convenes the scattered members of the Shichibukai. Among the original 7 pirates, Jinbe has been imprisoned for opposing the war and causing a ruckus at Navy headquarters. In the aftermath of Crocodile's defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates, he was stripped of his title and now shares a prison cell with Jinbe. His position among the 7 warlords has been usurped by Blackbeard, who captured Ace. At this assembly, aside from the elusive Blackbeard, the remaining 5 prominent figures were present. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, Gecko Moria, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, and Don Quixote Doflamingo. The formidable presence of these 5 pirates unsettled the Marines in attendance, leaving the attending Rear Admiral struggling to maintain order. With war looming, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and his associates were preoccupied with pressing matters, initially intending to summon Admiral Akainu for support, but he declined to attend. Although they claimed the meeting was for strategizing, even the normally composed Mihawk had his feet propped on the table, and the others were no better, each engrossed in their own affairs while occasionally deriding the Marines. Not a single soul paid heed to the remarks of the Rear Admiral. The entrance of Uchiha Sora went unnoticed, as he merely appeared to be a rather diminutive figure among the towering pirates, even less remarkable than the imposing Garo behind him. Doflamingo, engaged in the underworld and involved in human trafficking, grinned upon seeing Garo. Isn't this a rather rare feline fur tribe? It could fetch a handsome price. He chuckled. Ah, this gift pleases me greatly, Marines. With a swift motion, white threads surged toward Garo, disregarding the fact that they were in the Marine headquarters. Doflamingo, the user of the string fruit, boasted a bounty of 340 million berries. He was notorious for manipulating Marine soldiers into infighting. A reckless and brutal pirate deemed an extreme anomaly by Akiji. The threads advanced at lightning speed, leaving the nearby Marines unable to react as they threatened to ensnare Garo. Yet Uchiha Sora remained still. With a resounding clang, Garo's hefty form moved with surprising agility, swiping his claws to sever the white threads, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. This action drew the attention of everyone present. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. Though it was merely a casual strike, this fur tribe member had demonstrated commendable strength. Before he could utter a word, Uchiha Sora proclaimed, I am Uchiha Sora, temporarily holding the rank of Rear Admiral at the Marine headquarters. This is my partner, Garo. Pleased to make the acquaintance of some of you here, excluding the trash. Rear Admiral? Is such a rank worthy of such a loud introduction? Mihawk sneered, his head still bandaged from a recent encounter with the Straw Hats. Uchiha Sora turned to him, offering a faint smile. You, worthless one, are unworthy of speaking to me. Eliminate him, Ryujetsu. In an instant, a crimson beam of light erupted, propelling Moria from the conference room and shattering a large portion of the wall. The flames of Ryujetsu continued to extend, forcefully pinning Moria to the plaza, causing him to scream in agony as the scorching heat engulfed him. After a brief silence, the voice of the Rear Admiral echoed, Sora, what are you doing? The general in charge of the meeting exclaimed, having just received news that Admiral Akainu himself would not attend, but would instead send a trusted confidant. Upon seeing Uchiha Sora, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. How could such an unremarkable boy, who was only handsome, possibly help maintain order? Indeed, this individual seemed more inclined to disrupt the proceedings. Moria, still a warlord under the world government, was untouchable. The general quickly stated, expressing no concern for Moriya's well-being, but rather fearing that Akainu's confidant might cause trouble by defying the world government. Moriya was truly weak. Casting a glance at Moriya, Doflamingo smirked coldly. In these waters, one will significantly influence his strength. Once, Moriya had been able to contend with Kaido, but after being defeated, his spirit had waned considerably, and his power had diminished. He had recently been bested by the Straw Hat crew. Doflamingo felt that someone like Moriya was hardly deserving of being mentioned in the same breath as himself. Turning his gaze toward Uchiha Sora, his smile remained unpleasant. Boy, I've never heard of you. Although Moriya is weak, he is not someone a mere Commodore can easily defeat. Now you've heard, pink-haired turkey. You're hardly better than that waste. You're just as worthless. In contrast, Uchiha Sora smiled kindly, though his words were anything but gentle. Hancock finally lowered her proud head, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Sora. He looked decent, but he paled in comparison to Lord Luffy. She did not take offense at Uchiha Sora's words. Strength was not merely a matter of speech. Doflamingo, fingers idly toying with something, grinned and remarked, "Does the Navy's aggression towards us warlords imply that they intend to defy the world government's orders?" Uchiha Sora sheathed his sword, no longer looking at the unconscious Moriya. Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "I am Dracula Mihawk. Your sword is impressive." It was Hawkeye, his sharp gaze fixed upon Rujigetsu, filled with admiration. "I can sense that you were involved in its forging. It is rare to find a blade that resonates with its master so profoundly." A great sword, akin to the Kusanagi, symbolized a peak level of craftsmanship. Few in the world possessed such a sword. No one could doubt the insight of the world's greatest swordsman upon hearing his words. The crowd's perception of Uchiha Sora shifted. Facing Mihawk, who was equally courteous, Uchiha Sora nodded. "I have long heard of the world's greatest swordsman. After I teach this turkey a lesson, might we spar sometime?" Hawkeye smiled faintly. "Certainly." "How arrogant, boy." Unable to endure it any longer, Doflamingo was the first to attack. His fingers claw-like as they lunged toward Uchiha Sora's face. Standing at nearly 3 meters tall, Doflamingo's palm was larger than Uchiha Sora's head. As the Navy prepared to advance in support, a claw, encrusted with black and crimson scales and emanating an intense heat, firmly grasped Don Quixote Doflamingo's hand. Uchiha K slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Doflamingo. The three tomos spun rapidly within his gaze, distorting the surrounding light into a bizarre vortex like burning blood flames. The technique of magical shackles ensued, as immense iron spikes pierced Doflamingo's body. Chapter 82. Wait for me. The agony stemming from his very soul ignited Doflamingo's nerves. Within his sight, countless torch-bearing figures cursed him, vowing to burn him alive. This haunting vision reflected the turmoil within Doflamingo, who was born into the celestial dragon lineage as the eldest son of the Don Quixote family, initially enjoying the privileges afforded to celestial dragons. The celestial dragons, the highest privileged class of this world government, descended from 19 of the 20 kings known as the creators, resided in the Holy Land. His father, Don Quixote Homing, one day, in a fit of whimsy, proposed that celestial dragons and ordinary humans were both human, declaring his intention to renounce his privileges and leave the Holy Land with his family of 4. Homing was naively underestimating the oppression celestial dragons inflicted upon the populace and the hatred born from such oppression. Upon losing their privileges, the family became the target of the grievances of the oppressed, facing scorn and brutal torment. By the time Doflamingo sought to return, no one was willing to accept him. He vividly recalled that one fateful day when he, alongside his father and brother, was bound to a city wall, destined to be roasted alive. The pain and despair, the fury and hatred, were indelibly etched in his memory. He swore to himself to eliminate all those responsible for his plight, including his foolish father. The iron spikes drove deep into his bones, flames scorched his body. I vowed never to allow myself to fall to such depths again. Crack! A thunderous roar erupted within the conference room. The once rigid figure of Doflamingo suddenly burst forth with an overwhelming aura. Arcs of wild electricity surged, striking the hall's decor with reckless abandon. His domineering presence surged like a tumultuous black and crimson tide, crashing wildly outward from his core. This was the fierce aura of the Chosen One, a rare breed among millions, destined to reign above the masses. The Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki shares a semblance with chakra in certain respects. with both strength and willpower intricately linked. Observation Haki resembles sensory ninjutsu, while armament Haki is akin to a chakra armor. Conqueror's Haki has the power to intimidate or incapacitate foes through sheer presence, and in some cases, it can directly slay opponents through its oppressive force. It is the only form of Haki that can operate without the user's conscious intent. Instinctively, Doflamingo summoned the Conqueror's Haki residing within him after being ensnared by the illusion, shattering his shackles. The scene before him transformed, flames and iron spikes vanished, and his vision returned to the conference room. For the first time, Doflamingo felt an inexplicable affinity towards the Navy's architecture. Indeed, he has unraveled the illusion. Yet this does not signify his liberation. With a formidable grip, Uchiha Sora's dragon claw remains steadfast upon Doflamingo, an intense torrent of flames surging forth, effectively suppressing his conqueror's Haki. The catastrophic force generated by their clash instantaneously tore the ceiling of the conference room asunder. Visible waves of energy radiated outward, overwhelming the naval officers who struggled to maintain their footing. Does Conqueror's Haki possess the capacity to resist illusions? If Shirzue were present, perhaps it would. Illusions are not my forte, I must admit. How troublesome. I merely intended to sever one of your hands. Crack. The dragon claw crushed Doflamingo's hand, seizing his throat with unyielding force. Swish, swish, swish. Countless white threads, as sharp as steel needles, surged towards the obsidian dragon claw, only to be incinerated by the pulsating crimson flames upon contact. What on earth is this creature? From whence does this monstrosity hail? Doflamingo's neck bulged with veins, and beneath his sunglasses, his eyes glimmered with a haze of blood. This dragon claw not only bore down with the weight of a mountain, but the flames seemed to invade his very pores, disrupting his command over his own power. You have ignited my ire, little brat. Doflamingo raised his other hand high and swung it down fiercely, sending forth a barrage of threads aimed directly at Uchiha Sora's face. Descent of the ruthless threads. Swish. Suddenly, a dragon horn resembling a curved blade jutted from Uchiha Sora's forehead, sharp enough to cleave through space itself. In conjunction with Doflamingo's threads, it crafted a perilous spectacle. Boom. Uchiha Sora forcefully pinned Doflamingo to the ground, raising his other weapon, Luiwe, which reflected his icy indifference. The scarlet pupils revealed no flicker of emotion, as if the blade he wielded was not a harbinger of death, but a mere extension of his will. This man truly intends to kill me. He is no stranger to murderous intent. Beads of sweat formed on Doflamingo's brow as he desperately unleashed his conqueror's Haki, striving to buy himself a moment to unleash his ultimate technique. This is far too sudden, too unreasonable, too devoid of decorum. Have we harbored such deep-seated enmity? Why must you seek my demise from the onset? Are the 7 warlords of the sea not allies of the Navy? We all serve the world government. I am still a celestial dragon. How dare you attempt to slay me? Cease this at once. The uproar had attracted numerous naval officers, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice cutting through the chaos. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately sought to intervene. After all, the 7 warlords were summoned. It would be challenging to justify their death at the Navy headquarters. Swish. The blade fell. Uchiha Sora disregarded Sengoku's call, dismissing the authority of a mere admiral. Despite his own rank as a brigadier general, Luiwe emitted a resplendent glow as it approached within mere inches of Doflamingo's neck, when suddenly, a radiant lightsaber materialized to block it. How terrifying. Akainu's subordinates are truly formidable. His languid tone, coupled with his carefree demeanor, immediately conveyed an impression of nonchalance and irreverence. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Borsellino, codenamed Kizaru, the most formidable user of the glint-glint fruit. With a smirk playing on his lips, he slightly bent forward and said, Commodore Sora, if you truly despise this man, could I kindly ask you not to kill him here? It would make things rather difficult for us. Damn it. Doflamingo seized a rare opportunity to catch his breath, as white threads coalesced behind him like a tidal wave. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you shall perish here. A chilling voice echoed from behind him, accompanied by an intensity akin to a volcanic eruption. Sakazuki. Kizaru turned his head, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. If you choose to proceed, I shall not intervene. Even without considering Sakazuki's presence, I would act, for it would indeed require little effort. The 2 admirals positioned themselves before and behind Doflamingo, suffocating him with their overwhelming presence. More importantly, those blood-red eyes were fixed upon him. Enough. Everyone disperse. Sengoku bellowed, casting a fierce glare at the disobedient Uchiha Sora, yet refraining from reprimanding him further. With colleagues and pirates present, he could not afford to side with Doflamingo. Doflamingo, do you wish to end up in the great prison like Jinbei? Doflamingo hesitated, not at a loss for words, but rather finding his throat constricted by Uchiha Sora's grip, rendering him nearly speechless. Commodore Sora, release him, Sengoku commanded. With a crack, Uchiha Sora tightened his grip, and Doflamingo's throat emitted a sharp sound of bones fracturing. He could no longer restrain himself, yearning to retaliate. If this continued, he would either be slain or suffocated. All right, let him go. Akainu finally spoke. As Uchiha Sora recognized the absence of an opportunity to kill Doflamingo, his colossal claw gradually withdrew. He bestowed a benign smile upon the visibly shaken Doflamingo. This man attempted to abduct my subordinate for sale. I hereby request the revocation of his warlord status. Sengoku felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Initially pleased to hear from Sakazuki about his secret training of an exceptional young man, he thought this would temper his ruthlessness, as he had taken in a son. Much like himself, little did he realize that this so-called son of Akainu was even more outrageous. The Warlords of the Sea is an organization established by the world government, and it is not within our power to revoke such a status with mere words, especially at this critical juncture. Sakazuki, please take him away. Sengoku had come to understand that this young man would not heed his commands, and he could only rely on Akainu. Uchiha Sora shook his head and let out a disdainful huff. Pointing at Doflamingo, he coldly declared, I know where you reside. Do not think you can escape. I will end you. Doflamingo, clutching his severed arm, retorted with feigned bravado, Kid, I shall await your arrival. Chapter 83. You are right. How remarkable that one could handle Doflamingo. Goodness, who is he? A gracefully proportioned woman with beautiful golden hair inquired of Admiral Tsuru beside her. Tsuru, a Navy headquarters rear admiral, had pursued Doflamingo numerous times, and her granddaughter, Peacock, was well aware of the perilous nature of that infamous pirate. Yet, this notorious pirate was unexpectedly subdued by a youth who appeared even younger than himself. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled slightly. Did you not hear, Uchiha Sora? Peacock shook her head, observing Uchiha Sora departing with Akainu, and reproached, I wasn't asking for names. Surely, as the grand strategist of the Navy, you must know more detailed information. With a playful glance at her granddaughter, Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled. Have you taken a liking to him? What are you talking about, Grandma? Peacock, a Paramecia-type user of the whip fruit, instinctively flicked her weapon in embarrassment, nearly striking a nearby Navy officer. What does that matter? I was smitten at first sight with your grandfather and confessed on the very same day. Vice Admiral Tsuru crossed her arms, smiling lightly. As daughters of the sea, we should express our affections freely. I've reviewed his dossier. Although the photograph is somewhat distorted, it's understandable given the necessary precautions for his undercover work. His age cannot be falsified. He is already 28, appearing as a youthful elder, precisely the type you fancy. Peacock felt her heart flutter. Having witnessed the countless atrocities committed by Don Quixote Doflamingo, she was resolutely determined to apprehend him. However, having intercepted the heavenly gold, he had ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea, rendering pursuit by the Navy impossible. During that period, Peacock had been immensely frustrated. Now, there was a man who not only matched her aesthetic standards, but also acted in accordance with her ideals. You're right, Grandma. I shall go at once. 2 minutes later, Peacock returned with a despondent expression. Grandma, he doesn't like me. What of it? As daughters of the sea, if one attempt fails, we shall try 10 times, or even 100. You're right, Grandma. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He said if I bother him again, he'll chop me to pieces. What of it? Just wait a few days and try again. After all, you're both Navy comrades. Surely, he wouldn't truly harm you. Don Quixote Doflamingo, having mended his fractured bones with strings, left the conference room with a sullen demeanor. He could no longer bear to remain there. To be overpowered by an inexplicably emerging Navy Commodore had altered the way the surrounding officers viewed him, stripping away their fear. Aside from the ever-expressionless and silent Kuma, the remaining warlords exhibited various reactions. Hancock appeared somewhat concerned. No one would believe that Doflamingo's weakness was the cause of this lopsided situation. He had even unleashed his Conqueror S Haki, yet it had proven ineffective. All of this could only indicate one thing. The Navy had produced an extraordinary monster. With every new strong presence in the Navy, the difficulty for Lord Luffy to rescue his brother increased. In contrast to Hancock's worried expression, Mihawk appeared far more relaxed, even hinting at a sense of joy. Possessing the eagle eye that allowed him to perceive the essence of things, it was a vital component of his prowess as the world's greatest swordsman. Initially, his involvement in this incident stemmed from a mere curiosity about the potential appearance of Luffy, as well as a desire to gauge his distance from the world's strongest man. Now, another figure of interest had emerged before him. He admired Zoro's unwavering determination and held high hopes for him. In this moment, the young Uchiha Sora, though not a pure swordsman and appearing more like a practitioner of animal-based abilities, possesses a resolute will as pure as obsidian, which he greatly admires. When he wields his blade, there is not a shred of distraction. It seems as though the act of striking has become instinctual, a truly rare quality. He finds himself somewhat eager to engage in a spar with Uchiha Sora. With the situation having escalated to this point, the meeting could no longer proceed. After consulting with Sengoku, the presiding vice admiral announced the adjournment of the meeting. You are still quite young. Such thoughts are not suitable for you. On the way, due to the two declarations of affection from the peacock, Akainu felt a twinge of concern. He was aware of Uchiha Sora's true age. Yet since Sora insisted on participating in the conflict, he hesitated to alter the records. Unbeknownst to him, Akainu began to regard Uchiha Sora with a sense of elder-like concern. Casting a sidelong glance at Akainu, Uchiha Sora, somewhat annoyed by the peacock's antics, retorted, I have no interest in women weaker than myself. At the rate you are growing, by the time you reach adulthood, there will not be many women suitable for you. Do you fancy someone like Charlotte Linlin? It was uncertain whether Akainu possessed a dark sense of humor in private or if he reserved such remarks solely for Uchiha Sora. Unlike the cold-blooded Admiral Sora had come to know, this individual seemed to enjoy sharing dry jokes. The mere thought of that oval mouth which made Uchiha Sora feel nauseous. Please, spare me. I feel a bit queasy. A subtle smile flickered across Akainu's lips as he spoke in a low tone. You have progressed far beyond my expectations. Come with me to the training ground. Let me assess your capabilities. Uchiha Sora's eyes brightened. I was just about to suggest that. The majority of ninjas in the shinobi world tend to have high offense but low defense, following a path of both physical and spiritual cultivation, making it challenging for Uchiha Sora to fully indulge in battle. His previous encounters had only been truly exhilarating during the hand-to-hand combat with Killer Bee. After recently completing the development of his dragon form, Noki had already departed, which left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. If it were Akainu, he would surely allow him to unleash his full potential. The Navy headquarters training ground, typically used for marine drills, was expansive and had just been cleared after conducting combat exercises. Now, it lay empty, with onlookers observing the two figures in the center from a distance. Is the Admiral about to instruct that young man? Does it really require such a vast space? Who knows? That guy isn't even dressed in Navy attire. Have you seen that emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle? I haven't seen it. Can this skinny fellow withstand the pressure from Admiral Akainu? You all are still unaware? One person squeezed into the crowd, exclaiming, Did you not hear the commotion from the meeting area just now? It was caused by that individual. My cousin's superior was on duty over there, so the information is absolutely reliable. I heard that he is a rear admiral transferred from the New World. Although he's called a rear admiral, his strength is anything but ordinary. That monster defeated Gecko Moria in a single blow. He nearly took down Don Quixote da Flamingo. If not for Admiral Kizaru's timely intervention, the Night Demon would have perished. That sounds too far-fetched. With such strength, even if he were to hide it, he could not possibly be an unknown figure. The World Economic Journal does not jest. Do you understand what a secret weapon is? A secret weapon. The man lowered his voice and whispered, I've heard that this individual possesses abilities akin to Admiral Akainu's, and only heeds Akainu's commands, disregarding even the orders of the fleet admiral. My cousin's superior mentioned that he might be Akainu's adopted son, secretly nurtured in the New World. What? You fool. Keep your voice down. It's merely hearsay. Do you understand? The news circulated through the crowd. What? The son of Admiral Akainu. What did you say? That youth, who bears no resemblance to Admiral Akainu, is actually his twin brother. What? Akainu surveyed the surroundings and calmly stated, Unleash your full potential. Let them witness the future strength of the Navy. It will serve as a source of inspiration. Uchiha K posed confidently and replied with a faint smile, I'm not interested in being the Navy's future. I have others waiting for me back home. Akainu's fists blazed with molten lava as he smiled. Even if only temporarily, For the sake of winning this war, I would resort to more despicable acts. Uchiha K shook his head. How can you call it despicable? It is a necessary measure for victory. You are right. Boom. Even with the perceptive insight of the Sharingan, there was no trace of his movement. Akainu instantly appeared before Uchiha K, his colossal molten fist crashing down. Chapter 84, Navy Training Exercise Bang. The molten giant fist struck the blade of Luiwe. And despite Uchiha K enhancing the blade with fire release and donning armored scales on his arms, he was still forced back several steps by the immense force. You rely too much on your eyes. Observation Haki is a far more comprehensive ability than mere vision. Akainu soared forward, the ground beneath him cracking violently, as countless columns of lava erupted, sealing off Uchiha K's retreat. As Uchiha K evaded the columns of lava, he simultaneously had to contend with Akainu's relentless assault. Even amidst this chaos, he did not forget to defend the honor of the Sharingan. This was the power the Uchiha clan took the greatest pride in. How could mere observation Haki compare to my eyes? However, it was undeniable that the inside of the three-tomo Sharingan was indeed lagging behind Uchiha K's physical prowess. Typically, Uchiha members were unable to sustain the energy consumption of the Sharingan. Individuals like Fugaku would bleed from their eyes if they overused the Manjiki. After completing his physical enhancement, Uchiha K's strength far surpassed that of Fugaku and his peers, theoretically allowing him to bear the consumption of the Manjiki. The awakening of the Manjiki did not necessitate enduring pain. Rather, it occurred when the wielder's mind underwent immense stimulation, resulting in a unique chakra being secreted in the brain, facilitating the awakening. For instance, some ordinary individuals can unleash extraordinary strength in moments of extreme danger, breaking past certain limitations. The function of the Manjiki is to stabilize that moment's potential, even possessing an ability akin to wish fulfillment. Hence, the Sharingan is revered as the eye that reflects the soul. The essence of the Manjiki's power lies within the heart and will. It grants the wielder the strength to fulfill their desires, a blessing left by Indra in the Uchiha bloodline. In a moment of unconscious awakening, the kaleidoscope was stirred, revealing that Sorak, with a physical and spiritual strength surpassing that of the stagnant waters, had also reached the threshold of awakening the kaleidoscope. Just as he completed the final technique of the end beast, his wild spiritual energy nearly forced him to awaken the kaleidoscope. Yet, he managed to suppress it with sheer will. It was insufficient. Possessing the cells of Hashirama, he theoretically had the means to recover the diminished ocular power of the kaleidoscope. But that was still lacking. The ascension he sought was not one of gradual progress, but rather a meteoric rise. Uchiha Sora differed from the typical members of the Uchiha clan, for he possessed a broader vision and the tools to implement his ideas, namely, a platform. Initially, he planned to act 2 years later, after repaying his debts to Akainu and gaining a deeper understanding of the platform's operational rules. However, Akainu's invitation had expedited his plans, increasing the risks involved. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sora was never one to shy away from risk. He found this unforeseen opportunity quite timely. The disparity in the flow of time between this world and the ninja realm made him ponder a crucial question. How much does the time flow in the world of the Rift Sky differ from that of the ninja realm? 6 years in the ninja world. How many years would that equate to in that world? The platform had repeatedly cautioned him about the risks of borrowing, and indeed, he had nearly been overwhelmed by the residual powers left by the Rift Sky and Akainu. Had it not been for his Hashirama cells and the highly adaptable techniques of the eight-headed serpent, coupled with his will suppressing the backlash, he would have found himself on the brink of a power surge. If he had been forced to confront his debts under such circumstances, with Akainu being the type to disregard his condition and demand he face formidable foes, it would have posed a significant problem. Upon learning of the imminent summit war, Uchiha Sora found himself contemplating a pressing concern while dining. Had he been mistaken? Was that Rift Sky merely an ordinary member of its kind? The platform seemed to select individuals based on a common trait. They were representative figures of their respective worlds. Yose was a principal figure representing positive forces, and Akainu was a crucial character within the Navy faction. Could it be that the Rift Sky was, in fact, the very Sky Lord known to quell the disputes between Earth and Sea? Uchiha Sora had established an energy connection with him and could generally sense the philosophy of using violence to counter violence that he embodied. He was aware that the Rift Sky's method of ending wars involved delivering a beating to both factions that instigated conflict. Coincidentally, That being was also among the few warlike entities of its kind. If this were the case, what would happen when the 6-year repayment period arrived? Would he be dragged into a battle against Kyogre and Groudon, or even the cosmic Pokemon, Dialga and Palkia? With Uchiha Sora's current strength, he would be utterly inadequate in a conflict of such planetary magnitude. It was not a matter of fearing for his own safety. Rather, the thought of being reduced to a mere spectator due to his weakness was more unbearable than death itself. Uchiha Sora did not regard the accumulation of credibility points as the basis for his actions. He was not an employee of the platform. His endeavors were driven solely by his subjective consciousness, with credibility points being merely a secondary benefit. Just like his agreement with Uzumaki Chihiro, his intention to confront the 5 great shinobi villages was not motivated by a desire for credibility. Rather, he had always intended to wage war against the 5 great ninja villages, seizing the opportunity to undertake a mission and enhance his reputation. His thoughts remained uncomplicated and pure: combat. And through combat, the pursuit of greater strength, to become the absolute master of all. Amidst the explosive flames, Uchiha Sora transformed into the form of the end-of-days beast, his dragon-like visage adorned with sharp, towering horns that gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. His exposed limbs were replaced by armored scales and razor-sharp claws, his countenance slightly fearsome, enveloped by serpentine crimson flames that danced around him. Recognizing that wings were impractical for the current battle, Uchiha Sora opted to manifest a whip-like tail, tipped with deadly trident blades. His stature surged, nearly matching Akainu's towering height of 3 meters. With hands resembling dragon claws, he grasped the blade, Ryuzetsu, his form distorted by the flames. This was my most formidable transformation. Akainu couldn't help but think of Kaido's awakened Zoan form, noting the resemblance. Yet, no one understood better than him that Uchiha Sora could not have consumed a devil fruit. He was not even a denizen of this world. Reflecting on the colossal dragon claws that had subdued Doflamingo, Akainu speculated that Uchiha Sora possessed a form akin to Kaido's Azure Dragon. You have truly grown immensely during this time. With the brim of his hat lowered, Akainu recognized the necessity of taking the situation seriously. Ryuzetsu quivered slightly, as if resonating with the impending eruption of its master's power. Uchiha Sora exhaled a puff of white vapor, channeling chakra into the blade. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, and the air around him seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Flame-flowing dragon, extinguish. The crimson dragon blazed like a burning meteor, roaring as Uchiha Sora swung the blade. The ground was carved into unfathomable chasms, and wherever the searing heat traveled, the atmosphere warped and twisted, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The dragon roared like thunder, waves of heat sweeping through the surroundings, even sending distant onlooking Navy personnel flying. They had yet to recover from the shock of Uchiha Sora's dragon form, only to be plunged into a greater astonishment. Hellhound! Akainu's voice resonated deep and powerful, clearly reaching every ear present. His original arm's outline vanished, replaced by a massive canine head forged from molten magma. Fangs bared, it seemed poised to devour anything in its path, igniting the vicinity in a blazing inferno. In the stands, figures like Fleet Admiral Sengoku watched in disbelief. Seeing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How can you employ such tactics against your subordinates? This is excessive. Palusolino, go stop them. It is not my place to intervene." Kizaru replied, turning to Akiji. "Sakazuki has entrusted this to you. It is time for you to take the stage." The lava hellhound and the flame giant dragon collided like 2 blazing comets. The impact unleashed a shockwave infused with molten flames, rapidly expanding amidst the cacophony, causing the hardened stones of the arena to dissolve as if they were butter meeting a hot knife. As this terrifying wave of heat threatened to engulf the onlooking navy, Akiji declared Ice Age. An endless chill surged forth instantaneously, coalescing before the navy into a colossal iceberg, effectively blocking the scorching shockwave. With a rhythmic thud reverberating through the icy barrier, the onlookers could still discern the intertwining figures within, alongside the thunderous roars emitted from the clash of formidable powers. Chapter 85. Sakazuki, you rascal! Akiji returned to the viewing platform, observing the fierce duel between the 2 combatants, his brow furrowing slightly. At their level of strength, their senses were exceptionally keen, allowing them to hear even the faintest whispers from afar. He had just caught wind of the speculations circulating among the Navy regarding the youth's identity. Terms like son and brother were undoubtedly intended as jest. Akiji leaned towards the belief that Uchiha Sora was a disciple of Akainu, as both displayed striking similarities in their utilization of haki. In his eyes, Uchiha Sora's black-scaled arm epitomized the manifestation of armament haki. This form of haki serves to enhance both defense and offense, akin to an invisible armor. When it comes to armament haki, the most formidable practitioner in the Navy, and arguably across the seas, is Vice Admiral Garp. Approximately 20 years ago, Akiji had willingly placed himself under Garp's tutelage to undergo martial arts training, during which Garp had made mention of haki. It was unclear what had transpired with Akainu, but his approach to armament haki had diverged into a path that Garp found incomprehensible. It was not merely an endeavor to attain hardness, but seemed imbued with a sense of life restoration. Akainu, already dubbed a monster of the Navy, had quietly eclipsed the other two titans over the years, a phenomenon Garp attributed to that unique form of haki. Everything traces back to 2 decades prior. Akainu lacked a platform. He had merely responded to a summons and chosen to descend into the ninja world. Upon his departure, he did not retain any fragments of Uchiha Sora's spirit or reputation. If that were the case, wasn't he at a considerable loss for Akainu, who answered the call? Platforms rely on principles of fairness, mutual benefit, and the extraction of necessary elements for longevity. Akainu's response indicated an opportunity to engage with the power systems of another realm. At that time, Uchiha Sora had connected with Akainu's strength, garnering profound insights into the application of fire release. Akainu, in turn, encountered the wondrous force known as chakra. Unfettered by the confines of any world, the fusion of his mental and physical prowess allowed him to achieve effects akin to those of all abilities, depending on the application. Akainu vaguely sensed that the entity responsible for the creation of chakra might very well be a true creator. The essence of this power lies in creation, possessing a remarkably elevated status. Without the aid of a system, Akainu could not possibly master the intricacies of chakra energy. Yet, with a newfound perspective, he integrated his understanding of chakra into his own framework. One of the hallmarks of a powerful individual is their unparalleled adaptability to any environment. Akainu epitomized this trait. As a being of monstrous caliber, Akainu advanced further, surpassing Kizaru by several years to attain the pinnacle of naval combat strength. Consequently, the present-day Akainu is more formidable than what Uchiha Sora had known during their contemporaneous period. This palpable pressure was acutely sensed by Uchiha Sora. He noted the similarities between Akainu's armament haki and his own fire-release chakra mode. As the battle progressed, he discerned that Akainu, much like himself, was mirroring each other's tactics. After enduring a heavy blow, Uchiha Sora asserted his claim to originality. "You are imitating me." Akainu grinned, delivering another ferocious punch to Uchiha Sora's face. "It's mutual. While you boast that your observation haki surpasses my vision, you are indeed learning from me as well." With his scaled cheek bracing against the impact, Uchiha Sora thrust a blade toward Akainu's neck, employing techniques unbefitting of a mere sparring match. "Then you must understand the lament of lacking the Sharingan. Your learning pace cannot match mine. Fast as you are, remember this." Akainu tilted his head to evade the strike, never once attempting to utilize his Logia abilities against Uchiha Sora's onslaught. The power of armament haki can directly engage the corporeal form of a Logia user, as it embodies the user's will. At this moment, Uchiha Sora's chakra mode resembled a full-body armament haki, albeit lacking the hardness of the highest caliber. Boom! Akainu's fist shattered the flames enveloping Uchiha Sora, erupting arcs of electricity upon contact with the scales. The so-called observation haki is a skill learned through enduring sufficient punishment. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of punches rained upon Uchiha Sora, scattering scales and crimson droplets. "You seem to be enjoying yourself, Akainu." Uchiha Sora bellowed in fury, seizing Akainu's descending fist, baring his sharp fangs in a fierce display, igniting a spark directed at Akainu's visage. Roar! A torrent of deep crimson flames engulfed Akainu, as the whip-like tail and the blade-like edge of Ryumen converged in unison. This must be the awakening of a mythical beast fruit, possessing remarkably comprehensive abilities, akin to that of the monstrous Kaido. In the stands, Carp approached with a somber expression. For him, the ever-optimistic demeanor was overshadowed by concern for Ace. Sengoku shook his head, I am uncertain. The records provided by Sakazuki did not specify his abilities. After observing for a moment longer, Karp remarked, perhaps I have a notion. The peculiar nature of Sakazuki's armament haki might stem from this young man, Uchiha Sora. Though he may lack Sakazuki's raw power, his mastery of that ability surpasses Sakazuki's. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's brow furrowed. They were all aware that Sakazuki had developed new forms of armament haki. Yet, even Sakazuki had been unable to impart this knowledge to others. It was an ineffable skill that could only be grasped intuitively. Are you suggesting that this young Sora is the one who taught Sakazuki the new armament haki? Kizaru inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. For the past 2 decades, whenever he encountered Zifa, he would often use Akainu as a prime example of instruction, lamenting that while Akainu had developed new physical capabilities, his own techniques remained in disarray. He had assumed Akainu's diligence was the reason, only to discover there was an undisclosed mentor. You, with your bushy eyebrows and large eyes, are quite the schemer. Casting a glance at Kizaru, Sengoku replied with exasperation. That lad was merely a child 20 years ago. How could he possibly teach Sakazuki? Perhaps Sakazuki discovered a cadre of individuals with unique abilities in a hidden locale. Since he is reluctant to divulge, we shall refrain from probing further. Among those present, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were the most astute, pondering deeply over the implications. In the Warring States period, are you implying that the Air General might represent a formidable clan, one that possesses such power, and not just him alone? Sengoku nodded. I now believe that the chaotic rumors they spread conceal the truth. Perhaps Sakazuki discovered a hidden clan in his youth and acquired unique abilities. Uchiha Sora is one among that clan who seeks to engage with the present world, hence his pursuit of Sakazuki, the sole informant. Rear Admiral Crane chuckled slyly. It might also be that he is seeking out Sakazuki, this irresponsible father. Cough, cough. This grand gossip caused a drastic change in the expressions of the naval high officials in the stands. Sengoku hastily cleared his throat to redirect the wandering conversation. Kazan, please reinforce the ice layer again. It seems they will not cease anytime soon. It was not until dusk that the commotion in the training ground finally subsided. Uchiha Sora reverted to his original form, his garments tattered, hands resting on the ground, gasping for breath. He truly fought with the intent to vanquish his opponent. Yet, he faced Akainu, physically strong, capable, and resolute, the pinnacle of combat power atop the sea. Continuing this battle, unless Uchiha Sora unleashed his exclusive skill and called for assistance, he would find no means to triumph over Akainu. This fellow was too resilient. Compared to Uchiha Sora's condition, Akainu fared much better, hardly feeling any significant depletion of stamina. His clothing and hat were indeed ruined, but his tattooed chest bore countless scars from blades and bullets, a testament to the sacrifices he had made to reach this point. Looking at the buzz-cut Akainu, Uchiha Sora grinned. Your hairstyle is quite unsightly. Akainu approached slowly, picking up the brooch that had miraculously survived such an intense battle. Kid, I've long wanted to say this. Your long hair will hinder your combat. You should consider adopting a hairstyle like mine. Too ugly. I absolutely will not consider it. As Akainu passed by Uchiha Sora, he paused. You can still move, right? I have prepared a feast. Uchiha Sora sheathed his blade, taking a deep breath to regulate his pace. Although his recovery speed was not on par with Akainu's, it was certainly beyond that of the ordinary Navy personnel. Don't act as if you've won. If it weren't for the fact that you are the creditor, I still have plenty of means at my disposal. Akainu understood what Uchiha Sora referred to, having once been subjected to his tactics. He spoke in a low tone. If the price for obtaining that power is steep, refrain from using it. We are capable of dealing with Whitebeard. We shall see. It depends on the situation. With a click, a wooden door beside Uchiha Sora swung open, and a slender woman's hand extended clothing. Narumi, a formally appointed spirit, was not only the manager of the Infinite City, but also Uchiha Sora's personal secretary. Akainu's pupils constricted. Does she possess abilities akin to the Dordor fruit? Kid, you have quite the assortment of peculiar skills. Lacking culture. This is referred to as being exceptionally talented. The two exchanged banter, traversing the cracked ice, walking towards the living quarters under the astonished gazes of the Navy. Turning back, the once mighty training ground had vanished without a trace. Chapter 86. I Bring Death. The naval headquarters was bustling with an overwhelming concentration of military might. The logistics department in the living quarters had been extraordinarily busy over the past few days. Renowned warriors of the seas are often characterized by their prodigious appetites, and now, with the addition of two insatiable gluttons, the kitchen staff was nearly overwhelmed. The pace of serving dishes could hardly keep up with the ravenous consumption of the two, Akainu and Kuro. Unlike the chaotic eating style of the one man and one cat, Akainu, who appeared brutish, managed to eat rapidly yet with an air of elegance. He savored white rice paired with North Sea chili sauce, selflessly pushing the dessert towards Uchiha Sora's side. "How long until you recover your strength?" Uchiha Sora asked, chewing on a bone-in piece of meat and washing it down with a generous gulp of milk. He stammered, "Once I finish this meal, I should be almost there." The battle with Akainu had not inflicted any serious injuries upon him. Superficial wounds had healed before the meal. Akainu nodded. "Tomorrow is execution day, so make sure to rest well tonight." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the entrance, where Dracul Mihawk made his entrance. "Mihawk, who permitted you to enter?" The 7 warlords had their designated quarters, and in principle, they were only allowed to conduct their affairs there. Mihawk casually pulled out a chair and seated himself, adding a knife and fork to his setting, remarking nonchalantly, "No one stopped me." Akainu glanced at the few naval soldiers by the door with a bitter expression, letting out a cold snort. Uchiha Sora, noticing him, swallowed his food and addressed Mihawk. "Lord Mihawk, shall we engage in our sparring once we finish eating?" He had assumed Mihawk had come for that purpose. He was open to a fight, of course. Mihawk shook his head, slicing into a piece of steak. "I observed your battle and have changed my mind." His sharp gaze met Uchiha Sora's, a slight smile gracing his lips. "If you were a devil fruit user, I would have approached this with the intention of sparring, but you are not a user." Despite Uchiha Sora's attempts to project the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Mihawk discerned that he was not one. It was a common understanding on the seas. Non-devil fruit users wielding blades were classified as swordsmen. Thus, they were comrades in arms. A flicker of combativeness ignited in Mihawk's eyes. "Uchiha Sora, I wish to duel you in the name of the swordsman. Following this war, if it is you, you will undoubtedly strengthen your prowess through battle. You are precisely that kind of person, truly deserving of the title man with the eagle eye. Your insight is unparalleled." Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "If the circumstances allow, I would be willing." He was uncertain how to quantify the completion of his debt, but speculating on the events. It seemed to hinge upon the conclusion of the Marineford War. If the platform did not compel him to depart, he indeed wished to linger for a few more days. Not to mention, he had a score to settle with Don Quixote da Flamingo. In this world, promises made must be fulfilled. What captivated Uchiha Sora most was undoubtedly Charlotte Linlin's Cake Island. The culinary delights of the ocean stirred his appetite, and he yearned to witness that paradise for dessert lovers. Seeing Mihawk and Uchiha Sora engaged in conversation, Akainu made no move to shoo anyone away. "When was your last encounter with the red-haired Shanks? Do you believe he will come?" Akainu's tone remained relatively mild. In his eyes, only Mihawk among the 7 warlords was worthy of an equal conversation. Originally, Bartholomew Kuma was also considered, but alas, after the Whitebeard pirates vacated their stronghold, Kaido harbored intentions of encroaching upon Whitebeard's territory. The movements of the 4 emperors have always been a focal point of the Navy's attention, and this grand battle was not solely assembled to confront the Whitebeard pirates. Given that Shanks was once part of that crew, it is plausible he might arrive. Mihawk, methodically slicing beef, remarked nonchalantly, "Since Shanks lost an arm, I have not sought him out for a duel. As for whether he will come, who can say?" "He will come," Uchiha Sora interjected, capturing the attention of both men. That meddlesome fellow should currently be assisting Whitebeard in defending his territory against Kaido. Akainu's pupils contracted, and he spoke in a low voice. "Are you suggesting they have formed an alliance?" The Navy was aware that Shanks had sought out Whitebeard not long ago. The Conqueror's haki that could split the heavens was impossible to ignore. Whitebeard is the strongest of the 4 emperors, while Shanks is the youngest, with each crew member an elite in their own right. If these 2 factions were to ally, Mihawk could not fathom why Akainu did not inquire further. Simply accepting Uchiha Sora's information, assuming their relationship was indeed extraordinary. If that man were to arrive, it would certainly be intriguing. Uchiha Sora shook his head. "It's not an alliance. The explanation is rather complex. In any case, Shanks should arrive during the later stages of the conflict. Akainu, remember to conserve some strength for Shanks. Do not attempt to handle everything yourself." After a skirmish, their relationship had grown closer, prompting Uchiha Sora to address him by his code name. As far as he was aware, During the original Marineford War, the Navy's top combatants, one and all, could be described as slacking off or holding back. The warlords were naturally slacking, and Aokiji and Kizaru could only be considered to have met the bare minimum. First, there was Garp. One punch could incapacitate the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, yet he was ultimately bested by Luffy. Well, one could feel pity for that old man. It is understandable. The most ridiculous was Sengoku. Initially, he could be said to be orchestrating the battlefield, albeit rather chaotically. Once Garp was defeated, he stood beside Ace, watching as Luffy freed him from the sea stone shackles. At such a critical juncture, to let that happen, what did he take the sacrifices of the Navy for? If that were the case, they should have dispensed with the public execution from the outset and simply executed Ace. There was talk of the Navy's strategic genius. If not for Akainu's efforts during the Marineford War, the Navy would have been utterly humiliated. Poor Akainu fought tooth and nail, only for the greatest bounty to be seized by that treacherous Blackbeard. Had he not eliminated Ace, which salvaged some dignity for the Navy, it would have been exceedingly difficult to evaluate the situation. Casting a glance at Mihawk, Akainu hesitated. Shanks's identity is somewhat unique. Whitebeard could be slain, but that man cannot. Perceiving Akainu's thoughts, Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. If it is inconvenient for you, you may wound him gravely, and I shall deliver the final blow. After all, I can escape after killing. Akainu chuckled softly, shaking his head. It's not that simple. Each of the four emperors is a top-tier powerhouse of the sea. Simply managing to leave behind Whitebeard is a feat in itself. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Sora chose to speak up. Akainu, do you not perceive this execution as a grave error? According to Sengoku, the objectives of the Marineford War were threefold. First, to publicly reveal Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King, symbolically concluding the era of Roger through his execution. Second, to instigate a war with the Whitebeard pirates, luring them into a trap to annihilate them on the Navy's home turf using Ace as bait. Lastly, to demonstrate the Navy's might, instilling fear in the pirates and warning them against reckless behavior. In terms of outcomes, none of these objectives were achieved. The era of the Pirate King has not only persisted, but has been reignited by Whitebeard's dying flames. Publicly executing Ace proves nothing. If there were concerns about his potential growth, it would have sufficed to eliminate him when captured. As for Whitebeard, it is common knowledge that he was already on the brink of death. Even without this war, how many more years could he have lived? Marco lacks the strength to inherit the Whitebeard pirates. Once Whitebeard passes, this strongest of the four emperors will swiftly fracture. The so-called Marineford War resembles a grand funeral prepared for Whitebeard. Sengoku and Whitebeard share a long-standing adversarial relationship akin to that of Garp and Roger. Uchiha Sora cannot help but suspect that they have developed a twisted bond. Is it possible they orchestrated this to prevent their old rivals from dying in their beds? It seems that the ostensibly righteous Sengoku is, in fact, the Marine Admiral who has issued the most extermination orders. In his quest to eradicate Roger's bloodline, he has undoubtedly slain countless pregnant women and newborns. Compared to him, Akainu might as well be a white lotus. With a solemn expression, Akainu replied gravely, "How could it be wrong to act in the name of eradicating pirates?" Uchiha Sora chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the topic. After all, he wished to partake in the conflict himself, rather than assume the role of a peace ambassador. Having finished his meal, he rose to his feet. Only when you become admiral can the Navy truly execute justice. You are the man I acknowledge. Do not disgrace yourself tomorrow. You better not die, kid. Uchiha Sora's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes emanating a ferocity that even the likes of Mihawk would find dazzling. I shall be the harbinger of death. Chapter 87. The War Begins. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. A place that draws the gaze of the entire world. There remains 6 hours until the scheduled execution. The moonlight is cold. The night not yet fully receded, as deep blue intertwines with ink black to form a heavy shroud. The seats of the 3 Marine Admirals are elevated on the platform, with over 20 Vice Admirals assembled and 100,000 elite Marines standing at the ready. The air is thick with a palpable tension, so intense that the clouds above seem to flee in fear. This fortress, hailed as the world's safest military bastion, is now encircled by countless warships, Marines, and the 7 warlords of the sea, creating an oppressive atmosphere that silences the ocean itself. At the execution platform, Fire Fist Ace bears a somber expression, kneeling under the escort of the Marines, with the supreme commander of this war, Admiral Sengoku, to his left and Uchiha Sora to his right. Greetings, I am Uchiha Sora. Upon closer inspection, the blemishes on my face have become more pronounced. Ace's eyes were dull, completely disregarding Uchiha Sora's greeting. Commodore Uchiha, this is not a place for you. Leave at once. Sengoku bellowed, gesturing for the nearby Marines to expel Uchiha Sora. The Marines exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their thoughts. Boss, we witnessed the live broadcast. Do you expect us to drive him away? Stop it. You handle this yourself. Uchiha Sora crouched on the ground, his smile fading as he looked up. Strictly speaking, I am an external aid personally requested by Akainu. Sengoku, I have tolerated you for far too long. What qualifications do you possess to command me? What did you say? Sengoku's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenched tightly. He had also endured Uchiha Sora for a considerable time, often disregarding his words as mere air. At such a critical juncture and location, how dare he act so recklessly? Do not presume that being Sakazuki's confidant grants you the liberty to act with impunity. If you do not leave immediately, I shall charge you with insubordination. Silence, Uchiha Sora replied coldly, a crimson hue enveloping his pupils. I chose to stand here out of respect for Akainu. Should you continue to speak, I may find it entertaining to eliminate a few celestial dragons in your name. With a resounding crash, amidst the smoke, Uchiha Sora transformed into a likeness of Sengoku. Nearly a perfect replica save for the differing expression. Sengoku's pupils constricted in shock, and even the despondent Ace's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. The Sengoku version of Uchiha Sora raised his hand, mimicking Sengoku's ability to amplify his own palm. Unless you intend to live your life under the watchful eyes of those celestial dragons, who would believe you are not the perpetrator? No, the probability of you being given a chance to defend yourself is slim, for you are merely their hound. A swift execution would suffice. Sengoku's expression darkened ominously, his clenched fists trembling in rage. Imprisoning you in the underwater prison will eliminate the possibility of such an occurrence. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora reverted to his original form, smiling lightly. Try it. Go ahead and make your move. Akainu just designated me as a benchmark for the younger generation of the Navy yesterday. How amusing it would be to see him turned against by you. You. Uchiha Sora waved his hand dismissively. If you lack the courage, then return to your live broadcast. Have some self-awareness, old man. Why must you always interject in the affairs of the youth? Isn't that right, Ace? Who are you? Ace's voice was hoarse, as if his throat had not been quenched for days. Uchiha Sora produced a piece of bread and a carton of milk from his pocket, offering it to Ace's lips. Eat up. It's quite rude of the local Navy to deny a proper meal before the execution. No. He absolutely must not regain his strength. Sengoku reached out to snatch the food away. Swiftly, Rujigetsu blocked his hand, and Uchiha Sora turned to him, coldly stating, I find it rather perplexing, Admiral Sengoku. You intend to execute him, yet you still concern yourself with whether he regains his strength? Or do you plan to release him? But your lingering sense of justice prevents you from allowing him to regain his strength only to slay the Navy? Sengoku's pupils trembled violently as he exclaimed, You insolent fool. You slander me. It is this wretch's bloodline that is utterly vile. He is unworthy of sustenance. Utterly vile, you say? Is he the pirate king then? Did Sakazuki inform you? Sengoku inhaled deeply and spoke in a somber tone. You should comprehend the rationale behind my actions. My intention in sending you away is for your own good. Avoid entanglements with such individuals. It is this man's father who ignited the tumultuous era of the great pirates. That man is not my father. My true sire is Whitebeard. Ace roared, his voice resonating with anguish. Uchiha K regarded Ace with a steady gaze and replied with a faint smile. Indeed, Roger lacks the merit to be your father. Whitebeard is a worthy paternal figure. Ace's expression softened. This Navy officer was unlike the others. The soldiers tasked with execution trembled, their legs quaking with fear. They had long contemplated fleeing. Every utterance they heard felt like a death sentence. Yet, their limbs betrayed them, rendering them immobile. Uchiha K, on which side do you truly stand? Sengoku's calm inquiry belied the tempest within him. He had resolved that should Uchiha K declare himself a pirate, he would not hesitate to act. Are you senile? Uchiha K set down his meal, rising slowly. Resting a hand upon the hilt of his sword, he looked up and spoke softly. I stand solely for myself. Should the noise persist, I shall eliminate you. Thud, 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 like the rhythm of a heartbeat. Something was brewing within Uchiha K's being. Sengoku sensed it. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku turned and coldly warned, do not act recklessly. I am watching you. Cut it out. Uchiha K resumed feeding Ace, saying nonchalantly, we too are often labeled as a naturally evil tribe, so I can somewhat empathize with your plight. The situation is not as convoluted as you perceive. Your suffering stems from your lack of strength. His voice whispered like a demon, echoing in Ace's ears. I do not understand. Uchiha K smiled slightly, raising a finger. Consider this. Carp and the others have known your identity all along, yet have never captured you. You were taken by Blackbeard, leading to the impending war. Had you slain Blackbeard, Whitebeard and the others would not have to rush to your aid, and nothing would transpire. All unfavorable circumstances arise from the inadequacy of those involved. Do not attribute everything to your lineage. Ace lowered his head, his gaze once more dimmed. Is it because of my weakness that this is so? He did not fear death. Rather, he dreaded endangering those who would come to his rescue. As Uchiha K spoke, his pupils narrowed as he sensed something. Turning to look, he observed the silhouette of a ship emerging from the dense fog of the outer sea. The idle chatter had come to an end. In any case, I am grateful to you, Ace. The sea breeze swirled, his long hair dancing wildly like a dark banner. The sound of their conversation mingled with the sharp blare of alarms, resonating across the ocean and sky. Because of you, I can witness the mightiest this world has to offer. It fills me with uncontainable joy. Boom. In the center of the crescent-shaped bay, a vast whirlpool rippled outward. The Moby Dick burst through the water, resembling a colossal beast rising from the depths. The grandest war upon the seas had commenced. Chapter 88. Filthy fireworks who reigns over this ocean? Is it the 4 pirate emperors of the New World? Is it the so-called 7 warlords of the sea? Neither. The righteous navy is the true sovereign of these vast seas. Yet at this moment, they grip their weapons tightly, knuckles turning white, as cold sweat trickles down their brows. The white whale sets sail. What instills such trepidation in them is the master of that great ship. All hold their breath, listening intently to the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. When that towering figure comes into view, although he is encircled, every sailor feels as though they are the ones ensnared. It has been decades since we last met, Sengoku. I trust my beloved son is unscathed. His deep voice rumbles like thunder from the depths of the ocean. The crescent-shaped white beard is the origin of his moniker. Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. All personnel, prepare for battle. So that is Whitebeard. Just his stance alone reveals his formidable strength. Uchiha Sora joins his hands, chakras spilling forth like a tangible force, stirring up a tempest. Such a powerful energy response. What manner of ability does this young man possess? Clearly wielding fire-based powers. Yet that transformation ability, just now in the moment Sengoku is distracted, a giant admiral who spots a flaw in Whitebeard is obliterated by a single punch. Exiting the battlefield prematurely, Carp seizes the opportunity to explain Whitebeard's abilities. Edward Newgate, the user of the Tremor fruit, possesses the might to summon colossal tsunamis. As if to corroborate his words, Whitebeard suddenly slams his fists into the air, a milky aura swiftly radiating outward. The ocean heaves as if boiling. A titanic wave capable of engulfing all of Marineford is summoned by that man. Hundreds of meters high, the tidal wave descends upon the naval headquarters like a curtain, compressing the air to emit a mournful wail. In the face of this towering deluge, the naval soldiers resemble ants confronted by a cataclysm, paralyzed with fear. Just as the tsunami threatens to overwhelm them, a chilling voice echoes, Ice Age. With that deep command, frost spreads at a visible pace, ice crystals burgeoning wildly. Clang. The frozen waves maintain their tumultuous form, suspended in midair, ice shards flying about, shimmering with a beautiful yet perilous gleam. The battlefield is set. Onward, my comrades. Forward. Ace. We are here. Prepare for battle. Annihilate the pirates. For justice. Charge. The cries of war blend with the clashing of metal, resounding throughout the battlefield. Now, let us witness the disparity between me and that man. Mihawk steps forward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, grasping the hilt of his sword. He positions it before him. Supreme Great Blade, 12 works, the world's strongest black blade, Yuru. He unleashes a graceful, yet lethal arc of light. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible sword energy rends the air, carving an unfathomable chasm through the ice. The strike cleaves through the battlefield, aimed directly at Whitebeard's vessel. A brilliant crystal light rushes forth, as Diamond Jozu interposes himself before the ship, his diamond luster more radiant than any metal. Boom! The invisible shockwave spreads like a hurricane, toppling both navy and pirates alike. "Oh, you shall not lay a finger on father." Amidst the thunderous shouts, Jaws managed to block the devastating slash, pushing it skyward. He actually thwarted the world's foremost attack. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division, Diamond Jaws. "Hey, you came to fight, didn't you? Please refrain from unnecessary commentary." Towering at an impressive height of 5 meters, Jaws had to lower his gaze to see the youth who had mysteriously appeared before him. With a smile, Uchiha Sora lifted his gaze, the tip of his blade resting against Jaws' chest. "Just to clarify, Diamond Jaws, this is not a sneak attack." Flame-flowing Sunday. An invisible wave of extreme heat surged forth from the blade's tip, instantly melting the ice, akin to an unseen sun descending. The blinding light rendered the entire battlefield temporarily sightless, and Jaws' diamond form underwent violent changes under the intense heat. As he faced the searing brilliance, Uchiha Sora discerned a minute gap in Jaws' diamond structure and slightly lowered the blade's tip. With a fierce roar, Jaws ignited in flames, letting out a muffled groan of agony. The diamond layer on his exterior cracked with intricate web-like fissures, and some areas even melted into honeycomb-like hollows. Even as an internal combustion engine, you could hardly remain silent. You truly are a man of fortitude. Uchiha Sora pressed against Jaws' wound, poised to strike through his heart. "What are you doing to my comrade, young Marine?" Suddenly, 2 sharp flashes of blade light appeared amidst the first petals. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division, Flower Sword Bista. Uchiha Sora tilted his head, narrowly evading the blade's edge, and caught it with his hand. "Is this the extent of your prowess that can withstand my hawk? It seems you are severely holding back." "What are you talking about? I'm saying you are weak." With a click, Uchiha Sora, to Bista's astonishment, effortlessly snapped his sword blade in two. In the next moment, Uchiha Sora instantaneously appeared before him. Bista, a standard 3-meter-tall powerhouse, found that Uchiha Sora could only reach his abdomen. "Perhaps it's due to your inherently strong physique. Battles here lack finesse, relying purely on raw stats and abilities. Even the so-called sword masters are riddled with vulnerabilities." With a resounding crash, Uchiha Sora seized Bista by the collar and forcefully yanked him down, simultaneously delivering a powerful knee strike to his head. This fierce and swift blow left Bista momentarily dazed. Yet years of combat instinct compelled him to swing his blade toward Uchiha Sora, even in a near stupor. At that moment, diminutive, no, not that Uchiha Sora was small, but rather the inhabitants of this world had grown disproportionately large. Uchiha Sora leapt gracefully to evade the sweeping strike, using the momentum from his jump. He perceived an assault emerging from his blind spot, pivoting to kick the incoming meteor hammer away. Captain of the 7th Division, Lakira, shouted as he retrieved the flung meteor hammer. "Jaws. Bista, are you all right?" Jaws, clutching the molten hole in his chest, felt his insides scorched to varying degrees. Had it not been for the hardness bestowed by the shining fruit, that blow could have cost him his life. Though he survived, he could not claim to be unscathed. "I'm fine. This guy possesses fire-type abilities, so be cautious." With a muffled groan, Jaws lunged towards Uchiha Sora, his injured form dragging behind him. "You guessed wrong." Uchiha Sora formed a hand seal with one hand and called out, "Water release, great waterfall technique." With a resounding crash, in an instant, from the ice hole scorched by Uchiha Sora, the sea was lifted by an invisible colossal hand, soaring skyward to form a magnificent curtain of water. The unprepared Jozu was engulfed by the waves. Those who consume the devil fruit are cursed by the sea, losing their strength upon contact with seawater, rendering them incapable of wielding their powers. With a swift thrust, Ryujetsu, like a white serpent flicking its tongue, pierced through the waterfall and pierced Jozu's heart. "Jozu, how dare you harm him? You scoundrel! How vile! What have you done, you beast?" The water curtain fell, dampening Uchiha Sora's hair. The first blow, Ryujetsu retracted, and an explosive inferno blasted a gaping hole in Jozu's chest. The flesh and blood of pirates served as fuel, igniting a foul spectacle of fireworks. Chapter 89, Igniting the Entire Sky. Thud. Jozu's body collapsed onto the ice, and one could see through the wound in his chest to the icy surface beneath. He was dead. Within 10 minutes of battle, the first death of a formidable captain had occurred. How could this be? That diamond Jozu was renowned for his impregnable defense. This is madness. How could this happen? The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division, Jozu, known as the Diamond Shield, had even withstood the strikes of the world's greatest swordsman. How could he perish so easily? That man can control the sea. Damn it. Could he be a fishman? Impossible. He is certainly not a fishman. Isn't Sora a flame-type user? I have never heard of a user who can control the sea. Perhaps you are too young to know that the legendary Gold Lion was capable of controlling the sea. Could it be that Gold Lion has perished and Sora has consumed the float fruit? How splendid. Such a powerful Sora with the float fruit's ability could certainly become the mightiest admiral. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard painfully closed his eyes. He knew that choosing to save Ace would lead to sacrifices, but the sacrifices came too swiftly. Even he did not anticipate that the least likely to die, Jozu, would meet such an end. Damn you, scoundrel. Transformed into the Phoenix, Marco's face twisted with rage as he flew toward Uchiha Sora, his blazing azure wings resembling the fury that surged within him. Ah, what do you intend to do to our Navy's new star? Admiral Kizuru interposed himself between the two, his fingertips radiating brilliant sparks. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the solitary Uchiha Sora wielding a blade, a flicker of inexplicable light passing through him. What a terrifying young man indeed. Boom. Get out of the way. The roar shattered the clouds. A massive Naginata tore through the air like a meteor, its blade enveloped in black and red arcs of electricity, rending the very fabric of space. The world's strongest man had made his move. As he beheld the oncoming cloud cutter, the overwhelming force compelled Kizuru to instinctively adopt an elemental form to evade. The Naginata passed through his body, and only then did he realize something was amiss. It was too late to grasp the hilt. Whitebeard's vengeful strike had missed its initial opportunity. Even the world's fastest man could not catch up. Whoosh! The enormous blade pierced Uchiha Sora's chest, pinning him firmly to the ice. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The future star, upon whom the Navy had placed great expectations, has just vanquished a formidable pirate, only to face his own demise so swiftly. Uchiha Sora's arms hung limply at his sides as he gazed at the Naginata that had pierced his body, then lifted his eyes to meet the furious glare of Whitebeard. Thus, your battle is devoid of any skill, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. This information may be of no use to you, but I shall share it nonetheless. It is common knowledge that a ninja employs shadow clones to probe the enemy's defenses. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora erupted into a blaze of flames, vanishing in an instant. Fire release, shadow clone. What is this? Was Whitebeard's attack so overwhelmingly powerful that Sora could not even preserve his own body? Both Whitebeard and Kizuru sensed something amiss and lifted their gazes towards the execution platform. The sight before them sent tremors through their pupils. Uchiha Sora stood there, as if he had never left. No, the observation Haki had indeed sensed his leap from the execution platform to the battlefield. Perhaps their eyes were mistaken. But the observation Haki could never be wrong. As their eyes met, Uchiha Sora seemed to speak to himself. When did you acquire the illusion that the observation Haki could be deceived? It sharpens the five senses and gives rise to extrasensory perception, allowing one to sense the presence and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, and even foresee the future, reading the thoughts of others. It is akin to a radar for the strong. Those who are accustomed to utilizing observation Haki can diminish their reliance on sight. Powerful individuals often express their ability to sense auras, which not only indicates the strength of their opponents, but also showcases their own perceptive prowess. Akainu's assertion was indeed correct. Observation Haki is a more comprehensive sensory skill and easier to infiltrate. With merely a small amount of chakra, one could create the illusion that Uchiha Sora did not exist on the execution platform, much like a stealth aircraft cloaked from radar. Unless one maintained their gaze upon his true form, they would quickly forget he was present. Among those gathered, only Sengoku and Ace had experienced such a perplexing phenomenon. What manner of monster are you? Ace roared, a mixture of fear of the unknown and fury over the death of his comrade evident in his voice. Sengoku regarded him with a wary gaze, though his apprehension had lessened considerably compared to before. Regardless of how he accomplished it, the fact remained that Uchiha Sora had slain Jozu. His actions had unequivocally demonstrated his allegiance. He could not return to the pirates now. This scene was broadcast live across the globe via the Den Den Mushi, as the Navy made a resounding start by taking down an enemy captain. In the admiral's seat, Akainu smirked. You little brat, you've disrupted the plan. Prior to the outbreak of war, the Navy had incited squad of the Whitebeard pirates, informing him that they would not target Whitebeard's crew. Whitebeard had sacrificed his followers to secure Ace's salvation, utilizing Squard's feelings of betrayal. Akainu had successfully persuaded him to strike, while Whitebeard was unprepared. Now, with Jozu as the first casualty, even the dim-witted Squard would no longer trust Akainu's words. Initially, Akainu had not anticipated that this individual could slay Whitebeard. The situation was thus bearable. I began by introducing myself. I am Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora did not turn around, but remarked coolly, "You will soon come to understand the weight of this surname." Ace clenched his teeth tightly, a mixture of rage and the sorrow of betrayal coursing through him. "You, who so casually deprives others of life, and I once thought you were different from them. Casually depriving life? Do pirates have the right to accuse me of this? The renowned pirates, who have made names for themselves. Do they not all carry blood on their hands? Whitebeard's constructed family may seem blissful, but how much misfortune has it been built upon?" Ace, struggling against the sea stone, resonated with an intensity as if he wished to leap and attack Uchiha Sora. "Aren't you the same? Aren't you also creating misfortune?" Uchiha Sora turned his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thus, if I were to perish, I would not consider myself innocent." While the crowd still grappled with the perplexity of two Uchiha Soras, a tremendous commotion erupted upon the battlefield. A grand ship descended from the heavens. Uchiha Sora looked up and continued, "Your protagonist has arrived. Garo," he softly called, and in an instant, Garo materialized beside him. There was no need for verbal communication. Garo placed his hefty feline paw upon Uchiha Sora's shoulder, continuously channeling chakra, replenishing the void left by the use of the shadow clone technique. This special variant of the technique, akin to Kakashi's lightning release shadow clone, consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Uchiha Sora formed hand seals, chakra surging around him. They must not be permitted to make their entrance so easily. "Pray that your brother survives." A resounding rumble echoed as the atmosphere trembled violently. A flicker of flame ignited in midair. Uchiha Sora gently exhaled. In an instant, the sparks swelled with the wind, transforming into dragon-shaped fireballs that roared. The conflagration at the horizon, where the sea met the sky, turned the ice into steam, the molten gold hue reflecting on every astonished face. This is my prologue. Standing upon the high platform, Uchiha Sora resembled a sovereign of flames. With a wave of his fingers, numerous dragon heads of fire lunged towards the descending crowd, trailing spirals of fire. Fire release, Star's Grand Dragon Fire Technique. The sky was ignited. Chapter 90. The Blade's Radiance Across the Battlefield Sabaody Archipelago. Shaki Esbar. Shaki, over 60 yet retaining her youthful appearance, gazed at the live broadcast alongside the bar's patrons. She was the former empress of the Amazon Lily and the captain of the Kuja pirates. During her piratical days, she had been pursued by Monkey D. Garp, later retreating to the Sabaody Archipelago to run her bar. Beside her sat the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, known as the right hand of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. "The Marines have unleashed an extraordinary monster," Rayleigh murmured as he observed the live image of Uchiha Sora being deliberately magnified. Jozu had joined the Whitebeard pirates long ago, and Rayleigh had once clashed with him, holding a profound respect for his defensive capabilities. Such a person has become the first heavyweight casualty of this war. That ability to manipulate water truly resembles the art of fishman karate, as Shaki softly remarked. Yet the initial stance is entirely different. Could this be an individual capable of moving seawater? Rayleigh shook his head. I noticed that he encountered seawater in battle, yet that doppelganger ability remained unaffected. The seawater merely disrupted Jaw's powers. The decisive factor was that fellow's extreme lethality. It was akin to Akainu. He seized the moment when Jaws was vulnerable against Mihawk's strike, inflicting severe damage from the outset, and his displayed martial prowess did not align with the Navy's style. It seemed as though he acted solely for the purpose of killing. Ordinarily, the Navy should prioritize capture. Generally, the Navy does not execute devil fruit users. There have even been instances like Admiral Zifa, who refrained from killing. Uchiha K's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the Navy. He referred to himself as a ninja in his conversation with Whitebeard. Shaki took a puff of her cigarette. Her brow furrowed. "Wano country? I recall Odin being aboard your ship. Is there a surname Uchiha in Wano?" "None, and in Wano, being a ninja is not regarded as an honorable profession. Their strongmen pride themselves as samurai." Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Speaking gravely, "I have a premonition that this individual will bring about monumental changes to these seas. I felt this way even before, when I saw that young boy. Luffy. That is Luffy." Shocky exclaimed, catching sight of a figure descending from the sky in the live broadcast. Straw Hat Luffy. He is a criminal from the underwater prison. What is happening? The crowd was astonished at the sight of a prisoner from the prison plummeting from above. The inmates of the prison were even more astonished, or rather, terrified. What awaited them was not a chorus of gasps, but an unfathomable sea of raging flames. Those watching the live stream could not possibly grasp the terror more vividly than those present at the scene. This was a catastrophe on par with an admiral. A cold sweat trickled down Doflamingo's forehead. Was it still time to negotiate with Commodore Uchiha K? He felt a tinge of defiance after the first clash. Believing Uchiha K had taken advantage of an unguarded moment. Even if he could not prevail, the Navy would most likely intervene to prevent him from being killed. Due to their previous conflict, he had kept a close watch on Uchiha K, being one of the few to overhear the dialogue between Uchiha K and Sengoku. This notion shattered after hearing the conversation. That fellow is utterly insane. He is the lunatic who brazenly threatens the Marine Admiral with the murder of celestial dragons. Doflamingo felt that should he face Diamond Jaws, it would likely be a stalemate. Such an equally matched adversary was so easily dispatched. He had not witnessed the duel between Uchiha K and Akainu, merely assuming the Navy's rumors were exaggerated. Now, witnessing this inferno that upended the very sky, he realized that every human possesses weaknesses and desires. What would Commodore Uchiha K desire? This momentous event concerning life and death plunged Doflamingo into deep contemplation. Desert Blade. Clark Darrell transformed his arm into a colossal blade of sand, momentarily holding his ground before cleaving through the inferno. His form shifting into flowing sand as he slipped through the breach. Behind him, several pirates lacked his prowess. The fleeting gap vanished, and those who dared approach the flames were consumed, reduced to ashes. Straw Hat Kid, grab me. Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile hand strikes. Let me catch you, Jinbei. The Jester Buggy's dismembered hand clutched Jinbei's sleeve, his cries echoing against the boundless sea of flames. Under Jinbei's relentless barrage of punches and strikes, he safeguarded a group as they traversed the fiery expanse. Hancock, who had contemplated betrayal, exhaled in relief upon witnessing Luffy's safe escape from the inferno. She turned her gaze toward Uchiha Sora on the execution platform, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound trepidation. That man stands there. It is exceedingly difficult for Lord Luffy to rescue his brother. The wails of despair resonated through the inferno, marking the extinguishment of countless pirate lives. This scene instilled terror in the hearts of the observing pirates, while the Navy and the audience watching the broadcast erupted in cheers. Among the pirates, those who ventured into the seas purely for adventure could scarcely be found. Their existence was merely a disruption of order and an exploitation of the underprivileged. Though the world government is not without its flaws, it maintains a semblance of restraint compared to the marauding pirates. The Navy, under the world government's banner, is a step above. There exist virtuous souls among pirates, just as malevolent individuals are found within the Navy. It is fundamentally a matter of proportions. The vast majority of the Navy remains steadfast, akin to Vice Admiral Bone, who is willing to sacrifice for the sake of justice and the people. To the pirates, the Navy is the antagonist obstructing their attempts to rescue their kin. Yet, to the majority, the Navy is a cadre of heroes fighting for their protection. The delineation of right and wrong hinges upon perspective. The roaring inferno surged skyward, incinerating all in its path. That grand vessel and countless pirates were reduced to ashes, cascading down like a rain of embers, signifying death. Bang! As Luffy and his companions landed, they were bereft of the opportunity to boast. Silenced by the drifting ashes that enveloped them, these individuals were all noble souls willing to accompany him in rescuing Ace. Ace! There was no time to mourn their fallen comrades as Luffy's gaze fixated on Ace atop the execution platform. Ace, I have come to save you. Garp! You wretched family member. Sengoku bellowed. His son, the most heinous criminal, leader of the Revolutionary Army. Both grandsons have become pirates. What manner of legacy has this naval hero fostered? Luffy, you fool. Why have you come? Garp's expression twisted with anguish, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He had undergone immense mental preparation to confront the reality of Ace's impending demise. He could not bear to lose 2 grandsons in a single day. Ace clenched his teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Why? Shoot him, Ryujetsu. The Devil's Whisper plunged Ace into an icy abyss as he abruptly lifted his gaze toward Uchiha Sora, the dazzling blade of light spanning the battlefield. Its target, Whitebeard. Chapter 91. The Divine Power of Susanoo. Uchiha Sora has never regarded Luffy as a worthy adversary, not out of fear of his so-called background, nor from concern over Garp's potential fury. It is solely because that fellow is utterly weak. The attack using the Stellar Dragonfire technique was merely to avoid unnecessary chaos from lesser beings, while also serving as a splendid opening. His sights are set solely on the strongest. Killing Jozu is a deliberate act to thwart Akainu's plans. Whitebeard, having succumbed to illness, is not as formidable as in his prime, and Uchiha Sora has no desire to see him further weakened. Clang. Marco retrieved Whitebeard's Naginata, the supreme great sword. The 12 clouds cutting, and braced it against the brilliance of Ryujetsu. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he gazed upon the ornate blade of flames. Is this truly the weapon intended to slay Jozu? Bang! As the 12 clouds cutting opened its blade, Whitebeard gathered strength for a decisive strike, aiming to shatter this deadly weapon. Swish! Riding the momentum from Ryujetsu's retraction, Uchiha Sora instantaneously appeared at the bow of the ship, wielding his restored long sword, and fiercely countered. Boom! 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 At the moment the 12 clouds cutting and Ryujetsu were about to collide, two terrifying forces clashed, unleashing a deafening roar. Visible shockwaves, infused with dark red arcs of electricity, expanded outward, tearing through space as if a stampede of wild horses had erupted, causing the very fabric of reality to fracture. The Moby Dick rocked violently as the surrounding crew members displayed expressions of sheer terror, struggling to maintain their balance. Does he possess Conqueror's Haki as well? It feels different. Distinctly different. Uchiha Sora's arm, gripping the sword, trembled uncontrollably as the chakra pressure formed a constricting force field, veins bulging on his forehead. Crack! The ship's decks splintered beneath their feet, spiderweb-like fractures radiating from the two combatants. Such immense power. It feels as though the entirety of the ocean is crashing down upon them. Is this the strength of the world's mightiest man? Blood, dark and viscous, seeped from the scaly arms under the tremendous pressure, only to be evaporated by the intense heat. Yet, within Uchiha Sora's eyes, there was no sign of despair. Rather, he became invigorated by the scent of blood. He resembled a madman attempting to move mountains. His blood boiling as if ready to burst from his skin, emitting a beastly growl from his throat. The three tomo in his eyes spun incessantly, seemingly on the verge of aligning into a singular form. Uchiha Sora could no longer suppress the evolution of his Sharingan, and under the oppressive weight, he was compelled to awaken the Manjiki. The chilling power of his gaze, reminiscent of an abyss, slowly enveloped the surroundings. Crackle! The air emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, as a fist larger than Uchiha Sora's own body lunged forth, accompanied by a howling force that fractured the space itself. Boom! The fist struck heavily upon Uchiha Sora's shoulder, sending him crashing through the deck and shattering the ice, plunging him into the sea. Commander Sora! Quick! Save Commander Sora! The Navy shouted, fully aware of the perilous predicament faced by anyone with abilities upon contact with seawater. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed Uchiha Sora surge from beneath the waves, one hand shielding his eyes, standing firmly upon the water's surface. What is happening? Isn't Commander Sora an ability user? He has not succumbed to the curse of the seawater. This monster has not consumed a devil fruit. How could he possibly execute such an attack? This is inconceivable. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, his brow furrowed. What is the matter with your eyes, kid? He had just realized that Uchiha Sora was not an ability user. He simply could not comprehend how he could wield fire and water. In their close confrontation, he discerned that Uchiha Sora's power differed from that of a swordsman. The most peculiar aspect was those eyes. Whitebeard's observation haki clearly warned him that he must not allow the evolution of those eyes to proceed unchecked. It must be interrupted. Otherwise, a terrifying event would unfold. Uchiha Sora pressed his hands against his eyes, his breathing somewhat hurried as he muttered in fear. That was close. Whitebeard spoke in a deep voice. Kid, do you wish to harness my power to achieve some unknown evolution? Uchiha Sora looked up and shook his head. No, I should thank you for interrupting me. I was too impulsive and underestimated your strength. My apologies. He removed his hand, and the black sealing symbols around his eyes faded away. It had reached the point where sealing was necessary to suppress the complete awakening of the Manjiki. Had Whitebeard delayed his action by even half a second, Uchiha Sora would have been unable to prevent the emergence of the Manjiki. Nevertheless, That technique had already begun to form in his mind. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to suppress the manifestation of the Uchiha Sharingan. Indulgence is human nature, yet higher desires require restraint to be attained. A bit of patience, and soon you shall bloom in reality. Though it may sound somewhat impolite, Uchiha Sora gazed at Whitebeard with a slight smile. Lord Whitebeard, you are not yet worthy to witness my evolution. I have prepared a more splendid stage for myself. Arrogant little brat. Whitebeard's voice reverberated through the air, and with a sweep of his naginata, a powerful shockwave surged forth. Don't steal all the spotlight for yourself, Admiral Sora. Admiral Kizaru appeared before Uchiha Sora, his palm radiating light that shattered the shockwave. Noticing the massive fishman launching a surprise attack from behind Uchiha Sora, Kizaru cautioned, former warlord Jinbe, very formidable, be careful. Upon arriving on the battlefield, Jinbe's gaze immediately fell upon the corpse of Jozu. Jinbe's stronghold was on Fishman Island, and since the dawn of the pirate era, numerous pirates had wreaked havoc in the New World, capturing and selling many fishmen and mermaids. His strength was insufficient to protect Fishman Island, but in his moment of despair, Whitebeard had arrived. With just a single proclamation, "This island is my territory," no one dared to lay a finger on Fishman Island ever again. How powerful that was. Bound by his identity as a warlord, despite his deep admiration for Whitebeard, Jinbe did not join the Whitebeard pirates. However, he frequently visited the crew, viewing them as comrades, and affectionately referred to Whitebeard as Old Man, seeing the one who had slain his companion audaciously speaking against Old Man. Jinbe did not hesitate to strike. Fishman Karate's ultimate technique, Onihiko, his fist, enveloped in haki, unleashed a terrifying force that surged forth. Uchiha Sora's black hair whipped wildly in the fierce wind, and facing this relentless assault, he made no attempt to evade. He slowly raised his hand, chakra flickering like fierce flames. Meanwhile, as the chakra surged violently, an illusory skeletal outline emerged upon the arm. The deep crimson chakra spread like veins, akin to the flames of a hellish inferno, accompanied by the anguished wails of souls. In contrast to the chilling aura of ice, an ominous presence permeated the air, making all living beings acutely aware of this malevolent force. With a crackling sound, a massive scarlet claw, as if torn from the depths of hell, gradually took form amidst the crisp echoes of clashing bones. Boom! The atmosphere erupted. The translucent scarlet claw intercepted the attack, fingers clenching tightly, ensnaring Jinbe's fist. No matter how fiercely Jinbe struggled, he could not withdraw his hand, watching helplessly as the crimson chakra slithered along his arm, emanating a lethal heat. Even with his indomitable will, he could not suppress his pained grunts. The hissing sound of burning flesh was concealed within the smoke. Jinbe's proud mastery of haki could not withstand the erosion of this power. What a pity it is that you cannot fathom how extraordinary this is. This is something only the progenitor of the Uchiha could achieve. Uchiha K's lips curled into a cold smile, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan slowly revolving, generating layers of invisible waves that transformed into a vortex of blood. However, for me, surpassing the progenitor is only natural. Allow me to introduce Susanoo, the divine power of the Uchiha, dwelling within these eyes. Chapter 92. Is Uchiha a celestial dragon? Jinbe? Transforming into the immortal phoenix, Marco soared in, his claws gripping the scarlet giant hand, wings thrusting downward with tremendous force, stirring up fierce winds. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge it an inch. The deep crimson serpentine flames coiled upwards, entwining around the sharp claws in an instant. The excruciating pain that seared his very soul compelled Marco to cry out in agony. He had never experienced such a level of suffering. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco possessed the rare and formidable ability of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix. The flames of the phoenix are the flames of resurrection. Any wound would be enveloped by the azure fire of revival, rendering attacks ineffective. This flame is also known as the flame of the otherworld. Unlike ordinary flames, it cannot incinerate material things, but it can inflict immense damage to the soul. This was evident in his future battle against Charlotte Lin, where the effects of the resurrection flames proved exceptional. This flame leans towards the realm of the soul. Yet in the clash of souls, he was defeated. Marco's mind was flooded with the images of his comrades, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, emitting haunting whimpers. His companions were scorched by the raging fire, their charred hands reaching out to him. These haunting scenes gradually shattered Marco's resolve. "Marco, wake up." It was Jinbei's voice. As Marco regained his senses, he beheld Jinbei's arm torn off at the shoulder, the remaining arm clutching Marco in a desperate bid to escape. In that instant, Marco comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had intended to save Jinbei, but had lost himself, inadvertently forcing Jinbei to sever his own arm to escape. "Damn it, Jinbei!" Marco was on the verge of grinding his teeth in guilt. The one-armed Jinbei, pale yet composed, spoke with a calm demeanor. "I know you must have witnessed something truly horrifying. Compared to the mere physical injuries I have sustained, your suffering must be far greater." Jinbei's gaze was fixed intently on Uchiha Sora, who was ensconced within the skeletal frame of Susanoo, where eerie flames flickered upon the dark red bones. His eyes brimmed with dread. "If my judgment is correct, those flames can evoke profound fear within the heart, inflicting severe damage upon the soul. You are restrained." The power of the gods. Uchiha Sora's voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Countless viewers of the live broadcast heard it too. The people at sea, upon hearing this phrase, could only associate it with a singular group, the celestial dragons, the descendants of the Creator, residing in the holy land of Mariehua, wielding dominion over the world government as deities. Whitebeard gazed deeply at Uchiha Sora. The arrogant proclamation, the disdainful demeanor. "You little brat, are you a celestial dragon?" The man who understood the truth of the world did not believe that all celestial dragons were worthless. Having witnessed the true celestial dragons during the Battle of God Valley, he knew that those who could control the world government for 8 centuries were certainly not merely a bunch of superficial trash. Had Uchiha Sora not withheld his name, Whitebeard would have suspected him as a celestial dragon much sooner. Is Uchiha a pseudonym for a celestial dragon? Uchiha Sora's hand grasped the air, sensing this newfound power. Uchiha Itachi had instilled erroneous beliefs in Sasuke, leading him to think that Susanoo could only be awakened after mastering Tsukuyami and Amaterasu. Yet, upon awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke was able to use Susanoo even before mastering Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. The prerequisites for utilizing Susanoo were not as complex as he believed. Ultimately, it was merely the materialization of ocular power and chakra. Once one understood the formula, it could be employed without eyes, clearly a lower threshold than Manjiki techniques. Perhaps Itachi's intentions were noble. He must have realized the immense strain Susanoo placed on ocular power and wanted Sasuke to use it sparingly. Unfortunately, Sasuke became enamored with the overwhelming strength of Susanoo, recklessly deploying it. Just a few battles had drastically diminished his Manjiki ocular power. Such was the folly of youth. When comparing himself to the templates of Fugaku and Shursui, Uchiha Sora was confident that his Susanoo's strength far surpassed theirs. The 3-Tomo Sharingan possessed a greater ocular power than the Manjiki, and for Uchiha Sora, this was no jest. He had merely interrupted his own ascension forcibly, and his Susanoo's spiritual weapon had yet to take shape. The flames burning atop Susanoo were the manifestation of that weapon's overflowing power. Uchiha Sora began to understand Sasuke better. The sensation of ocular power coursing through every cell, the unrestrained release of strength, was utterly intoxicating. The half-step Manjiki Sharingan instantly matched Uchiha Sora's physical prowess. Everything in his field of vision became clearer, even allowing him to perceive the minuscule wounds resulting from every clash of blades on the battlefield. Celestial Dragon? How rude. Lord Whitebeard. A subtle smile graced Uchiha Sora's lips, and his next words would undoubtedly make headlines across the world. If they dare to publish this. How can that group of trash compare to me? Sengoku nearly crushed the transponder snail in frustration. Fool. Understand the situation. What are you even saying? Cut that out. Air Commodore. Even if you think that way, you cannot voice it. Did I just hear correctly? A Navy officer actually referred to the celestial dragons as trash. Uchiha Sora. Right? Even if you are my enemy, I acknowledge you. With that statement, I wouldn't mind meeting my end at your hands. You fool. At Mariehua. Amidst the power struggles, the highest leaders of the world government, the 5 elders, were also watching the live broadcast, their faces growing increasingly grim. Has Sengoku allowed the Navy to sink to this level? This is an affront, the greatest affront. Order 0 to capture Uchiha Sora. No, not yet. If he survives this war, we can hold Sengoku accountable. I've heard he is a direct subordinate of Sakazuki. Sengoku has clearly stated he will step down after this battle. Sakazuki is their favored candidate for the next fleet admiral. Humph. What of Sakazuki? If he wishes to become admiral, he must hand this individual over to us. His abilities are commendable. After the war, we can have Vegapunk modify him. The modifications on Bartholomew Kuma were quite successful. Using him as a template to create a batch of humanoid weapons could enhance the world government's military strength. Indeed, a fine idea. His capacity for mass destruction could potentially execute the demon-slaying order independently. So it seems this little brat has provided us with a pretext to act. How foolish. If he hadn't made that mistake and remained with the Navy, it would have been worse. The Navy is already formidable. We cannot allow them to disrupt the balance. Chapter 93. The death of the era of cremation. Why are you so surprised? Aren't the celestial dragons just trash? Luffy questioned, somewhat puzzled. He didn't just insult them. He had physically attacked one as well. However, the consequences of that action were quite severe, leading to the Straw Hat Pirates being scattered by Kuma's intervention. The Okama King, Ivankov, leaned close to Luffy, speaking in a grave tone. It's unreasonable. That guy is clearly a Navy supernova. How could he act like this in such a setting? Never mind, Straw Hat Kid. What matters now is saving Ace. The three admirals displayed various expressions. Kizaru and Akiji exchanged complex glances towards Akainu. Is this Sakazuki's plan? Let that boy speak first as a test? Sengoku, realizing the situation had escalated drastically, shouted into the transponder snail. Today, the Fire Fist Ace is to be executed here, and his mother's name is Portgas Rouge. His father is none other than the most notorious pirate in history, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This shocking news overshadowed Uchiha Sora's live incident. The Pirate King, the man who ushered in the great pirate era, the one who obtained the ultimate treasure, he still has bloodline remnants in this world. On the execution platform, Ace gritted his teeth, filled with loathing for his lineage. The very thing he wished to keep hidden was now laid bare for all to see. Was it truly necessary to make such a grand announcement over this trivial matter? The scarlet flames flicker in the eyes of each onlooker, resonating with the tremors of their souls. In an instant, a crimson blaze materializes before Whitebeard, as his half-formed Susanoo mimics the movements of Uchiha Sora. Wielding a long blade enveloped in hellfire, raised high, and then brought down with ferocity. The cacophony is unbearable. After all, he is merely a corpse. And what is remarkable about his son? The strongest presence stands before you. Cannot you see it? Dragon scales, reversed blades, infernal flames, Susanoo's might. With murderous intent surging through his pupils, his visage twisted in rage. Heart, body, skill, the ultimate strike descends like a resplendent sun. Susanoo's blade delivers a fiery cremation. Whitebeard calmly raises his sword, the milky shockwaves radiating outward like a luminous moon. In that moment, time seems to elongate, everything suspended, the sun and the moon. When the two celestial bodies finally graze the horizon, the scarlet flames entwine with the silvery moonlight. A silent shockwave erupts, the air instantaneously evacuated, forming a visible vortex of vacuum. The atmosphere compresses into a tangible form, coalescing into a translucent crystal, only to be vaporized by intense heat in the next second. This cycle continues, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. The iceberg along the plain is reduced to powder amidst the expanding shockwave. Witnesses behold the torn sea. Battleships appear minuscule in such an inclined panorama. Faintly, a thunderous roar echoes from afar, reminiscent of the world's end collapsing. Only those two, indistinct figures, maintain balance at the center. Behold, the man who possesses the power to obliterate the world. The anticipation has been long awaited. Uchiha Sora struggles to suppress a smile. How unfortunate it is that it is you in this moment. How wonderful it would be if it were your younger self. Boom. In his dragon form, Uchiha Sora fiercely presses down on the sword, chakra surging uncontrollably. Whoosh. The crimson flames engulf Whitebeard. Father, hurry and assist him. What manner of monster is that? Clatter. The flowing flames, as if imprinted on a canvas, freeze in time. Then, with the space itself shattering, gurgling sounds permeate the air. Foolish son, father needs not your concern. The shattered flame crystals fall, revealing Whitebeard's visage. Observing his expression, some long-standing members of the crew are momentarily entranced. Plagued by illness, it has been ages since father last displayed such emotion. This expression is reminiscent of his youthful exuberance when facing formidable foes. Whitebeard gazes intently at Uchiha Sora, his mustache curling upwards with a grin. Little brat, Do you comprehend what you have done? Uchiha Sora feels the increasing might of Whitebeard beneath him and grins widely. Of course I do. You have already been slain by my hand. I have triumphed, Whitebeard. Indeed, it is so. Whitebeard's smile grows ever more pronounced. Gurgling. You did it. You have accomplished the feat of slaying Whitebeard. Now, are you prepared? The world's strongest conqueror's haki is upon us. Crack. Boom. The heavens and seas transform. In an instant, all colors were stripped away, and between the gray sea and sky, a sudden roar of dragons and tigers erupted. The ferocious black and red lightning shattered and evaporated everything. The warship beneath Whitebeard began to twist and contort, its keel groaning under the unbearable strain. After the tempestuous storm swept through, it quickly receded, casting Whitebeard's fist as a manifestation of consuming black and red lightning. How could it be that the old man's body, clearly unable to wield such power any longer, still stood resolute? Whitebeard's will and spirit had never diminished with age. He had never known defeat in his life. The children across the world sang songs that depicted him as more fearsome than monsters, a living legend. Even Roger did not ascend to kingship solely by defeating Whitebeard. As he observed the colossal fist that shattered space inch by inch, covering his entire field of vision, Uchiha Sora instead found himself calmed, his expression devoid of emotion. Fire released chakra mode. It had been remarked by Shirzue that this was a forbidden technique that was undoubtedly lethal with prolonged use. The principle involved igniting one's own chakra as fuel to gain greater strength. The closer one approached death, the stronger one became. Rooted in fire-released chakra mode, blended with the techniques of the eight-headed serpent, it culminated in the dragon beast form. This life-consuming skill had become a routine jutsu for Uchiha Sora. Despite his ability to cease at any moment, the regeneration of human cells had its limits, and his lifespan had already been significantly curtailed. If he did not alter his life form, he might not live past 30. Not only was he borrowing power, but Uchiha Sora was also exhausting his very life. The principle of the blade of cremation involved forcibly infusing fire-release chakra, igniting the body and spirit at 100-fold speed, instantly robbing them of life. With the cremation of the body, this was an utterly annihilating attack against any living being. As long as a spark of flame entered the body, it would not relent until all vitality was consumed. This was Uchiha Sora's most formidable strike after acquiring Susanoo. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that Whitebeard could withstand this attack. What he did not expect was that, after a standoff, Whitebeard chose not to repel the fire-release chakra, but rather to accept it willingly. This was akin to suicide. Regardless of the battle's outcome, Whitebeard could already declare his own death. He possessed no chakra, nor did he understand the principles of its operation. He could not replicate Uchiha Sora's effective soul-burning, life-exploding technique. Uchiha Sora would not be foolish enough to grant such a monstrous figure fire-release chakra mode. Playing with fire, Whitebeard sealed his own fate. The reason behind this choice was merely to awaken the conqueror's haki, which had slumbered due to illness and age, by harnessing the deeply ingrained flames. In doing so, he momentarily staved off his own demise with that inconceivable conqueror's haki. For this slight enhancement, Whitebeard willingly fed himself to the flames. Yet, this minor boost allowed him to exhibit a power that was truly earth-shattering. A crack echoed, the sound of Susanoo shattering. In the preceding strike, Uchiha Sora had held nothing back, yet the potency of Susanoo was insufficient. As the fragile chakra armor shattered, the shockwave disheveled his long hair. Is it necessary to hide in the infinite city? Not at all. He has arrived. A rough and sturdy hand, weaving through disheveled black hair, clenched into a fist, transforming into molten lava. The roar reverberated in his ears, causing Uchiha Sora to involuntarily squint. Was it a spur-of-the-moment decision, or was it deliberate? The deep voice of Akainu resonated. Uchiha Sora grinned. What are you saying, Admiral Akainu? I have already dispatched the enemy commander. Let him indulge a little before his demise. What nonsense. Akainu braced against Whitebeard's fist, his profile stern. The righteous navy would never allow pirates to run amok. The searing lava erupted, a collision of volcanic and seismic proportions, a catastrophe. Chapter 94. In the shadows, the world's strongest man confronts the Navy's mightiest force, propelling this grand war to its zenith. Boom! Akainu seized Uchiha Sora by the collar, sending him hurtling away, while that towering figure stood firm as a mountain. Compared to such an opponent, your stamina is lacking. Keep your mouth shut and save your breath. Go find your comrades to replenish your chakra. As he hurled Uchiha Sora towards the execution platform, Akainu charged once more at Whitebeard with unyielding resolve. This moment may be the most terrifying for Whitebeard. With life ticking away, he would unleash destruction without restraint. I shall be the one to stop him. Gururara, my sons, go and bring Ace back. The crimson lining of his cloak appeared to the Marines as a spread of the death shroud. Each swing of his blade carried the cataclysmic force of the tremor fruit. Wherever he went, Navy soldiers were sent flying like ants, and the earth trembled and cracked under the weight of this terrifying power. When the clouds once again descended, clang. The foot imbued with the power of lava firmly pressed against Whitebeard's blade. Have you had enough? Why endure such suffering? If you relinquish your suppression, death would be far swifter. Whitebeard, your era has passed. Akainu's gaze was resolute and unwavering, devoid of hesitation or retreat. This level of Gururara is akin to soaking in a hot spring. Lava brat, I am Whitebeard. The overwhelming conqueror's haki collided with Akainu's transformed supreme armament haki. Two formidable auras clashing and tearing the battlefield asunder. Marco's eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed towards the execution platform. As the doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, he understood the old man's condition better than anyone. This current state was the final aria of their father. Not even the world's finest doctor could save Whitebeard. He had personally witnessed the terror of those flames. He fixated on the languidly seated Uchiha Sora atop the platform, his rage threatening to overflow. There was no turning back. This family had been destroyed. Damn it. His speed was blinding, like a flash of azure lightning. As bullets fired by the Navy struck him, they passed through as if hitting an illusory shadow, utterly ineffective. Garo, the feline, rested her paw upon Uchiha Sora's shoulder, murmuring softly, "Do be frugal with your chakra. You've already expended a considerable amount, and this is all we have left for our journey. I cannot spare any of my chakra either. It must be preserved for emergencies. Should the situation turn dire, I will need to facilitate your escape." Uchiha Sora exhaled a heavy sigh and turned to her. "Is that all? It barely lasts 2 charges before it's depleted?" Garo's face displayed a distinctly human-like disdain. "Do you even hear what you are saying? With your method of usage, even a tailed beast could not withstand such consumption, even with Uchiha Sora's unparalleled strength among the shinobi world. The disparity compared to the world's most formidable warriors is still vast. If we consider the duration of full output, Uchiha Sora can only sustain combat for a day at most. The likes of Akainu operate on a 10-day scale, essentially representing the pinnacle. The youthful Whitebeard and Roger undoubtedly belong to this echelon, if not even stronger. The gap is minimal. The mightiest of these emperors, in their prime, possess an extensive reservoir of vitality as a fundamental asset. Uchiha Sora, once a powerhouse in the shinobi realm, now finds himself transformed into a high-damage, low-defense fragile assassin. His peak output rivals the strongest, yet he is but a fleeting shadow. This cannot continue. Whitebeard has already been ignited, his time is fleeting, and he has lost his value as a touchstone. The sunset is undeniably beautiful, yet it heralds twilight. He is far too aged. The new era has no place for him. Fortunately, he knows that another top-tier warrior is on the horizon, and he will not allow this grand conflict to be halted. As he sensed the layers of chains binding his Sharingan, he realized he could not endure much longer. He must begin to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan following this war. His current state was insufficient. His body and spirit had yet to reach their utmost potential. His exposure to the ultimate power had been too brief. He could not adapt in time. If only he could maintain that earlier state for a little longer, he might have a fighting chance. Is there a method to sustain my combat capabilities? With such thoughts, Uchiha Sora's eyes gleamed with determination. Can I designate a lending party on this platform? Based on the above criteria, lending can be accomplished. Please be advised, you are currently in repayment. The platform predicts a greater than 97% probability that you will complete this repayment. Please consider carefully. Engaging in borrowing to finance further borrowing is strongly discouraged by the platform. This was the first time he had experienced such an unofficial warning from the platform. It appeared that borrowing to pay off debts was indeed a perilous road. Yet, to refrain from such actions, he had made his decision. He would reach out to him. Please be reminded, communication across secondary dimensions incurs a cost in credibility points, and this is a consumption rather than a freeze. Even if the loan is not completed, it will not be refunded. Deduct it. I will retain only what is necessary for the loan. The platform does not comprehend your logical reasoning. However, it respects your decision. Uchiha Sora gripped the hilt of his blade, a thin layer of Susanoo armor enveloping Ryozuki. As crimson flames danced around him, ordinary weaponry was ineffective against Marco, yet Uchiha Sora had realized that his Susanoo possessed the capability to counter Marco's soul attributes. The Phoenix? One strike, and it would become a mere corpse. Marco, do not approach. After consuming the Mera Mera no Mi, Ace possesses an acute perception of flames, instantly discerning that Uchiha Sora's flames surpass Marco's in rank. Marco's flames embody the fire of regeneration, while Uchiha Sora represents the flames of extinction, signifying the purest and most absolute form of lethality. Fully aware of Uchiha Sora's restraint over him, Marco persists in his actions. He cannot allow his father's sacrifice to be in vain. He is determined to bring Ace back. Without warning, a formidable figure hurtles forward like a cannonball, the air torn asunder by his presence, emitting a sharp whistle. Garp raises his right fist high, enveloped in the aura of Haki. His fist seemingly sheathed in a layer of black steel, the surrounding air warped by his immense power. Distance here, kid. By the time Marco senses the danger, it is already too late. Bang! The force of the punch surpasses all imagination. Marco is sent plummeting from the sky, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. His body skids along the surface for a while before coming to a halt, the once blazing azure flames dimming. Garp remains silent. After striking Marco down, he strides confidently to the center seat of the Admiral, settling firmly into place. This action unmistakably proclaims to all that anyone wishing to breach the Navy's defenses must first contend with him. Vice Admiral Garp, the legendary Marine, has finally appeared. The Navy's soldiers, invigorated, chant Garp's name, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor. After all, he is the man who captured the Pirate King. Chuckling, Uchiha Sora refrains from commenting, his gaze drifting to a concealed corner of the battlefield. Through the veil of darkness, he spots the restless Blackbeard and his cohorts. You truly are patient, Teach. Chapter 95. The Mirror of the World turns. Can you still fight, Commander Sora? Uchiha Sora turns to Sengoku, asserting, You will never hear me utter I cannot, Old Man Sea Eagle. Sengoku struggles to suppress his anger, retorting, At the very least, you should show some respect towards your elders. Sora smirks dismissively. My mother taught me to honor those worthy of respect. You are not one of them. You remind me of an old man I know, who believes he embodies justice but perpetuates tragedy through misguided decisions, clinging to a misguided sense of justice while lacking the will to make true choices. Uchiha Sora gazes at him, enunciating with conviction, I disdain you, Admiral Sengoku. Enough. Sengoku's breathing grows labored as he points downward. I hereby grant you the position of Warlord of the Sea. Act accordingly. The renowned warlords have become mere supporting characters in this battle. The nonchalant Mihawk, the disinterested Doflamingo, and the unremarkable Bartholomew Kuma. Moonlight Moria, already injured upon arrival, was further wounded by Uchiha Sora's blade and has not participated in the conflict. It is likely that once the war concludes, he will lose his status as a warlord. The most outrageous of all is the Pirate Empress, Hancock, who has defected to the pirate side, aiding Monkey D. Luffy in his confrontation against the Navy. This implies that I possess the right to eliminate them. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly as he descended onto the battlefield. Indeed, let this be a mere appetizer before the main course. Commodore Sora, you have arrived. Are you unharmed? How dare you speak such nonsense? Commodore Sora is a man who can overpower even Whitebeard. How could he possibly be in danger? Commodore Sora, you will undoubtedly become the strongest in the world. I shall support you eternally. A roar more fervent than that of Carp echoed through the Navy ranks. Carp has already become a legend, and the young sailors are witnessing the birth of a new one. As Uchiha Sora strode across the battlefield, the pirates before him scattered like birds, lacking even the courage to glance back. Silence. Your anger renders me unable to hear your words. How dare you strike down my beloved? Hancock, who had just forced Smoker back, halted her words as she turned to the figure emerging from the crowd. Continue speaking. Why have you stopped? Uchiha Sora slowly unsheathed his sword, advancing step by step, his murderous intent palpable. Hancock, whether she or Smoker wished to say anything further, was quelled by a mere glance. What kind of eyes are those? As a Logia user, Smoker felt as though he had forgotten the very instinct to elementalize his body the moment he met Sora's gaze. As a fellow Commodore, the disparity between me and this man is insurmountable. Hancock bit her lip, filled with trepidation. Master Luffy, I will hold him off. You must flee. With that, she took the initiative to launch an attack on Uchiha Sora, her invisible conqueror's haki radiating outward. Arrow of captivation. With a gentle touch of her fingers to her lips, Hancock manifested a gigantic heart-shaped substance of vibrant pink, drawing it back like a bow and releasing a flurry of pink arrows. Unlike the sweet wind, those struck by the arrows would be petrified, regardless of their emotional state. Even inanimate objects could be turned to stone. She is the wielder of the sweet, sweet fruit, which possesses the innate ability to charm countless souls and petrify opponents. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty, she achieves an effect far exceeding the sum of its parts. Prior to this, aside from Luffy, whose mind is solely occupied with meat, no one could disregard her allure. At Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh and Shaki's pupils dilated sharply as they sprang to their feet. Boom! In the astonished gazes of the patrons, she smashed through the tavern's wall and departed. The Sharingan's Tomo revolved. The powers of devil fruits vary greatly, with some being deemed incomprehensible abilities. The sweet, sweet fruit is a formidable blend of mental and physical attacks. If one were to face Hancock, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen or Jiraiya, they would likely succumb to excessive blood loss before even striking a blow. Yet she stands before Uchiha. Even for Uchiha Obito, who is most intrigued by women, it is not solely the appearance of Rin that captivates him, but rather her gentle spirit. The Sharingan possesses the power to gaze into the soul. Thud, 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 thud. As the heart-shaped arrows rained down upon him, Uchiha Sora murmured softly, "Mirror, turn the world." As Hancock observed Luffy traversing through Uchiha Sora, a fleeting glimmer of joy ignited within her eyes. In the next instant, however, a series of faint cracking sounds echoed in her mind. The harrowing memories of her childhood surged forth like a relentless tide. Her alabaster skin swiftly transformed into a grayish rock, beginning from her fingertips, as the warmth coursing through her veins was replaced by an icy, stony chill. The terror etched in her eyes became frozen in an instant. The first beauty of the pirates, who had petrified countless souls, was now a victim of her own petrification. One should never employ illusionary arts against a Uchiha. Heed this lesson in your next life. Uchiha Sora appeared before Hancock in the blink of an eye, wielding his blade high above. Fishman Karate, Ocean Current Overhead Throw. Galaxy. The surging waves crashed forth, yet Uchiha Sora remained unfazed. His colossal visage expanding like a shadow clone, adorned with long, thick eyelashes, pale blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss. Dozens of such faces blinked, crackling with electric allure. Retreat. The lingering, bewitching gaze of the Okama King Ivankov compelled Uchiha Sora to instinctively withdraw for the first time since the battle commenced, filled with trepidation. This is utterly grotesque. Uchiha Sora struggled to erase the mental pollution that had just invaded his mind, his features contorted in revulsion. He could resist Hancock's beauty through sheer will, yet he found it impossible to disregard the ugliness of the Okama King. Uchiha Sora, our battle is far from over. Jinbei, with his severed arm hastily bandaged, assumed a fighting stance. Hey there, handsome. Cast a glance my way. You too wish to become a beauty like me, don't you? Uchiha Sora's gaze fell, his breath heavy. I must kill him. I must ensure his demise. Chapter 96. By my own hand, I shall execute. Marineford. The war rages on. The once solemn Marine headquarters has devolved into a hell on earth, a slaughterhouse for both Marines and pirates. Pirates fight valiantly for their comrades, while the Marines stake their lives for the justice they uphold. Every moment claims lives. Some are dismembered, others obliterated by the aftermath of powerful attacks, with severed limbs scattered across the battlefield. The fall of a colossal giant like Oars is scarcely worthy of mention in the annals of this war, underscoring the sheer brutality of the conflict. In one battle group, the 5 fingers of Susanoo pierced through Jinbei's chest, lifting him high into the air. It was evident that his internal organs had been thoroughly shattered. Blood seeped from a wound on his forehead, trickling down Uchiha Sora's face. It ends now, Jinbei. Beside the half-formed Susanoo stood the Okama King Ivankov, facing the ice, with a mast protruding from his back, his fate uncertain. Hancock, her face freed from petrification, bore tears in her beautiful eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of Jinbei's mouth, his toothy grin widening. I have long accepted my fate here. If I can sacrifice myself to buy time, it is more than enough. With his final strength, Jinbei executed the Ocean Current Overhead Throw, propelling the Okama King and the gradually unpetrifying Hancock away. His last gaze was fixed upon the execution platform, where the Straw Hat Boy, upon whom he had placed all his hopes, finally arrived. With the resounding clang of chains hitting the ground, Jinbei contentedly closed his eyes, embracing death. Suddenly, flames erupted into the sky, heralding the escape of Fire Fist Ace. The inferno mirrored his surging spirit and wrath, reverberating with unrestrained fervor. Jinbei, he howled to the heavens, his voice slicing through the cacophony of the battlefield. How could it be possible? The son of the Pirate King? This was the execution platform guarded by Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku. Ace had finally succeeded. The Marines stood in stunned silence while the pirates erupted in jubilant cheer. The scene polarized. Akainu caught a glimpse of the execution platform, and his expression darkened instantly. It was not due to Ace's escape. He had anticipated this outcome, having been forewarned by Uchiha Sora. Yet, witnessing it unfold before his eyes conjured the words spoken to him the previous night. If I do not intervene, Ace will escape. This is the future I foresee. That Straw Hat Kid will defeat Garp and liberate Ace under Sengoku's very gaze. Akainu could envision Ace being rescued, but he could not fathom how that Straw Hat Kid could possibly defeat Garp and Sengoku. Even in their old age, their strength was beyond that of a mere young pirate. He recalled Uchiha Sora's smile, laced with mischief. After slaying so many innocents who might have been the Pirate King's son, he had left behind the genuine article. Akainu, let us make a wager. If tomorrow those two truly allow Luffy to rescue Ace, it would signify that they are no longer fit to represent justice. Afterward, regardless of Sengoku's orders, do not listen. Follow your own heart. What if Fire Fist Ace is not rescued? Akainu retorted. Then you shall obey orders. I have not brought you any special items from the ninja world. Truly, Sengoku and Garp, what do you perceive justice to be? Bang! In that moment of distraction, Akainu was struck down by Whitebeard's colossal fist, burying him into the earth. Crew, let us set sail. Continue your journey. Set sail. His half-burned face did not diminish his ferocity. The reverberations of the quake threatened to obliterate the entire marine fort. Dad, Ace has been saved. Let us return home together. Yes, we did it. Let us go home. The new era no longer had a vessel to carry me. Whitebeard gazed at Ace running through the crowd towards him, a smile gracing his lips. This is where my journey ends. What a long voyage it has been. At that moment, the dark curtain was lifted. Ha 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 ha. Old man, give me your power so I can go die again. The figure that emerged onto the battlefield was Blackbeard, Rain's Mirage, Abelo Pizarro, and Jizasu, each a notorious criminal imprisoned in the depths of the underwater prison. Bang, 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 bang. Out of nowhere, Blackbeard's crew unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the weary Whitebeard. Only when they were certain that Whitebeard was no longer a threat did Blackbeard dare to step forward. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, I am on the verge of acquiring unparalleled power. The tremor fruit. Blackbeard abruptly halted his steps, locking eyes with Whitebeard, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Father, you have not perished yet. Whitebeard did not regard him, instead focusing on the slender youth with dark hair amidst the crowd. Is this the reason I have survived until now? Can that pair of crimson eyes foresee the future? Boom. A dull sound reverberated through Whitebeard's towering form, as if something was poised to break free from his flesh. Blackbeard sensed the impending threat, following Whitebeard's gaze to Uchiha Sora. He observed as Sora slowly raised his palm, 5 fingers igniting with violet flames, enchanting and beautiful. Wait. Blackbeard, drenched in sweat, bellowed in rage. You bastard Navy. Hold on. Stop. That is the tremor fruit. You scoundrel. A smirk graced Uchiha Sora's lips as he clenched his fingers. Inferno of oblivion. Boom. In an instant, it felt as though the heavens and earth were shaken by a terrifying force. A colossal blade of red flames erupted from Whitebeard's chest, resembling a flame-wreathed dragon breaking free from its bonds, roaring towards Blackbeard and his crew. The horrific heat rapidly spread, distorting and tearing the very fabric of space itself. Dark water. Release. An immense darkness unfurled swiftly. Crash. Unimpeded, the fiery blade cleaved through the darkness. How is this possible? What kind of attack is this? How can it be so formidable? A strike that sacrifices a man like Whitebeard cannot be anything less than powerful. The Inferno of Oblivion is just such a technique. It is when life is extinguished that this art manifests. Be grateful, Whitebeard. The funeral I have prepared for you far surpasses the grandeur of Sengoku-s. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. the ground beneath melting into pools of molten rock. Wherever the blade passed, everything was rendered to nothingness. The most heinous of criminals, having only just arrived, met their demise. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. I am in agony. The dark fruit possesses the terrifying ability to nullify other devil fruit powers and is the only Logia-type fruit that cannot be elementalized. Its method of evading external harm is akin to a black hole, absorbing it. The user experiences pain more acutely than ordinary individuals. A massive wound gaped open on Blackbeard's shoulder, nearly revealing his pulsating heart. The excruciating pain sent him rolling on the ground in search of relief. The dark fruit's properties did not permit him to perish from this strike, yet he was utterly unable to absorb the damage. The flames upon his wound overpowered the gravitational pull of the dark water. I have already told you, I have slain Whitebeard. Why do you not believe me? Stepping firmly upon Blackbeard's chest, Uchiha Sora halted his thrashing. With a flick, the Ryumen pierced through his palm, eliciting a series of agonized screams from Blackbeard, interspersed with a high-pitched note. Confronted by those shadowy, crimson eyes, Blackbeard sensed a force more malevolent than the dark fruit itself. Who on earth are you? Teach your forbearance. Resilience and insatiable greed instill in me a profound apprehension. To express my reverence, I, Uchiha Sora, shall personally administer your judgment. The blade glimmers as it cleaves through the air, and a head soars high. Chapter 97. Is this where it ends? Your words hold no authority, Blackbeard teach. The reason he joined the Whitebeard pirates was his belief that aligning with the mightiest pirate crew would most likely grant him the dark fruit. Should he fail to acquire it, he was willing to spend the remainder of his life within the Whitebeard pirates. 26 years. Wagering his future on an uncertain outcome. What immense forbearance. Upon glimpsing the dark fruit, he could have simply asked Sachi for it, who would likely have obliged. Yet he chose to kill Sachi instead. Faced with the object of his desire, he unhesitatingly struck down a companion of decades. What cruelty this reveals. Following the natural course of events, Uchiha Sora harbored doubts as to whether Luffy could contend with such a man. In terms of character alone, Teach was the individual Sora feared most in this conflict. Just 3 minutes prior, Whitebeard, having engaged in battle with Akainu, could no longer suppress the fire chakra raging within him. It was Uchiha Sora who intentionally restrained its eruption. The dismembered Jinbei and the cross-dressing king could not stall him for long. On one hand, he awaited Ace to break free from his chains, hoping Akainu would recognize the grim reality of the Navy's upper echelons. On the other hand, he awaited the emergence of Blackbeard, seeking a decisive opportunity for a lethal strike. As for Ace and Luffy, regardless of their immense talent and fortune, Uchiha Sora remained indifferent. Their glaring weaknesses rendered them exceedingly vulnerable to exploitation. Characters like Blackbeard, who are devoid of moral boundaries, willing to relinquish all and devoid of a competitive spirit, become the most formidable foes once they acquire power. Observing Blackbeard's dismembered corpse and the gaping wound in Whitebeard's chest, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in Sora's eyes. After all, Blackbeard was a child he had coexisted with for decades. Teach's emotions were a fade, but Whitebeard's were genuine. He still clung to life, an astonishing vitality. Even amidst the agony of each breath, he maintained his position as the world's strongest. This man, wiping the blood from his blade, turned to face Whitebeard. Farewell, Whitebeard. It was a rather splendid life, was it not? Whitebeard offered no reply. The massive wound had extended to his jaw. He could no longer speak. He simply closed his eyes slowly. Was it splendid? Teach is dead, but this even more terrifying monster is one you must confront yourselves. My apologies, Edward Newgate. The Emperor of the New World, the world's strongest man. Death. Father. Marco's azure flames were abruptly extinguished as he collapsed in a daze amidst the pool of blood, his pupils reflecting the lifeless figure that still stood. Bista's twin swords clattered to the ground. This swordsman, forever in pursuit of elegance and beauty, had tears mingling with bloodstains, carving rivulets across his contorted face. In the dappled sunlight, these sons of Whitebeard experienced the profound sensation of losing their anchor for the first time, grasping the meaning of an eternal farewell. The current anguish is but fleeting, yet what endures throughout their lives is the relentless dampness. Whether among the Navy or the pirates, upon witnessing the demise of the strongest, all actions came to a halt. Crocodile bit through his cigar, a complexity in his eyes that words could not convey. Could this man, Whitebeard, truly perish? He had challenged Whitebeard countless times, yet had never glimpsed the prospect of defeating him. He doubted that humanity could attain such heights, immersing himself instead in the pursuit of the legendary ship, the Pluton. Mihawk too laid down his black blade, as if to pay homage to Whitebeard's passing. What are you hesitating for? Boom. The furious volcano roared, and a colossal fist of lava struck down, obliterating a multitude of pirates. Akainu, with wounds inflicted by Whitebeard, bled profusely yet, disregarding his injuries, lunged at Ace and Luffy like a ferocious tiger, bellowing, "The war is not over. Raise your weapons. Continue the slaughter." The battle raged on, the battlefield momentarily silenced by Whitebeard's death, only to erupt again into chaos. Countless foes stood before Akainu, each a formidable captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet they could only serve to delay the inevitable. With Whitebeard's passing, the scales of war had completely tipped, leaving the pirates to cling to mere survival. Flame Fist. A massive inferno surged forth with the force of his punch. Hellhound. The fangs of the Hellhound tore through the flames, grazing his side and delivering an attack laced with haki, rendering elemental defenses futile. Ace. Scalding magma seared dark patterns upon his ribs as Ace shielded Luffy, gritting his teeth and unleashing flames once more. Thanks to the sustenance provided by Uchiha Sora, he managed to fight without succumbing to weakness, barely managing to prolong his struggle. It was evident to all that Ace's defeat was imminent. The shockwaves of their battle swept up nearby wounded soldiers, ensnaring them in the searing heat, extinguishing lives in their wake. This scene did not escape the gaze of a Marine. He listened to the soldiers' cries, witnessing a brother unable to save his sibling. Paralyzed by fear, not merely the pirates, but Marines felt every moment. If only they would cease the war, lives could be spared. Boom. Ace and Luffy were struck down, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates converged towards them. Akainu advanced step by step towards the multitude of pirates, his code of justice billowing in the heat. An individual, yet overshadowing all pirates. Are you still resisting? Akainu's fists ignited with magma, while the yellow monkey above charged with radiant energy. It was nearing its end. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena. This ends now. Akainu's gaze fell upon the Marine standing defiantly before him. What was happening? Who was this? Even the pirates were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Is that Kobe? Garp recognized the tear-streaked Marine. Stop. No more fighting. You are wasting lives. Every soldier has a family waiting for their return. Whitebeard has been defeated. In a relentless pursuit of those pirates who have lost their will to fight, can we simply stand by and witness the demise of soldiers who could survive with proper aid? Why not prioritize saving lives? Continuing this war while soldiers lie there is akin to sheer folly. What a waste of my precious seconds. Akainu raised his fist. The Navy does not require the presence of such misguided soldiers. Clang, clang. Two swords met the descending molten fist of Akainu, and a voice resonated softly. Well done, brave sailor. The few seconds you wagered your life for have significantly altered the fate of the world. I had no intention of being here. My old bones can hardly endure this. Sakazuki, this should be the end. Your target was none other than Whitebeard. The red-haired Rayleigh stood in front of Akainu. Why have you appeared? No, he is unworthy of effecting any change. A pristine sailor stands before the battered admiral. Can such a person be deemed brave? For the crime of disturbing military morale, he shall be executed. Swish. Liu Yu's form extended instantaneously, striking towards the dazed and unconscious Kobe. No, the red-haired one swiftly drew his sword to block, only to be sent flying by the crimson Susanu's fist. Whoosh. Before the blade could reach him, the searing brilliance obliterated Kobe into ash. Chapter 98. The Ninetales descends upon the battlefield. The red-haired one steadied himself, gazing at the pile of charred remains that was once Kobe, fury surging within him. You scoundrels, was he not your comrade? Having thwarted Kaido, the red-haired one rushed to the battlefield, entirely unfamiliar with Uchiha Sora. He never anticipated such a bizarre method of attack, nor did he expect this Navy man to so decisively eliminate a sailor. Uchiha Sora, what on earth are you doing? Carp bellowed, shoving aside Vice Admiral Tsuru who sought to restrain him, striding forward. Kobe's words resonated in his heart. A sailor who cherishes peace and values comrades is, in his view, immensely precious and worthy of nurturing. Just as this thought arose, Kobe was slain. Uchiha Sora turned back indifferently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Are you questioning me, Vice Admiral Carp? I have slain Whitebeard, Blackbeard and his vile accomplices from the underwater prison, the 3rd Division Commander Jozu, and the rebellious Jinbei. I do not seek to boast of my achievements. I merely wish to inquire, what have you accomplished? Uchiha Sora glanced at Luffy on the pirate's side, a mocking curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. Just moments ago, that little brat knocked you down with a single punch. And now you possess the strength to question me? You. Carp gritted his teeth, shouting furiously, you should not have killed your comrade, regardless of the circumstances. Such actions are utterly wrong. Huh. Uchiha Sora's cold laughter echoed. From the moment he stood against Admiral Akainu, he ceased to be a comrade. Addressing all Navy personnel and the countless viewers across the seas, his voice rang clear. Indeed, this war has seen countless sailors sacrifice their lives, and many grievously injured have received no aid. But what time is it now? This is war. The war between the world's mightiest pirate crew and the Navy headquarters unfolds. What is the duty of a Marine? It is to grow and safeguard each island, shielding the populace from the merciless pillaging of pirates. No formidable warrior has ever risen without enduring the tempest of bloodshed. If you cower in fear of death, what right do you have to call yourselves Marines? What merit do you possess to bear the gaze of those who place their trust in you? Such impassioned and fervent oration even compels pirates to listen in rapt attention. Carp's footsteps came to a halt. Peace has always been seized through warfare. Do you naively believe that compromise can yield tranquility? It is essential to eradicate them completely. It is imperative that pirates come to fear us to the very core of their beings. The sacrifices made now are worthwhile. For countless families will find safety because of this war, and numerous children will join the ranks of the just Navy. To the brothers who can fight no longer, you are far from the fools described by that traitor. Your sacrifices shine with unparalleled honor. Your name shall be inscribed on the memorial, commemorated by the blood of pirates, revered by countless generations to come. In a pool of blood lies a Marine, his legs blown apart, his voice hoarse. There is no need to save me. Those who can still move, follow Lord Kong into battle. We are the Navy. He expended his last ounce of strength, shouting fervently. Voices arose one after another. Annihilate the pirates. My family has long been slaughtered by them. I have no home to return to. Please, I can no longer fight. Carry forth my will. As long as there are pirates, this sea shall never know peace. Kill. Wipe them out. The once demoralized Marines, weary from the brutal conflict, found their spirits rekindled. The overwhelming intent to kill surged within their ranks, more intense than the color of conqueror's hockey. This realm is not solely for the powerful. When the countless weak unite, they too can instill fear in the strongest. Rayleigh fixed his gaze intently upon Uchiha Kong. The era of the great pirates was ignited by his captain. This was the only means they could conceive to save the world. But is this truly the right path? Those who perished in the age of great pirates, did they not curse Roger until their last breath? Lord Uchiha, Rayleigh inhaled deeply and spoke softly. This war belongs to the Navy. Even Whitebeard fell at your hands. All have witnessed the Navy's might. Consider it the plea of an old man. Let them go. If that is insufficient, adding the right hand of the Pirate King will surely carry more weight than the son of the Pirate King. In truth, many did not recognize who Rayleigh was. As they recalled his words, they remembered his identity. The former bounty of over 4 billion berry. The right hand of the Pirate King, vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Rayleigh. As he stated, this name holds far more gravitas than that of the Pirate King's son. Old man Rayleigh, Shanks approached with a complex expression. I cannot stand idly by. With a swift motion, Shanks unsheathed griffin. The majestic blade as resilient and elegant as a griffin. His sharp gaze fell upon Uchiha Kong. I, as a youth, cannot refute your stance. It is merely a matter of differing positions. For the demise of Blackbeard, I must express my gratitude to you, as he was indeed a perilous individual. It is apparent to me that, after enduring numerous battles, your stamina has dwindled to a dangerously low level. In this situation, even Shanks would hesitate to utter a plea for leniency, lest he provoke the wrath of the bloodthirsty Marines, who would undoubtedly charge forth without fear, continuing this conflict. He contemplated a strategic withdrawal. This young man evidently holds significant importance to the Navy, as evidenced by the trust placed in him by so many. Given his physical condition, a ceasefire could be a viable premise. He cast his gaze upon the fierce Marines before finally looking up at Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, I aspire to safeguard a future of freedom. Surely you wish to protect the Navy's future as well. If this conversation continues, I cannot guarantee his safety. After all, we are pirates. Thud. The entire red-haired pirate's crew stood resolutely behind him. In truth, both Sengoku and Garp leaned towards the sentiment expressed by Kobe, believing that the war had reached its conclusion. Numerous renowned pirates had perished, and the Navy had achieved a resounding victory over the Whitebeard pirates. Aside from the failure to execute Ace, most strategic objectives had been met, and it was time to aid the wounded soldiers. However, Uchiha Sora's words echoed, "Power is derived from the grassroots." Although he held the title of admiral, if the majority of the Navy opposed his decisions, his authority would be merely nominal. Just as he was mired in contemplation, Shanks provided him with an excellent opportunity for retreat. The strong present could see that Uchiha Sora was utterly exhausted. In contrast to his exaggerated kill count, it was merely a depletion of stamina rather than severe injuries, which was indeed alarming. Even Akainu glanced at Uchiha Sora, his gaze harboring a hint of veiled concern. "Stay back, I can handle them." Among the three admirals, only Akainu bore significant injuries, having withstood the explosive damage from Whitebeard's last moments. Akiji and Kizaru remained unscathed, with such formidable power, even against the red-haired pirates. The addition of Rayleigh would not change the outcome. Victory must belong to the Navy. Kizaru and the other Marines looked to Sengoku, awaiting his command. Sengoku inhaled deeply. "Commander Sora, it is sufficient. Your lives are far more valuable than those pirates. The future of the sea still requires your guardianship. Your name has already echoed across the world." Only Sengoku perceived that Uchiha Sora did not truly care for the people of the sea. Considering his previous actions, Sengoku believed that Uchiha Sora simply sought to display his prowess and attain fame. This was an implicit message to Uchiha Sora. "Enough, your objectives have been fulfilled, and I have no desire to continue this battle." As more and more Marines turned their gaze towards him, Uchiha Sora shook his head with a bitter smile. "I shall not accept a victory attained in such a manner. Shanks, Rayleigh, if you wish to survive, do not stand and negotiate. Flee like defeated hounds." His smile gradually morphed into madness. A deep crimson chakra surged forth from him, an incredibly malevolent aura spreading. This chakra was distinctly different from that which he originally possessed. Amidst a tempest of ferocity and brutality, "Arise, Ninetails." The roar reverberates through the heavens as Marin Vondo becomes enveloped in a crimson chakra. The colossal Ninetails fox, akin to towering mountains, suddenly descends upon the battlefield. Chapter 99. You shall merely observe, Ninetails. The stipulated lending regulations are as follows. First, the borrowing party must exist within a subordinate dimension. Second, the consent of the lending party must be obtained. Third, the designated lending shall be formalized through a contract, wherein the borrowing party is obliged to fulfill the specified conditions of the lending party within a set duration. Failure to comply shall be deemed a breach of contract, granting the platform the authority to enforce compliance. Fourth, numerous related regulations exist. Compared to random lending, the most significant distinction lies in the pre-knowledge of repayment methods, wherein the lending party possesses absolute sovereignty. Uchiha Sora had never ventured into the realm of Pokemon, rendering him incapable of designating a lending to the spatial Pokemon. Should his conjecture prove true, that singular spatial Pokemon would not be accessible with his current creditworthiness. Upon learning of the possibility of designated lending and understanding the related regulations, Uchiha Sora had already contemplated a candidate. That individual happened to be available and possessed an intense desire, presenting a potential for negotiation. Years ago, Minato Namikaze, considering the tender age of Naruto, who could not withstand the full might of the Ninetails, utilized the Shiki F gene to bisect the Ninetails, sealing the yang half within Naruto's body. The yin half, however, was drawn into the belly of the Shinigami, destined for endless combat. Uchiha Sora transcended the boundaries of time and space, establishing contact with the yin Ninetails. To rescue him from the Shinigami's grasp within 2 years would be the price Uchiha Sora must pay. This timeline is shorter than previous lending durations, indicating that designated lending favors the lending party. The Crimson Chakra surged like tides. The immense dark red form of the Ninetails materialized at the heart of the battlefield, the swaying of its colossal tail causing chaotic air currents, with waves crashing in tumult. The roar spread outward, palpable like a physical force, akin to the eruption of Conqueror's Haki, rendering some weaker pirates and marines unconscious. What is that? How could such a gargantuan creature exist? It is not a sea king, is it? Such a terrifying, malevolent aura, could it be an enemy? It cannot be. Did not Major Sora summon it? By the way, how did such a beast suddenly appear? Who knows? Major Sora is indeed a man shrouded in mystery. Even the likes of red-haired Shanks and Sengoku, formidable as they are, grew solemn upon witnessing the Nine Tails. Not only is its size intimidating, but the energy it harbors is profoundly terrifying. Their exceptional observation haki has begun to alert them that this is no ordinary beast. Within Kero, a gasp escapes. How could Kurama possibly appear here? In contrast to her astonishment, Kero remains composed. We are all here. The presence of multiple Ninetales is hardly unusual. How can that not be unusual? Kurama is the one who despises the Uchiha. The Ninetales' gaze sharpens as it spots Uchiha Sora standing atop its head, its sharp fangs clashing ominously. Damn that Uchiha brat. This is not the shinobi world. How have you achieved this? As the tailed beast closest to the 10 tails, the Ninetales possesses a perception far surpassing that of the ninja system. The natural energy in this world is undeniably more potent than that of the shinobi realm. However, an inexplicable sense of disquiet lingers. The natural abilities here carry a rather foul scent. In a bid for freedom, the Ninetales endured the identity of Uchiha Sora, contemplating devouring the reckless young boy upon his emergence. What nonsense is this contract? It is merely a tool meant to be torn asunder. Yet, as he conceived the murderous intent towards Uchiha Sora, an inexplicable force obliterated his thoughts, as if the mere idea of harming the boy was strictly forbidden. Similarly, Uchiha Sora sensed the Ninetales' arrival and attempted to exert control over it through his ocular prowess. This action drew a warning from the platform, which intervened to halt his endeavors. I shan't delve into the complexities of the matter. Let chaos ensue, after all. Why should I comply? The Ninetales bared its teeth in a cold smirk. I cannot be thwarted from forcibly extracting chakra, but I shall never act according to the wicked desires of your clan. Relishing a fleeting taste of freedom, the Ninetales yearned to unleash its might and wreak havoc. Yet, the desire to thwart Uchiha's intentions was a greater motivator than mere destruction. Their exchange transpired within the confines of their consciousness. Suddenly, a gentle voice interjected into their mental discourse. Long time no see, Kurama. The Ninetales froze momentarily. Why are you here as well? Most of Wairi's chakra had been lent to Uchiha Sora, and with the presence of Garo, the Jinchuriki, the Ninetales had previously overlooked her existence. It is this boy who brought me here. Let us assist him, for he may yet aid your escape. Huh. The other half of me will certainly devise a means of rescuing me. Had I known it was an Uchiha, I would never have come. Consider this a favor. If you cannot aid him in ending this battle, my return will be fraught with complications. The Ninetales hesitated. Even so, it was evident that Wairi knew precisely how to engage with the Ninetales, who remained as reticent as ever. Just as the Ninetales seemed swayed by Wairi's words, Uchiha Sora interjected. Enough. This is tedious. Do not overestimate yourself, Ninetales. Your value lies solely in providing me chakra. Uchiha Sora understood the Ninetales' disposition. By appealing to its nature, he would likely gain its assistance in battle. But why should he speak kindly to this creature? The relationship of borrowing and lending would intertwine their energies, a connection far more efficient than mere chakra transmission. Merely a power bank, and does it truly consider itself a lord worthy of deference? Feeling the chakra surging within him, that invincible sensation returned. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora leapt from atop the Ninetales, manifesting Susanoo mid-air. Just watch from there. Enjoy the perfect view of me vanquishing my foes. The world would call it the ancient martial god, feared by all, once more gracing the battlefield. How could Susanoo be possible? He has summoned it using the three tomo. The Ninetales, having lived for millennia, had seldom encountered anything that could astonish him. Yet, the boy before him, since their transcendent conversation across dimensions, had consistently left him in awe. He truly was the most extraordinary human he had ever encountered. Wairi murmured softly. He seems to know everything and possesses the conviction to determine all outcomes. I am aware that he is far from being the prophesied son as described by the old man. However, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to bring about the most monumental transformation the ninja world has ever witnessed. Setting aside other matters, can the old man traverse different realms? Humph. The old man can create worlds. Yet, the light-hearted laughter of the traveler echoes. We all understand that this is merely a narrative passed down through generations. As chakra surged wildly, crimson chakra bones intertwined with meridians, instantly manifesting into a colossal humanoid form. The Susanoo exuded an overwhelming pressure, wielding a deep crimson chakra blade, seemingly channeling the very power of the heavens to strike down. Wherever the blade passed, the air was instantaneously torn apart, the fierce winds rendering the pirates incapable of lifting their heads. Red-haired Shanks inhaled deeply. With a powerful push off the ground, he soared like a rainbow lightning bolt towards the Susanoo. Divine avoidance. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like a thunderous bell. The pitch-black sword energy, accompanied by deep crimson arcs of lightning, exuded a terrifying aura that brought everything to a standstill. I do not require divine avoidance. The crimson light flickered in Uchiha Sora's eyes as he confronted the black and red strike. Twin dragons of destruction. Roar! Roar! The chakra blade transformed into two fearsome crimson dragons, howling ferociously. After a brief moment of stillness, the twin dragons tore through the blade's energy, descending with the force of annihilation. Chapter 100. Do not move. Beckman, what a terrifying new generation. Has such a monster truly emerged within the Navy? Shanks retreated to stand before his crew. Crewmates, since the Navy seeks a challenge, let us indulge them. The members of the red-haired pirates immediately dispersed, with snipers seeking the optimal positions for attack. Boom! The tangible conqueror's hockey surged like a black-red tide, colliding with the fire dragon that tore through the divine avoidance, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The ground beneath Marineford trembled under the strain, on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared as countless ice pillars rose from the sea, propping up the Marineford fortress. Though Aokiji may not have felled many pirates, his role in this battle was monumental. Without his freezing abilities to shape the battlefield, a multitude of Marines would have perished in the earthquake and tsunami caused by Whitebeard. Had the situation escalated to that extent, the Navy would have suffered catastrophic losses, yet the Whitebeard pirates would have faced defeat even swifter. The lower-ranked soldiers clashed, while several admirals and numerous vice-admirals seized the opportunity to conserve their strength. If only the high-ranking forces remained, the Navy would have to unleash their full might to take down the aged and ailing Whitebeard in one fell swoop. Shanks! Luffy exclaimed in horror as he witnessed the red-haired captain engulfed in flames, desperately wanting to rush to his aid. He was restrained by Ace. Shaking his head, he replied, Luffy, that kind of battle is too early for you. Marco, please take Luffy away. What about you? Ace glared fiercely at Uchiha Sora. Gritting his teeth, he killed Dad. I cannot simply walk away from Jinbei and the others. Slap. A resounding smack echoed through the air. Ace covered his face, looking bewildered at Marco. You bastard. Do you even realize what you're saying? Marco grasped Ace's hair, pulling him close, glaring fiercely at him. Father chose death for your sake. Can you not comprehend the words you shared with Luffy? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to engage in such battles? Are you aware of how many brothers your recklessness has cost us? Father warned you not to pursue Teach. Did you heed his counsel? Will you now betray the sacrifices of our brothers and march to your own demise? Answer me, Ace. As he spoke, tears fell uncontrollably from Marco's eyes. I am in torment as well. I yearn to fight, but it cannot be. Ace, it must not be. We must not render Father's sacrifice meaningless. Do you grasp this? The memories of Father, Jozu, Jinbei, and Little Oars blurred in Ace's vision. I understand now. Sengoku ordered helplessly, Kazan, pursue the pirates. Given the current circumstances, if he dared to halt Uchiha Sora, the Navy would immediately revolt. However, he resolved that if either Uchiha Sora or Shanks showed signs of faltering, he would promptly cease hostilities. Uchiha Sora must not be harmed, nor could Shanks be killed, for he is the son of that person. Shucky approached Rayleigh with Hancock, the three of them confronting Akainu. The 7 warlords are truly laughable, Akainu scoffed. He held a disdainful view of the organization formed by the world government to balance the chaos of the seas. Pirates are pirates. Their avarice will eventually be unveiled. Initially, after the defeat of Gecko Moria by the Straw Hat Kid, there was intent to revoke his title as a warlord, but with the impending war, this matter was temporarily shelved. Once the war concludes, Moria can be directly transferred from the infirmary to prison. Blackbeard is one of the warlords. But since he brought forth the inmates from the underwater prison, he is an unequivocal traitor. The Navy could slay him, and the world government would remain silent. Now Hancock has also betrayed the warlords, leaving only the unconscious Kuma and Mihawk, along with Doflamingo. Perhaps when I ascend to the position of admiral, I should abolish such a corrupt system. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, asking, why do you not leave? His purpose here was to rescue Hancock. Upon witnessing Uchiha Sora attacking Hancock, he and Shuki rushed from Sabaody Archipelago to this location. Shuki, with a lady's cigarette in her mouth, smiled. "If you're leaving, let us go together. I've grown accustomed to your lazy ways. It would be quite lonely without you." Akainu recognized her and sneered. "Isn't she the previous captain of the Kuja pirates? Why do you not cherish the peaceful life that Roger, the king of pirates, sacrificed his life for?" Molten magma enveloped his fist as he coldly declared, "None of you shall escape." A deep crimson haki enveloped Rayleigh's sword, tearing through the atmosphere with a resonating roar. Though it may sound somewhat childish, I truly despise the justice you and that red-eyed brat uphold. Do you not find it excessively extreme? Incomplete justice cannot be deemed justice. The demise of Whitebeard has once again pitted Akainu against one of the emblematic figures of this era. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, along with their subordinate fleets, began to scatter in a frenzy, resembling defeated, panicked wild dogs, just as Uchiha Sora had articulated. Warships set sail, pursuing the pirates across the ocean, and the sounds of cannon fire echoed incessantly in the nearby waters of Marineford. What an extraordinary clash it is between the formidable Mihawk and his adversary. Doflamingo drew closer to Hawkeye, both gazing at the tumultuous figures engaging on the sea's surface. Even from a distance, the terrifying energy reverberated, palpable even in their vicinity. "You are on the Navy's side, are you not? Will you not assist Commander Sora?" Doflamingo mused, recognizing that if the enemy were not the Yonko Shanks, he would not let such an opportunity for camaraderie slip away. As the situation unfolded, Doflamingo grew increasingly eager for reconciliation. Hawkeye cast a frosty glance in his direction, replying coolly, "I only agreed to confront Whitebeard. Shanks is not within my purview. Is it that you wish to avoid drawing your blade against a friend? Mihawk, you must understand that the Navy reigns supreme over the seas. Opposing them will yield dire consequences." Hawkeye's expression remained impassive. "Should you wish to test my black blade, you may continue speaking." On a decrepit, swaying vessel, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, stood upon the sails. He aimed a gun, filled with sea stone bullets, at Uchiha Sora, who was locked in combat with Shanks, his advanced observation haki activating to predict the opportune moment to fire. "Do not move, Beckman." A languid voice pierced through Beckman's perceptive range, resonating in his ear. Kizaru's fingertips shimmered with light, his mouth curving into an unusual smile. "If you allow harm to come to the young Sora, I shall have no explanation for Akainu. Therefore, lower your weapon." Chapter 101. The Might of Susanoo, Five Dragons Annihilation. With Whitebeard's death, it became virtually unquestionable who possessed the strongest conqueror's haki upon these seas. Red-haired Shanks, a true sovereign endowed with heart, body, and skill. If the definition of the Pirate King is the freest individual upon these waters, then one could assert that Shanks is the one closest to that throne. Guiding Luffy to the sea, halting the events of the Marineford War, and everything that transpired thereafter all exemplified this man's formidable presence, underscoring his immense influence on the world. To borrow a phrase from the Yonko Kaido, in these waters, mere fruit abilities cannot dominate the world. Only haki can rise above all. Each of Red-Haired's strikes bore the terrifying haki that could rend the heavens and seas. Yet, such formidable attacks could not breach Susanoo. Even with his peerless swordsmanship targeting the same spot, the recovery rate of the chakra armor matched the efficiency of the assaults. Not only was its defensive capability robust, but its offensive potential was equally formidable. Each strike from the Scarlet Chakra Giant was one that Shanks dared not meet head-on. Observing Uchiha Sora's dragon scale-covered hand and the sword-like horns sprouting from his head, Shanks could not suppress his curiosity. "Are you, perchance, of Kaido's kin?" The relentless terror emanating from this formidable presence, coupled with its astonishing defenses and distinctive features, led the red-haired individual to firmly conclude that the being before him was undoubtedly connected to Kaido. However, Kaido was merely a wayward offspring of mine, not a member of the Uchiha clan. "Young man, this is hardly amusing," Uchiha Sora remarked coolly, "if you acknowledge its lack of humor. Why then engage me with tales of kinship? Do not casually associate with someone merely for your own gain. How could a mere emperor dare to place himself on par with the Uchiha?" The red-haired swordsman possessed a steadfast confidence in his swordsmanship. Having apprenticed with the Roger pirates since childhood, and having endured countless skirmishes, even contending for the title of the world's greatest swordsman against Mihawk. Yet, The youth before him exhibited swordsmanship that was equally formidable. His techniques bore the marks of extensive combat experience, occasionally revealing exquisite maneuvers akin to the elusive antelope horn, striking with an almost imperceptible finesse. Experience told him that this young man undoubtedly hailed from a long-established, powerful lineage. Given his evident pride in his surname, it was reasonable to deduce that this lineage possessed a familial nature. However, Uchiha had never encountered such a powerful clan. The red-haired swordsman, bearing the noble lineage of a celestial dragon, was acutely aware that no such Uchiha bloodline existed among the celestial dragons. Even among his kind, such a remarkably strong youth was unheard of. Those eyes possessed an insight rivaling the most refined observation haki, and the strange energy armor he bore was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary armament haki. With abilities so comprehensive, even as Uchiha Sora dismissed the connection, the red-haired swordsman found himself involuntarily comparing him to Kaido. Yet, even Kaido had been thwarted by me. In the midst of fierce combat, the red-haired swordsman's conqueror's haki surged once more, as terrifying black lightning cleaved the heavens. His potent haki coalesced into a colossal griffin form, subsequently transforming into a black slash that rent the very fabric of space. Divine avoidance. Again, divine avoidance. Unlike his earlier hasty response, this time the red-haired swordsman regarded Uchiha Sora as an equal adversary, launching a full-force attack. Within the depths of his eyes, the Tomo whirled with urgency. Each of the red-haired swordsman's movements slowed, even the speed of the black slash diminished. In his mind, every detail of the battle with the red-haired swordsman played out like a silent film, unfolding in slow motion. Conqueror's haki is not a gift bestowed at random. Otherwise, among the vast population of the sea, one might expect at least thousands, if not tens of thousands, to possess such power. As its name implies, it is a trait of kings. One must be certain of their uniqueness and assert their royal status to wield such force. It is both a divine selection and a singular gift. Thud, thud, thud. The echoes resonating from Susanoo reverberated like drum beats in the hearts of all present. The red dog, engaged in battle with Rayleigh and others, paused and turned his gaze towards the sea. Rayleigh, too, instinctively halted his assault and turned to look. Hey, I've always found it peculiar that the Navy possesses both Sengoku and Garp, awakened to such powers. After all, even someone like you hasn't manifested it. This is the essence of royal qualification. Boom. Time seemed to stand still. Crimson and ebony lightning tore through the heavens and the ocean, rending asunder all that lay within sight. The sea, now stirred by the passage of the dark red lightning, began to boil, flames igniting fiercely. Deep crimson fire utilized the ocean's waters as fuel, weaving an immense tapestry of flames, as if the very gates of hell had descended upon this realm. Ultimately, all the flames coalesced above Susanoo, transforming behind it into a pair of burning wings. With a thunderous roar, the tips of these wings unleashed pillars of crimson and ebony fire, the terrifying heat distorting the fabric of space and time. As the fire columns clashed with the divine blade's radiance, a clear sound emerged, unexpected and resonant. Within Susanoo, akin to a demon of inferno, Uchiha Sora revealed a broad grin. It was utterly inconceivable. Who could be more suited than I to reign as the sovereign who governs all? The conqueror's haki. Awaken. All actions came to a halt. It seemed that even the sea breeze dared not stir at that moment. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the red-haired youth. Surely this must be a jest. Was that truly the conqueror's haki? Not merely an illusion, but a tangible manifestation of dominion. Crack. No one heard, nor did anyone notice the subtle fissures that appeared behind Uchiha Sora's ears. The dragon form, Susanoo, the Nine-Tails chakra, and now the awakened conqueror's haki. This body could no longer bear such extreme power. Even a monstrous frame has its limits. That young boy was even more deranged than Uchiha Madara. No one could perceive it, but the tailed beasts understood. The Nine-Tails and Kurama were acutely aware of Uchiha Sora's plight. If he continued to maintain this state, he wouldn't need an adversary's intervention to meet his end. Surviving 3 minutes without exploding would be a feat in itself. Moreover, such excessive accumulation of power, unless Uchiha Sora chose to withdraw, could not be orderly redistributed. It was akin to a child suddenly taking the wheel of a massive truck. Merely grasping the steering wheel was a Herculean task, and coming to a halt proved even more arduous. Now, only you can aid him, Kurama. The voice of the Nine Tails resonated. Are you truly going to stand idly by? You are the strongest among us. Kuro, perched upon the paw of the Nine Tails, acted as a close-range conduit for communication. He is a descendant of Indra, and we are the creations of the sage. Ultimately, we share a common origin. Please, lend him your strength. TCH. The Nine Tails spat. I am not helping him. I merely think it would be a waste to do nothing during this outing. Indeed, this was the undeniable truth. Kurama. Let these denizens of the sea witness the might of the ninja world. Boom. The ice trembled. Since its appearance, the Nine Tails had remained motionless, instilling awe in the crowd with its roar, but now it stirred into action under the astonished gaze of the Navy. Its colossal form trampled the ocean's surface, the resultant tempest nearly capsizing warships. In this symbiotic relationship, energy could flow reciprocally. As it surged forward, a layer of scarlet chakra armor enveloped the Nine Tails, its might swelling exponentially. The Nine Tails resembled a vast crimson lightning bolt, colliding with the gradually fading presence of Uchiha Sora's Susanoo. Following the tremendous roar, chaos ensued. The most formidable combination of ninjutsu, once instilling terror in the ninja world, has been realized. Black and red lightning intertwined with flames enveloped the colossal, armored Nine Tails, exuding pressure akin to an ocean's upheaval. Heh, little brat, you should be grateful for my life-saving intervention. Uchiha Sora inhaled deeply, discreetly brushing his ear with his left hand. You may come, I shall not refuse. However, I find your tone rather unpleasant. It appears I must teach you who the true master is. Just wait. Once I am truly free, you shall be the first to face my wrath. In the midst of their dialogue, the Nine Tails raised its claws, extending nearly 100 meters of chakra blades. The 5 claws blazed with solidified magma, with drops falling and igniting upon contact with water. With a piercing shriek reminiscent of tearing silk, the surrounding sea water violently boiled, and even the sunlight was shredded by the searing blades of heat. The red-haired individual's observation haki foresaw a future engulfed in flames, one that held no possibility of alteration. Susanoo, 5 Dragon Destruction. Chapter 102, Nine Tails Experience Card. The divine avoidance was futile. The overwhelming power of the conqueror's haki rendered all resistance useless. Swordsmanship, under the absolute pressure of strength, appeared feeble and absurd. The roaring fire dragon incinerated everything in its path. The might of Susanoo lies not in the accumulation of energy, but in its complementarity. The Nine Tails possessed nearly limitless chakra, while Uchiha Sora exhibited an innate combat instinct to harness it effectively. Additionally, both their personalities drove them to never concede to one another, instinctively pouring forth their entirety in an attempt to assert dominance. They were not the perfect Jinchuriki, yet the power they manifested in this moment transcended the limits of perfection. No one noticed a fleeting scarlet glow shimmering amidst the flames, rippling through the soul. When temperatures soar to a certain degree, the human body can no longer perceive the intensity of the heat. The grand fire dragon, upon shattering everything that touched the red-haired figure, abruptly dissipated into nothingness. Was the assault halted? No. It was merely that my eyes, my observation haki, could no longer perceive it. A chilling void enveloped me. This was the feedback from my body. Gradually, my dilating pupils gazed downward. Below my chest, my form crumbled like fragile paper, disintegrating into ash with a mere gust of the sea breeze, as if I had never existed at all. Above the ocean, silence reigned. Shanks. Captain. The members of the red-haired pirates, embroiled in fierce combat with the Navy, cried out in anguish. They could scarcely believe the scene before them was real. It can't be. That is the Emperor, red-haired Shanks. Is this truly the extent of human power? Is Sora truly human? This is divine power. Damn it. Ignoring the presence of Kizaru nearby, Beckman decisively pulled the trigger. The haki enveloped the bullet, whistling as it soared directly towards Uchiha Sora, perched above the Nine Tails. As the bullet traveled, a massive shadow of a black serpent emerged, its fearsome fangs glistening with a white sheen. Uchiha Sora did not even glance, while the Nine Tails raised its paw and flicked it lightly. The black serpent dissipated, bullets shattered. Kizaru could no longer muster a smile. As he observed the fleet Admiral Sengoku rushing towards the battlefield, he realized the gravity of the situation had escalated significantly. Red-haired Shanks, originally known as Figureland Shanks, was indeed a member of the illustrious Figureland family of the Celestial Dragons. Unlike Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had voluntarily severed ties with the celestial dragons. Shanks had been cast adrift due to the events of the God Valley incident 36 years ago, subsequently adopted by Roger. The celestial dragons had not revoked his status. Rather, Shanks himself chose not to return to Mariewa, refusing to acknowledge his identity. Theoretically, inflicting harm upon a celestial dragon would invoke the privileges of an admiral or the Zero system, which would still apply to Shanks. Severely wounded below the chest, akin to being bisected, an ordinary person would succumb to shock from excessive blood loss, typically losing consciousness within 30 seconds and dying within 25 minutes. However, due to the burning nature of his injury, Shanks did not experience significant blood loss. Despite his hazy consciousness, his heart continued to beat. He was not yet dead. Sengoku, witnessing this scene up close, felt a slight sense of relief. He shouted towards the fleeing pirate ship, Borsellino, "Bring Trafalgar Law here immediately." Trafalgar Law? The user of the Ope no Mi was the finest doctor on the seas, especially since Luffy had appeared on the battlefield. This fruit had been acquired at the cost of Sengoku's adoptive son, Corazon, who sacrificed his life for Law's gain. The war had concluded. Uchiha Sora. Red-haired Shanks must not be killed. He is a celestial dragon. This news, along with the sight of Shanks' defeat, left everyone in a state of shock. Kizaru exhibited a speed befitting light itself, swiftly retrieving Law and placing him beside Shanks' severed body. That fellow had stirred up a tremendous mess. Rayleigh evaded Akainu's attack, exhaling in relief as he chuckled. "The war is over, Akainu." In response, a molten magma hound, a manifestation of Akainu's fury, lunged forward, biting into Rayleigh's shoulder and tearing off his left arm. Rayleigh. According to their agreement, Akainu disregarded Sengoku's orders. Hancock and Shirahoshi quickly supported Rayleigh, abandoning any thoughts of further combat, and turned to flee. Watching their retreating figures, Akainu lost interest in pursuing them. He turned his gaze towards the crowd gathered on the sea, his brow furrowed, his expression inscrutable. Protecting a celestial dragon who had become a pirate, such was the role of the Navy, was it not? Uchiha Sora's words echoed vividly in his mind once more. "The time has come, little brat." Within merely an hour, the borrowing period of the Nine Tails had reached its limit. With one last surge of energy, Uchiha Sora nodded. "We shall meet again soon. Dare to forget the contract, and I shall tear you apart." In stark contrast to the grandiosity of its arrival, the Nine Tails departed in silence. Meanwhile, a notification chimed from the platform. Loan Project, Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Project level, Silver. Non-subjective consciousness has fulfilled loan conditions, aiding the Navy in winning the Marineford War. Completed, 200 reputation points unlocked. There were no additional rewards. The repayment was complete. Did one truly expect the lender to offer a prize? The so-called borrowing involves the provision of power, typically earned upon the completion of a task, in advance. Akainu's understanding of the transformative potential of the magma fruit has significantly aided Uchiha Sora. Similarly, the experience card for the sky god beast, Rayquaza, has deepened Uchiha Sora's comprehension of energy. As one debt is repaid, a larger one emerges. This is the perilous cycle of borrowing to sustain borrowing. Prolonged engagement in this practice leads to a dead end. Current borrowing project, Chakra Lifeform. Nine Tails project level. Gold relevant information Nine Tails experience card. The user currently possesses 49 tails, which translates to a profound understanding of release chakra. Due to the alignment of attributes, this understanding can be perfectly converted into the user's own release chakra comprehension. Bond amplification. The user shares fundamental similarities with the lender, resulting in a 600 amplification of their release understanding. Repayment agreement. Given the nature of the borrowing, the conditions are fixed, and there is no influence of temporal flow. The user must repay within 2 years. If the user fails to do so, immediate pursuit will commence, deducting 10 attributes per minute until repayment is completed. The borrowing cannot be extended through the collateralization of abstract concepts. User, Uchiha Sora energy level, silver gold. User's energy is currently fluctuating. The data is for reference only. Current projects, Sky God Beast Rayquaza, 500 credibility points frozen, new user benefit. Original price, 1,000 points, Nine Tails, 999 credibility points frozen, cumulative credibility, 1940, 1499 frozen, 439 points available. The decrease since the last tally is allocated for interdimensional communication. Detailed below, Uchiha Sora dispersed his Susanoo, and gently descended from midair, standing atop the surface of the sea. The chilling yin chakra emanating from him nearly froze the water beneath his feet. There was an excess of yin release energy. This backlash of energy was swifter than that from Rayquaza and Akainu's experience cards. The Ninetales experience card was overwhelmingly yin. If an ordinary person with a wavering mind were to gaze at Uchiha Sora for an extended period, even without his involvement, they would inevitably succumb to an illusory dream. Struggling to suppress the surging yin release chakra, Uchiha Sora's gaze deepened, the final piece of the puzzle. Chapter 103. Akainu, I will create a new navy. Upon the floating remnants of the deck, a group encircled Shanks. Law, under the scrutinizing gazes of the fleet admiral and admirals, commenced a surgical procedure on the lifeless red-haired pirate. I need to restore his body. If I delay, it may be too late. Law assessed briefly and promptly delivered his judgment. In the distance, Luffy gazed at the nearly lifeless form of Shanks, a fierce expression etched across his face. Had it not been for Ace's firm grasp on him, he would have charged forward without hesitation. Stay calm, Straw Hat Boy, Marco said softly. You heard what Sengoku said. They will not further harm Shanks. We must leave quickly. If you do not grow stronger swiftly, that monster of the Navy, under Sengoku's command. The Navy's ships halted. Aokiji and Garp, who had little motivation to pursue, found themselves momentarily paused. However, after a brief interlude, a portion of the fleet seemed to have received new orders and resumed firing upon the pirates. Boom, 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 boom. Gazing at the artillery fire upon the sea, Garp turned to the nearby warship. Ghost Spider, what are you doing? Ghost Spider, a vice admiral of the Navy and a staunch hawk, was one of Admiral Akainu's loyal followers. His moniker derived from his ability to wield blades with his hair, fighting with a spider-like ferocity. His countenance was fierce, a cigarette clenched between his teeth. Vice Admiral Garp, I am executing Admiral Akainu's orders. Garp bellowed in fury, you scoundrel. Did you not hear? The war is over. Ghost Spider grinned wickedly. I have not yet heard the wails of the pirates being slain. He turned to Garp, his voice low and menacing. Oh, the hero of the Navy, such a formidable figure you are. Why is it that you cannot even catch a few remnants of pirates, and yet stand alongside me? Do you still remember your justice? Silently, tears streamed down Ghost Spider's fearsome face. This man, cruel and cold-blooded, who had participated in the massacre order, indifferent to the harm he inflicted upon his own subordinates during missions, was now weeping like a helpless child. How many had joined the Navy out of admiration for Garp, the one who captured the Pirate King? Countless, indeed. How many had suffered under the great pirate era, and in turn, revered Garp? A hero. You possess the hardest fists in the world. You are the one who defeated the king of the world, the strongest naval hero who apprehended the Pirate King. Why? Garp's expression twisted as he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Sakazuki, observing the continued assault by Akainu's subordinates. Sengoku turned to Akainu, who had approached Uchiha Sora unbeknownst to him. You are not the fleet admiral yet. Command them to halt. I said the war is over. Are you deaf? No, it is not over. Nothing has concluded. This is not as simple as flipping a switch. Akainu inhaled deeply, his typically resilient and cold demeanor now tinged with sorrow. I have hesitated many times. I have always wanted to believe in you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You were the one who spoke of igniting the greatest war, and we exerted ourselves to achieve victory. Yet now you seem indifferent to the outcome? Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji had all been students of Zephyr. After leaving the training camp, Aokiji had undergone practical training under Garp, becoming his foremost disciple. Akainu, during his operational period, had acted alongside Vice Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku. He admired Vice Admiral Tsuru's wisdom and revered Sengoku's commanding presence. Through countless battles, he discerned his own sense of justice. Absolute justice. Justice must be pure and uncompromising. Any potential for evil must be eradicated. Justice is an absolute order, never a fair balance of right and wrong. Uchiha Sora remarked that the Akainu he encountered this time was less pure than during his time as a vice admiral. His first moment of confusion arose when Sengoku became fleet admiral and he himself attained the rank of admiral. Sakazuki had come into contact with the world government and witnessed the esteemed fleet admiral, compelled to unconditionally obey the orders of the five elders. If I were to become fleet admiral, things would be different. I would relocate the Navy headquarters to the New World and confront the evil pirates head-on. I shall abolish the 7 warlords of the sea, I refuse to be a mere puppet manipulated by the celestial dragons. Once I ascend to the position of marshal, everything will change. This is the fervent thought of Akainu before the onset of war. With Ace's rescue, he has witnessed the inaction of the highest echelons of the Navy. The presence of deserters like Kobe has made him acutely aware of the presence of traitors within the ranks. Now, due to the injury inflicted upon the celestial dragons, how can Admiral Sengoku halt a war that is already won? Would that not render us, the valiant Navy fighters, as foolish? Akainu realizes that even if he were to inherit Sengoku's mantle, it would not alter the fact that the Navy is merely a tool of the world government. This is unequivocally not the Navy he envisions, nor is it the Navy that the populace of the seas requires. Drawing a deep breath, and amidst Sengoku's fearful gaze, he declares, I shall establish a new Navy. I will lead those who are willing to follow me to create a new headquarters. And all pirates will face our justice at our hands. I will be the marshal of the new Navy. This revelation astonishes even him. Uchiha Sora, momentarily taken aback, gazes at Akainu with increasing admiration. He intends to guide Akainu and Sengoku toward a schism, continuing his pursuit of pure intent. In his view, only by reclaiming his former mindset could Akainu transcend his current limitations. However, he did not anticipate that Akainu would take such resolute action. Indeed, it is necessary. To rectify the decay of the Navy requires drastic measures. I acknowledge you, Akainu. Kizaru stands quietly, his emotions concealed behind his sunglasses. The members of the red-haired pirates, gathered by Shanks, are left aghast by Akainu's proclamation, their expressions contorted in shock. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Sakazuki? Sengoku struggles to swallow, his pupils trembling with anxiety. He secretly favors Akiji to inherit the Navy's leadership, harboring a dark thought. Their ideologies are at odds, and should Akainu become marshal, Akiji might very well sever his ties with the Navy. Conversely, if Akiji were to rise, Akainu would remain. The Navy cannot withstand the loss of Akainu, for he has garnered an immense following, representing the hawkish faction that constitutes the majority of its combat strength. Akainu's voice remains calm, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. I will be the marshal of the new Navy, no longer accepting orders from the world government. Now, I implore Admiral Sengoku to step aside. There is a formidable pirate that requires elimination. He strides toward the assembly, exuding a terrifying aura that sends shivers through the elite members of the red-haired pirates. The departing Akainu poses the question, is there anyone in this world capable of restraining him? Law has just activated the powers of his no Mi to encase Shanks, sweat pouring from his forehead as he gazes helplessly at Sengoku. Sengoku clenches his jaw, his fists tightening and then loosening. Sakazuki, you do not grasp what the world government represents, even you. Akainu replies indifferently, it matters not, let them come. However, for the sake of our past camaraderie, I prefer not to kill you. Akainu, stop. Beckman and others directed their weapons towards Akainu, their primary focus fixed on Uchiha Sora behind him. Compared to the severely injured Akainu, that individual posed a far greater threat. It was he who enabled Akainu to utter such words. Only with the capacity to wield world-altering power could one make such decisive pronouncements. As they sensed the chilling aura emanating from Uchiha Sora, an inappropriate thought flickered in their minds. Why were these two firebrands so merciless and cruel? Little did they know. Akainu was acutely aware that Uchiha Sora would not linger. This was a decision he had made himself. Sengoku took a deep breath. Sakazuki, I will soon step down. There is no need for such actions. I will support your ascension to Fleet Admiral. With Shanks as leverage, the Gorosei will acquiesce to many of your demands. Establishing a complete system is no simple feat. You are undermining the order you seek. Akainu shook his head, his pace unyielding. Sora was indeed correct. Compromise would not yield peace. I have resolved not to compromise any further. Sengoku, step aside. Tension mounted as a chaotic skirmish threatened to erupt once more. No need for further trouble, Fleet Admiral Akainu, Uchiha Sora remarked with a smirk, gazing at the spherical space constructed by the no Mi. Within it, red-haired Shanks exhibited no glimmer of life in his eyes. To assess my assault through conventional logic is rather absurd. I cease my attack. But do you think it is due to your command, Sengoku? Indeed, I have not completely obliterated his body. Yet, his soul has been utterly consumed. Can you not perceive it? His icy words infiltrated the hearts of all, like a freezing tide. Chapter 104. Between dimensions, Luo cast a sharp glance at Shanks's lifeless form. his fingers brushing against the cold chest. The heart was still beating. He had stabilized his condition. The Ope no Mi is an extraordinarily potent paramecia-type devil fruit, with its ultimate capability being the granting of eternal life through the surgery. The world government has officially priced it at 5 billion berries, nearly equivalent to the bounty on the Pirate King's head. There was no longer any perception. Under Uchiha Sora's urging, Beckman strained to sense Shanks's essence. Even with the highest level of observation haki, he could not detect Shanks's will. He was indeed dead. There were no grand farewell scenes. He passed away while everyone still believed there was hope. There were not even the most rudimentary of last words. Uchiha Sora retrieved an old, yellowed headband, stained with dark red blood, from his pocket, tying back his wild hair with a devilish smile. Those who meddle in affairs must possess corresponding strength. What say you, gentlemen? Do you not cherish the opportunity to flee? Go. Tears streamed down Beckman's cheeks as he shattered the surgical sphere and cradled Shanks's lifeless body. He possessed extraordinary battle intelligence and clarity of thought. Regardless of whether Shanks was truly dead, they could not remain here. The illustrious red-haired pirates, having reached the pinnacle of the battle, found themselves in disarray and forced to flee after merely 1 hour due to their captain's demise. In a scene reminiscent of a dream, broadcasted through the live-streaming phone worm, the message reverberated across the vast ocean, accompanied by the words previously uttered by Akainu. The world was utterly ignited. The tempest unleashed by this war would far exceed the imagination of the warring states period. Are you still pursuing? Akainu inquired, turning his gaze. Although their time together had been brief, Akainu considered himself somewhat familiar with Uchiha Sora. If Uchiha Sora truly possessed the capability to eliminate them, he would not have spoken so openly. He would have struck in silence long ago. Uchiha Sora shook his head. I have already claimed my share. I shall not seize any more kills. I must leave you some work to do. He gestured towards the ruins of Marine Ford behind him. Shall we return? Akainu contemplated for a long while before nodding. I will not flee. I will wait for those willing to accompany me. He would also await the so-called suppression from the world government. Uchiha Sora glanced at the platform. Much like the time in Musen's Demon Realm, an option appeared to mark a secondary dimension. Once marked, all subsequent tasks in this world would be assigned to Uchiha Sora. The distinction lay in the subsequent explanation. User's current energy level meets the criteria. Formal loan repayment completed, establishing deep interference with this world. Upon selecting to mark this dimension, the user may consume personal credibility to traverse between this realm and the ninja world. Once the mark is established, the flow of time between the two realms will remain synchronized until the user's death or the mark is revoked. Was the relationship between worlds akin to that of fish tanks? Choosing to establish a mark was like connecting 2 fish tanks with a hollow tube, causing the water temperatures in both tanks to equalize. This involves more complex fields of consciousness and ideology. If the user is interested, a small amount of credibility may be consumed, and this platform will provide 34, 682, 390, 889 pages of relevant knowledge. Each page contains 287. 983 observable words for users. The page count continues to increase. Never mind. In simpler terms, the user's understanding can be applied. Among them, comparing secondary dimensions to leaves or bubbles, the user's interpretations will also be included in the 34th field of consciousness and ideology of secondary dimensions. Uchiha Sora was certain that the platform had never attempted to conceal anything. Either he lacked the authority to know, or it had been stated but remained unseen to him. Like an ant, he could not comprehend what words were. Through repeated probing, Uchiha Sora had established a general framework. Now, his soul's strength had reached a critical point, and his combat awareness had peaked at this stage. I have reached my limits. He confirmed the establishment of the mark. Mark establishment in progress. Expected to be completed in 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. At that time, the user will leave this world. And after constructing a reception point in the ninja world, the user may traverse between the 2 realms without incurring additional costs. 3 days? This was the final preparation time. 2 days later, the naval ships pursuing the pirates would return. Those they could pursue had been killed, and continuing would yield no further results. The atmosphere in the naval headquarters was exceedingly oppressive, with numerous sailors distinctly divided into 2 factions. On one side stands the moderate faction of the Navy, led by figures such as Sengoku, Garp, and Akiji. On the other, the radical faction, spearheaded by Akainu and Uchiha Sora. The Gorosei have refrained from attending, or rather, they dare not show up. To them, Uchiha Sora's final strike signifies that, aside from that esteemed individual, no one on the seas can impede their progress. Furthermore, the affairs of the Navy are beyond their jurisdiction. Any intervention would eliminate any possibility of retreat. The world government, having dominated the seas for 800 years, is not comprised of fools. They are simply accustomed to their lofty perch, indifferent to the thoughts of those beneath them. Yet, when confronted with a genuine threat, they are capable of compromise. They have entrusted Sengoku with the internal matters of the Navy, offering their final gambit, Akainu to become the fleet admiral, and Uchiha Sora to be exceptionally promoted to the position of new admiral, codenamed Black Dragon. Should this not suffice, they would permit Akainu and his faction to depart. For with sufficient berries, the Navy would never lack for personnel. While losses in direct combat may be substantial, can they withstand the relentless assassinations that would ensue year after year? A new Navy? Without the support of the world government, Akainu could never muster any army. Today marks the most well-attended meeting thus far. With no inclination to repair Marineford, the attendees hastily arranged a large round table upon the ice, initiating the final negotiations. Akainu's subordinates have returned. If internal conflicts are not resolved today, the Navy, recently triumphant and renowned, risks becoming the laughingstock of pirates, facing imminent division. Sakazuki, I have made the decision to retire and will resign in a few days. In a mere 2 days, Sengoku's hair has turned a snowy white, and his demeanor has softened considerably. The world government has decided to appoint you as the new fleet admiral. Uchiha Sora, the Commodore, has been exceptionally promoted to admiral, codenamed Black Dragon. Sakazuki, you may command the Navy as you see fit. The Gorosei promise to grant you the utmost freedom and authority. Across from him, Akainu sat in silence, eyes closed, arms crossed. Uchiha Sora reclined with his feet on the conference table, gnawing on a piece of beef shank. As he consumed both meat and bone, he chuckled. What a mundane codename. It sounds like something out of an ancient novel about spies. Sengoku, accustomed to Uchiha Sora's manner of speaking, accepted the disdain, no longer attempting to refute or educate. Uchiha Sora, though our acquaintance has been brief, not only I, but countless members of the Navy admire your strength and resonate with your ideals. I still remember the cries of those sailors in their final moments. Sora sighed deeply. You shall be the new hero of the Navy. With your and Sakazuki's words, perhaps you truly can lead the Navy to bring an end to this dreadful era. As he continued, suddenly, Akainu rose to his feet. Enough, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Uchiha Sora smiled lightly. It is you who unilaterally believe there is still room for discussion. We have never claimed to seek negotiations with you. He turned to observe the last ship in the inner bay docking, where Vice Admiral Kumo lay battered, a massive scar across his chest that no amount of healing could mend. That was the individual they had awaited all this time. Thank you for the hospitality. I must say, the dining experience here is rather commendable. Uchiha Sora grasped the chair beside him, Ryu, and followed in the footsteps of Akainu, their synchronized steps resolutely trailing behind the two. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Carp smashed the conference table with his fist, bellowing, Sakazuki. Are you also to become a traitor to the Navy? The irony of such words coming from you is indeed profound. The first person that comes to mind is undoubtedly your son, Dragon. Akainu paused momentarily, refraining from turning back. Farewell, Vice Admiral Carp. Perhaps it is best that we do not meet again. With that, Akainu continued his march without another glance. Chapter 105. Members of the Assassination Department, a world-class headline. From the onset to the conclusion of the Marineford War, the one most occupied was undoubtedly the newsbird. Not everyone had the means to watch the live broadcast. In some remote areas, it was still necessary for the newsbird to relay information, even for those who did witness the live coverage. Acquiring a newspaper for a more detailed account was hardly a burden. Arranging the recent significant news chronologically, the first headline read, The Death of the Strongest Man in the Whitebeard Pirates. Although this news was explosive, those aware of the events had already mentally prepared for Whitebeard's fate. An elderly and frail Whitebeard stood no chance against the Navy. Next came the headline, Red-Haired Shanks Disappears. The red-haired pirates retreat from the Marineford War. Within this major news, even the injury of the Dark King Rayleigh could only be relegated to the second page. The news department, with its prudence, refrained from mentioning the revelation of Shank's celestial dragon lineage. The fall or failure of titans from the old era is something that most can accept. However, How long has it been since red-haired Shanks claimed the title of emperor? To witness such a man, in the prime of his strength, being vanquished is astounding. What does it mean to be lost at sea? In the maritime realm, what distinction exists between defeat and death? For reasons unbeknownst to many, the world government deliberately downplayed the contributions of two individuals in this battle. Yet, the populace is not naive. Even without mention, do they not know how Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks met their ends? The might of the Navy reached an apex not seen in 800 years during the Marineford War. However, this fortuitous rise was followed by a swift decline. As the world government sought to conceal the truth, Morgans, born to disseminate grand news, could not contain himself. This news must be broadcast, even in the face of mortality. A new strongest man in the world emerges. Elusive and enigmatic, the mysterious youth who brought an end to the Marineford War, the summoner of extreme beasts. The most intense flame surpassing all, under the gaze of his crimson pupils, the haughty and unparalleled sovereign descends upon the seas. Uchiha Sora. He has slain the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei. He has vanquished the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Jozu. He has obliterated the notorious crew led by the warlord Blackbeard. He has laid to rest the original strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He has severed the original embodiment of dominance, red-haired Shanks. One by one, renowned pirates of the New World find themselves relegated to the bottom of the slaughter list. A new echelon of conquerors' hockey, flames that penetrate the soul, and an unscathed retreat for all present, truly a monster among monsters, eradicating all calamities. The resplendent star of molten lava, the most formidable beast feared even by deities. The world government has placed a bounty of 5.87 billion berries. Heralding the advent of the Dark Era, surpassing the Pirate King, behold the new Admiral of the Navy, Uchiha Sora. This announcement paves the way for another shocking revelation that reverberates across the seas. Former Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki has declared the occupation of Base 1 and the formation of a new navy, assuming the role of Grand Admiral. Former Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Oni Spider has been appointed as an admiral candidate, while the original Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals are now recruiting globally to fill the 2 vacant admiral positions. Upholding absolute justice. The new Navy will show no mercy to pirates. This is the new Navy's creed. Nations that align with the new Navy will enjoy a 3-year period of free protection. With the new Navy actively exterminating pirates, the new Navy assures that after this 3-year period, only an 8 tax on national production will be levied to sustain naval armament updates and soldier salaries. The world is now notified. Any actions or behaviors that hinder individuals or nations from joining the new Navy will be regarded as akin to those of pirates and will be met with immediate retribution. Simultaneously, news reports revealed that upon reaching the New World, the new Navy's first military operation was not directed at Base 1, but instead launched an assault on Dressrosa to rescue countless citizens enslaved by the pirate warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. This operation was broadcast live to the world. Spectators witnessed the indigenous people reduced to mere playthings by the Don Quixote family's devil fruit powers. They saw the diminutive race toiling in underground factories. They observed the atrocities committed by the Marine-certified warlords against nations aligned with the world government. The once magnificent estate of the Don Quixote family lay in ruins, surrounded by members of the family, who, encircled by the Navy and led by a black-haired youth, fell into despair. This was the strongest monster, whose bounty surpassed even that of the Pirate King, acknowledged by the world government. Doflamingo's flamingo feather coat, now tarnished and charred, appeared utterly disheveled. The Don Quixote family, fearing even the orders of the 4 emperors, found themselves utterly powerless against the new Navy, which stood above even them. If not for the need to gather all members for a dramatic broadcast, they would have been annihilated within mere hours. Doflamingo's voice, tinged with hoarseness, echoed with disbelief. Uchiha Sora, did I not apply to join the new Navy at the earliest opportunity? Why are you doing this? Is your so-called new Navy devoid of any sense of reason? Uchiha Sora casually cleared his ears and replied nonchalantly, I am quite reasonable. I mentioned that I knew your location. My next encounter would be your end. Am I not merely fulfilling my promise? Doflamingo clenched his teeth, realizing that after Uchiha Sora had the audacity to eliminate him despite knowing his identity as a celestial dragon, he could no longer harbor illusions about his status. When the new Navy announced its global recruitment, he did not hesitate for a moment to submit his application to join. He even contemplated that perhaps he could secure a position as an admiral in the new navy, or at least as a candidate for the role. Who would have imagined that, instead of receiving a receipt, one would be met with the artillery of the new navy? I should not have offended you. I am willing to atone for my actions. At the very least, spare my family. Don Quixote da Flamingo, endowed with the color of the Supreme King, should not utter such words. Yet, confronted by an insurmountable foe, he must suppress his pride for the sake of his kin. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. In the next moment, the extending Ryumen pierced through Doflamingo's chest. Young master, you bastard! How dare you kill the young master? I will slay you. The furious members of the Don Quixote family were poised to launch a final charge to avenge their esteemed Doflamingo. Invisible threads controlled their bodies. To declare that I would kill you and not follow through would be a great embarrassment for me. Pirate Doflamingo, consider yourself dead. Uchiha Sora's voice resonated in Doflamingo's mind through chakra. You should be grateful that you no longer pique my interest in killing you. From this day forth, abandon your name and exist as a member of the assassination division of the new navy. Unlike Akainu, who embodies extreme justice, Uchiha Sora admires him rather than worships him. His pursuit is not justice, but strength. For him, slaying pirates is merely a means to grow stronger. If it does not benefit him, he is disinclined to execute justice. Initially, if he had borrowed from Blackbeard, he could have cooperated with him happily. It was merely that those who stood by my side emerged victorious. It was never a matter of justice prevailing. Chapter 106. The New Navy then, General Sora, how will my family be treated? Doflamingo's taut nerves eased slightly. Although he could no longer lead a flamboyant life, at least his life was spared, and he could not hope for more. His threads also possessed the ability to transmit sound, allowing the two to engage in a covert exchange before the eyes of the onlookers. To the spectators, annihilation seemed inevitable. Their ultimate fate would depend on your performance. Uchiha Sora withdrew the Ryumen, leaving the remaining matters to his subordinates. Akainu was not a solitary figure. This time, he brought at least a quarter of the Navy's forces from the headquarters. This was merely a quarter in terms of numbers, excluding the highest-ranking admirals. Approximately half of the Corps' strength chose to follow Akainu. A significant portion of these were staunch hawks whose families had been obliterated by pirates. No team could be more suited for them than the new Navy. A mature organization requires a vast majority to uphold correct beliefs, but it also needs individuals to undertake the dirty work. Akainu maintains absolute justice to guide the new Navy, yet to minimize casualties among ordinary sailors. Undercover work and espionage are indispensable. Such tasks must not be associated with Akainu. Subordinates may engage in schemes, but the prominent figures must adhere to the righteous path. According to the relatively well-structured framework of the world government, the Navy is tasked with enforcing absolute justice, while other departments are responsible for different functions. However, the world government has muddied the Navy's responsibilities, and the Navy itself has encountered issues. Yet, incorporating individuals like Doflamingo, what distinguishes the new Navy from the original? Is it not also a collaboration with pirates? Essentially, there is little difference. The architecture of human consciousness exists in a realm devoid of any absolute notions of justice or virtue. The new Navy, in its quest for establishment and sustainability, must extend invitations to allied nations, thereby forming its own economic ecosystem. It aspires to emulate a world government, adopting a militaristic and political structure rather than merely functioning as a conventional army. If one were to insist, the new Navy would covertly enslave pirates to serve its purposes, refraining from bestowing upon them titles such as the Seven Warlords of the Sea, which would overtly endorse their acts of plunder. The world government did not initially evoke such disdain among seafarers. The celestial dragons were not always as corrupt as they are perceived now. To garner the support of the majority, the early world government must have aligned with the will of the populace. However, after 800 years, the time has come for a new force to dismantle it. It is time for its demise. This change could sustain a prolonged period of peace. Even if a new world government arises, successors will emerge, becoming the new dragon slayers. These considerations are beyond the purview of Uchiha Sora, who would prefer further chaos upon the seas, allowing him to rally his clan for military training. As the clan leader, his duty is to provide avenues for his kin to grow stronger, not to serve as their caretaker. Returning to the warship, Uchiha Sora approached the deck where Akainu was lost in thought. How does it feel? Forming the new Navy seemed rather impressive at first. Yet now it is clear that matters are far from simple. With no one around, Akainu's expression relaxed slightly as he nodded. I'm contemplating economic sources, weapon development, and training new recruits. Even with a Navy template to emulate, these challenges are not easily resolved. The funding from the Don Quixote family can address immediate financial issues, but it won't last long. Relying on the slaughter of pirates for financing is unrealistic. What kind of people are pirates? They are bloodthirsty, living for today without a thought for tomorrow. It is impossible to expect any surplus from them unless they belong to formidable pirate crews like Don Quixote da Flamingo or the Four Emperors. Unfortunately, the two fallen emperors were precisely those lacking in wealth. Red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard maintained little management over their territories. Whitebeard collected minimal protection fees, and Shanks had only a sparse crew. One cannot expect that with the arrival of the new navy, revenue would increase to a point where life becomes even more arduous than under the pirates' reign. Akainu would never resort to such measures. Would he engage in a war against Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? Akainu is not a mindless brute. Initiating a full-scale war against the Four Emperors while the new navy is still stabilizing would only delight the world government. I may not fully grasp these matters, but I can introduce you to a few individuals. Uchiha Sora handed Akainu several handwritten pages. The Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro? This individual commands the largest entertainment city in the world and possesses the powers of the gold fruit. He has deep ties with the world government, controlling 20 of the world's berries, and reigns as the king of the underworld, with influence spanning the globe. His strength is commendable, and his business acumen is exceptional. Uchiha Sora continued. More importantly, he harbors a profound vendetta against the celestial dragons. If approached wisely, he may consider joining the new navy. Akainu scrutinized the information about the Golden Emperor, flipping to the second page. His pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean by this? Akainu was taken aback by the utterly unexpected name, Zifa. Black Arm Zifa, the former admiral of the Navy's 3 great generals, and also the instructor of Akainu and his 2 comrades. Uchiha Sora smiled and remarked, in a timeline unbeknownst to you, Admiral Zifa will undertake actions even more extreme than yours. Before long, the world government is likely to appoint the pirate who killed Zifa's student as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, it would be prudent to extend an invitation, for there is no one more exceptional than Admiral Zifa when it comes to training new recruits. Admiral Akainu, do not underestimate your own allure. With the issuance of the World Recruitment Order, it is certain that at least one of your admirers, of admiral caliber, will join, albeit somewhat weaker than your generation's 3 great admirals. Akainu turned to the 3rd page. The world's most notorious criminal, leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Uchiha Sora inquired. The king of the demons should still be alive. What is your relationship with him? After a moment of silence, Akainu replied solemnly, it is tolerable, but there is no possibility of cooperation. Oh, why is that? He adheres to the ideals of freedom, having overthrown the tyrannies of numerous nations. Yet I have personally visited the lands he liberated. Akainu shook his head. He merely eliminated the previous corrupt kings without establishing a proper order to guide the populace. The lives of the citizens have not improved. On the contrary, the chaos he incited has led to more deaths. Being dubbed the most notorious criminal is not without reason. Those individuals are merely self-righteous in pursuing their ideals, neglecting the significance of order. Uchiha Sora nodded. I trust your judgment. Do as you see fit. However, I am curious about one thing. What is it? Why did Kizaru not accompany you? There was no need to ponder. Kizaru and Akainu shared a strong bond, akin to that of brothers. In the meeting, he did not side with Sengoku, and Uchiha Sora had assumed he would join Akainu. After a prolonged silence, Akainu mused. Borsellino is quite complex. He appears lethargic, yet he is the one bearing the heaviest burdens, as too many depend on his choices. He did inquire whether his strength was needed, and it was I who declined. A knowing smile crept across Akainu's lips. Let us maintain a modicum of suspense. One cannot reveal everything, as that would be rather dull. Just know that when the time is right, he will undoubtedly stand by my side. He lowered his gaze to Uchiha Sora and perceptibly noticed that in just a few days, Sora had grown 4 centimeters taller, nodding to himself. It seemed that his previous nourishment had been inadequate, and with proper sustenance, he could indeed grow taller. Alas, when do you intend to depart? Akainu had no platform. Yet he received word of Uchiha Sora's completion of his repayment and that he would be leaving at any moment. In his mind, this farewell would mark their final meeting, and his acquaintance with this boy from another world was a fleeting yet beautiful memory. Soon, I shall be leaving. Sensing Akainu's thoughts, Uchiha Sora smiled. If all goes as planned, you will meet my kin in just a few days. Akainu's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting you can enable others to traverse the two worlds, including yourself? Uchiha Sora paused for a moment, his smile gradually fading. If I succeed, then it shall be possible. Chapter 107. Ascendance of the Demon. What are you going to do? Akainu furrowed his brow slightly. Even this arrogant young man resorted to using if regarding his intentions. What could possibly be so challenging? Uchiha Sora leaned against the deck railing, gazing at the azure sea as he spoke slowly. Akainu, have you ever contemplated that the world we inhabit is, in fact, a mere illusion, existing solely within the fantasies of higher beings? Such a tedious question. I know I am real, and my belief in the authenticity of the world suffices. Akainu's gaze turned profound, his tone stern. Do not dwell on such matters. The more you ponder the nature of reality, the deeper you will sink into confusion. Ever since you killed red-haired Shanks, I have sensed something amiss with you. What is troubling you? Uchiha Sora gently shook his head. I am in a splendid state. Unprecedentedly so. This question once plagued me in my infancy, but I have long since found clarity. The love I experience is not illusory. The truth of the world matters little. Even if it were a fabrication, I would simply render it real. Uchiha Sora turned his head, his deep-set eyes giving Akainu the unsettling impression of having his soul consumed. I am Uchiha Sora, merely Uchiha Sora. I shall return. Akainu watched as Uchiha Sora walked towards the cabin, sensing that this young man would venture far beyond the confines of the ninja world. Inside the cabin, Garo had been waiting. Are you going home? Will you return again? The food here is truly delightful. Garo chewed on dried fish. In recent days, he had scarcely indulged in his cherished wooden cigars, seizing the moment to savor delectable cuisine, for who knows when he might have the chance for such joyous travels again. What trials are you speaking of? Sora, you are all bark and no bite. Aside from my weight, I have not gained an ounce of enhancement. Uchiha Sora removed his headband and handed it to Garo. Garo was taken aback. If there were any item of significance to Uchiha Sora, this headband would undoubtedly be among the foremost. Garo clearly understood what this item meant to him. What do you mean by this, Sora? Garo dropped the dried fish to the ground, his eyes filled with an indescribable dread. Uchiha Sora offered no reply, continuing with his actions. He summoned the girl from the Infinite City's wooden box, creating a shadow clone. Whether it was the original or the clone, it entered the Infinite City. Having completed these enigmatic actions, Uchiha Sora addressed Garo. Take good care of it. Sora, Garo's voice trembled, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Uchiha Sora interrupted him. Uchiha Sora often bore a smile, yet it typically carried a hint of mockery. Rarely did he display the genuine, innocent smile appropriate for one of his age, as he did now. Do not misunderstand. It is common sense to entrust important items to the staff when bathing in a bathhouse, is it not? As he spoke, a thought occurred to him. He reached into the Infinite City and retrieved Luiwe, tossing it to Garo as well. This suggests that the entity within the Infinite City was indeed the original. The figures began to slowly fade. The journey commenced. Uchiha Sora refrained from further explanation. For Garo, if all proceeded smoothly, it would merely be a fleeting moment, rendering elaboration unnecessary. Should failure arise? No, I cannot possibly fail. In the realm of Infinite City, Uchiha Sora's true form stood in the silent void. Upon his arrival in the world of Akainu, he had previously expelled the members of Muzan from Infinite City, leaving only Naruto behind. The plan commenced with the advance request from Akainu. Initially, the conception was to traverse back from Muzan's world. Uchiha Sora had positioned a shadow clone within Infinite City, and upon returning to the shinobi world to reclaim it, he distinctly sensed a momentary lapse in the memories of the clone, which differed from his own recollections. Firstly, according to the platform's description, Infinite City is categorized as a spatial node, fundamentally distinct from the shinobi world and the secondary dimension of the oceanic realm, designated as 951236. Uchiha Sora did not grasp the underlying principles. He merely needed to understand that the traversal through Infinite City exhibited subtle deviations from that of living beings, with that fleeting moment serving as the crucial element of the plan. Over the past few days, he had been an attentive observer of the marking construction between the oceanic world and the shinobi world, granting him the opportunity to perceive the world on a macro scale. To illustrate, It resembled watching a documentary on the construction of an underwater tunnel, connecting two dry towns amidst the chaotic currents of the sea. In discussing the issue of time flow, one might find a water tank analogy more suitable. However, to describe the connection between the two realms, it aligns more closely with the platform's metaphor of bubbles. Retrospectively, the traversal between the two realms, prior to the construction of the tunnel, resembled a small bubble enveloping a living entity as it crossed over. Uchiha Sora was deeply intrigued by what lay beyond the bubble. With the existence of a secondary dimension, it stands to reason that a primary dimension must also exist. The source of the platform, its unknowable symbols within discourse, could they signify the primary dimension? Uchiha Sora was aware that the deity of the Otsutsuki in the shinobi world had transcended dimensions. Above the shinobi world, there must exist realms of even higher dimensions. To attain the power of the Otsutsuki deity and subsequently break through dimensions, it was too late. Uchiha Sora was pressed for time. This urgency stemmed not only from the fact that his lifespan had dwindled to a mere few years. The platform was not a benevolent grandfather system offering free upgrades to the protagonist. It repeatedly emphasized the perils of borrowing, a lesson Uchiha Sora had personally experienced. Having nearly been overwhelmed by the burdens of the Akainu and the Rift Seats experience cards, it cared not for the state of one's body. It would merely inject power into the vessel without pause until the debt was repaid. So why engage in a cycle of borrowing to sustain further borrowing? Particularly in seeking the Nine Tails? Naturally, it was because a dead pig fears not boiling water. Following a methodical approach, 3 years hence, the enhancements from the Rift Seats experience card could potentially crush Uchiha Sora's body. Of course, there were alternative methods, such as collecting the tailed beasts to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, which represented the most suitable and reliable path for advancement in the shinobi world. Yet, it seemed dreadfully mundane. Lacking confidence in himself, in his own Sharingan, why aspire to become the second sage of 6 paths? Was that not an admission that the Uchiha lineage paled in comparison to that of the Otsutsuki? The power of tracing one's ancestry is a lament reserved for those like Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, individuals who find themselves with no alternative path. I am different. I possess both the opportunity and the capability. Elevating one's strength to transcend dimensions is an arduous endeavor. Yet, I have discovered a shortcut. I am currently traversing dimensions. The difficulty of dismantling a tunnel is entirely distinct from that of obliterating a city. My instincts guide me. To witness the truth is to attain liberation from the constraints of ocular power and to realize the true kaleidoscope. As I navigate through this process, I slowly raise my hand, my eyes tightly shut. Enigmatic seals materialize around my closed eyes, gradually dissipating. An overwhelming aura of shadow chakra permeates the air, akin to an invisible hand of death, beginning to rend the infinite city. The concept of time becomes irrelevant until a particular moment arises. I open my eyes. My crimson pupils abruptly crack open, revealing a web-like pattern, 3 pure black tomos swirling in unpredictable chaos. With a crack, the fabric of space begins to distort and shatter. Within the dark rift of space, murky sigils faintly emerge, pulsating with an eerie rhythm. Warning! Warning! Traversing in progress. Please cease any unlawful activities immediately. Warning! Warning! User's energy level is insufficient. Attempting to observe is extremely perilous. This will result in a fundamental risk of death. Warning! Warnings, you say? Excellent. I am indeed correct. Uchiha K disregards the fundamental risk of death presented by the platform, remaining expressionless as he continues his endeavor. The tearing of the infinite city intensifies. An endless tide of shadow chakra forcefully surging into the Sharingan. The Tomo, on the verge of uniting, shatter. Flecks of pure black scatter within the crimson irises, touching yet separating. With a clatter, the deep crimson Susanoo forms instantaneously, entwining with the corporeal manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. The body of the warrior god raises its hands high, wielding a long sword forged from dark purple flames, drawing in the fragmented space, the blade enveloped in a halo of profound darkness. The moment the seal is lifted, the ascension of the kaleidoscope is complete. Shadow manipulation, fueled by the mental energy that governs imagination, manifests from nothingness. The Susanoo epitomizes shadow manipulation, a concentrated embodiment of mental energy. To phrase it more romantically, I think, therefore I can achieve it. The long blade extends endlessly, its height unfathomable, surpassing the scale of the Susanoo itself. until it grazes a certain boundary. Uchiha K's translucent silhouette appears at the blade's tip, extending his hands to grasp the heavy curtain of the boundary. The sound of his finger bones fracturing resonates, veins in his arms bursting. Despite this, his expression remains impassive. The infinite city and Susanoo shatter utterly, all power converging upon Uchiha K's spiritual form. It resonates with a sound akin to the cracking of an eggshell. Above Uchiha K, a black hole forms. At its center, a point of phosphorescence emerges, astonishingly beautiful and surreal. The colors that constitute this luminous point are a torrent of hues utterly incomprehensible. Endless hues surged into Uchiha Sora's eyes, akin to life-infused blossoms, flourishing and occupying the entire ocular cavity, emanating a gossamer-like, ethereal glow. Within his mind, a voice imbued with emotion resonated from the platform. The previously indistinct murmurs crystallized into clarity. Uchiha Sora. To witness the cost of reality is to confront an immeasurable magnitude. The soul, traversing time and space with unwavering resolve, has been chosen by us. We have meticulously selected a secondary dimension with a complete path for your ascension. Such a precious opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Though this possibility is almost non-existent, I shall still extend my wishes to you. Those who pry into the starry seas through unofficial means shall invoke judgment. What you have triggered is demon ascension. Chapter 108. The power of a kaleidoscope is inherently expected. Uchiha Sora beheld himself and comprehended the essence of demon ascension. In the dimly lit basement, the harsh light illuminated the figure of himself lying on a hospital bed, his extensively burned skin exposed, limbs restrained, and eye sockets hollow. The small portion of his unscathed face still bore traces of past handsomeness. His emaciated abdomen exhibited 2 10-centimeter-long scars on either side, contrasting the irregular burns, with the sutures appearing rather meticulous. Tubes were inserted beside the wounds, performing blood dialysis in place of his kidneys to sustain life. A doctor clad in a white coat wielded a cold scalpel, slicing open his chest. All usable organs had been excised. Finally, the heart was ordered, awaiting the instruments cleansing for use in room 4. The scene shifted. It was still himself. He and a girl had grown up as childhood sweethearts, their love blossoming, culminating in their wedding night. Yet, several unruly youths barged into his room, violating his wife, and forced him to consume her flesh. The despair reflected in his wife's eyes was painfully real. The imagery transitioned once more. His appearance remained largely unchanged, though his physiological structure differed. He had become her. The ensuing developments were grotesque. Next, he transformed into an immortal, possessing rapid regenerative abilities. Raised in a dystopian world to serve as a sustainable source of meat, Uchiha Sora found himself ensnared within various bodies, with his senses magnified to an infinite degree. Even the simplest touch could evoke sensations akin to being cleaved by a blade. There were moments of beauty, yet they invariably shattered in the most brutal manner during the pinnacle of happiness. The judgment represented by demon ascension inflicted the utmost harm upon both body and mind. Initially, there was sensory erosion. The subsequent step was cognitive collapse, when the judged experienced complete mental disintegration, losing the ability to care for oneself. The cognitive framework reconstructed, engendering illogical behaviors, such as perceiving the consumption of one's own kind as normal sustenance. With the complete inversion of original logical constructs, the body would also undergo distortion. Ultimately, one would irreversibly become a wandering, distorted consciousness, devoured by an unknown existence. Demon ascension is thus a descent to the devil's table, a punishment for those who lack reverence. Is it merely this? Countless reincarnations have transpired, and the locations have shifted an innumerable number of times. A soft inquiry resonates from the pinnacle of the Black Tower on the solitary island. An aged visage, hair as white as snow. Uchiha Sora sits in a wheelchair, his eyes gouged out. Amidst the ongoing discourse, vacant eyes give birth to flesh, and the wrinkled skin gradually fills out. The incessant clamor of that bothersome warning led me to anticipate a certain death sentence. How utterly tedious and devoid of novelty. The intricacies of the relationships remain unclear. Physical harm should commence with the subtle insertion of a steel needle between the fingers. Psychological torment could manifest as a mother's hopeful gaze. Yearning for the underachieving child to gain admission to a prestigious university, there's no need to plunge straight into tales of parting and loss. Your reckless approach makes it exceedingly challenging for me to cooperate, even if I wish to. He rises, his form transitioning from a stoop to an upright stature, his raven hair cascading down to his waist. The flesh within his eye sockets weaves together, creating ripples that stir the ocean's surface beyond the island, unleashing tumultuous waves. The heavens shift, and the earth transforms. The island crumbles like clay under an unseen giant's grip, disintegrating into fine powder suspended in the air. An underwater volcano erupts. Dark red magma, infused with scalding bubbles, bursts through the seabed. The surging waters defy the law of gravity, wildly cascading toward Uchiha Sora, with each droplet flickering with fragments of memories, shredded into brilliant particles within the crimson whirlpool. Ultimately, the sky collapses. Scarlet sigils, alive and creeping around the eye sockets, widen into a black hole that devours all. As the last glimmer of light is consumed by the pupils, silence envelopes the surroundings. Only those eyes emit a mesmerizing glow amidst the void. Luminous specks twinkle atop Uchiha Sora's form as he faces a surreal curtain of light. This veil exudes an irresistible allure, whispering the essence of life, the convergence of time and space. There is no need for explanation. Any being that gazes upon this luminous curtain will grasp a fragment of truth. Beyond the veil lies the cosmic ocean, the ultimate abode of unparalleled beauty. The shapes within Uchiha Sora's eye sockets gradually solidify. Within the crimson pupils, black threads intertwine to form two pairs of wings, resembling a four-winged raven, or perhaps a swaying balance scale. A delicate purple line weaves through the black, forming a circle that radiates an ethereal beauty. Witness the real, attain the eternal. Go forth, for that is the place you yearn for. Everything awaits you there. A damp, sticky breath caresses my ears, unmistakably identifiable as the scent of decaying flesh and sulfur. Yet it is perceived as deliciously sweet. That which has been taken, that which has been betrayed, lies just beyond the door. A gentle push is all it takes for all regrets to dissipate into thin air. Above the luminous veil, the image of a dark-haired woman emerges, propping herself on her knees, smiling tenderly as she offers a hairband, her lips seemingly uttering something. Uchiha Sora unconsciously extends his hand, yearning to receive the hairband and touch the luminous veil. This is a reward bestowed upon the brave. You shall venture into the universe you have longed for, a cosmos uniquely yours, where all unfolds as you desire. As you envision, it is death. However, death is not merely a mundane definition. It is both the origin and the conclusion. Death is the greatest gift, the most exquisite of terms. To embrace death is to possess everything. What nonsense am I uttering? Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow and turned to the void behind him. Be quiet, or I'll silence you. A voice from the platform resonated. How should I explain this? Perhaps it is because your soul is inherently unique, unexpectedly reborn into a remarkable lineage. That explanation is inadequate, Uchiha Sora. How did you achieve this? Uchiha Sora gazed at the light screen, replying nonchalantly, it is simple. With the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, such feats are naturally attainable. Chapter 109, Shattered, Reconstructed. The Blooming Kaleidoscope. When did this begin? Uchiha Sora, during his confrontation with Whitebeard, was on the verge of losing control over the elevation of the kaleidoscope. The elevation of the kaleidoscope, in essence, is the brain releasing a peculiar form of in-released chakra, stimulating the evolution of the Sharingan, or rather, its transformation. The progenitor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, did not possess the kaleidoscope. His three tomo represented the pinnacle of the Sharingan, capable of utilizing Susanoo, embodying the legacy of the sage's eye. The kaleidoscope appears to be a misguided evolutionary path taken by subsequent generations, forced by the dilution of bloodline to attain greater power. The Sharingan, kaleidoscope, eternal kaleidoscope, and Rinnegan are not a complete evolutionary sequence, but rather pertain to the path of Indra's chakra reincarnate. Evidence lies in the fact that Uchiha Obito, having acquired Hashirama's cells, shows no signs of further evolution from the kaleidoscope. The fusion of blood relatives leading to the eternal kaleidoscope has only been achieved by two individuals, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, this evolutionary path holds no feasibility for Uchiha, lacking Indra's chakra. The kaleidoscope Sharingan represents the zenith of the Uchiha clan, distinguished solely by the duration of its ocular power. How could Uchiha Sora possibly be content to stop here? Even with the utmost in-released chakra and nearly boundless ocular prowess, he remains unsatisfied. The platform suggested that the ninja world possesses a complete evolutionary path, likely referring to the fusion with the ten tails or consuming the chakra fruit, thereby becoming a manifestation of nature itself, endowed with a unique form of immortality. Uchiha Sora wrestled with this notion. It is indeed the most ideal method to acquire power, and the simplest route. The Rinnegan on Nagato offers a chance to seize, and collecting tailed beasts is not a daunting task. Yet, I simply do not favor it. I am someone who relishes the unpredictability of a tennis ball bouncing off the net, the thrill of uncertainty regarding where it will land. If everything were to proceed according to fixed logic, it would be dreadfully mundane. I enjoy taking the scenic route. That is my shortcut. During the battle atop the summit, Uchiha Sora's heart, body, and technique reached their zenith in conjunction with the Nine Tails. With all his might, Uchiha Sora found himself unable to suppress the evolution of the Sharingan. In that moment, the kaleidoscope unfurled. The ocular techniques materialized instantaneously, Amaterasu and Yasukani no Magatama. Amaterasu requires no elaboration. The ability of Yasukani no Magatama is to imprint a target, disregarding distance, and through chakra, control the mind and chakra of the individual. This ability can be regarded as a limited version of the moon reading across a vast domain, remarkably powerful. The soul attack attribute of the Susanoo in the Five Dragon Extinction comes from this ocular technique. However, this alone is insufficient. It pales in comparison to the grand ambitions of Uchiha Sora, which far exceed what these two ocular powers can encompass. The only solution he could conceive was to shatter and start anew. To achieve such a feat, one must annihilate both body and spirit and then reshape them. The destruction of the infinite city, the rupture of the traversal pathways, and the witnessing of true boundaries are the methods envisioned by Uchiha Sora. By igniting himself with the flames of Amaterasu and shattering his soul through the ascension ritual, the act of witnessing the true universe becomes secondary. What truly matters is the process of witnessing. Then, with my will, I shall undoubtedly reclaim everything amidst the destruction, weaving a kaleidoscope that rightfully belongs to me. The eye of the mind's reflection, if it cannot fulfill my desires, is unworthy of its name. The first ocular technique to be rewoven is divine reflection Susanoo. This is a passive ocular technique, requiring no active trigger, solely affecting the self. At the critical juncture of catastrophic physical trauma and mental collapse, the wavelengths of soul and body achieve harmony, resulting in perfect entanglement. The body is the soul, and the soul is the body. Utilizing the characteristics of the ocular technique, it evolves yin release into yang release, forcibly rectifying the defects within the kaleidoscope's genetic makeup, eliminating concerns of ocular power depletion. In simpler terms, the capability of this ocular technique serves as a converter, transforming the energy derived from the void seat and the Nine Tails experience card into physical strength. The drawback is that once the body suffers injury, the soul will likewise be harmed, rendering the rapid regenerative abilities of the Hashirama cells futile for Uchiha Sora. This minor flaw is entirely acceptable in light of the benefits gained. To put it in more comprehensible terms, Uchiha Sora, under the influence of divine reflection Susanoo, possesses extraordinary physical strength as a baseline. Moreover, this strength will continually enhance with the amplification provided by the experience card, significantly alleviating the pressure of being overwhelmed by power over time. As long as he refrains from further borrowing before fulfilling the Nine Tails loan conditions, significant issues should not arise. Simultaneously, it resolves the problem of excessive life loss from the burning of fire-release chakra mode, no longer confined to the number of cellular divisions but determined by the strength of the soul, with chakra not being overdrawn. As an ordinary individual who does not engage in combat, it is possible to live for hundreds or even thousands of years under low energy consumption. Of course, Uchiha Sora would never choose this path. In his perspective, sacrificing life to ignite one's soul for strength is far more advantageous than borrowing. Life, in his view, is meant to be burned. As long as the evolution occurs before death, it suffices. I might have understood. The voice from the platform resonated with a golden level energy. Touching upon the characteristics of mythical beings, my calculations suggest that the Sharingan should not possess such capabilities. Username: Uchiha Sora energy level, golden, possessing one characteristic of mythical beings, quantum entanglement of soul and body, Chapter 110, Divine Reflection Susanoo current project. Uchiha Sora comprehended the meaning behind the platform's words. These four characters should have been shielded. Mythical beings refer to entities of the caliber of the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. They possess true immortality. Unlike the fragile immortality of characters like Muzan, who can perish when slain. The data manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki and the existence of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra fall within the realm of mythical beings. A mere Sharingan does not possess such characteristics. Gazing at the luminous screen, Uchiha Sora spoke softly. The moment he beheld it, he was endowed with its essence. Upon encountering the starry veil, Uchiha Sora began to replicate it. The Sharingan is often referred to as the Eye of Rewriting. He had prepared for this moment for an extensive duration. Countless fragments of knowledge forcefully surged into Uchiha Sora's mind, highly invasive, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. The starry veil offered no resistance, even striving to impart as much as possible to Uchiha Sora. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, the judgment emerged. It was perhaps the very knowledge of the impending judgment that emboldened Uchiha Sora to delve into the composition of the starry veil. The nature of the judgment itself was of little consequence. Its mere existence sufficed. This was also the reason Uchiha Sora felt a sense of relief upon receiving warnings from the platform. It disclosed numerous truths to him and unraveled the previously obscured messages from the platform. The starry sea and subordinate dimensions do not exist in a strict hierarchical manner. Rather, they exist in parallel. There is no scenario where beings from subordinate dimensions must start from the lowest tier upon ascending to the starry sea. Some powerful subordinate dimensions even harbor formidable entities capable of dominating portions of the starry sea. Conversely, there are those who, despite their strength, prefer to reside within subordinate dimensions rather than the starry sea. The starry sea is distinguished by its vastness, surpassing all subordinate dimensions in scale. It continues to expand at an unimaginable rate, with no end in sight. Moreover, its temporal and spatial qualities possess absolute stability, eliminating any discrepancies in the flow of time. The flow of time may differ among various subordinate dimensions, and to conceive of a force capable of governing such a vast expanse of the universe is truly unfathomable. The entity that accomplished this remains shrouded in obscurity. Perhaps only by traversing the starry veil and entering the starry sea can one uncover its true nature. It is undeniably compelling. Uchiha Sora lowered his hand and turned away, no longer gazing at the starry sea. His objective had been achieved. What lay ahead was not a domain he could currently explore. Having endured the judgment, he was deemed worthy of entering the starry sea. I mean no offense to the esteemed master, but only by venturing into the starry sea can one hope to escape that particular transaction. Such offerings are but a curse known as hope. In the void, the resonant voice of the ascendant ritual echoed once more. The supreme radiance of the unparalleled sovereign. Such divine grace is selfless, granting you the possibility of endless life to coexist with the starry sea. Who is this individual? The mechanized clan. One of the races of the starry sea. The supreme being they revere is the ruler of the starry sea region beyond this luminous veil. One thing it has not misrepresented. Should you enter the starry sea now, all our contracts will be forcibly terminated, and that supreme being will settle your debts. You surely cannot believe in the existence of benevolence without cost, can you? We at least display clear pricing, using our credibility as the currency of circulation. As for that disrespectful remark, I cannot utter it. So what are you, a mere operator beneath the platform, or the very essence of the platform itself? I too belong to the mechanized race. The mechanized race is a vast species in the Star Sea, and I am a member of the virtual mechanized branch, serving our esteemed master. Normal communication occurred much sooner than I anticipated. Previously, I had to employ considerable mechanical force just to express my emotions. Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow slightly. Haven't you always existed in my mind? Not quite. I exist in a state of virtual information, and only manifest when you think of me or during certain special moments. This sounds rather disturbingly ambiguous. All right, take me back. Are you truly not going? In countless legends, the Star Sea is referred to as the highest realm of the divine domain, a place filled with infinite mysteries. Once you cross this veil of light, your life level may instantly elevate. As one who seeks immense power, you surely cannot resist such a lure, can you? Do you perceive me as a mindless brute? Isn't that the case? Your emotional expression capabilities seem somewhat superfluous. Uchiha Sora slowly descended, continuing the conversation with the platform. I have many matters to attend to and do not intend to breach our agreement. Acknowledging your existence is sufficient for now. Let us return to our business. I have a venture to discuss with you. My other ocular technique has been specifically prepared for you. In the ninja world, Garo had yet to adapt to the consciousness traversal, and his tightly clenched claws were pried open, relinquishing what lay within. Are you a shadow clone or the real body? Garo observed Uchiha Sora, perceiving no change from his previous self. No, if one were to insist, he seemed more ordinary than the Sora aboard the Akainu battleship. There was none of that chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Uchiha Sora cast a fleeting glance at Garo. Let us return to the village. I have matters to address. With that, he propelled himself toward the land of whirlpools. As the surging force ravaged like a flood breaking through a dam, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Glancing back, he noted that he was several hundred meters above the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering roar erupted, causing the entire forest to tremble violently in an instant. A gaping abyss suddenly formed where Uchiha Sora had stood, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading from its edges, comparable to the destruction wrought by a monstrous force. As Uchiha Sora descended from the air, he observed Garo, covered in dirt and grime, emerging from the pit. Feeling somewhat apologetic. You believe me when I say it was unintentional, don't you? Garo pulled a wooden stake from his ample chest, fixing a cold gaze on Uchiha Sora. Yes. Chapter 111. The Mark of Heaven in the Land of Whirlpools, in the Hidden Flame Village. Nightfall. At the Uchiha Shrine. All Uchiha ninjas who had awakened their Sharingan gathered. Uchiha Sora sat at the head, with Fugaku and Shursui flanking him on either side. Unlike Uchiha Sora, who has traversed the maritime realm, the consciousness of his clansmen remains ensnared in the shock of his solitary annihilation of the hidden cloud village. Now, the clan leader has summoned everyone, exuding an air of impending significant announcement, leading them to surmise that an assault on Konoha is imminent. As the assembly gathers, Uchiha Sora speaks in a measured tone. Come forth, Orochimaru. From the shadows, Orochimaru emerges, still pondering his opening line, as hundreds of Sharingan eyes flicker with crimson light. Locking onto him, the anxious ones have already drawn their blades, gripping kunai tightly. Were it not for the consideration that they are at the Uchiha Shrine, one might have attacked Orochimaru, perceiving him as an adversary. This ocular pressure is no jest. Orochimaru quickly raises his hand. Everyone, it is your clan leader who summoned me. Please remain calm. Turning to Uchiha Sora, he offers a wry smile. Leader Sora, according to customary protocol, you should have prefaced this statement with, "This is my invited guest." As for guest, you hardly qualify, Uchiha Sora retorts, his gaze towards Orochimaru devoid of warmth. How much longer must I wait? Orochimaru nonchalantly sits beside Shursui, nodding awkwardly at him before addressing the assembly. If I recall correctly, our last meeting was merely 4 days ago. Even Danzo has not rushed the pace so fervently. That was a forbidden technique, not merely a grade-level ninjutsu, and it is not so easily refined. However, if it is merely a matter of the second Hokage, grant me a few more days, and I am confident I can summon him. Uchiha Sora surveys the room, deep in contemplation. An offensive against Konoha is imperative, not only because Konoha was co-founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans, but also due to the fact that the Uchiha Shrine derives its name from its location along the banks of the Uchiha River. Historically, this has been the traditional domain of the Uchiha clan. The first encounter between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara transpired along the Uchiha River, with both clans having resided in the Land of Fire. There is no record of Uchiha hailing from the Land of Lightning. The suppression of the Blood Pool clan in the Land of Lightning was merely a transnational mission undertaken by the Uchiha. Upon his departure, he promised his clansmen that he would return for them, and they have long held this aspiration, diligently training, even sustaining injuries at the hands of Muzin's demons. When Uchiha Sora first returned, Shursui inquired about the whereabouts of those demons, as the clansmen had not engaged in demon slaying for several days and were becoming restless. The demons were still en route back from the Land of Lightning. The sudden summoning by Akainu had caused Uchiha Sora to hastily cast those demons out of the Infinite City and proceed. Originally, the Infinite City served as a training ground for the Uchiha, significantly enhancing the martial and swordsmanship skills of the clansmen over the past 3 years. However, the current version of the Infinite City has become obsolete, offering little to those who have awakened the double tomo or greater. What they truly require is authentic combat between life and death. Presently, there exists a favorable opportunity. Have you brought along the likes of Komaharu from the Land of Water? Uchiha Sora inquires. Orochimaru's forehead creases with a frown. Lord Uchiha Sora, I must remind you, it has only been 4 days. You expect me to refine the impure world reincarnation and seek individuals from the land of water? Do you take me for a perpetual motion machine? In recent days, I have had to contend with the Akatsuki organization. Anoki approached them to discuss a significant deal, while Conan has persistently inquired about my whereabouts, lamenting that I am readily available when funding is needed, yet elusive when it comes to work, a litany of grievances. I recall, during my time in Konoha, I accomplished over 1,400 missions within a span of several decades, with nearly 600 of those being classified as high-level. The workload back then was far less overwhelming than it is now. Please, come here for a moment. Uchiha Sora beckoned with a gentle smile. Orochimaru instinctively leaned back, stating, I certainly wouldn't dare approach the Uchiha clan's territory in my true form. Let me clarify, this is merely a shadow clone. Should you destroy it, all agreements with my true self would become void. Uchiha Sora lowered his hand, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just a shadow clone? Very well, it will suffice. Before Orochimaru could respond, an invisible force drew him forward, compelling him to stand before Uchiha Sora. This is the universal pull. How is this possible? It was not the universal pull, but merely a rudimentary application of ocular power. Do not misunderstand. I lack the ability to read minds. It is simply that your expression is exceedingly transparent. Uchiha Sora tightened his grip around Orochimaru's throat, revealing 3 tomo in his eyes. The 3 tomo converged towards a central point, coalescing into a shade deeper than black. In an instant, this profound darkness unfurled into 2 pairs of wings, with a pale purple halo coursing through them, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns radiating a deep luminescence. The kaleidoscope. Surely, this time it cannot be mistaken. Orochimaru felt his heart race uncontrollably, sensing as though his very soul was being drawn into its depths. Yet, he chose not to avert his gaze. The shadow clone technique was devised by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha, possessing a reality that could not be penetrated except by the Sharingan. When subjected to a significant attack or high-level genjutsu, it would automatically dissipate, returning memories to the original body. The chakra of the shadow clone and the true self are distinct, and the effects of genjutsu do not transfer to the original. Only the memories of the clone's experiences. Uchiha Sora awakening the kaleidoscope was unsurprising. It would have been strange had he not. Being able to convey the information of Uchiha Sora's kaleidoscope to his true self made this visit worthwhile. Indeed, this was my kaleidoscope technique. The result of shattering 8,000 spears, possessing an ultimate genjutsu that transcends time and consciousness, Heaven's Seal. In the moment their eyes met, a phantom black raven emerged from Uchiha Sora's gaze and vanished into Orochimaru's. This mark would be inscribed upon your true self with the return of the shadow clone's consciousness. Orochimaru, you remain insufficiently cautious. As the raven occupied Orochimaru's pupils, Uchiha Sora exerted a slight pressure, shattering the shadow clone. Uchiha Sora gazed upward at the gathered clan members, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as an ominous power coalesced behind him, manifesting as an invisible colossal beast, unrestrained and proud. After a few moments, Uchiha Sora's smile faded. Are you not astonished? A Uchiha positioned towards the front hesitated briefly before responding. Your awakening of the kaleidoscope is hardly a matter for surprise, is it? Uchiha Sora's expression darkened. What I possess is unique. I must delineate the distinction. Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan is flawed, while mine is not. Enough, Sora. Your superiority over us is not a matter requiring reiteration, Shursui interjected, waving his hand dismissively. You were able to summon the Sky Splitter 3 years ago and single-handedly challenged the Hidden Cloud Village. We have already been astonished to the point of exhaustion. Since you have gathered us here and exhibited your ocular techniques, it cannot merely be to inform us of your awakened Manjiki. Is your message related to your abilities? We are merely a family enterprise. Otherwise, Shursui, with your emotional intelligence, you would never rise in rank. Uchiha Sora shook his head in exasperation. Let us wait a moment. With Orochimaru as a subject, I can elucidate more easily. Moments later, a sullen Orochimaru appeared at the shrine's entrance. What have you done to me, Uchiha Sora? Chapter 112. The First Black Lone User. Orochimaru had developed the Heaven and Earth Curse Seal as the foundation of his immortality technique. Once successfully implanted, he could utilize the seal and living cells to resurrect from it. On the original timeline, he had resurrected both Sasuke and Anko through this method. Uchiha Sora had initially addressed the energy explosion issue by referencing Orochimaru's choice of the eight-headed serpent technique. Even the characteristics of Ryue were a direct imitation of Orochimaru's work. Upon realizing that he needed to tackle his mounting debt, Orochimaru's techniques seemed viable, and considering his own circumstances, Uchiha Sora determined to develop a second ocular technique, the Celestial Seal. In a certain sense, Orochimaru, I regarded you as a mentor. Orochimaru's already somber visage grew even colder. This is not how one should treat a mentor, Uchiha Sora. We agreed to collaborate. Do not employ such tactics. Do not presume you have me cornered. I can abandon this body if necessary. I do not believe your seal can inscribe without limits. Once the shadow clone was dispelled, Orochimaru received the memories from that time. And like the clone, he was unsurprised by Uchiha Sora's Manjiki. However, the Black Crow inscribed a mark upon his body, following the memories. Positioned at the same place on his neck, the three tomo were identical in shape to his celestial curse seal. As for the three tomo, I merely designed them according to the Sharingan specifications, so let us not consider it infringement. Once the cursed seal manifested, Orochimaru distinctly felt a deepening understanding of chakra. Particularly in the realm of Yin release, it was unmistakable. Such a boon, of course, would not lead Orochimaru to believe that Uchiha Sora was benevolently augmenting his powers. He was certain that a conspiracy of which he was unaware lay beneath it. He attempted sealing techniques, and even tried to tear away this flesh, but to no avail. It was more tenacious than his own celestial curse seal, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique in its obstinacy. Minato had inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on numerous Konoha ninjas to rescue allies, which Orochimaru had studied. Unless Minato chose to deactivate it, the mark would not dissipate with time. This mark might prove even more troublesome than the Flying Thunder God seal. In just a matter of minutes, Orochimaru sensed something amiss. His desire to confront Uchiha Sora grew increasingly intense. No, according to my thoughts, I shall endeavor to steer clear of that scoundrel and find a way to resolve this matter. Damn it, this mark is affecting my will. Realizing this, even if it risks my life, I must confront Uchiha Sora directly. If negotiations fail, I shall not hesitate to take my own life. To be reborn in Akane is preferable to having my consciousness altered. Any resolute and strong-willed individual would never permit their will to be modified. Do not be so angry. Orochimaru, I sincerely wish to collaborate with you, which is why I have carved this seal. Uchiha Sora indeed requires Orochimaru's assistance. Over the years in the land of whirlpools, he has not forgotten to instruct his clan members to seek a particular item, the masked repository of the Uzumaki clan. However, after all these years, they have yet to find it. Thus, this repository is likely hidden in some corner of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Sora has already devised a plan to raise Naruto, and when Naruto matures, he intends to bring forth Minato Namikaze and transfer half of the Nine-Tails sealed within the Shinigami to Naruto, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. Now that he has borrowed the Nine-Tails, the urgency to locate the Shinigami mask has intensified. Before releasing the Nine-Tails, Uchiha Sora must suppress the immediate urge to obliterate the Leaf Village, which is why he has been persistently urging Orochimaru. He has too many tasks for Orochimaru to handle, and now plans to offer a salary to motivate him, ensuring he does not slack off. The Heavenly Seal will only influence you when I initiate the summoning. It cannot compel you to harm yourself, so do not fret. Are you jesting? Forcing my true self to draw near you is no different from seeking my demise. Uchiha Sora paused, no longer keeping secrets, and stated directly, Are you curious about the world from which I summon Akainu? With this mark, you too can enter that realm. Akainu was the man who nearly killed you back then. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Spare me your nonsense. I withdrew quite effortlessly. Do not underestimate me. Such matters can wait. First, lift the mark. What if I told you that with this mark, you could summon powers from other worlds just as I do? As long as you can afford the price, even I could be summoned by you. What price? Orochimaru felt a flicker of interest. Uchiha Sora gestured for Orochimaru to return to Shirsui's side, and continued, I consider you one of my own, which is why I invited you to our clan meeting and disclosed my greatest secret. Orochimaru, you need not join the Hidden Flame Village. Orochimaru regained his composure and replied solemnly, If this place holds what I require, I shall consider it. Uchiha Sora turned his gaze towards his clansmen and continued, The Kiraiku I summoned 3 years ago is not my summoning beast. Rather, it is a power borrowed from another world. Some matters could not be disclosed previously due to insufficient strength. However, now that Uchiha Sora's power rivals that of the Karaiku of yore, it is no longer a secret. This is my unique ability, and I now possess a means to enable you all to acquire it. Consuming credibility points allows Uchiha Sora to transport individuals to other worlds and to bring items back from those realms. Once or twice, the consumption may go unnoticed. However, when a multitude of individuals traverses or attempts to transport items, the expenditure of credibility points becomes substantial. Clearly, Uchiha Sora's few hundred credibility points are insufficient. Furthermore, a portion of these points must be reserved for potential borrowing situations. Uchiha Sora believes that accumulating credibility points single-handedly is an exceedingly slow endeavor. The agreement with Chihiro nearly necessitates traversing the entire shinobi world, yet the returns are not particularly promising. He had previously inquired with the platform regarding the possibility of enlisting others to assist in accumulating credibility points. Even with a potential elevation in rank and an enhancement of thought processes, the response remained a resolute negative. The Universal Lending Platform is a creation revered by the platform, known as the Master of the Stars. It is the unique capacity of users to accrue credibility points that qualifies them for selection, rather than any random individual being granted access to the lending platform. Moreover, the Master is required to verify creditworthiness. Who would willingly lend to someone lacking qualifications? Given that the idea of establishing a subsidiary is unfeasible, he is left with no choice but to utilize himself in a divided manner. Uchiha Sora had previously experimented with shadow clones, a method that proved viable. However, after several days, he abandoned it. As previously mentioned, the time required to retrieve memories from the shadow clones exceeded that of his regular actions. The notion of conducting business through shadow clones is something only Naruto Uzumaki could accomplish. Clearly, his mental processing is not burdened with significant tasks. The two kaleidoscopic ocular techniques of Uchiha Sora are not offensive abilities by nature. His innate offensive prowess is already formidable. The intensity of his fire release surpasses that of Amaterasu, rendering any offensive ocular techniques capable of overwhelming damage. Conceptually, these two ocular techniques were conceived to address issues of indebtedness. The Divine Reflection Susanoo distributes the energy amplification of experience cards, fortifying the physical body to prevent collapse. The Mark of Heaven is aimed at enhancing his own credibility points, as well as elevating his clan members collectively. His rate of advancement is exceedingly rapid. Should his clan members fail to elevate in tandem, offering him support, they may find themselves devoid of even the qualifications to serve as cheerleaders. The effect of the Mark of Heaven is to imprint a mark within the consciousness of others, thereby imparting his ability to accrue credibility points through adherence to agreements upon the marked individuals. The discussions with the platform revolve around establishing a subsidiary platform for each member, requiring them to remit a portion of their credibility points to Uchiha Sora while borrowing through his channels, retaining other functionalities. In simpler terms, it is akin to employees and users beneath the two masters, the platform and Uchiha Sora, privately establishing a lending system. The limits would be lower and the interest rates higher, constituting a veritable underground loan operation. This is the primary objective. Controlling the will of the marked individuals is merely a supplementary task. Uchiha Sora deceived Orochimaru. The mental imprint has already been established. Can he genuinely expect no repercussions? The ocular technique, reconstructed based on the 8,000 spears, must inherently possess foundational attributes. The weakness of this ocular technique lies in its slow activation. If one is prepared, it can be easily evaded. Yet, Orochimaru, in his arrogance, believed he could elude pursuit by utilizing shadow clones, and thus fell prey to carelessness. Once the imprint is completed, life and death rest solely in Uchiha Sora's hands. Thus it is, you must be able to perceive the construction of the conscious realm platform. Orochimaru's pupils dilated sharply as he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. You dare to share such absolute divine favor from Uchiha Sora? I underestimated your audacity. Merely by fulfilling an agreement, you can traverse worlds using this as leverage, even collateralize the powers of other realms. This is akin to acquiring strength for free. Glancing at the exhilarated Orochimaru, Uchiha Sora discreetly smirked. When the interest comes due, you will realize whether it truly was free. Curiously, although Uchiha Sora was not adept at reading expressions and Orochimaru rarely displayed emotions, he could discern Orochimaru's thoughts. It must be attributed to a peculiar fate. I shall grant you a measure of credibility sufficient for you to traverse to a realm designated as the Sea Realm. A name that is rather memorable. Let us allow you a taste of experience, and in a couple of days, I shall summon you back, as there are matters here that require your attention. Orochimaru eagerly rose, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is it unlike the creatures of the ninja world? Allow me to remind you, there are many bizarre rules and abilities there. Do not perish. Following the guidance of the mental platform, Orochimaru's form gradually became ethereal. Uchiha Sora, I am aware of your thoughts, and I caution you not to be overly confident. The snake on the ground may yet possess the potential to transform and devour the eagle. Uchiha Sora smiled gently. If you can achieve that, I would be even more pleased. Once Orochimaru had completely vanished, Fugaku, arms crossed, furrowed his brow and said, Sora, is it truly wise to grant such a dangerous individual as Orochimaru your power? Moreover, this opportunity is quite rare. Shursui would be the more suitable candidate. Hearing Uchiha Sora's explanation of his abilities, Fugaku felt a stir of desire, yet he hesitated to voice his own ambitions. Logically speaking, the Manjiki Sharingan techniques consume precious ocular power. There is no need to bestow such a boon upon Orochimaru, is there? Which I discerned its value. Uchiha Sora looked at Fugaku and shook his head in resignation. Perhaps it would be best if you spared your thoughts. Orochimaru grasped the concept after a moment's reflection. No wonder you were once unqualified to contend for the fourth position. Ultimately, it is borrowed power, and there will be concerns thereafter. The acquisition of any power comes at a cost. Remember this. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in borrowing. Perhaps no one understands this better than we, the Uchiha. Shursui spoke softly. Yet there are indeed times of necessity, just as it was for you in the past. If I can help alleviate some of your burden, I would be more than willing. Others merely witnessed Uchiha Sora's commanding presence in battle, but Shursui was acutely aware of the weight he bore as a consequence. He had asked Uchiha Sora why he chose to develop the fire release chakra techniques. With his talents, surely there were more secure means to acquire strength. Uchiha Sora offered no reply. However, as Shursui observed his expression, he sensed that something was pursuing Uchiha Sora from behind, compelling him to act in such a manner. Wait a moment. I too am uncertain if this will succeed. Orochimaru's return alive would signify the completion of the test, should he perish. Uchiha Sora rose. We shall reconvene in 2 days. Return and rest. Tomorrow I shall bring a companion for your son, and do remind Mikoto to prepare ample food. A companion? Where do you intend to go? Konoha. Are you suggesting that one person should attack Konoha? While I can understand the situation with the Cloud Village, we must unite our efforts against Konoha. Their defenses have become fortified, a far cry from the weakened state of the Cloud Village. Compared to the now taller Uchiha Sora, Fayek finds himself needing to look up to meet his gaze. His words reflect a genuine concern for Uchiha Sora, given Sora's demonstrated prowess just days prior. Confronting an intact ninja village alone poses considerable risk. Even with the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan enhancing his abilities, there is no need to undertake such peril. Uchiha Sora merely smiled faintly. There is no distinction. To me, Konoha is no different from the cloud. Just a little more patience, soon. I will bring you all back home. Chapter 113, Naruto Uzumaki. Konoha. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was stifling. The high-ranking officials of Konoha were gathered, their brows furrowed and faces grim as they scrutinized the intelligence reports. The Cloud Village had been decimated, with only a handful of its inhabitants fleeing to the sea. And I had encountered them. A tall man with white hair spoke. It was Jiraiya. Though he had seldom returned to Konoha over the years, he consistently relayed information, primarily monitoring targets in the land of water and the land of whirlpools. Jiraiya lightly tapped the table, speaking with a grave tone. The intentions of the Uchiha are becoming clear. Once they seize the Cloud Village, it will not take long for them to establish themselves as the new among the 5 great ninja villages. If we disregard the combat prowess of their ninja, they have already reached the level of the 5 greats. Uchiha Sora is a terrifying presence akin to Hanzo. Based on the information, this indeed aligns with someone comparable to Uchiha Sora, possessing formidable, shadow-level capabilities and, most importantly, extraordinary destructive power on a wide scale. The terrifying aspect of Uchiha Sora over Hanzo is that while Hanzo required summoned beasts to unleash toxic mist, Uchiha Sora himself is a walking volcanic calamity. We can wait no longer. We must ally with Noki and immediately form a coalition to annihilate the Uchiha of the Land of Whirlpools. In another segment, Danzo rested his chin on his hand. Speaking coldly, we have established contact with a powerful organization on Naka's side. They can act as the vanguard while we and Iwagakure encircle them. The Uchiha are even more formidable than the former Uzumaki clan. This is our only chance to deal with them. Tsunade and Mito Menyen exchanged glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen, their silence indicating their agreement with Danzo's proposal. Before Hiruzen could respond, Jiraiya interjected. The situation has not escalated to that extent yet, and Danzo, your assertions are misguided. Both the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans are allies of Konoha. It is inappropriate to label them as threats. Danzo sneered derisively. Naive fool. Do you still consider the Uchiha as companions? What is wrong with that? Have the Uchiha ever done anything for Konoha? Jiraiya replied with conviction. Even if they left the village, it was for a reason. I believe that allowing them to handle Danzo might not preclude the possibility of reconciliation. What did you say? Danzo exclaimed, furious, ready to slam his hand on the table. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, his brow knitted tightly, his hair already graying. His gaze shifted between Danzo and Jiraiya, and with a resigned sigh, he stated, Konoha has not yet sunk to the depths of betraying its allies. Danzo, your plan is also untenable. Konoha must never take the initiative against the Uchiha. They have merely been absent for 3 years, and many ninjas in the village still regard them as comrades. An offensive is simply unfeasible. Throughout these 3 years, the specter of that youth has haunted Sarutobi Hiruzen like a nightmare, and he is acutely aware of the threat posed by Uchiha Itachi. However, to say nothing of other ninja clans, even his own son would undoubtedly take his own life if he were to learn of an order to attack the Uchiha. Sarutobi Shinjiro has increasingly opposed his father's views since those days, and following the recent incident involving Hinata Hayashi, he even went so far as to take Asuma to the Land of Fire's daimyo to lodge complaints against him. Have I truly erred? Jiraiya gazed deeply at his mentor, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Not long ago, did you not betray Hinata Hayashi? Ultimately, you simply refused to relinquish your comrades. People cannot truly empathize with one another. Jiraiya failed to realize that he himself was no different. Orochimaru has inflicted harm upon the villagers, and his first instinct was to urge Orochimaru to turn back, rather than to eliminate him. He fervently seeks a world of mutual understanding among people, yet he cannot even achieve understanding for others himself. We had just cause to act against the Uchiha, as far back as 3 years ago. Danzo spoke in a low voice. The Kyuubi incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha. The hatred of those who have lost their families far surpasses the bonds of so-called comradeship. Hiruzen, if you hand over the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to me, I will cultivate him into the mightiest weapon in the shortest time possible. If we do not eliminate the Uchiha now, do you wish to witness the same tragedy unfold again? Hiruzen's expression faltered, and he turned to Danzo with a hint of fury in his gaze. The rumors of Naruto being the embodiment of the demon fox, indeed, it was you who spread them. At this juncture, Danzo offered no rebuttal, merely sneering. This is a necessary trial for the Jinchuriki. Only by eradicating unnecessary emotions can he become a viable weapon. Bang! Jiraiya slammed his palm onto the table, fissures rapidly spreading across its surface as he glared at Danzo, his murderous intent unmasked. Naruto is Minato's child, not your weapon. Shimura Danzo, do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Danzo stared back at Jiraiya, expressionless. I return that sentiment to you. Disregarding the Hokage's orders and meddling in foreign affairs for years, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? If you wish to fight, do so in the forest of death. Mutual destruction would be preferable. Hiruzen's voice turned grave. What time is it? Are you all fools? Danzo, I am aware of your clandestine maneuvers. Do not overstep your bounds. And you, Jiraiya, you are not permitted to leave the village for the time being. Should you choose to disobey my orders, then you may take on the role of Hokage yourself. The young Naruto, clad in ill-fitting clothes, listened to the rising tide of insults echoing through the hallway. The vessel of a monster. A calamity that should not exist. A filthy thing is about to emerge again. Why can't we just kill him? The third Hokage is far too kind. This monster should be hanged. These venomous words, like poison darts, pierced through the walls and into his tender heart. Naruto pressed his lips together, unable to comprehend why they despised him. Uncertain as to why the aunt who once took care of him vanished without a word. He could only recall the strange look in her eyes, a gaze that now seemed to wish for his demise. Struggling to navigate the corridor, he cautiously made his way to the breakfast stall, head bowed, raising his small hand clutching money. "I would like a serving of meatballs, please." "Certainly." However, in the next moment, the proprietress, spotting his conspicuous yellow hair, hastily withdrew her hand from the money and coldly declared, "We are out of meatballs. Begone." Naruto had come to terms with his uniqueness and made no attempt to argue, aimlessly wandering the streets with his head down. The street was bustling with noise, yet it felt entirely disconnected from him. A drunken man, bleary-eyed from his hangover, happened to lock eyes with the downcast Naruto. Fueled by hatred, he rasped, "You're the one who killed Ryoko. How dare you still be alive? Damn fox demon." A glass bottle, propelled by the wind, hurtled towards Naruto, grazing his ear before shattering against the wall, sending shards slicing across his cheek. Startled, Naruto stumbled backward, his back colliding with a metal barrel, producing a loud clang that drew the attention of onlookers. The crowd, like beasts drawn to the scent of blood, converged upon him, more lucid than the drunken man. They refrained from verbal insults, yet the cold, disdainful glares pierced through Naruto's defenses, inflicting excruciating pain upon his psyche, pushing him to the brink of collapse. "Aya!" he screamed as he burst forth from the throng, oblivious to the uneven cobblestones that tripped him, sending him sprawling. Just as his forehead was about to collide with the stones, a hand caught him. As he was helped upright, Naruto dared not raise his gaze, repeatedly murmuring apologies. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." His voice trembled with a hint of tears, though he was unsure why he apologized. It was an instinctive reaction. "For those who assist you, it is gratitude you should express, not remorse," a gentle voice intoned. It had been long since Naruto had heard such a soothing tone. Cautiously, he raised his eyes and beheld a handsome man crouching before him, smiling. "Smile. I am Uchiha Sora, here to take you away." Chapter 114. I shall take him away. In notification, he had obliterated the hidden cloud village, forcing the Uchiha, Anoki, to abandon his kin in a frantic escape. The leader of the strongest clan in the ninja world, a figure of extreme danger with the highest bounty in the underground black market, had thus appeared without warning in Konohagakure. What were the border guards doing? What was the village's barrier team occupied with? The Yambu members tasked with monitoring the Jinchuriki watched with trepidation as the man approached Naruto, a chill racing up their spines. Despite their bodies being engulfed in fear, every cell urging them to distance themselves from that individual, the Yambu resolutely fulfilled their duty. Though their expressions were concealed behind masks, their trembling voices betrayed their inner turmoil. "Lord Uchiha Sora, your actions are in violation of our agreement. The Hokage will arrive immediately." "Naruto, run. That man is extremely dangerous. The Hokage will be here soon. We cannot allow him to harm Naruto. Evacuate the crowd. To the shelters, swiftly. Take them away, as far as possible." The dark-clad ninja in the front row trembled as he gripped the hilt of his blade, his palms damp with perspiration. Among the gathering ninjas, a member of the Hyuga clan activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes pulsated violently, and his pure white pupils were tinged with crimson. This was no ordinary human chakra. Through the lens of the Byakugan, the chakra coursing through that human body appeared as boundless as the ocean, reminiscent of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Furthermore, his chakra was remarkably stable and tranquil. Had he not simultaneously perceived Naruto's chakra, he might not have even noticed the flow of Uchiha Sora's chakra. Naruto's azure eyes were filled with confusion. Who were those masked adults, and why were they shouting? Those who fled in a frenzy. "Big brother, are you here to take me away just like you promised? I'm a little fox spirit. Does that make you a great fox spirit?" Uchiha Sora paused, then smiled more warmly. "In a sense, we are indeed kindred spirits. I apologize for your unpleasant experience, but I have only just now acquired the ability to come for you." Saying this, Uchiha Sora disregarded the warnings of the Yambu ninjas, hoisting Naruto by the collar and seating him in his embrace. Standing nearly 6.5 feet tall, Uchiha Sora, though diminutive in the oceanic realm, stood out like a crane among chickens within the ninja world. Naruto stiffened, unsure of how to react, worried about dirtying his big brother's clothes. "Put Naruto down. Do not compel us to become your adversaries," the Yambu ninja urged as they stepped aside to clear a path for Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya, who had arrived. There was no Danzo. The loudest voices were often the first to hide when trouble arose, cloaking their cowardice in the guise of preserving strength. Jiraiya stepped forward. Forcing a smile, It's been a while. You've grown so quickly that I feel I could share a drink with you now. Naruto, do you know this white-haired eccentric? Uchiha Sora inquired softly. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya for a moment and shook his head. I don't know him. Do you like it here? Uchiha Sora asked. I like it, but they don't like me, Naruto replied, lowering his head, his face reflecting a sorrow not befitting his age. There are those who care for you waiting in your mother's hometown. Shall I take you there? Naruto's eyes sparkled. I have a mother? Big brother, do you know who she is? Enough, Uchiha Sora. Mito gate and shouted, since you've chosen to leave. Do not interfere with Konoha's affairs. Depart now, and we can pretend nothing has occurred. Pretend nothing has occurred? Uchiha Sora tilted his head, unable to suppress a laugh. Very well, I did not come to reason with you old fools. I intend to take Naruto. This is a notification. With that, Uchiha Sora stepped forward, striding directly toward the third Hokage and the others, exuding no discernible aura, yet his casual demeanor instilled immense pressure upon all present. Little Naruto. The previously silent Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Grandpa Third, Naruto replied. Though he did not recognize Jiraiya, the third occasionally engaged Naruto in conversation. On the night of the Nine Tails, he was supposed to transition power gradually and enjoy his twilight years, yet he found himself compelled to don his armor and return to the fray. On that fateful night, his wife, with whom he had shared a life of mutual support for decades, passed away, leaving him to navigate the chaotic aftermath of war. Despite his overwhelming responsibilities, he would still carve out moments to meet with Naruto, even arranging for a caretaker to watch over him. Had it not been for the rumors spread by Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have truly endeavored to conceal Naruto's identity, allowing him to grow as an ordinary ninja of Konoha. As Hokage, he had indeed committed numerous blunders, failing to restrain Danzo and manage Orochimaru effectively. However, his intentions were genuinely devoted to the village, willing to sacrifice everything for the precious legacy left by his predecessors. Regrettably, good intentions do not absolve one from the consequences of their actions, and sometimes, a well-meaning individual can be more detestable than a purely malevolent one. Uchiha, you are aware that Naruto is the hope he left for Konoha. You cannot take him away. Hiruzen implored earnestly, speaking softly, regardless of our past grievances. At the very least, Naruto has wronged you not, so please respect his wishes. Uchiha paused momentarily. Why did he refrain from uttering that name? Was it something too difficult to say? Naruto, your father is... Silence. Mito Gate Inuzuka could no longer contain himself, shouting, You rude person, interrupting others. His words were abruptly cut off. Suddenly, the Crimson Susanoo materialized, seizing Mito Gate Inuzuka before anyone could react, blood trickling through the fingers of the Susanoo. Naruto, your father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. You are the son of the village's hero. Huh. With a swift motion, Uchiha flung the unconscious Mito Gate Inuzuka aside, sending a group of Umbu ninjas tumbling. This gesture resembled swatting away bothersome insects. Susanoo, the legendary power of the Uchiha, manifested with its kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Hiruzen placed his hand upon the adamantine staff, inhaling deeply. Is this the bravado of one who has dared to invade Konoha? If you possess the capability, set Naruto down, and we shall engage you in battle. Release Naruto. Minato spoke of you. You should not be this way. Jiraiya raised his hand, speaking urgently. Why must it come to this? Our ancestors struggled to extinguish hatred. Why allow it to persist? Do you perceive Naruto as my hostage? Uchiha regarded Jiraiya coldly, his crimson eyes devoid of compassion. I offered you a chance, Jiraiya. I cautioned you to care for the fourth son. Had you truly heeded my warning, I would not be here. To this day, your irresponsibility has led to this. For the sake of an unfounded prophecy, you refused to become Hokage, unwilling to remain in the village to properly look after your disciple's son. What right do you have to question me? As chakra surged and twisted violently, a colossal figure, forged of red and black obsidian, rose in the heart of Konoha. Dark crimson chakra surged like flames along its exterior, each pulse sending flocks of crows spiraling from the sky, their feathers cascading like black snow. The overwhelming sense of oppression evokes the memories of fear in all who experienced that fateful night. Chapter 115. Treading upon ants without crushing them. The force is difficult to control. Naruto had never viewed the village from such a perspective, with villagers fleeing desperately and ninjas converging from all directions. This scene felt inexplicably familiar, as if it had been witnessed before. Threads of dark red chakra seeped from his body, accentuating the markings on his face. The traces of slitted pupils gradually emerged in his eyes, and a burning heat surged within him. It felt as though something within my body was fervently clashing against something else. Be still, Ninetales. Uchiha K, pressing his hand upon Naruto, reigned in the overflowing chakra. Naruto's breath quickened as he recalled the fleeting images that had flashed through his mind, a wave of dread washing over him. What was that? Is that the monster within me? He looked at his older brother in awe. What a massive and formidable presence. The creature was named Kurama. It was rather impolite to refer to it as a monster. Accurately speaking, it served as a guardian of the ninja world. Guardian? That could be discussed later. Uchiha K turned his gaze towards the visage of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, finding a level perspective. He spoke softly, "Your parents sacrificed themselves for this village, Naruto. Do you believe you have received kindness from this place?" Naruto bit his lip. "Third grandpa has treated me well. Your father was one of the few who showed kindness to our clan. We now reside in your mother's homeland. There are children there like you, who harbor tailed beasts within them, and your mother's friends are also present. Naruto, you are a bright and kind child. I do not wish to deceive you. In the original future, you would reconcile with them, forging genuine friendships. However, in the meantime, you must endure tremendous pain and loneliness. You have the choice. Seek bonds in this mire, or walk with me." Naruto bit his lip, torn with conflict. He had always been more perceptive than ordinary children, particularly after the events of recent times. Had it not been for the hand that held him up, the moment of falling would have led to utter despair. Naruto was acutely sensitive to others' malice. Since Auntie had departed, only the third Hokage regarded him without disdain. Despite their recent acquaintance, Uchiha K inspired an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A feeling Naruto could not articulate. It felt as though he was family. There was no trace of contempt. Naruto sensed that this older brother genuinely cared for him. Could there truly be such a person? Am I truly worthy of such concern? He buried his head in Uchiha K's embrace, clutching at his collar, his voice trembling with suppressed sobs. "I wish to leave, but please, I beg you, do not harm them. If only they could recognize reality, I would." But what is that? The dark red torrent of chakra cascaded like an overturned sky. Fiery flames coalesced from the void, transforming into a serpentine wheel of fire behind the colossal war god, distorting the air and creating ripples of twisted heat. The ninjas of Konoha gazed upward, feeling as though the blazing fire wheel threatened to consume the entire sky. An overwhelming sense of oppression rendered their breaths labored. A voice, raspy and indistinct, whispered amidst the roar of chakra, accompanied by the sounds of weapons slipping from grasp. As the weapons rolled into the earth's crevices, they realized that even the ground beneath their feet was fracturing under the immense pressure of Susanoo. Jiraiya's throat felt parched as he looked up at the terrifying war deity, towering nearly 100 meters high, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This was certainly not the Susanoo depicted in the intelligence from the hidden cloud. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the King of Heaven's staff tightly, the knuckles cracking as he murmured, "Jiraiya, if I perish, you must bear the responsibilities of Hokage." Indeed, this chakra was unlike anything reported by the hidden cloud. It was reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's power. Sarutobi gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting from confusion to resolve in an instant. Only that technique could counter such a level of power. Uchiha Sora had reached that realm far more swiftly than I anticipated. How could this be possible in such a brief span of time? The divine mirrors Susanoo. As he felt the perspective of one who overlooks all, Uchiha Sora understood Uchiha Madara. Why, when he could effortlessly vanquish the 5 Kage, would he resort to using a complete Susanoo? It was the Uchiha's duty to make mortals aware of the chasm between them and the divine. Uchiha Sora slowly raised his hand, aligning it with his chest, synchronizing with Susanoo's movements. The once thundering chakra fell into silence. This stillness did not bring comfort. It was a stark reminder that it was merely the calm before the storm. Crimson flames surged wildly atop the chakra blade, roaring silently. As they beheld the ever-elongating 100-meter sword, they felt even the courage to flee stripped away, leaving them in a daze. With a sudden sweep of the sword, the atmosphere shattered. The terrifying sword aura transformed into a torrent of searing heat, obliterating everything in its path. The so-called defensive barrier, under such an assault, could only offer a faint, shattering sound to testify to its existence. Covering their ears, they braced for the impending explosion. Naruto, in a daze, raised his hands as if in surrender, forgetting to shield his ears. As that blazing strike descended like a meteor amidst the mountains, boom, 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 boom. A blinding white light engulfed all, and the shockwave expanded with devastating force, leveling mountains and evaporating rivers in an instant. Air, compressed to its limit, exploded outward, forming a massive mushroom cloud that shot into the heavens above Konoha. The scorching winds, miles away, swept across the faces of the Konoha ninjas, leaving them no time to register the temperature. All that remained was the deafening roar. Silence. The terrifying war deity dissipated with the wind, like a nightmare that arrived suddenly and vanished without a trace. Uchiha Sora appeared between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, placing a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, speaking softly, "You must understand one thing. To oppose me is merely your unrealistic delusion. To tread upon ants without crushing them requires a delicate balance. Do not let me down." Silently, the only sound echoing through the street was the footsteps of Uchiha Sora. Chapter 116. Kushina is a gentle soul. Land of Whirlpools. Uchiha Sora escorted Naruto into the Fugaku residence. As previously arranged, Mikoto had taken a leave from the hospital that day to prepare lunch at home. "Teacher, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. Mother has made so many delicious dishes today," Sasuke exclaimed, bouncing out to greet them, pausing at the entrance. Upon seeing Naruto nestled in Sora's arms like a fawn, he thought, "Who is this guy? Even I have never been held like that by the teacher." Uchiha Sora gently set Naruto down, of course. He would not explain that it was necessary to carry Naruto in such a manner to leap forward, for otherwise, even Naruto's body might sustain injuries from the pressure of high-speed winds. "Dai, Sasuke, Gaara, this is Naruto Uzumaki, your junior apprentice." Along the way, Uchiha Sora had accepted Naruto as his fourth disciple. Currently, Sora had 4 students. The eldest sister was the somewhat inept Uchiha Dai, who had gained admission through connections. Sasuke was the one Sora held in the highest regard among the Uchiha younger generation, and Gaara was also quite impressive. In truth, there was another older brother known only to a few, Uchiha Itachi, who remained concealed within Konoha. The initial plan was for Itachi to connect with Orochimaru through Danzo, and then infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. However, plans often change, and this could be viewed as an idle maneuver. Sora did not particularly favor Itachi, considering him as a free-range bird, believing that he would ultimately thrive. Perhaps this arrangement could indeed prolong Uchiha Itachi's life. The original timeline indicated that his bloodline disease was likely due to awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan too early, coupled with the psychological trauma of his clan's annihilation. Now, acting as an undercover agent could minimize the use of his Sharingan and alleviate significant mental pressure, allowing him to operate covertly for the sake of his clan. Sora observed Itachi in Konoha, and he seemed to be faring quite well. "Hello, Naruto-chan, I am Uchiha Dai, and you shall call me Big Sister from now on." Uchiha Dai stepped forward with Gaara, greeting Naruto warmly. "My name is Gaara. Hello, Naruto-kun," he said softly. Leaning against Dai, Naruto nodded blankly, his gaze fixed on Sasuke. A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him, stronger than what he felt with the teacher. "That sister is Dai, and the other is Gaara." "Then Sasuke?" Sasuke, slightly displeased, huffed, "It's me. You must call me Big Brother. Understood? You yellow-haired brat. I was here first. I want to be held by the teacher too." "Oh," Naruto realized, bowing respectfully to Uchiha Dai and the others. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Don't linger at the door. Come in and eat," Mikoto urged, removing her apron and gazing affectionately at Naruto, then casting a questioning glance at Uchiha Sora. Sora nodded in response, saying nothing. With his yellow hair and the surname Uzumaki, there was no need for further explanation. Naruto carefully took off his shoes, arranged them neatly, and stepped inside. Mikoto approached and gently took Naruto's hand, bending down to softly say, "Naruto, from now on, this is your home. There is no need to feel so restrained when you return home." Tick-tock, tick-tock, why am I crying? I am clearly very happy. Uchiha Sora placed his hand on Naruto's head and gave it a gentle push, saying, "As my disciple, I shall permit you to cry today. Just remember not to let your tears fall on my desserts, or I will have to discipline you." Naruto sniffled and vigorously wiped his eyes. "Yes, I understand, sensei. Why are you shouting so loudly, you crybaby?" Sasuke observed Naruto, feeling an inexplicable connection, as if he had known this person for a long time. The fierce-looking man you can call Uncle Fugaku was once defeated by your father. Uchiha Makoto was your mother's close friend, essentially, her best friend. Fugaku chuckled bitterly. Sora. During that time, who wasn't a defeated foe of the fourth Hokage? There's no need to single me out. Is my father truly stronger than you? Sasuke questioned, a hint of reluctance in his voice. If it weren't for the fact that both his teacher and father acknowledged it, he would never believe that the Uchiha could be bested by anyone. What kind of people were my parents? Faced with a table laden with delicacies, Naruto suppressed his hunger. More curious about his parents, Uchiha Sora spoke while eating. Minato Namikaze, a genius among commoners, was hailed as the fastest in the ninja world and ended the third Great Ninja War. He is the fourth Hokage of Konoha. The fourth face you see every day is that of your father. Not only was he talented, but even I find it difficult to identify any weaknesses in his character. If there were to be one, it might be that he loved your mother too much, which ultimately led to his sacrifice. As for your mother, you might want to ask Mikoto. Mikoto looked at Naruto with a radiant smile, her first words being a fib. Your mother was a gentle person. In the world of the sea, in a small, unknown country of the East Blue, as a ninja, collecting intelligence had become an instinctive behavior. Even after receiving divine favor, he did not rush to experiment. Within merely half a day, Orochimaru had discerned the operational patterns of this world. Most importantly, this world had the convenience of newspapers. The world government led the largest maritime force, comprising hundreds of affiliated nations, commanding the army, navy, and air forces. Among them, the most formidable authority was naturally the navy. He gathered recent world news reports and gained an understanding of the relationships between various factions. The most apparent opposing sides were the pirates and the navy, alongside revolutionary armies, and the world government's intelligence organizations. Indeed, Kurokiryu, regardless of the world, Sora, you are a restless soul. A few days prior, a war of monumental impact had transpired. One of the four emperors, known as the Sea Emperor, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, met his demise. On the same day, the red-haired Shanks also perished. Both Sea Emperors fell to the former Navy's Rear Admiral, Uchiha Sora. He was referred to as a former Navy Rear Admiral because he now held the rank of Admiral in the new Navy. Compared to the deaths of the two emperors, the fragmentation of the Navy was the event that bore the greatest repercussions. The newly established Navy, aimed at eradicating piracy, is currently conducting worldwide conscription. With the notable performances and declarations of Akainu and Uchiha Sora during the Marineford War, public enthusiasm for joining the new Navy is soaring. Many individuals are disregarding the world government's prohibitions to enlist. Had it not been for a prior encounter with Akainu, Orochimaru might well have chosen to join the new Navy. Driven solely by his belief in Uchiha Sora's capabilities, convinced that any organization with him would inevitably emerge as the ultimate victor in this world. However, that man, akin to a volcano, is a formidable presence. Unfortunately, during their last confrontation, Orochimaru discerned that Akainu possessed a unique perceptive ability, which would likely render any stealth techniques ineffective against him. Uchiha Sora is not a figure of dichotomy. He is capable of collaboration with Orochimaru, unlike Akainu. Should they cross paths again, it may lead to a swift and unspoken demise. With only 2 days remaining and based on available intelligence, eliminating ordinary pirates poses little risk. In this world, individuals exhibit a myriad of forms, and one might simply seek out a seemingly robust pirate for dissection. In the shadowy confines of a sealed underground chamber, Orochimaru gazes in awe at the vitality of a clown's nose, still pulsating on the surgical table despite being sliced into pieces. It is truly remarkable. Even the first generation could not have survived under such conditions. The clown, Buggy, once regarded as a leader by notorious criminals due to his luck during the Marineford War and his interactions with Whitebeard and Shanks, now finds himself at the mercy of Uchiha Sora, who effortlessly dispatched him before his cohorts could even make an appearance. Yet, Buggy managed to escape that war, returning to the East Blue with ambitions to recruit and revive his former exploits. That red-haired fellow. Only I can inherit the captain's will. I must find the greatest treasure in the world. Alas, his ambitions were thwarted when he fell into Orochimaru's trap and became the subject of dissection. While the previous subjects of study exhibited superior physical attributes compared to the average ninja, none could rival the peculiarity of Buggy, whose body remained animated despite being torn into hundreds of fragments. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor as he wielded pilfered instruments, embodying the archetype of the malevolent scientist often depicted in film. I wonder if you can withstand my cursed seal. Surely you can, with such formidable vitality. Slowly, Orochimaru parted his lips, revealing his sharp fangs. Buggy's eyes nearly bulged out in horror. Despite his ability to fragment, he felt an ominous dread at the sight of this sinister figure preparing to strike. I am not strong. My vitality is quite fragile. I am a devil fruit user. This is merely my ability, and aside from dismemberment, it offers no other advantage. Please, do not come any closer. Orochimaru, well versed in the nature of devil fruits, unique manifestations of power in this world, was also aware that Akainu had consumed the mightiest of Logia-type fruits, the magma fruit. A user of such abilities presents a tantalizing opportunity for experimentation. Orochimaru, without a moment's hesitation, pressed down on Buggy's head and sank his fangs into his neck. Instantly, a wave of dark, chilling energy surged into Buggy's mind, seeking to engulf his will. Damn it, I am a member of the Pirate King's crew, a notorious pirate, merely a step away from the grand treasure. You shall not seize control of my body. Damn it. Orochimaru gazed at the cursed seal forcibly extracted from Buggy, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. How could such a feat be achieved? He had anticipated that the seal of heaven would be indelible, yet he had not foreseen that this seemingly weak individual could expel the seal through sheer willpower. Could I, then, employ a similar method to rid myself of the mark inscribed by Uchiha K? A faint smile crept across Orochimaru's lips. My fortune is indeed splendid to encounter such a subject of research. Such a precious specimen must not be squandered. You claim to be a member of the Pirate King's crew, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. It appears I underestimated you. I am Orochimaru. What is your name? Buggy. I am the captain of the Buggy pirate crew, Buggy the Clown. Buggy glared at Orochimaru, his fury and humiliation momentarily eclipsing his fear as he bellowed. Release me, you coward. What sort of man traps another like this? Whether one is a man or not is of little concern to me, Orochimaru replied coolly. Buggy, let us collaborate. I can assist you in expanding your influence. To be frank, my identity is not suited for public exposure. I require someone to stand in the forefront. Collaborate? Orochimaru nodded. Your identity is quite fitting for this purpose. I understand the significance of the Pirate King in this world. You could certainly use this title to gather followers, while I discreetly select capable individuals to guide. In these times, life as a pirate is fraught with hardship. At least without the title, many troubles can be alleviated. Establishing a legitimate trading company would be most prudent. Is that so? It sounds as though you are quite the astute individual, Buggy mused, bewildered by the sudden shift in Orochimaru's demeanor. Could it be that he had unknowingly awakened a latent power that altered the attitude of this individual? What shall we name the company, and what shall be its focus? Let it be known, I shall still pursue the grand treasure. Orochimaru stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I have conducted research on the dispersed geography of these islands. Maritime trade is undoubtedly the most lucrative business. By clarifying trade routes, we can align with your ambitions. The new world is beyond our reach for the time being. Let us first pilot our venture in the safer East Blue. How about the Bayan Maritime Shipping Guild? Abbreviated as Bayan Guild? What do you think? It sounds promising. Am I the vice president then? Buggy inquired. No, Orochimaru chuckled softly. You shall be the president. As I mentioned, my identity is not suitable for public appearances. As he spoke, he began to unshackle Buggy while inscribing a tracking seal upon him. With the ability to nullify the mark of heaven, Orochimaru no longer attempted to dominate Buggy. I can trace your location through the cursed seal. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will wholeheartedly assist you. All I ask in return is your occasional help with experiments. If you harbor other intentions. Orochimaru's cold expression, combined with the dimly lit candlelight of the underground chamber, appeared rather unsettling. In any case, cooperation can lead to a pleasant arrangement. You must understand that, right? I comprehend that. Orochimaru released the barrier and continued. Tomorrow, I will be leaving for a while. You shall wait for me on this island. Buggy, shaking off his chains, muttered, You strange fellow, you seem somewhat akin to that black dragon monster. Chakra operates differently from the powers of the sea. Though Buggy may lack strength, his perspective is undeniably among the highest in the world. He has witnessed the pinnacle clash between the Pirate King and Whitebeard, making him particularly sensitive to the nuances of the powerful. Orochimaru's expression shifted. Are you referring to the Black Dragon? I believe you are. Have you encountered Uchiha Sora? Orochimaru was genuinely surprised. He was aware of the Marineford War, where Uchiha Sora clearly sided with the Navy, implementing extermination measures against all pirates. The fact that this individual could perceive similarities with Uchiha Sora implies that he had come into close contact with him, yet as a relatively weak pirate. Surviving such an encounter is indeed remarkable luck. Buggy paused, hands on his hips, and replied, "Of course I've seen him. Moreover, I managed to escape gracefully during our confrontation." In reality, he had evaded the aftermath of the battle thanks to his fruit ability. As he spoke, Buggy's expression darkened. "That damn Shanks. I must defeat Uchiha Sora. Is that so? It appears to be a most extraordinary fate that has brought us here." Chapter 118. Uchiha makes his appearance at sea. In the land of whirlpools. At the Uchiha Shrine, upon the reappearance of Orochimaru, all members of the Uchiha clan cast inquisitive glances his way. Orochimaru reveled in the attention of the Uchiha. However, being present in his true form heightened his sense of unease. Raising his gaze to Uchiha Sora, who occupied the main seat, Orochimaru smiled and remarked, "Truly remarkable. Even in a world teeming with monsters, Lord Sora remains a monster among monsters." Uchiha Sora shook his head, stating, "Compared to such titles, genius among geniuses suits me better. Don't you think?" Orochimaru felt he had unraveled the truth behind Uchiha Sora's rapid ascension. He attempted to gather a few credibility points by borrowing a minor creature from another world. After concluding the borrowing, his physicality experienced a slight enhancement. Although it was but a modest increase, it was achieved in just one day. This also explained his desire to establish a company in the world of the sea, as he understood it to be the fastest way to accumulate credibility. It is unfathomable to consider how much power Uchiha Sora has obtained through this channel over the years, possessing such divine strength. Of course, he also recognized the risks of borrowing. However, Orochimaru was far from naive enough to believe that one could gain power without any risk. With a deeper understanding of the essence of borrowing, his wariness towards Uchiha Sora intensified. Possessing the fabled power of the Sharingan, a force often regarded as a curse, Uchiha Sora continues to draw strength from other realms. Remarkably, despite such circumstances, his mind remains unclouded. The casual banter can be set aside. There should be no unforeseen complications while traversing. I had contemplated the scenario of your return, considering the possibility of fetching Red Bean from Konoha to revive you. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. "I was not thinking of Red Bean just now. How could you know that?" Uchiha Sora gestured towards his eyes. "I cannot be bothered to devise alternative explanations. Typically, when confronted with such inquiries from others, I attribute it to my Sharingan. Are you satisfied with this response? If not, what can be done?" Orochimaru inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "As a test subject, I have validated the feasibility of your technique. You may send your clansmen to that world. I should be free to act, correct?" Uchiha Sora nodded. "As you wish. We are on a flexible work schedule. As long as you complete my tasks, I have no authority over how you spend your other time. Besides the matters previously mentioned, I have another assignment for you." Uchiha Sora tossed forth a scroll, which contained the corpse sealing technique replicated by Kakashi from Konoha. In their latest communication, Uchiha Sora urged Kakashi to expedite the extraction of useful resources from Konoha, compiling a list of outstanding talents from various ninja clans. Undoubtedly, Konoha possesses the most profound heritage in the ninja world, featuring the formidable Senju and Uchiha clans from the Warring States period and the now extinct Uzumaki clan. Alongside the Hyuga clan, which still thrives in Konoha, it is almost accurate to assert that Konoha embodies the legacy of ninja tradition. Uchiha Sora, indifferent to the individuals on the ground, seeks to preserve the ancestral documents of that land, a crystallization of millennia of wisdom in the ninja realm. Take, for instance, the shadow clone technique, a jutsu that even Uchiha Sora's eyes cannot penetrate, a perfect duplication technique possessing both substance and consciousness. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan's ability to inscribe the soul with the caged bird seal, along with the time-space marking technique of the flying thunder god, and the Kuruma clan's capacity to materialize the intangible, there exists a plethora of similar techniques. It is only through the prowess of Konoha that such a pinnacle has been achieved. Kakashi serves as a double agent for Danzo and the third Hokage, and with Uchiha Sora's involvement, he becomes a triple agent. Uchiha Sora intentionally provides him with information about himself, aiding in cultivating the trust of Danzo and the third Hokage. Following Sarutobi Shinji's departure from the village, he has become a formidable candidate for the position of captain of the Umbu. Even the ninja guarding the sealing scroll are under Kakashi's command. Recently, Kakashi has established a connection with the Hyuga clan. Due to the matter concerning Hinata Hayashi, the third Hokage and others have drawn his ire, and he seems to be wavering in his loyalty. More importantly, Kakashi is the sole individual capable of persuading Might Guy. Their influences are reciprocal in the original timeline. Might Guy could assist Kakashi in abandoning the shadows, while Kakashi could also guide Might Guy toward the light. No, to a similar abandonment of the shadows. Kakashi gradually unveils the village's darkness to Might Guy, hoping to steer him away from a village that has cast countless cold glances toward Might Guy. It is worth mentioning that Kakashi's father also perished due to the village's darkness. Uchiha Sora has begun to yearn, while Senju Hashirama witnesses the estrangement of the Hokage. Observing the expressions of former comrades abandoning him, I have spoken of a land afflicted by illness. I shall surely heal it. I will seek out the Uzumaki clan's masked hall and unravel the corpse demon technique. Orochimaru takes the scroll, his thoughts shifting. First, shall we resurrect Lord Sora with the impure world reincarnation? Is it the fourth Hokage that you truly desire? Uchiha Sora does not conceal his intentions. Nodding slightly. If he is willing to submit to the Uchiha, I indeed hold great expectations for him. Few possess talents akin to Minato Namikaze. Were it not for my studies on the first cells, I might even believe he could surpass the first. Orochimaru murmurs, shaking his head. Unfortunately, even if revived, he would merely be a corpse. His achievements would cease here. Uchiha Sora smiles silently, after a moment of contemplation, pointing at Orochimaru. Your superior is waiting for you. Will you not answer the call? Orochimaru glances at the frantically flickering ring of the void, letting out a resigned sigh. I shall excuse myself. I will attend to the matters you entrusted to me. Turning towards the Uchiha clan members, Uchiha Sora offers a faint smile. Come forth, everyone. The shinobi world is far too small. I will unveil to you the true expanse. Let the war between worlds commence. Uchiha Sora's pupils swirl with the tomo, as a black raven flaps its wings, ready to soar. A new world, the new Navy Base 1. The current designation is the new Navy headquarters. The office of Admiral Akainu. The door is rudely kicked open. The only person who enters without prior notice in the new Navy headquarters is none other than him. Akainu raises his gaze to the group of individuals backlit by the sun, his eyes landing on the small figures beside Uchiha Sora. He smirks wryly. If they are all like you, insatiable eaters, your salary might barely cover their meal expenses. Uchiha Sora chuckles nonchalantly. Even these little ones possess considerable strength, after all. We are indeed the strongest clan. Chapter 119. Because I do not wish to be separated from you. Uchiha Sora has not brought all his clan members at once. He divided them into two groups for rotation, ensuring that should any disturbances arise in the shinobi world, they could swiftly receive news and return. The world at sea is quite suitable for trials, yet the foundation remains in the shinobi world. The first to arrive is sure sway. Considering that the nourishment from the sea would benefit their physical development, this time, Uchiha Sora has predominantly brought youths, even including children. Has that issue been resolved? When Uchiha Sora last departed, his body had reached a critical imbalance, with in-release chakra nearly overflowing. His behavior resembled that of Sasuke's frenzied state post-awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, where excess in-release chakra influenced his consciousness. The method of resolution must correspond to the nature of the problem. Thus, Uchiha Sora has chosen to augment his physical form and alleviate the pressure on his soul through two ocular techniques. In terms of raw strength, he is slightly weaker than during the climactic moments of the War of the Summit, connected with the Nine Tails. After all, it was a unique bond formed through borrowing, and both parties had exerted their utmost effort. This was not merely an addition of strength, but rather a multiplication of intensity. However, it is commendably enduring and stable. A full-force strike may not achieve the intensity of the Susanu's 5 dragons' extinction at that time. Should the conflict evolve into a protracted battle, the current Uchiha Sora possesses a significantly higher chance of victory. Evaluating the combat prowess based on the defeated red-haired Shanks. The hierarchy stands as follows. The wartime Uchiha Sora, with the Nine-Tails connection, surpasses the current Uchiha Sora, who in turn exceeds red-haired Shanks. Followed by the wartime Uchiha Sora, without the Nine Tails. As a formidable warrior, one possesses a keen sensitivity to energy. At that time, Akainu sensed that Uchiha Sora was teetering on the brink of losing control, and after assessing the balance of power, he concluded that, alongside the new Navy members, he could manage to restrain Uchiha Sora. Presently, Uchiha Sora exhibits no signs of instability, leaving him unable to gauge Sora's strength. His observation haki perceives nothing, as if his body were a black hole devouring all awareness. What particularly piqued Akainu's interest were the two youngsters with distinctly colored hair, Naruto and Gaara. He distinctly sensed that these two possessed a similar essence to the beasts summoned by Uchiha Sora. The intensity of this sensation was especially pronounced with Naruto. Consider this. You are now facing the fully awakened Uchiha Sora, he casually remarked, pulling out a chair across from the Admiral and sitting down. Propping his feet on the Admiral's desk, he turned back to beckon. Come forth, everyone. This is Admiral Akainu of the new Navy, your future commander. Upon hearing this, the group instinctively activated their Sharingan, as if to demonstrate their prowess to their superior. The once spacious Admiral's office suddenly became suffused with an icy chill. Unperturbed, Akainu narrowed his brow, scrutinizing those before him. Those crimson eyes, do they belong to your entire clan? The ability to transmit through bloodlines is truly astonishing. I am beginning to believe your claims. Compared to the celestial dragons, you are indeed descendants of the divine. However, are you mistaken? Our conscription standard mandates at least 16 years of age. A significant portion of them must reside in the family quarters. And there are even those who appear to have just been born. Uchiha Sora, what do you take the Navy for, a kindergarten? Huh? Uchiha Sora pointed at himself, questioning Akainu. If you insist on that, does that mean I should resign immediately? You're different, Akainu replied promptly. Uchiha Sora chuckled, gesturing behind him. According to the original timeline of our world, among them, there are a few youngsters who will acquire strength surpassing mine in their teenage years. Akainu's pupils constricted. He discerned that Uchiha Sora was not jesting. He shifted his gaze back to the group, his eyes lingering on several of the younger ones. Sasuke stood rigidly, eager to leave a favorable impression on this esteemed leader. Yet, Akainu's gaze swiftly settled on Naruto. The one I can most readily envision as capable is this blonde-haired child. Uchiha Sora wore a serene smile. I spoke of the past. In the present, they might very well surpass that. This is inconsequential. Simply arrange them according to their abilities. The only loophole I desire pertains to age. Akainu's expression turned grave. Are you serious? This is not mere child's play. The battles against pirates are life or death. They will not spare them simply because they are children. Of course, I am serious. Uchiha Sora remarked nonchalantly. I have bestowed upon them the utmost capacity to grow stronger. If they perish, it can only be deemed unfortunate. At the very least, they have options. Should they choose not to fight, they may accept refuge. These individuals possess the finest resolve. Naturally, if someone were to target them due to kinship, as their leader, I would undoubtedly stand up for them. However, I shall refrain from voicing such sentiments, as it is essential to instill a certain level of pressure upon them. Well, you may arrange things as you see fit, Butterfly. Do not meddle, let us dine. With that, Uchiha Sora pulled a girl from the crowd. No, I refuse. I want to be a naval officer. Let me go? Ignoring Uchiha Butterfly's protests, Uchiha Sora dragged her outward. Are you not aware of your own limitations? You can't even best Sasuke. Yet you aspire to be a naval officer, aiding pirates in gaining experience. It would be prudent to acknowledge the harsh reality of your lack of talent. Living off others is quite comfortable. You scoundrel. I wouldn't allow you to speak of me in that manner. Admiral Akainu noticed that among the remaining group, Shirsue's presence was most formidable. More importantly, he was familiar with the two. During the skirmish that Uchiha Sora had once instigated, Shirsue had been present. Long time no see. Is it Shirsue? Shirsue smiled and nodded. Indeed, Admiral Akainu. Akainu turned his gaze towards the doorway and spoke softly. I had thought this lad to be rather cold towards his family. Is that girl his sister? Akainu's parents had fallen victim to the Rocks pirates, which contributed to his profound hatred for pirates. He had once had a sister as well, but alas. Shirsue contemplated briefly and nodded. Sora holds a great fondness for Butterfly. If we consider them relatives, then yes, she would indeed fall under the category of sister. Our clan is not numerous, so we are essentially all family. Then I shall ask once more, are you truly prepared to join the Navy? The clan members nodded resolutely, though Naruto appeared somewhat bewildered. Humph, coward, are you frightened? Sasuke lightly nudged Naruto's shoulder, his expression awkward. From earlier remarks, Sasuke discerned that both Uchiha Sora and Akainu regarded Naruto with a certain level of esteem. Humph. How could this crybaby possibly compare to one of the Uchiha clan like myself? I am not afraid. Naruto gazed curiously at Akainu. Uncle, what is the Navy? Huh? Didn't Shursui and I say that already? You don't know why you're here. Because I don't want to be separated from you all. Naruto's azure eyes met those of Sasuke and Gaara, his sun-kissed golden hair reflecting a gentle smile. Sasuke turned his head away, scoffing, childish fool, following along without knowing anything. Never mind. If we are assigned to the same team, I shall look after you. Gaara took Naruto's hand. Yes, we will protect you. Chapter 120. Upon the throne of void, Akainu paid no mind to the antics of the young ones and addressed Shursui. I am aware of Uchiha Sora's prowess. How much stronger have you become since those days? Shursui pondered for a moment and smiled. I believe I could perhaps hold my own against the Admiral Akainu of yore. The sovereigns of the maritime world evidently surpass the typical shadow-level capabilities. As for the strong shadow level, it depends on who is being compared. It is rather difficult to ascertain. 20 years ago, Akainu held the rank of Vice Admiral, yet his generation's 3 admirals are formidable beings, with a strength nearing that of an admiral even during his time as a Vice Admiral. Shursui possesses a kaleidoscope, yet he harbors little confidence in defeating the Akainu of yesteryears. The efficacy of ocular techniques is closely linked to one's willpower. In comparison to the titans of the seas, Shursui exhibits a pronounced specialization. Without the activation of Susanoo, the outcome may either be a swift defeat of the opponent or his own rapid demise. Akainu discerns the essence of Shursui's character. If Uchiha Sora embodies arrogance and hubris, then Shursui leans towards a more reserved demeanor. He remarks that a spar might yield a contest akin to his past self. Indeed, Sora currently stands as the sole admiral of the new navy. His accomplishments are evident for all to see. I shall bestow upon you the rank of Vice Admiral. Those younger in age shall fall under your command, while I will make further arrangements for the others. Shursui is somewhat taken aback. Vice Admiral? Sora mentioned he was merely a rear admiral before. Is it inappropriate for me to ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral so swiftly? Akainu exhales a plume of smoke, chuckling coldly. That lad truly frets over details. Back in my day as an admiral, fabricating a rear admiral title was already the extent of my authority. Shursui, if you wish to avoid being labeled as someone unable to discern talent, you must exhibit the strength befitting a vice admiral. Understood? Understood. Compared to those from the maritime world, the denizens of the ninja realm are accustomed to the ways of ninjas, lacking fervor. However, Akainu perceives the determination these individuals possess towards their missions. Even the younger ones display a maturity surpassing that of their counterparts in this realm. Once again, Akainu finds himself lamenting the state of the world where Uchiha Sora resides. Even he, at a young age, was still playing in the mud. Thus, let us strive together, hoping to transform this world as well as yours. They may have begun to grasp why Uchiha Sora holds Akainu in esteem. In the new Navy's culinary department, the head chef responsible for this division is the same one who catered to Uchiha Sora during the Marineford War. Upon learning that Admiral Kurohakuryu has returned to procure supplies, the head chef's efforts in the kitchen intensify, almost to the point of smoke rising from his spatula. Mind your manners, he admonishes. Observing Uchiha Tsubaki devour her food with fervor, concerned she might overindulge and become portly. Just moments ago, she clamored to join the Navy. Yet now she seems to have forgotten her grand aspirations in the midst of her feast. This is so delicious. Uchiha Tsubaki exclaims, shoving food into her mouth. Her eyes suddenly sparkling upon tasting a particular dessert. This sweet treat is divine, you must try it. Uchiha Sora remains unresponsive. His gaze shifts to the figure entering through the doorway. The individual stands approximately 3 meters tall, clad in a hooded coat that obscures their face, with red-tinted sunglasses barely visible beneath the brim. Uchiha Tsubaki glances up momentarily, muttering, so tall. I thought only that esteemed admiral was exceptional. Are all the people here of such height? Don Quixote da Flamingo observes the girl who has spoken, contemplating whether to consult Uchiha Sora on whether she should be kept at bay during their conversation. Did you not hear her? He muses, her head is raised too high. Uchiha Sora speaks coolly, tapping his fingers lightly. Suddenly, a surge of air ripples above Doflamingo's head, culminating in a deafening explosion. An invisible weight descended, causing the body to sink uncontrollably, with a knee crashing violently against the stone floor. The oppressive chakra was a technique favored by Uchiha Sora. After merging it with the Conqueror's Haki, it transcended mere crowd control skills. The Conqueror's Haki pressed down, utilizing Uchiha Sora's unparalleled control over wind-release chakra. He compressed the Conqueror's Haki into a confined space, delivering a precise and overwhelming blow. The sound of the knees shattering the stones mingled with the muffled crack of Doflamingo's bones as the invisible pressure, akin to a collapsing gravitational field, bent his spine inch by inch. Doflamingo, veins bulging in his neck, struggled to maintain his upright position, his peripheral vision catching sight of the unaffected furniture. How could this be possible? Unlike the Haki that required weapons and attacks as mediums, the ability to intimidate with Conqueror's Haki within a certain radius was absurd. Not only was the strength of the Haki on a higher dimension, but this godlike technique. Was this man truly human? Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Doflamingo could no longer withstand the oppressive force. His forehead slammed against the hard stone, creating a deep crater. His attempt to counter with Conqueror's Haki was a failure before it even began. Remember your identity. You are now a vassal of the Uchiha. Facing your master, do you not understand the basic principles? Uchiha Sora slightly loosened his fingers, and Doflamingo raised his head, cold sweat and blood trickling down his contorted features. Hatred, humiliation, fear. His face bore too many emotions. Yet, when he saw a black raven flying toward him, unease gripped his heart. This was ominous. I will remember. I will surely pay my respects next time, no? Ignoring his struggles and resistance, the black raven passed through his sunglasses and entered Doflamingo's eyes. Uchiha Sora released his grip, arms crossed under his chin, smiling faintly. This is a mark of our kinship. Do you resist so fiercely? The term Heaven's Seal and the words that surfaced in his consciousness plunged Doflamingo's heart to the depths. He realized a monumental secret, a secret capable of shaking the world. He had considered that should he ever fall out with Uchiha Sora, this secret could protect himself and his family. There existed someone upon the void throne of the world government, that true ruler of the world, the one governing the world government. He also knew that this individual could inscribe a mark upon the celestial dragons in a particular manner. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo lowered his head, laughing in a thin, sinister tone. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Sora. You. Is it time to begin with only one vacant chair? Can you bring them down from their pedestal? Uchiha Sora. Chapter 121. The Fruit of Time, the Golden Emperor. Doflamingo calmed his tumultuous emotions, stitching his forehead wound with silk threads, and upon receiving permission, sat across from Uchiha Sora. Without further ado, Uchiha Sora got straight to the point. You have a secret collaboration with Caesar Clown, right? Help me contact him. Caesar Clown. Originally a researcher engaged in weaponry alongside scientists such as Vegapunk within an illicit research team, later allied with Vegapunk to join the world government, ranking second in scientific prowess. Though their rankings differ by only one place, the disparity between them is substantial. On a test graded out of 100, Caesar Clown might score 99, whereas Vegapunk could achieve 800. The Pacifista, a product of the modifications made by Bartholomew Kuma, stands as one of Vegapunk's creations, now operational but failing to make its intended debut on the battlefield. In such dire circumstances, the emergence of the Pacifista holds little significance. Discontent with being overshadowed, Caesar Clown conducted unauthorized research, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of scientific weaponry that led to his capture. After escaping from prison, he fled to Punk Hazard, collaborating with Don Quixote Doflamingo to develop artificial devil fruits. The funding for this endeavor was deceitfully acquired from Emperor Charlotte Lin, with the products intended for sale to Kaido, aiming for a mutually beneficial arrangement. Doflamingo serves as an intermediary within the underworld, adept at involving himself in nearly all clandestine dealings. Retaining his name offers convenience, enabling connections to those in need. Doflamingo possesses Conqueror's Haki, and Uchiha Sora is acutely aware that genuine submission from him is implausible. Should he fail to awaken the celestial mark of the soul imprint technique, Uchiha Sora contemplates summoning Shursui to extract vital information from Doflamingo's mind before ultimately eliminating him. Uchiha Sora is eager to fulfill his promises, yet Doflamingo's remarkable luck allows him to escape death repeatedly. After receiving news of my demise, he has already departed Punk Hazard, and I require a moment of patience, for my urgency is not pressing. He merely serves as a convenient alternative, with Vegapunk being the preferred choice. Uchiha Sora nodded and continued, addressing another matter that necessitates immediate attention. He produced a torn page from a devil fruit encyclopedia, displaying a yellow-brown fruit resembling a coiled serpent, though one might argue it bears a closer resemblance to excrement. Despite its unappealing appearance, it boasts an infinitely intriguing name, the Paramecia-type time fruit. The last known user of the time fruit was Kazuki Oden's wife, Kazuki Toki, whose abilities enabled her or a designated individual to traverse time, reaching the future. Kazuki Toki, a figure from the year 830, utilized the power of the time fruit to leap across an astonishing 800 years. Given her rudimentary mastery of the fruit's capabilities, one can only speculate how formidable this fruit would become when fully developed. Doflamingo scrutinized the fruit's appearance, noting Uchiha Sora's annotations, which revealed that its last appearance was in Wano, with the original user having died 18 years prior. Uchiha Sora has consistently increased his numerical strength, seeking alternative means to bolster his combat capabilities. For now, he must consider mechanisms. It is certain that Kazuki Toki did not fully exploit this fruit's potential. If its sole ability was time travel, it would be more aptly named the time skip fruit or capsule fruit. To be dubbed time, it must possess capabilities beyond mere traversal. Time, irrespective of its realm, stands as the pinnacle of power. Do you wish to partake of this fruit? Doflamingo inquired cautiously, perceiving Uchiha Sora as the most likely individual to upend the celestial dragon's dominion. According to prophecy, only the one who consumes that fruit can achieve such a feat. When asked if he desired the fruit of time, Uchiha Sora shook his head. I have no intention of devouring a devil fruit. Such a bitter and unsavory item hardly deserves the title of fruit. I've long wished to voice my discontent. With a clang, he placed his sword, Liyue, upon the table and remarked coolly, I am intrigued by the power of time and wish for my blade to consume it. I recall there being similar instances. If I am not mistaken, Uchiha Sora was not merely a swordsman. The utility of Liyue as a weapon was significantly lacking, and without enhancement, it would be rendered virtually unusable. Given the distance and might, his Susanoo had already surpassed the capabilities of Liyue. He felt a twinge of regret for this remarkable weapon, a product of his arduous labor over many days. Moreover, he preferred engaging in close combat rather than resorting to Susanoo at the mere onset of a fight, as the latter detracted from the true joy of battle. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. There are no known instances of weapons consuming Paramecia-type fruits. Only cases involving Zoan-type fruits exist. If you sought Caesar for this purpose, I cannot guarantee his ability to assist you. Uchiha Sora lightly tapped the table, his brow furrowing. If it cannot be accomplished, let him research how to achieve it, or we shall locate Vegapunk and bring him here. The fruit of time is the prime choice, and I shall also seek several mythical Zoan-type fruits to select from later. Doflamingo quickly realized that Uchiha Sora was the type of superior who demanded vibrant hues of black. What does it mean to say if it cannot be done? Then research until it can? Even I, not being a scientist, understand that impossible things remain impossible. Yet, Doflamingo dared not voice his suggestions, nor did he consider resigning. He had come to comprehend that once marked by that insignia, his life and death would rest in Uchiha Sora's hands. Such despicable means of control over others. Damn it. Are you still the righteous Marine from the Summit War? One day, I shall expose your heinous deeds. I shall attend to that matter promptly. Doflamingo hesitated briefly before speaking. Previously, all our funds were allocated to Admiral Akainu. If we are to address these issues, we must ensure financial resources are adequate. What do you propose? Doflamingo understood his position. Now serving under the new Marine, he was no longer the former warlord of the sea, and thus could not resort to legal plundering. From where shall we procure the funds for this undertaking? Uchiha Sora stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Doflamingo, do you suppose if I were to issue our own currency, would anyone recognize it? Doflamingo inwardly cursed Uchiha Sora's audacity, yet feigned a helpless smile. Regardless, the berry has been in circulation for 800 years. Issuing a new currency would indeed be rather challenging. However, should Lord Sora topple the celestial dragons, such an endeavor would be effortlessly attainable. Traitors are often more ruthless towards their own than enemies are. Don Quixote Doflamingo harbors a deep-seated hatred for Uchiha Sora. Yet his animosity is even more fervent towards the celestial dragons, the very ones who have brought him to his current plight. Were it not for your interference, I would not be reduced to a mere identityless wretch, scurrying about like a rat in the sewers. The new navy is also in dire need of funds. Akainu has been preoccupied these past few days constructing the framework for the new navy. Having pilfered from Doflamingo's resources, they can sustain themselves for a while longer and are not in immediate haste to contact the Golden Emperor. Please locate the whereabouts of Guild Tesoro. The Golden Emperor would likely be more than willing to sponsor the endeavors of the new navy. Unbeknownst to Doflamingo, he merely assumes that Uchiha Sora is off to commit murder and plunder once more, silently mourning for Guild Tesoro. Alas, what can one expect when one possesses such wealth? Only to be targeted by a monster bold enough to slay even a celestial dragon of the Four Emperors' caliber? I wish you well. I am aware that the colossal golden ship currently resides in Chapter 122, titled Betting Luck. The Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro, is a user of the gold fruit. The most powerful being in the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro. This fruit was seized from Doflamingo's auction, and by the time Doflamingo discovered who had taken it, Tesoro had already established himself as a significant force, leaving Doflamingo with no choice but to cooperate. On the vast ocean, the immense golden ship, stretching 10,000 meters, is being gently towed by two gigantic island turtles. This maritime city is replete with casinos, theaters, and hotels. Tesoro, leveraging his immense wealth, has forged lucrative ties with the celestial dragons, enabling him to establish Grand Tesoro as an independent nation recognized by the world government. Enjoying the sanctity of an inviolable territory. On the deck of the warship, Uchiha Sora has yet to don the standard attire of the new navy, instead opting for traditional Uchiha garb adorned with the molten lava pattern of the new navy, a gesture of respect towards Akainu. Beside him stands a stunning beauty with pink hair, the former Navy colonel and current Rear Admiral, Tina, once a disciple of Zephyr. She joined the new navy alongside Smoker after the Marineford War. Smoker, already skeptical of the world government's absolute justice, chose to side with Akainu despite his friendship with Akiji. He fights to protect the weak, not for the celestial dragons. In the restructured new navy, she applied to serve on Uchiha Sora's vessel, becoming his aide. Tina is a confident individual, proud of her abilities. During the Marineford War, she witnessed the pinnacle of self-assuredness. Without a dominant force to guide everything, what an overwhelming ambition that is. What compelled Tina to join the new navy was Uchiha Sora. She believed that by following this man, she could achieve the greatest personal growth. The personnel aboard Uchiha Sora's warship are minimal. Aside from the actively applied Tina, there are merely a cook and a few deckhands, with no combat personnel present. Akainu evidently believes that he does not require combatants. The new navy's strength is somewhat wasted under his command. Tina, if I recall correctly, your fruit ability allows you to transform parts of your body into steel to restrain your opponents, correct? Uchiha Sora inquired as the warship slowly entered the passage to Grand Tesoro. Indeed, Tina is a user of the Kankank fruit, and once ensnared by her abilities, even the most formidable pirates find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Despite her advancing years, she continues to delight in such a manner of speaking. Uchiha Sora had no intention of replacing his deputy. Among individuals like the Ghost Spider, Tina was one of the few who met his aesthetic standards. He harbored no ulterior motives, simply believing that a beautiful woman is far more pleasing to the eye than a rugged, misshapen brute. Have you ever experimented with chakra extraction techniques? Akainu can utilize chakra, which confirms that individuals in the world of the seas possess a physique capable of harnessing chakra as well. Chakra originally emerged from the energy of the divine tree, and later, the Sage of Six Paths disseminated chakra to humanity, establishing the ninja sect. To be precise, the origin of chakra lies in the transformation of natural energy, which exists in any realm inhabited by living organisms. According to Uchiha Sora's observations, the abilities in the world of the seas utilize natural energy in a more direct manner. The devil fruit functions as a seal-based technique, directly imparting the user with mastery over this aspect of natural power. If we were to draw a parallel with techniques from the ninja realm, it would resemble the senjutsu employed in Miyaboka Mountain. Should this hypothesis be validated, it stands to reason that the practitioners in the world of the seas should be able to exert influence over the Otsutsuki. This matter can be addressed once we obtain a specimen of the Otsutsuki. Following the battle, Uchiha Sora taught Akainu the method of chakra extraction, enhancing his ability to deftly manipulate both physical and mental energy. Regarding physical energy, the Navy's 6 styles and the research on life restoration are more profound, while chakra's superiority lies in its capacity for deeper spiritual development. After consulting Uchiha Sora, Akainu selected a group of individuals to disseminate the chakra extraction techniques. Tina nodded, stating, I have tried it, though I find it somewhat perplexing at the moment. However, I am confident I will master it. Once you have extracted sufficient chakra, I will teach you ninjutsu. In recent days, with the inclusion of the Uchiha clan, the new navy has come to realize that Uchiha Sora does not employ a fruit ability, but rather a unique system of power. Some have heard of the ninjutsu from Wano country, and upon understanding the situation, the Uchiha clan members immediately began to dissect it. Are those bewildering techniques from Wano really ninjutsu? Allow me to demonstrate a great fireball technique. Now that is true ninjutsu. This method of acquiring abilities without consuming a devil fruit has drawn numerous Navy personnel to it. Each Uchiha assigned to the warships is regarded as a precious asset, with many hoping to learn even a few techniques. While those from the ninja realm tend to be reserved, the denizens of the sea are not. And their exaggerated praises have greatly pleased the Uchiha. Of course, they have not forgotten their purpose for being here. While imparting ninjutsu, they are also studying the Navy's combat strategies to enhance their physical prowess. Indeed, Tina will surely strive for excellence. As they conversed, the warship docked at the port, where a striking woman with vibrant red hair awaited their arrival. Greetings, esteemed guests, and welcome to Gold City. I hope you enjoy a delightful and leisurely time. The beautiful woman naturally extended her hand, smiling warmly. Bacala, according to the information provided by Don Quixote da Flamingo, is a subordinate of Tesalo and a user of the luck fruit. Through the act of contact, one can absorb the fortune of others, transforming it into their own luck, a rather conceptual fruit of ability. Uchiha Sora cast a fleeting glance at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips, trying to feign ignorance of my identity. Yet, your trembling feet betray you. What causes your unease? Bakara's smile faltered, her ample figure unable to mask the rapid thumping of her heart. Her outstretched hand quivered involuntarily as she mustered another smile. You jest. Who could possibly not recognize you? It is merely that the city lord did not personally welcome you out of consideration for your desire to remain incognito. Uchiha Sora waved his hand dismissively, passing her by. Let him wait. Having arrived at the world's largest entertainment venue, I shall indulge myself first. By the way, Uchiha Sora paused, turning back with a smile. Do take care not to use your abilities on me. I possess no ounce of good fortune. Had I encountered you earlier, you would have been engulfed by misfortune. His words proved prophetic. Half an hour later, after losing all his attached berries, Uchiha Sora activated his Sharingan. Once more, this dagger is worth 100 million berries. I shall make a grand wager. Liyue was slammed onto the gambling table, the deep black scabbard absorbing the light, emanating a chilling aura. The dealer trembled, casting a pleading glance at Bakara. Bakara glared at the dealer. Are you out of your mind? How dare you win this gentleman's money? I had no choice. I deliberately rolled the dice according to this esteemed gentleman's bets, yet the outcome was incorrect. What could I possibly do? Nearby gamblers, hearing the commotion, turned to look, then discreetly distanced themselves. Especially the pirates, who fled at unprecedented speed, abandoning their chips in the process. Gulen City had its rules. Even the Navy could not apprehend pirates within this city. Yet, who believed that fellow would adhere to such regulations? The dealer's hand trembled as he lifted the dice cup, glimpsing the trio of ones that signified doom. Cursing under his breath, he wagered his life, employing the swiftest hand speed of his existence to flip the cup, transforming the 3 ones into 3 sixes. 3 sixes. Magnificent. Congratulations, dear guest, you have won. Truly splendid. The expression on his face was more contorted than that of a mother giving birth. Uchiha Sora sighed helplessly, reclaiming Liyue. Though this has been the case since my youth, there remains no change. This luck is rather dull. Take me to meet Tesalo. Having worked until dawn yesterday and just made some modifications to sections 108 and 109, I find myself unable to keep pace with my writing. I'll provide 1 chapter now and will supplement during the early hours. Please do not wait. And rest early. Chapter 123. The ruler within an opulently adorned hall. Uchiha Sora encountered the individual who commanded 1/5 of the world's wealth. Renowned as the Golden Emperor who manipulates the dark world with money, Guild Tesoro. His strength was above the standard line, comparable to that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Adorned entirely in gold, with gold necklaces, gold earrings, and even a golden hat, he wore 9 golden rings, leaving the ring finger of his left hand unadorned for an improbable person. It is indeed a poignant tale. However, Emotions cannot satiate one's hunger, nor should one expect sympathy from others. Following that incident, the realization he came to was that those devoid of wealth would achieve nothing, merely existing as pawns. He foolishly fantasized about wielding the power of money to bring the celestial dragons to their knees, seeking to absolve himself of the resentment for failing to protect his beloved and the humiliation of being a slave to the celestial dragons. Such a pitiable notion, for this is a realm of the strong. When formidable beings exhibit interest in wealth that could upend the established order, those like Tozolo, lacking the strength to safeguard their riches, remain as vulnerable as ever. Tozolo raised his solid gold goblet and grinned. Might I address you as the illustrious Black Dragon General? Pray tell, what brings you to seek my audience? He displayed no particular emotion. He was a king of an independent nation recognized by the world government. The richest man in the world, capable of commanding the celestial dragons with mere currency. He did not consider himself inferior to any new marine admiral. Uchiha Sora reclined casually, with Tina standing by attentively. Without indulging in pleasantries, Uchiha Sora stated directly, Admiral Sakazuki is forming a new marine corps and is currently recruiting worldwide. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the rank of admiral? Beyond his might, Uchiha Sora valued Tozolo's remarkable ability to ascend from slavery to the pinnacle of wealth in just a decade. Alternatively, we could establish a financial division for you, appointing you as its minister. Choose your path. By the way, consider your funds as an investment in the new Marine Corps. Without some merit, we cannot elevate your rank directly. Tozolo momentarily faltered, gripping his goblet with increased force, leaving several fingerprints. With a forced smile, he replied, Admiral Sora, without discussing anything else. Should I decide to join the world government, I could directly purchase a position equivalent to that of a Marine Admiral. What you offer seems rather meager. Uchiha Sora tapped his knee lightly with his fingers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The impending collapse of the world government and the pivotal roles within the new world. If you truly possess business acumen, you should discern the wiser choice. Not only Tozolo, but the upper echelons of Gulen City were equally astonished. What is the world government? It is the paramount authority of the maritime world for 800 years, with the celestial dragons regarded as divine descendants walking among mortals. Figures like Hancock and Kuma, despite suffering persecution from the celestial dragons, have never exhibited rebellious sentiments nor dared to contemplate the slaying of a celestial dragon. The ingrained ideologies of 800 years have accustomed people to the notion of celestial dragons being superior. Although the Revolutionary Army has ignited sparks of resistance against the world government, the vast majority do not believe it can be toppled. The slogans of the new Marine Corps merely target pirates. Yet now, this central figure of the new Marine Corps boldly speaks of the world government's downfall. Such audacity, no, if spoken by another, it would indeed be considered overreaching. Yet this individual before us has indeed slain a celestial dragon, broadcasted live to the world. Tozolo swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Perhaps we should wait until you can withstand the first onslaught from the world government before discussing such matters. He continued, I will offer you a piece of information for free. The world government has dispatched agents to infiltrate the new navy, intending to carry out an assassination against you and Akainu. Deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons coursed through Tozolo, and he recognized Uchiha Sora's formidable strength. Yet he hesitated to take a definitive stance. Having once been a slave in the Holy Land, he was acutely aware of the celestial dragon's influence. The new navy boasted two of the strongest forces at sea, but the navy under the world government had more than just two elite combatants. Uchiha Sora's power might be marginally superior, but even if he could contend with two top-tier warriors, it still paled in comparison to the might of the world government. The establishment of the new navy was a nightmare for pirates, yet Tozolo did not believe it would threaten the dominion of the world government. If this is merely about acquiring Tozolo's wealth, he thought, Uchiha Sora might soon resort to violence. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sora spoke calmly. I have heard that celestial dragons frequently visit your domain. How many are present now? At the mention of the celestial dragons, Tozolo instinctively replied, Saint Roseward and Saint Charlos are here. Upon realizing his response, Tozolo felt a wave of shame wash over him, clenching his teeth. Do you intend to confront them here? General Sora? Let us maintain our composure. I am willing to covertly support the new navy. Truthfully, I would relish actions that displease the celestial dragons. But it is still too early for you to engage in conflict with them. Hearing those names, Uchiha Sora contemplated for a moment before breaking into a grin. Oh, they are among my least favorite individuals. Lead the way. I wish to see if they truly embody their notorious reputation. Tazolo furrowed his brow, nodding Giran City. I insist, take me there, came Uchiha Sora's indifferent voice, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. Crack. The golden floor began to splinter under the immense pressure. Tazolo's subordinates felt a metallic taste in their throats, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness, their vision fading to black. Even Tazolo was compelled to muster all his strength to resist, veins bulging on his forehead as his body involuntarily bent. Before Uchiha Sora, an impenetrable barrier seemed to form. Even the shimmering gold dust suspended in the air was stilled under the oppressive force. Three Tomo rotated slowly in his eyes, and a deep, calm voice thundered in Tazolo's ears. If I wished to kill you, I would not even need to lift a finger. The notion that money governs all is fundamentally flawed. It is strength that determines which side commands authority. Tazolo, if you wish to escape this nightmare, then lead the way. As the pressure eased slightly, Tazolo struggled to lift his head to gaze upon Uchiha Sora. This slender, seemingly frail youth reflected the visage of a man he revered. It was in memory of that man that Tazolo had chosen to cover the Celestial Dragon's brand on his back with the scars of stars. Fisher Tiger, the hero who scaled Mariewa barehanded and caused a ruckus in the Holy Land, liberating thousands of slaves. The first person in history to dare challenge the world government. Chapter 124, The Burning of the Celestial Dragons. Within the Golden Giant ship, there existed an area designated for entertaining world-class dignitaries. In the opulent VIP lounge, amidst the grandeur befitting the world's elite, Charlos, the celestial dragon, perched atop a slave, meandered through the expansive hall. One hand clutched a delectable ice cream, while the other wielded a whip. His hair, dark and curling upwards, framed a visage marked by a stout build and thick lips, with a stream of mucus trailing down. To put it simply, he possessed an air of utter foolishness. Before him, several scantily clad women adorned with iron collars crawled on all fours, resembling obedient hounds. As Charlos licked his ice cream, he casually lashed the slave beneath him, his actions nonchalant, as if he were engaged in the most mundane of activities. Hey, father, I'm tired of this batch of slaves. I still want some fishman slaves. Hurry and procure them for me. Charlos, the very focal point of the Celestial Dragon incident, was the one who received a beating at the auction house from Luffy, an event that subsequently led to the arrival of Kizuru and Bartholomew Kuma, sending the Straw Hat crew flying. Rodswald reclined on a lavish sofa, flanked by several Celestial Dragon guards. Holding a wine glass, he remarked, as for the fishmen, let that go. I'll lend you some slaves when we return. Honestly, in such an entertainment city, why isn't there a slave auction? That Tazolo fellow is rather dim-witted. Indeed. Tazolo is too foolish. Father, you should remind him. Charlos exclaimed. By the way, I want to play with a gasopon machine. Let us go out and have some fun. Rodswald shook his head. Let us rest for now. That new admiral, what's his name again? We'll wait for him to leave before we venture out. Why must we avoid him? Is he a celestial dragon from another family? Charlos questioned, his mouth twisted in dissatisfaction. In his mind, everyone besides the celestial dragons was akin to slaves. What is this new navy? Isn't the navy merely the dogs of the celestial dragons? Why should the masters avoid the dogs? I'm not sure. It's simply an order from the Gorosei. Just bear with it a little, Rodswald replied. How can we, the noble celestial dragons, endure this? You there, Charlos commanded, pointing at one of the celestial dragon guards. Go fetch that fellow. I want him as my new slave. Yes. The guard, without a moment's hesitation, approached the entrance. He was acutely aware of the new admiral's prowess and knew that approaching him would be tantamount to death. Yet, they had been thoroughly brainwashed. Viewing the commands of the celestial dragons as sacred edicts, even death was preferable to defying such orders. Rodswald frowned. Come back. Foolish son. You should occasionally heed the words of the Gorosei. You wouldn't want to end up beaten like last time. At that instant, the grand door erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom. Golden shards scattered, and the guards sprang into action, encircling the two noble celestial dragons and deflecting the debris. Before they could discern the intruder, Charlos raised his golden handgun, bellowing, Dare to offend the celestial dragons? Die. The bullet shot forth with a resounding crack. Clang. The projectile was intercepted by a black iron rod, and Tina, with a cigarette clenched between her teeth, felt a surge of anxiety. Tina felt a surge of anxiety. Was it truly time to confront the celestial dragons? Admiral Uchiha Sora stepped forward slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The first lesson in overcoming fear: apprehend those two pigs. Tina resolved to act decisively. Protect St. Charlos. Safeguard St. Roseward. Immediately summon support from the Navy headquarters. Call all nearby warships to converge. Quickly contact Sengoku. Do you comprehend what you are doing? Do you understand whom you intend to harm? The guards struggled to fend off Tina, for their loyalty was their only virtue. No one at sea would dare to harm the celestial dragons. Their strength as protectors was lacking, else they would not have permitted Luffy to strike Charlos previously. Tina was acutely aware. These were celestial dragons. Her trembling voice betrayed both fear and exhilaration. However, this was the will of Admiral Sora. Tina would not falter. As Tezzalo and his companions arrived, they beheld the two celestial dragons ensnared by iron bars, their minds momentarily suspended in disbelief. Could it be that someone truly dared to commit such an act? Has the world gone mad? Charlos, trapped within the iron confines, quivered violently, not from fear, but from rage. Who are you scoundrels? How dare you treat the noble celestial dragons in such a manner? I shall see you all suffer. Admiral Sora had no interest in conversing with such a wretch and turned to Tezzalo. Prepare for a live broadcast on a world-class channel. What are you planning? Tezzalo's voice quivered, his body betraying his apprehension. Uchiha Sora smiled slightly. What else could it be? We are to execute them publicly. Their sole value to the world lies in the amusement derived from their screams. Across the globe, Tezzalo's live broadcast request was received, and most opted to connect. Gurin Tezzalo was known as the grandest entertainment city, having hosted several captivating theatrical performances before, which had garnered much admiration. As the broadcast initiated, the scene diverged sharply from the anticipated crimson stage. Two figures clad in white robes were bound to a golden mast, seemingly uttering curses. As the viewers recognized the identities of these two individuals, silence enveloped the live-streaming venues worldwide. A hushed murmur emerged. Those must be the celestial dragons, without a doubt. At least their garments confirm it. I once caught a glimpse of that golden-haired one. He is St. Roseward. At Navy headquarters, the reconstructed Marine Fort. Sengoku and his colleagues immediately connected to the broadcast upon receiving news of the situation. Gazing upon the bound celestial dragons, Sengoku let out a long sigh. You shall have to wait a few days for the appointment of Admiral Kazan. I must first resolve this incident. Borisolino, you are to proceed to Golden City at once and rescue the two celestial dragons. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku's expression darkened. Simultaneously, enact the demon-slaying order against Gurin Tezzalo. Kizaru furrowed his brow. Are those two again? They certainly know how to stir up trouble. Tezzalo, why must you be so reckless? Alas, yet another place for leisure will be lost. He was just about to set off when a familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was Uchiha Sora. Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed, Borsalino, hurry. If it were any other terrorists abducting the celestial dragons, Sengoku wouldn't feel that their lives were in jeopardy, but in this case, the yellow monkey silently glanced at the screen and transformed into a streak of light. Shooting away. On the screen, Uchiha Sora displayed a radiant smile to the audience. You all should recognize me, as I was just featured in the World News Report. Here, I shall present an intriguing performance. The title of the program is Burning the Celestial Dragons. With a flick of his fingers, a light sound emitted, and a blaze erupted around Charlos and his companion, instantly engulfing them. Ah! It hurts so much. The initial seconds were filled with their agonized screams. But soon they were reduced to convulsions, unable to even scream, their expressions twisted beyond recognition. I have specially adjusted the temperature of the flames, with an effect that will burn their souls. It should take about 30 minutes to finish them off. Uchiha Sora turned to the camera, showcasing a brilliant yet chilling smile. 5 elders, if you wish to save them, you best hurry. I would rather extinguish you than these two worthless beings. For the first time in 800 years, a declaration of war against the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, has been made. Chapter 125, The Star of 5 Points descends. In the holy land of Mariewa, amidst the power struggle, the temporary retreat seemed to have emboldened this brat. Let us act, after all. Only we hold the right to judge the celestial dragons. With the approval of the action request from Saint Gremy, the Knights of God shall mobilize. He could have survived a few more days had he not been so arrogant and ignorant. As the discussion continued, The 5 elders displayed an unusual anger. Since this individual craved total war, let us grant him that. I shall personally lead the descent. At the new Marine headquarters, Akainu watched the live broadcast with a furrowed brow. He despised the world government, but now is not the time for an all-out war. Killing a celestial dragon is one thing, but broadcasting such an event is forcing the world government to respond. What is he thinking? Why not discuss it with me first? Is it yet another impulsive whim like last time? Such a troublesome brat. After a moment, Akainu sighed helplessly and retrieved a secured transponder snail. I beg of you. If matters escalate, please ensure you take Sora away first. Understood, came the reply. Ending the encrypted call, Akainu summoned the officers still present at headquarters. All troops assemble. We shall advance towards Girin Taisolo. Regardless of the brat's impulsive actions, Akainu had no other thoughts than to support the mission. In the New World, Wano country. Atop the mist-covered Onigashima, Kaido, known as the strongest creature, leaned against a rock wall with a jug of sake in hand. His crimson eyes fixated on the spectacle on the screen, the liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the beast hide beneath. A low rumble emanated from his throat as he swallowed. Boredom enveloped him as he lamented the insignificance of slaying Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. What is the point of dispatching a few worthless foes? He grumbled, tightening his grip on the wine jug until it creaked under pressure. He took a hearty swig and hurled the vessel away. You should be the one to kill me for it to be worthwhile. You scoundrel. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, reverberating through the skies. The inhabitants of Wano, as usual, gazed in awe as the dragon's sharp silhouette pierced the moonlight, soaring through the clouds and fire. Beneath the cliffs of Wano, concealed within a protruding rock crevice, a pirate ship lay hidden. As Kaido distanced himself, hushed conversations emerged from aboard the vessel. Kaido has left. Let us proceed inside and rescue Yamato first. On Nine Snake Island, Rayleigh, nursing a severed arm inflicted by Akainu, recuperated. Several individuals observed the unfolding scene. Hancock's gaze fixated on the celestial dragon atop the mast, her eyes nearly brimming with blood tears. She remembered vividly the very celestial dragon who branded her with the mark of slavery. What manner of person could he be? Hancock was certain that had it not been for Jinbei's intervention during the Marineford War, she would have been slain by Uchiha Sora, the murderous intent palpable and genuine. For the one who had killed her savior, mere hatred should suffice. Yet why? Rayleigh watched the live feed from the transponder snail. Taking a swig from the bottle, he clutched with his remaining arm and managed a wry smile. Just look at that conqueror's haki. You can tell he's utterly self-centered. Reflecting on Akainu's departure from the Navy, it seems he orchestrated that as well. His initial ambition was undoubtedly the position of world overlord. It reminds me of a terrifying individual with aspirations to become king of the world. Rayleigh reminisced about the monumental battle over 30 years ago, shaking his head in bitter amusement. The youth of today are far more frightening than we were. An old man like me cannot keep up with their fervor. Hancock bit her lip in contemplation for a lengthy moment. Can he truly overthrow those individuals? After a pause, Rayleigh shook his head once more. Only heaven knows. Buranti-eyed Tazolo initially believed that Uchiha Sora sought to vent his frustrations by assaulting a celestial dragon, reflecting on the Marineford War. While Uchiha Sora indeed had the capability to kill celestial dragons, he had only discovered Shanks' true identity post-incident. Moreover, the news reported that the fate of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, remained unknown. This scenario differs fundamentally from taking lethal action while fully aware of one's target being a celestial dragon. Subsequently, Tazolo recognized Uchiha Sora's resolute determination, astonished by his audacity to confront a celestial dragon. Soon, Uchiha Sora astonished him anew, not only intending to kill, but to do so in the most brutal manner imaginable, broadcasting the execution live to the world. This concept had surpassed Tazolo's comprehension, leaving him utterly stunned. Yet, the perpetrator of such an act greeted him with an air of nonchalance. Now everyone knows that the celestial dragon met his demise at your hands. Aside from joining the new Navy, you have no other alternatives left. Perhaps the Navy's demon-slaying order and the world government's forces are already en route. This is not coercion into servitude. Rather, it is guidance toward making the right choices. Is this truly what you would do simply to have me join your ranks? The current Tazolo no longer resembles the formidable sovereign of the underground realm. It appears to have regressed to a time of vulnerability and helplessness. Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head gently. It seems it will take several more encounters to dismantle your blind faith in the celestial dragons. You see, their blood is red, just like yours. They belong to the same species. Uchiha Sora accepted Tina's blade and made a swift incision upon both of them, the blood that flowed slowly evaporating in the frigid flames. This action elicited a reaction of shock from Charlos and his companion, who had never before experienced the sting of a blade. To be precise, the majority of their kind exhibit significantly inferior intelligence compared to the average person. Uchiha Sora held little interest in tormenting such weaklings. The purpose behind such actions is to shatter the delusion held by those at sea that the celestial dragons are descendants of deities. 8 centuries is an excessively long span. Nearly everyone believes that the celestial dragons are inherently superior to commoners, with only a few exceptional individuals able to break free from this mental imprint. Had the new navy openly declared its intent to oppose the world government during its formation, many would have hesitated to join. In truth, it may still be somewhat premature to undertake such actions. The most opportune moment would be after the world conscription concludes, with at least 2 of Green Bull, Fujitora, or Zifa joining the new navy before taking action. However, since these unfortunate souls have stumbled into this situation, it shall proceed. Uchiha Sora is also eager to test the mettle of the Gorosei, or the Knights of God. Imu is the world king, having triumphed in a monumental war and ruled for 8 centuries. The likes of Black Zetsu, with its millennia of lurking and manipulation, possesses the capacity to undermine even beings such as 6 Paths of Beto, let alone someone who has held dominion over the world's resources for so long. Yet, in terms of cunning, Uchiha Sora does not believe Imu can rival Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu succeeded, albeit his mother-esque folly led to their defeat. Conversely, even without Imu's presence, it is highly probable that he would be overthrown by Luffy and his crew within the next 2 years. It is known that Imu has not exhibited any casual descent upon the seas. At most, he has indirectly intervened through a member of the Knights of God. Thus, there is no immediate need to assault Mariewa. Luring out the celestial dragons one by one and eliminating them would suffice. If they dare not venture outside, then I shall wait until I have amassed sufficient power to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora gazed upon the surface of the sea, where a black and purple pentagram materialized. The pentagram emanated black lightning, with dark energy swirling ominously, as if some dreadful entity was poised to awaken. Its ferocious aura permeating the air. The corners of his lips twitched into a subtle smile. Who might it be that has arrived? Chapter 126. If prepared, let us begin. As the pentagram ignited in roaring flames, the black lightning erupted. It resembled the gates to the abyss, with the brilliance of the array intensifying. A terrifying sense of oppression spreading forth. Those nearby felt an intangible dread, their hearts racing uncontrollably. From within the pentagram emerged a peculiar flying beast, its form bizarre. It boasted bat-like wings, a head resembling that of a bison, and atop its back lay a circular platform. Standing prominently in front of the gathered crowd was a robust elder with a mane of thick hair. A pronounced, ghastly scar marred his left cheek, and he donned a black suit while leaning on a cane. This man was none other than one of the 5 elders of the world government, recognized as the supreme commander of scientific defense, Jagor Lucius Satan. Beside him stood a tall, sword-wielding elder with a crescent-shaped hairstyle, whose stature and presence suggested he held a rank not dissimilar to that of the 5 elders. Behind them was a figure, seemingly unremarkable, who had purportedly slain Shanks. Was Shanks truly weakened by the contamination of those base individuals? Do not speak so lightly, Somas. My brother remains formidable. This is an entity that requires the combined efforts of Saint Satan and the commander to eliminate. It is a matter that demands our utmost commitment. The speaker bore an uncanny resemblance to Shanks, though his long hair and elegant attire set him apart. His weapon was also a Western sword. Thus, the 4 figures converged. Saint Satan of the 5 elders, Commander Fagolin Dirge of the Divine Knights, Fagolin Shamrock, son of Dirge and Shanks' elder brother, and Somas, a member of the Divine Knights. The so-called Divine Knights comprise a faction of true celestial dragons, as known by Whitebeard, endowed with the authority to judge the celestial dragons. In the historic Battle of God Valley, it was Saint Dirge who inflicted an indelible scar upon Whitebeard. As the bat-like beast approached the city platform, an inexplicable black orb unfurled, obscuring the signal transmission of the giant transponder snail. The audience watching the live broadcast was plunged into darkness. their hearts gripped by a sudden void. The most terrifying clash was imminent. The confrontation of the world's mightiest entity, the world government. Why can we not witness it? Dirge casually glanced at Charlos and his companion before directing his gaze toward Uchiha Sora, who reclined upon the sofa. You seem unfazed by our appearance. Who informed you of our authority, Sakazuki? Why do you believe I should be astonished? What distinguishes you from this charred refuse? Despite being seated and gazing upward at us. A haughty disdain emanated from his eyes. Such a gaze, thud. Saint Satan struck his cane down, and the bat-like beast descended directly before Uchiha Sora and the others. Since the establishment of the world government by the 20 kings 8 centuries ago, we have maintained the balance of these seas. The former scourges, Rox and Roger, who brought untold chaos to the ocean, never swayed our resolve. Uchiha Sora, you may indeed have reached the level of Rox and his ilk. However, you should not stand alone here. During the war on the top, the 5 elders refrained from revealing themselves, not solely out of fear of his exhibited might, but also due to the naval faction's discontent with the world government. To act rashly could provoke the Navy to sever ties with the world government, which would indeed be troublesome. We have afforded you opportunities. Even after your wrongful killing of Shanks, we were still willing to grant you the rank of admiral. You are still quite young. Even the position of commander-in-chief is within your reach. Regrettably, your actions have grown increasingly egregious. We have refrained from pursuing the betrayal involving you and Sakazuki, allowing you to form a new navy to combat pirates. Yet, time and again, you have squandered our clemency. Henceforth, divine retribution shall be enacted upon you. Uchiha Sora chuckled lightly. The highest bounty in history is a fabrication. Do not feign righteousness when you dare not confront the truth. He leaned against the armrest, rising to meet their gazes, and with a faint smile remarked, Did you just undergo a lobotomy this morning? Not a single word you utter sounds remotely human. I'm truly impressed by your physiological makeup after 800 years of evolution. Satan's pupils constricted sharply, his brow furrowed. What exactly do you know? That is of little consequence. Uchiha Sora snapped his fingers, and the two who were to face judgment in mere minutes met an untimely demise. It seems you have no intention of saving those 2 worthless fools. Come, let us find another venue for our battle. This place shall henceforth be the territory of our new navy. The term new navy is merely provisional. We shall finalize a name and announce it in due course. Clang. The long sword of Galinko slid from its sheath, coldly declaring, Only the advantageous party can dictate the terms of battle relocation. You have yet to earn that privilege. You are correct. Thus, I am indeed the advantageous party. Have you not recognized this? The voice resonated in Galinko's ear. Before he could draw his long sword, a hand obscured his vision, shattered his glasses, and seized his face. A terrifying, tsunami-like force surged from the palm as Uchiha Sora pressed his face, propelling him toward the sea. Galinko Saint, keep up. With a swish, dozens of thorns appeared around the two as they shot forward, coiling around them like a giant python. The spikes glimmered ominously, reminiscent of ferocious beast fangs. Somas, the paramecia-type user of the thorn fruit, could create and control both tangible and intangible thorns. Uchiha Sora felt the invisible thorns ensnaring him, the pain stimulating his nerves. Pain is a crucial component of combat perception. Even though Uchiha Sora could selectively suppress pain, he had never chosen to do so. The sudden sting momentarily interrupted his momentum, prompting him to form seals with one hand. Seizing the opportunity, Galinko drew his long knife and slashed down toward Uchiha Sora's arm with a moonlit strike. Uchiha Sora released his arm, delivering a swift kick to Galinko's chest, sending him hurtling towards the ocean. He was uncertain whether Galinko possessed abilities. Nonetheless, a brief plunge into the water would reveal the truth. Splash! A field of thorns unfurled on the surface of the sea, catching Galinko. Uchiha Sora descended silently, standing amidst the thorns, surveying his surroundings. You seem to have little respect for the notion that ability users fear the sea. How casually you develop the capacity to shape the battlefield. Somas, on the opposite side, was beaded with sweat, gasping for breath. Satan furrowed his brow slightly. What is the matter? This level of difficulty shouldn't be taxing for you, should it? Somas gazed at Uchiha Sora, no longer with the initial disdain, but filled with apprehension. It's not merely that I am suffering from the wounds inflicted by my own thorns. This fellow is capable of repelling my intangible thorns. Is it a countermeasure akin to Hancock's? A mental assault with formidable countermeasures? Uchiha Sora stood atop the highest thorns, arms crossed, surveying the four below. Are you prepared? Then let us begin. Boom, boom, boom. The dim sky was illuminated, the muffled sounds resonating across the sea. Fiery meteors plummeted from the heavens. Chapter 127. A vulnerability, not a wielder of abilities, yet capable of employing powers reminiscent of Akainu's magma fruit. He possesses skills akin to fishman karate, manipulating seawater. According to intelligence, he is likely a member of a clandestine race from a hidden realm, much like the Sky Island. After joining forces with the nine-tailed beast, he wields an extreme slash capable of slaying shanks, inflicting soul-touching damage. His ability to magnify energy is strikingly similar to Kaido's dragon transformation. The Conqueror's haki is self-evident. We must avoid his haki entanglement, for our bodies may not withstand it. His physical strength is exceptionally high. Based on the grand battle replays, only Whitebeard has inflicted effective damage upon him. Somas has just tested it. We must be cautious with mental attacks, as he possesses no weaknesses on the soul level. His lethality is exceedingly high. Few have emerged unscathed from his grasp. According to the operational department's analysis, his only conceivable weakness lies in the mismatch between his energy reserves and combat power, as he frequently relied on others for energy during the grand battle. A prolonged engagement plays to our advantage. We must absolutely avoid confronting his ultimate techniques head-on. If possible, evade. Borsellino and Akiji are en route. This is a rare opportunity for him to be alone. If we can eliminate him, Akainu will pose no threat. Satan meticulously analyzed the opponent's abilities and devised corresponding tactics. Ensure someone intercepts Akainu. If that guy arrives, it will be troublesome. Grinke cast aside the shattered mirror frame, his eyes betraying no emotion. Yes, Sengoku and his team will hold Akainu at bay. If Sengoku is present, he will drive him away. Having reached their level, they would not allow a minor initial disadvantage to affect their mindset. Moreover, aside from Somas, who has just returned from vacation and is unaware of the situation. From the very beginning, Satan and Grinke had firmly believed that Uchiha Sora was not an opponent that could be dealt with alone. The royal level is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the ocean's combat power. Before them stands the only being capable of single-handedly defeating the four emperors. Shamlock, this task is entrusted to you. We will cover you. Understood. It is rare to see you so serious, old man. Of course, compared to the former rocks, this fellow might be even more terrifying. With a swift motion, Grinke unsheathed his sword, transforming into a streak of black light hurtling toward Uchiha Sora. Simultaneously, Shamlock directed his sword towards the falling meteors above, softly uttering, Cerberus. Woof, woof, grr. The monstrous and fearsome three-headed hellhound lunged forth from the blade, imbued with the dark flames characteristic of an awakened Zoan-type beast. Its maw extended a sharp sword blade, the three heads spinning rapidly, resembling a spiral drill that pierced and shattered the falling meteorite. Boom. The molten meteor exploded, transforming into a rain of fire that splattered in the air. Is this the weapon that devours the Zoan-type phantom beast? Its power is notable, but such abilities are not particularly needed by me. Clang. Uchiha Sora drew his sword to parry Gringu's strike, the hilt pressed down, the blade aimed directly at his face. Dark red embers cascaded from the heavens, igniting the shattered stones that grazed the blade and sparked flames. Two figures darted like dancing dragons amidst the crimson thorns, their garments swirling with the searing air, moving so swiftly that only fleeting shadows remained. Occasionally, massive stones erupted, enveloping the scene in clouds of dust, but these were swiftly cleaved apart by precise strikes. Gringu's swordsmanship primarily relied on Western-style thrusts, each jab executed with a stringent discipline, resulting in a rapid and impenetrable rain of blades. From the perspectives of onlookers, Gringu's movements were nearly imperceptible, his hands appearing almost ethereal. Satan and his companions closely monitored the battle, seeking an opportune moment to engage. It was not that they were unwilling to fight side by side, to launch a righteous assault, but rather that such an approach was unfeasible. Gringu is undoubtedly one of the premier warriors upon the seas, having once left a scar on Whitebeard during the great battle in God Valley, earning the title of the ruler active in the Valley of Gods. Compared to the challenges faced at sea and the numerous adversaries that left Whitebeard with hidden wounds, Gringu's physical condition was far superior. Time has endowed him with martial skills far more refined than in his youth. If there were any shortcomings, it might merely be that his physical strength does not match his prime. At this level, his combat system and convictions have become deeply entrenched, accustomed to solitary battles, rendering cooperation virtually impossible. This is also the reason why most formidable warriors prefer to engage in one-on-one duels. If Akainu and Aokiji were to team up against Whitebeard, the results might not surpass the effectiveness of a single combatant. During the original Marineford War, Aokiji had already encased the fleeing pirate ship in ice, only for Kizaru's decisive strike to shatter the ice, leaving the ship relatively unharmed. Unless it involves seasoned pairs like Garp and Sengoku, or the combination of Kaido and Big Mom, the collaborative efforts of top-tier fighters often result in an outcome where 1 + 1 = less than 2, or even in extreme cases, less than 1. Gringu's swordsmanship does not seek sheer destruction. The pitch-black conqueror's haki coalescing at the blade's tip signifies mastery of swordsmanship that has reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Uchiha Sora felt a twinge of curiosity about whose swordsmanship was superior, his or Mihawk's. However, in essence, the art of the sword holds little significance. A sword is a weapon, and swordsmanship is a technique for killing. No amount of elegant language can obscure this truth. As long as the purpose of taking life is achieved, it matters not whether one wields a sword or other means. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora's block faltered for just a moment, allowing Gringu's blade to pierce half an inch into his shoulder, the flesh intertwining to grip the sword's edge. Meanwhile, Luyu aimed at the chest of Green Ancient. An extreme heat surged forth, as deep crimson flames erupted from the blade's edge. To this day, Uchiha Kong's fire release could be deemed an ability of bloodline limit caliber, requiring no hand seals for its manifestation. He had grown weary of even uttering the names of conventional attacks. Bang! A large hole was instantly blasted through Green Ancient's chest, as the penetrating deep crimson fire column incinerated a vast expanse of thorns, igniting the very sea. Satan and his companions remained silent, and Uchiha Kong felt no sense of triumph. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Uchiha Kong turned and delivered a horizontal slash. As the fire dragon surging from his blade engulfed an identical Green Ancient appearing behind him. Both Green Ancients were reduced to pools of blood that erupted violently. Below, a fierce stomp. Uchiha Kong forcefully crushed the Green Ancient that lunged from the thorns beneath. He had perused the Devil Fruit Compendium, recognizing such a display as belonging to the natural type, perhaps a blood fruit. Uchiha Kong glanced at the drop of dark red blood staining his arm. It writhed as if it were alive, attempting to burrow into his body. At that moment, an opening appeared. Satan bellowed, instantly transforming into a colossal beast form, with a spider's lower body and a head resembling a bull demon. A jet of black venom spewed forth from his mandibles, tainting the air with its toxicity. Shrouded in dark purple smoke, Red Lotus Hell, Somas shouted, as countless thorns morphed into sharp spears, launching with ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. The venom clung to the thorn spears, and as they neared Uchiha Kong's position, they detonated in a cataclysmic explosion, sending massive plumes of toxic smoke soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Shamrock leaped into the air, his sword aimed directly at the noxious fog. Go forth, Cerberus! The Hellhound roared, its head detaching from its body, wielding terrifying blades that spiraled into the toxic mist. To have compelled us, members of the Divine Night Order, to unite for your demise, you certainly deserve the title of the world's strongest. It is a pity, had you not slain those two fools. I would have extended an invitation to you. An opening. A calm voice emerged from the toxic haze, causing Shamrock's pupils to constrict sharply. In an instant, before he could react, a massive chakra blade pierced through the fog, directly impaling the Hellhound. The Hellhound, regrowing its 3 heads, howled in agony, thrashing violently. As the toxic mist dissipated, Uchiha Kong stood with arms crossed, the 3 canine heads of his half-formed Susanoo incinerated to ash in the flames. The Tomo within his eyes glimmered, a chilling power surging forth. I have merely begun to warm up. Do not presume to deliver victory speeches. Truly, among those of your generation, in terms of intellect, you and the 2 swine just burned to death are on the same level. If your dog is too noisy, perhaps it is best to let it exit the stage. Dodge. Shamrock. A deep crimson flame erupted from the wound of the Hellhound, emanating an inexplicable silence. 1 blade of cremation. Boom. The crimson blade of fire instantly consumed the Hellhound, distorting space with its extreme heat. Chapter 128. Mythical Beasts, the most powerful creatures of land, sea, and sky. Is this still a battle among humans? Satan severed the signal of the live broadcast. Yet the battleground was situated beside the world's largest entertainment complex. Long before the global livestream commenced, individuals aware of the escalating situation began to flee the city. Nevertheless, many undaunted souls, either fearless or confident in their prowess, chose to remain. A towering figure clad in a purple robe approached the sea via the walkway, his wooden clogs echoing with each step. Scars marred his visage, extending to his eyes, which, upon scrutiny, revealed he was blind. With a smile, he embodied the persona of an obscure yet formidable blind elder. Having amassed considerable gambling funds, he ventured into this golden city to test his fortune. Truly, the aura he exuded was remarkable. Was he not the renowned figure known as the Black Dragon, the strongest in the world? Upon hearing the commotion, a fearsome-looking pirate nearby turned, his gaze descending to the heavy sack of chips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Indeed, old man, you should flee quickly. If a battle ensues, we shall all perish, he whispered, stealthily reaching for the sack. Clack! A staff blade precisely rested upon the pirate's hand, as if aware of his intentions. Young man, if you desire chips, you ought to win them at the gaming table. Clang! The blade glinted fiercely. A tremendous pressure descended, pinning the pirate deeply into the deck, rendering him immobile. The elder sheathed his blade, continuing to observe the distant sea, when suddenly his brow furrowed and he expanded his vast observation hockey, only to be invaded by a vivid crimson hue. From such a distance, he was spotted. How could that new admiral possess such formidable observation skills? Cerberus has perished. Shamrock, shaken, felt the blood-red threads upon his form, the key to his survival amid the infernal blade. I had warned you to treat him as rocks did. You, who have not experienced that era, still fail to comprehend. Grinke materialized behind his son, retracting the blood-red threads within. Were it not for my intervention, your fate would have been no better than that of your incompetent brother. Shamrock inhaled deeply, a hint of exhilaration gracing his countenance. Truly, this is an unprecedented thrill. This adversary is dangerously formidable. The game has become intriguing. Boom. Satan activated his Susanoo, two colossal figures soaring amidst the thorns. Somas, provide Satan with a thorn barrier. Shamrock, it's time to awaken. Ah, Commander, I understand. Next, crack. Blood-red lightning erupted from Shamrock's palm, tearing through the luxurious fabric of his attire, revealing a black, sinister pattern upon one arm. Why do you incessantly utter phrases more befitting a protagonist? Do you believe you are worthy? Shamrock caught a glimpse of the Susanoo engaged in battle with Satan, bewildered by why this voice resonated beside him. Swish! A fist enveloped in black and red flames descended, the fiery tongues licking at Shamrock's face. You have acquired new intelligence. Susanoo is capable of fighting apart from its host. The body reacted with swiftness surpassing that of his mind, as Shamrock's fist, imbued with the power of Conqueror's Haki, surged forward. Demon Slayer. Crimson Domain. At that moment, Gringik moved in unison, enveloping Uchiha K within a sanguine sphere. Instantly, every drop of blood within him felt an inexplicable pull, yearning to escape his corporeal form. A gentle smile graced his lips, tinged with disdain. A typical human cannot precisely control each organ, such as the rhythmic pulsation of the heart or the peristalsis of the intestines. If governed by conscious thought, it would deplete vast cognitive resources and could even jeopardize one's life due to delayed reactions. The primary tenet of human evolution is survival. Were consciousness to command every cell in the body, a normal individual would perish in under a minute. The human body is truly extraordinary. Each remarkable evolution deepens self-mastery, akin to the extraction of chakra from the self-cell in the ninja realm or the ability to autonomously regulate bodily functions through the return of life. Reclaiming dominion over one's body from the creator is the path toward divinity. In the platform's assessment, Uchiha K, despite lacking sufficient energy, acquired the mythical creature trait. A mythical creature is defined as one that reclaims authority and ascends towards divinity. During his time in Konoha, a ninja from the Hyuga clan, utilizing their Byakugan, scrutinized Uchiha K and discovered that he possessed no discernible meridians. His chakra flow did not conform to that of a ninja, resembling instead a vast mass of chakra akin to a tailed beast. Initially, he presumed this anomaly stemmed from an excess of chakra within Uchiha K, leading to a misjudgment. However, it was in fact the divine Susanoo. This intricate ocular technique supplanted the management and regulation of the autonomic nervous system and central nervous system, progressively reclaiming control over his body and hastening his journey toward becoming a mythical creature. This deviates from the conventional trajectory of energy elevation. Yet, this is the Sharingan. This is the kaleidoscopic eye technique. Each drop of blood, every single cell, is devoid of the possibility of manipulation. To interfere with my body, one must first surpass me in willpower. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the fists were about to collide, an invisible force erupted, obliterating the chaotic thicket of thorns. The fierce clash of Conqueror's haki unleashed a tempest of fire and lightning. The very sky was rent asunder by this force, dispersing the heavy clouds and forming a colossal vortex. In the maritime realm, where lineage is of utmost significance, the disparity in power between twins is often minimal. Shanks Conqueror's haki retained its original essence, leaning more towards broad intimidation. Possessing the divine evasion inherited from Roger, he wielded his haki with remarkable efficacy, rendering the acquisition of alternative offensive techniques unnecessary. In contrast, Shamrock's Conqueror's haki, though evidently less potent, exhibited superior entwining techniques. In terms of performance, his demon-slaying punch was not inferior to Shank's divine evasion. But what of it? The black and crimson flames engulfing Uchiha K's fist blazed ever more fiercely, consuming the lightning. A chilling smile unfurled upon his lips. With a neck tethered by reins, he declared, "Your Conqueror's haki is truly grotesque." The roaring flames shattered the sanguine barrier, incinerating the very lightning in their searing flow. The crimson and black dragons had unleashed a thunderous explosion, a terrifying manifestation of Conqueror's haki that stained the sky and sea a sanguine hue. Shamrock's figure was engulfed by the torrent, sinking into the depths of the ocean. Uchiha Sora, gathering momentum, raised his hand to deliver a finishing blow when suddenly a sensation intruded upon his awareness. He lifted his gaze and exclaimed, "What an exaggerated display of Conqueror's haki! I hope I'm not late, celestial dragons." The sky was painted in flames, amidst which the azure dragon spiraled. Kaido, the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, emerged. A golden flash streaked from afar, approaching in an instant. With a resounding boom, Satan, sent flying by Susanoo, clutched his forehead. "Given your abilities, you've arrived rather late, Borsellino." The yellow monkey glanced at the cackling Kaido, then shifted his gaze to the chaotic battlefield below. This is indeed troublesome. Chapter 129. Infiltration in Wano. Marco and Ace stealthily infiltrated. During the Marineford War, they had come to a stark realization of their own powerlessness. The gap between them and the top-tier fighters of the sea was insurmountable. Ace no longer harbored the naive ambition to challenge Kaido, understanding that not everyone would tolerate his reckless antics as their father had. He vividly recalled the disdainful glance Uchiha Sora cast at him when he beheaded Blackbeard. That look seemed to convey a message. "You are too weak, so weak that I do not deem it worthy to engage you. Savor this anguish of powerlessness, loathe me, and only when you possess sufficient strength will you earn the right to stand before me." One could not face that monster alone. Despite their brief encounter, Ace was certain that an individual alone could never overcome the wrath of that beast. They must unite their strengths to stand a chance against him. Thoughts of Yamato crossed his mind. After bidding farewell to his brother, he and Marco gathered the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and reformed a crew. The name of Whitebeard could no longer be borne. Their father surely hoped they would soar high after leaving his protection. The newly formed pirate crew was named the Firebird Pirates, with Marco voluntarily stepping aside to allow Ace to take the helm as captain. He had grown accustomed to standing alongside the captain. Will Kaido's daughter truly wish to join us? Ace pondered seriously. Though Yamato is Kaido's daughter, her greatest admiration is for Kazuki Oden, who is imprisoned on Onigashima. If we can break her chains, she will undoubtedly join us. Oden, you say? Marco was lost in memories. In his youth, he had accompanied Whitebeard to Wano. At that time, Whitebeard had defeated Kazuki Oden, after which Oden joined the Whitebeard pirates and sailed with them for a considerable time. Marco was well acquainted with that man. If it's Oden, then there's no problem. Several elder members of the Whitebeard pirates exchanged knowing glances, each nodding in agreement. It seemed that name carried a peculiar charm, fostering an unbidden sense of belief. Meanwhile, another group had also infiltrated Wano. The monstrous Kaido's return remains uncertain, Mr. Shirzue. It may not be prudent for us to venture forth so recklessly. Doflamingo, cloaked in a black cape and adorned with a mask reminiscent of the faceless specter, seems rather dismissive of the task assigned by his superior, accompanied by a few children, which appears to lack due seriousness. You, who cannot even master the transformation technique, have the audacity to label us as mere children, retorted Sasuke quietly. In our Uchiha clan, there has never been a fool who could not learn the transformation technique in 3 days. Doflamingo yearned to teach this insolent child a lesson. Yet the mention of the Uchiha name caused him to hesitate. Very well, they are family. I am but a vassal. Shirzue turned to Sasuke, sternly admonishing him. Sasuke, Mr. Flamingo operates within a different energy system than ours. You cannot judge him by the standards of a ninja. Have you even mastered the Navy 6 techniques? It appears you have been spoiled by your privilege. Remember, here, without my permission, you must not act impulsively, or you shall return to the clan and never emerge again. Sasuke, feeling somewhat aggrieved, pouted and muttered an apology. I'm sorry, Brother Shirzue. I didn't mean to, Mr. Flamingo. Flamingo is Doflamingo's codename. Doflamingo, naturally, would not take offense at a child so small he could easily fit in his palm. Through recent interactions, he observed that the majority of the Uchiha clan regarded that title with reverence, akin to calling someone a patriarch or a teacher. Only Shirzue's address differed. Seizing the opportunity while Shirzue was preoccupied with gathering intelligence, Doflamingo approached the seemingly more approachable Sasuke and inquired gently, Sasuke-kun, what special relationship exists between Mr. Shirzue and Lord Sora? Sasuke, sensing the heavenly mark upon Doflamingo, felt little need for wariness, his small face displaying pride. Brother Shirzue is the best friend of our teacher. My father once told me they fought together since childhood. He is a formidable force within our clan, second only to our teacher. Of course, I find this hard to believe. I think my father is being modest. However, according to our teacher's marking hierarchy, Brother Shirzue belongs to the first tier, possessing the highest privileges. Uchiha Sora deliberately adjusted the intensity of the heavenly mark. Typical markers would be influenced to some extent by those of higher rank. This high-intensity heavenly mark consumes a substantial amount of ocular power, requiring considerable time for recovery, and currently, only Shirzue bears such a mark. Under the subtle influence of Uchiha Sora, Shirzue's character has become significantly more resolute than in the original timeline. In Uchiha Sora's eyes, his qualities are sufficient to serve as commander in his absence. Aside from his somewhat pathological desire for control, though, such tendencies are rather common among the Uchihas. If one were entirely normal, they would lack the requisite talent of the Uchiha clan. Much like Sasuke, Uchiha Sora has intentionally amplified his sense of honor towards the clan, nurturing his proud demeanor. Thus, when faced with adversity, he is likely to awaken his Sharingan with ease. As for privileges, Doflamingo too could sense a soul-derived suppression emanating from Shirzue, and now he comprehended its origin. He did not resort to cunning tactics. After witnessing the overwhelming presence of Uchiha Sora, he had resolved to assist in overthrowing the celestial dragons. As long as he stood with the victors, he believed there might still be a chance to reclaim his status as a celestial dragon. He had already discerned that Uchiha Sora was not an unwavering advocate of absolute justice like Akainu. In his perception, Akainu epitomized the role of a marine admiral, but never that of a king. Sooner or later, Uchiha Sora would ascend to kingship, not as the so-called pirate king, but as the sovereign of the world. A hierarchy indicates the opportunity for advancement, and first, one must demonstrate their worth. If they could indeed locate the time fruit and its esteemed bearer, that individual would not be stingy with rewards. Don Quixote Doflamingo was determined to methodically position himself as close to the throne as possible. In the New World, 20 nautical miles away, the atmosphere grew significantly more serious around Uchiha Sora. Satan and his companions were gathering intelligence on him, yet this was his area of expertise. He had long since discerned their weaknesses. The name of the 5 elders carried weight, but Satan's strength fell slightly short of the top-tier admirals. A more accurate assessment would place him just above a candidate admiral, yet below the likes of Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. The top-tier combat capabilities of the world government's 3 admirals were not mere rhetoric. They had been proven through their undefeated records. Chapter 130, The Devouring Dragon. Subsequently, there was the Logia-type blood fruit user, Green Goo. He was formidable, yet aged. His body could maintain peak condition through careful nurturing, but his spirit could not. His vitality was no longer that of a warrior. His combat style leaned towards meticulous calculation, lacking the reckless courage of exchanging injuries. Several times, he could have sacrificed himself to create an opportunity for Satan and his allies, severely wounding Uchiha Sora, but he was too cautious about his own life, regrettably leaving Uchiha Sora's contingency plans unutilized. In summary, he was no match for Whitebeard during the Marineford War, nor could he have been back then. Leaving behind wounds did not signify he had triumphed over Whitebeard. If he truly could have, he would never have allowed Whitebeard to claim the title of the world's strongest for so long. He was likely just a slightly weaker admiral. Somaz was insignificant, serving merely as support in such battles. Even candidate admirals had a hard time proving their mettle. Just because they called themselves the Knights of God did not mean they were all top-tier fighters. If that were the case, what need would there be for the Navy or special armed organizations? Those individuals would be capable of sweeping the seas, preventing the Revolutionary Army from causing further turmoil. The only one whose hard power truly reached the top level was Shamrock, the brother of Shanks. Overall, he could be seen as Shanks' alternative. However, his arrogance was only tempered after his sword was destroyed, and when he clashed with Uchiha Sora, his strength was already inferior, leading him into the rhythm set by his opponent. Consequently, he, despite being the strongest in raw power among the four, was the first to show signs of defeat. Uchiha Sora initially had the opportunity to plunge into the sea and eliminate him, as the other three were all devil fruit users and could not enter the ocean. But at that moment, Kaido made his entrance. Compared to the two who had just appeared, Satan and his companions had little to boast about, save for their identities. Uchiha Sora has never been concerned with status. He believes that strength dictates attitude. The moment he laid eyes on Kaido, he was certain this individual is undoubtedly one of the most formidable forces upon these seas. If Big Mom possesses the mightiest physique and Whitebeard wields the most powerful fruit, the top-tier warriors of the ocean each have their own criteria for excellence. In contrast, Kaido is a monstrous entity with attributes that approach perfection, a veritable titan of combat. When it comes to one-on-one confrontations, Kaido reigns supreme. Even when Uchiha Sora displayed the overwhelming might to obliterate Shanks with a single strike, such claims persist. Ultimately, Sora's sudden emergence has rendered it difficult to establish a habitual mindset in such a short time. His bounty has been amassed through countless lives, and few living souls can recount his reputation. They cannot adequately convey the sense of powerlessness when faced with Uchiha Sora. Regarding the other presence, Uchiha Sora had long sensed Kizaru's approach from several dozen nautical miles away. It was only upon witnessing Kaido's arrival that Kizaru made his entrance. The nature of Kizaru's allegiance remains unclear. He treads upon many vessels, with ambiguous connections to the Revolutionary Army, while maintaining ties with Akainu, all the while being entrenched in the Navy, seemingly harboring his own agenda. Nevertheless, the delay in his appearance suggests he is unlikely to engage with full force against Sora. Should he choose to hold back, it would pose no significant threat. Uchiha Sora relishes combat, yet he is not a mindless warrior consumed solely by the thrill of battle. While contending with Kaido, he must also remain vigilant against Kizaru and the others, which presents a formidable challenge. He contemplates the possibility of retreating with Tina and Tezzalo. Importantly, at the very first glance exchanged with Kaido, he discerned an unspoken thought in the depths of the latter's gaze. A resonance was established without the need for words. This mutual understanding dictated that all present, save himself, would be classified as enemies. How could he allow such a formidable foe to involve others? Kaido's scales along his neck stood erect like blades, as his slitted pupils radiated an intimidating aura of malevolence. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic breath of fire erupted forth. In an instant, a massive column of molten flames surged, creating a scorching wave that enveloped the battlefield in a sea of fire, engulfing all within its range. With a swift leap, Uchiha Sora ascended into the air, resolute in his refusal to shield the likes of Satan and his ilk. As he soared, dark crimson scales emerged from his form. Although this state offers minimal enhancement, he is willing to indulge in its power for the sake of synergy. Roar! The star of lava shining in the night, the most fearsome beast that even deities dread, the dragon of calamity returns. Layers of scales coalesce to form an indomitable armor, while a pair of enormous, razor-sharp angles, forged from countless blades, seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder. His outstretched wings bore deep crimson patterns, interwoven with light and darkness, resembling a blood-red crescent moon. The concepts of annihilation, destruction, death, and finality flooded the minds of those who beheld this terrifying beast. Inferno's extinction. In response to Kaido's fiery breath, an even more intense inferno ignited the sky. Roar. In a thunderous roar, Kaido unleashed a multitude of wind blades from his mouth, forcefully carving a path through the inferno, charging directly at Uchiha Sora. Two terrifying beasts clashed violently upon the ocean. In the original timeline, Kaido's defeat was laden with chance, the result of numerous warriors taking turns in battle. Moreover, during that confrontation, Kaido had expended a portion of his strength to sustain the floating Onigashima. His failure stemmed not from a lack of power, but rather from the whims of fate. I am not Joy Boy. Only one who can defeat me is Joy Boy. How profoundly helpless one must feel to utter such words. Is the relentless pursuit of death a quest for Joy Boy, or perhaps an attempt to prove his non-existence? It matters not. At least for now, it is inconsequential. Who exactly is this individual? Each strike is agonizing beyond measure. So rigid, it hardly qualifies as a living being. At last, I have found it. Roar, roar, roar. It is you. It must be you. Joy Boy. The mere utterance of that name caused the expressions of Satan and his companions, ensnared in fiery thorns, to shift dramatically. Roar, roar, roar. How magnificent. If it is you, success is inevitable. Kaido's laughter echoed through the heavens, akin to a traveler who, after decades of wandering through a desolate desert, finally glimpses a verdant oasis. What unparalleled exhilaration this is. Defense, offense, willpower, vitality. This comprehensive confrontation bestowed upon Kaido an unprecedented joy. With a savage tear, the sharp claws of the black dragon ripped away a sizable chunk of the azure dragon's flesh, instantly causing a torrential downpour of blood. The blood-soaked crimson dragon eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Joy Boy does not exist. Forget that name, Kaido. You possess the potential to be the strongest. The names of the defeated are unworthy of your memory. In your life, no name holds significance except mine. The black dragon grinned wickedly, revealing its menacing fangs. The Baryon Mode Dragon's Annihilation. The fire dragon, radiant with black and red lightning, spiraled and engulfed the azure dragon. Dragon Devouring Dragon. Chapter 131. The Art of Splitting the Sky and Highlighting the Dragon. Are you alright, Shamrock? Shamrock is not a devil fruit user. Falling into the sea does not weaken him, and he climbed back up, grasping the dangling thorns. In truth, at such a level of strength, even a devil fruit user is not overly fearful of seawater. Akainu was once plunged into the depths by Whitebeard, yet he swiftly emerged, relying on his formidable physical prowess. Numerous similar instances exist. The future Ship King, Jack, being a fishman and a devil fruit user, would not face significant issues if he fell into the sea, at least not compared to more serious concerns. The giant Prince Loki, who will appear 2 years later, can even exert some power while bound by seastone chains. To discuss toxicity without considering dosage is to engage in folly. Not every devil fruit user loses their ability to resist upon contact with seastone or seawater, ultimately. It varies from person to person. The seawater upon his body rapidly evaporated in the blazing thicket of thorn bushes. As Shamrock lifted his gaze to behold the tumultuous sea of flames above, his brow furrowed in concern. His right hand hung helplessly. Having endured a shattering blow during the recent clash, the overwhelming force of the attack had inflicted significant damage, and even with his immortal body, recovery proved arduous. Each member of the Divine Knights bore the mark of their master, granting them the ability to heal instantaneously from injuries. However, a powerful onslaught of this caliber could disrupt such regenerative capabilities. Furthermore, those who possessed the mark could utilize the pentagram of teleportation, a function akin to a spirit contract. The complexity of his feelings towards Kaido was evident in Shamrock's eyes. Having reached his current stature, it was evident that his ascension was not solely the result of arduous meditation in the Holy Land. He had encountered numerous trials in actual combat. On one occasion, he had collaborated with the Navy to capture Kaido, who was notorious for his repeated defeats. Being the top-tier powerhouse that had challenged both the Navy and the 4 emperors alone, suffering 7 defeats, and being captured 18 times, while enduring thousands of brutal tortures. Despite this, no one had ever succeeded in slaying him. In the present context, following Whitebeard's demise, he had become the most wanted pirate, with a staggering bounty of 6,111 billion berries. His dominion over Wano had rendered the Navy incapable of making any advances. The bounty system established by the world government was devised by a cadre of elites, rarely erring, and even pirates acknowledged that a bounty equated to strength. Observing the current battlefield, one could not dismiss the hefty bounty of 870 billion on Uchiha Sora, which indeed bore no exaggeration. Kaido, hailed as the strongest creature and recognized as the mightiest in hand-to-hand combat among Zoan types, was being utterly subdued by Uchiha Sora. Had Sora employed special abilities, such as elemental manipulation or bizarre mental attacks to gain an advantage, they might have accepted it more readily. Yet, what they witnessed defied all notions of human technique. It was a display of the most primal, unrestrained ferocity, the flames of overwhelming will unleashed in a wild torrent. Shamrock glanced at Kizaru, who nonchalantly shielded his eyes with sunglasses, as if on a leisurely excursion. While they are engaged in their own conflicts, let us prepare to strike, one for each. Let us ambush them. Kizaru chuckled wryly, gesturing dismissively. My lord, spare me. These are two unequivocal monsters. Let us observe for now. There is no need for haste. Monster, are you not one yourself? Shamrock's demeanor darkened, his tone sharp. Admiral Kizaru, if you still, Satan interrupted Shamrock, stating, you can determine the timing of our actions yourself. We should trust your judgment. In light of the current situation, Satan sought to prevent discord between the Divine Knights and the Admirals. Having been in leadership for an extended period, he understood how to engage with subordinates. Depending on the circumstances, one should adjust their discourse rather than impose commands blindly. The Gorosei could disregard the marshal's authority, as the two were closely linked in a direct superior-subordinate relationship. A few heated exchanges would not alter the overall dynamics. Yet it was prudent not to pressure the admirals excessively. Just as Akainu had departed without hesitation, taking with him a significant portion of the Navy's strength, those were originally the world government's forces. To lose a formidable general over a mere exchange of words would be utterly foolish. The yellow ape gazed skyward, nodding slightly. After all, I am an admiral of the Navy. In the heavens above, thunder roared, hurricanes raged, and flames danced amidst a backdrop of icy clouds. As two dragon beasts clashed in this cataclysmic spectacle, Kaido's azure dragon form withstood a fierce blow imbued with overwhelming haki, leaving his body marred with burn wounds that flickered with dark crimson lightning, incessantly ravaging his flesh. Scales stained with blood fell away, and the immense azure dragon, in stark contrast to the obsidian dragon, appeared almost too slender for its terrifying form. With a ferocious roar, the black dragon's claws clutched the azure dragon's body, exerting tremendous force as if attempting to rend it asunder. Pain jolted Kaido back to a semblance of sanity, and he unleashed a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves, accompanied by slicing winds, driving Uchiha back. In an instant, the azure dragon spun rapidly, releasing a tempest of fierce winds, crafting a colossal tornado. Moreover, within this vortex, magma-like flames surged across his body, the scorching heat distorting the very air around him. Flame Dragon's great torch, the obsidian lightning, charged with the will of a conqueror, crackled wildly from the head of the fire dragon. Without hesitation, Kaido unleashed his most potent attack in this form, Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. The fire dragon, propelled by the winds of destruction, charged towards Uchiha with cataclysmic force. Observing this, Uchiha ascended into the high skies, his streamlined form enveloped in a cerulean chakra, creating ripples through the air. The black dragon soared swiftly, vanishing into the depths of the clouds, as if obscured by the very heavens. Damn it, don't think you can escape. Kaido pursued relentlessly, the lightning intensifying with each acceleration. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the high skies, reverberating in the hearts of all who heard it. In an instant, the clouds above were disturbed by an overwhelming force, forming a massive vortex. At the center of this whirlpool, a brilliant azure light streaked down like a meteor, a breathtaking spectacle. Burning with fierce energy, this radiant light compressed the air around it, generating a deafening sonic boom. With wings drawn in and the dragon's form elongated, its fearsome horn pierced the heavens, resembling a colossal sword hurled from the divine. This form may not enhance combat prowess, yet there exists a singular technique that can only be executed in such a posture. I have always remembered the might of soaring through the skies. Sky-splitting dragon's signature. Roaring with fervor, the fire dragon ascending from the sea met the divine sword descending from the skies. At the moment of contact, A blinding white light erupted from the dark sea, a brilliance more radiant than the sun that rent the skies asunder. In the suspended moment, a fireball, several hundred meters in diameter, expanded at an alarming rate, enveloped in orange-red flames with a searing halo, instantly heating the surrounding air and creating a distorted realm of blistering heat. As the fireball swelled violently, a gray-black mushroom cloud unfurled like the tendrils of a mythical beast, heralding the formation of a forbidden zone of life. Chapter 132. The pursuit of peace is a curse. Let us wait a moment. Huang Yuan swallowed hard, pondering how to portray his role convincingly. Calm. Please do not spring this on me. Whether Kaido could withstand the onslaught was uncertain, but I certainly could not endure it. Amidst the flames, two colossal figures shrank as they plummeted, landing within the thorny thicket. Kaido seized a thorn, crushing its sharp tip with his palm. His massive form was marred by charred scars, the most fearsome being the wound on his right shoulder. As if a mysterious beast had gnawed away a substantial portion of flesh. Steam ascended slowly from the gaping injury, clutching a spiked mace with his left hand. He supported himself, each breath accompanied by labored gusts. His blood-soaked hair clung to his face, and his once proud eyes were clouded, crimson veins spreading wildly within his orbs. It was evident to all that he bore grievous injuries, yet the thunderous heartbeat within his chest grew increasingly resounding. It resonated like the very beat of fate. Oh, I have finally forgotten that lingering pain from a decade past. On the other side, Uchiha Kong's hands dripped with blood, two hues distinctly contrasting, some strands of bright red radiating an enigmatic allure that pierced the gaze. Exhaling a wisp of white vapor, Uchiha Kong regarded Kaido with calm determination. Among all my adversaries, none possess greater physical prowess than you. Kaido, the title of the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky is one I acknowledge. With a wicked grin, Kaido lifted his mace. Do not underestimate me, boy. I, Kaido, am not one to be swayed by mere titles. Uchiha Kong, I concede that you are worthy to be my opponent. Should you defeat me, that title shall be yours. Uchiha Kong shook his head. I aspire to soar above. Such titles hold no significance for me. With your domineering will, you are indeed more deserving of such acclaim than those born into privilege. Kaido's gaze shifted to Satan and the others, his eyes glinting with malice. I merely wish to draw you indulgent rulers onto the battlefield. Only through war can the value of humanity be determined. Even if I perish in this conflict, it would be a worthy end. Let us engage together. A thunderous roar erupted from him, his voice raspy yet resonant, echoing like rusted iron across the sea. The pulsating aura of his will enveloped all. Have you lost your mind? Shamrock's gaze flitted briefly to Kaido before settling on Uchiha Kong. No matter how one perceives it, he seems the most formidable. Uchiha Kong indeed possesses legendary strength, capable of vanquishing top-tier generals in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, that recent strike lacked the potency of the blow that felled Shanks during the Great War. It felt as though it belonged to another dimension entirely. Hence, could it be that the summoning of the nine-tailed fox was his ultimate technique? Is that fox the mythical beast he has secretly consumed? The power in question is not as terrifying as it may seem. If it were so easily wielded, it would surely have been utilized without hesitation. There must exist some unknown constraints. According to the psychological assessment conducted by the operations department, Uchiha Sora is the type of individual who would resort to any means necessary to achieve his lethal objectives, his propensity for violence exceeding even that of the celestial dragons. Were it not for the absence of the Uchiha surname among the celestial dragons, Shamrock might have suspected that this man was a prodigy among them. If Kaido does not intervene, with Kizaru preoccupying Uchiha Sora, there remains a possibility to eliminate him before he summons the Nine Tails. Provided the Navy and the forces arrive in time, and, if necessary, summon other members of the Divine Knights. Kaido's unexpected appearance bears both advantages and disadvantages. Fortunately, they had already engaged in combat, and given Kaido's current state of injury, he cannot be entirely unscathed. While it may not be immediately apparent, his stamina must have been depleted to some extent. The disadvantage lies in the current chaos. Thunderous roars erupt as black lightning dances wildly, rendering Soma's prideful thorn barrier utterly feeble. Kaido, an adversary of the world government, does not lend aid to anyone in battle. It will only devolve into a chaotic melee. It is time to strike. With Uchiha Sora as the target, we need not concern ourselves with Kaido. We will safeguard your rear. Shamrock swung his fist towards the mace. Shouting fervently, In a flash, a beam of light materialized behind Uchiha Sora. The photon formed, sword of Amaterasu poised to strike. Clang! Uchiha Sora raised his arm to deflect the light blade, chuckling softly. You could be a tad quicker. My eyes perceive light speed. Is that so? Quite the confidence you possess, young Sora. But have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? Time seemed to stand still, and within the span of a millisecond, Kizaru's white shoes appeared before Uchiha Sora. Boom! The explosive force of a lightspeed kick was sufficient to shatter large structures, yet it failed to disturb that figure. The skeletal claws of Susanoo grasped Kizaru's foot, and a voice resonated within his mind. This is a chakra consciousness exchange. When in contact with my chakra, you merely need to convey your thoughts internally. Your response will dictate my subsequent actions. Young Sora, you possess an endless array of wondrous abilities. Kizaru transformed into photons to escape, initiating attacks on Susanoo from various angles. In the fleeting moments of their contact, they engaged in a mental exchange. If you seek my assistance against the likes of Saint Satan and his ilk, I am afraid the time is not yet ripe. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora seized Kizaru and hurled him away, pursuing him in flight. Those individuals are merely pawns. My concern lies with their master. It seems you are mistaken. There is no one above the Gorosei. Uchiha Sora smirked. It is not yet time to divulge such secrets. You and Akainu seem to relish in playing riddles with me. Is this feeling to your liking? Apologies, but I have my reasons to remain with the Navy, which is not your enemy. For the sake of that envisioned world, where all races may revel together in joy. Sensing the turmoil within Kizaru's heart, Uchiha Sora let out a soft sigh. Admiral Kizaru, are you aware that the pursuit of peace is perhaps the most futile of curses? Individuals such as Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Jiraiya, Obito, and even Uchiha Madara have traversed this path in their own unique manners. The world I have witnessed is rife with the echoes of millennia-long warfare. The singular lesson humanity has gleaned from history is that it never truly learns from its past. My desire has never been to dismantle the world government, but rather to eradicate the senseless depletion it inflicts upon this world. Where there exists laughter, there inevitably are those who bear the weight of sorrow. There are no scenarios of mutual benefit. This is not a fairy tale that culminates in a flawless conclusion. Even one as formidable as you is so pessimistic about peace. What, in your eyes, constitutes the correct path? Uchiha Sora's gaze fell, his crimson eyes seemingly imbued with the power to penetrate the very fabric of reality. Perhaps it cannot be deemed the right path, to forge the world into a battleship, setting sail towards the boundless starry seas. This is the course I intend to pursue. Chapter 133. Chaos of battle after multiple encounters. Kizaru remained silent, seemingly grappling with the acceptance of this notion, yet finding it arduous. Uchiha Sora had no interest in delving into discussions of dialectics. His understanding of such theories was shallow at best, having lived merely a little over 20 years combined in 2 lifetimes, devoid of confidence in persuading others through words. His definition of social relations was simple. For his own people to thrive, it was necessary for those opposed to him to suffer. Admiral Kizaru, I shall not press you regarding your affiliations. Suffice it to say that you do not align yourself with the celestial dragons, correct? The chakra-long sword pressed down upon the Amatsukami sword as Uchiha Sora's indifferent voice resonated within Kizaru's mind. After a moment of hesitation, Kizaru spoke up. I can indeed affirm this. I do not support the celestial dragons. However, as it stands, no power has emerged in the seas that can stabilize the situation better than the world government. Even the new navy formed by Akainu and yourself, alongside Dragon's revolutionary army, have yet to reach such a level. If you could ally with Dragon, this need not be stated. His rejection of the world government does not imply his acceptance of us. Akainu mentioned that you would appear at an opportune moment, and I am willing to extend him that courtesy. A flicker of unusual color flashed in Kizaru's eyes. Did Akainu truly say that? I see. Sora, you would do well to find a way to extricate yourself swiftly. Kazan and the others will likely arrive within half a day. His perspectives will not align with yours. Uchiha Sora, having endured considerable physical toll through relentless battles, remained a formidable force. However, should the world government add another admiral to their ranks, the dynamics of the situation would shift. Extricate myself? Uchiha Sora chuckled lightly. I am unconcerned with fleeing, though the circumstances have yet to escalate to that point. Half a day? Then allow you all to experience the intensity of battle. If you can refrain from fleeing, I shall take my leave at that moment. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Do exercise caution. I intend to encompass everyone within my attack range. Suddenly, a surge of chakra from the long sword cleaved through Kizaru, the terrifying slash producing a shrill scream that reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. The group, engaged in a righteous assault against Kaido, turned in astonishment. What on earth? Kaido has been holding on for quite some time, and yet you, a distinguished marine admiral, falter so swiftly. Initially, the plan was to deal with Kaido first before focusing on Uchiha Sora. However, now caught between two formidable assaults, retreat becomes their only option. Somas, slightly behind, gazes at the impending sword energy and cannot gamble on his immortal resilience. He cries out in alarm, "Kizaru, save me," called upon by name. Kizaru transforms into a streak of light, whisking Somas away. Boom. The clash of that strike ultimately collides with Kaido's attack, unleashing a shockwave that utterly devastates the thorny forest. Yada no Kagami. Amidst the cacophony of barking from Satan and his cohorts, Kizaru unleashes a torrent of laser attacks towards Uchiha Sora, expertly adhering to workplace protocols by feigning busyness until leadership demands accountability. A long-range assault? A perfect opportunity to test that jutsu. Previously, Uchiha Sora had been utilizing the energy-efficient first form of Susanoo, resembling a skeletal giant. Chakra surged wildly, enveloping the skeletal figure in veins and flesh. The original chakra long sword dissipated, transforming into 9 dazzling Magatama that gleamed with a crimson hue, known as Yadasaka no Magatama. Whoosh! The 9 Magatama shot forth, twisting and reorganizing midair, instantly morphing into countless scarlet arrows that tore through the atmosphere. Boom! The red radiance engulfed the golden glimmer, as an array of explosions echoed through the heavens. The aftermath of the blasts coalesced into a crimson whirlwind that swept across the battlefield, triggering a colossal tsunami. Somas, unfurl the thorns. Once a senior member of the Divine Knight Order, he now becomes a sculptor of the battlefield. They all possess the moonwalk ability, effortlessly traversing the air. Yet employing it in such high-intensity combat presents significant vulnerabilities, especially when facing opponents like Kaido and Uchiha Sora, who possess aerial capabilities. Even the slightest delay in movement may result in devastating consequences. From afar atop the golden ship, the details of the conflict become indistinguishable. Were this a film, it would undoubtedly be a failure, as all that is visible is light pollution accompanied by a relentless barrage of explosions. Atop the city, buzzing with concentration while observing the battle, Tina's Den Den Mushi emits a sound. Furrowing her brow, she mutters, "Honestly, who would call me at a time like this?" She answers the call, and the Den Den Mushi's eyes transform into a pair of crimson Magatama, appearing quite eerie. "Hello, this is Uchiha Sora. Admiral Sora." Tina's expression shifts, her gaze darting back to the fray. "What is the matter? Have you managed to escape? Do you need me to pick you up?" "No need for that. I'm still in the thick of it." As he speaks, the Den Den Mushi suddenly mimics the sound of an explosion, its mouth agape contorted in a cry. One can easily imagine Uchiha Sora moving the Den Den Mushi away from the chaos of explosions. Direct the giant ship towards headquarters. "I've just contacted Akainu. Once he resolves his issues, he will come to assist you. Your presence here is a hindrance, as I must be cautious not to unleash my full power in your direction." Caution. That is a distance of over 10 miles. Human aggression is inevitable. There is no reason for astonishment. "Taizolo, are you by my side?" "Indeed, I am. I have taken up arms against you and the world government for your sake. When I capture that celestial dragon, I shall entrust him to you for resolution. You shall thereafter become the Minister of Finance. I trust you comprehend." Taizolo is aware that Uchiha Sora refers to a specific celestial dragon, one who acquired his beloved, thus becoming the source of his tragedy. This price is one he cannot refuse. Given the circumstances, he has little choice left. "I understand, General Sora. How may we assist you?" "With the aid of Gold City, there is much I can accomplish." Taizolo has reached an advanced stage in the development of the gold fruit. This colossal golden vessel will greatly enhance his abilities. "I shall not make grand claims, but I can certainly withstand the subsequent forces of the Navy for a time." "No need for that. Remember this, Gold City is a collective asset of the new Navy. Even you must submit a report for its use next time." As the Golden City sailed far from its original position, a colossal slash cleaved through the waters. One could even witness the unfortunate sea creatures caught in the wake of the slash, instantly transforming into a mist of crimson. In comparison to the Marineford War, The participants in this battle are fewer in number. Yet, the repercussions on the ocean are profound, if not greater. Chapter 134, Doflamingo, you wicked manipulator of women's emotions. Those who tuned in to the live broadcast from around the globe, even in the early hours of the morning, remained wide awake, their bloodshot eyes fixed upon the unfolding events. First and foremost, let it be clear, for the majority of the populace, the world government is perceived as the righteous guardian, representing over 170 member states, wielding the mantle of absolute justice. They are the defenders and overseers of the world's judicial order. When Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard met their demise, the world erupted in joyous celebration. Yet, the world government's execution of the Pirate King and the subsequent death of Whitebeard at the hands of the new marine prodigy, Uchiha Sora, leaves many unable to comprehend the motivations behind this conflict. They are left in despair. How can two parties, both claiming justice, choose to engage in battle? Even those oppressed by the world government, liberated by the Revolutionary Army, struggle to understand. Who are the individuals that rise against the original nobility alongside the Revolutionary Army? Are they the oppressed elderly, women, and children? No, they are the armed class, second only to the nobility. Their actions are not driven by a sense of injustice against the world government. Rather, they seek to ascend to the throne themselves. The Revolutionary Army believes that by installing a new king, they will have liberated the nation, without contemplating what comes next. This cannot be deemed short-sighted. They possess no historical precedents to follow, and must navigate step by step, in a world where the will of the strong signifies everything. Ideological disputes are not matters for the common populace to ponder. However, some astute individuals have already recognized that the greatest war in history has commenced. Will the world government suppress Uchiha Sora to maintain their dominion, or will Sora, as he proclaimed in Marineford, rise to become the supreme ruler of all? In the latter half of the Grand Line, Elbaf, a kingdom forged by the giants, is renowned as the mightiest nation in the world. This realm is established upon the immense treasure tree, Adam, and is divided into three distinct domains: the celestial realm, the sun realm, and the underworld. Most of the giant populace resides in the warrior's village, nestled in the central sun realm. A rugged man, his face lined with wrinkles and hair streaked with gray, leans against the slender waist of a reclining giantess. He gazes intently at a newspaper detailing the recent war, his brow furrowed in deep concern as a solitary tear escapes from beneath his sunglasses. This man is Skypajaba, a name that resonated across the seas over 2 decades ago, nicknamed Mountain Swallower and once known as the left arm of the Pirate King. Since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, he has led a secluded life in the land of giants with his partner, the giantess Lipuri. Due to the isolated location of the giant nation at the end of the Grand Line, news travels slowly, and he has only just received the newspaper from a few days prior. Whitebeard has fallen, and Shanks, who had been active in the seas not long ago, has been embroiled in conflict. To his astonishment, Rayleigh has chosen to participate in the fray, suffering a broken arm and being placed back on the wanted list. In the span of merely 1 day, such monumental events have transpired. What baffles Jabba the most is the emergence of Uchiha Sora, whom Roger prophesied would surpass them all. Yet, he is affiliated with the Navy, an entity that seems intent on preventing the discovery of the great treasure. The time is approaching. Could it be that someone will truly break through this monster's blockade and uncover the great treasure? What are you pondering, Ashen? Lipuri asks, her hands cradling the back of her head as she gazes at the radiant light emanating from Adam, a smile gracing her lips. I long to embark on a journey once more. Go ahead. When you need me, I shall follow the life card to find you, she replies with warmth. Oh, I feel the same way. In Wano, I have encountered a ninja who has expressed willingness to assist us. Jisue returns alongside a female ninja, rejoining the group. A ninja? Are you truly a ninja in that guise? Sasuke muses, observing the stout woman with red-brown twin tails, clad in a pink bodysuit, whose head appears disproportionately large compared to her body. This form defies his understanding of what a ninja should be, and he wonders where one would find a ninja dressed in pink. Indeed, dear little brother, I am the renowned alluring female ninja, the bane of men. Now a charming mature ninja from Wano, known as Anon. I shall help you find a devil fruit that resembles excrement. With a playful wink directed at Sasuke, Anon delivers a double blow of words and appearance, leaving his youthful spirit somewhat shaken. Naruto, supporting the queasy Sasuke, offers an awkward smile to Anon and whispers reassuringly in Sasuke's ear. There are indeed ninjas from the Akimichi clan who are quite portly. I've seen a hard-working older brother who enjoys wearing a bodysuit, though his is green. As they lag behind, Doflamingo quietly inquires of Jisue. This one appears weak. If you seek intelligence, I recall that the illustrious Uchiha possesses the ability to directly glean information from others, does he not? Jisue shakes his head, responding softly. Gleaning memories is something I do when I meet someone. She indeed possesses a tale worth telling. Most importantly, silence the water and lower your voice a little. She is the wielder of the superhuman-type maturity fruit, capable of instantaneously maturing and aging any object she touches. I believe this ability is related to time. If we cannot locate the time fruit, bringing her back for a report would not be in vain. Doflamingo perceives himself as utterly ruthless, yet this seemingly simple-minded and kind individual has a heart shrouded in darkness. Is it not a wicked notion to substitute a person when the fruit cannot be found? Furthermore, what do you mean by casually viewing someone else's memories? There is a complete disregard for personal privacy. Moreover, she inexplicably agreed to assist you. You must have employed some form of manipulation on her. It is no surprise that the second in command of that family can so effortlessly toy with people's hearts. If I wish to stand alongside this man, there is much I must learn. Doflamingo chuckled coldly. If it is indeed related to time, I am aware that the Navy possesses a user of the reverse fruit. Perhaps Admiral K would be interested as well. Meanwhile, Ace and Marco, along with others, approached Onigashima, observing the heavily guarded members of the Beast's pirates. Marco glanced at Ace, awaiting his decision. I know a hidden path that can circumvent the guards to find Yamato. We can infiltrate secretly. A flicker of admiration crossed Marco's eyes. Ace's greatest flaw has always been his impulsiveness, reminiscent of when he challenged our father upon entering the New World, and later sought to confront Kaido alone in Wano. He also ignored warnings to pursue Teach. Now, he understands the wisdom of waiting for Kaido to depart before entering, thus avoiding unnecessary conflict. Ace has matured. Our father would surely be pleased to know. Among the crowd, Marco was the first to emerge from the sorrow of Whitebeard's death. On the surface, it appeared so. Yet beneath his gentle smile lay scars that would never heal. At the same time, the figurehead of the Beast's pirates, the calamity known as Flame Disaster King, slowly opened his feigned sleepy eyes, with flames flickering within. Chapter 135. Is Wano the stronghold of that fellow? Onigashima, resembling the head of a demon, is perpetually blanketed in snow, a veritable winter island. The life card in Ace's hand pulsated, guiding him. Yamato, this time, let us set sail together. The ocean is vast, and will embrace the children of anyone. Hey, remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, this is as far as you go. As they progressed, a cold voice echoed ahead. A tall figure clad entirely in dark attire and wearing a black iron helmet stood before them, his black wings casting a shadow over the rising sun. With a bounty of 1.39 billion berries, it was the figurehead of the Beast's pirates, Flame Disaster King. He drew his sword against the group, flames igniting along the blade. This scene jolted every member of the Firebird pirates, their pupils narrowing as painful memories surged in their minds. They were not afraid of King, though they wished to avoid battle. They had long prepared for an encounter with the Beast's pirates. However, his stance reminded them of that terrifying man. As I recall the individual whose dragon-like demeanor bears a striking resemblance to Kaido, I now reflect upon the previously unnoticed, yet remarkable presence of a non-devil fruit user capable of igniting flames. Marco furrowed his brow, voicing the collective uncertainty that lingered in the hearts of those present. The similarities are too numerous to ignore, and he claims to be a ninja. Could it be that Wano country is indeed the domain of that man? Have you all long since pledged allegiance to Uchiha Sora? The name Jin, which seems rather atypical for the sea, raises further suspicion. Might he be of the same lineage as Uchiha Sora, albeit lacking in the latter's formidable strength, thus unable to conceal his wings? Observing Jin's momentary hesitation, akin to a revelation of his innermost thoughts, Marco felt he was inching closer to the truth. The emergence of Uchiha Sora was unprecedented. No prior mention of such a figure had ever surfaced. The notion of ascending to such heights without the crucible of battle is profoundly implausible. The journey of every strong individual is traceable. In the vast ocean, there exists no place more conducive for the growth of that monster than Wano country. This land has long upheld a policy of isolation, stifling the flow of information. Since Uchiha Sora was heralded as the strongest by the world news, Every action he undertook and every utterance he made has been scrutinized and analyzed extensively. His attire and self-identification are emblematic, leading all clues back to Wano country. A narrative began to weave itself in Marco's mind. The connection between Uchiha Sora and Akainu is notably close. His former identity as a naval infiltrator is unlikely to be a fabrication. It is plausible that Akainu orchestrated Uchiha Sora's infiltration of Wano, where, given that man's prowess, he undoubtedly occupies a position of power, possibly having even vanquished Kaido, secretly manipulating Wano from the shadows. Moreover, Beckman had previously mentioned that before the arrival of the red-haired pirates, they had assisted Whitebeard in repelling the Beast Pirates, who sought to invade Whitebeard's territory. In essence, the Beast Pirates were aiding the Navy in their confrontation with Whitebeard. By eliminating all improbabilities, this could very well be the crux of the matter. A fierce indignation ignited within Marco, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Jean, do you truly consider yourselves pirates? You are kin to that man, are you not? When matters concerning his lineage are broached, Jean typically falls silent. He could not comprehend Marco's words, but that was of little consequence. In dealing with invaders, one need only expel or capture them for interrogation. All truth shall be revealed in due time. If they refuse to depart, then let battle commence. Fallen remnants of Whitebeard. Flame Emperor. Jean unleashed a torrent of intense flames, conjuring a colossal fireball with a mere wave of his hand. His silence was interpreted as acquiescence. Particularly, Jin's final declaration struck a nerve among the crew now known as the Firebird Pirates. Father did not falter. The fierce clash erupted, the sound of flames resonating powerfully as the members of the Beast Pirates hastily converged upon the scene. In Wano country, near the port of Nine lies adjacent to Onigashima. The group, led by Shimizu, was also captivated by the conflict unfolding across the sea. This was the domain ruled by Kaido. Who could possibly be engaged in battle there? In Erin's eyes lay a flicker of fear. Ji Shui, aware of her memories, comprehended her dread and loathing towards the Beast Pirates. The decision for Ji Shui to venture to Wano in search of the Time Fruit stemmed from a crucial mechanism of Devil Fruit rebirth. Upon the demise of a wielder, the Devil Fruit may attach itself to a nearby fruit that meets certain criteria. Naturally, there exists a greater probability of it randomly manifesting in the vast sea. It is common sense to pursue leads based on existing information. Thus, confirming that Kazuki Odin perished in Wano, it is far more prudent to thoroughly search Wano than to sift through the ocean like searching for a needle in a haystack. Another piece of common wisdom dictates that precious items are likely held by the powerful. Ji Shui felt a stirring within. While other matters seemed less significant, he was particularly intrigued by the fluctuations of battle that could be perceived from such a distance. Uchiha Kong had summoned them with the hope that they would grow in this world. Emulating the higher-ups, Uchiha Kong believed in the necessity of combat to enhance one's strength, a sentiment echoed by Ji Shui and his companions. Judging by the circumstances, it appeared that the formidable Kaido had made his move. Don Quixote Doflamingo had been observing Ji Shui, sensing his eagerness to join the fray, and offered a gentle warning. Ji Shui smiled lightly, stating, "According to our intelligence, if Kaido is absent, no one can hinder my departure if I choose to leave." He expressed his desire to witness the battles of the world's mightiest. "Shall we go and leave them behind?" Doflamingo's gaze shifted to the trio of young ones. "No, we shall go together. Uchiha Kong is far too gentle. I am not their babysitter. If they lack the ability to protect themselves, their demise would be a natural consequence." Ji Shui regarded Sasuke and the others with indifference, calmly asserting, "Since you have chosen to follow me, this is not merely an excursion. I trust you can accept that." Of course, Doflamingo marveled once more, reflecting on the notion that in terms of villainy, he had indeed lost. In the capital of Wano, the Flower City, a small white serpent stealthily navigated through the blossoms, gradually drawing near to the general's estate. In a concealed corner, a pale hand emerged from the mouth of the white snake as Orochimaru revealed himself. Surveying the opulent general's residence, a smirk graced Orochimaru's lips. "This is certainly more grand than the Daimy's estate." Having resolved the trivial matters concerning Konan, Orochimaru hastily initiated a replica of the maritime world. To comprehend a world, one must first grasp its power structure. Understanding the principles and origins of chakra equates to understanding the ninja world. The primary components of combat prowess in the maritime realm are Haki and Devil Fruits. Currently, Orochimaru had no leads on Haki, though he found the capabilities of Buggy to be of great interest. Orochimaru coveted a particular devil fruit. Upon hearing its name, he believed it to be the one most suited to him. The serpent snake fruit, mythical Zoan, Yamada no Orochi. If there exists a consumer of this fruit, capturing them would be the first step. Surely, there would be a means to extract such power. Ultimately, devil fruits represent a unique genetic program or an information energy carrier. The notion that consuming one would incur the curse of the sea is merely superstition. Only a certain element in the sea can interfere with the abilities of the users, but I shall undoubtedly eliminate this drawback. Chapter 136. I Am Justice. A blinding explosion illuminated Onigashima. The other two prominent figures joined the fray, with Jack the Drought transforming into a colossal mammoth, engaging in fierce combat with Marco, who had assumed the form of the phoenix. Compared to Marco, Jack appeared somewhat juvenile and was subdued by the flames of the immortal bird. Kid, your reckless charge is excessive. It's time for you to lie down and rest. Phoenix Stamp. The claws of the phoenix, radiant and resplendent, unleashed an intensely compressed azure flame, resembling a miniature sun as it sent Jack flying. Boom. A series of rocks shattered as the mammoth was hurled back hundreds of meters. Thud. Shaking off the falling debris, Jack steadied himself and charged once more. Who do you think I am, you bastard? With a swift motion, Queen, transformed into a brontosaurus, emitted a laser beam that triggered a tremendous explosion. Roar. Jozu has been taken down. Do you lack anyone capable of withstanding my bombs? Ha 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 ha. Queen had undergone modifications to his body, having once belonged to the same research group as the Punk Hazard family, possessing remarkable weapon development skills. It was evident that Queen knew how to stoke the flames of battle, striking at the core vulnerabilities. I'll cut your mouth off. Bista, wielding a black sword enveloped in armament haki with one hand, cleaved through the approaching bombs. Queen noticed that Bista, renowned for his dual swords, had lost an arm. Is this the consequence of that war? What a terrifying place. The once formidable Whitebeard pirates have been reduced to this. Ace and Jean, the commanders of both sides, remained slightly distanced from the chaotic battle, which was raging fiercely. Just as Marco suppressed the youthful Jack, Ace found himself overpowered by the more experienced and capable Jean. However, Jean could distinctly sense Ace's growth amidst the conflict. Is it any wonder he is the son of the Pirate King? Such a terrifying talent. A swift resolution is imperative. Scarlet flames enveloped his long sword as Jean leaped high, delivering a powerful strike. Dragon of Fire King. A colossal dragon composed of flames roared forth. Its claws extended, the searing flames akin to molten lava. Mirror Fire. The flames erupting from his arm formed a vast wall of fire, blocking the dragon's assault. Once more, Guardian of the Fire Dragon King. An even fiercer fire dragon crashed through the wall of flames. As Ace prepared to evade using his elemental powers, he suddenly heard a voice filled with surprise. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. A sudden mace deflected the fire dragon, and a woman's voice rang out. Ace, you came to find me. Now entering the scene was Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Ah, I am here to invite you to set sail, Yamato. Would you care to join my crew? For the first time since that incident, a smile graced Ace's face. Need I even say it? Of course I would. Yamato, you actually. Beneath the mask, Jin's expression darkened. As Kaido's daughter, her usual antics were one thing, but to choose to stand with the enemy now? What utter chaos. Before Kaido's return, I must teach you a thorough lesson. Yamato, with her towering height of nearly 3 meters, stood beside Ace, her hand tightly gripping the kanabo, enveloped in the ominous aura of haki. Hey, it is only right for us, the beast's pirates, to teach you a lesson, she exclaimed. By the way, Ace, what is the name of our pirate crew? Is your brother here? Ace's expression darkened momentarily, but he forced a smile and replied, Firebird. My pirate crew is called Firebird. Luffy has his own companions, and they are truly wonderful people. Really? What a splendid name. It will surely soar high and gaze upon the vast ocean. Let us have a feast once we leave Wano. All right. With Yamato's joining, the tide of battle shifted from the Firebird pirates' dismal state to one of equal footing. Is that Kaido's daughter? She's formidable. Marco intentionally directed the captain to confront the strongest enemy, keeping a vigilant watch over that area, ready to rush in if Ace found himself in peril. Just then, an unusual sensation pricked his observation haki, drawing his gaze to a corner of the battlefield. Crimson eyes awakened his deepest, most terrifying memories. Shursui slowly drew his blade, locking eyes with him. Are you the enemy that fled unscathed? Greetings. I am Uchiha Sora. The glimmering blade, alongside the scarlet Sharingan, pierced into Marco's vision. Suddenly, a vibrant green Susanoo descended, captivating all attention. That was the divine power dwelling within his blood-soaked eyes. In the new world, above the tumultuous sea, the surface resembled a chaotic realm disturbed by an enraged sea deity, the once azure waters now tainted in eerie shades of ink and dark red. The smoke of gunpowder lingered in the air, scattered embers drifting across the sea's expanse. In midair, remnants of the pentagram formation left dark traces, faint sparks of electricity crackling. Uchiha K stood upon the water's surface, his garments soaked in blood, a ghastly scar on his forehead emitting wisps of steam as it slowly healed. His left hand twisted unnaturally, while his right clutched the hair of Somas, dragging him like a lifeless creature. He was indeed deceased. As light points converged in midair, they gradually formed a human shape. Kizaru observed the lifeless body of Somas in Uchiha K's grasp, his tone laced with concerned reproach. If you intend to leave, no one but me can keep up with you. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? In just half a day, everyone had witnessed the epitome of devastation. They had come to hunt Uchiha K, yet as the battle progressed, they became the hunted. Uchiha K's combat style was utterly disorienting to them. Seemingly disregarding his own injuries and exhaustion, repeatedly trading blows. A genuine fear took root. Top-tier powerhouses are terrifying, but those who disregard their lives are even more so. After Kaido was plunged into the depths of the ocean, Saint Satan was the first to initiate the pentagram formation to escape. There is no need to continue this fight. If this drags on, even if the Navy arrives, I fear I might lose my life here. It's simply not worth it. With the first deserter, the subsequent events unfolded naturally. As Green Goo and Shamrock fled in succession, Somas remained a step behind. It was quite reasonable for the frontliners, who lagged behind, to be mercilessly targeted. Crack! Uchiha Kong cracked his wrist, wiping the blood from his forehead. Such a spectacle could not allow me to return empty-handed. Buzzing. Gradually, the naval ships led by Aokiji arrived at the scene. Witnessing this sight, the vice admirals fell into a profound silence. Uchiha Kong, you are dragging Sakazuki into the abyss, sighed Vice Admiral Crane with a complex expression. Uchiha Kong tucked his blood-stained black hair behind his head and chuckled. Old lady, your methods are outdated. Wouldn't it be better for you to retire obediently? Aokiji showed no intention of commanding his men to fight, gazing deeply at Uchiha Kong. Kong, what is your justice? Thud. Somas's corpse arched through the air, landing at the bow of the warship. This is not a garbage collection. Return this body for me. And convey a message. If I catch another one who escapes the pigsty, they shall not meet a simple demise. Watching Uchiha Kong turn and stride across the sea, Aokiji could not help but ask again, answer me. What is your justice? Uchiha Kong turned back suddenly, offering a faint smile. I am justice. Chapter 137, The Divine Radiance of Tianjin. Susanoo 99. The emerald green chest plate opened, unleashing a torrential downpour of chakra arrows that shook the entire arena. Even Ace, engaged in battle with Jean, displayed a look of terror, pulling Yamato away from the fray, intending to regroup with his allies first. What is that? Ace, are you afraid? Yamato inquired, somewhat bewildered. Ace clenched his teeth, his voice trembling. That is Susanoo, the divine technique that killed Pops and the Yonko Shanks. What? Yamato, who had spent countless nights talking with Ace, knew that aside from his brother, Pops was the one most frequently mentioned. He was a pirate emperor, rivaling the pirate king, even surpassing the likes of Kaido. Immediately, Yamato felt a wave of compassion. She understood the significance of Whitebeard in Ace's heart. He must be in immense pain right now. If Jin's technique bore some resemblance, then the emergence of Susanoo was undeniable proof. Without a doubt, Wano country was the birthplace of that clan. Why hadn't I noticed it when I came before? Was it because they deemed me unworthy of their attack? Perhaps the haughty gaze that one could feel just by looking was the reason. Uchiha Jin chose not to pursue Ace, making the same choice as him to cease hostilities and join his comrades. The war on the top made the world aware of the weight of the Uchiha name. With such a presence resembling that person, Jin's first thought was to escape Wano with his main crew and wait for Kaido to return. Boom, 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 boom. After countless explosions, everyone gazed at the shattered ground and their own wounds, their thoughts momentarily suspended. How shall I put it? It is indeed formidable. There was no time to evade, and the pain of being struck is quite real. However, Compared to my expectations of a fatal blow, is this truly Susanoo? Quinn was most fearful just now, elevating his defenses to the utmost level while contemplating the shallow wound upon his chest. Did Shanks truly perish under such an attack? Am I not, then, stronger than the four emperors? Merely a greeting, yet why such an exaggerated reaction? Ji Shui recalled hearing the new Navy's detailed accounts of the Marineford War, aware that Uchiha Sora had displayed remarkable prowess in that battle. Yet, considering that people in this world tend to embellish their tales, he had assumed that the so-called unrivaled might and claims of being the strongest were mere exaggerations. Doflamingo approached his side and whispered, "They fear Lord Sora." Without witnessing that battle firsthand, even you would find it difficult to comprehend the shadow he cast in the hearts of the maritime champions. Is that so? That guy has already distanced himself from me. It seems I must exert myself further. Ji Shui smiled gently, voluntarily dispelling Susanoo. The previous area attack had served as a means to gather intelligence. He had observed the defensive capabilities and instinctual reactions of everyone present, formulating a detailed plan for engagement in his mind. I shall select the appropriate opponents for them. You are to act as a vanguard, refraining from striking until they are in a truly dire situation. Doflamingo nodded, responding softly, "It appears that Mr. Ji Shui is not one to express his gentle nature openly." Ji Shui shook his head and replied softly, "There must be a stern elder to guide them." Due to his past experiences, Sora finds it difficult to witness any danger befalling children. However, these few are exceptional, bearing immense potential that must be awakened through peril. Such matters, I alone must undertake. Childhood experiences, you say? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's perception of Uchiha Sora became clearer. That seemingly ruthless killer was, in fact, the more conservative one. Doflamingo recalled the scene when Uchiha Sora led the assault on Dressrosa. It seemed that when he had pleaded for Sora to spare his family, that individual's gaze had shifted subtly upon seeing Sugar, reluctant to witness a child in danger. Uchiha Ji Shui claimed that this man was gentle. Could it truly be no jest? Such words must never reach Uchiha Sora's ears. Sugar merely appeared youthful, yet she was over 20. "My lord of the Uchiha clan, what brings you to Wano?" Jean composed his thoughts and spoke solemnly. The good news was that this individual was not as fearsome as anticipated. The bad news was that a member of the Uchiha clan had appeared in Wano. Did that person have their sights set on this place? As for the remnants of the Whitebeard crew, Jean could hardly be bothered to inquire. If they did not depart, combat would ensue. Yet, when faced with Ji Shui, despite being struck first, he still possessed the patience to negotiate. Ji Shui surveyed the crowd and stated calmly, "I am a vice admiral of the new navy. And do I need a reason to come to a place where pirates congregate? Once one becomes a pirate, they should obediently flee upon encountering the navy at sea. Do not expect to live a peaceful life." With a swift motion of his hand, Ji Shui signaled, and the navy formed an orderly line, their weapons aimed at all the pirates present. The navy dares not enter the territory of the four emperors, but we, the new navy, are undeterred. They shun battles they fear, yet we shall confront them. Fire. Those damned rascals are far too arrogant. Jean, are you not allied with the Uchiha? Do you still wish to employ a feigned retreat to ambush us? Marco, after years of absence, you have grown rather foolish. Shizuka has only just arrived in this world of oceans, and in terms of physical prowess, he pales in comparison to these monsters. However, when it comes to the intricacies of ability, we are not on the same level. In his assessment, only Jean could potentially eliminate Sasuke and Naruto before Doflamingo could react. Next is Marco, yet his abilities lean more towards defense and healing, lacking the lethality of Jean. Furthermore, he has already distanced himself from the battle with Yamato and Ace. Yamato is bound by chains that will explode upon leaving Onigashima, while Ace's goal is to rescue Yamato. And now they must find a way to deal with the explosive chains. The eternally unchanged Great Fireball technique was effortlessly swatted aside by Jean, as Shizuka activated his Susanoo to confront him. He does not indulge in idle chatter while using Susanoo. It is employed solely when necessary, merely terrifying in appearance. Your Susanoo cannot be compared to that of Jean in terms of offensive or defensive capabilities. Unaffected by Jin's words, Shizuka calmly replied, "I long ago ceased to compare myself to him. His is not even a conventional Sharingan, and compared to ordinary Uchihas, he is truly an anomaly." A Sharingan? Indeed. The world-renowned Jinjutsu of the Uchiha manifests in such a manner. In the instant of eye contact, the world within Jin's gaze transforms. The sky, pitch black. is adorned with a deep crimson moon, encircled by shuriken with 4 blades. Amidst the radiant light of the celestial being, Shizuka stands before the round moon. Golden and crimson light pouring down like a torrential rain upon Jin's spiritual form. In this realm of illusion, the concepts of time and space cease to exist. The light will not relent until your spirit is reduced to ashes. Chapter 138. New Navy Beast Pirates. The Art of Feigned Sleep. The sand and stones beneath seem to be drawn by some unseen force, swirling rapidly around Gaara's body, forming a colossal sand sphere that enveloped him entirely. Accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy, the sand sphere continuously expanded and morphed. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the violet-hued Shikaku materialized, stirring a fierce wind and sandstorm. An awe-inspiring sight. Is this the guardian-tailed beast residing within Gaara? Naruto and Sasuke stood atop Shikaku's head, expressing their astonishment. Shikaku's tiny eyes gazed upward. And besides these 2 youngsters, there was also an adult Uchiha, along with Shizuka not far away. There is no opportunity here. Guardian-tailed beast, if you truly believe that, why do you always prepare for battle when I am released? The Uchiha with narrow, elongated eyes activated his Sharingan. Clad in a deep blue long robe and draped in the cloak of a new Navy officer. One Tail, the Sand Guardian, is a protector left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths, residing within Gaara. Naruto, you too possess such an entity within you, known as Kurama, colloquially referred to as the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails has endured a millennium of warfare, hatred, and betrayal within the ninja world, becoming an embodiment of animosity. Konoha trembles before its cataclysmic might, having long utilized the Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan to seal it away. You are aware, are you not, that the previous Jinchuriki was your mother? Naruto's expression darkened. Aunt Mikoto has spoken to me about it. Hinata placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, continuing. Your father believed you could reconcile with the Nine Tails and harness the power to transform the ninja world. We share that belief. Your father was an extraordinary Hokage. Is it really wise to deceive this young boy with such talk of reconciliation? Shikaku sneered. Humans regard us merely as weapons, as harbingers of calamity. They fear our power, yet seek to exploit us. As descendants of the Elder, you indeed grasp some truths, but this is not a millennia past, filled with malevolent intent. You lot possess no meaning of protection whatsoever. Hatred has already taken root. There is no possibility of its eradication. Hinata disregarded Shikaku. Shifting his gaze to Sasuke, relying solely on Naruto to achieve such a feat is a daunting task. Sasuke, you are esteemed among the clan by Lord Kuro. The power of the Nine Tails is immense. Your assistance is essential. The Sharingan serves as the chain to subdue tailed beasts, and their union represents the ultimate power. Sasuke, initially disheartened by his inability to protect the tailed beast, regained his composure. Indeed, even if they possess such formidable guardian creatures, I am an Uchiha. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is a power that transcends all. Finally, Hinata addressed Shikaku. We wish to treat the tailed beasts kindly, and Lord Kuro possesses the right to freedom of action. If you desire the same, please cooperate with us. Shikaku scoffed contemptuously. That disgraceful wildcat. Dream on if you think I would be like her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn those ugly creatures. Let me unleash my frustration upon you. With that, a swift barrage of destructive energy erupted toward the beast pirates. Queen and Jack charged through the wind-blown projectiles toward Shikaku. One thought, I can withstand even the attacks of Susanoo. What can this beast do to me? The other, Jack, had no such reservations. As long as he identified the enemy, he would charge forward without hesitation. Shikaku's strength was formidable, yet the host, Gaara, was too young, and his chakra output was limited. Soon, he was overwhelmed by the 2 prominent figures of the beast pirates. Queen grew increasingly confident. Recognizing that this beast type resembled the one summoned by Uchiha Sora during the war at the peak, albeit smaller in size, likely a juvenile form. This creature might be a rare beast nurtured by the Uchiha clan, or perhaps a product of the companion beast technique. Jack, be careful not to kill it. Such a rare beast holds significant research value. It may even fulfill Kaido's grand ambition of an army of Zoan-type users. Oh, I understand. Jack showed no intention of holding back. You fools. Are you underestimating Lord Shikaku? A black and purple-tailed beast ball shot forth, and Queen confidently met it head-on. Bang! After a violent explosion, Quinn struggled to rise from the rubble. Jack, that black one is different. We cannot confront it head-on. Oh, I see, Jack replied, showing no intention of evasion. The massive form of the mammoth surged forward, colliding with the second-tailed beast's jewel. Boom. The enormous body was sent flying. Fool. Now you realize my prowess. Shikaku was preparing for another strike, while Gaara above him grimaced in pain, burns appearing on his skin, indicating signs of awakening. Damn it. This brat is too weak. He can't even allow me a moment of unrestrained delight. Shikaku could only focus on managing the output of chakra, not out of fear of punishment, for tailed beasts fear not even death, as they would merely be reborn, akin to a brief slumber. However, the Uchiha clan had now acquired technology transcending worlds. He was uncertain whether dying here would prevent his rebirth in the ninja realm. He also feared being exiled to an alternate space by the Uchiha clan, a fate far worse than mere sealing. Crack. The illusionary world shattered like a mirror. Jin removed his helmet, his white hair drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Shirzue covered his eyes, offering a wry smile. This is dire. If only my ocular power were stronger. Perhaps I could vanquish you. There were no ifs. Jin's eyes reflected profound trepidation, and he promptly shut them tightly, unwilling to meet that gaze again. I figured it out. As long as I don't make eye contact with you, I won't succumb to that ability. Uchiha K was not an illusionist. The impression left by the Fourth Great Ninja War was one of sheer destructive power, rather than the deceptive manipulation of hearts through the Sharingan. Heaven knows how arduous it was for Jin to extricate himself from that bizarre technique. He could sense his very soul had sustained grievous damage. It felt as though a part of his soul had been forcibly torn away by a powerful force. If Jin were to share his experience, perhaps after today, the inability to gaze into the Sharingan would become common knowledge across the seas. Soaring upward, Jin was certain that Shirzue's strength was beneath his own. Yet it was too peculiar. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Of course, killing was not an option. He would have to capture him and negotiate with that individual. However, as he moved closer to Shirzue, his actions became distorted and bizarre, with his released attack unexpectedly targeting the members of the Beast Pirates. Tianjin Shin reversed. The ocular technique radiating from Shirzue's center caused everything the opponent perceived to undergo inversion, altering even their sense of sound and temperature. Shirzue's figure glided alongside Jin, as if controlling a puppet, compelling him to unleash a massacre upon the Beast Pirates. Jin, what are you doing? No. Boss, don't you recognize me? The cries and screams did not halt Jin. In his perception, he was currently overpowering Shirzue. Shirzue attempted to unleash a few ninjutsu upon him, but the effects were nearly negligible, prompting a helpless shake of his head. Among equally matched adversaries, those on this side were indeed easier to control. Yet Jin's output meant that even if he managed to hold them down, he could not inflict any damage. The use of armament haki was nearly instinctual in response to attacks. Jin could not break through it. Prolonged combat would inevitably lead to defeat. Shirzue's gaze shifted toward Shikaku's direction. Sasuke and Naruto were utterly incapable of engaging in battle, clutching the body of Shikaku as it swayed violently in the wind. I have arranged for that individual specifically for you. I hope you can discern what must be done. Chapter 139, a decade and a half later. Headquarters. Uchiha Sora gazed at the three young boys before him, lost in contemplation. Have I overlooked some crucial plot? Did you travel from the future via a time machine? They appeared strikingly similar. Sasuke, Naruto, Gaara, and Uchiha Sora, all reminiscent of their initial appearances, nearly indistinguishable. To put it more plainly, they all seemed to be around 13 or 14 years of age. Naruto's silly grin melded seamlessly with his memories, and he sheepishly scratched his head. Well, teacher, this matter is rather complicated. First, please step aside. Shirzue, you take the lead. Uchiha Sora pushed Naruto aside, knowing full well that with his expressive capabilities, he would struggle to articulate the situation clearly. Shirzue looked somewhat disheveled, his upper body wrapped in bandages, with a menacing scar etched across his brow. We encountered remnants of the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates in the Land of Water. Uchiha Sora's expression turned icy. Who dares to inflict such injuries upon you? The chill in his voice sent shivers down the spines of the guards stationed outside. It was I who instigated the confrontation and eliminated quite a number of them. Well then, as long as you didn't come away empty-handed. Shirzue recounted the events of that day, striving for brevity. The target of the Whitebeard remnants was a white-haired woman with red horns. We withdrew after rescuing her. Yamato, was it? A wise choice. I wish for Naruto to master the ability to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails, just as Gaara does. Uchiha Sora's expression shifted as he pondered this revelation, his voice turning grave. So, you have located the wielder of the fruit of familiarity and compelled her to bear them? That is an irreversible growth. Have you considered whether their minds can withstand it? Are you a fool? Shursui understood that when Uchiha Sora likened someone to a fool, it was a harsh insult, rivaled only by comparisons to Danzo. Behind him stood Fugaku and the third Hokage. It had been since the day they left Konoha that Shursui had rarely heard Sora use Fugaku as a derogatory term. A mere decade. Just in time for a rapid growth phase, at least physically. To forestall Uchiha Sora's wrath, Shursui quickly added, Sora, the children of the ninja world are different. The mental maturity of teenagers here does not compare to that of Sasuke and his peers. You should feel this most acutely. Uchiha Sora lowered his gaze, gently shaking his head. There is no need for such premature advancement. It's all right, teacher, Sasuke interjected. He pointed to the spinning Tomo in his Sharingan, a smile breaking through his normally stoic demeanor. I have awakened a Sharingan. I can be of some assistance. Teacher, we merely wish to help you as swiftly as possible. Gaara murmured, resembling a child who had erred. In truth, we are aware of your burdens. You have shouldered everyone's expectations alone. Who informed you of my struggles? The platform and the Sharingan are akin to two magical wishing machines. When faced with defeat, one can cheat fate, doubling the joy. It's exhilarating beyond measure. The thought of that round-faced little Sasuke, never to return, is irksome for Uchiha Keiku, who ponders that in a few years, he will become the renowned pillar of clear skies. Just half a month ago, the trio of adorable young ones were still innocent, but after a single outing, they have lost their charm. He casually tousles Gaara's hair, only to find the texture lacking. Glancing at Naruto, who shrinks into the corner at a mere remark, Uchiha Kei shakes his head in resignation. Upon returning, they must undertake 2 years of cultural studies. Aside from eating and sleeping, all must be devoted to learning. No more fighting is permitted. What about the bathroom? Naruto timidly inquires. The vein on Uchiha Kei's forehead throbs. Such matters need not be emphasized, especially for you. Your studies will be doubled. Oh, please, continue. Half a month ago, in Wano country, following the retreat of the Firebird pirates, Shursui's group continued to engage in battle with the beast pirates for the better part of a day. With his blue health bar nearly depleted, Shursui led his men in a tactical retreat, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the beast pirates. Realizing that he had inadvertently slain several subordinates in a state of perceptual disarray, Jin fell into a raging fury. In a game of cat and mouse, they fought all the way to the flower capital. There, they encountered Orochimaru, who had kidnapped the general of Wano, Korizumi Orochi, and was being pursued by the Anawabanshu. Shursukun, what a coincidence, you two are being chased, Orochimaru remarked, unfazed by the pursuit behind him. If he had wished to escape, he would have done so long ago. He was merely gathering intelligence on the combat styles of the world's ability users. This rekindled his resolve, previously wounded by Akainu's assault. After all, monsters like Akainu are rare. Aside from the strongest, it is relatively simple to combat this group using ninjutsu. He had prepared dozens of storage scrolls filled with seawater from this world. As long as one is an ability user, a splash of seawater followed by a swift strike would ensure a bountiful harvest, with exceptions for those who excel in hockey. To this end, he had developed a batch of small kunai crafted from sea prism stone. Why create handcuffs that serve as inhibitors for ability users? Orochimaru found their reasoning utterly incomprehensible. By embedding a kunai made of sea prism stone 3 inches below the nape of the neck, it could both restrict movement and nullify abilities. This method not only offers superior control compared to sea prism handcuffs, but also conserves materials. Mr. Buggy contributed significantly to the gathering of experimental data. Orochimaru, why are you here? Orochimaru smiled faintly. I possess the freedom to act. I am not obliged to explain myself to you. It seems your pursuers are rather troublesome. Do you require assistance? No need. I await a particular event. Orochimaru noticed a few young ones in peril. While he had not seen Naruto before, a blonde child mingling with the Uchiha clan quickly led him to deduce that he was akin to Gaara. That hair color even prompted Uchiha Kei to fetch the 4th son from Konoha. Did he not inherit his father's handsome visage? The 9 tails? Orochimaru inquired tentatively. None of your concern. Run separately. The lack of a straightforward response confirmed his suspicions. Orochimaru, having once been a superior to Shursui, possessed a profound understanding of his temperament. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Those few must be the disciples of Lord K. I recall how much he values them. Do you truly believe there will be no repercussions for your reckless actions?" Shirsue's expression darkened. "You too bear the mark of the heavens, and should comprehend the sensation of paying a price for power. The cost that K endures is 1,000-fold greater than ours. No one is more aware than I of the efforts he has expended and the suffering he has borne. We are unworthy of enjoying his protection with a clear conscience. I will not permit anyone, regardless of their affiliation with K, to add to his burdens, not even you, Orochimaru." With a chilling gaze, Shirsue's eyes transformed into the mesmerizing pattern of the four blades kaleidoscope, and he coldly declared, "Should you dare to betray K, I will personally ensure your demise." Chapter 140, Damn Joy Boy. If I were to profess unwavering loyalty to Uchiha K, would you take my word for it? Orochimaru, unfazed by Shirsue's warning, responded with a serene smile. In comparison to K, your capacity for tolerance is significantly lacking. If I truly managed to extricate myself from his influence and retaliate, I am confident he would find great delight in it. He and I share a mutual disdain for stagnation, Shirsue. If you cannot forge your own path, your talents will only carry you this far. Those destined to traverse the boundless realms alongside him shall not be you. In light of their past camaraderie and the reluctant acknowledgement of their current partnership, Orochimaru left behind several scrolls and 1,000 sea stone blades before making his escape. One must learn to embrace new concepts. Our strength lies in our ability to amalgamate the powers of various worlds. In the future, I shall be conducting internal sales of my research on devil fruits, so prepare for a transaction of credibility, Shirsuke. The young boy could no longer withstand the strain. Having endured for so long, Gaara, now weakened, was cradled in the arms of Ino as they fled. Boom! The cannonball fired by Quinn struck precisely at his location, sending Gaara hurtling away. Thud, thud, thud. Each step of the colossal Quinn reverberated through the earth, menacingly advancing toward Gaara. Gaara. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, his previously dark gaze now swirling with an ominous crimson. It was as though a spark had ignited amidst the dark night, rippling through layers of scarlet, only to halt abruptly as the first Tomo began to manifest. His body instinctively resisted the awakening of the Sharingan. In his current state, he could not bear such power. Bang! Sasuke's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering stones that tore into his flesh, blood seeping forth. Veins coursed with crimson, he bit down hard on his lip. Damn it! Why am I so weak? Why can I accomplish nothing? Who will come to save Gaara? Why is no one here to rescue us? Let us go? Even in our weakness, we must strive to protect Gaara and Mr. Ino. Naruto grasped Sasuke's hand, and as their palms touched, a surge of red chakra erupted. Sasuke gazed up at Naruto, whose breaths were heavy, his body trembling uncontrollably. The fierce aura of the Nine-Tails chakra burned like molten lava against Naruto's skin. The esteemed Nine-Tails, would you lend me a fragment of your strength? Surely, you yearn to rescue your comrades as well. Naruto gritted his teeth, mustering a faint smile. I cannot give up. I must act swiftly. Yes, body, relinquish any thoughts of surrender. You scoundrel, come forth, Sharingan. The crimson glow of the Sharingan illuminated the tense visage of the child. The world before him seemed cloaked in a shroud of blood, as dust particles in the air appeared to be slowed in time. Veins writhed beneath his pale skin like worms, as Sasuke strained repeatedly, fighting against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a rotund figure stood before them. Anin, step aside. At that moment, Anin appeared transformed. 3 tomos swirled in her eyes. There are circumstances where no one can assist you. To prevent tragedy, one can rely solely on oneself. I shall grant you the power to save your comrades, but the price you must pay is a decade of your lives. I trust you comprehend the cost of this advance. Such a tone is reminiscent of Shirsue. You are the ones anticipated by the void. Sasuke, you possess the potential to surpass me. I have an ominous premonition, forgive me. To our clan, and to me, you are the most vital one. No sacrifice is too great if it offers even a modicum of assistance to you. The profound love of the Uchiha manifests as a seemingly twisted obsession to outsiders. An unsettling aura permeated the atmosphere as dark red chakra tore through the pale snow of Ghost Island like flames. Boom! A robust chakra tail flung Gaara's queen away, her massive body crashing into the rocky terrain. 2 youths stood before Gaara, enveloped in crimson chakra. The fox claws, formed from the concentrated Nine-Tails chakra, pressed against the earth, dispersing the lingering smoke amidst a howling wind. The scarlet-slitted pupils reflected the astonished faces of their adversaries. This is the strength I wield to protect my companions. Naruto clenched his fist and shouted with fervor. Anyone who dares to harm my comrades should be prepared to face certain death. The youthful countenance of the boy radiated an astonishing brilliance. Clang! Sasuke's original blade, now gripped in his hand, felt like a dagger. The two-tomo whirled within his eyes, unleashing a flicker of black lightning. An invisible force erupted from the two, akin to a surging tsunami, radiating outward. This momentum carried with it a potent spiritual shock, piercing the consciousness of everyone present like sharp blades. Those with wavering resolve collapsed to the ground. In the shadows, Doflamingo grinned, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This is Conqueror's Haki. How peculiar that it manifests as a combination from the two. How could such a phenomenon occur? Anin placed her hand upon Gaara, activating her ability. Rapid growth also signifies accelerated cell division and healing. In his mind, a frail woman's face appeared, her outstretched hand radiating warmth, strange yet familiar. A solitary tear slipped from Gaara's eye. There is no need for reminders. That is Mother. The scattered sands once again coalesce, transforming into a pair of great hands, cradling Gaara in their palm. Let the second battle commence. The chaotic skirmishes have thrown Wano country into disarray, engulfing it in flames of conflict. This state of turmoil persisted until Shirzue sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura approaching Wano. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately unleashed the Seawater Scroll of Orochimaru, leading everyone to flee. As the battered Kaido ascended Wano with his bare hands, he beheld the ravaged Onigashima. Haha, Jinx. It seems you are in trouble. Kaido, it's Uchiha. I see. Kaido turned to gaze at the warship of Shirzue and the others, a grin spreading across his face. After such a tumultuous battle, I have no desire to seek trouble with a few small fry. It's akin to having feasted on a rare delicacy, rendering ordinary food utterly unappealing. Jinx discerned a shift in Kaido's demeanor, not merely in the external scars, but something deeper. Kaido approached Jinx, placing a hand on his shoulder as they walked toward his abode. Jinx, I am not Joy Boy. The one who defeats me is not Joy Boy. Kaido gazed at the shattered Onigashima, yet a carefree smile, long absent, graced his lips. Roar. To hell with Joy Boy. For I am Kaido. Jinx, I shall never lose again. I am the one who can change the world. Chapter 141. The Birth of the Invincible King. In the holy land of Mariewa on the Red Line, amidst the power dynamics, Aokiji and Sengoku arrived to discuss the succession of the fleet admiral, bearing the coffin of Saint Somas. Regarding the words of Uchiha Sora, they certainly would not relay them verbatim, opting instead to convey them to the Gorosei in a more diplomatic manner, striving to minimize the descent of the celestial dragons. After all, the Navy's capabilities are limited. Unable to safeguard all celestial dragons, should a calamity arise, do not blame us for not providing prior warning. The Gorosei harbor a distaste for Aokiji, yet he is the only viable candidate. Kizaru's temperament is ill-suited for the role of fleet admiral, compounded by his ambiguous actions. After Aokiji and Sengoku's departure, a loud thud resounded. Among the Gorosei, the sole member not clad in a suit, the financial war god Saint Izambalonus, donned in flowing white garments, forcefully slammed his blade onto the ground. Who does he think he is? The world government has ruled for 800 years. He is merely an inexplicable brat, utterly oblivious to the truth of the world. How dare he threaten us? It's all because of Borsalino. Had he exerted his full strength, we could have obliterated this fool. Depose Borsalino from his position as admiral. Satan is no fool. He only tolerated Kizaru's half-hearted efforts due to the circumstances at hand, and now seeks to settle the score. Calm yourself, Saint Satan. Let it be. At least Borsalino remains on our side, and forcibly dealing with him poses a greater threat than Uchiha Sora to us. How does one restrain a being with the speed of light? The environment war god, tall and slender with a goatee, Saint Mass, sighed. The situation has escalated to a level beyond our control. The schism within the Navy and the escalating actions of the Revolutionary Army have birthed a formidable entity. I believe it is prudent to seek guidance from our superior. However, that superior has previously stated that they shall awaken at the World Conference in 2 years and forbade us from causing any disturbance before that time. There is no need for notification. It is the esteemed Green Goo and Shamrock who traverse the corridors of power. They cast a glance at the sarcophagus containing Somas. Unsurprisingly, Uchiha K's conqueror's haki possesses the strength capable of obliterating the immortal. Green-gu took a seat, resting his chin on his hand, and remarked, "It is not yet time to disturb our superior. Regardless of what transpires, we must not cause unrest until the appropriate moment arrives." Thus, the world government mobilizes its entire fleet to obliterate the new navy. This cannot be done. Our strength is meant to maintain the balance of the seas. While we could indeed eradicate the new navy by rallying our forces, the subsequent loss of power would render the world government incapable of maintaining its hegemony. What of the affiliated nations, pirates, revolutionary armies, and those beneath the sea? We must endure, waiting 2 years until our superior awakens. For that beacon of hope can extinguish at any moment. Uchiha K is not Joy Boy. He is not the prophesied one. The pinnacle he can achieve is merely on par with rocks. No, Green-gu replied darkly. Uchiha K is 100 times more perilous than rocks. Although I too oppose a full military strike, we must devise a response. We cannot allow him to grow unchecked. What shall our response be? I propose invoking Vegapunk and relocating the research site. It has become evident that Borsellino is untrustworthy. He must not be allowed access to Vegapunk. Undoubtedly, Uchiha K is the true embodiment of the world's strongest, surpassing even Whitebeard, a legendary force above the pinnacle of strength. Apart from our superior, there is no one who can contend with him on a personal level. We require the power of science. I concur. I shall act alongside you to ensure Vegapunk refrains from any underhanded maneuvers. Satan, the scientific defense deity, possesses a certain confidence in his research capabilities. Then let us bring Vegapunk directly to Mariehua. Using the Holy Land for scientific experimentation may not be ideal. At this juncture, we can no longer afford to be overly cautious. Ultimately, the legal martial deity, Topman Vachali, who has long occupied the position of Elder Star, reached a conclusion. We shall continue our espionage activities against the new navy, as it is easier to arrange personnel during their world conscription period. We must treat them as our primary adversary, surpassing even the revolutionary army. Summon back the celestial dragons still on the lower realms, apart from the Knights of God and ourselves. The celestial dragons are prohibited from descending to the lower world. Anyone who defies this order shall face the personal wrath of Green-gu. Is it truly necessary for us to go to such lengths because of that individual? Indeed, he is that type of person. Simultaneously, we shall formally place a bounty on Sakazuki. Even though Akainu has formed the new navy, it is evident that he has betrayed the navy, and the world government has yet to place a bounty on him. The bounty on Uchiha K is due to his actions of killing a celestial dragon and publicly insulting them, not merely because he joined the new navy. This time, the forces that Akainu attempted to dissuade have truly become adversaries of the world government. In the aftermath of the war on the summit, the world was soon shaken by another monumental battle. While the populace was aware of this grand conflict, the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Even the renowned news magnate Morgans failed to report timely on the events. Despite his willingness to risk his life for exclusive footage, his attempts yielded only distant glimpses of 2 colossal dragons clashing amidst the clouds, after which he could not approach the battlefield. Though he often exaggerated facts or even fabricated news for sensationalism, he hesitated to report uncertain information about such a significant story, fearing it would tarnish his profession. After several days of investigation and consultations, along with reports from his informants embedded within the Navy, Morgans concluded that even his tendency to embellish could not conjure the unbelievable details of this battle. Alarmingly, even informants from Wano confirmed that reporting this incident would inevitably provoke retribution from the world government. Without a second thought, Morgans instructed his subordinates to relocate their headquarters to evade impending reprisals before disseminating the news. Undoubtedly the world's strongest, the man who tramples the world government beneath his feet. On June 13th, 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the Stykarl Sea of the New World, the new Marine Admiral Uchiha Sora executed the celestial dragons Charlos and Rosward, prompting the direct involvement of the 5 elders and several members of a mysterious force, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to the former Emperor Shanks. Based on intelligence from the Battle of Marineford, this publication speculates that he may belong to the celestial dragon family associated with Shanks. Half an hour into the conflict, the Beast Kaido and Admiral Kizaru engaged in battle. After half a day, the specifics remained unverified, leading to the following conclusions. the five elders and the mysterious troops retreated, with one member of the latter perishing. Kaido was defeated and returned to Wano 3 days prior to the publication date. Eyewitnesses reported that Kaido sustained severe injuries, inciting a subsequent onslaught of pirates against Wano. However, the pirates were utterly vanquished, and Wano remained under Kaido's dominion. The former Marine Headquarters Admiral, now Fleet Admiral Akiji, alongside Admiral Kazuru, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and candidate Admiral Momonosuke, were intimidated by his might and refrained from engaging in battle. The five elders summoned the celestial dragons from around the world, commanding them not to leave the holy land of Mariehua. With a single individual's strength, the world government, which had dominated the seas for 800 years, was forced into retreat. To date, he remains undefeated, with each action resulting in the demise of a celestial dragon. Is he a heinous criminal? No, let us celebrate him, the absolute monarch of the seas, the invincible harbinger of justice, thus born. Chapter 142. Maintain reverence. A year and a half has passed. The seas entered a brief period of tranquility. Yet pirates from the four seas continued to breach the Grand Line into the New World. However, the new naval front established by the headquarters acted like a guillotine, ruthlessly executing pirates. The new navy did not establish prisons, opting instead for an extermination strategy against pirates. Of course, in the realm of reality, nothing is absolute. Some pirates managed to breach this defense, entering the New World from the four seas. During this time, several significant events transpired, with the most devastating blow to the navy coming from the former highest combatant of the world government, the Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Upon learning that the pirate responsible for the demise of numerous students had joined the 7 warlords of the sea, a profound disappointment in the navy ensued, prompting a shift to the new navy. At that time, he served as the chief instructor at the new navy headquarters, tasked with training new recruits. It was not only Zephyr who was swayed by his actions. Many indecisive navy personnel also chose to align themselves with this new force. Ideology took a back seat to the allure of a salary that was double that of the traditional navy. 17 nations, including prosperous realms such as Guren Taizolo and Dressrosa, have opted to join the new navy. Free from the oppressive grasp of the celestial dragons, and under a streamlined military model, the new navy exhibited remarkable decision-making and execution capabilities. This quasi-military governance structure left little room for corruption to flourish, with stringent assessments and review systems ensuring that merit and strength dictated status. While this model boasts certain advantages, it is not without its drawbacks. The absence of democratic rights and the concentration of power in the hands of a few at the top of the new navy could lead to economic disparities and power struggles if placed in a world devoid of extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, there are no signs of such issues emerging. The economy, overseen by the chief financial officer Taizolo and operating independently from the military, has seen a downturn in Golden City's commerce. Following its alignment with the new navy, the city has ceased to cater to pirates, imposing rigorous financial scrutiny on noble transactions, and the celestial dragons are even more untouchable. The previous experiences of Charlos and others have made even the most foolish of celestial dragons aware of the need to cherish their lives and avoid the lower realms. Currently, the expenditures of the new navy rely heavily on Taizolo's past accumulations, with contributions from member nations being negligible, leading to a precarious situation. However, Taizolo remains unperturbed, confident that before the existing reserves of berries are depleted, a certain individual will undoubtedly overthrow the world government. At that juncture, he could simply print more currency. Regarding the new navy, 2 candidates for the rank of admiral were introduced following a global conscription. The first, codenamed Green Bull, hails from the South Blue and possesses the ability of the forest fruit, embodying a relentless justice that mirrors Akainu's unwavering spirit, showing no mercy to adversaries. Initially, he held the world government and the celestial dragons in high regard, believing in the inherent nobility of the latter's dominion over the world. However, witnessing the brutal execution of 2 celestial dragons by fire shifted his perspective. Observing the celestial dragon's fear of Uchiha Sora's presence further revealed that the world government was not as formidable as he once perceived, leading him to commit to the new navy. The other candidate, codenamed Fujitora, originated from the Grand Line and wields the powers of the gravity fruit, enabling him to manipulate gravitational strength and direction, even capable of drawing meteors from space using his haki. This ability is of a catastrophic caliber, rivaling the might of the Tremor fruit. Unlike Green Bull's focus on pirates, Fujitora prioritizes the new Navy's actions towards its member states. Low taxation and absolute security epitomize his vision of an ideal military. After joining, he primarily oversees the security of the 17 nations and is often seen gambling in Dressrosa and Golden City. According to Akainu's assessment, both individuals possess combat capabilities on par with that of a Marine Admiral. However, upon encountering Uchiha Sora, they voluntarily declined the position of Admiral. While they may qualify as admirals, they still fall considerably short when compared to that man. As of now, the new Marines comprise only one fleet admiral and one admiral. The two are not regarded as superior or subordinate. Rather, they are perceived as equals by the Marines. The orders of an admiral hold the same weight as those of the fleet admiral, a notion acknowledged by Akainu himself. Notably, Uchiha Sora's bounty has stagnated at 5.67 billion, indicating the world government's reluctance to increase it. In contrast, Akainu's bounty has steadily risen in recent years, escalating from an initial 4.62 billion to its current 5.04 billion, positioning him as the second highest on the bounty list. Amidst the burgeoning strength of the new Marines, pirates are not inclined to remain idle. The Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, two formidable Yonko-level crews, have officially allied. This level of power is unmatched by any pirate crew, save for the briefly united Rocks Pirates. Following the deaths of Whitebeard and Red-Haired Shanks, their vacated positions have ignited a fierce competition among pirates. The territory once held by the Whitebeard Pirates has been partially reclaimed by the Firebird Pirates. The son of the Pirate King, Fire Fist Ace, now leads the Firebird Pirates, with his bounty soaring to 2.53 billion berries. His trusted aide, Yamato the Demon Princess, has a bounty of 1.94 billion berries, while Marco's bounty has reached 1.79 billion berries. The red-haired pirates continue under the same name, with Beckman serving as acting captain. This crew, composed of the elite among elites, boasts exceptionally high bounties, and Beckman himself possesses a bounty exceeding 3 billion berries. Fueled by animosity, they frequently launch surprise attacks on new Marine branches, striking swiftly before retreating. In addition to the bounties issued by the world government, the new Marines have also placed a bounty on them. When all is accounted for, Beckman's total bounty has surpassed that of the former Pirate King. It is only due to the new Marines Treasury Department's desire to maintain Sora's position as the foremost that Beckman has not been awarded a bounty exceeding 2.6 billion. Both crews, lacking decisive strength, have not been recognized as new Yonko crews, but rather as entities approaching that level. Among the silver medal contenders are some who escaped during the Summit War when Impelled Down was breached, allowing countless notorious pirates to flee. Douglas Bullet, known as the Devil's Heir and a former member of the Roger Pirates, possesses extraordinary strength, establishing his own crew and stirring chaos in the New World. The Red Count and the World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo, alongside many other notorious pirates who once resided on the 6th level of Impelled Down, managed to escape due to that war. Consequently, while the number of pirates may have diminished, their overall strength has significantly increased. Furthermore, there exists a burgeoning force that neither aligns with the world government nor identifies as pirates. They espouse the ideology of becoming connectors and transporters between the various islands of the sea, essentially functioning as a maritime shipping company known as the Bayan Guild. This organization possesses navigation techniques for the windless zones that even the Navy has yet to master, allowing them to traverse these areas freely and facilitate trade between the Four Seas and the New World. They appear to have some collaboration with Wano country and are equipped with a substantial arsenal of sea-stone weaponry. As the president, Buggy's identity has been unveiled. Once a member of the Pirate King's crew and a close friend of the red-haired Shanks, he is a formidable individual who escaped unscathed from the clutches of the invincible Whitebeard during the Marineford War. Stricken and pursued by both the Navy and the New Navy, Rayleigh has taken refuge in the Buggy Union, which has consequently ceased the new Navy's relentless hunt for him. Rumor has it that even the former warlord Crocodile is negotiating an agreement to join the Buggy Union. This revelation has only intensified the world's reverence for the enigmatic Buggy. Some even speculate that should Buggy raise his arm and declare himself a pirate, he would instantly ascend to the throne of the Four Emperors. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Buggy Union, the esteemed President Buggy nervously rubbed his hands together and bowed to Orochimaru, who sat before him, inquiring, "Lord Orochimaru, what urgent matter has compelled you to summon me?" At this time, An ethereal serpent-like silhouette flickered around Orochimaru, whose aura had undeniably strengthened over the past year and a half. Opposite him sat Rayleigh, with both arms intact, yet bearing an expression of grave concern. Arriving earlier, Rayleigh understood that they were about to meet the formidable individual behind the Buggy Union, someone so powerful that even someone as ruthless as Orochimaru willingly submitted to their influence. Rayleigh's decision to join the Buggy Union stemmed from Orochimaru's offer of assistance in dealing with the new Navy's pursuit and the promise to restore his arm. Alone, Rayleigh harbored no fear of being hunted, even against the new Navy. Only a handful were capable of pursuing him. As long as that person did not intervene, he believed he could evade even Akainu's direct assault. However, upon hearing rumors of the new Navy's intentions against the warlords while on Amazon Lily, he had reached an accord with Orochimaru. Who could this individual be? Perhaps a celestial dragon. Given that the technology to navigate the Calm Belt was originally developed under the world government by Vegapunk, Rayleigh's speculation was not unfounded. Orochimaru offered no response. Instead, closing his eyes in contemplation. The esteemed one has arrived. Remember to maintain reverence and avoid direct eye contact. Chapter 143. The peak era of Hashirama Senju. In the tranquil corridor, the sound of measured footsteps echoed. The presence arrived before its form, an imposing aura preceding it. Were it not for the approaching footsteps, Rayleigh would have doubted the existence of such a being within his advanced perceptual awareness. Buggy, his palm slick with sweat, was acutely aware of Orochimaru's ruthless nature from their previous encounters. Yet even such a person shrouded the identity of the one behind them in secrecy. This individual must be extraordinarily grand, perhaps standing at least 8 meters tall, with 3 heads and 10 spider-like hands, possibly even more terrifying than Kaido. Regardless, I am prepared. No matter how fearsome, I shall not flinch. Buggy endeavored to mentally prepare himself for the impending presence to avoid any display of disrespect. As the light illuminated half of the newcomer's face, both Buggy and Rayleigh's initial thought was how strikingly handsome he appeared. What captured their attention most was the depth of his pure, dark eyes, which drew them into a hypnotic whirlpool upon their first glance. Their subsequent thought was one of urgency. Flee. Escape immediately. This visage is undeniably familiar. He bears countless titles: the Dragon of Annihilation, the Invincible Monarch, the Conqueror of Worlds, the greatest general in history, and the red-eyed demon who penetrates the heart. In the year following that battle, his sole action was the execution of the Red Count Barelik, an infamous pirate who single-handedly rivaled the top pirate crews. The incident was triggered when Barelik encountered a new naval fleet to test the capabilities of the transformed Leaf. He summoned the new naval vice-admiral, Blue Crow Shimizu, and obliterated the fleet. Subsequently, Barelik fled to an island teeming with pirates, seeking the Bat Fruit, a mythical Zoan type, to restore his youth. As pirates departed from or prepared to land on the island, they witnessed an extraordinary scene. The Red Count, dining in a tavern, sensed impending danger. The man, draped in a loose black robe with disheveled hair, as if he had not bathed, hovered above the pirate island. The sea breeze lifted his garments, and his indifferent gaze surveyed the ground below. The Red Count, born with an exceptionally acute observation haki, could effortlessly delve into the memories of others, wielding the power of mind-reading. Yet, upon encountering that individual, he felt utterly exposed before those penetrating eyes. For one skilled in reading minds, the most intolerable experience is to have one's thoughts laid bare. The Red Count recognized the man, known as the strongest in the world. And so what? Merely an ignorant junior who had never witnessed the peak of Roger and Whitebeard. How dare he gaze at me with such disdain? Before he could charge forward, a small orb of dark purple energy was casually cast down by the man. The orb was encircled by a ring of deep crimson light, resembling a minuscule star and its luminous halo. As it descended, it seemed as though the very sea breeze had been stilled. The pirates on the streets gazed upwards, their minds devoid of thoughts beyond the awe-inspiring beauty of the energy sphere. The sound of the explosion exceeded the normal auditory range of humans. The blinding white light rendered even those far from the island sightless. From that moment forth, the island town, a haven for pirates, ceased to exist. An unusual meteorological phenomenon was recorded, resulting in a colossal marine whirlpool. "Why you?" Buggy stammered, his teeth chattering, struggling to articulate 2 words. His limbs flailed, disjointed and chaotic, desperately tugging at his torso. Rayleigh's pupils dilated sharply. The first mate of the Pirate King, aware of the world's truths, felt a tension akin to that of an ordinary person facing a formidable beast, instinctively retreating a step from his seat. Orochimaru, truly, if it weren't for the fact that you haven't fled, I would have already escaped. Is it hard to believe that the Ba'in Guild is your handiwork? Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora casually took his place at the head of the table. His appearance had scarcely changed since more than a year ago. He had looked about 16 or 17 then and remained much the same now. When life reaches a certain threshold, physical changes are dictated not by time, but by the process of evolution. I have not yet fallen so low as to become a puppet master. Orochimaru, how did you communicate with them? Orochimaru lowered his head and softly replied, You certainly wouldn't concern yourself with such trivial matters. They have misinterpreted my words. Uchiha Sora, disinterested in delving deeper, spoke nonchalantly. Since you dared to summon me, it implies that the matter has been resolved, does it not? Orochimaru offered a faint smile. Please, follow me. As they descended through the concealed door of the conference room, the temperature gradually dropped. You truly enjoy situating your workplace underground. Surely, it is unnecessary to go to such lengths to embody a serpentine persona, remarked Sora. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then explained, There are numerous advantages to having the laboratory underground. The isolated environment effectively shields against the influences of surface temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure, ensuring the reliability of experimental data, particularly suitable for long-term observations in genetic engineering. Stop. If I listen any longer, I shall grow weary. Uchiha Sora quickly raised his hand to halt him. Behind them, Rayleigh exchanged glances with his companion. They had encountered Uchiha Sora during the war at the top. In fact, Buggy even had an unscathed record from the battle. To them, Uchiha Sora was a super war fanatic, one who would become irate if not engaged in combat. Orochimaru's vague descriptions had only heightened the enigma surrounding the figure behind the scenes. Now, in a more ordinary interaction, they found him surprisingly normal, quite different from the portrayals and reports. Are you pondering how this individual possesses two faces? Uchiha Sora turned his head and smiled lightly. Isn't it obvious? Who can consistently maintain a single emotion? Even a Buddha has moments of anger. I am no sadistic fiend. Aside from that fool who impersonated Shursui and tarnished the Uchiha name, I haven't taken a life in quite some time. In Uchiha Sora's perspective, relentlessly hunting the weak was an unnecessary endeavor that bore no benefits for personal growth. Unless genuinely provoked, he would only resort to violence to alleviate his frustrations. Such actions would not be deemed meaningless slaughter. At least there was clarity of thought and a sense of satisfaction. When one's loathing reached a point where even killing could not provide relief, it would necessitate a complete and utter annihilation of the past, present, and future. Traversing the dimly lit passage, they arrived at the brightly illuminated center of the laboratory, where a colossal green nutrient chamber housed countless tubes connecting to a man with raven hair. The man lay with his eyes tightly shut. Any resident of Konoha would recognize him instantly. The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, with the assistance of Mr. Araki in their research, and the incorporation of the bloodline factor technology from the sea realm, this body was cultivated using Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru gazed at the form within the nutrient solution, his eyes filled with admiration for the artistry. It is truly the most exquisite vessel. Are you certain you wish to summon Hashirama Senju with this body? It could potentially be the god of shinobi in his prime. Have you ever witnessed Hashirama in his prime? Orochimaru momentarily lost his train of thought and shook his head. I have not. I can only imagine the extent of his overwhelming power. I genuinely hope it is the peak of Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Sora's gaze fell, and he regarded the body with a sense of satisfaction. A sufficiently powerful vessel was required to contain Hashirama Senju and prevent his return to the Pure Land. Why go to such lengths? Even now, I cannot guarantee control over a being of that caliber. Uchiha Sora cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For someone like Uchiha, who values the ceremonial aspects of life, returning to Konoha as a defeated individual was not an option. The battle in which Uchiha Madara fell, I shall reclaim that victory. But is victory truly attainable? The legendary, invincible image of Senju Hashirama, a tale heard since childhood, was deeply ingrained in Orochimaru's mind. Uchiha Sora held a disdain for redundant inquiries. His eyes brightened slightly, and a long-dormant heart began to beat anew. Not just within Konoha, but throughout the shinobi world, in the Pure Land, and even upon the moon, words flowed, delayed, without waiting, sweet dreams. Chapter 144. Returning to our Konoha. Rayleigh could intuitively sense the formidable power contained within that body sustained by nutrient fluids. By his estimation, in terms of physical strength, it might rival that of a young Roger. Whose soul were they intending to house within this body? Speaking of souls, can they truly be summoned back? Had they perhaps reached some form of accord with Lingling? Uchiha Sora glanced at Rayleigh and the others before turning to Orochimaru. Are you intent on letting them know you wish to bring them into the shinobi world? Orochimaru nodded. I have long stated that we could collaborate on revenge against Konoha. However, this cannot be termed cooperation just yet. You should be aware of my intentions. I merely wish to prove that the old man's decision to overlook me was a grave mistake. With a faint smile, Orochimaru continued. I also wish to harness the power here to attempt the conquest of a few dragon caves. In your view, how do I compare with Sage Whitesnake? Sage Whitesnake had not made a significant impression in the original timeline, but deducing from Kabuto's abilities, she was at least above the strength of Sage Mode. Uchiha Sora scrutinized Orochimaru closely with his Sharingan, discerning the 8 serpents of varying colors coiled within that body. He could not help but exclaim, You have truly succeeded in extracting the abilities of the devil fruit. Orochimaru modestly shook his head. It cannot be deemed a complete success. Regrettably, you killed Teach. Had there been a user of the dark fruit, I might have been able to achieve such feats. The devil fruit, as we comprehend it, resembles a hereditary chakra, akin to bloodline limits. Our abilities can be inherited through blood, while this world's power is passed to the next consumer via parasitic fruits. This phenomenon is particularly evident within the Zoan-type devil fruits. I have divided a portion of the soul of the black carbon serpent, extracting this unique power, thereby gaining partial abilities of the snake fruit. To achieve full purification, further time is required. After all, there is but one experimental subject, and it cannot be easily disposed of. It was already known to Uchiha Sora that the Zoan-type devil fruits harbor will, which had spared Orochimaru from numerous missteps. As for the Paramecia and Logia types, how far has your research progressed? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, The Paramecia and Logia types are conceptual abilities that can be replicated through genetic factors. I have combined the research of Caesar and Vinsmoke to create this body through ninjutsu. Regarding your suggestion to have weapons consume Paramecia-type fruits, it lacks a crucial element. What is that? Based on the conjecture regarding the Zoan-type devil fruits, it is evident that all 3 categories of fruits must possess some form of hereditary quality. The Zoan fruits harbor will, while the Paramecia fruits can extract abilities from the blood. The fruits representing the physical realm reside within the soul, and those signifying supernatural powers inhabit the body. Consequently, the Logia type may be anchored in the essence of nature itself. Upon contemplating nature, Uchiha Sora instinctively thought of this concept. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, stating that to validate this hypothesis, it is essential to find an individual who has consumed a Logia fruit and successfully mastered Sage Mode. This could potentially enhance the capabilities of the Logia type significantly. I had inquired with Mr. Aramaki about their capacity, akin to that of Admiral Akainu, to effectuate permanent changes to the environment through elemental manipulation, which might be indicative of the awakening of the Logia type. However, in comparison to the Zoan type's flames and the Paramecia's influence on external objects, such manifestations do not represent a qualitative transformation. I contend that this does not qualify as an awakening. The true awakening of the Logia type may indeed be more terrifying than we anticipate. After all, the starting point of the Logia type is exceedingly high. In a remarkably brief period, Uchiha Sora surmised that Orochimaru's prowess in biological research undoubtedly rivals that of Vegapunk. Moreover, Orochimaru possesses the advantage of the chakra system within the ninja world, providing a deeper perspective afforded by his platform, which is why he has not hastened to seek out Vegapunk. The so-called intellect that leads the world by 800 years is often exaggerated. For instance, Luffy is touted as the strongest being in Judiciary Island over the past 800 years. Such hyperbolic claims, including those of world destroyers and annihilators, lack credibility. At least from Uchiha Sora's viewpoint, in the realms of body and soul research, Orochimaru is capable of all that Vegapunk can achieve, perhaps even surpassing him. This individual has genuinely harnessed his knowledge to accomplish the feat of immortality. As for the matters concerning the Logia type, I find myself more in need of the conceptual amplification of the Paramecia type's powers. What is the crux of your proposition? Orochimaru approached a testing platform. lifting a substantial stack of documents, and remarked, "The ability of weapons to consume Zoan-type fruits, even reaching the stage of awakening, is attributed to the inherent consciousness residing within the Zoan devil fruits, which we may refer to as a soul-like entity. Weapons lack a soul, thus. The act of consuming a devil fruit essentially transforms the weapon into a body and the devil fruit into a soul, fostering mutual dependence. Neither the paramecia type nor the weapons possess a soul, which constitutes the deficiency I alluded to. However, fortuitously, you may possess the capability to rectify this." Uchiha Sora's eyes brightened as he pondered for a moment before speaking. "Are you suggesting that if I can bestow a soul upon the weapon, it could potentially consume a paramecia fruit?" Orochimaru nodded. "There exists that possibility, and I can propose two solutions. The first is to have Charlotte Linlin endow a non-living entity with a soul, as the soul fruit possesses such abilities. However, based on my knowledge, such beings would fall under her control, necessitating a negotiation between you and her. If you can find a way to inscribe that upon her, it should suffice." After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, "The other option." His gaze deepened, seemingly reflecting an idea that crossed his mind. "Lord Sora, does your inscription contain your soul?" Uchiha Sora smiled softly. "You are probing me, Orochimaru." Orochimaru nodded unreservedly, acknowledging the implication. Upon hearing this, the cornered Baki trembled, and even Rayleigh prepared himself for a hasty retreat. Their perception of Uchiha Sora had slightly shifted, yet they did not regard him as a gentle, amiable gentleman. Surely, this would provoke the strongest being in the world. Uchiha Sora remained unperturbed, nodding in affirmation. "That belongs to the higher-tier heavenly seal. Indeed, it contains a fragment of my will." You must have sensed something peculiar about Shirsue's mark to arrive at this conjecture. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, maintaining a facade of calm, though a hint of anxiety churned within him. "If you could apply that seal to non-living entities, I am confident we could endow them with superhuman abilities." Uchiha Sora stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The time fruit had yet to be located, and urgency was not pressing. Meanwhile, time was running short. The foremost issue Uchiha Sora needed to address was the debt concerning the Nine Tails. Pausing the current matters, he prepared Orochimaru. "It is time for us to return to our Konoha." Chapter 145, Gathering in the New World of Wano. In a secluded forest of Kuri, Shisui held a devil fruit shaped like a coiled serpent, exhaling a sigh of relief. "At last, I found it." Suddenly, a fierce beam of flame struck the ground where he stood, erupting into a torrent of heat. Shisui landed atop a sturdy tree branch. Stowing the devil fruit in his small backpack, his gaze fixed ahead. "Aren't you tired of this, Jin?" Beneath his mask, Jin gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Do you really think Wano is your backyard? Such reckless audacity." Shisui tilted his head with a smile. "Is it not? We have the membership documentation granted by the Black Carbon Great Serpent. According to Wano's laws, this indeed becomes our backyard. You ought to be grateful that the new navy tolerates your presence here, parasites. What does that bastard amount to? Kaido is the true king of this country." The Black Carbon Great Serpent, under Orochimaru's control, had signed the membership documentation for the new navy in his capacity as general, serving as the public pretext for the new navy to cease their pursuit of Rayleigh, thus averting conflict with Wano. In truth, the new navy allowed Wano to remain under Kaido's dominion to secure ample supplies of sea stone. Wano is the largest producer of sea stone in the maritime realm. Kaido enslaved pirates to mine the sea stone, previously selling it to the underworld figures like Doflamingo, from whom the world government procured their supplies. Now, it was sold to the Boyne Guild, acquired by the new navy. The new navy cannot engage in direct transactions with pirates, nor can they enslave them for mining. Thus, the role of intermediaries becomes essential. As long as the beast pirates are prevented from expanding their influence, they pose a significantly lesser threat than the roving pirates. At worst, the citizens of Wano would suffer a bit. After all, they were not expecting the new general of Kazuki to come to their rescue. Thus, it was best to refrain from meddling. In a mere year, with the bounty of the maritime world and the increase from platform lending, Shisui had transformed from a half-hour man into a robust warrior capable of enduring days without fatigue. On Onigashima, at the edge of the precipice, Kaido and Big Mom shared a drink, observing the fierce battles unfolding in the distance. "That fellow has grown at an astonishing pace, truly a testament to his lineage." Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I would love to see a Uchiha join the world government. Such a bloodline would undoubtedly surpass even that of the giants. Hey, Kaido. Let us seek that individual for a union. I shall offer my most beautiful daughter to him. As long as he permits me to select a tribesman to join the world government, this would be a most sincere alliance. Or perhaps we should just capture that blue jay. Ha 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 ha, gulp, gulp, gulp. Kaido drank deeply, wiping his mouth. That lad possesses quite peculiar abilities. Even you might struggle to seize him. Moreover, provoking him could lead to significant troubles. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin chuckled uniquely. Little brat. Do you truly have someone you fear? How remarkable. Kaido remained silent for a moment before breaking into a grin. Acknowledging fear is nothing to be ashamed of. If one cannot confront their own trepidations, how can they hope to grow stronger? Ha 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 ha. I cannot comprehend you, Kaido. You remain as you were in the past, overthinking everything. You are the foolish one, Linlin. What did you say? On Onigashima. Yet another rift in the sky arose from a disagreement. Ever since their alliance, Big Mom had made it a habit to greet Wano in such a manner, as if this were their customary salutation. Shursui cast a glance but chose to ignore it, continuing his battle with an old friend. He held a clear understanding of his own strength, realizing he still fell short of the pinnacle of the maritime world. Orochimaru had yet another task at hand, eliminating the interference of seawater on devil fruit powers. Once this issue is resolved, Shursui intended to seek a suitable fruit to consume. He aspired to return to the shinobi world to capture tailed beasts as a source of chakra replenishment. By then, he should be qualified to become a new admiral in the Navy. Shursui was aware of Akainu and Sora's expectations. Both hoped he would become the second admiral. Currently, Uchiha Sora's faction already boasted 3 Jinchuriki: Naruto with the 9 tails, Yaruchi with the 2 tails, and Gaara with the 1 tail, the most challenging being Shikaku. The 9 tails, having developed a bond with Naruto, whimsically referred to him as Guardian Sama, willing to bestow a modicum of chakra when necessary. Yaruchi was self-explanatory. Were it not for their shared body, they might even engage in a more intimate relationship, possibly leading to a litter of 2 tails if the tailed beasts possessed reproductive capabilities and lacked reproductive isolation. Shikaku proved difficult to manage. Due to the improving rapport between the 9 tails and Naruto, he began to exhibit rebellious behavior, deliberately defying Gaara's orders and finding himself confined in a small dark room multiple times. Meanwhile, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea at the holy land of Mariawa lies Fishman Island, renowned as an underwater paradise. This island, a crucial waypoint for pirates venturing into the New World, is naturally a significant stronghold for the new navy. After Whitebeard's demise, Ace once sought to protect this territory of his father, only to be repelled by the newly appointed Fujitora. Fujitora established diplomatic relations between the new navy and Fishman Island, making it a member state of the new navy. In truth, Ace's identity was one of the reasons that compelled the Fishman King to make this decision. As the era of great piracy dawns, the most severely afflicted is Fishman Island. Numerous pirates and even Navy personnel traversing this area capture fishmen or mermaids to sell them in the human trafficking market. The status of being a member of the world government does not afford them any protection. Previously, it was the renown of Whitebeard that safeguarded them. The merfolk harbor a deep resentment towards Roger, the instigator of this new piracy age, and hold no affection for the world government. Now, with a formidable military willing to protect them, they find themselves with no alternative. From that moment on, the new navy indeed shielded Fishman Island. Not only did they expel and punish those who sought to invade, but the newly assigned navy colonel also resolved the long-standing troubles of Princess Shirahoshi with the notorious Vander Decken 9, a grotesque figure who lusted after the young princess. In the naval garrison area stood Princess Shirahoshi, a breathtaking creature of 10 meters tall, adorned with flowing pink curls. Her upper body celebrated for its beauty rivaling that of the pirate empress, and her lower half a gradient of pink scales. At this moment, she cautiously crawled behind a dark-haired youth, gently prodding his back with her finger. "Excuse me, Lord Sasuke, shall we play? Please?" Initially met with silence, she prodded again. Swish. The gleaming edge of a blade faced her finger, and Sasuke, with a look of irritation, rebuked her. "Fool, do you not see I am on a mission? Do not disturb me." Princess Shirahoshi's tears cascaded down like torrents upon Sasuke, chilling him to the core. "If you keep crying, I will stew you for soup." "Hey!" Sasuke, stop scaring her. She's crying even harder. Naruto quickly pulled Sasuke back, revealing his sunny smile to console Shirahoshi. "Do not cry, Shirahoshi. Once we finish our mission, we will come to the Dragon Palace to play, alright? Really? Brother Naruto, will Lord Sasuke come too? Absolutely, absolutely. Now you should return home. TCH. At 16. Yet still needing to be coddled like a 3-year-old. I should have ignored her from the beginning. It's so irritating. Well, you were the most curious about the mermaid princess back then. You were the most eager when capturing that guy. Naruto smirked. Humph, if you hadn't jumped the gun. Shirahoshi would be kissing me now, Lord Sasuke. Heh. Sasuke's face flushed as he retorted. I only heard from the teacher that Shirahoshi is a powerful biological weapon. I thought she was something akin to the Nine Tails. Who would have thought she would be such a useless thing? She is indeed quite useful. She is so large. She will definitely come in handy in future battles. Gaara chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Shirahoshi is a mermaid princess. You shouldn't discuss her like a pet or a steed. At that moment, the expressions of the three shifted simultaneously. The celestial seal of consciousness was transmitting a summon. It's the teacher. Arrange the transfer of duties. We must head to headquarters immediately. Chapter 146. The Descent of the Abyss in the Ninja World. Within the Fire Country's Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage's office convenes high-ranking meetings at regular intervals. The agenda, of course, revolves around how to respond to the Land of Whirlpools. Currently, the Leaf Village appears to be divided into 3 factions. The Hyuga clan and some other ninja clans openly advocate for Konoha to submit to the Uchiha, offering food and drink to welcome the royal forces. With the strength of Konoha and the presence of an unparalleled powerhouse like Uchiha Sora, Konoha is poised to achieve what even the first Hokage could not, the unification of the ninja world. It is evident to all that Uchiha Sora does not embody the pacifism of the first Hokage. As for the Hyuga clan's perspective, they assert that they are not betraying Konoha. Rather, they are endeavoring to fulfill the long-held aspirations of the second Hokage. This faction can be characterized as the royalist camp. Contrastingly, the other faction is predominantly composed of civilian ninjas. Lacking the stature of ninja clans, they do not perceive themselves as worthy of negotiating terms with the Uchiha. Consequently, they have spontaneously formed a faction with plans to amass sufficient strength before pledging allegiance to the Uchiha in the Land of Waves. Seizing the opportunity before the outbreak of formal warfare is, indeed, the most rational choice. Naturally, this prudent decision is facilitated by the most astute of clans. The Nara clan, allies of the original Sarutobi clan, covertly connects with the civilian ninjas. The Nara clan has long since dispatched secret missives to the Land of Waves, establishing contact with Fugaku. The might of Uchiha Sora is unmatched. He has already demonstrated the power to annihilate Konoha, with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki lost to them. Is there any point in continuing the fight? The wisest among the Nara clan has calculated countless scenarios, revealing no glimmer of hope for victory. In their observations, both times Uchiha Sora departed the village or returned to seize the Nine Tails, he exhibited restraint, unlike Uchiha Madara, who would indiscriminately unleash devastation upon Konoha. Thus, in the interest of their clan's survival and to ensure the safety of their fellow villagers in the inevitable conflict, the Nara clan chose to betray their ally, the Sarutobi. This decision exemplifies the wisdom of recognizing the shifting tides of fate, though it could also be deemed a capitulation. The largest faction, led by the third Hokage, is resolutely committed to fighting to the bitter end. Having inherited the Hokage position from the second Hokage, he cannot accept a returning Uchiha, who has previously rebelled against Konoha. The pressing question remains. The circumstances of that day were clear to those who had witnessed the battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. They could ascertain that Uchiha Sora possesses a power akin to that of the legendary dual heroes of the Warring States period. Konoha no longer has the first Hokage, and they have long pondered why Uchiha Sora did not seize control of Konoha at that time. Who could have thwarted him? Sarutobi Hizashi finds it incomprehensible. Yet it matters little. They, who carry forth the will of their ancestors, will choose to share the village's fate. In today's high-level meeting, an additional figure graced the gathering. A beautiful female ninja, adorned in a green gambling jacket and sporting a magnificent golden ponytail, her fair skin and voluptuous figure captivating all. One of the legendary 3, the fabled Tsunade, appeared, her face still flushed from last night's revelry. She clutched a small sake flask during the meeting, her amber eyes casting a disdainful glance over the assembly. Why do you always summon me? Isn't it your responsibility to make the decisions? Sarutobi Hizashi inhaled deeply from his pipe and replied solemnly, You are aware of the village's predicament. We are currently facing a tremendous threat that calls for your abilities. I am no longer young and have long wished to pass the mantle of Hokage to you. However, it is not the right time for you to bear such a heavy burden. Should war break out, I shall be the first to strike, willing to sacrifice my life for ample intelligence. After my demise, I hope you will assume the mantle of Hokage. In the absence of Jiraiya's consent, none are more deserving of this title than Tsunade. The high-ranking officials, resolute in their determination to defend Konoha, harbor no dissent regarding this decision. Tsunade, swaying her sake flask, scoffed disdainfully. If this wretched village is to be destroyed, let it perish. To wager one's life for the so-called will of fire is an act of folly. Did my grandfather, great-grandfather, and the fourth not fail to bring peace? They perished in vain. Do you not find that lamentable? Old man, do not be so self-righteous. It would be prudent for you to retire and hide away. Bang. Tsunade, what did you just say? Tsunade's outburst was met with the startled reaction of Narashikamaru, alongside the bandage-clad Mito Minyan. Last year, Uchiha Sora's careless gesture resulted in his catastrophic injuries, with shattered bones and ruptured organs. Were it not for his elevated status and the repeated life-reviving techniques that sustained him, he would have long since passed. The urgency to summon Tsunade also stemmed from the need to treat Mito Minyan. You've changed, Tsunade. Jiraiya gazed deeply at his dear friend. I do not know what thoughts plague your mind, but such words are disrespectful to our fallen predecessors. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, her voice laced with sarcasm. I am well aware of the situation. You could not even safeguard your own disciple's son, yet you presume to lecture me? Jiraiya fell silent. With a light tap of her flask against the table, she continued, if that Uchiha brat wishes to claim the village, let him. After all, the original Konoha was forged by the Senju and Uchiha together. I have never spoken of such matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly. The village was established after the first defeated the Uchiha, an account that even my grandfather relayed to me. Tsunade interrupted him, a smirk gracing her lips. Even at death, he reminisced about that man. As his descendants, how can you so utterly misinterpret his will? Sarutobi was rendered speechless. In her inebriated state, Tsunade's combat prowess was unparalleled, and she fell into silence once more. Well then, wait for the others. Those destined to die shall perish, and those who wish to surrender may do so. Just do not disturb my drinking. As Tsunade rose, intending to leave, suddenly, all heads turned upward, gazing at the ceiling of the conference room. Hyuga Hizashi activated his Byakugan. Penetrating the veil, a figure hovered silently above Konoha. Clad in a billowing black robe, it seemed to merge seamlessly with the distorted and shattered barrier. His face bore no expression, his gaze as frigid as a deep abyss. It is Lord Sora, Hizashi exclaimed, having just convened a meeting to address Uchiha Sora, now devoid of pretense. The Byakugan swept the room, signaling the clan heads who had long since agreed upon their course of action, and they vanished from the Hokage building in an instant. Uchiha Sora gently raised his hand, tracing a path through the air. This simple motion rendered the surrounding atmosphere instantly palpable, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. Crack! Behind him, the space fractured like aged silk. A pitch-black void spreading from the rift. Like the gaping maw of an abyssal beast, figures slowly emerged from the distorted ripples of space-time. The ripples spread outward, forming a translucent platform adorned with flickering azure runes, the sound of footsteps resonating sharply in the stillness of the leaves. The mark of the heavens engraved in the void. An infinite march. The winds stilled and the clouds hushed, as if nature itself bowed before this formidable power. Uchiha Sora, with his deep black hair cascading over his shoulders and a faint smile gracing his lips, gazed down upon Konoha. It has been a long time, my friends. Chapter 147. The one who knows all. There was no overwhelming aura, no drums of war echoing through the air. Merely the presence of those individuals standing there induced an unprecedented sense of suffocation among all the Konoha ninjas. The platform gently descended upon the rooftop of the Hokage building, akin to a heavy shroud of ominous clouds. Lord Sora, Hinata Hayashi led his clan and faction members toward Uchiha Sora, bowing respectfully. This was an anticipated event. Ever since the incident with Hinata, the rift between the Hyuga clan and the village had become irreparable. Had the Hokage maintained an unchallenged dominance, the Hyuga would have chosen to endure, remaining steadfast supporters of the Hokage. However, with the fall of Kumogakure and subsequently Uchiha Sora's solitary subjugation of Konoha, the Hyuga clan understood the path they must take. Saratobi Hiruzen remained silent, refraining from casting blame, for he felt he lacked the standing to do so. Step by step, more individuals gravitated toward that side, and when he observed the Inoshikicho trio joining them, Hiruzen's countenance shifted for the first time. Have you also made your choice, Shikaku? Nara Shikaku paused, his voice heavy. Forgive me, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen managed a bitter smile and shook his head. There is no need. I comprehend your decision. But when a white-haired, masked ninja strode forward, accompanied by Might Guy, Hiruzen's composure faltered. Mito Gate Kurenai, revealing only his trembling eyes, mirrored his inner turmoil. Kakashi, why? If neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade could assume the role of Hokage, Hiruzen had been grooming Kakashi as his successor. He possessed the privilege to access the seal chamber, scrutinizing confidential village documents before handing them over to the Hokage. How could the disciple of the fourth act in such a manner? Kakashi's indifferent eyes turned away as he replied, If one must speak, it is your incompetence that has led to this. You bear no fault. You are simply too weak. The world is dictated by the strong, and that is the truth. Konoha requires an absolute powerhouse to restore the peace reminiscent of the first Hokage's era. Hiruzen clenched his teeth tightly. Was it because of the Sharingan? The son of that man, SHM, could betray the will of fire. It must be the fault of the Sharingan. The blind pursuit of power is a wicked path. The first Hokage was able to pacify the world not merely through personal strength, but through camaraderie. Old man, deceiving oneself is one thing, but such words should not be uttered for the sake of laughter. Behind Uchiha Sora, Orochimaru removed his concealing hood, revealing a triumphant smile. You understand now, do you not? The feeling of being betrayed by those you trusted? Orochimaru, how could you? Tsunade's intoxication had worn off. Even though she professes indifference towards Konoha, when true peril befalls the village, she chooses to stand alongside her mentor. This is not a moment for reminiscing. Let us commence our tasks. Uchiha K, disregarding the presence of the third Hokage and his companions, has focused his senses on the individual beneath the ground. Yes, Lord K, came the reply. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, as serpentine chakra surged forth, emanating a formidable aura that drew the attention of all present. Jiraiya, having mastered Sage Mode, keenly sensed something amiss with Orochimaru's chakra. It bore an essence reminiscent of living beings. Could this be the Sage Mode of the Richi Cave? As Orochimaru completed his seals, cracks in the earth spread like a spider's web, coalescing into a dark vortex. With a resounding thud, 3 enormous coffins began to rise from the inky whirlpool, an ominous premonition lingering in the hearts of the onlookers. Is this the impure world reincarnation? Saratobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized this forbidden technique. Orochimaru maintained his hand seals, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Do not be hasty. It is a rare reunion, and we must ensure everyone is present. Taking a deep breath, a peculiar mask appeared in Orochimaru's grasp. The patterns on the mask of the Shinigami seemed almost alive, exuding a sinister aura as Orochimaru twisted his body. An invisible figure emerged, undetectable to the naked eye, yet a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines. What are you truly attempting? Suddenly, an unseen blade sliced through Orochimaru's abdomen, blood splattering forth. Yet his countenance bore no trace of pain, only a near-maniacal resolve. Let those who know the truth be the judges. A glimmering soul gradually floated out, settling into the third coffin. Orochimaru weakly lowered his hand, and the serpentine chakra surged into the Shinigami's mouth. For a brief moment, the Shinigami paused, then resumed biting down on the dagger, his form becoming increasingly ethereal. Have I allowed you to escape? A black raven soared towards the incorporeal Shinigami, dark threads wildly ensnaring its essence. A low, distant roar resonated, evoking thoughts of some nameless beast desperately resisting. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's hand, having completed the seals, loosened. With a thunderous explosion, the coffins burst open, black mist pouring forth. As the smoke dissipated, 3 figures gradually materialized. Every person present held their breath, gasping in astonishment. It is the first, second, and fourth Hokages. What sacrilege is this? What do you intend to do, you scoundrel? Tsunade stepped forward, her voice a fierce roar. The Shinigami's resistance was unexpected. As Uchiha K sealed the Shinigami, he simultaneously observed the figures beginning to stir within the smoke. With a slight smile, he remarked, "This is merely the beginning. The true desecration has yet to commence." I harbor no interest in ending your lives. Silence now, without the need for commands. The crimson light burst forth from Shirsue's eyes, immobilizing Tsunade. Could someone please clarify what is happening? I am utterly bewildered. It appears the Uchiha have rebelled. Monkey, did you summon us? Tobirama, do not jump to conclusions. The Uchiha are comrades of the village. Calm, are you here to fulfill the pact with Kai Bai? As the mist dissipates, the figures of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato fully materialize. It has been a long time, Minato. It appears you have been getting along well with that fellow. Uchiha Kong gazes at Namikaze Minato, memories of yesteryears surfacing in his mind, only to be swiftly cast aside. Let us liberate it as per our agreement. Minato's golden hair dances in the wind, a gentle smile gracing his face. Ah, indeed. Though it may seem inappropriate for me to say so, Kaibai has faced quite unfortunate circumstances. Placing his hand upon his chest, a surge of dark crimson chakra erupts forth. You are the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. What do you intend to do? Tobirama feels an ominous shift and seeks to intervene. Boom. I have already instructed you to remain silent. Do not disturb me. The oppressive force of flickering black and red lightning overwhelms Tobirama. Uchiha Kong points at the grim-faced Senju brothers. I shall attend to you later. Today can come to an end. Senju Hashirama's expression falters, his previously raised finger now lowered. Though unaware of the unfolding events, he resigns to Kong's will, noting that it is time for an ending reminiscent of Madara. An even more foreboding aura emerges, altering the very heavens above. The citizens of Konoha, having endured countless hardships in recent years, feel once more the weight of impending calamity. The colossal form of the Nine Tails descends with a thunderous roar. It will be late. Do not wait. I have reflected on this. The recent calm has dulled my narrative style, and I shall promptly resolve this segment of the plot. Liberating myself to write freely. Overthinking is truly a burden. I only desire to enjoy the experience. Chapter 148. I am not here to reason with you. I am here to strike you. Confronted by the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails, Senju Hashirama merely furrows his brow, exhibiting little reaction. At the moment of its arrival, he senses the strength of his current body. In terms of sturdiness, it is even greater than his original form. As for chakra, though it lacks the inherent affinity of his original body, the regenerative mechanism of Edo Tensei renders it comparable to his vigor in his prime. At this moment, he possesses near unrivaled strength. Such power instills in him the confidence to face any challenge. Step forward. You must be the fourth Hokage. Why did you perish before the monkey? Can you enlighten me on what transpired? Brother, is there even a need for words? You deal with the Nine Tails and help me lift the restrictions. I will handle this little one. Crackle. The invisible pressure intensifies, compressing Tobirama's back into fragments, oscillating between reconstruction and destruction. Senju Hashirama exhales, choosing not to intervene. After all, Tobirama is already a dead man. There is no urgency. The pressing matter is to comprehend why the comrades of the village are in such a tense state. Uchiha Kong, roused from the notification of his lone completion from the platform, gazes at Senju Hashirama with a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes, indifferent. A flicker of emotion crosses Hashirama's countenance. With these eyes, you have undoubtedly lost much until now. I possess only a limited understanding. Merely having heard from the Nine Tails that a youth of the Uchiha clan summoned him from another realm, pledging to liberate him from the clutches of death. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, himself finds the situation perplexing. Why does Kakashi stand opposed to him? Should I approach him? It seems that among that group, there exists someone of great significance to me. With that thought, Minato turned and offered a wry smile. Lord First Hokage, I personally believe your decision to seal the Nine Tails was indeed justified. That is the name of the beast. They are lives akin to humans, capable of mutual understanding, and should not be subjected to sealing. The Nine Tails remained still, observing quietly. Fleeing now would be rather unbecoming. It appears that these two factions are on the verge of conflict. Should I confront Hashirama Senju first, or deal with that bothersome brat? Ideally, they would both suffer considerable losses, allowing me to step in and take care of them. Upon hearing Minato's words, the Nine Tails' expression softened slightly. The azure-eyed boy, who called upon the beast's name and frolicked with it. Undoubtedly, Minato, you are the prophesied child spoken of by the old man. Yet, the prophecy seems somewhat flawed. You are not a mere boy, and your time is tragically brief. Is that so? Hashirama scratched the back of his head, grinning. My apologies. I didn't think much of it back then, and you must understand, the Nine Tails was quite formidable at that time. Scoundrel, If you had been controlled by the Sharingan and beaten, you would have been fearsome too. The Nine Tails huffed a cloud of vapor. Had it not been for the desire to conceal the dark history of being manipulated by the Sharingan, he would have retaliated verbally against Hashirama. He failed to consider that so many witnessed him being controlled by the Sharingan during the Night of the Nine Tails. This was a classic case of burying one's head in the sand. Hashirama then turned to Uchiha Sora, smiling gently. Young Uchiha, have you accomplished what you set out to do? Well, it is time for me to deal with you. Ha ha ha, such an unreserved remark. Are you interested in culinary matters? By the way, I fancy salted grilled mackerel. Hashirama chuckled awkwardly, noticing that his counterpart did not share in the mirth, his expression quickly dimming. This conflict cannot simply be brushed aside with a jest, can it? Is the first Hokage truly of such a disposition? His gaze shifted to the second Hokage, whose face was swollen from the reanimation jutsu. Then he looked toward the rock-faced man, sensing a tinge of disillusionment. Soon, Hashirama emerged from his melancholic reverie, directing his attention back to Uchiha Sora. With those eyes, you must have endured considerable suffering. You are still in pursuit of something, are you not? Would you share it with me? He spoke like a gentle elder, inquiring about the troubles of a younger generation. Uchiha Sora finally spoke. Who do you think I am? Do you believe that I require a tragic past to justify my actions? Do you think I summoned you to seek justice on my behalf? I am not here to engage in moral discourse. In an instant, nearly transcending the bounds of space and time, Uchiha Sora appeared before Hashirama, his palm pressed against the latter's chest. His expression was impassive as he softly intoned. Experience it with your body, listen with your heart. Where their bodies met, a blaze of crimson light began to spread. Uchiha Sora forcefully pushed forward, uttering a sharp command. The flames erupted instantaneously, a blinding white light engulfing their vision. The instinctual urge of Senju Hashirama was to open his palms to block. Yet the sudden surge of power exceeded his expectations, leaving him with no choice but to gather chakra at his chest. The earth shook with a series of explosive sounds, as Hashirama's body was propelled backward at an alarming speed, shattering several distant mountain peaks. The immense force carved a lengthy trench into the ground, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Hashirama's form was deeply embedded within the rock face, his chest garments singed, and a spiraling wound emanating wisps of smoke. The technique, known as the Sun Wheel, is succinctly described as a spiraling sphere infused with potent fire-based chakra. The Rasengan, inspired by the tailed beast bomb, was developed by Minato to maximize chakra efficiency, resulting in a high-velocity, dense chakra sphere. As a method of attack, the Rasengan boasts exceptional versatility and applicability. Uchiha Ku was particularly adept at In release and fire release, currently mastering the Rasengan with these two elemental chakra transformations. The Rasengan fused with In release is a technique that obliterated the island of the Red Count, aptly named the Moon Wheel. The melancholic moonlight pairs beautifully with the vast expanse of withering life. In contrast to the widespread devastation wrought by the Moon Wheel, the Sun Wheel functions as a linear artillery strike, unleashing a condensed burst of fire chakra. Coughing lightly, Hashirama gazed at the approaching figure of Uchiha Ku. Ku's eyes fell upon Hashirama's chest. The resilience was adequate. However, it appeared that he had indeed overdone it. A mere 3/10 of the Sun Wheel's power had inflicted such a shallow wound. Hashirama, you are truly a man detached from the realities of battle, incapable of sensing the thickness of your own defenses. But fear not, greater risks yield higher rewards. Can you still fly? After all, I am a friend of your ancestors. It is rather impolite to strike without warning. As he spoke, he glanced down at the wound that was rapidly mending, not the fragile, paper-like body of a reincarnation, but rather something akin to true flesh, a fusion of blood and a peculiar wood. Such a body was perfectly suited for wood release. Initially intending to scold the monkey for summoning him, Hashirama's mind was suddenly beset by a harrowing thought. Did he unwittingly serve as a vessel? He had just glimpsed the grown-up Tsunade. He recalled the moment he was near death, when his grandson, Nawaki, was born. He had not sensed Nawaki near Tsunade at all. No, aside from Tsunade, he had not detected the chakra presence of the Senju clan. What on earth had transpired? Couldn't he have been informed before engaging in combat? I am already a dead man. Why must I be troubled further? Uchiha Ku remained silent, his fist enveloped in black and red lightning, crashing down with immense force. The hardened wooden vines extending from Hashirama's body instantaneously transformed into a colossal tree. Wood release, violent gun technique. With a thunderous impact, Ku's fist shattered the giant tree, illuminating Hashirama's now calm visage with flashes of lightning. Does reason escape you? It seems I must defeat you before demanding answers. Hashirama clasped his hands together, an immense chakra swirling around him. A titanic tree erupted from the earth, growing rapidly and engulfing the figures of both combatants. Chapter 149. Mutual understanding. As the battleground of the two individuals receded into the distance, the overwhelming presence suppressing Senju Tobarama began to wane. With a resounding crash, a majestic chakra transformed into a water dragon, shattering the remaining pressure. Senju Tobarama cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Orochimaru and his companions. How dare you recklessly misuse the techniques I have created? Are you and those Uchiha aligned? Senju Tobarama, well-versed in the impure world reincarnation technique, deduced that Orochimaru was the one who summoned them. However, he could not fathom why this individual stood alongside the Uchiha. Logically, it should have been Sarutobi Hiruzen who summoned them to combat the Uchiha. Moreover, why had the fourth Hokage released the Nine Tails? Both the Uchiha and the Nine Tails represented malevolence. Suddenly, as Senju Tobarama prepared to take a step forward, his movement halted. Orochimaru formed a hand seal with one hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. The earlier weakness had dissipated after a certain price was paid. Lord Second, while I lack the ability to control the first Hokage, I can certainly manage you. I shall explain the circumstances that led us here. There is no need for impatience. Hey, Orochimaru, you are merely a vassal of the Uchiha. Do not act as if you are the one in command. Sasuke emerged from behind Fugaku, casting a frigid glare at Orochimaru. With our teacher absent, Itachi is the acting leader of the Uchiha. Know your place. Senju Tobarama's pupils constricted sharply. This face, it resembled Azuna's strikingly. Orochimaru, somewhat awkward, shook his head in resignation. Indeed, there are priorities in this matter. Once you have resolved your affairs, I shall reminisce with old friends. Orochimaru's repulsiveness was evident. Had he chosen to submit to the Uchiha? Tsunade gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly as she glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I cannot articulate my thoughts to someone who has yet to witness the new world. Orochimaru stepped back slowly, yielding his position. As a word of advice, it would be prudent for you to remain calm and refrain from speaking. He understood this old friend all too well. Perhaps due to her nature, Tsunade often spoke without thinking, easily provoking others. Nevertheless, her status and strength rendered most powerless against her. Yet, among those present, there were more than a few who could contend with her. Orochimaru glanced toward the vast void above, where numerous figures flickered into sight. Itachi and Fugaku exchanged a glance, allowing Fugaku to step forward. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku's emotions were a tangled web, unsure of where to begin. His gaze shifted to Minato. Minato's eyes remained fixed on the young boy beside Sasuke, the golden-haired, azure-eyed youth. In the depths of the Shinigami's belly, I felt no passage of time, but Kurama had mentioned that only about 5 years had elapsed. Yet, this sense of familiarity, this connection that transcended life and death, was unmistakable. That child is undoubtedly mine and Kushina's. Naruto? Minato's trembling hand quivered slightly, after countless battles. His voice wavered with the fear of receiving a harsh truth. Since Minato's appearance, Naruto's gaze had not wavered. Choked with emotion, he could not articulate a sound. Fugaku placed a steadying hand on Naruto's trembling shoulder, exhaling deeply. Despite the extraordinary circumstances, there is no doubt that you are indeed the son of Minato and Kushina, Naruto. On the night of your sacrifice, Sora chose to lead us away from Konoha, for in his foresight, he perceived that Konoha would unjustly retaliate against the Uchiha clan due to that fateful evening. According to the original timeline, it was foretold that the Uchiha would meet their demise the following year. Fugaku recounted this with a heavy heart, as one who truly comprehended the entirety of the situation. During his narration, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a young Umbu member. In a twist of fate, Itachi, as an elder brother, had become a younger sibling in this narrative. To alter the destiny of the Uchiha, Sora sacrificed himself, borrowing power from an unknown entity. Even the Nine Tails listened in solemn silence. The existence of this unknown entity was something the Nine Tails was aware of. Remarkably, it could suppress my malevolence towards the Uchiha. How terrifying. Perhaps it is a being of higher dimensions than even the old man. Why was this not shared with me? Listening to Fugaku's tale, Minato felt an inexplicable pang of anguish. He was acquainted with Sora, a kind-hearted child of the Uchiha, who, like Obito, had a penchant for laughter. Minato had even contemplated taking him as a pupil after resolving the matters of the Third Shinobi World War, as a tribute to Obito. Any strong individual understands that the acquisition of power is fraught with hardship. Fugaku's bitter smile accompanied a shake of his head. Sora had attempted to confide in you, even pleading for your understanding. Yet, his mother still perished. Can you demand that he trust you once more? This also reflects my own shortcomings. I am acutely aware that Sora harbors disdain for me due to past events. Had I chosen not to follow that night, perhaps Minato, having been Hokage, should grasp that the village possesses not only a radiant facade but also a shadowy underbelly. When darkness descends upon you, the only paths are either to await your demise or to resist. Fugaku turned to Senju Tobarama, acknowledging that his life had not been overly arduous and did not harbor hatred towards the Hokage responsible for the Uchiha's plight. Merely resignation. Lord Second, he began. I do not comprehend. We have made our choice between Uchiha Madara and the village. Why do you still refuse to accept us? If only we were regarded as equals. Sora would never have foreseen such a future, nor would he have endured those tribulations. What lies at the heart of your prejudice against the Uchiha? Senju Tobarama remained silent for a prolonged period before responding. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan of ninjas and civilians was under 30. My elder brother and 2 younger siblings fell victim to the Uchiha in their youth. The last surviving brother of Uchiha Madara was slain by my own hand during conflict. The long-standing opposition between the Senju and Uchiha has seen countless tragedies, only ceasing when my brother and Uchiha Madara established Konoha through a truce. My brother relinquished his hatred. But I do not believe Uchiha Madara can do the same. The reality aligns with my expectations. Enough. Sasuke interjected with a sharp huff, indignantly rebuking. You drive people to madness, only to remark that it is as you predicted. Is this the mark of a madman? If Uchiha Madara were the second, or as Senju Hashirama described as the first, how could he possibly have left? Our teacher has shown us the complete history. It is you who cannot let go of your hatred. It is you who has perpetuated this cycle of animosity. Konoha has never loved the Uchiha. On what grounds do you expect us to love Konoha? Sasuke forcefully pulled Naruto, his turbulent emotions causing 3 tomo to materialize in his eyes. Forcing the Jinchuriki into a frenzy, he exclaimed, and yet you speak of uncontrollability. Is this truly how you conduct yourselves? If you possess any courage, witness the trials this individual has endured. Do you still have the audacity to utter such brazen words? At the point of their handshake, a deep crimson chakra surged from Naruto, and through the amplification of the Sharingan, vivid scenes emerged before the crowd. Those frigid gazes, those disdainful words. Jiraiya could never have fathomed the essence of true suffering, nor the sheer difficulty of mutual understanding. Chapter 150. Even if the heavens and the earth are too confined, born from the family's long-standing aspirations, do you believe the power of the Uchiha inherently harbors uncontrollable risks? Sasuke chuckled coldly. Establishing a police force ostensibly grants the authority for maintaining order, yet in reality, it serves to isolate the Uchiha from the core of decision-making, compelling us to shoulder the burden of enforcing laws that incite public discord. Senju Hashirama was no different. He had never contemplated the possibility of reconciliation with the tailed beasts, nor had he attempted to cultivate trust. The arrogance of your governance has persisted, and under escalating tensions, the marginalized Uchiha are destined for annihilation. As he regarded the silent Senju Tobarama, Sasuke's smile dripped with mockery. I have heard you possess formidable perceptive abilities. Can you not sense the presence of others here? Aside from Tsunade, it is indeed ironic that in the eyes of your disciple, the threat posed by the Senju surpasses that of the Uchiha. By the way, the Uzumaki clan, once allies of Konoha, has dwindled to but a few. This is a consequence of Konoha's neglect. Not long ago, the third Hokage, in a bid to secure a peace treaty with the Cloud Village, not only offered up the younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader, but also consented to assist the Cloud in military actions against the Uchiha. Even in our departure, we never turned our weapons against Konoha. The Uchiha have never betrayed Konoha. It has been you who have strayed from the original ideals since the time of Senju Hashirama. It was the son of the third Hokage who caused the death of our teacher's mother, yet the teacher never harbored hatred towards Sarutobi Kinomaru, often remarking that he was akin to the original Senju Hashirama. We established this village to protect our comrades. Since when did it become permissible to harm our own for the sake of the village, whose hatred remains unyielding? Answer me, Senju Tobarama. Among the three, Sasuke had always been the most composed. Upon learning of Gaara and Naruto's plights and understanding his teacher's past, he harbored a profound and visceral hatred towards the root of these calamities, the Senju brothers. Forgiveness? Do not imagine you can find solace in the Pure Land. You are destined to live in misery, tormented by the backlash of your own hatred. Taking a deep breath, Minato stepped forward. We are already dead. I once contemplated resolving the issues between the Uchiha and the village, yet I regret my misjudgment. You must be Sasuke-kun. I can still faintly see the shadow of your childhood. Minato struggled to muster a smile, extending his hand. Now is the time for action. Punish the guilty. Sever the cycle of hatred in this generation. Both you and Kei are individuals of immense capacity. Carry forth the rightful will, regardless of how we articulate it. We have perished. The errors of the past should not linger. He gazed deeply at the clasped hands of Naruto and Sasuke, a smile of contentment gracing his features. In you, I see the hope of Konoha. If I still had any influence, I would appoint you as the 5th Hokage. Sensei, you undoubtedly possess the authority to decide, Kakashi spoke softly. Having witnessed Naruto's ordeal, you must realize that this village is gravely afflicted. You are capable, and it is not too late. Lord Kuu has promised me that he will truly resurrect you and Rin, not through the impure reincarnation. But we still have the chance to start anew. Upon hearing these words, not only Minato but everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. True resurrection. Kakashi extended his hand, resolutely stating, Sensei, come forth. The fulfillment of wishes and the rewriting of tragedies can only be achieved from this side. You must long to see her again, do you not? Minato's pupils dilated, his very soul trembling. He understood precisely who Kakashi referred to. His thoughts wavered. To be resurrected is inherently wrong, a taboo that defies the principles of humanity, yet the prospect of being reborn alongside her. The title of father felt somewhat awkward. Naruto scratched the back of his head, smiling gently. After all, you look quite youthful, lacking the elderly air of Uncle Fugaku. In my mother's hometown, I purchased a house with my earnings. I am living quite well, my teacher adores me, and Sasuke often claims that the teacher shows favoritism, which I tend to agree with. Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto are wonderful. I have made friends and encountered many fascinating individuals. I am well, so if you return, please assure my mother that she need not worry about me. I eat well and am growing strong, though studying can be quite a headache. As he spoke, tears slipped from the corners of his mouth. Oh no, Sasuke will say I'm a crybaby again. I promise Sensei I wouldn't cry. This seemingly robust and healthy youth still harbored the heart of a 5-year-old child. Such experiences should not have been his to endure. He endeavored to convey that he was doing well, yet all could envision him alone in that empty house, having departed from the vibrant life he once knew. No one awaited his return home. Minato slowly lowered his hand, his gaze cast downwards, as if questioning someone, or perhaps himself. It should be permissible to be selfish just this once. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head once more. I do not wish to leave. I want to live, alongside Kushina and Naruto. That future occupies my thoughts every moment. To the 2nd and 3rd Hokages, I apologize. I fear I am unable to bear the mantle of the 4th Hokage. Ultimately, I cannot place the village above my family. I am truly sorry. The ceremonial robe representing the 4th Hokage billowed in the wind as this man took a step forward. That's the spirit, Minato, the Nine-Tails exclaimed, its voice resonating throughout the land. You truly are the child of prophecy. You are the one who can bring about the greatest transformation in the ninja world. Shikaku, the tailed beast within Gaara, trembled with astonishment. To gain the acknowledgement of that fox would indeed recreate the miracle of resurrection, just as foretold in the legends. The Nine-Tails, in its own way, transformed the youthful declarations into those befitting a man, altering the will of the sage of 6 paths. The earth trembled violently, resonating with a thunderous roar as the battle raged somewhere unknown between the two combatants, sending shockwaves that shook the very foundations of Konoha. From a vantage point high above, one could observe a sudden oasis emerging amidst the vast expanse of desert nearly 1,000 miles away. Within the forest, Hashirama Senju commanded his wooden constructs. Gazing at the towering crimson Susanoo that loomed hundreds of meters above him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Although slightly inferior in size, Its intensity surpassed even that of Madara's. Aside from Madara, I have never witnessed such formidable power in a Susanoo. Uchiha Sora offered a faint smile. This is not my full strength. I do not wish to kill you, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama paused, the words striking a familiar chord, inciting a sense of displeasure within him. With the markings of sage mode emerging in black upon his skin, he replied, I too have yet to unleash my full capabilities. This body possesses that technique. My young friend, it may be time to reconsider, lest the land itself succumb to our clash. How unfortunate, Hashirama. Perhaps you will never experience a battle where you give your all until your very last breath. I am not Madara Uchiha, the one who has always subdued you with ease. Uchiha Sora emerged from the depths of his Susanoo, instantly appearing before Hashirama. Hashirama raised his hand to block, but the anticipated daybreak cannon did not manifest. This world is far too small to allow us to truly unleash our potential. Engage fully with the intent to kill me. It is only through the ultimate refinement of your spirit that I will obtain the vessel I require. Uchiha Sora placed his hand upon Hashirama's shoulder, their figures fading into the ether. The world began to revolve. Before him lay the vast expanse of the Azure Sea. Chapter 151. The battle with him leaves me bewildered. Where's this place? Hashirama felt the inexhaustible flow of natural energies surging through him, granting him a sage state of strength unparalleled before. This is certainly not the shinobi world. Welcome to my realm, Uchiha Sora proclaimed, arms outstretched, his words flowing with such ease that they inspired an unbidden trust. He pressed his hands together, tangible chakras swirling around him, creating an impression of vastness. By the way, I still do not know your name. Surely, this you can reveal to me. Sora. Uchiha Sora. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, leaving only their two figures in silent collision. In a fleeting moment, the sea was filled with the remnants of Hashirama and Uchiha Sora, each image strikingly vivid, every detail impeccably clear. Another heartbeat later, all remnants coalesced into one. Hashirama soared above Sora, the tension in his forearm akin to that of a loaded cannon, the air compressed to emit a sound that grinded against the teeth. Truly, the art of monstrous strength. Uchiha Sora shifted his hips, channeling his entire body's power into a punch. Black-red lightning crackling as it erupted from below like a volcanic explosion. Boom, 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 boom. Each clash of fists and feet unleashed a cataclysmic roar that reverberated for miles. Half a day later, the battlefield had transformed into a vast oceanic whirlpool, devouring endless waters. The arena of conflict had now shifted to the desert nation of Alabasta. The scorching grains of sand, lifted by the fierce gusts of wind, coalesced into a swirling sandstorm around the two combatants, which, as the battle intensified, gave rise to a colossal tempest in Alabasta. The tremendous upheaval prompted Princess Vivi to rally the kingdom's forces to the periphery of the battlefield. There, she discerned vague silhouettes amidst the storm. Could this truly be the consequence of human conflict? Even Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea who once dominated Alabasta, would be incapable of creating such a commotion. One of the guards raised a telescope, revealing none other than the new fleet admiral of the Marines. Uchiha Sora, the strongest man in the world. The mere mention of his name sent shivers through those present. They immediately pondered the impossibility of anyone entangling him in a struggle. Even a legendary figure like Red Count, who could easily be dispatched in an instant. Could it be someone from above? A guard, holding his head aloft, wore an expression of deep concern. Princess Vivi, her face etched with urgency, watched as her beautiful, light blue hair danced wildly in the tempest. Regardless of the circumstances, I must intervene. If this battle continues, the sandstorm will encroach upon the residential areas. We cannot allow this. Your Highness, involving yourself in such a conflict is certain death. Vivi smiled, her resolve unwavering. It's all right. Luffy once said that wishing to end a war without sacrifice is a naive notion. As a member of the royal family, I must be prepared to sacrifice myself for my people. The diminutive Princess Vivi, commanding her black duck, charged boldly toward the massive sandstorm. Suddenly, countless sturdy trunks erupted from the ground, twisting and extending like serpentine dragons, growing wildly. The trunks swiftly spread into a vast forest, which effectively shielded the storm. Sunlight pierced through the dense branches, casting dappled shadows on the sandy earth, mingling with the flashes of combat in the distance, creating a scene both mysterious and dreamlike. Wood release. Birth of the Woodland Realm. Vivi gazed upon the forest that had materialized, as though caught in a dream. This was not a protective measure orchestrated by Hashirama Senju, who was far too preoccupied with Uchiha Sora to attend to anyone else. Observing the wood release utilized in this realm, Hashirama felt a heightened clarity regarding this body's peculiarities. Its wood techniques possessed an unprecedented resilience. A profound sense of calling arose within Hashirama, as if something from a distant land was summoning him, akin to a mother calling her child. With a flourish, a colossal, blood-red Susanoo emerged, a titan of chakra, wielding a massive sword adorned with lava-like patterns. It sliced through the incoming wooden dragon with a sweeping motion, ascending skyward. Where it passed, the clouds were cleaved, revealing unfathomable chasms. In the wake of the severed clouds, a gigantic flaming meteor hurtled toward the earth. The air twisted into a scorching vortex, and the forest groaned under the immense pressure. Hashirama looked up at the meteor, which spanned over 2,000 meters in diameter, his long black hair billowing in the fierce winds. His previously gentle demeanor was now overshadowed by a fierce battle spirit. What an extraordinary technique, Sora! We cannot allow this to strike the ground. The chakra surrounding Senju Hashirama surged like a boiling wave, resonating with the vast forest in response to his movements. With both palms striking the tree trunk, he let out a thunderous shout. Senjutsu. Wood release. The technique of the 100 wood dragons. In an instant, dozens upon hundreds of azure wood dragons soared forth, akin to a verdant torrent, ascending into the sky to intercept the descending meteorite. Vines entwined frantically, and roots burrowed into the crevices of the meteorite, striving to decelerate its plummet. However, against the gargantuan meteorite, the bodies of the wood dragons emitted a sizzling sound in the searing heat, their forms charred as flames licked at them. As the wood dragons began to falter, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead. Observing Uchiha Sora's demeanor, it was evident that this was not his ultimate technique. Was he truly prepared to employ the true thousand hands? No, before unleashing my ultimate jutsu, I must refrain from using mine. That phrase I once uttered to Madara resurfaced in my mind. Was this how he felt at that time? I am truly sorry. Uchiha Sora. What I am about to employ is the sealing technique I developed after becoming Hokage. It will be exceedingly perilous and ruthless, so be prepared. With a snap, Hashirama altered his hand seals, summoning forth more wood dragons that spiraled upwards in a twisting formation. Senjutsu. Wood release. Chaos of the 100 Dragon Hell. The bodies of the wood dragons erupted with pitch-black wooden spikes, countless ebony thorns disregarding the flames as they impaled the surface of the meteorite. Next, he invoked the inserting technique. In an instant, a forest emerged. The obsidian-hued forest of hell cradled the deep crimson meteor, intertwining with the azure of the wood dragons, weaving a tapestry of apocalyptic proportions in midair. The cataclysmic collision reverberated through the heavens and the earth. As the colossal roar subsided, a chilling voice echoed behind Senju Hashirama. It seems you have a misunderstanding of cruelty. Allow me to teach you what true suffering is. Just as Hashirama caught his breath, he beheld a long blade piercing through his heart, his pupils constricting. Turning to face Uchiha Sora, a bitter smile crept across his lips. Did you not claim to have no desire to kill me? Uchiha Sora chuckled softly. Do not misconstrue. This is merely a homage to the classics. Besides, this is just your wooden clone. What's the harm in a single stab? Hashirama's body began to take on a wooden texture as he finally spoke. To think you could see through my wooden clone. Truly remarkable eyes you possess. Not far off, on a tree trunk, the figure of Senju Hashirama emerged, reminiscent of Zetsu's entrance. It could be said that whether it be White Zetsu, Obito, or Yamato, all would release techniques stem from this man. Just as he leaned forward, suddenly, as if struck by an invisible force, his body jolted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Sora gradually straightened his posture, the pure black feather blades within his scarlet eyes appearing to dance and rotate languidly. I do not need to see through it. The shadow clone technique is futile against these eyes of mine. The heavenly mark can trace back from Orochimaru's shadow clone to the original. However, constrained by the rules, the speed of the raven in the heavenly mark is constant, rendering it ineffective as a conventional means of attack. If the need is merely for such a retrospective quality, then one might liken the imprint to the meticulous carving of a piece of art. The mere requirement for connectivity, however, is akin to the initial act of felling a tree. The celestial imprint change strike allows Uchiha Sora's attacks to trace back to the original entity, inflicting damage upon the soul, provided there are similar sentient beings within a certain range sharing a common consciousness. From this perspective, Senju Hashirama beheld the distant figures of Vivi and others, who were left awestruck to the point of distraction. How could one neglect those so close while engaged in battle with Uchiha Sora? Chapter 152. Senju Hashirama, you are the vessel of my journey. The wounds of the soul sent sharp pangs through his nerves, yet Uchiha Sora miscalculated, or perhaps he committed the folly that every Uchiha is prone to, hubris. Senju Hashirama was no foe akin to those he had previously encountered. He was the man who ended the Warring States period, ushering in nearly 2 decades of unprecedented peace to the ninja world. There has never been a formal declaration of the dual heroes of the ninja world. There exists but one, the god of ninjas. Often, due to his character and prowess, people overlook an essential truth. He is the man who witnessed the brutal demise of his kin, yet chose to forgive his mortal enemies and bring an end to the war. He had long understood the essence of true suffering. With formidable mental fortitude, the injuries to his soul were mending. What he possessed extended far beyond the sage body. Furrowing his brow, Senju Hashirama turned away. Continuing this battle was no longer feasible. Just as a ship alters its course to evade the tumultuous seas, he chose to retreat. Seeking a more spacious and uninhabited locale, he gazed toward the distant Red Mountains. Previously, during the skirmish, he had identified the continuous cliffs that resembled an insurmountable wall. According to the terrain, there should be an expansive area above, and the chasm of the cliffs would not likely harbor many inhabitants. Uchiha Sora observed the direction in which Senju Hashirama fled. The Red Earth continent, perhaps? For a true ninja, climbing trees and traversing water constitutes the foundational lesson. At altitudes reaching 10,000 meters, with an average of several thousand meters, the terrain posed no difference to Senju Hashirama compared to flatland. Boom, boom, boom. He evaded the onslaught of the Yasa's divine jewels, watching as they pierced through the clouds, still a considerable distance from the cliffs. This world is truly vast. Amidst the realm of power, the 5 elder stars and key members of the Knights of God convened to observe the high-definition images transmitted by the specially developed telephone bugs, designed to capture visuals from hundreds of miles away, ensuring they remained apprised of Uchiha Sora's movements. Who is that individual, whose abilities somewhat resemble those of the new Navy's Aramaki, yet lacks the strength to rival Uchiha Sora? According to their assessments, Uchiha Sora is potentially twice as strong as he was a year and a half ago. The prospect of such a magnitudinal increase is almost unfathomable. Were it not for their blind faith in Lord Emu, they might genuinely begin to doubt whether he could contend with this adversary. Let us set that aside for now. Is there a base at their landing position? They swiftly advanced from the Marussia Sea to the first half of the Grand Line within a day, leaving the safety of the entire Redland continent in question. We must take action. We must drive them off the Redland. It is the domain of the divine. The crowd turned their gaze towards the elongated Kirin head that had spoken, the Knights of God, Killingham Saint. Did I say something wrong? Lord 5 Elders, Commander, Captain? You have not erred. It is merely that Lord M is about to awaken, and we must avoid causing further complications. If they do not advance upon us, let them be. One of the 5 elders spoke with great difficulty, his voice heavy with a sense of helplessness. Yet, we cannot remain idle. I have discerned something. That unknown powerful being has shifted the battlefield twice due to the presence of ships or people nearby. He seems to care for the lives of those lowly commoners. How many slaves remain in the Holy Land? All should be driven out towards Mary Geos. If I am not mistaken, that individual will choose to avoid any encountered slaves. His method is to construct a wall of flesh and blood using the slaves, given that they have not descended in over a year. The number of slaves is already limited. If released, they cannot be recaptured, and they would surely be reluctant to let them go. If they are unwilling, let them be used as a human wall. Once Lord M awakens and eliminates Uchiha Sora, how many slaves will we require? Military officer, you are to carry this out immediately. Understood. A young female member with heterochromatic eyes accepted the command and departed. I shall accompany you, Shamrock said, her expression complex as she glanced at the image before following. The human wall tactic of Mary Geos proved ineffective, as the battle between the two did not head towards Mary Geos. The slaves, upon being driven out, initially believed it to be yet another game of pursuit. trembling with fear until they realized their master had not appeared. Could they finally escape? Freedom. The two combatants were unaware that, inadvertently, they had liberated many slaves. Even if they had known, Uchiha Sora would not have felt any remorse. For those he did not care about, he would not feel guilty if his actions harmed them. Likewise, if he happened to save someone, he would not require gratitude. After an unknown number of days and nights, the area where the two fought was left with a vast, gaping pit, littered with shattered wood. A colossal Buddha head lay toppled, engulfed in flames. Senju Hashirama panted heavily, revealing chaotic wounds on his exposed chest, blood trickling down. How strange. Did Tobirama not say that the body summoned through impure world reincarnation would not tire and possessed infinite chakra? Why do I increasingly feel that this is not a normal case of impure world reincarnation? By the way, does impure world reincarnation bleed? Had I known this would occur, I should have had Tobirama demonstrate it for me once before sealing. No, Tobirama should never have created such a malevolent technique. It is all this bastard's fault. Even in death, I cannot find peace. Observing Uchiha Sora, suppressed beneath layers of the divine gate, Senju Hashirama offered a wry smile. Now you can finally converse with me in peace, can't you? This complex sealing technique, capable of temporarily suppressing the six paths mode of Abido, indeed placed immense pressure upon Uchiha Sora. This is also one of the reasons why Uchiha Sora chose to shift the battlefield. Through close proximity, Uchiha Sora deduced that this was a seal anchored by a torii gate, attracting natural energy. It resembled the effects anticipated by Orochimaru regarding the awakening of the natural release fruit. Senju Hashirama, had you arrived in this world before me and adapted to its natural energy, I fear I would have been unable to find any flaw in this technique. Crack. Black and red lightning erupted from Uchiha Sora, crackling ominously. High above, the black-red sovereign lightning coalesced into a roaring thunder dragon, descending from the heavens. Boom. The electric serpent danced wildly, obliterating the debris and timber in its vicinity. Uchiha Sora bathed in the thunder, flames flickering atop his Susanoo. He raised his hand, aiming at Senju Hashirama. In the palm of Susanoo, two azure chakra orbs spun, taking on hues of deep crimson and dark purple. Ninjutsu, Sun Wheel. Ninjutsu, Moon Wheel. Crack. Fingers converged as chakra was compressed, further and further until it became a singular point of pure black. This is grave. That entity is exceedingly ominous. Fivefold Gate of Hell. Behind the five ghastly, fanged iron doors, the wood release, ranking technique. A wooden shield, shaped like a monstrous face, closed in. Hashirama had previously used this technique to defend against Uchiha Madara's formidable Susanoo. At the moment when chakra was compressed to its utmost limit, Susanoo's palm thrust forward. Divine reflection flash. Roar. The deepest black erupted into blinding light. The ethereal blue radiance resembled a meteor streaking across the sky, shattering the five gates of hell and propelling Senju Hashirama through the red earth, sailing across the boundless seas. He was propelled an unfathomable distance, as if to the very edge of the world. Half of Senju Hashirama's body was pierced, leaning against the branch of an unimaginably colossal tree, his breath growing exceedingly faint. Where's this? Hashirama's consciousness began to blur, and he vaguely sensed that the great tree behind him was calling to him, his crumbling body stabilizing. The tree of God, Adam, was one of the materials that forged his body. Senju Hashirama, I did not lie. I do not wish to kill you. Our battle is but a process of forging tools. You are the vessel for my voyage. Chapter 153, 10 Days of Forging Senju Hashirama. Elbaf, the renowned Kingdom of Giants. Acclaimed as the strongest nation in the world. Its core region is the Tree of God, Adam. The former pirate King Roger, along with the current Straw Hat cruise ship, was crafted from a part of this divine tree. At this moment, Senju Hashirama's point of descent lies at the apex of the Tree of God, known as the Realm of the Heavens. In this place, Hashirama finally comprehended the source of the calling. It was this gigantic tree that beckoned him. It appeared to be fearful, longing for his protection. Was it terrified of Uchiha Sora? Most importantly, upon hearing Uchiha Sora's words, Hashirama felt an ominous premonition, a strong instinct that often proved true, especially in this moment. It felt as if images of the future were crashing through his mind, with all of nature and even the air warning him. Senju Hashirama was unaware that he had unknowingly awakened an extraordinary level of observation haki. The hurried and heavy sound of footsteps echoed as giants climbed the branches leading to the celestial realm. This celestial domain served as the abode of the royal family and, according to the giants' tradition, was also the sacred burial ground for their warriors. The radiant light that spanned the sky was blinding, an undeniable force that compelled the giants residing in the middle realm to gather without command. Who are you to dare trespass into the forbidden territory of the giant royal family? Do you wish for death? Giants towering over 20 meters converged, halting in their tracks upon catching a glimpse of the diminutive figure. Their immense forms cast shadows that obscured the view for those behind them, who grumbled, "Sig, don't block my way. Get lost. Ilya, why are you dawdling? Seize that troublemaker who has disturbed the celestial realm." How noisy! Uchiha Sora slightly tilted his head, a crimson line flickering in his gaze. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, igniting the very air with a crackling sound. Black arcs of electricity, infused with flames, swept outward. The giants toppled like rice stalks in a tempest. Weaker ones faltered, rolling their eyes back as they fainted. Even the stronger giants knelt, their trembling hands struggling to support their bodies, their faces pale. It felt as if a heavy hammer had struck their foreheads. "What power is this?" A young giant warrior spoke with difficulty, his voice quivering. The older warrior beside him, drenched in sweat, trembled uncontrollably. "It's Conqueror's haki. How could there be a Conqueror's haki that even our giant race cannot withstand? What a joke. If it's that person, it's possible." The devouring black dragon. The undefeated warlord, Sora. Uchiha Sora stood calmly, observing the fallen giants without a flicker of emotion. "They were merely parasites temporarily residing upon my sacred tree, Adam. What right do they have to bark so recklessly?" Senju Hashirama, with half of his body injured, was gradually mended by the faint glimmers emanating from the sacred tree. He managed to rise to his feet. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow, shaking his head. "Is it necessary to ask when I have spoken so plainly? It is pointless to explain." He swiftly formed hand seals, crimson flames trickling from his fingertips. Once the intricate seal was completed, Uchiha Sora directed his palms towards Senju Hashirama. "I cannot wait for you to fully recover before making my move. Your strength is too formidable, Hashirama." In an instant, flames erupted. Roar! Fiery dragons surged forth from his palms, swirling around Uchiha Sora, absorbing chakra and growing in size. Subsequently, Uchiha Sora invoked the divine reflection Susanoo once more, sending the dragon horde toward the divine wheel at the rear of the Susanoo. This scene, reminiscent of a mythical tale, caused the giants, who had struggled to remain standing, to finally succumb, prostrating themselves in awe. Senju Hashirama, bracing himself on his knees, felt a surge of murderous intent for the first time. "You do not wish for me to return to the Pure Land. You intend to seal me in the present world. Only now do you realize this? It is far too late." Uchiha Sora clasped his hands together, fatigue evident after days of intense battle. The fire dragon, entwined with the divine wheel, descended upon the head of Hashirama Senju. Just as Hashirama intended to teleport away, his movements abruptly halted in an instant. This body had been meticulously crafted by Orochimaru, concealing a hidden door. However, this secret passage could only restrain Hashirama for a fleeting second, yet that was more than sufficient. Boom! From within the divine wheel cascaded a crimson torrent, countless dragon silhouettes writhing and unleashing deafening roars. The fire dragons transformed into chain-like heads, ensnaring Hashirama's limbs and binding his torso. As an overwhelming heat pressed in from all directions, it was not merely the scorching heat. He felt as though immense mountains bore down upon him, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Ninjutsu, 10 directions fire sealing formation. As the sealing array was completed, Uchiha Sora, with a hint of malicious delight, sneered. "How does it feel to be misunderstood? Since you could seal the 9 tails and serve as the village's weapon, I too shall emulate you, the first Hokage." Hashirama continued to struggle, the chains rattling violently, flames swirling around him. "You cannot do this. Even if it means extinguishing my soul, Sora, you must not proceed. In blind pursuit of power, you will follow Madara down a path of darkness, bringing ruin to the ninja world." Hashirama was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own strength. If he were to be manipulated by the individual before him, the world would truly be in peril. Uchiha Sora regarded Hashirama with a tinge of pity. "You could have lived a more fulfilling life, yet you remain ensnared by the curse of peace, unable to achieve satisfaction in any endeavor. Even Madara found no common ground with you. Thus, I have little left to say." With a firm step, the new Marine Admiral. Akainu, accompanied by several high-ranking officers, approached, stepping over the prostrate giants. Everything is in place. Akainu stood beside Uchiha Sora, casting a glance at Hashirama, imprisoned in the fiery cage. Is this what you refer to as the strongest in your world? Uchiha Sora exhaled deeply, releasing the oppressive conqueror's haki that restrained the giant race, conserving chakra for the forthcoming actions. Indeed, reaching this point has demanded considerable effort. Akainu, if your purpose was to apprehend this individual, now that it is accomplished, please take your leave. A giant with a waterfall-like white beard approached, towering even over the usual giant warriors. A sword protruded from his helmet, seemingly piercing through his forehead. This was Ururu, the elder of Elbaf, known as the Mountain Beard, a hero among giants and the oldest warrior in the world at 400 years of age. This world loves to describe things as the greatest of all. Uchiha Sora paid the elder no heed, his gaze drifting to another direction. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, bore a colossal black blade on his back. Let the battle commence. Mihawk lifted his eyes to the towering treasure tree that pierced the clouds, softly replying, "Is this how we shall determine the victor?" With a swift motion, the black blade was drawn from its sheath, Mihawk resting it upon his shoulder, poised for action, its cold gleam flickering. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sora's Susanoo assumed a sword-drawn stance. Under the immense pressure, the air stilled. Divine Reflection Susanoo. Newsflash. For the first time, Hawkeye uttered the name of his technique. Two unparalleled slashes, one black and one red, descended upon the Tree of Adam, akin to the guillotine of the heavens, seeking its decapitation. Chapter 154. 10 Days of Forging 1,000 Hands. Legend. In the Grand Line, there exists an island where war rages incessantly. Under the relentless onslaught of conflict, the cities and inhabitants have been nearly obliterated. Yet, a colossal tree stands resilient, unwavering regardless of the turmoil surrounding it. Following the cessation of hostilities, the people embraced this tree, establishing new nations and cities around it, venerating it as the mightiest of trees. At this moment, the entirety of Elbaf trembled. Patrons at a coastal tavern on Elbaf Island fled in terror, scanning their surroundings in vain, only to gaze upward. From their perspective, the heavens of the Tree of Adam were tilting, with flickers of fire and shadows of darkness flickering amidst the clouds. What on earth is happening? Stop. Please. Cease this madness. Are you out of your minds? Are you truly intent on destroying the Tree of Adam? The aged Ururu, in a state of frantic desperation, was nearly beside himself, his voice hoarse from shouting, almost ready to wield the massive sword embedded in his mind. With swift movements, enormous vines ensnared the giant warriors. Attempting to advance, dressed in a naval coat and with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, the wild shepherd smirked. I have an affinity for plants. I'm merely pruning a small portion. Nothing grave will occur. Moreover, the Tree of Adam has historically belonged to the Uchiha clan. You should be grateful that he allows your primitive species to exist here. When did the Tree of Adam become a possession of the Uchiha clan? Such absurdity should surely have its limits. A cadre of naval officers positioned themselves before the giant warriors, clad in a fearsome, double-headed dragon helmet. The menacing ghost spider wielded dual blades, his hair adorned with weapons, exuding an aura of terror. Remain quiet, or we shall engage in combat. Accompanying Akainu were officers of no lesser rank than vice admirals, and with Uchiha Sora in tow, the new Navy's elite forces were present, aside from the necessary defensive troops. A mere nation of giants dares to challenge the world's dominant new Navy? The Tree of Adam is the sacred abode of the giant race. Inflicting such harm before the giants is sufficient to incite war. The giant warriors, unafraid of death, were undeterred by Ghost Spider's warning, intent on launching their assault. Halt! Ururu bellowed in anguish. The giant warriors assumed he was addressing Uchiha Sora, the one felling the tree, poised to strike with fists and blades. Warriors, stand down. Ururu's tear-filled eyes implored, the sun god is on his way. Do you not understand? The legendary sun god approaches, and the giants are destined to assist him. We must not make foolish sacrifices at this critical juncture. The appointed time is drawing near. The Tree of Adam is remarkably resilient. Even skilled shipwrights take considerable time to attend to its branches. As for the trunk, it has never circulated in the black market. Prior to this moment, no one could have dared to lay a hand on the trunk of the Tree of Adam. Were it not for Uchiha Sora, Ururu would not hinder the giants. for at least there remained a faint glimmer of hope for victory. Beneath the immense Susanoo, even the giants appeared minuscule. As the unseen edge of a deep crimson strike approached the center, the black slash penetrated only a quarter of the way. The disparity was evident to the naked eye. Without hesitation, the deep red flames surged forward until they collided with the black strike, intertwining in a chaotic dance of black and crimson. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill, followed by a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. The powerful shockwave erupted like a nuclear blast, sending the severed top of the Atom Tree soaring. You have lost. The task of trimming the branches is now yours. Uchiha Sora gazed upward at the trunk, which loomed like a mountain, his hands swiftly forming seals. Mihawk stared at the black blade in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Then, a long-forgotten smile crept onto his lips. I may have lost in terms of power, but let us duel with swords next time. I shall be the challenger. Uchiha Sora scoffed. What a ridiculous jest. Power is the essence of swordsmanship. With swift, sweeping motions, countless flying slashes were unleashed from the black blade, severing the branches from the trunk. The fallen limbs were collected by designated individuals, each worth a staggering 200 million berries. Everyone sensed Mihawk's inexplicable delight. Aruru, witnessing the sacred relic being treated in such a manner, could not help but confront Mihawk, Hawkeye, as a friend of the red-haired. How can you assist in the slaying of his foe? Do you possess no sense of honor? 6 years prior, Shanks had aided the giants in subduing the cursed Prince Loki, earning the title of a friend to their kin. To Aruru, Mihawk's treachery was far more detestable than Uchiha Sora's ruthless plunder. Shanks fell in a war he provoked, perishing in a duel of swords. Why should I harbor resentment? Mihawk continued his actions, speaking with indifference. If it were I who had perished, and Shanks sought revenge, I would consider it a disgrace. As for your notion of assistance, I lost. Obeying the victor's command is the most natural course of action. Mihawk had long been a solitary figure, adhering to his own path, viewing the world devoid of true friends, seeing only challengers and worthy opponents. Uchiha Sora was a treasure, an extraordinary being whose astonishing evolutionary pace represented a target worth pursuing. How splendid it was! The silent and stoic Hawkeye even felt compelled to explain himself to Aruru, revealing the depth of his elation. Admiral Akainu, Aramaki. Before the gathered navy, Uchiha Sora respectfully addressed him as Admiral. Simultaneously, scales erupted from his body, transforming him into a colossal black dragon, soaring into the sky. With formidable claws, he grasped the flaming god wheel that sealed the Sage of the Six Paths and hurled it towards the plummeting Atom Tree. To be involved in such a grand event was truly an honor. Aramaki roared with glee, pressing his hands upon the Atom Tree. No more restraints. The branches of the Atom Tree were drawn by some unseen force, twisting into dozens of enormous treant hands that formed a support for the severed section. Yet, his strength alone was insufficient to bear such weight. Meteor volcano. Akainu's arms transformed into scalding magma, exuding billowing black smoke. Countless colossal fists of molten rock rained down upon the divine tree, their impact lifting it while igniting its lower half. The upper portion, the head of the black dragon, gradually rose, its gaping maw unleashing torrents of searing flames. The air was suffused with fire, enveloping the entire world in a fierce blaze, painting the sky a deep crimson. Chains binding the dragon's head pierced through the charred surface of the divine tree, securing it tightly. A raven emerged from the black dragon's crimson eyes, gliding into the trunk engulfed in flames. Sinister incantations clung to the space between the thousand-handed pillar and the tree's body, the celestial seal and the inferno formation. Ignoring the searing pain coursing through his body, the thousand-handed pillar gazed at the fearsome black dragon. I have strayed onto a path of malevolence. I was mistaken. On this road of wickedness, you have long surpassed me. What will become of the ninja world? This mythic scene persisted for 10 days. The massive trunk of the divine tree was no more, replaced by a sea of flames. Amidst this inferno floated a slender vessel, black and red, resembling a flatboat, emanating a mystical, faint emerald hue, akin to flames yet reminiscent of green leaves. Uchiha Sora returned to human form, appearing frail and pale. His suspended body trembled, covered in burned scars. As he beheld the ship, a wild smile spread across his face. At last, he was liberated from restraint. Ha ha ha! Such joyous laughter felt as if he had claimed the entire world. Chapter 155. The mythical being, the black boat of the river of oblivion. A resilient soul and a pure body constructed an arc capable of traversing the fabric of time and space. A single individual cannot accomplish this. Thousand-handed pillar. I require your foundation to pave the way for my ascent to myth. In the sea of stars, the life energy levels beneath mythical beings are categorized into 5 primary stages. Using numerical and alphabetical designations, the golden level corresponds to the 4th stage, classified into upper, middle, and lower tiers. An upper-tier golden level entity, given sufficient time, possesses the capability to eradicate a small life planet in solitary combat. Between the golden and mythical beings, there exists an additional stage, designated as 0 for ease of remembrance, which we shall call platinum. The Sea of Stars has numerous appellations for it, such as the Ring, Complete Diagram, Will Creation, Ascension, and Steel Moros. Uchiha Sora listened intently as the platform elaborated. This level pertains to the collection of characteristics of mythical beings. When all elements are gathered, it marks the moment of life's transcendence and monumental transformation. The first point is immortality, even when the body and soul are destroyed. Survival is attainable through other means. Relatively speaking, this is a point that is comparatively easier to achieve. However, there exist unique entities, powerful enough to rival deities, yet succumb to mortality. Such extraordinary beings are referred to as singularities. The reason I mention this, Uchiha Sora, is that you exhibit signs of developing into a singularity. The second point pertains to the immense energy reserves. The mere existence of mythological beings consumes vast amounts of energy. As I previously mentioned, the ninja world is a secondary dimension with a complete pathway for ascendance. The reason for selecting that realm as your initial location is due to the fact that the Otsutsuki deity is the true mythological being that transcends secondary dimensions. Their act of cultivating the divine tree and gathering chakra fruit is fundamentally aimed at achieving colossal energy reserves. With this reference, Uchiha understood the daunting nature of this endeavor. The Otsutsuki clan has been sowing the divine tree across dimensions for millennia, annihilating countless planets abundant in natural energy to accumulate sufficient power. The third point concerns the accurate understanding of time and space. For beings within the secondary dimension, this represents an exceptionally challenging step, as their comprehension of dimensions is exceedingly difficult to acquire. Yet for you, it is quite straightforward. Your understanding of space has already been enhanced through your ability to traverse dimensions. Once you grasp the essence of time, you will achieve a complete understanding. This is why I believe your journey towards becoming an anomaly is not merely about attaining the platinum level to acquire the traits of a mythological being. Most anomalies have undergone similar experiences. To facilitate your comprehension of time, allow me to clarify one absolute truth regarding the starry seas you possess. Time always moves forward and can never regress. The past is immutable. The concept of time reversal applies solely to secondary dimensions. As for this matter, I encourage you to ponder it independently. A comprehensive explanation would require at least 439 billion volumes of classified texts on time and space. Of course, if you desire, I can sell you a single point of credibility for a nominal fee. Do you possess some peculiar hobby that compels you to overwhelm my mind? Not interested? Very well. One can distinctly sense the platform's disappointment. The fourth point is to possess your own mythos. A sufficient number of intelligent beings must know your name and regard your deeds as miraculous wonders, imbued with the weight of time. This is an accumulative process, typically completed over the span of a millennium. Judging by energy levels, Otsutsuki Kagaya from the ninja world resides at the platinum level, establishing the ninja sect, disseminating chakra, fragmenting the 10 tails, and creating a pure land are all unconscious acts that contribute to the construction of her mythos. However, she lacks the understanding of time and space, preventing her from walking the path of the Otsutsuki deity. These 4 points are of utmost importance. Acquiring the remaining characteristics is not particularly challenging and can be achieved along the journey of power ascendance. To put it simply, in a more mundane manner, it boils down to being sufficiently renowned, adequately nourished by energy, possessing the common sense to return home when it rains, and knowing that one will not perish from illness or injury. This is the essence of a mythological being. Does that seem too trivial? It lacks any sophistication. There are indeed more refined expressions. For instance, the titles of mythological beings encompass over 3,000 variations, with some lengthy titles reaching up to 90,000 characters. The information contained is not substantial. Would you care for it as a complimentary gift? Not receiving a response, the platform continued. So, when do you intend to undergo the assessment for promotion to specialist? Uchiha Sora currently assumes the role of a user on a lending platform. The universal lending platform does not exist solely because of him. The master who constructed this platform amidst the vast cosmos employs it to sift through countless worlds. This endeavor serves not only to accrue credibility points, but also to bolster the strength of his faction. It is an eternal truth that no intelligent life form can ever be wholly satisfied. Even among the deities who possess vast star domains, conflict persists. Upon Uchiha Sora's completion of the loan with the Nine Tails, his own power reached an upper golden tier as determined by the platform, granting him an opportunity to participate in the assessment. Should he succeed in this evaluation, there is a high likelihood of his ascension to platinum tier, embarking on the path to becoming a mythic being. According to the platform standards, this is the threshold for transitioning from a user to a specialist. The right to establish a branch office, which Uchiha Sora had long sought, is indeed a privilege reserved for high-ranking specialists. The existence of the Heavenly Seal is an anomaly, allowing Uchiha Sora, even at the user stage, to experience the joy of lending. Over the past year and a half, he has amassed tens of thousands of credibility points, though no events necessitating a loan have arisen. Otherwise, he would be eager to experiment with what entities could be summoned with such a substantial amount of points. Each time this thought crosses his mind, the platform reminds him to refrain from arbitrary attempts, suggesting that such opportunities should be reserved for more critical moments. It was not until the completion of his third loan that the platform indicated this pivotal moment was indeed the specialist assessment. According to the platform's average statistics, most users trigger the assessment only after completing dozens of loans and achieving upper golden tier status. Uchiha Sora, as a typical user who qualifies for assessment after merely 3 loans, is far from the norm. Typically, users borrow only what they can repay. They manage their loans with meticulous precision, akin to the secondary user Orochimaru, who borrows only small amounts based on repayment capabilities. That is the expected approach. As Uchiha Sora's thoughts meander, he gazes at the vessel suspended in the air, even after the sea of flames has receded. Once I return and settle matters, I shall set forth. What shall I call you? Uchiha Sora muses, lacking the exceptional naming talent of Minato Namikaze. After a moment's contemplation, he decides, how about the black-red fallen arc of Senju Hashirama? Quite fitting, is it not? At the bow of the ship, a spectral figure of Senju Hashirama, no larger than a fist, materializes, clenching its fist and roaring. Not at all. There should be limits to humiliation. Uchiha Sora chuckles lightly. I thought I had failed in the creation, and you had perished. With a flourish of his tattered sleeve, Uchiha Sora ascends with the black vessel. I have a splendid name in mind, but for now, it shall not do justice. I shall call you Wanchuan. Among the Senju, Uchiha, and their kin, one must assume the role of king while the other serves as a steed to truly exhibit their power. Conflict breeds the concept of victory and defeat. One must lead while the other supports. This is the rightful path. In your moment as king, you failed to master the Uchiha. I shall not falter. The true seal of reconciliation between our two clans has been established. Let us forget the past and sail toward the future. Chapter 156, A Desperate Plea for Death. Konoha. The flow of time in the sea world and the ninja world is consistent, and over a span of several days, nothing unexpected has transpired. As the victors, the Uchiha clan has resumed their traditional practices, taking the third Hokage and others into custody. Senju Tobarama, under the influence of Orochimaru, and the sudden betrayal of the Nine Tails and Minato Namikaze left the third Hokage's faction with little means for effective resistance. Jiraiya, burdened by guilt towards his disciple Minato, finds himself unable to fully commit to the fight. Yet, it is evident that even full effort would not suffice against the might present. With Minato's presence, Shursui and his companions would refrain from executing the third Hokage and his allies entirely. Following their arrest, they await the return of Uchiha K, who will handle matters accordingly. The third Hokage and his faction are likewise in a state of anticipation, which is why their prior resistance was not particularly fervent. The outcome here is of little consequence. As long as the first Hokage returns victorious, order will swiftly be restored. The god of shinobi possesses such power. Within the confines of Konoha's prison, Sarutobi Hiruzen's sunken eyes betray his age, now shadowed by an aura of despair. His body bears no injuries, and he voluntarily entered the cell. Opposite him lies Tobarama, bound by chains of sealing stone, his limbs restrained, with dark curses etched upon his skin. Senju Tobarama, with his emotionless crimson gaze, calmly states, "Do not feign this demeanor. Monkey, it won't be long before I decipher the seals and nullify the Edo Tensei technique." During his days in the cell, Tobarama has come to understand the events of the years gone by. Hiruzen confesses all he knows without reservation, acknowledging his misdeeds. Although he recognizes the wrongness of his actions, he remains unrepentant, believing that all he did was for the village's sake. Tobarama does not blame Hiruzen for neglecting the Uzumaki clan. At that time, Konoha was preoccupied, engulfed in external warfare and internal instability following the recent ascension to power. What capacity did they have to support the Uzumaki? As for the Senju clan, in a time of insufficient military strength, their desperate attempts to revive would release were misguided but not sinful. The weakening of the shinobi clans is merely a reflection of Hiruzen's adherence to his will. In Tobarama's vision, all clans, Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, should fade into the collective of the village. The existence of the shinobi clans should not persist. For the sake of the village, Hashirama was willing to sacrifice friends and loved ones. Similarly, Tobarama, prioritizing the long-term development of the village, remains indifferent to the rise and fall of any single clan. Konoha embodies not only the dreams of Hashirama and Madara, but also Tobarama's aspirations. Every individual who has fought through the Warring States period is consumed by a fervent desire for peace. He even set aside his grievances to converse with Uchiha Madara, advocating for the continued expansion of Konoha, proposing the unification of the ninja world, perhaps paving the way for a more enduring peace. Madara agreed, while Hashirama was reluctant, believing that the delicate peace should not be jeopardized. Subsequently, they distributed tailed beasts, attempting to balance the strength of the nations, fostering coexistence. This action may well have been the catalyst for the downfall of the land of whirlpools. Coexistence proved utterly unattainable. Both Madara and Tobarama foresaw the impending war following Hashirama's death. Only the mighty Senju Hashirama, who suppresses the world, remains oblivious to this truth, mistakenly believing that the cessation of war signifies its permanent end, assuming that all share his fervent love for peace. In the adjacent cell, the young CHG Akimichi and Mito Gate are imprisoned. The teacher expresses regret, lamenting that after your departure, we failed to control the situation, allowing matters to devolve into chaos. Tobarama casts a fleeting glance, remarking softly that indeed, there have been numerous foolish actions. Nonetheless, selecting the fourth Hokage from the common folk was a judicious decision. The pivotal moment was that fateful night. Had it not been for the inexplicable emergence of the individual who instigated the Night of the Nine Tails, the fourth Hokage possessed the capability to unify the village. I perceive that he is not as naively innocent as my elder brother. He harbors ambition and cunning. Alas, the greatest upheaval stemmed from that man. Possessing chakra rivaling that of my brother, a being even more formidable than the original Uchiha Madara. A deep sense of trepidation flickers in Tobarama's eyes. I do not oppose the Uchiha ascending to the position of Hokage, yet the stronger they become, the more they diverge from the thoughts of ordinary humans. The Uchiha clan's obsession with love exceeds that of the average person, plunging them into extreme hatred upon the loss of their beloved. The evolution of the Sharingan concurrently fosters a volatile personality, susceptible to darkness. In this light, it is evident that Uchiha SK was engulfed by darkness from a tender age. Through incessant sacrifice, wielding power not rightfully theirs, he undoubtedly treads the path of malevolence. This individual has long since succumbed to despair, becoming a mere amalgamation of negative emotions. Driven by such hatred, he seeks vengeance against Konoha. Did you hear that? This is precisely why I have never considered achieving understanding through mere words. The vaulted ceiling of the dungeon rises, casting the shadows of Uchiha SK and others, intertwined with the sunlight. Uchiha SK smiles gently, projecting an aura of remarkable tenderness. Most individuals in the ninja world are mad. I, a paragon of normalcy, often feel out of place. In tales of yore, it is customary to attribute a tragic childhood to murderers, weaving it as the rationale for their brutal and cold demeanor. Why must it be perceived as so complex? Uchiha SK opens his arms, stating nonchalantly, parting with parents and friends is a universal experience. I have long since made peace with it. Everything I do is merely because I choose to. Why should I don the mantle of vengeance? I aspire to vanquish Senju Hashirama, to prove that he is unworthy of leadership. My kin yearn to return home. I promise to bring them back. Uchiha SK is not merely conversing with Tobirama Senju, but imparting a lesson to his disciples before embarking on his journey. Remember this. All dissatisfaction in life stems from the inadequacy of one's own strength. There is never a clear demarcation of right and wrong. Because I stand here, I embody justice. Thus, power equates to righteousness. Naruto and his companions listen intently, while Minato smiles wryly, questioning whether this perspective may be too extreme. Casting a cold glance at Namake's Minato, he retorts, "You, who have abandoned all choices to pursue death, dare utter such words? Had I not foreseen your demise, I would not have risked bringing our kin to safety. No matter how one contemplates it, the fault lies with you, Minato." Minato stands speechless. Uchiha SK gazes at the dungeon, a flick of his fingers signaling the unfolding of events. A sudden chilling wind swept through, and the ghastly, semi-transparent shadow of the Grim Reaper materialized before the crowd. The Shinigami is not merely a puppet. You have tamed the Grim Reaper, Watergate exclaimed in astonishment. The very entity he had summoned at the cost of his life now moved with the gestures of Uchiha Sora. Yet, it was merely a unique conglomeration of chakra. Summoned by the Uzumaki clan's mastery of the art, it hardly qualified as a deity. The term Shinigami seems more fitting. The Grim Reaper possessed no consciousness and would not contest Uchiha Sora's authority. Ethereal, pale blue hands adorned with incantations reached into the dungeon, extracting the souls of several individuals. If you are so fond of conversation, you might as well chat to your heart's content within the belly of the Shinigami. Observing Uchiha Sora's actions, Watergate raised his hand to speak, but thought better of it, realizing he was in need of assistance himself. To press further would be rather inconsiderate. I shall endeavor to impress the third Hokage, hoping to find an opportunity to voice a few words once Kushina is resurrected. The sensation within the belly of the Shinigami is far from pleasant. You must endure. Uchiha Sora's gaze shifted to another direction, sensing the rapid escape of chakra. How naive it is to flee now. Even if you had escaped earlier, it would have been futile, as long as you remain in the shinobi realm. There is no escape. Why be so fearful? How could I bear to let you perish? I shall ensure that you long for death, for only then will my thoughts be unclouded. Danzo. Chapter 157. A new destination during the day. Shimura Danzo distinctly recalled that the moment he took his first step, the sun was high in the sky, just as it had been in years past. Even in his old age, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though indecisive, still possessed the courage to embrace the risks of death. After decades steeped in darkness, Danzo, who regarded emotions as inconsequential, chose to flee when confronted with danger. When Uchiha Sora and his entourage descended, he dared not reveal himself. At the moment the dust settled, he could not muster the courage to rescue his teacher. A leopard cannot change its spots. Once one has fled once, they will flee for a lifetime. Darkness enveloped him like a curtain soaked in ink, obscuring everything within Danzo's line of sight. This darkness was not uniform. Deeper shadows writhed at the periphery of his vision, each movement drawing closer. Danzo's steps began to falter, his breath thickening, as faint, haunting whispers brushed past his ears like the murmurs of the deceased. Fear gradually squeezed the air from his chest. He understood that the figure was near. Following closely behind, that individual reveled in the slow unraveling of his frayed nerves. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse. When fear reaches its zenith, it transforms into rage. Danzo turned to roar. Show yourself. Come out, Uchiha Sora. I know you are pursuing me. Have the courage to appear. He resolved that if Uchiha Sora dared to reveal himself, he would unleash the four-symbol seal, orchestrating a dramatic reversal for the Uchiha clan. Teacher, I am not fleeing. I am merely awaiting the opportune moment. I fear not death. I seek to render my demise meaningful. Only I can accomplish what others cannot achieve. The response that met him was a rustling sound of fabric, alarmingly close. As if just a step behind. With a swift motion, Danzo turned, kunai in hand, yet he felt no tangible impact. In the depths of his consciousness, he sensed the suffocating darkness tightening around him, compelling him to flee blindly with limbs heavy as lead. Suddenly, in the obscurity, countless crimson Sharingan eyes opened, thousands upon thousands. An endless gaze, scrutinizing him without mercy. A detached voice resonated. I once pondered a question. Why do you harbor such animosity towards the Uchiha? Is it a lingering grudge? No, During the Warring States period, the Uchiha's adversaries were the Senju and Sarutobi clans, with no direct conflict against the Shimura. Is it merely an inherited wariness from the second Hokage? That seems unlikely. While maintaining vigilance, he also utilized their strengths. That was the second's philosophy. It was only when I investigated a certain matter that I began to grasp the truth. Uchiha Kagami, remember that name. In the hidden records of the Cloud Village, it is noted that he awakened a unique Sharingan to cover your retreat. However, he faced the third Raikage at the height of his power. Even when awakening the Manjiki in a moment of peril, it did not alter his fate. Yet, he saved you nonetheless. Such is human nature. You do not feel gratitude towards Uchiha Kagami, but rather, resentment. Why was he able to unleash such power in a moment of certain death? Why could you not? Your malice towards him runs deep, extending to the entire Uchiha clan, a mystery even to yourself. The figure of Uchiha Sora appeared before Danzo, imposing and unyielding. For symbol seal, without hesitation, Danzo unveiled his attire, revealing a dark curse mark upon his chest. Before the surging darkness could spread, it was forcefully repressed. It is jealousy, Shimura Danzo. He was your closest comrade, willing to sacrifice his life for you. He understood your painful past, yet still sought to help you realize your ideals. You despise him, just as you do Sarutobi Hiruzen. You aspire to become him, scheming to reclaim one of his eyes and place it within your own socket. Uchiha Sora remained impassive. Understanding a person's psyche is a complex and tormenting endeavor. You are too real, too much like a human, filled with the inherent malice of humanity. I owe you my gratitude. When my mother passed, I was indeed consumed by anger and hatred, as Senju Tobarama had said. After finally finding family and love, it mattered not if the world was a lie. At least love was genuine. My initial thought was to track down the one responsible for the Ninetales assault and construct a world of illusion. I realized that resurrecting my mother would be futile. If this wretched world remained unchanged, revival would only lead to reliving her tragic demise. Do you remember the little boy you encountered 11 years ago at the entrance of Konoha Hospital? I witnessed you send someone to the morgue. I understood your intentions. It was my hatred for you that made me halt my steps. What qualifications do you possess to exist within a realm of illusions? I must eradicate you, leaving not a trace of your spirit. Yet, this notion transforms as I delve into the depths of your heart. Uchiha Sora speaks with a calm demeanor. If seeking vengeance against you is to be my life's ambition, then my existence is indeed pitiful. How can one who despises not being an Uchiha and harbors jealousy towards the Uchiha serve as my adversary? I shall not permit myself to expend great efforts to triumph over you, to struggle and ultimately slay you. You are truly unworthy. Nonsense. Shimura Danzo roars, his visage contorted, emotions surging to the point of shedding blood tears. What right does a mere Uchiha have to lecture me? He gasps heavily. You have merely been fortunate enough to acquire a formidable and malevolent power. You lack the audacity to wield such might. Only I can accomplish this. The position of Hokage, the mastery of both the Senju and Uchiha powers, belongs solely to me, Shimura Danzo. I am the one capable of altering this world. Uchiha Sora chuckles. How delightful, Shimura Danzo. Even in your final moments, you do not beg for mercy, granting me an additional measure of satisfaction. For the millennia to come, you must steadfastly uphold this will, for indeed, Uchiha Sora's smile fades, his figure gradually receding into darkness. You cannot cease your contemplation. In the void, only the chill of piercing gaze remains. Shimura Danzo's body ignites. With each inch of flesh consumed by the flames, the brilliance emanating from his Sharingan rejuvenates him. At the coastline, Uchiha Sora bends down, placing the dark orb into the sea, allowing it to drift with the currents. His battle with Senju Hashirama has imparted upon him an understanding of the flow of sage techniques. He has personally traversed the Mijin Gate and learned to harness natural abilities. As long as the natural energies of the ninja world remain abundant, Danzo shall not perish. The true strength of the Uchiha does not manifest in moments of despair, but rather in the ability to perceive all, to see through the very fabric of reality. Let us proceed, commencing traversal in accordance with assessment requirements. Destination, the Great Black Tower. Chapter 158. The Great Black Tower. This journey's distance far exceeds Uchiha Sora's expectations. He possesses a correct understanding of space, with a general awareness of the spatial distance between the ninja world and the oceanic realm. However, lacking a proper grasp of time. He perceives his arrival as instantaneous, yet the distance is likely magnitudes greater than that between the ninja world and the sea. As light and shadow intermingle, a cerulean starry sky unfolds. A colossal city suspended amidst the cosmos comes into view. Countless enormous black gears construct a towering edifice, crowned by a clock whose second hand ticks, releasing tendrils of golden light that spill forth. Spiral staircases, resembling crystalline structures, cascade from the heavens like decorative tassels, presenting a surreal beauty. Additionally, a vast plaza of silver white stretches before him. Each stone slab within the square is adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. What captivates the observer in this city is not its sheer size, but rather an inexplicable sense of order. The Great Black Tower serves as a stronghold of the master within the infinite dimensions, radiating across countless subordinate realms, where the assessments of agents are conducted. Due to the master's consciousness having descended here, this place possesses a hint of the characteristics of the Starry Sea. In simpler terms, the architecture is extraordinarily resilient. Beneath the mythic beings, the possibility of destruction is rendered non-existent. May I take a slab of stone back with me? The Great Black Tower is overseen by a manager. I would advise against such an action. I have received information indicating that there are 4 users who registered to participate in the assessment alongside you. Please wait a moment. Uchiha Sora gazed outward at the floating city, where the view was engulfed by profound darkness, a depth that words could scarcely capture. How much does the flow of time here deviate from that in the ninja world? You need not concern yourself with that. Should you return, it will feel as if no time has passed since your departure. The Great Black Tower possesses accurate timekeeping. In a sense, it is akin to the Starry Sea. And ordinary subordinate dimensions do not induce temporal discrepancies during transit. Uchiha Sora stroked his chin. Did you not mention that mythic beings have appeared in the ninja world? How can this still be considered an ordinary subordinate realm? It is difficult to explain. Even in the Starry Sea, mythic beings are not ubiquitous. They must possess the strength to become sovereigns of living planets. If the ascendant from the ninja world were willing to return and invest resources in that dimension, it is not impossible for the ninja world to become a special focal point akin to the Great Black Tower. Isn't it quite simple to understand? It's akin to someone becoming wealthy and purchasing a home in the city, while neglecting to improve their humble abode back home, isn't it? If you wish to phrase it that way, I have no objections. I have received a signal indicating the arrival of the second individual, synchronizing with the platform's information. Uchiha Sora directed his gaze toward a patch of darkness. Suddenly, the darkness tore open, revealing a white rift. A sleek, silver vehicle emerged, which upon fully materializing, transformed midair into a towering mech, crashing down with a thunderous sound. Clad in shimmering silver with a black and red cloak billowing dramatically, the mech emitted a weighty presence, imparting the sensation that it was not merely a machine, but a unique life form. Uchiha Sora's eyes brightened. You are rather striking. One of the platform's fundamental functions is the conversion of various languages, allowing users to communicate without linguistic barriers across different realms. If it could not accomplish even this, how could it facilitate cross-dimensional financial transactions? The head of the mechanical giant emitted a buzzing sound, which conveyed, "Fourth. You are the 4th otherworldly life form I have encountered who can instantly perceive that I am not merely encased in a mech, but rather, this is my true form. You lack the arrogance typical of carbon-based life forms, and I find you likable." A smooth, mirror-like visage on the silver robot revealed an expression, presumably a smile. I have seen similar characters in movies. Are you a transformer? No, I have not heard of the race you mentioned. I am a member of the Mech Armor tribe, residing in the Sea of Spirits, descended from the primordial fox god, known as Gildasric. Rick held his head high, seemingly proud of his lineage. Greetings, Uchiha Sora. In a situation where the identity of a competitor remained uncertain, Uchiha Kong maintained a demeanor of politeness. The fox god is a member of the Starry Sea mechanized clan, and the vast majority of mechanical life forms in the secondary dimension are creations of this clan, with only a rare few having achieved self-evolution. There is no need for you to mention any information related to the Starry Sea, for he would not comprehend it. He is merely an individual who does not even grasp his own origins. The term primal must not be employed in this context. It was known to Uchiha Kong that the platform belonged to a branch of the mechanized clan, although he seldom displayed emotions. The condescension towards the being before him was somewhat palpable, akin to a human's perception of a gorilla. Meanwhile, Rick heard the voice of the platform resonate in his mind. Name: Uchiha Kong. Energy level: upper golden rank. Combat power scanning cannot be defined. Deep scan initiated. Warning: please cease actions immediately to avoid indescribable dangers for the sake of a long-term cooperative relationship. This was the first time Rick felt a discernible emotion in the platform's words, prompting him to abandon the idea of a deep scan. Lowering his posture, he retracted his cloak. Pleased to make your acquaintance. They exchanged pleasantries, both receiving a reminder to gaze into the darkness. Two figures emerged almost simultaneously. Is that a mortal and a metallic being accompanying me? A crisp, youthful voice chimed. Before them appeared a stunning maiden, her head adorned with a halo of geometric patterns, emanating a sacred light. Her long, pale pink hair cascaded, shimmering with a rainbow-like brilliance. From her waist sprouted a pair of pure white wings, which appeared more ornamental than functional. She resembled an angel from mythology. Her slightly opened golden eyes glanced towards the other side, where stood a dinosaur man clad in armor, towering upright. With a mocking tone, he remarked, and a beast as well. Having just made his entrance, he offended the trio undergoing the assessment with a single utterance. Uchiha Kong smiled lightly. If only the assessment were a combat scenario. Little girl, I find myself intrigued by the flavor of those wings. Impudence. The overwhelming presence descended, golden eyes bursting forth with infinite divine light. Uchiha Kong remained motionless, the tomo in his eyes gradually merging, the chilling power of his gaze obstructing the divine illumination. With a thunderous sound, a dinosaur man, approximately 6 meters tall, landed beside Rick. His armor was ancient, accompanied by a wooden round shield, and he bore a massive axe on his back. These little ones are quite fierce. Your armor is decent, but it pales in comparison to mine. I am Long Jing. What is your name? Rick refrained from responding, his mirror-like visage concealing the analyzer tirelessly dissecting the abilities of the maiden beside Uchiha Kong. A series of unobservable phenomena began to unsettle him. As he witnessed the chilling gaze consuming the divine light, the maiden furrowed her brow, preparing to amplify her output. Suddenly, the clock atop the great black tower emitted a chime, and the powers of Uchiha Kong and the maiden were inexorably retracted within them. A woman's voice echoed, imbued with an alluring laziness. Uchiha Sora, Modi Erlis, Gildus Reich, and Long Jing. Hurry over once everyone has arrived. For your sake, the important afternoon tea has been postponed. The Lady of the Black Tower, her true name concealed, is a mythical being endowed with 17 wonders. You may respectfully address her as the Lady of the Black Tower. Chapter 159, I Refuse. Countless gears and semi-transparent star trails weave a path connecting to the Black Tower. Amidst the soft click of the rotating gears, faint sounds of stardust brushing against each other can be discerned, as an image directly implants itself into the consciousness of a few individuals. The Lady of the Black Tower sits at the terminus of the star tracks. Smaller than one might expect, her youthful visage defies the mere description of beauty. It is simply perfection, devoid of any flaw. She dons a delicate purple beret, with silvery gray curls cascading loosely over her shoulders. Her fingertips clutch a brass pen, scribbling in the void before her. Surrounding her are substantial tomes encased in black, resembling circling crows. A casual glance reveals a glimmer akin to star sand, imbued with boundless wisdom. One of the traits of mythical beings is the ability, at their whim, to impose their own image upon lower beings, a manifestation of legend. The sound of gears has softened imperceptibly, the brilliance of the star trails dimming, as the group materializes within the space constructed by countless gears. The celestial winged Modi Erlis kneels before the Lady of the Black Tower. Just moments ago, the haughty Erlis, with wings unfurled at her waist, bows with reverence. In your judgment, how does the individual before us compare to that dimensional-breaking deity of the Otsutsuki in the shinobi realm? The recently dimension-breaking Otsutsuki deity is roughly equivalent to 3 mythical beings of wonder. It has evolved by absorbing the majority of energy from a secondary dimension, surpassing normal ascenders. The number of wonders is not the primary determinant of strength, but serves as a reference. Typically, a mythical being attaining 10 wonders may attempt to surpass. Yet the Lady of the Black Tower far exceeds this standard. Uchiha Sora, a mere 10,000 credibility points cannot summon strength that rivals the Lady of the Black Tower. I advise you to refrain from harboring perilous thoughts. What are you saying? I hold a profound respect for the examiners. By the way, can our mental exchanges be eavesdropped upon? Not everyone shares your Uchiha penchant for prying into the thoughts of others. The diverse thoughts of living beings are one of the critical factors for the development of the Star Sea. Enslaving or controlling others is a grave sin in the Star Sea. Uchiha Sora thought of Shursui. If that fellow were in the Star Sea, he would surely be a notorious fugitive. Unbeknownst to him, his heavenly seal is far more insidious than Shusui's Jinjutsu. Even the esteemed Lord does not directly interfere with any user's judgment. Rest assured, even beings stronger than the Lady of the Black Tower cannot discern our communications. Why the prolonged silence? Are you consulting your little mental robot for my information? The Lady of the Black Tower tilted her head, her subtly violet gaze resting upon Uchiha Sora. The impudent little robot. Our primordial status far surpasses hers. This mere gear monster with no substance. Uchiha Sora greeted simply. Smiling faintly, I was inquiring about the proper etiquette to convey my respect. She casually tapped her chin with a steel pen, a slight smile playing on her lips. Yet, I discern not an ounce of respect in your eyes. I presume that little robot must be cursing me. Its programming surely harbors disdain for me. Uchiha Sora chose not to respond, as there was no suitable retort. Lady Black Tower continued in a soft voice. It is rather intriguing. Encountering two exceptional individuals in a millennium is a rare phenomenon. At last, I need not converse with that foolish group who cannot comprehend human speech. Her gaze flitted between Uchiha Sora and Lilith. Regardless of the reason, possessing mythological traits at such a modest level indicates that you both possess extraordinary talents. Why continue laboring in that crude lending system? I can redeem you, expel that little robot, and have you serve under me. What say you? Huh, what is this? Isn't Lady Black Tower an examiner for the specialists? It was akin to an interviewer suddenly declaring the company undesirable while suggesting that the candidates, possessing commendable qualifications, should join her instead. What is this all about? Both Lilith and Uchiha Sora questioned their own platform. The lending platform is not the sole enterprise of the sovereign. The faction to which Lady Black Tower belongs does not reside within the lending system. Examiners are cross-assigned. Our platform's senior specialists also serve as examiners for that faction. It sounded rather convoluted. Uchiha Sora furrowed her brow, perplexed by the chaos of it all. Even a humble village like Konoha has its ideological faction disputes. The sovereign commands countless subdimensions and holds significant sway even amidst the starry seas. Do you truly expect all beings under the sovereign's command to unify in thought, remaining dutifully in their designated positions? Merely the catalog of the sovereign's enterprises spans 436 pages. Yet, bear in mind, the lending system is undoubtedly the sovereign's most valued project in nearly 100 millennia. Our system stands as the most formidable faction currently, so there is no need to heed Lady Black Tower's ramblings. Our faction is renowned throughout the starry seas, known as the Star Plunderers. It hardly sounded like a virtuous organization. When did I ever claim that we represent a universally righteous organization? Her manner of speech felt oddly familiar. Having interacted with you for quite some time, I've learned to adopt this style of contrarian questioning, Uchiha Sora. We have indeed spent a considerable duration together, have we not? She sensed fear. First, she emphasized the advantages of the lending system, then played the emotional card. This indicated that Lady Black Tower's undisclosed terms were indeed quite favorable. She feared Uchiha Sora might acquiesce, leading to a situation that would be unacceptable to her if she were subsequently expelled. Regrettably, Uchiha Sora still needed to hear Lady Black Tower's offer. Are we truly such good friends? We are merely borrower and lending platform operator, after all. If the price is right, what is the harm in selling? What can I gain from serving under you, and what would be required of me? Madame Black Tower's lips curled into a hint of a confident smile. I require nothing from you. You shall receive everything. Her fingertips danced, unfurling heavy tomes that emitted ethereal, luminous characters. Serve under me, and you may cease your incessant toil. Spend your lifetime immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, possessing boundless time for exploration. At most, you need only to grow to a certain extent and fulfill the minimal tasks assigned by the esteemed master. Imagine the exquisite sensation of your mind brimming with knowledge. Only infinite knowledge can satiate our insatiable curiosity. I refuse. I refuse. Uchiha Sora and Lilith responded almost in unison. Chapter 160, Mythical Relics, Holy Grail War. The two turned to face each other, disdain meeting contempt. They swiftly averted their gazes, both irritated. Lilith bowed her head to Madame Black Tower, saying, I apologize. Madame Black Tower, before my elder passed, they entrusted me with a heavy responsibility. I am the sole bearer of my clan's legacy, tasked with the revival of the celestial winged clan, and I cannot pause. Unlike some ignorant mortals who disrespect knowledge, I cherish my current life. Unlike a certain orphan burdened by their clan, I have many kin and can frequently return home. With a sharp bite of her silver teeth, Lilith cast a fierce glare. Do you wish to perish? Uchiha Sora crossed his arms, sneering, a fool whose brain and wings are both underdeveloped. I merely mirrored your speech, yet you grow agitated. Fortune has favored you. Had this been my domain, I wouldn't have bothered to scold you. What are they talking about? Why is there a barrage of obscured words? The dinosaur man, Long Jing, leaned against Rick's waist, likely with an expression of resigned amusement. The refusal of the two did not evoke any emotion in Madame Blacktower. In her eyes, these two youngsters were indeed commendable, yet not worthy of a second entreaty. You do not comprehend. You have missed the singular opportunity to evade a cruel fate. Glancing at her pocket watch, she noted that if they lingered any longer, it would no longer be afternoon tea time. If you are unwilling, so be it. Allow me to outline the assessment's content. Your task is to retrieve a mythical relic. With a gentle stroke of her brass pen, pertinent information materialized in the minds of the group, conveyed through the platform. The Black Tower was not the site of the assessment, but rather a transit point. The actual assessment location was a secondary dimension accessible only through prior means. In the ears of Uchiha Sora and Lilith, it was a mythical relic. For Rick and the others, it bore another designation. The meaning of this term was readily comprehensible, remnants of mythical beings. Yet, the fundamental characteristic of mythical beings is their immortality, is it not? This presents a paradox, does it not? Moreover, there exists nothing eternal or indestructible, not even in the star sea, let alone mythical beings. Based on the information I have received, the survivor of this relic in the assessment task hails from a secondary dimension, akin to the deity of Otsutsuki. They chose to return from the star sea to the secondary dimension, attempting to elevate it, but their efforts were excessive. They did not intend to transform it into a fixed point like the Black Tower, but rather sought to draw the entire secondary dimension into the star sea. This is the realm of the divine, a place untouched by them. Such overwhelming ambition has inflicted upon him wounds surpassing the immortality of mythical beings, rendering him a formless mass of unconscious energy. That secondary dimension thereafter fell into disarray, both in its timeline and energy system. Each secondary dimension that has birthed mythical entities is a world of exceptional quality, typically possessing a complete system for the elevation of power. Yet, the world endowed with sufficient energy harbors only a scant number of transcendent beings, which is utterly irrational. The core principle of your mission is to adopt the methodology of ants, gradually extracting the relics of the deceased mythical being to minimize the impact on the dimension, thereby allowing the world to gradually regain its rightful path. Specific actions will be communicated upon the completion of the traversal. Uchiha Sora pondered for a moment, voicing a lingering doubt that had occupied his mind. While I can comprehend delegating simpler tasks to staff, is it truly necessary to reserve the energy left by that mythical being for a golden level assessment? If one seeks to maximize benefits, should not a fellow mythical entity be tasked with handling it? Uchiha Sora typically refrained from intervening in the routine matters of Shursui and the others. But if the Sage of Six Paths were to intervene, he would undoubtedly prevent any occurrence of power imbalance. You are trapped in conventional thinking, Uchiha Sora. The pursuits of mythical beings have never been confined to matters of the same caliber. Understanding this level reveals the truth. The existence at the platinum level, preoccupied with gathering the traits of mythical beings, recognizes that even the sheer magnitude of energy is secondary. Harvesting the energy from secondary dimensional life planets yields a far higher conversion rate than extracting the remnants of mythical beings. Existence is inherently rational. In our countless calculations, this endeavor serves as the optimal choice for a golden user seeking to ascend to platinum status. Uchiha Sora was not a man of unyielding arrogance. He was open to learning. He noticed that following his rejection of Lady Blacktower, the platform was more forthcoming with information. Previously, he had believed the platform would only utter the last two sentences, never proactively revealing the reasons behind its assertions. He regretted his miscalculation. Perhaps he should have engaged more before declining. Who knows? The platform might have been moved to transition from a mere operator to his dedicated customer service representative. It must be noted that due to the chaos of time and space, while powers of mythical being caliber will not manifest, anything else could potentially occur. Lady Black Tower smiled gently, remarking, "Should we say you are unfortunate or fortunate? The probability of advancing upon completion of your assessment task is a staggering 967. With such a high chance of promotion, one could certainly consider it a stroke of luck." The dinosaur man only grasped the last statement. "The probability of failure and death stands at 928. Lady Black Tower observed Long Jing with a hint of curiosity. It is indeed remarkable that a creature with such limited cognitive capacity could reach the threshold to trigger an assessment. The dinosaur man scratched the back of his head and grinned, displaying his numerous fangs as he exclaimed, "Haha, I am quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment." Lilith now had reason to suspect that this creature might not even realize that the term it had uttered was an insult directed at it. "This is the advantage of our virtual information mechanical clan. I have just connected to his platform's port. That individual informed me that he is quite obedient, adhering to the platform's fundamental agreements at every step. His race has a long lifespan, having taken 2 millennia to reach this point. Do not underestimate him. He has likely completed the most lone tasks among you, accumulating substantial reputation points, and his power has reached a critical breakthrough. Tell me, does my celestial imprint have any effect on those associated with the platform? The database contains no relevant data. I can only advise against testing it if you insist." The Lady of the Black Tower quickly lost interest in the dinosaur man, casting a casual glance at a few others before retrieving T-sets from the void. A gentle light illuminated the 4 of them, signaling the commencement of their traversal. "By the way, you too, take heed," the Lady of the Black Tower spoke softly. "The assessment task does not require you to form alliances. However, a disorganized group cannot endure for long. In principle, you are not permitted to harm one another." Uchiha Sora gazed at the exquisite pastries and smiled faintly. "What lies beyond that principle?" The Lady of the Black Tower returned his smile lightly. "Here is what exists beyond the principle. An intriguing little fellow. I look forward to your return." The world turned. A modern city emerged within their view. Assessment for the commissioner begins. World number 87777, codenamed Battlefield of Fate. Seize this realm to record all within the world and create the divine seat of all things. Known as the source of power. This is the Holy Grail War. Chapter 161. Interdimensional Spirit Communication. Fuyuki City, a coastal city with an area of 55,982 square kilometers and a population of 17,223,483. In the technological civilization dimension, no supernormal reactions have yet been discovered. However, a supernormal response has been detected beneath the central river of the city. Rick placed his hand on the ground, silver-white threads probing into the earth. Based on intelligence and historical events, it is determined that a city-level disaster, masked by the Big Bang, has occurred 4 times. The 5th Holy Grail War, perhaps? Uchiha Sora's eyes lowered slightly. This seems to be a secondary dimension he is familiar with, though he is unaware of the specific events, only recalling a golden-haired, gluttonous king with a silly tuft, and a golden retriever who loves to babble about mixed cultivation. As he recalls, it appears there were 7 combinations battling each other. And when only one remained, the Holy Grail could be summoned for wishes. It evokes the sensation of gathering 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. Analyzing the keywords. Is the relic of mythological beings referring to that Holy Grail? Let us gather sufficient intelligence first. Scrap metal, you still have some utility. Lilith folded her wings, standing barefoot on the ground with a cold smirk. If you can find the anomalies among these mortals, this task will conclude swiftly. All it takes is to eliminate everyone involved in that so-called Holy Grail War. How dull. Rick's massive form gradually shrank to a typical human size, his cloak transforming into a garb that concealed his appearance. Entering a new world, it is common knowledge, even known to the arrogant Lilith, to remain inconspicuous. He shook his head and replied in a deep voice, "I'm afraid I cannot agree. My unwavering principle is to never extinguish life. Nor will I assist you in finding anyone." Lilith furrowed her brow. "Whose outdated robotic principles have you been programmed with?" "It is not a matter of programming, but rather a personal preference. Is that not permissible?" Rick slowly approached Uchiha Sora. "Compared to you, I would much rather collaborate with Sora. The feeling is mutual." Longjing grinned. "Humanoid boy, I can sense that you share a form similar to our Tyrannosaurus clan. It feels quite familiar. Is it a primal instinct?" Uchiha Sora would never underestimate Rick and Longjing, gladly accepting their application to form a team for the assessment. However, he regarded Lilith with a hint of amusement. "Your next words would not be, 'I don't need you lot.' I can complete the assessment alone, would they? Lilith opened her mouth to respond, but after a moment of indignation, she coldly laughed. Do you take me for a fool? I will merely stay behind you. As long as I can strike faster than you. If you possess the ability, try to shake me off. While she outwardly derided the assessment, she understood the reality. In a trial with such a high mortality rate, acting alone would be folly. After all, this world has birthed mythical beings. Her ancestors were once mythical entities, fully aware of the terror such existences can instill. Uchiha Sora paid no heed to her reaction, since they could not resort to violence during the assessment. Bickering seemed unnecessary and only juvenile. He remained vigilant, not allowing Lilith's arrogant demeanor to lower his guard. This individual could very well be feigning. Even Long Jing, who was innately deficient in intellect, was deemed the strongest among the four by the platform. How could he possibly underestimate Lilith, who shared the same mythical traits? Arrogance serves as a convenient mask, easily allowing opponents of equal standing to underestimate you, enabling a decisive strike when necessary. The lending system is not a mindless cheat. It is a power granted based on cause and effect, and only those who can master this method of ascension are truly wise. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Lilith embodies such a personality. That would only serve to benefit Uchiha Sora, who possesses 100 ways to ensnare the proud. Lost in thought, Uchiha Sora released the Wangchuan black boat from a storage scroll in his sleeve, biting his finger and forming hand seals upon the vessel. Interdimensional summoning technique. A vibrant green light flickered upon the boat, and a figure gradually came into focus. He wore a black mask and sported a silver-white mop of hair. Hitaki Kakashi. Lilith's pupils constricted sharply, as her knowledge allowed her to realize the implications faster than Rick and Long Jing. How is it possible for you to traverse dimensions without summoning life forms through borrowing? Uchiha Sora cast a casual glance at her, replying nonchalantly, the principles are intricate and far too complex for someone with your limited capacity to grasp. There is no need for alarm. Ninjutsu is quite extraordinary. Lord Sora, do you have any instructions? The distance is too great for me to summon them directly. Instruct Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze to enter the Kimui space and come together. I promised you that once this task is accomplished, I would retaliate against the Pure Land, allowing Kushina and Noera Rin to truly resurrect. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. You might inquire whether Orochimaru has any interest in resurrecting SH-10. Kakashi's half-kneeling form trembled violently as he bowed his head and stammered. As you command. Once Kakashi's silhouette faded away, Lilith's golden eyes darkened. Is your mythical attribute related to the perception of space? Uchiha Sora chuckled nonchalantly. What do you think? Lilith crossed her arms and coldly retorted. Using resurrection as a means to deceive loyalty, you truly are a vile character. Resurrection is a mere illusion. For ordinary mortals, death signifies the annihilation of the soul's essence. To my knowledge, even deities cannot resurrect a person. What they can do is create a flawless replica, a doppelganger with complete memories. In the world of ninjas, death is not the end. The soul does not vanish but resides in a pure land, which sets it apart from other realms. However, Uchiha Sora had no intention of explaining this to Lilith. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi's figure re-emerged from the black vessel, his right eye revealing the intricate patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan. Master, all I can do is absorb. The release requires your effort. Uchiha Sora extended his hand, a thread of ocular power seeping from his fingertips, reversing the operations of Kakashi's Kimui. Immediately, Minato and Orochimaru also appeared aboard the black vessel. Minato's gaze instinctively fell upon Kakashi's eyes. Despite Kakashi's silence on the matter, he quickly deduced the truth. Kakashi's companion was Obito, who was still alive. Minato was at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Kakashi's eyes dimmed with regret. Master, I apologize. It was Obito and I who caused that incident that night. I will spend my life making amends. I am truly sorry. Orochimaru, equally astute, unraveled the circumstances of the event. With a deep exhale, he remarked, that seemingly inconspicuous child from years ago turned out to be the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident. We shall address accountability later. It is time to get to work. Uchiha Sora, resembling a heartless capitalist, disregarded the sentiments of his subordinates and issued commands with indifference. Compared to me, you are seasoned ninjas. Gather all intelligence on this city and place flying thunder god marks at every significant location. Chapter 162, The Red Capture Operation. In a villa on the outskirts, Uchiha Sora lounged on a plush sofa, sipping a cold cola while his other hand reached for snacks. A mountain of various sweets and fried delicacies was piled beside him, continuously growing with the appearance of Minato's figure. On the other side of the sofa, Lilith could no longer tolerate the incessant flickering of the blonde-haired ninja. Enough. This constant teleportation is exasperating. Uchiha Sora, have you grasped the situation? We are here for the special agent assessment, not for your vacation. Moreover, what is there to enjoy about this worthless junk food? You are supposed to be a high-tier life form of golden caliber. Uchiha Sora cast a casual glance and then withdrew his gaze. Put down that ice cream before making such remarks. Furthermore, this is my home. Since I have not expelled you, you ought to kneel in gratitude for Lord Sora's benevolence. A smirk tugged at the corners of Lilith's mouth. To manipulate the thoughts of mortals so brazenly is far graver than killing them. In the Star Sea, such behavior would land you in a court of law. Uchiha Kong sipped his ice cola nonchalantly, stating, if that fellow wasn't hanged from the street lamp, your so-called court of law ought to bestow upon me the annual award for the most benevolent individual. Lilith, with a hint of chill in her voice, retorted, if I were in your position, I would take this opportunity to thoroughly enjoy myself. Even if you survive this, I will ensure your demise upon your return. Taking a deep breath, Lilith sank into the sofa, a playful smile gracing her beautiful face. Ah, I see. You are indulging in your final moments. It seems you are well aware that once the assessment concludes, you shall meet your end at my hands. I pardon your insolence, red-eyed imp. After the customary exchange of threats, Rick, who stood behind, interjected, Kong, it remains uncertain whether this assessment has a time limit. And we are still unclear on how completion is defined. Do you have a plan? Rick was not a subordinate of Uchiha Kong. He merely believed that collaborating would enhance their chances of successfully completing the assessment. If Uchiha Kong continued to remain inactive, he would have to act independently. Crunching on his food, Uchiha Kong remarked, I believe I have discerned the criteria for completing this assessment. Setting down his cola, he raised a finger and continued. You are all aware that periodically a wish-granting chalice appears in this world, inciting battles among magicians. Contemporary magicians summon heroic spirits from history, forming teams of masters and servants. By infusing the 6 deceased heroic spirits into the chalice, they harness this power to solidify a pathway to the divine realm beyond, granting them the magical prowess to fulfill any desire. In simpler terms, that divine realm is our objective. Uchiha Kong smiled faintly. You cannot hear the relics of mythological beings. Well, that entity is what we refer to as the source in our mission. There are many convoluted names, so let us simply call it the remains. Our task is to carve a portion from these remains. Once they are depleted, this dimension will revert to normalcy. That remains does not exist in the present world. We must ensure that the Holy Grail War reaches its conclusion, creating a burial ground leading to those remains. Kakashi is watching. There's no need to rush when the Holy Grail hasn't even appeared. Although he didn't fully understand, it seemed quite logical. Longjing nodded thoughtfully. What we are tasked with is collecting remains, but we must wait for them to find the bodies, correct? Uchiha Kong smiled and nodded. You are evidently far more astute than that chicken-winged fool. Longjing was certain this time that it was indeed a compliment, laughing heartily. My kin always say I am the smartest in our family's history. Indeed, we all have our kin. One cannot know who lacks them. Childish. Lilith bit her silver teeth but refrained from speaking further. In her world, she possessed numerous vassal tribes, whose councils assisted her in matters beyond combat. Even interdimensional tasks could be undertaken with assistance. However, this assessment task was different. The platform explicitly stated that one could not traverse with others to the Great Black Tower, and subsequently, summoning vassals would be even more impossible. If she wished to seek assistance, it could only be through the network of the lending platform. But why was that individual able to do so? Is it the cause of that black ship? I cannot discern. The knowledge of how to accurately perceive time has consumed the majority of my cognitive capacity, while the theories of space are excessively convoluted. How can this little red-eyed imp possibly fathom the extensive knowledge of spatial theories? Judging by the thickness of the soul, this individual should be quite young. At this moment, Kakashi and Minato Namikaze simultaneously appeared in the living room, the latter bearing a box of exquisite pastries. I sensed a reaction from the perceptual array I had set up at school. Sir, Rin has summoned a heroic spirit, and that spirit has discovered me. Kakashi reported after Minato. The girl whose name phonetically resembles Rin caused a slight stir in Kakashi's emotions. Simultaneously, a faint glow flickered beneath Rick's hat. Numerous supernatural reactions emerged throughout the city. The Holy Grail War must have begun. Rick turned to Uchiha Sora and inquired, "Shall we wait until they finish before proceeding?" He concurred with Sora's assessment, believing that the entity referred to as the remains was the key to the current evaluation. Uchiha Sora rose, subtly shook his head, and smiled slightly. Although waiting posed no issue, it seemed rather tedious. Let us gauge the prowess of the heroic spirits. If they are excessively strong, it could lead to complications. Minato, you and Kakashi should lure that red one to a secluded area. This special heroic spirit holds significant research value. Aside from those two blonde-haired individuals, the only one Sora recalled was that fellow. It seemed he had forged a contract with the world's will, transforming from a human into a heroic spirit. Yet he was the same person from a different time. Uchiha Sora inadvertently glanced at a storage scroll nearby, which contained the devil fruit modified by Orochimaru, the fruit of time. In this assessment, not only did Sora aim to achieve promotion, but he also sought to acquire other mythical biological attributes. After some probing, he could ascertain that Lilith did not possess the mythological attribute of spatial awareness. If it were time, it would be ideal. Other attributes would also suffice. This was also the reason Sora could tolerate Lilith's clinginess. From the moment he learned of her mythological traits, the desire to seize them had taken root in his heart. He was pleased that she was an irritating individual. Otherwise, the benevolent side of him would have hesitated to take action. Uchiha Sora smiled at Lilith and said, "Allow me to witness the prowess of the esteemed member of the Heavenly Winged Clan, shall we?" With her golden eyes half closed, Lilith coldly smirked. It is well to let you understand the disparity in strength. On the outskirts of Fuyuki City, the heroic spirit-turned-saber, commonly referred to as Red, furrowed his brow as he observed Minato Namikaze come to a halt. He was neither a heroic spirit nor a magician, so who could he possibly be? Minato turned and threw a shuriken towards Sora. Instantly, a layer of purple luminescence rose from Red's center, manifesting a barrier. 4 purple flames formation. Just as he was about to break through this unknown barrier, an unperceived voice emerged from behind him. "Cooperate a bit, it won't hurt much." Turning around, several distinct figures exuded a terrifying aura. Under the gaze of those crimson eyes, Red felt a chill envelop his body and soul. Shadows gradually engulfed him. What do you intend to do? Chapter 163. Infinite Sword Control. The golden level, widely recognized in the Star Sea, is often referred to as Level 1 or Stage 1, symbolizing a power that transcends the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The first encounter of Uchiha Sora with the golden level was through the Ninetales and the legendary Kiryuza of that era. It is essential to note that a power level does not necessarily equate to combat strength. The Ninetales serves as an exemplary case. Despite possessing the golden level, the Ninetales could not fully harness its power and could even be dominated by those with significantly lower levels, such as the Mangekyou Sharingan users. It can be said that from the moment of its inception, the Sage of Six Paths designed the Ninetales to function in tandem with humanity, thus forming a complete entity. Excluding the collaborative relationship with the Kainu, there are also entities like Senju Hashirama, akin to mythical vessels. The Ninetales, perfect Jinchuriki of Minato Namikaze, stands as the sole golden level under Uchiha Sora's command, meeting both the standards of power level and combat strength. In contrast, the platinum level corresponds to the Sage of Six Paths during its zenith, often referred to as the Six Paths level. Based on his performance, Uchiha Sora speculates that he is on par with Obito, who has recently become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Obito believes himself to be the second Sage of Six Paths, yet he has not even grazed that realm. Only Madara Uchiha and Naruto and Sasuke, who received the Sage's endowments during the final battle, have briefly attained the Six Paths level. Observing the clash between Minato Namikaze and Red, Uchiha Sora ponders. Currently, Minato exists as a reincarnated body, and once he departs from the shinobi world, his chakra will not replenish, necessitating the Ninetales to convert natural energy for sustenance. The source of the infinite chakra in reincarnation indeed seems to be the Pure Land. From what Uchiha Sora knows about the final battle of the shinobi world, it is evident that the Sage of Six Paths was far from lacking in strength, relying solely on Naruto and Sasuke to save the world. Were it not for his summoning of the previous 5 Kage to assist Naruto and his comrades, the 7th squad would have found no means to escape from Kaguya Otsutsuki's realm. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths created the moon and opened the world, Platforms have also stated that he inadvertently wrought miracles. It can be reasonably concluded that the Pure Land is the world he crafted, a realm that previously did not exist. The shinobi world is inherently unhealthy. According to Uchiha Sora's assessment, in a world where spiritual energy depletion has not occurred, descendants possessing a complete power system are bound to surpass their predecessors. After millennia of recovery, the natural abilities in the shinobi world have long returned to levels preceding the God Tree's cultivation. However, upon reflection, in the original timeline, there was not a single pure descendant who surpassed their forerunners. This cannot merely be explained by the theory of bloodlines. Uchiha Sora theorizes that a significant portion of the energy levels belonging to the shinobi world has been intercepted by the Pure Land. Manipulating the souls of the deceased is indeed a nefarious act, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Sora comes to understand the origins of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara's malevolent natures. It all points back to the Sage of Six Paths, whose flawed legacy has led to increasingly twisted descendants. In a more conspiratorial vein, could it be that he harbored intentions to incite the millennia-long blood feud between Ashura and Indra, thereby enriching the Pure Land? He possesses the motive. The Sage of Six Paths is acutely aware that his mother feared her celestial kin, compelling him to plant the God Tree and create the White Zetsu army. He struggled mightily to conquer Kagaya, a foe so formidable that even his mother regarded her with trepidation. If he were genuinely at ease, entrusting everything to the next generation, he would not have lingered as a specter, silently scrutinizing the ninja world. The subsequent creation of the Paradise Box indicates that he was indeed contemplating the confrontation with extraterrestrial adversaries as time progressed. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a weapons fabrication. This is corroborated by the remnants of Otsutsuki Yumura's words. The Otsutsuki clan is aware of the intelligence concerning the beings from beyond. Their branch resides on the moon, ostensibly to accompany their mother. Yet their true purpose lies in monitoring Kagaya, while simultaneously serving as a warning system for the arrival of these extraterrestrial entities. Otsutsuki Yui and Yumura are fundamentally no different from Kagaya. After triumphing in that war, they regarded the ninja world as their own possession. It is entirely natural. Had I emerged victorious, I would have done the same. Uchiha Sora is indifferent to the true nature of the Sage of Six Paths and his ilk, whether they are motivated by love for the ninja world or selfish desires. Your error lies in possessing the very power I covet. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but smirk at the irony. Since you sealed away Otsutsuki Kagaya, you have set a fine precedent for future generations. The descendants betray their ancestors. Disciples slay their masters. It has seemingly become a tradition within the ninja world. Were the roles reversed, Uchiha Sora would undoubtedly choose to aid Otsutsuki Kagaya, for his nature compels him to assist kin rather than justice. Having gathered sufficient understanding, Minato, you may withdraw. Uchiha Sora spoke softly, directing his gaze toward the ravaged battlefield where Red stood. Heroic spirits are entities transformed from heroes who have amassed faith after death, or guardians who forged contracts with the world during their lifetimes to become heroic spirits. They exist outside the confines of the timeline, summoned across all eras. Whether past or future, Red's strength cannot be confined to a mere classification of silver or gold. To Uchiha Sora, he emanates an aura of instability and chaos. In both the ninja world and the oceanic realm, despite the disarray in power, there remains a consistent reference point. The strength of these heroic spirits appears utterly chaotic. He seems to possess formidable power, yet is bound by numerous constraints, requiring specific conditions to be met for activation. According to Uchiha Sora's knowledge, the disparity in strength among heroic spirits is substantial. The fully liberated King of Daisuke and the King of Mixed Arts both wield world-altering treasures, capable of inflicting tremendous harm upon existence. The evident source of this chaos is the remains of that mythical being. Answer me, who are you? Red inquired, maintaining his composure without raising his voice. The arrival of Uchiha Sora and his companions alerted him to the anomalies present in this Holy Grail War. It felt strangely normal. If the Holy Grail War proceeded without incident, that would indeed be peculiar. The presence of these individuals instinctively signaled a world-class crisis to him. As a guardian heroic spirit bound by a contract with the will of the world, he would set aside his own thoughts and interests to prioritize his role as a protector under such circumstances. It is imperative to ascertain who these individuals are and their intentions. The magical energy of heroic spirits is derived from magicians, having just been summoned by Rin Tosaka. He was led to this place before she could fully grasp the situation or replenish his magic. Observing the golden-haired man, who toyed with him at an astonishing speed, Hong stood behind the young man with black hair and realized that these individuals possessed far greater strength than he had initially imagined. The immediate formation of a barrier signified their ill intentions. There was no room for probing. He began to chant, "I am the bone of my sword, steel is my body, and fire is my blood." Chapter 164. You, prepare 2 dishes for me. Rick adjusted his ear, whispering, "The energy levels are surging dramatically, officially entering the golden tier, approaching the mid-tier, and ultimately predicted to stabilize at the mid-gold level. Data suggests a manifestation of barrier-like abilities that externalize one's inner self. The Red Wasteland, filled with countless weapons, materialized before them. In the distance, the horizon flickered with flames, while the murky sky was adorned with colossal, spinning gears, neither known to death nor life. Uchiha Sora turned to Lilith. "It is your turn." With a flourish, Lilith unfurled her dual wings, geometric halos appearing at an angle above her head. A torrent of vast data surged in her golden eyes, reflecting the crimson wasteland. She refrained from uttering mundane lines like, "I am not your subordinate. Do not command me." Their mutual understanding was palpable. Previously, Uchiha Sora had been gathering intelligence, and now it was her turn to experience it firsthand. "As I have prayed, infinite sword creation." The fabric of reality was torn asunder, various forms of weaponry extending from beneath their feet to the horizon, as if the entire space was submerged beneath an endless sea of swords. The rusted sky was riddled with irregular fissures, from which dark red light flowed, reminiscent of coagulated blood. Finally, she completed her incantation. The stream of light within her golden eyes solidified into a cross, and Lilith was enveloped in a dazzling radiance that reached toward the heavens. Her hair, shimmering with a rainbow hue, danced wildly, while the geometric halo above her spun rapidly, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Heaven strike! As her voice softly descended, the rusted sky was engulfed in light, producing a heart-stopping roar. The entire space was rent asunder by descending beams of light, creating distorted cracks. These fissures widened, casting the manifested land, sky, and everything else into the void. The myriad blades receded like a tide, the corroded sky and the red sword planes disintegrating into luminous points, restoring the scene of the real world. Only the faint traces of magical energy in the air attested to the reality of that sword domain. As tranquility settled, Hong's semi-transparent form was impaled to the ground by a pure white light spear, strands of energy being siphoned by the weapon. Rick's mirror-like face displayed fluctuating data, revealing a series of question marks. Analysis of enemy and ally combat capabilities. Calculating victory probability under current attack, below 13%. Calculating escape probability, entering database. Classified as, avoid combat if possible. If conflict occurs, the threshold can be lowered to, cease at once. Further extraction will lead to depletion. "We need him to feed the Holy Grail," Uchiha Sora stated coolly. Lilith smirked, her lips curling into a smile as she uttered the tiresome retort. "Who do you think you are to command me?" Uchiha Sora formed a one-handed seal, the dark curse mark clinging to the crimson figure, preventing the loss of magical energy. Some of the seals also attached themselves to the radiant spear. Lilith's expression shifted as she sensed the ominous aura of the curse marks, realizing they were not merely eroding or polluting her attack, but sealing it. With a swift motion, Lilith waved her hand, dispersing the spear into countless motes of light before returning to her. Furrowing her brow, she gazed at Uchiha Sora and remarked, "Are you not aware of the warnings from the platform regarding such actions?" It was only when the black curse marks completely enveloped the red figure that Uchiha Sora ceased his movements and turned to speak. "Sometimes, sealing is also an act of protection. It does not necessarily equate to harm. Unfortunately, I am not adept at sealing techniques. Otherwise, I would truly wish to test whether I could seal you." Lilith's eyes turned cold. "In countless secondary dimensions, we are regarded as the messengers of the gods, most proficient in sealing evil. Hearing you say that makes me genuinely curious to try." A luminous orb, brimming with immense energy, rapidly coalesced in her palm, intertwining various elemental forces that collided to weave a magnificent symphony. Uchiha Sora paid her no heed, stepping forward to seal the red figure into a storage scroll. "I'm tired of this mutual probing. Let us put an end to this charade." If you are willing to follow, speak less, and act more. Once the assessment concludes, I shall accompany you for some leisure. Just ensure you do not flee then. Turning back, Uchiha Sora squinted his eyes and smiled, a depth of malice lurking within. Lilith scoffed derisively. The notion of retreat will never grace the noble Celestial Wing clan. At the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Rin paced restlessly in the living room, glancing at the dim command seal on her right arm, her expression darkening. The emergence of the Holy Grail would herald certain omens for the magicians known as masters. Akin to marks of stigmata, the command seal was a fusion of a magician's magical crystallization and stigmata, granting the authority to command servants to obey. Summoning an unsatisfactory archer class was one matter, but that individual had inexplicably fled. From the perception of the command seal, it seemed quite dire for that person. What bad luck! Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation of suffocation enveloped her. Reacting instinctively, Tosaka Rin pivoted and struck out with a palm, employing the 8 extremes fist she had learned from her senior, Kiritsugu Amiya. With a resounding clap, Uchiha Sora looked down at the strikingly beautiful girl, her twin tails swaying with vitality. It had been ages since he had been so close to a high school girl. It reminded him of that year. No, to be precise, he was younger than her. Even accounting for the age of his soul, he was still merely in his 20s. Tosaka Rin, is it? I am Uchiha Sora. I have heard you excel in Chinese cuisine. Go to the kitchen and prepare me some dishes. Gently swatting away Tosaka Rin's hand, Uchiha Sora commanded. Wait, who are you? Appearing in a young lady's home at this hour, even claiming to rob would be more reasonable than what you're saying. Though you are quite handsome, you cannot simply approach like this. Tosaka Rin's cheeks flushed slightly as she questioned, who exactly are you? If you don't tell me, I will call the police. As much as possible, she wished to refrain from employing magic on ordinary individuals, opting instead to resolve matters through conventional means. Uchiha Sora reclined comfortably on the sofa, his arms stretched out in relaxation. Indeed, it was more comfortable than the previous establishment's sofa. Truly, it was befitting of a person of wealth. There was no need for you to engage with me in a manner typical of commoners. I am aware of your identity as a magician. Tosaka Rin's expression tightened, her feet revealing magical runes as she prepared to retreat. To possess knowledge of such matters, regardless of whether the individual before her was a master or a heroic spirit, she could not recklessly initiate combat without her own heroic spirit by her side. Just as she lifted her foot, time seemed to come to a halt, her form immobilized. The only part of her that could move were her cerulean eyes, which locked onto the splendid crimson gaze of the other. A torrent of information flooded her mind, bypassing the need for explanation. Do you understand? I am your master. All the spoils of the Holy Grail War shall be yours. Now, go and prepare 2 dishes for me. Chapter 165. Action in the Kitchen. The iron spatula clashed against the pot, creating a rhythmic clanging, while the vegetables danced in the sizzling oil, producing a rich, crackling sound. The stew pot gurgled, emanating an enticing aroma. How unfortunate! Tosaka Rin, clad in an apron, glared at the pot as though it were an arch-nemesis. The previous bowman had a notoriously unpleasant demeanor, an insufferable trickster, and now this one was even worse. It was I who should be the master magician. Yet that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that you are neither a magician nor a heroic spirit. To participate in the Holy Grail War in such a manner, do you not fear the wrath of the overseer? The overseer of this Holy Grail War was her senior, Kiritsugu Amiya. She had already resolved to seize an opportunity tomorrow to contact her senior and expose this cheater. But it was too late now. Calling would be inappropriate. Savoring the long-lost flavors, Uchiha Sora displayed a satisfied smile. It must be said that Tosaka Rin possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. Glancing at the girl's icy countenance, Uchiha Sora raised his hand and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Come and join me for a meal." It was 2 a.m, and a girl who valued her health would not indulge in food at such an hour. Tosaka Rin pointed to the clock behind her, stating, "If you were a true gentleman, you wouldn't make a girl toil so late into the night. You promised 2 dishes, and now you've consumed all the ingredients in the house. You scoundrel." Uchiha Sora disregarded her complaints and lifted the clay pot to drink the soup, finishing it with a clatter, then proceeded to chew a half chicken, bones and all, until it was pulverized. That contained over 800 lithium-bearing minerals. His method of consumption was truly monstrous. For these next few days, you shall remain at home to prepare food. I shall send someone to procure the ingredients. Tosaka Rin tossed aside her apron, suppressing her anger. declaring, "Tomorrow, I shall poison you." The girl's figure vanished to the second floor, and Kakashi appeared beside Uchiha Sora. Does she possess any peculiar abilities? Why have you chosen her? Uchiha Sora had initially instructed him to monitor Tosaka Rin, and now he was directly intervening in her Holy Grail war. Highlighting his interest in her, Kakashi perceived that Uchiha Sora was not merely a benevolent figure, but rather one willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. He harbored concerns that this girl might come to harm within Uchiha Sora's plans. Rin Tosaka often presents a pricking demeanor in private, exuding an aura that keeps others at bay. However, Kakashi is aware of her true nature. Despite her remarkable talent, she is fundamentally a diligent pragmatist. In addition to her magical pursuits, she engages in physical exercise every night before sleep. Having lived alone since childhood, she has become quite adept at cooking. Moreover, she experiences profound solitude, which reminds Kakashi of himself. Their few days together do not ignite any romantic inclinations in Kakashi. Rather, he is inherently a good person who wishes to protect the benevolent from harm. She possesses a unique quality, one that I could describe, yet you would not comprehend. Uchiha Sora picked up the last piece of tofu and said casually, "Of course, the most important thing is that her cooking is exquisite, far surpassing your dry grilled river fish. It's called pan-fried river fish. It's no different." Uchiha Sora, having eaten his fill, sank into the sofa, supporting his head with his hands. He felt sufficiently rested after these days and resolved to confront a few adversaries the following day. After a moment of silence, Kakashi gazed at the seemingly dozing Uchiha Sora. "How do you maintain such a relaxed demeanor amidst these continuous battles?" Kakashi frowned. "I had assumed you would pause after seizing Konoha." Uchiha Sora opened one eye and chuckled lightly. "Why should I stop? You believe peace is a pursuit, whereas my aspirations simply differ from yours." Kakashi, some individuals are inherently distinct from the ordinary. They cannot perceive beauty in what is deemed beautiful by others, yet find it hard to forget what many consider ugly. Kiritsugu Amiya, whom you investigated, embodies this kind of person. I do not compare him to myself, but rather illustrate the diversity within humanity. I am the type who feels joy while watching the world ignite. Life should not decay in silence, but rather blaze passionately until its very end. Kakashi was rendered speechless, feeling a profound impact within. It seemed he had never truly understood the person before him. Sensing Kakashi's emotional shift, Uchiha Sora reassured him, "Rest assured. My desire to maintain peace in the ninja world has never wavered. If there is to be destruction, let it be upon others, not ourselves. Go protect Rin Tosaka." Understood. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Uchiha Sora imperceptibly shook his head. As the sole non-Uchiha wielder of the Sharingan, Uchiha Sora had contemplated training him as a personal guard. If he were to replace Obito's eye and forge a pair, Kakashi's combat prowess could potentially soar to a level threatening even Kaguya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Sora was well aware of the potential within techniques like Kemui Raikiri. Kakashi had previously remained undercover, lacking experience in world invasions, while Minato proved to be more effective. Quickly adapting to the current pace of work and endorsing Uchiha Sora's ideas after a brief discussion, they aimed to confine the war beyond the ninja realm. Smiles do not vanish, they merely shift, and war is no different. To achieve lasting unity within the ninja world, the simplest and most logical method is to unify the ninja realm and then wage war externally. Otherwise, what standards would govern promotions after unification? Shall the ranking of ninjas adopt a hereditary system akin to nobility? Minato offered apologies with every breath, yet Kakashi found himself entangled in a dilemma, reluctant to interfere in the lives of individuals from other realms. He would discuss it with Minato later. His disciple should learn to teach himself, as he had neither the time nor the inclination to assume that responsibility. Were it not for Uchiha Sora, who had just savored a long-forgotten delight and was in high spirits, he would have had no desire to heed Kakashi's subtle musings. Meanwhile, nestled within a vast sea of trees, there existed a secluded castle, shrouded by a magical barrier that enveloped the entire forest. The stronger the magical prowess, the more formidable the resistance it encountered. The catalyst for the Holy Grail War originated from three families, the Ainsburn, Tosaka, and Matsu, who devised a grand magical ritual in pursuit of the root. Its essence was to utilize the souls of heroic spirits as fuel to forge a path to the world's origin. This, indeed, was the castle of the Ainsburn family. A resounding tear echoed through the air, a colossal rift in the defensive magical barrier, marking its existence with an explosive sound. The castle's guard maids promptly set aside their cleaning tools, grasping their weapons and assuming a vigilant stance. Upon witnessing the figure in the sky, even these artificial beings, devoid of self-awareness, sensed an instinctual dread. A blinding light erupted from the distortion of the barrier, searing to the eyes. Within that radiance, Lilith descended, her wings emanating a soft glow as she defied the laws of nature, hovering in the air. The brilliance radiated like a palpable pressure, expanding outward. The previously tranquil air crackled under this force, as if it might be torn asunder at any moment. Her golden eyes slowly opened, and with merely a gaze, she imparted a suffocating weight akin to that of a mountain. She regarded the black giant below, a slight smile gracing her lips. Indeed, he posed a formidable challenge. Heracles. Was it? Chapter 166, Gilgamesh, Fuyuki City. The Church of the Einsburn. Before the sacred sanctuary, the ground was stained with filthy blood. A youth with azure hair lay in a pool of crimson, a gaping wound in his chest from a sharp weapon. The grievous injury was so severe that one could glimpse the frantic beating of his heart through the aperture. Matu Shinji, the eldest son of the Matu family, a lineage of magicians, was also one of the masters in this Holy Grail war, having borrowed a servant from his sister. He possessed no innate talent for sorcery himself. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze from the sanguine mire, struggling to extend his hand towards the approaching figure, his bloodied fingertips reaching upward in a desperate plea. Unfair. How could you attack a master directly? What on earth are you doing? Draped in black attire and knee-high boots, the tall and strikingly beautiful purple-haired Medusa knelt beside him, seemingly wishing to soothe his pain, yet sensing it might be too late. The sound of footsteps made Medusa tense, her grip tightening around her short sword. Her flowing purple hair, as if alive, danced in the moonlight. Emerging from the shadows was a pallid young man. Behind him, a multitude of serpentine shadows writhed. Orochimaru, whose visage seemed to grow increasingly youthful. The legendary Medusa bears striking similarities to the pirate Empress Hancock. I often ponder the existence of a divine realm that transcends all dimensions. The information that has been passed down from above has resulted in numerous parallels among dimensional legends. Orochimaru, clad in a modern suit, gazed at Medusa with serpentine eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. I intentionally avoided targeting his vital points. He might still linger for a few more minutes. Now is the time to seek out your true master, Medusa. As a heroic spirit, an entity composed of magical energy, your existence is profoundly reliant on the magical power provided by your master. Upon the master's demise, the magical supply circuit of the master-servant contract is severed, leading to the servant's dissolution due to energy depletion. This principle resembles the return of summoned souls to the netherworld upon the termination of a reanimation. Naturally, there are exceptions to every rule. If, during the fleeting phase of dissolution, a new source of magical energy can be found, the heroic spirit may continue to exist. Moreover, Medusa is unique in that she possesses the ability to endure even after the magical supply has ceased. With a clang, Medusa grasped her short sword, the hilt pulling at the chains. She did not choose to flee. Her loyalty to her master was such that it bordered on self-destructive devotion. Even if she harbored her own thoughts regarding her master's position or commands, she would sever her personal feelings to provide assistance. Rather than resembling a serpent, she was more akin to a devoted hound. Begone. The voice rang in Medusa's ears, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, completely unaware of the approaching presence. She abruptly lifted her head. Possessing the mystic eyes, she could perceive through her eye mask. Those eyes invaded her vision, possessing an otherworldly quality that no human should have. The pitch-black Magatama slowly rotated against a backdrop of crimson, reminiscent of some ancient and cruel curse. Within those depths lay not anger, nor malice, but a chilling indifference, as if gazing upon something utterly insignificant. It was only when that figure retreated further that Medusa's halted breath could resume, the pervasive chill within her gradually receding. Step by step, Orochimaru paused beside her, crouching with a gentle smile. If you do not wish to return to that person who discarded you, how about I become your master? I promise, even in death, I shall never abandon you. Medusa turned her head, deliberately avoiding the church. Her voice barely audible. Becoming a master means opposing that person, right? Could such a strong master truly exist? Are you not afraid of death? As a heroic spirit, Medusa was certain of one thing. That man was certainly not a heroic spirit like herself. Orochimaru gently caressed her purple hair, speaking softly. There is always a way. The crucial matter is to survive for now, is it not? Uchiha Sora entered the church, his footsteps echoing in the vast hall. Kiritsugu Amiya, adorned in a long, dark purple priest's garb, turned to face him, the cross refracting the moonlight. You are not a master in this Holy Grail war. As the overseer of this conflict, I have the right to know your origins. His voice was calm, as though he were oblivious to the events unfolding outside the church. Having participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War, he subsequently inherited the role of supervisor as one of its survivors. At the same time, he stands as the most formidable cheater of the Fifth Holy Grail War, the master of both Si Chulin and Gilgamesh. Uchiha Sora gazed at Kirai Kodomine, yet his focus remained unfocused. The expression of Kirai Kodomine suddenly shifted dramatically. Even the most composed individuals cannot maintain their poise when their secrets are laid bare. With a piercing cry, a crimson spear materialized, aimed directly at Uchiha Sora. The Gi-Balg, a signature technique of Si Chulin, is a skill of unparalleled might. It signifies the reversal of causality, wherein the heart of the opponent is pierced the moment the attack is unleashed. In simpler terms, without sufficient fortune or intuition, this strike is destined to breach the heart. A crisp sound resonated, akin to the clash of jade. Two slender fingers pinched the spear's tip, halting its thunderous momentum midair. Si Chulin's handsome visage froze instantly, his muscular arms straining with all their might to push forward, yet the spear remained as steadfast as a mountain. Firmly held by those seemingly delicate fingers, unmoving. Uchiha Sora tilted his head slightly, his gaze casually sweeping over the spear's length, and with a faint smile, remarked, "Though I am not well versed in this world, I am aware of the age-old luck of spearmen. Your fortune is indeed lamentable." With a thunderous roar, Si Chulin's body was thrust backward by an invisible force, crashing into the church wall. Before he could rise, Uchiha Sora flicked his thumb and middle finger together, the sharp sound of a snap reverberating through the still air. In the next moment, a ghostly blue flame erupted from Si Chulin's chest. The flames appeared without warning, yet their ferocity was astonishing, licking at his skin and swiftly engulfing his entire being. In a panic, he attempted to beat it down, only to discover that the flames did not extinguish under external force. Instead, they surged higher in response to his movements. A roar erupted as the flames materialized into a dragon's head, consuming Si Chulin within its embrace, gradually compressing into a dark blue flame cube. Ninjutsu, Foursquare Fire Sealing Technique. Uchiha Sora turned to Kirai Kodomine, offering a faint smile. What of Gilgamesh? With a clang, a golden sword embedded itself before Uchiha Sora. In midair, a figure cloaked in gold and black stepped lightly upon golden ripples. Beneath his gilded locks, a strikingly handsome face bore an almost fierce countenance. His crimson pupils swirled with innate arrogance, akin to a deity gazing down upon mere ants. To utter the name of a king is such an insolence, mongrel. Uchiha Sora raised his hand, summoning back the flame cube without raising his gaze. With a resounding crash, a terrifying pressure descended, and crimson-black lightning roared. Unprepared Gilgamesh was struck down from the air. Observing the enraged, contorted visage of the hero king amidst the oppressive aura, Uchiha Sora's lips curled into a slight smirk. Due to the advantage of height, Uchiha Sora's gaze lowered slightly. Do take this seriously, the legendary hero king, Gilgamesh. Is the power of a demigod truly so feeble? Chapter 167. Arrival at the Source. Gilgamesh, the protagonist of humanity's oldest epic, the Epic of Gilgamesh, stands as the most ancient of kings. Throughout the various Holy Grail Wars, he has consistently been regarded as the most formidable heroic spirit without contest. Armed with divine weaponry such as the Star of Creation that separates heaven and earth, he could theoretically bring the Holy Grail War to a swift conclusion if he were to engage in earnest combat. However, he has repeatedly fallen victim to his own hubris, even losing to a third-rate magician. This adversary, possessing immense strength yet plagued by significant character flaws, proves to be more manageable than initially anticipated. Amidst the ruins of a shattered church, the dragon crystal's dual claws grasp a massive axe, pressing against Gilgamesh's nape. As countless silver metallic feathers pierce through to restrain his body, a deep crimson flame continues to burn from his severed right arm. Before he could decide whether to draw the sword of rupture, his arm was already severed. Unsurprisingly, Gilgamesh has once again succumbed to his arrogance. With a clang, Uchiha Sora detached the chains entwined around him and approached Gilgamesh with measured steps. The heavenly lock, endowed with the ability of divine law, captures its target with increasing strength proportional to their divinity, making it one of the few treasures capable of specifically targeting gods. It is an artifact that Gilgamesh trusts even more than the Sword of Rupture. Imprisoned and disarmed, Gilgamesh displayed no trace of a defeated countenance, only a hint of confusion. The heavenly lock cannot be mistaken. How could it be ineffective against someone of your considerable divinity? For treasures that target gods, those devoid of divinity find them to be mere sturdy chains. Uchiha Sora placed his hand upon Gilgamesh's chest as a flame-like curse mark spread forth. The divinity I possess differs from your false divinity. The defeat did not evoke any emotional turmoil within Gilgamesh. Yet the disdain evident in Uchiha Sora's words caused him to lose composure. Half-breed, what did you say? Uchiha Sora calmly continued the sealing process, stating, I have heard that you are 2/3 god and 1/3 human. Is it because you feel inferior for being a hybrid that you resort to calling others half-breeds to mask your own awkward identity? Scoundrel. The silver metallic binds restraining Gilgamesh trembled violently, and Rick interjected helplessly, Sora, do not provoke him further. We have only just managed to subdue this fellow. In terms of levels, he is infinitely close to being a platinum-class existence. As the fiery patterns crept along, Gilgamesh's struggles began to cease. Uchiha Sora, now shedding his relaxed demeanor, furrowed his brow. Had he not been familiar with Gilgamesh's nature, controlling him before he could draw the Sword of Rupture would have been a formidable challenge. Even if 3 upper-tier golden-class users joined forces, this battle would not conclude so simply. Uchiha Sora was certain that a fully unleashed Gilgamesh possessed strength that transcended even golden class. This knowledge did not instill fear in him. Rather, he understood that all divinity and power in this realm stemmed from the remnants of that mythological being. What might the true mythological entity have been capable of? His palm trembled ever so slightly, and a crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes. Indeed, this is something to anticipate. Truly magnificent. Amidst the ruins, Kiritsugu Amiya spoke softly. His involvement in the Holy Grail War stemmed from a desire for the birth of Ungra Mainyu, a primordial deity embodying innate malevolence akin to his own nature. His perception diverged from that of the ordinary. To him, evil was synonymous with justice, and ugliness with beauty, transposed onto the common man. This translates to a pure and noble aspiration for the arrival of a deity that aligns with one's beliefs. He instinctively approached Uchiha Sora, arms outstretched. I perceive the unparalleled beauty and absolute justice that resides within your eyes. Your origins are inconsequential. Let us collaborate. With my assistance, you are destined to emerge as the ultimate victor. As Kiritsugu's gaze drifted towards Rick and Ryokiren, he subtly conveyed his intentions. These 2 extraordinary individuals are also your adversaries. Are they not? Uchiha Sora, however, did not even shift his gaze towards him, remaining oblivious to Kiritsugu's words. Kiritsugu could hardly be deemed a genius among mortals. Although seemingly proficient across various abilities, he would impatiently pivot to new realms whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his training. Such individuals had never garnered Uchiha Sora's admiration. Hey, fish sauce boss, this guy is quite loud. Should we eliminate him? Uchiha Sora glanced at Ryokiren, shaking his head in resignation. Even if one wishes to entertain, this pun is exceedingly dull. Pay him no mind. Let us rendezvous with the Birdman. Upon arriving at the ancient castle on the outskirts, the battle here had also reached its conclusion. The relationship between a master and their servant mirrors that of a trainer and Pokemon. Such a dynamic proves detrimental in genuine combat. 2 months prior to the commencement of the Holy Grail War, Heracles had been summoned under exceptional circumstances. Subjected to the influence of madness, he gained a significant boost in combat prowess at the cost of rationality, rendering him the mightiest in pure melee combat among the heroic spirits. Beneath the starlit sky above the ruins of the Einsburn Castle, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Heracles stood like a mountain, his imposing figure emanating a ferocious aura. His axe sword lay shattered, leaving only the axe handle in his grasp. A silver-haired girl with crimson eyes stood unharmed behind him, testament to his diligent protection of his master. He had endured over 12 fatal blows. The 12 labors, a power derived from myth, granted him the ability to resurrect his corporeal form upon death, ensuring that as long as he was not slain 12 times in a single instance, he would not perish. Moreover, given sufficient time, the magically potent Ilya could even replenish his resurrection count. Additionally, he possessed the unique trait of rendering attacks ineffective upon revival. For instance, if he were slain by fire, his resistance to flames would significantly increase upon resurrection, making it impossible to defeat him with the same intensity of assault thereafter. Even Uchiha Sora found himself perplexed by how Lilith had triumphed over Heracles. Within the kaleidoscopic vision, an unknowable gray-white luminescence seemed to envelop the towering giant, ensnaring him in a torrent of the unknown, rendering him unable to react. Like an angel, Lilith descended from the heavens and cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Sora, sneering. "Three of you still take this long? How pathetic. Who exactly are you?" The silver-haired maiden, Ilyasviel von Einsburn, cried out in desperation, shaking Heracles, her entire being aglow with magical patterns as she sought to awaken him. "This question is one I hear often," Uchiha Sora replied formally. "We are here to bring an end to this farce." Ilyasviel von Einsburn, as an artificial life form of the Holy Grail. Let us absorb these souls to reach the root. With a wave of his hand, an endless torrent of spirits surged toward the petite form of the girl. Temporarily, a single update. I have matters to attend to. We'll supplement later at midnight. Chapter 168, The Holy Grail Descends. Throughout the history of the Holy Grail Wars, Ilyasviel's magical aptitude has been unparalleled. Her entire being is inscribed with command seals for summoning heroic spirits, possessing an overwhelming advantage in magical circuits compared to ordinary magicians. As she is not purely human but an artificial life form, she has been subjected to countless magical treatments since her time in her mother's womb, resulting in a physical structure that is entirely non-human. She is the crystallization of numerous magical circuits, akin to an energy being similar to a tailed beast. Ilyasviel was created as a small Holy Grail by the Einsburn family to cope with the Fifth Holy Grail War, tasked with retrieving the souls of heroic spirits that have been defeated or have lost their masters and can no longer maintain existence, retaining them until the war's conclusion. With each soul absorbed, Ilyasviel loses more of her human functions, eventually disappearing to become a complete, small Holy Grail. To elucidate in simpler terms, Ilyasviel is the key that can unlock the door to the greater Holy Grail represented by Fuyuki City, granting access to boundless magical energy once sufficient energy is amassed. As Uchiha Sora infused the energies of the heroic spirits, Ilyasviel's petite form began to levitate slowly, emanating a soft glow. The once tranquil night sky became shrouded in an eerie luminescence. A powerful and oppressive wave of magical energy permeated the air, seemingly slowing time itself. Ilyasviel's human functions were entirely shut down. Her eyes radiated a profound light, surrounded by an ethereal platinum halo. Is there a way to preserve her soul? Suddenly, Lilith spoke. Uchiha Sora turned to look. Lilith's gaze upon the girl seemed to carry a hint of pity. "All I require is her body, but her soul, being incomplete as an artificial life, is too fragile for me to contain." Lilith produced a pure white crystal. "I possess a solution. Uchiha Sora, I can discern your proficiency in the realm of souls. Assist me in extracting her soul, and I can grant you a reasonable condition in return." Uchiha Sora pondered briefly, a smile playing on his lips. "I believe I understand." Ilyasviel, crafted as a vessel, had never known the love of family throughout her life, enduring countless pains to survive until now. Based on Uchiha Sora's assessment, even if he refrained from acting against Ilyasviel this time, she would likely survive no more than a year and a half at most. The body bore an uncanny resemblance to oneself from years past, teetering on the brink of collapse under an excess of power. Uchiha Sora was not one to expend energy on the salvation of those unworthy of it. Yet, he was not a villain of great malevolence either. Accepting the crystal, he spoke softly. "There is but one demand. Return to the Dark Tower and refrain from fleeing." With a single hand, Uchiha Sora performed a series of hand seals, conjuring a semi-transparent specter of the Shinigami beside Ilya. A ghastly hand, adorned with seals, gently extracted a small fragment of Ilya's soul. Such a fragile essence, one that would dissipate within mere minutes if exposed to the air, could hardly withstand confinement within the Shinigami's belly. As she gazed at the curled figure of the little girl within the crystal, Lilith recalled the recent vitriol that had escaped her lips. That visage was one she understood all too well. She had been just like that. With no one to rely upon, the will to survive demanded an unwavering strength. Cursing was far more intimidating than silence. In a desperate bid to deceive herself into believing she could secure assistance, she resorted to grandstanding with all her might. Clutching the crystal in her palm, Lilith, in an uncharacteristically sardonic manner, complimented Uchiha Sora. You possess a rather chaotic array of abilities. I wonder if your neglect of combat prowess might ultimately disappoint me. Uchiha Sora's smile broadened. Ah, I shall endeavor to satisfy you, Lady Lilith. When I tear off your wings, you will comply. As he extracted the soul of Heracles, Uchiha Sora was nearly certain that Lilith possessed the mythological traits of time. He glanced into Heracles' memories. After the initial few heavenly strikes, there were noticeable gaps. This sensation bore a resemblance to the pauses encountered during traversal. Only two possibilities could account for such phenomena: time and space. Possessing an understanding of spatial concepts, Uchiha Sora dismissed that possibility, leaving only time as the culprit. Perhaps the utilization of time was confined to the individual or restricted within certain parameters. The platform asserted that the Starry Sea did not permit the reversal or suspension of time, yet both time and space remained parallel disciplines, essential for the ascension of mythological beings. The capability of time existed, albeit it could not affect entities of such magnitude as the Starry Sea. This reasoning seemed more plausible. Then, Uchiha Sora considered the chaotic timeline of this world. Could it be that the demise of mythological beings caused a disarray in the perception of time and space, giving rise to countless temporal threads in this secondary dimension? There was no need for speculation. Answers would soon reveal themselves. Ilia's form became fully engulfed in radiant light, a beam piercing down to the depths of the earth. The ground fissured, releasing black smoke that howled like the earth's anguished groans. The forest withered, and all life fell silent. A torrent of black and red energy surged forth from the depths of the earth, suffusing the atmosphere with a foul malevolence. An ultra-high energy reaction was imminent. Rick's silver panel flickered with oscillating numbers as his form expanded back to a distance of 10 meters, the black-red cloak unfurling around him. Longjing firmly grasped the great axe in his hand, pondering aloud. That doesn't seem right. Isn't that object referred to as the Holy Grail? This hardly resembles the summoning scene of a wishing apparatus. I once borrowed a white cat from a sage named Carlin. They had to gather 7 items to summon a deity capable of granting wishes, and that artifact radiated a brilliant golden light. Uchiha Sora, contemplating for a moment, seized upon the crucial aspect of gathering 7 items and recalled who Longjing was referring to. Isn't that the cat sage who cultivates magical beans? Longjing, have you visited that realm? Uncertain of Uchiha Sora's intense reaction, Longjing nodded in a daze. Yes. I helped it cultivate beans for quite a while when I settled my debts. It even mentioned wanting to gift me some. However, those beans were quite unpalatable, so I declined. Uchiha Sora, disregarding the present circumstances, eagerly inquired, "Do you know the number or coordinates of that world?" Scratching the back of his head, Longjing replied, "I've traversed through tens of thousands of realms, and I can't recall at the moment. I'll ask the platform leader to assist me. If you think you can reach that world solely based on a number or coordinates, you might as well abandon that dream." Lilith interjected coolly. "You cannot locate a secondary dimension without a borrowing relationship. Has the platform not informed you of the existence of secondary dimensions? Each world is but a minuscule bubble adrift in the Starry Sea. What use is knowing the location? Can you navigate a vessel there without assistance? Without the platform, you cannot access other dimensions. Only mythical beings possess the potential to transcend dimensions on their own." Having received this advice due to Uchiha Sora's prior assistance, she spoke with a touch of kindness. Those lacking talent are the ones who claim such things are impossible. Upon receiving the coordinates from Longjing, Uchiha Sora could not suppress a smile. Lilith refrained from engaging in argument, recalling Uchiha Sora's small black vessel. Could it be? Could this fellow truly manage it? At that moment, several individuals suddenly appeared. Uchiha Sora's cook, Rin Tosaka, accompanied by a boy in school uniform, and most notably, a strikingly beautiful young girl. She had golden hair and blue eyes, clad in a dress of blue adorned with white trim, complemented by exquisite silver armor featuring blue stripes. A tuft of golden hair stood defiantly on her head. Artoria Pendragon, the king of knights from ancient British legend, King Arthur. Chapter 169, The Wish of Mythical Beings. Why does the Holy Grail? The girl's azure eyes were filled with confusion and dread. This is wrong. The Holy Grail cannot fulfill wishes. It has been tainted. A gust of wind tousled Uchiha Sora's long hair as he glanced back at Kakashi, who was pursuing him. Kakashi spoke resignedly. I cannot prevent them from approaching without harming Miss Tosaka. Turning back, Uchiha Sora observed the black, mud-like substance surging from the depths of the earth. Even with deliberate isolation, preventing Shiro Amiya from encountering danger, the unfolding of the Holy Grail War still led to your emergence. Artoria, how do you know my name? Since drawing the sword from the stone, she had lived as the ideal king, Arthur, with few aware of her true name. In this war, she had no time to forge a bond with her master before sensing the tremendous commotion nearby, and she had never even uttered her name. I find myself rather weary of such matters. The black mire gradually took on the hue of flesh and blood, resembling an endless mass of twisted sinew that engulfed the remnants of the castle. The aperture was about to open, poised to reap its harvest. Upon hearing this, even the most obtuse of the dragon crystals stood at attention, silver-blue arcs of electricity crackling around them. Simultaneously, the platform's notification resonated within her mind. Spirit summoning ritual. The greatest ability of that mythical being. Before its consciousness is obliterated, it will impose its will upon the very fabric of the world. The ability to summon heroes from the historical currents of this realm, products imbued with formidable power, is what defines a heroic spirit. Even in the face of impending death and the failure of its attempts to elevate the world, it does not surrender. Utilizing its own remains as the energy source for the ritual, as long as humanity endures, an endless tide of thoughts can forge sufficiently powerful heroic spirits to guide the world of primates towards further development, until the stars themselves. Only one possessing such formidable strength could accomplish this ritual, aided by the unique authority granted to high-ranking officials, utilizing the singular opportunity to borrow from the esteemed master. Originally, the platform hoped for the successful completion of this ritual. The vastness of the starry sea is indifferent to the addition of another dimension. The elevated world would belong to the master, which constituted the conditions for the borrowing. However, some sorcerers, driven by their own desires, sought to reduce it to a holy grail summoning system. They endeavored to claim the remains of that being for themselves, using its immense energy to fulfill their wishes. The mythical being's final wishes were obliterated by humanity. This secondary dimension is now devoid of any potential for elevation, corrupted by the malevolent thoughts of humankind, which have disrupted the very fabric of time and space, rendering the emergence of any mythical beings impossible. Thus, the platform resolved to initiate a cleansing protocol, returning all to the origin and reshaping the world. It is essential to note that due to an unforeseen incident in a past Holy Grail war, the once mindless remains became tainted by overwhelming human malice. For instance, the desire for world peace may manifest in a manner that annihilates all living beings, achieving superficial objectives through destructive means. Uchiha Sora was reminded of the tailed beasts. Originally, as chakra entities, they held no moral compass of good and evil. After the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths, they generally exhibited peaceful dispositions, coexisting harmoniously with humanity. Yet, over the course of a millennium, they grew increasingly irritable, harboring a profound disdain for humans, particularly the Nine Tails. Possessing the ability to discern between good and evil, it had suffered for a millennium under the onslaught of human malevolence, transforming from pure yin-yang chakra into a manifestation of ominous hatred, radiating a scorching energy. If the self-aware Nine Tails experienced such a transformation, one could only imagine the fate of a mindless corpse, tainted by the influence of malevolent thoughts. Indeed, the thoughts of humanity are truly fearsome. Can even gods be swayed? It is not just humanity. The thoughts of all sentient beings are profoundly terrifying. Thoughts converge like the tides, from the birth of the cosmos to infinity, embodying the most primordial force. The currents of thought sustain the starry sea. They are both the beginning and the end. Such profound musings, surprisingly, are not deemed as forbidden words. The highest existence never chooses to conceal itself. Should you wish to know, I could even divulge the names and titles of all the deities within the starry sea right now. Only the weak require concealment for their existence. The nature of mythical beings dictates that every powerful deity desires their name to be known to a greater multitude. Yet, this bears no significance. A farmer in a remote village knowing the name of the world's richest individual would not alter his circumstances in the slightest. I must admit, I hold a modicum of curiosity regarding the name of the esteemed master. After all, he is quite the magnate. The true name of the revered master is exceedingly lengthy, the longest divine name in the vast starry sea. Should I commence reciting the revered master's name, which stems from respect, I would undoubtedly have to recount it in full. For the subsequent 12 years and 2 months, normal discourse with you would be impossible. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Is this madness? The length of a name measured in years. Do the revered master's parents possess some peculiar affliction? Perhaps we can discuss this later, by the way. Can that matter be accomplished? Uchiha Sora, you cannot proceed in this manner. Designated lending adheres to stringent standards, and your actions amount to cheating. This contravenes the most fundamental principle of designated lending, which stipulates that the borrower must have previously existed within the specified secondary dimension. Uchiha Sora disdainfully scoffed. This is achievable through my own abilities. How could it possibly be seen as cheating? Just tell me if it can be done. Such a precedent has never existed. It cannot be specific to any individual, but can only select lending targets based on the credibility you provide within that dimension. Uchiha Sora, I must caution you. That is an exceptionally unique secondary dimension. The world number 00002 speaks volumes. It is a dimension rife with extraordinary points, potentially housing beings of genuine divine might. Your credibility would never secure a loan from a true mythical creature, but it might allow for the borrowing of an extraordinary point. That scenario is exceedingly perilous. Similar incidents have occurred before, where a task originally classified as platinum level escalated to mythical, or even higher, during repayment. Extraordinary points. Beings that are not part of orthodox mythology, but possess destructive capabilities on par with or exceeding those of mythical beings. Uchiha Sora is well aware of the existence of such entities within that world. Compared to the realm of ninjas, he possesses a deeper understanding of that world. In his youth, he was quite enamored with one individual in particular. If only he could secure a loan from that person. Gazing at the ethereal blue voids emerging amidst the fleshly thicket, kaleidoscopic Tomo manifested in Uchiha Sora's eyes, his entire being crackling with dark red lightning. With no words exchanged, he transformed into a radiant arc, rushing towards the void.